Chapter 1. Check-in, Undying Sword Body. A shabby wooden cabin, dimly lit inside. On a bed lay a young boy drenched in blood, his chest slightly sunken, with a horrifying palm mark marring its surface. My head hurts. Where am I? Qin Yujie slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings with slight bewilderment and panic. As a torrent of fragmented memories suddenly flooded his mind, Qin Yujie's expression shifted from confusion to growing clarity. So I've been transmigrated, huh? Haha, even the name is the same, Qin Yujie. This world reveres martial cultivation. The strong can tear open the sky, shatter the earth, punch through galaxies, and slice through space itself with a single sword strike. Some even pluck stars from the heavens with a mere wave of their hand. Exactly the kind of world I've always dreamed of. A faint excitement stirred within him. The body I've taken over belongs to a menial disciple of Tianyuan Sect. Today he failed his assigned task and was struck by the supervisor, left half dead. Just as he died, I arrived. Looking down at his battered body, Qin Yujie gradually calmed himself. My top priority now is healing these injuries. If I don't, this severe condition will kill me again soon. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself upright and searched his person. Aside from one stiff, stale bun, not a single healing pill could be found. Qin Yujie let out a bitter smile. Life as a menial disciple really is miserable. Have I just transmigrated into this world only to die right away? Just then, a ding rang out in his mind, followed by a voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the daily check-in system. This system allows one check-in per day. Would you like to check in today? Hearing the voice, Qin Yujie instantly felt exhilarated. A check-in system. In his previous life, he had read countless novels and knew how powerful such systems were. Anyone who obtained one inevitably rose to greatness. System, check-in. Qin Yujie mentally commanded. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of supreme-grade Puyuan pills. Qin Yujie retrieved the bottle from the system. Inside the translucent white jade container were 10 plump, perfectly formed pills, covered in intricate Pillwan patterns, radiating exceptional quality. These are top-tier yellow-level healing pills. Not just beneficial for those at the gathering vein stage. Even cultivators at the reverting origin stage would consider these rare treasures. One pill is practically worth a life. Though not high-grade by elite standards, they're exactly what I need right now. After all, survival comes first. He quickly took one supreme Puyuan pill and swallowed it. Immediately, a warm medicinal energy surged from his dantian, spreading through his limbs. An indescribable comfort filled his body. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie was brimming with vitality and spirit. With a series of loud cracks echoing across his body, scabs flaked off his skin, revealing smooth, unblemished flesh beneath. Excitement surged in his heart. Just one Puyuan pill completely healed my fatal wounds. And not only that, my cultivation has leapt from gathering vein stage 1 to stage 2. Most people would hoard such pills for emergencies, but I can use them directly for cultivation. There are still 9 left. I should try refining 2 more to advance further. And tomorrow, another check-in awaits. For now, boosting my strength is the most important thing. That entire night, Qin Yujie cultivated relentlessly, advancing steadily until his cultivation reached gathering vein stage 4. Sigh, my talent is simply too poor. My absorption rate of spiritual energy is painfully slow. At least half the pill's efficacy went to waste. And the cultivation technique I'm practicing? It's the lowest grade manual given to every menial disciple. No wonder the original owner made such slow progress. Half a year in, still stuck at stage 1. In the path of martial arts, both talent and resources are absolutely essential. Another new day begins. Another check-in. I'm actually starting to look forward to this. After a night of cultivation, Qin Yujie was grimy and foul-smelling. He quickly bathed and changed clothes. After eating the cold, hard bun, he prepared for today's check-in. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the 10 divine bodies, the Undying Sword Body. Would you like to merge with it? Merge. Qin Yujie said eagerly, without hesitation. The moment the words left his mouth, excruciating pain ripped through his body. It felt as though thousands of sharp swords were slicing through his muscles and bones. He didn't know how long it lasted, only that the agony slowly faded away at last. After the pain vanished, Qin Yujie felt a tremendous force rapidly repairing his body. In the blink of an eye, his shattered meridians and broken bones were fully restored. At this moment, Qin Yujie could sense that his physical constitution had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Just then, across the entire sky above Tianyuan Sect, strange colors descended from the heavens, and 10,000 sword shadows appeared, radiating dazzling light. 10,000 swords rang out in unison across the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Upon closer look, dragons and phoenixes seemed to be swirling together, while celestial maidens appeared to be playing heavenly music. Such a world-shocking phenomenon instantly drew the attention of powerful experts from various sects and aristocratic families throughout the Lingtian kingdom. Could it be that Tianyuan Sect has given birth to an extraordinary sword body? Top cultivators from all factions stared at the magnificent omen above Tianyuan Sect, their expressions filled with astonishment and disbelief. My luck today is truly extraordinary. I've obtained the Undying Sword Body, one of the 4 supreme divine bodies alongside the space-time body, primordial abyss god body, and innate Tao womb body. Among the 10 divine bodies, these 4 stand far above the other 6 divine constitutions. A martial artist possessing the undying sword body enjoyed incredibly fast cultivation speed and possessed an almost monstrous comprehension of the sword Tao. Learning sword techniques was twice as effective, and the same sword skill could unleash 10 times greater power than others. Most crucially, the undying sword body meant true immortality. Once its cultivator comprehended even a single strand of sword intent, they could instantly resurrect through that sword intent even after death. After merging with the undying sword body, Qin Yujie's cultivation talent and enlightenment had undergone a complete transformation, elevating him from ordinary roots to peerless genius. Throughout history, every warrior who possessed the undying sword body, provided they didn't perish midway, ultimately became an absolute overlord who dominated their era. For example, Longwu Sword Emperor from 100,000 years ago had possessed the undying sword body. Legend said he was so powerful that with just a casual slash, he could split suns, moons, and galaxies apart. Qin Yujie stood with closed eyes as spiritual energy from the surroundings rushed toward him like a tidal wave. His cultivation level began skyrocketing. From Gathering Vein Stage 4, he broke through continuously, only stopping when he reached Reverting Origin Stage 1. I can't believe I broke through an entire great realm in merely half an hour, reaching Reverting Origin Stage 1. The Tingyisheng triggered by fusing the undying sword body caused such rapid advancement. My future cultivation probably won't be this insane again. It seems my path forward lies in the sword Tao. Only then can I fully unleash the undying sword body's potential. The heavenly phenomenon earlier was extremely intense, but luckily, within a radius of 100,000 li around Tianyuan Sect, I'm located in the outer region where menial disciples reside. Surely no one noticed me. Qin Yujie took a bath and changed into fresh clothes, immediately feeling refreshed and invigorated. Since I've inherited your body and taken on your karma, it's time for me to settle your grudge. Recalling the entire sequence of events in his mind, Qin Yujie now clearly understood how the previous owner of this body had died. Chapter 2 Challenging Qian Fugui. It turned out that every disciple working as a servant in Tianyuan Sect had to complete daily tasks assigned by the chief steward in charge of servants. Some tasks were light, others extremely demanding. To receive an easier assignment, one had to pay a bribe to the steward. Qin Yujie, however, was merely a disciple from a minor family. By the time he entered Tianyuan Sect, he had already run out of money and could not afford to bribe the steward. The current steward's name was Qian Fugui, a cultivator at the 8th level of Gathering Meridians. He was notoriously greedy. Since Qin Yujie couldn't offer any bribe, he naturally received the most grueling tasks. At first, Qin Yujie managed to complete his duties by working from dawn till dusk. But yesterday, utterly exhausted, he failed to finish on time. As punishment, Qian the steward made an example of him, delivering a single palm strike that left Qin barely alive. In the servant district of Tianyuan Sect, there were 4 stewards, each overseeing one of the 4 sectors, east, west, south, and north. Qian Fugui was in charge of the western sector. Position as a steward was entirely based on strength. Anyone with sufficient power could challenge the current steward for his role. And in a major sect like Tianyuan, nobody cared about the lives of servant disciples. Even if a steward died, no one would interfere. Qian Fugui is only at the 8th level of Gathering Meridians. Killing him would be no different than slaughtering a chicken or dog. I'll send him to hell today. Qin Yujie sneered coldly, then left his shabby wooden hut. Soon, he arrived before a magnificent building. Though it couldn't compare to a real palace, set against the crude huts of other servants, this structure might as well have been in heaven while theirs remained in dirt. Qian Fugui really knows how to live it up. A mere martial artist playing king in this servant's quarter. I remember servant disciples come here daily to collect their tasks. I'll wait until everyone gathers, then kill Qian Fugui publicly. That way, it will be justified. Not long after, servant disciples began trickling in, assembling one by one. When they saw Qin Yujie, astonishment covered their faces. Qin Yujie isn't dead? He's standing here lively as ever. Yesterday, I saw the power behind Steward Qian's palm strike. It was terrifying, one servant disciple muttered. Yeah, yesterday Qin was gravely wounded, hanging by a thread. Who'd have thought he'd recover completely overnight? Looks like Qin got careless yesterday. After striking Qin, he arrogantly declared his meridians were severed and he wouldn't last till morning. True, but so what? Coming here today? The man must be suicidal. Rest assured, Qin won't repeat yesterday's mistake. Half an hour later, all the servant disciples had gathered outside Qian Fugui's residence, waiting for him to rise and assign their daily duties. Soon, Qian's door opened, and out stepped a fat, pot-bellied man. Behind him followed a slim, rather attractive young woman. No one batted an eye. Everyone was used to it. Besides being greedy, Qian Fugui also had a reputation for lechery. This woman was another servant disciple, who, under Qian's threats, had long since become his plaything. Qian Fugui cast a lingering glance at the woman, then smiled contentedly. You served me well last night. Starting today, you're excused from all duties for a month. The girl dropped to her knees and wept bitterly. After crying for a while, she began frantically pounding her own body. For a fleeting moment, boundless hatred flashed in her eyes. But when she recalled Qian Fugui's terrifying cultivation level, her rage melted into a helpless, bitter smile. In this world where martial prowess ruled supreme, life was cruel. Everything was dictated by strength. Qian Fugui slowly raised his head and scanned the crowd, then released the aura of an 8th level Gathering Meridians expert. Instantly, every servant disciple trembled in fear. This was exactly the intimidation Qian craved. He relished the feeling of standing above others like an emperor. His very first act each morning was to release his aura before the masses, to instill dread. Since Qin Yujie stood farther back, blocked by many disciples, Qian didn't immediately notice him. Seeing everyone cowering, Qian wore a pleased smile, lost in fantasy, imagining himself reigning over countless subjects in imperial splendor. Just then, a sudden voice shattered his daydream. Qian Fugui, stop dreaming. Today, I'll send you straight to hell. Qin Yujie's words stunned the entire crowd into silence. All stared at him in shock, silently wondering. Has this man gone mad? Oh, it's you? Didn't expect you to survive till today, Qian said, briefly surprised, then sneered. But no matter. I won't hold back this time. Since you're so eager to die, I'll tear you apart limb from limb right before everyone's eyes, and feed your remains to the dogs. The crowd stared at the somewhat frenzied Qian Fugui, a chill running down their spines. Although everyone knew Qin Yujie stood no chance against Qian Fugui, they still secretly hoped that Qin Yujie could kill this tyrant. Qin Yujie is truly foolish. Now that his body's healed, instead of fleeing, he actually shows up here. Now there's no escape, muttered one servant disciple. Maybe death is a release for him, better than living as lowly as we do, another added. Not far from Qian Fugui, a young woman named Zhou Ying had already shut her eyes tightly in anxiety. Silently in her heart, she prayed. I hope he really can kill Qian Fugui for me. May heaven protect him. Qin Yujie and Qian Fugui stood facing each other. Instinctively, the surrounding disciples stepped backward, leaving a wide open space. Qin Yujie, my power is beyond anything you could imagine. Fine, I'll let you witness my true strength today, so you won't be ignorant in your next life. Qian Fugui declared. Qin Yujie replied impatiently. Strength isn't proven by words. Just attack already. I'm in a hurry. Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Qian Fugui struck immediately with his signature martial skill, the cold ice palm. Immediately, spiritual energy around him began swirling rapidly, forming powerful icy currents. In moments, the air coalesced into a massive, semi-transparent palm hovering above, nearly 10 meters wide. This colossal hand loomed high over Qin Yujie, its surface covered in sharp ice spikes. A frigid gale blew like a tornado, knocking nearby disciples off balance. Die! With a thunderous shout, Qian Fugui sent the enormous palm crashing down upon Qin Yujie like a mountain collapsing. If this strike landed, Qin Yujie's body would surely turn into mush in an instant. This is Steward Qian's famed cold ice palm, truly extraordinary power. Looks like Qin Yujie is finished today, a servant disciple sighed bitterly. Yeah, I was actually hoping he'd kill Qian Fugui, but now that seems impossible, another agreed. The cold ice palm was a mid-tier yellow-level martial art, immensely powerful, and Qian Fugui had cultivated it for years, reaching perfection. Any martial technique, once mastered to the pinnacle, could not be underestimated. Yesterday, Qian struck Qin half-dead with just a casual slap. Now, with a full-powered attack, Qin will definitely be obliterated. Yes, this is Qian making an example of him, a warning to us all. We must never follow Qin Yujie's path. No one believed in Qin Yujie anymore. All were convinced he was about to die. Gazing at the massive palm rushing toward him, Qin Yujie slightly shook his head and sneered. Daring to display such a petty yellow-level technique before me? You've truly wasted all your years as a steward. Chapter 3, One Punch Defeat. Qin Yujie casually raised his hand, as if picking his ear, and lazily threw a punch toward the sky. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly careless punch formed a massive fist silhouette in midair. The phantom exuded an oppressive aura, its power clearly several times greater than that of Qian Fugui's ice palm technique. In an instant, Qin Yujie's punch shattered Qian Fugui's Bingjang completely. To think that Supervisor Qian's mighty attack was just broken by one casual punch from Qin Yujie. Is Qin Yujie even human? One servant disciple exclaimed in shock. It seems Qin Yujie's strength is far beyond what we imagined. Simply unbelievable, another added. Everyone's eyes were wide open, stunned, frightened by the sheer might behind that single punch. Qin Yujie looked at the overweight Qian Fugui before him and sneered with contempt. After all these years as a supervisor, is this the peak of your cultivation? Pathetic. In that case, allow me to send you to your grave. He lifted his hand again and delivered another light, effortless punch straight at Qian Fugui. At that moment, Qian Fugui stared at the approaching fist shadow, terror written all over his face, cold sweat drenching his body. No, how could you possibly unleash such a heaven-shaking punch? Qian Fugui screamed in disbelief. He twisted frantically, trying to evade, but Qin Yujie's punch was too fast. There was no time to escape. Boom! With a loud crash, Qian Fugui's bulky body flew backward like a deflated balloon. His chest caved in deeply, a grotesque contrast to his otherwise fat frame. One punch, only one, left Qian Fugui critically wounded. His survival now hung by the thinnest thread of breath. Heaven shaking? Wrong. Utterly wrong. What you call earth-shattering is merely a casual punch to me. Qin Yujie stood there, speaking disdainfully. His tall, slender figure and unique aura made him stand out distinctly among the crowd. Though he still wore the plain robe of a servant disciple, it couldn't hide the extraordinary presence radiating from him. This Qin Yujie, he feels completely different from just a few days ago, one servant disciple said in shock. Right? There's an air of a true powerhouse about him. Could it be he was holding back yesterday? That can't be. Yesterday, he was nearly beaten to death. You don't know much then. I've heard of a special constitution. Some people grow stronger the more they're beaten, especially when pushed to the brink of death. Then they awaken overwhelming power. What a prodigy. Qin Yujie looks like he's about to rise. The disciples began whispering among themselves. Slowly, Qin Yujie walked up to Qian Fugui, then suddenly stomped down hard on one of his legs. With a crack, the leg shattered instantly into pieces. Then came another crack, his other leg was crushed as well. It hurts. It hurts. Qian Fugui rolled on the ground in agony, wailing uncontrollably. Qin Yujie remained unmoved. He calmly raised his foot and pressed it onto Qian Fugui's chest. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Qin Yujie, I'll tell you a secret. Spare me. Qian Fugui begged desperately. Qin Yujie asked coldly. What secret could possibly be worth your life? There's someone else who actually wants you dead. Qian Fugui blurted out frantically. Oh, who is it? Qin Yujie lifted his foot slightly off the chest and asked. It's. Suddenly, Qian Fugui spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze turned blank. He seemed moments away from death. You're so troublesome. Irritated, Qin Yujie pulled out a top-grade yuan nourishing pill, forced it into Qian Fugui's mouth, then injected a trickle of true energy into him, stabilizing his vital signs. Damn, that's a top-grade yuan nourishing pill. Qin Yujie just casually gave it away. If it were me, I'd never part with it. A nearby disciple said in disbelief. Damn it, why are people so different? I'm not okay with this. I want one too. Another servant disciple muttered enviously. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded by Qin Yujie's extravagance. Within moments, Qian Fugui's body visibly recovered at an astonishing rate. He was fully conscious again. Now you can talk. You must first promise me. If I speak, you won't kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die silently. Fine, I promise. Seeing Qin Yujie agree, Qian Fugui finally spoke honestly. Actually, the one who wants you dead is Outer Sect disciple Zhao Chong. Yesterday, he approached me and promised to have me transferred into the Outer Sect if I killed you. That's why I attacked. Even if you had completed your servant duties yesterday, I would have found another excuse to finish you off. So that's how it is. Don't worry, I keep my word. I won't kill you. After saying this to Qian Fugui, Qin Yujie turned to the servant disciples and continued. Qian Fugui has committed countless evil acts. Although I've promised not to kill him, you are still free to do so. Qian Fugui had thought he'd narrowly escaped death, but Qin Yujie's next sentence plunged him into utter despair. Qin Yujie, even as a ghost, I'll never forgive you. Qian Fugui screamed in fury and helplessness. I said I wouldn't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. I haven't broken my promise, Qin Yujie replied calmly. Zhou Ying and the other servant disciples had long hated Qian Fugui with a deep resentment. Now, backed by Qin Yujie, they seized their weapons, each taking a turn to slash at Qian Fugui until he was dead, then chopped his body into pieces and fed it to the dogs. Zhou Ying, you'll be the new supervisor. Assign daily tasks, and if anything comes up that you can't handle, come find me. With that, Qin Yujie strode away with effortless grace. Truthfully, Qin Yujie had no interest in being a servant supervisor. What good was a petty position like that? Too many annoying responsibilities. Nothing beat the comfort of simply checking in every day. Thank you, Supervisor Qin. After killing Qian Fugui, Zhou Ying finally felt freed from the torment she'd endured for so long. Facing the direction Qin Yujie had gone, she knelt down and banged her head hard against the ground 3 times, tears streaming down her face. Master Qin, you rescued me from hell and freed me from the demon's grasp. In this life, I have nothing to repay you with, only that I hope to meet you again in the next life, sooner than this. Gazing at Qin Yujie's retreating figure, Zhou Ying suppressed the emotions surging in her heart, then raised her head expressionlessly and began dealing with the remaining matters. Because of Qin Yujie's overwhelming power, none of the servant disciples dared oppose Zhou Ying's appointment. Back at his residence, Qin Yujie couldn't help but marvel at just how strong he had become. What exactly is the strength level of Outer Sect disciple Zhao Chong? I'll need to find an opportunity to investigate. Qin Yujie resumed his cultivation. Visible to the naked eye, vast streams of spiritual energy from heaven and earth rushed wildly into his body. A day later, Qin Yujie stopped cultivating. The spiritual energy in the servant area is far too thin. I should probably become an Outer Sect disciple soon. I've heard the spiritual energy density there is 3 times higher than here. Today's check-in is available again. I wonder what I'll draw this time. Qin Yujie felt a faint flicker of anticipation. Chapter 4 Portable Mansion. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Earth Rank Upper Grade Cultivation Technique, Evergreen Art. A surge of excitement rushed through Qin Yujie's heart. It's actually an Earth Rank technique. The entire vast Tianyuan Sect possesses only one Earth Rank technique, the Jade Mystery Scripture, and even that is restricted solely to core disciples. The technique I'm currently cultivating, Mixed Chi Art, is merely a low-grade yellow-level technique. Only someone broke and utterly lacking in cultivation resources would resort to such a method. Anyone with even a modest family background wouldn't choose this. Now that I possess the Earth Rank Upper Grade Evergreen Art, combined with my undying sword body, my cultivation speed will definitely skyrocket. Just as Qin Yujie was about to begin practicing, a knock sounded at the door. Is Master Qin inside? Came Zhou Ying's voice from outside. What is it? Qin Yujie stepped out and asked indifferently. Zhou Ying bowed respectfully and said, Master Qin, this is a storage pouch I found in Qian Fugui's room. All his belongings should be inside. Qin Yujie took the pouch and examined its contents, slightly surprised. Who would have thought Qian Fuguei was so wealthy? Not only did he own a storage pouch, but there are also quite a few cultivation resources inside. He served as an overseer for over a decade. No wonder he had such benefits, Qin Yujie remarked coldly. He pulled out several pills and inspected them, commonly used for the meridian gathering stage, all of inferior quality. Pills were essential for martial cultivators and categorized into 4 grades: supreme, high, medium, and low. Only supreme grade pills were completely free of pill toxins. All other grades carried some degree of toxin. Low grade contained the most, followed by medium grade, while high grade possessed the least. In particular, low grade pills harbored substantial amounts of accumulated toxins. When ingested, these toxins lingered within the body. Over time, they built up gradually. Once toxicity reached a critical threshold, it could endanger life itself. Moreover, excessive internal toxins severely hindered a martial artist's future cultivation progress. These trash pills, are people really supposed to eat this? Qin Yujie sneered, shaking his head disdainfully. He now genuinely had the confidence to speak like this. After all, he possessed countless supreme-grade pills. Had he not received the system before, he too might have treasured these low-grade pills as precious treasures. Now, however, his Injia had broadened, and naturally, so had his standards. Unbeknownst to him, those offhand words stirred a wry smile within Zhou Ying. She knew exactly how hard it was for an errand disciple like herself to obtain such pills. Even the lowest grade ones were rare blessings, nearly impossible to come by. Even among outer sect disciples, such items were considered valuable cultivation resources. Still, recalling how casually Qin Yujie gave away supreme-grade pills, she understood. Besides the pills, the storage pouch held 2 martial techniques, one called Frostbite Palm, the other Gentle Wind Blade Method, both ranked as low-grade yellow-level techniques. Given that Qin Yujie now had the system, it was only a matter of time before he drew higher-tier techniques. Moreover, any technique obtained through the system could be instantly comprehended. Thus, there was no point wasting time on these garbage arts now. As for this storage pouch, it has a capacity of 10 feet square. Though it's the lowest grade, it can still hold plenty of things, even ordinary weapons. And more importantly, now I can pull items directly from the system, and others will simply assume they came from this pouch. This makes concealing the system much easier. Qin Yujie adjusted the pouch and said flatly, "This storage bag is useful to me. I'll keep it. Take everything else. Those cultivation resources are useless to me." "Thank you, Master Qin." Zhou Ying smiled gratefully. Indeed, such pills meant nothing to Qin Yujie, but for Zhou Ying, they were rare treasures. Not everyone had the luxury of daily system check-ins like he did. After Zhou Ying left, Qin Yujie resumed his cultivation. Since switching to the evergreen art, his cultivation speed had greatly increased. The evergreen art was an extraordinary technique. Practitioners gained rapid true energy recovery and could even restore others' energy and stamina. "This is just like the healing skill of a priest class from my past life," Qin Yujie mused as he cultivated, increasingly aware of the technique's immense power. With the undying sword body and the evergreen art together, dying will be practically impossible, Qin Yujie murmured with a faint smile. After a night of cultivation, Qin Yujie's reserves of true energy had grown significantly thicker. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a portable mansion set. At once, with a mere thought, an ancient-looking house materialized before Qin Yujie. The house looked both ancient and exquisite, perfectly matching the aesthetic of this world. Outside, it came with a large courtyard and a pond. Damn, this system is seriously too awesome. I can cultivate in my own yard and retreat to my room when resting. This mansion is huge, more than enough space for one person. While others are slaving away at cultivation, I can just lie in the courtyard sunbathing and checking in. Life couldn't be more comfortable. And best of all, I can store this entire house back into the system anytime. Truly a must-have item for home and travel. Qin Yujie couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Yujie abandoned his old, shabby wooden hut and immediately moved into his new courtyard. After taking a full look around, he found the environment here was actually quite pleasant. This courtyard is great, filled with so many flowers and plants. And there are even unknown little fish swimming in the pond, Qin Yujie said with a smile. He walked into the main residence at the center of the courtyard and discovered that the interior space was even larger than it appeared from outside, with all furniture fully furnished. Wow, could this be spatial folding technology? Qin Yujie stood there dumbfounded. The house is too big. Cultivating alone inside feels kind of lonely. Oh well, might as well go back to the courtyard, catch some breeze, and watch the sunrise. Qin Yujie returned to the courtyard, casually lying down on a wicker chair as he began another day of cultivation. In the morning, the sun slowly rose. Disciples in the errand section gradually woke up and started their daily tasks. When the members of the errand division saw the elegant, extraordinary mansion, and Qin Yujie lounging leisurely in the courtyard, they were stunned. After the shock wore off, overwhelming envy and jealousy took over. This is truly spectacular. Overnight, such a beautiful house appeared out of nowhere. Master Qin is simply incredible. I'd gladly become his underling if I could live like that. I suspect Master Qin is a reincarnated emperor. Otherwise, how could anyone possess such astonishing abilities? We live in broken-down sheds with wind blowing through every corner. Look at Master Qin's luxurious estate with its own private courtyard. I've completely lost all motivation to work today. Looking at the graceful and extraordinary figure of Qin Yujie, everyone felt emotions churning within them. Envy, admiration, longing, and jealousy all mixed together. The female disciples in the errand section gazed at Qin Yujie in utter fascination. Zhou Ying whispered softly, like jade among the fields, peerless is the young master. Indeed, this describes exactly someone like Master Qin. 10 days later, Qin Yujie smoothly broke through to Yuan refinement stage, level 2. It took 10 days just to reach level 2. The spiritual energy in this errand sector must be extremely thin. Qin Yujie murmured, slightly frowning, clearly dissatisfied. Chapter 5, 1 against 3. If someone else had heard Qin Yujie's words, they would probably have died of sheer frustration. Jumping from reversion level 1 to reversion level 2 in just 10 days, core disciples might not even achieve that. And this happened in the servant district, where spiritual energy was extremely thin. During these 10 days, Qin Yujie had indeed drawn many good things from his system, including a top-grade earth-tier sword technique called the 4 Seasons Sword Method. The 4 Seasons Sword Method consisted of 4 moves: spring rain drizzling, scorching summer sun, chilly autumn wind, and winter snow blanketing. Each move corresponded to a season and possessed extraordinary power. Because this martial skill was obtained through system check-in, Qin Yujie instantly mastered it to perfection. A perfected earth-tier sword technique, combined with the undying sword body's enhancement to sword cultivation skills, made even Qin Yujie himself unaware of its true power. In the reversion realm, he was likely invincible. Even if he faced a cultivator at the early stage of the heavenly realm, Qin Yujie was confident he could kill them instantly. After all, the undying sword body was a top-tier constitution, providing absurdly powerful enhancement to sword techniques. While an ordinary cultivator could unleash 100% of a sword skill's potential, a cultivator with the undying sword body could unleash around 1000%. That was incomparable. In addition to the 4 Seasons Sword Method, Qin Yujie had also drawn a top-grade earth-tier weapon, the Azure Lotus Sword. Rising from mud unstained, washed in clear ripples without pretense. Indeed, this Azure Lotus Sword lives up to its name. The Azure Lotus Sword had a faint bluish hue throughout, slightly transparent, resembling a piece of fine jade, noble yet elegant, impossible to put down. This truly is an exceptional sword, Qin Yujie said, stroking the blade with both hands, excitement evident in his voice. With his current strength, this sword would serve him well for a long time. Besides these 2 items, he'd also acquired several supreme pills with special functions: antidote pills, disguise pills, body reinforcing pills, youth preserving pills, and others. Since he didn't need them immediately, Qin Yujie stored them inside the system. Just then, a knocking sound came from outside Qin Yujie's door, short and urgent, clearly indicating haste. Master Qin, are you there? I have urgent news to report, came Zhou Ying's anxious voice from outside. Qin Yujie knew something serious must have happened. Otherwise, Zhou Ying wouldn't have come looking for him. He opened the door and saw Zhou Ying standing there, disheveled and battered. What shocked him even more was the deep, ghastly wound on her arm, one that nearly severed it completely. What happened? Qin Yujie asked, frowning slightly. He couldn't imagine who in the servant district would dare lay a hand on Zhou Ying. After all, she was the appointed supervisor of the servants district. Even if they disregarded her, they should still respect the person behind her, himself. Who dared act so recklessly? Master Qin, just now 3 people arrived at our west district. They're the supervisors from the east, south, and north districts. They came aggressively, saying they were here looking for you. I think you should flee quickly, Zhou Ying urged urgently. The servant district of Tianyuan Sect was divided into 4 sections: east, west, south, and north. Normally, each supervisor managed their own area without interfering with the others. The fact that 3 of them came together like this clearly meant ill intent. Qin Yujie had stayed only in the west district and had never met these 3 before, so it was impossible he had offended them directly. After a moment's thought, he realized one person: Zhao Chong, the outer sect disciple. Qin Yujie was almost certain Zhao Chong must have learned about Qian Fugui's death. But since he didn't dare attack openly in the servant district himself, he sent the 3 supervisors to deal with Qin Yujie instead. What does Zhao Chong have against me? I've done nothing to offend him. Why keep sending people to kill me? Qin Yujie wondered in confusion. But then he thought again, never mind. Whatever comes, I'll meet it. As long as my strength is great enough, there's nothing to fear. He stopped dwelling on such confusing matters. With that thought, Qin Yujie asked, what level are those 3? 2 at peak Qi, gathering level 9, 1 at peak Qi, gathering level 8. All 3 are stronger than Qian Fugui. Even if you're at the reversion realm, you wouldn't be able to defeat them together, Zhou Ying said. She had never seen Qin Yujie's true power and thus had no idea how strong he actually was. Here, take this pill. It will help heal your wounds. Leave the rest to me, Qin Yujie said, retrieving a supreme-grade body-reinforcing pill from his system and handing it to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying carefully took the pill with both hands, her face filled with shock. She never imagined she'd one day possess a supreme-grade pill. Looking at the pill in her palm, its rich color and intricate pill patterns visible, she merely inhaled its fragrance and instantly felt her pain lessen significantly. Young Master Qin, this supreme-grade body-reinforcing pill is too precious. I can't accept it, Zhou Ying said. Though she desperately wanted it, excitement hadn't clouded her judgment. She struggled inwardly for a moment before finally refusing. Enough, this pill is nothing special to me. If you don't treat your wound now, your life will be in danger, Qin Yujie said casually. In that case, many thanks, young Master Qin. Zhou Ying, reminded of her injuries, quickly swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating to heal herself. Qin Yujie had drawn several bottles of the supreme-grade body-reinforcing pills from his system, 10 pills per bottle. Giving away one truly meant nothing to him. Of course, Qin Yujie wasn't doing this purely out of kindness. He wouldn't hand them out to just anyone. It was mainly because Zhou Ying seemed trustworthy, and despite her severe injury, she had risked her life to warn him to flee, proof enough of her integrity. Standing outside the door, Qin Yujie watched from afar as 3 figures rapidly approached. 2 at peak Qi gathering level 9, 1 at peak Qi gathering level 8. This was already the strongest lineup in the servant district. However, Outer Sect disciple Zhao Chong clearly hadn't anticipated that Qin Yujie would break through to Reversion Realm's 2nd stage in such a short time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent these 3 here to their deaths. In moments, the 3 arrived directly before Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, you're quite something. Actually killing Qian Fuguei. No wonder someone told us all 3 to deal with you together, said Sun Yidong, somewhat surprised. Sun Yidong was the West District Servant Supervisor at the peak of Qi gathering level 8. My guess is correct. You were sent by Outer Sect disciple Zhao Chong, Qin Yujie said offhandedly. Qin Yujie, let me tell you straight. He offended senior brother Zhao. Today is your day to die. Zhao Shangyang sneered down at Qin Yujie with a cruel smile. Zhao Shangyang was the East District Servant Supervisor at the peak of Qi gathering level 9. I think we're overdoing this. I alone could kill him easily, Li Yunda said disdainfully. Li Yunda was the South District Servant Supervisor, also at the peak of Qi gathering level 9. The 3 formed a triangular formation, surrounding Qin Yujie completely. The situation appeared dire, the battle seemingly about to erupt at any second. By now, numerous curious servant disciples had gathered around. With such a commotion, it was impossible not to draw attention. What's going on? Qin Yujie actually angered the supervisors of the other 3 districts. Now he'll surely meet a miserable end, one servant disciple said, almost gleeful. Yeah, even though Qin Yujie is strong, compared to these seasoned powerhouses, there's still a huge gap, another added. I know Li Yunda. He's reached peak Qi gathering level 9. He's the strongest warrior in the entire servant district. And Zhao Shangyang? I heard he's also at peak Qi gathering level 9, and ruthless in nature. His methods are 100 times more brutal than Qian Fuguei's. If Qin Yujie falls into his hands, he'll probably be torn apart without a corpse left behind. Qin Yujie's been too arrogant lately. Maybe the 3 of them simply dislike him and want to teach him a lesson. Poor Qin Yujie, just rose to prominence, and now he's about to perish before achieving anything. The onlookers gazed at Qin Yujie with pity, all believing there was no way he could stand against the 3. Yet Qin Yujie stood there, utterly indifferent to them, his aloof attitude only fanning their fury. Zhao Shangyang sized up Qin Yujie and sneered coldly. Qin Yujie, death awaits you today. In your next life, open your eyes wider, don't offend those you shouldn't. Qin Yujie replied calmly. If the 3 of you hadn't come looking for trouble, you might have lived a while longer. Now, you'll just have to go join Qian Fuguei. Qin Yujie, don't think killing Qian Fuguei makes you invincible. I can kill him just as easily, Zhao Shangyang scoffed. Fine. I don't have time to waste words with you. All 3 of you, use your most powerful techniques and attack together. Otherwise, once I move, you won't even get a chance to strike, Qin Yujie said indifferently, as if the 3 before him were mere dogs and cats, not even worth his attention. Good. Since you're so eager to die, we'll give it our all. But with such force, you'll certainly be shattered to pieces. No bones left intact. Zhao Shangyang laughed hysterically, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Suddenly, the laughter stopped dead. In an instant, all 3 unleashed their most powerful martial techniques, rushing toward Qin Yujie. It turned out Zhao Shangyang was extremely cunning. He had deliberately burst into loud laughter to lower the enemy's guard, secretly signaling the others to prepare their attacks. Then, cutting his laughter short, he launched his assault immediately, an ambush that might trap an ordinary cultivator. Zhao Shangyang's technique was the feather transformation palm. He struck out with a palm, causing the spiritual energy in the sky to swirl wildly before instantly condensing into a massive golden hand. The giant golden palm had its 5 fingers slightly spread, each finger as thick as a man's body, radiating shocking power and terrifying momentum. Go! With a loud shout from Zhao Shangyang, the golden palm surged forward with overwhelming force, rapidly bearing down on Qin Yujie. Chapter 6. The Power of a Single Sword. Sun Yidong wielded a blade, unleashing his martial skill, the flow-cutting knife technique. With a single slash, a massive stream of water formed in the sky. The current rapidly spiraled, transforming instantly into a roaring water dragon. The water dragon was awe-inspiring, ferocious, and terrifying. At the same moment, Li Yunada unleashed his famed tiger fist art. With one punch, a gigantic tiger took shape in midair. The fierce tiger let out a long, thunderous roar toward the heavens, then leapt forward like a mountain descending, charging straight at Qin Yujie. 3 overwhelming attacks surged forth with earth-shaking force and astonishing power. Numerous servant disciples were knocked to the ground by the residual shockwaves. Some weaker ones spat blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. What incredible strength! Qin Yujie is surely finished now, gasped a shocked servant disciple. These 3 attacks are terrifying. Not just all 3 together. Even any one of them alone would be impossible for Qin Yujie to withstand, another added. At peak 9th level of Gathering Vein, they're virtually invincible below the Origin Return realm. Just the afterblow of these attacks overwhelmed me. If I were directly hit, I'd be utterly pulverized. Surrounding servant disciples watched in horror and whispered among themselves. Qin Yujie looked up at the 3 incoming attacks, then sneered disdainfully. Mere parlor tricks. Today, I'll let you taste the true might of my 4 Seasons sword art. 4 Seasons sword art, blazing summer sun. With a single sword stroke, a colossal sun rose in the sky, blazing fiercely, its radiance blinding. Temperature around them skyrocketed under the sun's glare. The pond nearby boiled instantly, evaporated completely, and dried up in seconds. The giant solar orb hung high above their heads, shining with brilliant light. Despair and terror flashed across the 3 cultivators' faces. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes beneath the scorching heat, obliterated without a trace. Pathetic, Qin Yujie said coolly as he sheathed the lotus blade. The surrounding servant disciples stood dumbfounded, too stunned to speak. They had known Qin Yujie was strong, but never imagined he could be this powerful. Was this even human? This. One servant disciple stuttered, face pale with shock. Overwhelmed, he couldn't finish his sentence. Slap me right now, am I dreaming? Did Qin Yujie really eliminate all 3 of them with just one sword strike? Were those 3 made of paper? Another cried out in disbelief. That sword move was too powerful. I think Qin Yujie actually held back. If not, we'd have been incinerated along with them. Yes, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Master Qin's abilities. He is peerless in the world. How could he ever lose? Not only is Master Qin mighty, but he's also so exceptionally handsome. Wait, what was that phrase again? I can't recall it. You mean on the path, men are like jade. The young master stands unmatched in the world. Clearly, you were uneducated from childhood. Exactly, that's precisely what I meant. On the path, men are like jade. The young master stands unmatched in the world. That line feels tailor-made for Master Qin. The crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with utter adoration, buzzing with praise. Even Qin Yujie himself hadn't expected the 4 Seasons sword art to be this powerful. He had merely swung casually, using less than 1/10 of his true strength. Sigh, a true master is always lonely, Qin Yujie murmured softly. With a flicker, he vanished back into his courtyard, lying down on a wicker chair, closing his eyes to rest. Everyone watched his elegant silhouette disappear, awestruck and deeply reverent. After Qin Yujie killed the 3 steward disciples, his reputation spread swiftly throughout the servant district. Especially that heaven-shaking sword strike, it became more legendary with every retelling. Currently, the strongest disciples in the servant area barely reached 7th level of Gathering Vein. Here, Qin Yujie stood undisputed as the supreme expert. In the outer sect area of Tianyuan Sect, that Qin Yujie was originally a useless waste. Now he's actually broken through to the Origin Return realm. Too bad I can't openly kill him myself. Otherwise, he'd have been dead long ago, Zhao Chong said with helpless frustration. This Qin Yujie was assigned to be secretly eliminated. They don't dare act openly, probably still fearful of something, agreed the man beside Zhao Chong. We don't need to concern ourselves too much. Now that he's reached Origin Return, he'll eventually become an outer sect disciple. Then we can deal with him properly. If covert assassination won't work, then we'll meet him fair and square on the life and death dueling platform. Even if he has backing, there's nothing they can do once he dies honorably in combat. Zhao Chong snorted coldly, then fell silent. Back in the servant district, within a luxurious courtyard, Qin Yujie lay on a wicker chair, holding a pot of wine, sipping as he closed his eyes in quiet relaxation. Sunlight shone upon his face, and he wore an expression of pure contentment. Around him stood 4 female servant disciples of notably pleasing appearance, massaging his shoulders and back. Ever since Qin Yujie had slain the 3 steward disciples with a single sword stroke, the entire servant district had been unified under his influence. Truth be told, among the female disciples in the servant area, there were indeed several of exceptional beauty. Of course, Qin Yujie would never stoop to oppressing or harassing anyone. First, because he was not that kind of person, and second, because he simply wasn't interested. All he asked of them was light service, massages, pouring tea, bringing water, nothing more. Yet even so, the threshold of Qin Yujie's courtyard nearly broke from how often it was crossed. After all, who wouldn't admire such a prodigious young cultivator, handsome, towering in talent, and peerless in strength? A little harder on the left shoulder. Yes, that's perfect, Qin Yujie murmured, enjoying himself as he gave instructions. A bit lighter on the right leg, exactly there. He took another sip of wine before speaking again. Master, open your mouth. At that moment, a delicate hand extended forward, offering a peeled grape into Qin Yujie's lips. This grape was called Xian Jade grape, a type of mysterious great spirit fruit capable of aiding cultivation. It was something he had obtained recently through system check-ins. Likewise, the wine in Qin Yujie's hand was called Drunken Spirit Nectar, also acquired from the system. Drunken Spirit Nectar was brewed from over 100 types of yellow-grade spirit fruits, a concoction unobtainable in this world, existing only within the system. This harmonious scene stirred envy among the surrounding servant disciples. I only regret I wasn't born a woman. Otherwise, I'd be giving Master Qin a foot massage too, one male disciple said wistfully. Yes, I wish I could serve Master Qin tea and water. But alas, I'm just too fat, sighed a female disciple helplessly. Watching the scene unfold in Qin Yujie's courtyard, many servant disciples felt as though they'd taken a devastating spiritual blow. I want to be massaged by beautiful women too, cried countless male disciples inwardly as they gazed at Qin Yujie. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by, and Qin Yujie had smoothly broken through to the third level of the Origin Return realm. On this day, while still enjoying his massage, suddenly a ding rang out. Congratulations to the host. Check-in complete in the Tianyuan Sect's servant district. Please proceed to the outer sect of Tianyuan Sect for continued check-ins. Over the past half-month, Qin Yujie had acquired many valuable rewards, various rare spirit fruits, high-tier pills, and though no martial skills or cultivation techniques lately, the other items had been more than sufficient. It seems time has come to enter the outer sect. The rule of Tianyuan Sect states that anyone who breaks through to the Origin Return realm before age 30 may become an outer sect disciple. I'm only 18, well within requirements. Qin Yujie slowly opened his eyes, rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, then turned to the 4 girls beside him. Tomorrow, I shall enter the outer sect of Tianyuan Sect. Here are 4 top-grade Pei Yuan pills, 1 each. Also, take this bunch of Xian Jade grapes and share them amongst yourselves. Having spoken, he gestured for them to leave. Thank you, Master Qin. The 4 women knelt down, their voices trembling with gratitude. They didn't dare hope he would take them along. After all, someone like Qin Yujie was a genius far beyond their reach, someone they couldn't even dream of accompanying. On the path, men are like jade. The young master stands unmatched in the world. To have met Master Qin is already a great fortune. We are fully content. The 4 young women cast one final glance at Qin Yujie before quietly withdrawing. The night was especially tranquil. In a flash, Qin Yujie appeared before a house. Inside, a girl sat deep in cultivation. This was Zhou Ying. Silently, Qin Yujie left behind some cultivation resources for her, then vanished without a trace. Back in his own courtyard, Qin Yujie took a sip of wine, then lay back on the wicker chair, drifting peacefully into slumber. Chapter 7. Entering the Outer Sect. The next day, Qin Yujie rose from the wicker chair, stretched lazily, and casually went through a set of boxing moves to loosen his muscles. This wicker chair is truly a wonderful thing. No matter how tired you are, sleeping on it ensures you wake up refreshed every time. Qin Yujie folded up his house and stored it in his system space before leaving the servant area with elegant ease. His tall, straight figure receded into the distance like a peerless sword ready to be drawn. The Tianyuan Sect spanned dozens of miles, with rolling mountains and vast grounds. The servant area was merely a tiny fraction of the entire sect. Along the way, Qin Yujie sipped fine wine while admiring the beautiful scenery, thoroughly enjoying himself. After 2 hours, he finally left the servant zone and arrived at the entrance to the outer sect. It looks like I need to cultivate a movement technique soon. Traveling would be much faster, and I'd also be more agile in battle. Qin Yujie realized his shortcomings. 2 outer sect disciples standing guard at the gate saw Qin Yujie approaching and immediately blocked his path, speaking disdainfully. Servant disciples aren't allowed into the outer sect area unless they've broken through to the Guanyuan realm or possess an access token. Seeing the servant robes on Qin Yujie, a flicker of contempt flashed in their eyes, and their attitudes instantly became arrogant. In any sect, servant disciples held no status. In a world that revered martial cultivators, someone lacking talent and strength could never expect respect or attention. The 2 guards radiated a thick aura. Both were first-layer Guanyuan realm warriors. Any ordinary servant disciple attempting to force entry would undoubtedly face severe consequences. However, their strength was trivial to Qin Yujie, likely defeatable in a single move. Yet he saw no reason to act so recklessly. My cultivation has already reached the 3rd layer of the Guanyuan realm. Please verify, Qin Yujie said calmly. He released his aura, which surged upward steadily until stabilizing at the 3rd layer of the Guanyuan realm. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Qin Yujie, the 2 guards turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces. 3rd layer of the Guanyuan realm. Congratulations, senior brother. Welcome to the outer sect as an official outer disciple. You just need to register your details. One of the duty disciples quickly changed his tone, now smiling deferentially. Yes, senior brother has already reached the 3rd layer of the Guanyuan realm. Such extraordinary talent. We failed to recognize greatness when we saw it. Please forgive our rudeness, the other hastily added. No problem. You're only doing your duty, Qin Yujie replied calmly. After registering his information, Qin Yujie received an identification badge and 2 sets of clothing before departing. The outer sect area of the Tianyuan Sect was expansive, stretching endlessly with lush greenery. The spiritual energy here was nearly 3 times denser than in the servant area, and numerous cultivation aids existed, training chambers, photo tower, alchemy rooms, and more. Thus, every servant disciple in the Tianyuan Sect dreamed of one day becoming an outer sect disciple. If the servant area is like a village, then the outer sect is like a county town, Qin Yujie remarked with deep feeling. System, check-in. Now inside the outer sect, Qin Yujie could check in again. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth rank upper tier martial skill, half-step chasing cicada. Another Earth rank upper tier martial skill, and a movement technique at that. My weakness is instantly resolved. Qin Yujie felt a surge of excitement. Ordinary cultivators needed to progress through 4 stages: introductory, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection, to master any martial skill. But thanks to the system's wisdom pouring ability, Qin Yujie could instantly reach perfection. Legend says the ancient giant cicadas could fly 10,000 miles with a single flap of their wings. To catch up with them in half a step shows just how incredible this technique is. The higher one's cultivation level, the more powerful this technique becomes. Currently at the Guanyuan realm, I probably can't unleash its full potential, but even so, with a single step, I can almost instantly move about a kilometer. Earth rank techniques are indeed powerful. Though they consume more yuan energy than ordinary skills, my foundation is solid, and my energy reserves are naturally thicker than average cultivators. This won't be an issue for me. Qin Yujie took a step forward and instantly traveled nearly a kilometer to another location. Using half-step chasing cicada repeatedly, Qin Yujie soon arrived at a crowded area. I've reached the Photo Tower. I heard there are rewards for successfully clearing the tower, but since I just entered the outer sect today, I should stay low-key for a while. I'll come back later when the time is right. After some thought, Qin Yujie decided not to enter the Photo Tower. The Photo Tower had a total of 33 levels and was designed for Guanyuan realm cultivators. Legend had it that anyone who cleared all 33 levels during the Guanyuan realm would receive the ultimate reward. Moreover, once a cultivator advanced to the Tianyuan realm, they lost eligibility to attempt the tower. This was established 1,000 years ago by the founding patriarch of the Tianyuan Sect. However, in the past 1,000 years, not a single outer sect disciple had ever cleared the Photo Tower. Each level of the Photo Tower had one or more guards, each stronger than the last. The earlier levels were relatively easy, but beyond the 22nd level, the guards became warriors at the first layer of the Tianyuan realm, growing progressively stronger thereafter. As for the 33rd level, no one knew what realm its guardian might be in. It was simply too terrifying to imagine. The highest recorded clearance so far was the 28th level. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered around the Photo Tower because Lin Qinin, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the outer sect, was preparing to attempt the tower today, drawing spectators from all around. Lin Qinin, the acknowledged beauty of the outer sect, was not only stunningly attractive, but her long, graceful legs and slender waist created a perfect golden ratio, truly a masterpiece sculpted by heaven itself. Of course, in a world ruled by martial cultivators, strength determined status. Lin Qinin wasn't just unmatched in beauty, she was also exceptionally strong. At such a young age, she had already reached the 7th layer of the Guanyuan realm, ranking 3rd among outer sect disciples. First place belonged to Zhao Chong, who had reached the 8th layer of the Guanyuan realm. Second place went to Zhou Taoyuan, also at the 8th layer. Fourth place was Wu Yanling, at the 6th layer. These four were collectively known as the 4 elites of the outer sect. Among the top 10 ranked experts in the outer sect, even the lowest ranked possessed cultivation at the 4th layer of the Guanyuan realm. The outer sect truly hides dragons and tigers. My cultivation at the 3rd layer of the Guanyuan realm isn't even enough to break into the top 10. It seems my current strength still falls short, but I believe it won't be long before I surpass them all, Qin Yujie said with a faint, confident smile. Hey, brother, you look new. I bet you haven't been in the outer sect very long, right? A plump man beside Qin Yujie grinned slyly. That's right. I entered the outer sect today, Qin Yujie replied, rubbing his nose lightly with a smile. Brother, we're fated to meet. I happen to have a handbook featuring the 4 beauties of the outer sect. It details their personalities and preferences. If you play your cards right and cater to their tastes, I'm sure you'll win one over, the fat man whispered mischievously, pulling out a small booklet from his storage pouch and waving it in front of Qin Yujie. The 4 beauties of the outer sect. Qin Yujie asked, puzzled. Exactly. Lin Qinin is the number 1 beauty, cold and aloof, quite difficult to approach. But the other 3 are more outgoing and easier to charm. Interested? Only 100 points, the man chuckled. Points? What use do points have? Qin Yujie asked curiously. I forgot you just joined the outer sect today. Let me educate you for free then. Points are the universal currency within the Tianyuan Sect, used by both inner and outer sect members alike. You need points for everything related to cultivation. You need points to enter training chambers, to buy items at stores, to exchange for techniques and manuals at the scripture pavilion. In fact, without points, life in the outer sect is nearly impossible, the fat man explained. How does one earn points then? Qin Yujie, grateful to have met such an unusually talkative and helpful soul, asked quickly. Brother, you came to the right person. There are 4 main ways to earn points in the outer sect. First, completing sect missions. Second, clearing levels in the Photo Tower. Third, trading goods freely or setting up stalls. Fourth, fighting on the arena for wagers. Alright then, I'll take that book on the 4 beauties. But I'll owe you the points for now. Once I get some, I'll pay you back. Fine, brother. I can tell you're someone special. With my guidebook, those beauties will surely fall into your arms. You'll thank me later. Just then, Lin Qinin turned her head and spotted the chubby man, her expression instantly turning icy cold. Zheng Nanhua, you dare sell those strategy guides again? Seems I didn't beat you enough last time, snapped the girl beside Lin Qinin, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet suddenly. The girl was Wu Yanling, a warrior at the 6th layer of the Guanyuan realm and one of the 4 beauties. Her personality was sharp and fiery, with a slight tendency toward violence, but perhaps due to complementary temperaments, she shared a close bond with Lin Qinin. This book isn't mine. This brother here tried to sell it to me, but I refused. He insisted on giving it to me. Zheng Nanhua immediately switched his demeanor, then flashed away like a shadow, vanishing in an instant. What the hell? Qin Yujie stood there stunned by the bizarre turn of events. Watching the fat man disappear into the distance, he finally broke into a faint smile. Well, that fellow's movement technique isn't bad. He certainly knows how to escape fast. Next time we meet, I'll settle this. Chapter 8. Lin Qinin, the Zither devotee. Everyone looked at Qin Yujie with sympathetic eyes, as if already anticipating that he might get badly beaten up next. Senior sister, you've got the wrong idea. I only joined the outer sect today, Qin Yujie said with a smile, rubbing his nose and explaining to Lin Qinin. Lin Qinin glanced at Qin Yujie with mild disgust, then frowned slightly and replied coldly, "Never mind. Lucky for you. We'll let you off this time." Wu Yanling waved her fist threateningly and growled. Everyone knew Zheng Nanhua's reputation. He had been secretly selling those 4 great beauty strategy charts for quite some time now, making a fortune in sect points. Lin Qinin wasn't blindly accusing Qin Yujie without cause. With that, Lin Qinin turned and entered the pagoda tower. Wow, senior sister Lin has entered the pagoda tower. I wonder how far she'll reach today, one disciple said admiringly. Last time she reached the 18th level. Maybe today she'll make it to the 19th, another chimed in. The top beauty of the outer sect, if only someone could win her heart. She's not only incredibly strong, but stunningly beautiful too. I'd love to live off her support, a male disciple sighed dreamily. Don't even dream about it. Zhao Chong, the #1 disciple in the outer sect, is already pursuing Lin Qinin. Rumor has it he's made it clear. Anyone who dares approach her is declaring war on him. Another guy said bitterly. Zhao Chong is already a grade 8 Guanyuan realm warrior. It seems Lin Qinin won't be able to escape his grasp after all. Not necessarily. Lin Qinin is exceptionally talented and powerful. While she might not defeat Zhao Chong in a direct fight, he can't force himself on her. There's no way he'd succeed. Besides, I heard her family background is outstanding. Her clan holds great influence in Zuxian City. Yeah, and the outer sect strictly prohibits killing among disciples unless it's on the life and death arena. If caught violating this rule, one would have their cultivation forcibly stripped. Zhao Chong wouldn't dare go too far. The crowd around the pagoda tower chattered excitedly, each adding their own opinions. Look, Lin Qinin has already broken through the first level and reached the second so quickly. One disciple, glancing at the tower, exclaimed in shock. Lin Qinin is truly amazing. Lin Qinin follows the Tao through zither music. She's known as the Zither devotee. All her martial techniques are based on musical principles. Look, she's already passed the second level and entered the third. How fast? Lin Qinin is definitely a genius. The annual outer sect competition is only 3 months away. She's bound to enter the inner sect this time. Yeah, we should work harder too. As the competition was mentioned, everyone grew serious and determined. Lin Qinin is indeed incredibly strong, yet she's still ranked 3rd. Just how powerful must Zhao Chong, the top-ranked disciple, be? Still, if they faced me, neither would pose much of a threat. Qin Yujie mused silently. There are too many people here today. Next time, I'll come back when it's less crowded to attempt the pagoda tower, Qin Yujie thought, scanning the crowd before activating Banbu Jue Chan, vanishing in a flash. Soon, Qin Yujie arrived at a bustling street. On both sides stood various shops filled with dazzling wares. On the other side lay an open area packed with stalls, teeming with people, a lively scene indeed. This is where outer sect disciples freely trade. I should sell a few things first and earn some points, Qin Yujie decided. He walked to a secluded corner, looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then pulled out a disguise pill and swallowed it. This disguise pill was a high-grade elixir capable of instantly altering one's appearance, including voice and body shape, at will. With this pill, I can change my form however I wish, even transform into Lin Qinin herself. Though the effect lasts no more than 1 hour at most, Qin Yujie chuckled. Then, shifting into Zheng Nanhua's appearance, he strutted confidently out into the open. Qin Yujie casually found a spot, sat on the ground, and placed 2 jade vials before him, each containing a single pill, one a top-grade Dingyan pill, the other a top-grade Peiyuan pill. Step right up, don't miss out. Selling 2 rare supreme pills, parting with them painfully, 1 supreme Peiyuan pill, 1 supreme Dingyan pill. Qin Yujie called out casually. Immediately, a crowd gathered around. Zheng Nanhua, are these pills real or fake? Someone who seemed familiar with him asked suspiciously. Everyone who knows me understands. Zheng Nanhua never sells counterfeit goods. Take, for example, my previously sold 4 great beauty strategy chart. That was a handcrafted masterpiece, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Zheng Nanhua, you're still daring enough to sell those beauty strategy charts? Aren't you afraid Lin Qinin will come after you? Another person sneered. What's there to fear? Lin Qinin may be the top beauty, but I, Zheng Nanhua, declare right here and now, I'll conquer her someday. Qin Yujie said with a laugh. Zheng Nanhua, you're really talking big. If Lin Qinin finds out, you're done for. People around muttered, staring at him as if something about the fat man today felt off. Enough talk, take a look at my pills. Supreme grade elixirs like these are extremely rare. This supreme Peiyuan pill is practically a lifesaver for cultivators at the Guanyuan realm. With this pill, you can survive even in life or death moments. And as for this supreme Dingyan pill, need I say more? It locks one's beauty in place forever, perfect to give to the woman you love or your cultivation partner. Name one woman who could resist such a gift. Alright, let the bidding begin. Highest bidder wins. After finishing his pitch, Qin Yujie sat quietly, waiting for offers. I'll bid 1,000 points, someone called out. 1,100, another chimed in. 2,000. 2,500. 3,000. 3,500, 4,000, 5,000. In no time, the price soared to 5,000. Particularly the female disciples stared at the Dingyan pill, utterly captivated. I bid 6,000. Eventually, both pills were sold for 6,000 points to a female cultivator. Qin Yujie rose to his feet, then vanished in a flash. To the onlookers, it was as if he had dissolved into thin air. Incredible speed. Yeah, I didn't even see how he left. Is he human or ghost? Moving that fast in broad daylight, it's terrifying. The crowd stood in shock, staring at the spot where Qin Yujie had disappeared. Shortly after, a group arrived. Every one of them strikingly beautiful, led by none other than Wu Yanling, whom Qin Yujie had just encountered earlier. That Zheng Nanhua has some nerve, boasting openly about conquering our senior sister Lin. He slipped away this time, but next time we see him, we beat him senseless. Wu Yanling snarled. They came as quickly as they left, marching off in a grand procession not long after. That's Qingyu Gang. The three leading figures are among the four great beauties of the outer sect, one curious disciple remarked. They call them the four beauties, but the other three can't even compare to Lin Qinin. There's no competition, she's on a completely different level. True, the Qingyu Gang, though entirely made up of women, isn't to be trifled with. Zheng Nanhua might not die from this, but he'll definitely get skinned alive. Chapter 9. Conflict arises again. Shortly, Qin Yujie reverted to his original appearance, and then strode confidently into the cultivation chamber. The concentration of spiritual energy here is excellent, truly a great place for cultivation. Qin Yujie looked at the building in front of him, as large as a football field, and stepped inside. Hello, I need one cultivation room. Qin Yujie said to a disciple responsible for registration. Senior brother, our cultivation rooms come in 3 grades, high grade, mid grade, and low grade. A high grade room costs 1,000 points per day, mid grade 500, and low grade 200, replied the registration disciple. Give me a high grade room for 6 days. Qin Yujie transferred 6,000 points to the registration disciple and received a room number, room 10. Senior brother, 10 means room 10. Also, we only recognize the token, not the person. You should keep your token safe, the registration disciple added, noticing Qin Yujie was new. It was rare to see someone like Qin Yujie who could casually spend 6,000 points on cultivation. After all, cultivation wasn't the only place where points were needed. Most disciples saved their points carefully. Who would be so extravagant? Alright, thanks. Just as Qin Yujie took his token, 3 people blocked his path. Young brother, I'm Shun Jiming, ranked 7th. Recently, I've gained some insight in my cultivation and wish to use a high-grade chamber for practice. Would you kindly give up your spot? Shun Jiming and his 2 companions smirked at Qin Yujie with ill intent. Others around looked at Qin Yujie with sympathy. This sort of ambush was nothing new to them. He bought 6 full days of high-grade time. This guy must be naive and loaded. A nearby disciple muttered, glancing at Qin Yujie and shaking his head pityingly. Yeah, just handing out money like that. Shun Jiming's cultivation level has reached Guanyuan realm, 4th rank. He's ranked 7th. No one below the top 6 can beat him. Not to mention, he often bullies weaker disciples. His reputation throughout the outer sect is terrible. The 2 beside him are both Guanyuan realm, 3rd rank. Together, even a 5th rank warrior might not stand a chance against them. Qin Yujie stared coldly at the 3 before him and calmly uttered a single word. Scram. The moment those words fell, the surrounding chatter ceased abruptly. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief. It's been a long time since someone dared speak to me like that. While I can't kill you directly under sect rules, crippling both your legs is still well within my rights, Shun Jiming sneered, his face darkening. Just hurry up and attack already, Qin Yujie said impatiently, picking his ear. Fine. I'll make sure you regret being alive for the rest of your life. With a roar, Shun Jiming lunged forward with a punch. That's Shun Jiming's ultimate skill, Lightning Fist, someone cried out in shock. The Lightning Fist moves as fast as lightning. Many have fallen before they could even react. And it's not just speed, the power behind it is immense. Last time, a single punch crippled someone permanently. Seeing Qin Yujie seemingly frozen in fear, Shun Jiming grinned arrogantly. At your level, daring to provoke me? You're asking for death, he sneered, watching his fist connect with Qin Yujie's body with satisfaction. Once again, the onlookers were stunned by Shun Jiming's speed. Is Qin Yujie paralyzed with fear? He didn't even move. Yeah, at least try to resist, standing there like a log. The crowd shook their heads sadly, thinking Qin Yujie had lost his wits. Then, an astonished voice rang out. You're all fooled. Shun Jiming is no match for Qin Yujie at all. What? Impossible, others exclaimed. Just keep watching, you'll see soon enough, the speaker said, turning his full attention back to the fight. In the blink of an eye, as Qin Yujie's body exploded from the impact, Shun Jiming finally realized something was wrong. No, this isn't Qin Yujie's real body. It's just an afterimage. Panic surged through him, sweat drenching his back. In truth, Qin Yujie had moved so fast that using his half-step chasing cicada technique, he instantly repositioned himself behind Shun Jiming, leaving only a residual blur where he once stood. Neither Shun Jiming nor the crowd had noticed the shift at first. This man's speed, terrifying. I couldn't even follow it. Shun Jiming thought, a wave of dread washing over him. Only realized it now? Too late. Qin Yujie sneered and threw a punch straight at Shun Jiming's back. Damn, I can't dodge in time. Shun Jiming had no chance to react. But I'm already at the 4th rank of Guanyuan realm. seeing that he's only at the 3rd rank. Even if he lands a hit, I probably won't be seriously hurt. Shen Jiming was quite confident in his defense. His judgment wasn't wrong. In general, a 3rd rank Guanyuan cultivator's internal spiritual energy would indeed be far weaker than that of someone at the 4th rank. But Qin Yujie was no ordinary cultivator. His foundation was exceptionally solid, and his reservoir of spiritual energy was immensely vast. Even compared to a peak 9th rank Guanyuan warrior, his reserves were still significantly greater. Boom! With a loud crash, Shen Jiming flew backward and crashed onto the ground, unconscious. This was still Qin Yujie holding back. Otherwise, one punch could have completely obliterated Shen Jiming. Still, although Shen Jiming wasn't dead, he was severely injured, several ribs shattered, and he wouldn't recover for months at the very least. This guy is incredibly strong. Defeated Shen Jiming with just one punch. Yeah, looks like the outer sect won't stay quiet for long. The surrounding disciples stared at Qin Yujie in shock. They had assumed Qin Yujie was surely going to lose, but the reversal came too quickly to comprehend. Do you two still want to fight? Qin Yujie asked calmly, glancing at the remaining two. And no, we don't. Both shook their heads frantically in fear. They were merely 3rd rank Guanyuan warriors, even weaker than Shen Jiming. And given Qin Yujie's astonishing speed, they'd likely be knocked out before they could even get close. After dealing with Shen Jiming, Qin Yujie made his way to room 10. High-grade cultivation rooms like this were surrounded by spirit-gathering arrays, making the concentration of spiritual energy nearly 5 times denser than in ordinary outer sect areas. Cultivation really does burn through money. 6,000 points gone in a blink. Chapter 10, Cultivation Breakthrough. Qin Yujie sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating the evergreen technique. A massive amount of spiritual energy from the surroundings rushed into his body like a hurricane. So refreshing. 6 days later, Qin Yujie's aura grew increasingly powerful, the surrounding spiritual energy growing denser and denser, until suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted from his body. Finally, a terrifying aura surged outward from him. Qin Yujie slowly opened his eyes, a look of delighted surprise on his face. At last, I've broken through to the 4th level of the regathering realm. Given my talent in this top-grade cultivation chamber, I should have reached the 6th level by now. But the evergreen technique emphasizes when water is full, it overflows naturally. One must not be overly eager for speed. Because of cultivating the evergreen technique, my inner true energy is already nearly 10 times that of ordinary cultivators at the same stage. As a result, I also need 10 times more spiritual energy to progress. Qin Yujie slowly stood up and stretched his body. These past 6 days, even though I was focused entirely on cultivation, I didn't miss any daily check-ins. After all, the check-in only required a single silent thought in his mind. It didn't take any time at all. Let's see what rewards I've obtained these past few days. Smiling, Qin Yujie retrieved 6 items from his system. The first was a Heaven-tier finger technique called Piercing Heaven Finger. A low-grade Heaven-tier finger technique. Piercing Heaven Finger consisted of only one move, yet its power was astonishing. This technique required a unique method to condense all one's true energy into a single finger. When perfected, it could form a gigantic finger in midair, capable of devastating force. This technique excels in piercing through defenses with pinpoint precision, delivering an extremely sharp and fierce attack. The stronger my reservoir of true energy, the more destructive it becomes. Aside from my 4-season sword art, I now have another formidable offensive skill. Next, Qin Yujie pulled out another item, a pale blue bead. This was the Spirit Gathering Pearl. As the name suggested, wearing it gathered nearby spiritual energy, greatly accelerating cultivation. This Spirit Gathering Pearl is truly a wonderful item. It increases the concentration of spiritual energy around me by 10-fold, far superior even to the high-grade formation inside this cultivation chamber. It looks like I won't need to come here anymore. I can cultivate right in my own courtyard from now on. Qin Yujie then took out the next item. It was an Earth-tier superior martial skill, Devilching 9 Forms. Devilching 9 Forms contained 9 moves, each more powerful than the last. The 9th move, in particular, possessed earth-shattering might. But this skill is completely useless to me. My 4-season sword art and piercing heaven finger are far stronger, said Qin Yujie with mild helplessness. Could this damn system be trying to get me to seduce Lin Qinin? He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild for a moment. Whatever. More skills never hurt, he shrugged, instantly mastering Devilching 9 Forms. He then pulled out the next item and couldn't help but laugh wryly. Earth-tier superior weapon, the purple jade zither. Wow, not only did it give me a skill related to the zither, but it even provided the weapon? And it's an Earth-tier superior weapon too. Right now, the only other Earth-tier superior weapon I have is the Lotus Blade. With 2 Earth-tier superior weapons now, combined with my sword techniques, finger arts, and zither skills, I can't even imagine how strong I've become. Only 2 items remained, one being a sheet of musical notation, the other a set of clothing. The music scroll contained 5 famous compositions from his previous life. Each piece had special effects. Though none were offensive techniques, for cultivators who walk the path of music, they were exceedingly precious. After all, these 5 pieces didn't exist in this world. They were one-of-a-kind treasures. As for the clothes, they were just ordinary garments, except they looked nice. That was their only advantage. Still, this outfit feels surprisingly comfortable on me. More importantly, it suits my temperament perfectly. I was already handsome to begin with, but now I've become even more striking. Qin Yujie admired himself as he put on the new clothes. Sigh, I could rely solely on my looks, yet I insist on relying on strength. I wonder if the women of this world can resist my charm. If being handsome were a crime, my crimes would already be beyond counting. Qin Yujie muttered narcissistically. The 6-day period had ended. With radiant energy and high spirits, Qin Yujie stepped proudly out of the cultivation chamber. Along the way, he overheard people chattering excitedly, as if some extraordinary event was about to occur. Everyone, hurry to Tianjin Lake. If you're late, there'll be no seats left. Everyone wore flushed excitement, dashing quickly toward Tianjin Lake. Qin Yujie casually grabbed a passing disciple and asked curiously, "Brother Junior, what's happening at Tianjin Lake?" At first, the man was furious at being stopped, but the moment he saw Qin Yujie, his anger vanished instantly. He lowered his head and quickly forced a smile. "Oh, it's Senior Brother Qin. The Qingyu Association is holding a gathering through music event at Tianjin Lake. All 4 of the Outer Sect's famed beauties are there, especially Lin Qinin. She's said to perform a piece that can help improve one's cultivation." The man quickly explained. Word of Qin Yujie's duel with Shun Jiming had spread throughout the entire Outer Sect by now, and Qin Yujie's reputation was rapidly growing. "Oh, I see. You may go then." Qin Yujie released the man, turned around, and vanished in an instant. Whoa, Senior Brother Qin's speed is truly terrifying. The disciple rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the spot where Qin Yujie had just stood, his heart pounding with shock. In no time, Qin Yujie arrived at Tianjin Lake. The lake was vast and already teeming with crowds. Some had come merely for entertainment, others to listen to the zither performance, and still more who were solely interested in seeing the Outer Sect's 4 renowned beauties. At the center of the lake stood a large platform, and within it, an elegant pavilion. Sitting inside the pavilion was a young girl, Lin Qinin. Today, Lin Qinin wore a light green gown. Her jet black hair was tied midway with a delicate green silk ribbon. Her skin was as smooth and supple as milk, her stunning beauty resembling that of a celestial maiden. Most captivating were her long, flawless legs, like a piece of perfect jade, without blemish. Behind Lin Qinin stood 3 young women, all members of the Qingyu Association and themselves beautiful maidens. Yet compared to Lin Qinin, they paled in comparison. Before her sat an antique zither, intricately carved with complex patterns, clearly no ordinary instrument. "Brother Junior, why aren't you at the center? What are you doing lingering on the outskirts?" Qin Yujie asked, turning to the person beside him with mild curiosity. Senior Brother Zhao said only those ranked among the top 10 in strength may enter the central area. The rest of us have to stay on the periphery, the disciple replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Chapter 11. The Music Appreciation Gathering. Qin Yujie glanced at the people gathered in the center of Tianjin Lake, then activated half-step cicada chase, flashing instantly into their midst. His sudden appearance immediately drew everyone's attention, especially his extraordinary aura, which quickly caught the eyes of many female disciples. The few people at the center of Tianjin Lake looked at Qin Yujie and began whispering among themselves. "This guy's movement technique is really impressive. Yeah, but I've never seen him before. He's the one who defeated Shun Jiming with a single punch. Well then, I admit he has the qualification to stand here in the center of Tianjin Lake." Because Qin Yujie had defeated Shun Jiming, everyone acknowledged his strength, so they raised no objections to his presence. Just then, a man of average build and strikingly handsome appearance stepped forward from the front row. His expression dark and cold, he stared at Qin Yujie and said arrogantly, "So you're Qin Yujie? You hit hard. Don't you know Shun Jiming is my man?" This man was Zhao Chong, a rank 8 Guanyuan cultivator and the #1 expert among the outer disciples. "Your man? So you like men?" Qin Yujie deliberately feigned misunderstanding, then hastily stepped back a few paces from Zhao Chong, exclaiming in apparent shock. Those around couldn't help but almost laugh, especially at Qin Yujie's realistic retreat. It was the perfect finishing touch. Even the 3 women behind Lin Qinin couldn't suppress a smile. "I mean, he's under my command." Zhao Chong suppressed his anger, afraid of being misunderstood, and quickly explained. "Even if Shun Jiming is your underling, I'll still beat him. If someone attacks me, I repay them 100-fold. It's that simple," Qin Yujie declared defiantly. Qin Yujie's bold response instantly captured everyone's attention. Were these 2 about to fight right here? Fellow cultivators, Lin Qinin looked at both Qin Yujie and Zhao Chong, then spoke coldly. "Today is our Qingyu Sect's music appreciation gathering. Could you please settle your personal grievances another day?" "Apologies, Senior Sister Lin. It was my fault," Zhao Chong replied, suddenly wearing a confident smile, completely different from his previous demeanor. Both Qin Yujie and Zhao Chong retracted their imposing auras, and the entire Tianjin Lake fell silent. Everyone adjusted their breathing, preparing to listen to the beautiful melodies. After all, Lin Qinin had never held such a music exchange gathering before. She only did so now because her musical cultivation had hit a bottleneck. Except for Lin Qinin, everyone else sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to listen attentively. At that moment, however, Qin Yujie pulled out a rattan chair from his system, lay down on it, and took out a flask of wine to drink leisurely. Even more ridiculously, he summoned a tea table and placed on it a cluster of Xian jade grapes. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie's actions, utterly stunned and unable to react. "Damn it, we're all sitting painfully on the ground, and this guy is lying comfortably on a chair," one person muttered bitterly, watching Qin Yujie's relaxed posture. "Wow, that wine smells incredible. Just from smelling it from afar, I feel my spiritual energy strengthening. I wish I could have just one sip," another disciple said enviously. These are actually Xian-grade spirit fruits, Xianjie grapes. I've only read about them in books. Never thought I'd see them today. If I could get even a few, I could break through to rank 9 Guanyuan, maybe even reach the heavenly realm within days. Zhao Chong eyed the grapes in Qin Yujie's hand, already plotting how to seize them. Qin Yujie lay back in his chair, casually eating grapes and sipping wine, completely at ease. The entire crowd at Tianqin Lake was utterly shocked by Qin Yujie's display. If moments ago Lin Qinin had been the focus of attention, now all eyes were on Qin Yujie. Lin Qinin gave Qin Yujie a surprised glance, then closed her eyes, placed her hands on the zither strings, and prepared to begin playing. A beautiful melody flowed from the ancient zither, and everyone instantly fell silent, drawn into a serene and enchanting realm. When the piece ended, the audience remained spellbound, as if immersed in a beautiful dream, reluctant to awaken. No one knew how long had passed before they slowly returned to reality. Amazing, truly heavenly music. Only senior sister Lin could produce such a breathtaking performance. Zhao Chong stood up, praising enthusiastically. Yes, senior sister Lin's music can actually purify the soul. My recent cultivation fatigue has completely vanished, another disciple said in awe. I believe senior sister Lin must be the reincarnation of the emperor of music. Otherwise, how could she create such sublime melodies? I wish I could hear senior sister Lin play every single day. It had to be said, Lin Qinin was truly a prodigy, only 18 years old, yet her zither skills were already transcendent. As her cultivation advanced, her musical artistry would only grow more formidable. Yet the continuous flow of praise gradually caused Lin Qinin's brows to furrow. I'm playing for you so I can hear your advice, not so you can shower me with flattery, Lin Qinin said coldly. Zhao Chong stood up, smiling as he said, Senior sister Lin, your skill has already reached the level of divine mastery. We wouldn't dare offer critique. However, I recently learned a new composition. Might I ask senior sister Lin to give me some guidance on it? Oh, I'd be all ears, Lin Qinin replied, slightly surprised that Zhao Chong could actually play. Her icy expression softened just a touch. May I borrow your zither, senior sister? Zhao Chong asked politely, yet with confidence. For cultivators who walk the path of music, the zither was their weapon, normally never lent to others. My zither cannot be lent to you. However, we have a shared ancient zither here for exchanges. You may use that one, Lin Qinin said after a moment's thought, ultimately refusing. Of course, my apologies, senior sister. I spoke out of turn, Zhao Chong replied with an awkward smile, his face tinged with slight embarrassment. Qin Yujie watched Zhao Chong with inward disdain. Asterisk this Zhao Chong is really putting an effort to win over women. If he's resorting to flattering her like this, let him enjoy himself for now. The earlier he gets excited, the more satisfying it'll be when his face gets slapped later. Asterisk. Everyone fell silent, preparing to listen to Zhao Chong's performance. Zhao Chong gazed at Lin Qinin's breathtaking figure, his heart fluttering. Asterisk, I spent a fortune acquiring this composition, and I've diligently practiced it for a whole year. It surely will impress Lin Qinin, and if I then present her with the score afterward, she might just be moved. Asterisk. As soon as Zhao Chong began playing, a melody filled with romantic longing flowed from the zither. It seemed to be a piece depicting young love, a tale of a man expressing his affection to a maiden, from initial hesitation to bold confession, culminating in joyful union. Listening to the music, everyone recognized that Zhao Chong possessed solid technique. Though his rendition wasn't as masterful as Lin Qinin's, it was still quite impressive. After all, not everyone could possess Lin Qinin's exceptional genius in the way of the zither. For ordinary people, achieving a level like Zhao Chong's was already commendable. Clearly, Zhao Chong had put considerable effort into his pursuit of romance. Chapter 12, A World-Shaking Melody. After Zhao Chong finished his piece, everyone began to applaud. Many female disciples gazed at him with dreamy eyes. Senior brother Zhao Chong isn't just gifted, handsome too, and most importantly, he plays the guqin so exquisitely. If I were Lin Qinin, I would definitely accept Zhao Chong's advances, one female disciple remarked. I love you, senior brother Zhao, another female disciple boldly confessed. At this moment, Zhao Chong had become the center of attention. Junior sister Lin, how did you find my performance? Zhao Chong asked with an elegant smile. Senior brother Zhao, your skill is truly impressive. It's clear you've practiced diligently. Lin Qinin nodded in honest appraisal. Just as Zhao Chong was about to press his advantage, a discordant laugh rang out across the courtyard. Ha ha, this music is nothing compared to senior sister Lin's voice. Zhao Chong, you actually dare perform such mediocre playing in public? Qin Yujie burst into loud laughter. His words instantly silenced the crowd. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief. How could someone speak so brazenly? Oh really? Since you think so poorly of it, does that mean your own skills surpass mine? Then why don't you play something for us? Zhao Chong sneered coldly. Fine, I'll reluctantly play one piece today. After all, I don't usually perform for others lightly, Qin Yujie replied. His words left everyone stunned. Even Lin Qinin found her beautiful eyes turning toward him involuntarily. Calmly, Qin Yujie retrieved a deep purple jade qin from his system and placed it before him. This instrument looks extremely high quality, superior even to my Jiao Mu qin, Lin Qinin thought. As someone who truly understood the qin, she knew each instrument possessed its own unique aura, and she immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the purple jade qin. Others, however, didn't know better. They merely assumed Qin Yujie was showing off. If you possess such a fine instrument, then surely your skill must be exceptional. I hope you won't disappoint us, Lin Qinin said, watching him intently. She sensed there was something different about Qin Yujie, an unusual presence. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, Qin Yujie took out his wine gourd, tilted his head back for a sip, closed his eyes, and began to play. The sea roars with a single laugh. Tides surge endlessly on both banks. With only these first two lines, the listeners were swept into a vast, ethereal, and carefree world. A look of rapture appeared instinctively on every face. In their mind's eyes, they saw two figures standing beneath the vast sky and boundless ocean, raising their cups in toast, then erupting into a bold, liberating laugh. That state of being, that atmosphere, it stirred deep longing within them. Floating and sinking with the waves, remembering only this day. The sky laughs. Worldly tides rise and fall in haste. Their emotions swayed with the melody. Memories of their martial cultivation journey surfaced. Obstacles, ridicule from others, encouragement from friends and family. Each person experienced it differently. Some broke into unconscious smiles, others burst into tears. Joy, sorrow, anger. Every emotion surged to its peak along with the music. Who wins or loses, only heaven knows. The land laughs, veiled in misty rain afar. When the final note faded, the audience remained entranced by the lingering resonance, unable to snap out of the reverie. No one knew how long they stayed like that before slowly returning to reality. Suddenly, one cultivator's aura flared violently, and spiritual energy surged wildly into his body. My cultivation realm has broken through, the man exclaimed excitedly. Music could cleanse the soul and heal the heart, indeed enabling breakthroughs for some. This particular melody carried profound depth, and when performed on a top-grade earth-tier instrument like the purple jade qin, its effect was magnified even further. Moreover, having cultivated the 9 devilish qin techniques, Qin Yujie's mastery of the qin had surpassed even Lin Qinin's. Thus, his rendition was near perfect. Of course, the impact was strongest upon first hearing. Subsequent listenings would never match that initial power. I've been stuck at the first level of Yuan Return for 3 years. I can't believe I finally broke through today. The man sobbed with emotion, then knelt down before Qin Yujie. Thank you, Master Qin. No words can express my gratitude. From this day forth, should you ever need me, Li Kun will give his life without hesitation. Li Kun declared fervently. Across the gathering, more and more people began to radiate rising auras as they achieved breakthroughs of their own. Damn, I actually advanced from Yuan Return 3rd layer to 4th layer. Zheng Nanhua the fat man said incredulously. Zheng Nanhua had been having a rough few days. Recently, someone impersonated him and said offensive things about Lin Qinin, earning him a beating from members of Qingyu Gang. He'd come today in low spirits, but now, breaking through to Yuan Return 4th layer, joy lit up his face. One by one, the crowd slowly returned to awareness. Many had achieved breakthroughs on the spot, and even those who hadn't still found their cultivation mindset greatly enhanced, something that would benefit their future training immensely. For everyone present, this melody had been nothing short of a rare and precious opportunity. Thank you, Senior Brother Qin. Thanks to young Master Qin. Young Master Qin is truly benevolent and righteous. We will never forget this. People began thanking Qin Yujie one after another. There's no need to thank me, Qin Yujie said calmly. Your breakthroughs came because your cultivation was already at the threshold. It was only your mindset that held you back. Now, having been cleansed and mended by the music, you naturally broke through. This also clearly explained why some broke through while others did not. Take Qin Yujie himself. He had no obstacles in his heart, so he didn't advance in realm, whereas those whose progress had been blocked by inner turmoil were the ones who succeeded. Zhao Chong eyed Qin Yujie warily, thinking inwardly. This man isn't simple at all. He actually masters Qin technique too. Looks like I'll have to deal with him sooner rather than later. Lin Qinin stared at Qin Yujie in shock. She realized her own mindset had improved dramatically, and her cultivation had advanced from Yuan Return 7th layer straight to 8th layer. As someone deeply attuned to the Qin, having started playing at the age of 8, she possessed far greater insight than anyone else present. Therefore, she gained the most from the performance. From this moment on, she stood equal in cultivation level with Zhao Chong and Zhou Taoyuan, both now at Yuan Return 8th layer. As for Zhao Chong and Zhou Taoyuan, neither had broken through this time. At first I thought Senior Brother Zhao's performance was impressive, but compared to young Master Qin, it's several levels below, remarked one disciple, looking at Zhao Chong with clear disdain. Yeah, Zhao Chong really overestimated himself. To dare compare his Qin skill with young Master Qin's is just asking for humiliation, another added in agreement. Keep your voices down. Even if Senior Brother Zhao's musical skill is lacking, his martial power is strong. Don't provoke him, or he might beat us up. Whispers spread throughout the crowd, making Zhao Chong's face grow increasingly dark. Chapter 13, Lin Qinin's shock. Thank you, Senior Brother Qin. Your skill in playing the zither far surpasses mine. I've really embarrassed myself today. Lin Qinin gave a slight bow to Qin Yujie. This was the first time Lin Qinin had ever shown such respect to anyone else. After all, in cultivation there is no distinction of seniority by age. Those who achieve understanding first are the teachers. Although at present Qin Yujie's cultivation level was still lower than hers, when it came to the art of the zither, Qin Yujie could already be considered her teacher. Senior Sister Lin is too humble. If you're interested, we can certainly exchange insights, Qin Yujie said calmly as he put away his purple jade zither. I'd be honored. Senior Brother Qin, may I ask about the tremolo technique you used just now? Why is it different from my own? Lin Qinin, a true zither enthusiast, quickly voiced her burning curiosity. Oh, your tremolo technique is one that emerged only within the past 1,000 years, while what I played uses an ancient method from the primordial era. There's a fundamental difference between them. Qin Yujie explained with a smile, holding nothing back. So that's it. Then may I boldly ask, if you don't mind, could you teach me? The moment Lin Xining spoke, she regretted it slightly. She knew this was touching upon another's personal techniques. A musician's skill was their very foundation. Ordinary people would never readily pass it on, especially an ancient art long lost to time. Of course, I can, Qin Yujie said gently. He lightly took Lin Xining's hand and guided her fingers over the strings, demonstrating the movements. Like this, the hand posture should follow mine, and the flow of spiritual energy through your fingertips should mirror mine. Zhao Chong watched as Qin Yujie held Lin Xining's delicate little hand, his face instantly flushing red with rage. His anger surged violently, as if ready to explode at any moment. Senior Sister Lin, there are too many people around here. If you don't mind, perhaps we could move somewhere quieter to continue our discussion on zither techniques, Qin Yujie said quietly, glancing at the crowd gathered around. Okay. Lin Xining paused briefly, quickly withdrawing her left hand, her face turning slightly pink. She had never been this close to another man before. Earlier, so engrossed in discussing the zither Dao with Qin Yujie, she hadn't even noticed her hand remained in his grasp the entire time. The surrounding disciples watched their interaction, hearts shattering into pieces. My icy goddess has fallen. Heaven, I don't want to live anymore. Give me back my goddess. Numerous outer sect male disciples gazed on, torn between jealousy and envy as they witnessed Lin Xining engaging so intimately with Qin Yujie. Zhao Chong, watching Lin Xining converse exclusively with Qin Yujie throughout, burned with fury in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, as if something that belonged to him had been snatched away. Qin Yujie, you're dead, Zhao Chong thought darkly. With Lin Xining present, and so many outer sect disciples inspired by Qin Yujie's recent breakthrough, Zhao Chong knew challenging Qin Yujie to a duel today was out of the question. In truth, Zhao Chong was overthinking. Had he issued a life-or-death challenge right then, Qin Yujie would have accepted without hesitation. He simply wasn't afraid of him. Since the crowd had become overwhelming, Qin Yujie finally activated his half-step chasing cicada technique and left Tianqin Lake in a flash. What speed! Lin Xining activated her own movement technique as well. Two figures, one after the other, vanished from sight in an instant. The outer sect area of Tianyuan Sect was vast. Most disciples found places rich in spiritual energy and carved out their own caves or dwellings. Qin Yujie, having only just joined the outer sect, hadn't yet built his own residence, and thus chose a quiet spot at random. This place has good surroundings. I'll settle here temporarily, Qin Yujie said, mentally retrieving a dwelling from his system. In moments, a house with a courtyard appeared on the ground. Because Qin Yujie moved faster, Lin Xining hadn't arrived yet, but he had deliberately slowed down, confident she would catch up soon. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xining arrived. Welcome to my humble abode, Senior Sister Lin. Please come in and sit. Qin Yujie gestured politely. Humble abode? This exquisitely designed structure, complete with pavilions and towers in the courtyard, it stands completely unique. I doubt there's a more beautiful place anywhere in all of Tianyuan Sect, Lin Xining said, visibly astonished. You flatter me, Senior Sister Lin. Qin Yujie smiled. They sat down together in the pavilion within the courtyard, surrounded by scenery that was pleasing from every angle. Qin Yujie retrieved 4 kinds of spirit fruits from his system: Xian Jade grapes, Cloud Spirit crimson fruits, crystalline fruits, and frost-congealing nectar peaches. He had received these during a previous check-in event, each variety available in large quantities, most of which remained uneaten. It's your first visit, Senior Sister Lin, and I'm afraid I don't have much to offer. Only these modest grade Xian spirit fruits. Please forgive my poor hospitality, Qin Yujie said apologetically, realizing the system offered nothing else suitable for entertaining guests. Lin Xining stared at Qin Yujie in shock, utterly stunned by his words. Just humble grade Xian spirit fruits. How could you possibly look down on these so much? Each of these fruits has unique effects. Most cultivators would consider obtaining even one a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck. And yet, in your eyes, all 4 together are merely humble. Lin Xining gazed at Qin Yujie, increasingly unable to fathom him. Senior Sister Lin, you're my honored guest. These fruits were prepared especially for you. I've been eating them until I'm completely sick of them. Once you've finished them all, we can continue discussing zither techniques, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Lin Xining's mind was in complete disarray, fixated on the phrases sick of eating them, and finish them all. She began questioning whether she was dreaming. Senior Sister Lin, hey, what are you spacing out for? Could it be you're already captivated by me? Qin Yujie teased, waving a hand in front of her face. Lin Xining rolled her eyes at him, then declared without restraint. Fine then, I'll really eat them all. You better not regret it. Eat up, eat up. If it's not enough, I've got plenty more. Qin Yujie laughed. Lin Xining picked up a Xian Jade grape and took a bite. It melted instantly in her mouth, exquisitely delicious. The Xian Jade grape enhances a warrior's true yuan. It's a rare and precious grade Xian spirit fruit, she murmured inwardly. Next, she swallowed a Cloud Spirit crimson fruit. Immediately, her mind felt clear and expansive, and profound cultivation insights that had eluded her before suddenly became clear. This Cloud Spirit crimson fruit boosts one's comprehension. Lin Xining thought in disbelief. These crystalline fruits strengthen vision. Regular consumption might even awaken a spiritual eye. And the frost-congealing nectar peaches prevent aging and improve skin condition. By now, Lin Qinin was nearly numb from shock. Chapter 14. The Gift of the Music Score. Half an hour later, Lin Qinin glanced at Qin Yujie with a hint of resentment, then shyly said, "Senior brother Qin, I really can't eat anymore." Upon hearing this, Qin Yujie burst into laughter. Lin Qinin had never imagined that one day she would be full from eating spirit fruits. "All right, senior sister Lin, let's begin exchanging techniques on the zither," Qin Yujie said. "Senior brother Qin, besides the trembling technique, could you teach me about other techniques as well?" Lin Qinin asked excitedly. Among the ancient 9 zither methods, apart from the tremolo, there is also the vibrating method. Qin Yujie began explaining the techniques he had grasped from the demon zither 9 forms. Lin Qinin kept asking questions, and the two exchanged knowledge deeply until sunset. "Senior brother Qin, I'm extremely grateful for your generous teachings. I don't even know how to properly thank you," Lin Qinin said. She realized she had obtained a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With diligent practice, her zither skills would surely improve dramatically. And after today's feast of so many spirit fruits, most of which hadn't even been fully digested yet, once absorbed, she was certain she could reach the 9th level of the regathering realm before the outer sect competition. "It's nothing really. Senior sister Lin, you are truly devoted to the zither path, a martial artist worthy of respect. I'll also pass these 5 pieces of music scores on to you," Qin Yujie said calmly. Truthfully, Qin Yujie himself had no interest in these scores. If not for fear of overwhelming Lin Qinin by giving too much at once, he might have even given her the entire demon zither 9 forms. After all, Qin Yujie possessed the undying sword body. His true path lay in swordsmanship. These zither-based martial techniques were insignificant to him, and his future achievements in them would never compare to what he could achieve in the sword way. But for Lin Qinin, they were entirely different. "Senior brother Qin, this is far too precious." Lin Qinin shook her head and refused. "Just take them. I never take back anything I've given," Qin Yujie said indifferently. "All right, then thank you, senior brother Qin. And please, don't call me senior sister Lin anymore. If you don't mind, just call me Qinin," Lin Qinin said. Everyone who knew Lin Qinin understood she was a cold and elegant goddess. No man had ever dared to call her by her given name like that. "Fine, then don't call me senior brother Qin either. Just call me Yujie," Qin Yujie replied with a faint smile. Lin Qinin softly murmured, then flashed away and turned to leave. After Lin Qinin departed, Qin Yujie immediately resumed cultivation. With the help of the spirit-gathering pearl and spirit fruits, his progress accelerated rapidly. After a night of cultivation, his spiritual energy grew significantly stronger. At this rate, in another 4 or 5 days, I should be able to break through to the 5th level of the regathering realm, Qin Yujie said confidently. A new day had arrived. Time to check in again. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a minor realm advancement by 1 level. Suddenly, surrounding spiritual energy rushed violently toward Qin Yujie. His aura rose steadily until it reached its peak, overflowing naturally as his spiritual energy hit the limit. With a soft pop, Qin Yujie instantly broke through to the 5th level of the regathering realm. After working so hard all night, you make me break through instantly like this? Was my entire night's cultivation for nothing? Qin Yujie felt slightly unbalanced due to the system's timing. Oh well, Qin Yujie chuckled bitterly. Just then, a voice called out from outside his door. "Brother Qin, are you home? I've come to pay a visit." A plump man stood outside the courtyard gate, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Qin Yujie walked over and saw it was Zheng Nanhua, the same guy who had tricked him last time. He smiled and said, "Oh, it's you. What now? Want to sell me another guidebook to attracting beautiful women?" "Brother Qin, last time was purely a misunderstanding. I know you enjoy fine wine. Look, I've brought the best liquor from Zuxian City today," Zheng Nanhua said, waving the bottle in his hand with a grin. "All right, come in," Qin Yujie said. Although Zheng Nanhua had swindled him once, Qin Yujie had gotten back at him. Everyone in the outer sect already knew about Zheng Nanhua getting beaten up by the Qingyu gang a few days ago. "Senior brother Qin, your residence is way too luxurious. And the courtyard scenery here is breathtaking," Zheng Nanhua said in disbelief. Honestly, Zheng Nanhua had seen larger mansions, but those belonged to noble families. For an outer sect disciple like Qin Yujie to live in such a place was absolutely shocking. If Zheng Nanhua knew this mansion could actually be carried around by Qin Yujie, he'd probably be stunned all over again. "It's average," Qin Yujie replied nonchalantly. "Senior brother Qin, thanks to you, I successfully broke through to the 4th level of the regathering realm yesterday. I came specially to thank you. Here, I'll drink first as a sign of respect." Zheng Nanhua picked up his wine jar, poured 2 cups, raised one, and downed it in 1 gulp. "This wine tastes pretty good," Qin Yujie said with a smile after taking a sip. "This is the finest wine from Zuxian City, called Mei Ren Lei, Beauty's Tears. It's sweet at first sip, with a hint of bitterness, and can even enhance cultivation. It's truly a rare delicacy," Zheng Nanhua explained with a grin. "Beauty's Tears. What a beautiful name. Since you've brought out your treasured wine, I shouldn't be stingy either. Try my Zue Ling Qiong," Qin Yujie said, smiling as he pulled out the Zue Ling Qiong and poured 2 cups. "Zue Ling Qiong, what a magnificent name." Zheng Nanhua picked up his cup and took a whiff. Instantly, his inner spiritual energy began to circulate involuntarily, and an old hidden injury within his body actually eased slightly. Just smelling it produces such an effect. Zheng Nanhua thought in shock, then eagerly downed the entire cup in one gulp. The Zui Ling Qiong melted upon entering his mouth. Zheng Nanhua felt a surge of vast spiritual energy circulating through his body. In just moments, most of his internal injuries had healed, and his spiritual energy grew significantly denser. Compared to this Zui Ling Qiong, my beauty's tears is like dust compared to the sky. I never imagined such an extraordinary wine could exist in this world, Zheng Nanhua murmured, closing his eyes as he savored the lingering taste. Unconsciously, he began reciting a poem. Drunken friends of old have long since passed on. Spirits return home, dreaming of distant lands. Where can one sell drunken dreams? In dreams, a single cup of Zui Ling Qiong. Excellent poem. I didn't expect you, Brother Zheng, to possess poetic talent as well, Qin Yujie said, carefully savoring the verses and sensing their depth and meaning. Senior Brother Qin flatters me. I merely dabbled in poetry long ago. Very well, then let me also compose a poem, Qin Yujie said, inspired by memories of classical verses from his previous life. His poetic spirit suddenly stirred. How bright the moon so high above. I raise my cup and ask the sky. I wonder in those palaces above, what year it is tonight, so nigh? I long to fly on wind back home, yet fear the jade towers cold and high. Too icy are the halls of light. Unbeknownst to Qin Yujie, this casually recited poem sent shockwaves through Zheng Nanhua's heart. His body trembled violently, as if he had just uncovered a world-shaking secret. Chapter 15, Life or Death Duel. I wonder which year it is tonight in the Celestial Palace. Could it be that Senior Brother Qin is a reincarnated emperor from heaven? Zheng Nanhua couldn't help but wildly imagine. If Qin Yujie knew what was going through Zheng Nanhua's mind, he would surely cry injustice. I merely casually stole a poem from my past life, and you're already so shocked. The two drank and chatted freely until the sun sank behind the mountains, at which point Zheng Nanhua finally staggered away drunk. The next day, system, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the sword intent of wind. In an instant, Qin Yujie comprehended the sword intent of wind within his mind. Sword intent, the true essence of the sword path, was the pure artistic conception of swordsmanship, capable of greatly enhancing a swordsman's offensive power. This was precisely why sword cultivators were often the strongest attackers among peers. They had grasped sword intent. Many sword cultivators never attained sword intent even upon reaching the heavenly realm, let alone while still in the regeneration realm. Yet Qin Yujie had achieved sword intent at only the 5th level of the regeneration realm, an outright prodigy. Sword intent could enhance any sword technique. With sword intent amplifying it, a sword skill became vastly more powerful. Only now, with the attainment of sword intent, was the true potential of the undying sword body finally unlocked. The combined enhancement both brought to sword techniques was far beyond mere addition, it was multiplicative. Moreover, only after comprehending sword intent could the undying sword body use that intent to resurrect itself. Of course, each resurrection would weaken the sword intent. The stronger the intent, the more resurrections possible. But if one mastered multiple sword intents simultaneously and cultivated them to perfection, true immortality could be achieved. My luck has been pretty good lately, Qin Yujie said contentedly, taking a sip of drunken spirit nectar. Just then, a figure approached from afar, moving swiftly like a rabbit darting or a hawk swooping. In moments, the person stood directly before Qin Yujie. It was Lin Qinin, her brow tightly furrowed, clearly troubled by something urgent. Qinin, you're here. What's wrong? Qin Yujie asked, noticing her anxious expression and feeling puzzled. Yujie, just now, Senior Brother Zhaochang broke through to the 9th level of the regeneration realm, Lin Qinin said gravely. Oh, I didn't expect him to break through so quickly, but you came rushing to me. Could this involve me somehow? Qin Yujie murmured, beginning to suspect the truth. Yes, Zhaochang has challenged you to a life or death duel. The entire outer sect already knows. However, since your cultivation base is lower, you have the right to refuse, Lin Qinin said worriedly. I'm afraid you might impulsively accept, so I came early to warn you. Why should I refuse? Let's go. Off to the dueling arena. Qin Yujie smiled confidently, radiating an extraordinary, peerless, sword-bearing aura. Feeling the overwhelming brilliance of a peerless genius emanating from Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin knew no further words would change his mind. All right, I believe in you, she nodded. To Lin Qinin's astonishment, Qin Yujie casually packed up his residence, and then the two activated their movement techniques, vanishing instantly. By now, the area surrounding the dueling arena was packed with people, so crowded it could only be described as a sea of humanity. The dueling arena was a special place within Tianyuan Sect, the only location where open combat was permitted. Once both parties stepped onto the arena, only one would leave alive. Though Tianyuan Sect forbade internal disciples from killing one another, martial cultivation was fundamentally a struggle, against the heavens, against the earth, against others. And where there was struggle, conflict arose. When disputes reached irreconcilable levels, the dueling arena served as the final arbiter. Few dared to step onto the dueling arena lightly, for failure meant death and total annihilation. Precisely because of this, the outer sect hadn't seen a life or death duel in a long time. Thus, today's duel had drawn the attention of every outer sect disciple, drawing massive crowds. Even many inner sect disciples had come to witness it. At this moment, Zhaochang already stood atop the dueling platform, his face cold, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Do you think Qin Yujie will actually show up? A nearby disciple asked. I doubt it. Zhao Chong is at the 9th level of the regeneration realm. Coming would just be suicide, another replied. True. Though Qin Yujie is strong, compared to Zhao Chong, he's far outmatched. I hope senior brother Qin doesn't come. He helped me recently. I really don't want to see him die. Disciples whispered all around. Soon, Qin Yujie and Lin Qinin arrived at the dueling arena. Their arrival immediately caused a sensation. Look, senior brother Qin actually came. The crowd gasped in shock. Senior brother Qin is such a graceful, elegant gentleman. It's such a pity, he'll be dead soon. A female disciple sighed regretfully. You're wrong. Senior brother Qin will definitely win. If you don't believe me, let's bet points. A chubby figure appeared beside the crowd, and his words instantly sparked interest. Come on then, let's make a bet. Count me in. You're practically a money-bringing fairy, fatso. Zheng Nanhua. I'll bet you into bankruptcy. People around quickly joined the gambling frenzy. When Qin Yujie arrived, he immediately drew everyone's attention, including Zhao Chong standing atop the platform. Seeing Qin Yujie walking side by side with Lin Qinin, a surge of fury rose within Zhao Chong. Qin Yujie, so you actually dare to come. Since you've shown up, climb up here and meet your end. At that moment, an elder on the high platform glanced at Qin Yujie and cautioned, Young man, once you step onto the life or death arena, life and death are your own responsibility. You're still young, and your talent is quite promising. Consider this carefully. The elder's name was Wu Yu, an outer sect elder in charge of overseeing life or death duels. A few days earlier, he had witnessed Qin Yujie playing the Guqin. At that moment, he recognized him as a peerless genius in Qin art, perhaps even surpassing Lin Qinin in innate talent. Elder Wu felt it would be a great loss for Tianyuan Sect if such a prodigy perished on the life or death platform, so he couldn't help but issue the warning. His words brought the entire arena to sudden silence. Could today's duel actually have an unexpected turn? The onlookers waited quietly for Qin Yujie's decision. With Elder Wu's intervention, Qin Yujie now had a respectable way out. If he chose to refuse the duel, his reputation would remain intact. At this moment, no one felt more uneasy than Zhao Chong. He genuinely feared Qin Yujie might change his mind and take this opportunity to back down. Chapter 16, Sky-Shattering Finger. Qin Yujie bowed respectfully to the elder and said, Thank you for your reminder, elder. However, the path of martial cultivation is inherently one of defying the heavens. If a cultivator retreats whenever facing someone stronger, they will never achieve greatness. A true warrior contends with heaven, contends with earth, and contends with other men. What have I, Qin Yujie, to fear? These powerful words struck everyone like a bolt of enlightenment, leaving them stunned. Many even felt their martial understanding subtly elevate. To speak such profound truth at such a young age, this youth truly possesses extraordinary talent. If he doesn't perish along the way, he will surely become a formidable martial master, thought Elder Wu, deeply shaken by Qin Yujie's declaration. After all, most cultivators at the reversion realm level wouldn't be able to so sharply articulate such fundamental truths of martial cultivation. Although his principle is sound, it would still be foolish to rush headlong into certain death when clearly outmatched, Elder Wu added with a sigh. Having spoken, Qin Yujie paid no further attention to the crowd. With a light leap, he landed on the life and death arena. Though Qin Yujie was only at the 5th level of the reversion realm, his aura seemed even more imposing than Zhao Chong's. This was due to the combined effects of Qin Yu cultivating the evergreen technique and possessing the immortal sword body, which caused the genuine energy within Qin Yujie's body to be incredibly vast and dense. Both warriors radiated overwhelming pressure. The battle appeared ready to erupt at any moment. Good. Since both of you are now on the life and death platform, life and death shall follow fate's decree. Begin. Elder Wu erected a barrier around the platform. Once formed, this barrier would prevent outside interference until the fight concluded with a victor. Qin Yujie, should I call you brave or foolish? A mere 5th level reversion realm cultivator dares to accept a challenge from a 9th level reversion realm expert. Where do you get such confidence? Zhao Chong sneered coldly. 5th level is more than enough to deal with you. In fact, I'm starting to regret something. Qin Yujie replied nonchalantly. Huh, it's too late to regret now, Zhao Chong laughed. Shaking his head, Qin Yujie said, I regret not declining your life or death duel earlier. Your strength isn't even worth my time. You dare talk big when death stares you in the face? Don't worry, I won't kill you quickly. I'll torture you slowly until you beg for death, Zhao Chong said cruelly. All spectators below believed Qin Yujie was undoubtedly doomed, except for Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua. After all, there was a full 4-tier gap between Qin Yujie and Zhao Chong. A 9th level reversion realm cultivator could easily crush an 8th level opponent. Defeating a 5th level one would be laughably simple. Zheng Nanhua, eyeing the reward points available, was already grinning inwardly. You're the ones bringing me wealth. Brother Qin is a reincarnated immortal emperor. How could a mere 9th level reversion realm fighter pose any threat? Everyone watched tensely, afraid to miss a single moment of action. Qin Yujie die. Zhao Chong roared, unleashing terrifying might. His body shot forward with explosive speed, arriving before Qin Yujie in an instant, throwing a sky-shaking punch. The strike was immensely powerful. Spiritual energy across the heavens and earth churned wildly, coalescing in midair into a massive fist-shaped projection. This phantom fist moved at blinding speed, like a meteoric boulder hurtling through space with shocking force directly toward Qin Yujie's chest. Heavens, that's actually a high-grade yellow-level martial skill. The heaven-piercing fist, one disciple shouted in shock. The heaven-piercing fist, one punch pierces the sky. While exaggerated, its destructive power ranks among the very best of yellow-level techniques. Could Qin Yujie really be killed by just one punch? The audience gaped in disbelief at Zhao Chang's awe-inspiring attack. Yellow-level techniques? Daring to show that in public? How shameful. Qin Yujie activated half-step cicada movement and flickered aside, effortlessly evading the strike. Over several consecutive attacks, Zhao Chang failed to even graze Qin Yujie's clothes. In truth, Qin Yujie didn't even need to dodge. He could end the fight with a single move. But ending it too soon would be dull, so he held back deliberately. Zhao Chang, is this all you've got? Qin Yujie taunted. This was merely the appetizer. My true power is beyond anything you can imagine. Zhao Chang snorted arrogantly. Then bring forth your ultimate skill quickly. Otherwise, once I move, you'll be dead. Arrogant nonsense. Fine then. Witness my low-grade mysterious level technique. Heavenly Demon God Palm. Zhao Chang closed his eyes, circulating his true energy violently throughout his body. Then, with a thunderous roar, he snapped his eyes open. His body suddenly dropped low, then began spinning rapidly. Spiritual energy around him swirled violently, forming a colossal vortex centered on his rotating form. After spinning 9 times, Zhao Chang suddenly thrust a punch with his right hand. This punch stirred the vast spiritual energy around him, surging forward with overwhelming momentum straight toward Qin Yujie. No wonder it's a mysterious level martial skill. This strike is astonishingly powerful. Compared to the previous heaven-piercing fist, they're not even in the same league, one cultivator said in shock. Yes, this blow is too powerful. Qin Yujie is definitely doomed, another added. Poor Qin Yujie. With his talent in Qin cultivation, if he had just endured a little longer, he would surely have surpassed Zhao Chang. Now, because of recklessness, he's perishing too soon, a nearby cultivator remarked. On the dueling platform. At this moment, spiritual energy across the entire sky churned violently. A massive palm projection instantly appeared before Qin Yujie, the violent wind from its approach sending Qin Yujie's hair flying wildly. Qin Yujie die? You're lucky. I originally wanted to torture you first. Zhao Chang laughed madly, his face twisted with cruelty. Qin Yujie sneered and said, Is this your ultimate attack? Pathetically weak. Slowly raising his hand, Qin Yujie lightly pointed forward. Immediately, a colossal golden finger manifested in the sky. With a thunderous crash, the giant golden finger collided head-on with the heavenly demon god palm. In an instant, the heavenly demon god palm shattered like a watermelon crushed to pieces, exploding into fragments. Impossible. This can't be possible. My heavenly demon god palm is a low-grade mysterious level technique. How could it lose? Zhao Chang screamed hysterically, terror flashing in his eyes as his body trembled uncontrollably. Frog at the bottom of a well. To you, mysterious level techniques are precious. To me, they're trash, Qin Yujie said contemptuously. These words stunned everyone once again. All present could only give bitter smiles inwardly. If mysterious level techniques were considered trash, then what did that make their own yellow-level martial skills? Not even worthy of being called garbage? Too fast to blink. The giant golden finger continued advancing without pause, breaking through everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into Zhao Chang. With another deafening explosion, Zhao Chang's body shot backward like a ruptured sack of sand, flying until it crashed violently into the barrier, where he finally came to a stop. Chapter 17. Fame spreads through the outer sect. At that moment, Zhao Chang lay lifeless, a gaping bloody hole in his chest where his heart had been. There was no trace of vitality left in him. And this was still Qin Yujie holding back. Had he used his full strength, one finger strike would have reduced Zhao Chang to dust. How is this possible? With just a single finger, Qin Yujie actually defeated Zhao Chang. Didn't Qin Yujie only cultivate at the 5th level of the reversion realm? How could he possess such terrifying power? Zhao Chang is actually dead, and even after unleashing his most powerful martial technique. Heaven above, how monstrously strong is Qin Yujie? Qin Yujie is now invincible among the outer disciples. Qin Yujie is too monstrous. If he had struggled desperately and barely managed to defeat Zhao Chang, I could accept that. But with just a casual flick of his finger, so effortlessly, he defeated him. I can't take it. Yes, the contrast is too overwhelming. Senior brother Qin's true strength must be unfathomable. The entire audience in the arena stared in stunned silence at Qin Yujie, utterly shocked by his display of power. In the entire battle, Qin Yujie had used only a single move before it was all over. Had he struck like this from the beginning, Zhao Chang wouldn't even have had the chance to use his techniques. Wu Yu, the elder overseeing the outer sect, looked on in astonishment, muttering to himself, what an extraordinary young prodigy. Lin Qinin gazed intently at Qin Yujie. Ever since she'd met him, it seemed every day brought a new shock. The more she got to know him, the more she realized just how overwhelmingly powerful he truly was. How could a phoenix ever rise from a chicken coop? Could he really come from an insignificant family? Wait, his surname is Qin. Could it be? A forbidden secret from Ling Tian country flashed through her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that her suspicion might be right. Qin Yujie glanced around, seeing that everyone was still frozen in shock from the fight. He lightly leaped down from the dueling platform. Zhao Chang's storage pouch isn't bad, quite a few cultivation resources inside. Qin Yujie murmured to himself. Indeed, killing for treasure fills the belt with gold. Earlier on the dueling platform, Qin Yujie had casually claimed Zhao Chang's storage pouch, an unspoken rule of the arena. The victor was entitled to take everything from the defeated, especially if they died. The path of martial cultivation was ruthless. Had Qin Yujie been the one slain, all his cultivation resources would surely have been taken by someone else. Just then, Zheng Nanhua's furious voice rang out. Are you people seriously thinking of backing out of your bets? It turned out Zheng Nanhua had won a massive amount of contribution points from the duel, around 30,000, since nearly everyone had believed Qin Yujie would lose without question. Many had joined the gambling, some even betting their entire fortunes. Qin Yujie walked up beside Zheng Nanhua and calmly said, Everyone, accept your losses gracefully. This matter ends here. Upon hearing Qin Yujie speak, the crowd quieted down. After all, Qin Yujie's strength spoke for itself, and morally, he was clearly in the right. Thank you, senior brother Qin, for resolving this, Zheng Nanhua said gratefully, then added with a smile, Let me give you half of my points. I don't need points. Keep them for yourself. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. With the spirit gathering pearl, Qin Yujie had no need to spend points to rent cultivation chambers. As for martial techniques, pills, or cultivation manuals, he was already well stocked. To him, contribution points were practically useless. Come on, let's go get a drink. Let's bring Qinin along, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Absolutely. Zheng Nanhua's face lit up at the mention of alcohol. The trio activated their movement techniques and vanished in a flash, disappearing from sight. They arrived beside Tianjin Lake. Qin Yujie casually pulled out his personal estate and placed it on the ground. Instantly, a luxurious villa appeared by the lakeshore. Please, make yourselves at home, Qin Yujie said with a grin. Brother Qin, your methods are truly extraordinary, Zheng Nanhua exclaimed in awe. Lin Qinin, however, merely smiled faintly. She'd long grown numb to being amazed by Qin Yujie. When Qin Yujie took out a jade flask of wine, Zheng Nanhua's eyes sparkled with anticipation, practically drooling. Qinin, here, you've never tasted my drunken spirit nectar before, Qin Yujie said, smiling. All right, whatever you bring forth must be exceptional. I'm curious to try it, Lin Qinin said, intrigued. Qin Yujie produced 3 delicate cups and poured the drunken spirit nectar into each. This drunken spirit nectar truly lives up to its reputation as the finest liquor. It never gets old. Zheng Nanhua took a sip, closed his eyes, and wore an expression of utter satisfaction. Lin Qinin took a small sip as well. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but with her 8th-level reversion realm cultivation, she circulated her true energy gently, quickly dispelling the intoxicating effects. This wine truly is exquisite. I can already feel my inner true energy growing stronger, Lin Qinin remarked. If you like it so much, I'll just give each of you a few jars. I've got plenty, more than I can drink anyway. Honestly, I'm getting a bit tired of the same taste every day. Pouring it out would be such a waste. Qin Yujie was truly growing weary of it. No matter how exquisite something was, eating or drinking it endlessly would eventually make one sick of it. Brother Qin, can I follow you from now on? Even if you let something slip through your fingers, it'd still be the greatest fortune for me. Zheng Nanhua was shocked all over again, and once more solidified his belief that Qin Yujie must be a reincarnated immortal emperor. Lin Qinin shot Qin Yujie a look, thinking to herself, this guy really is a spendthrift, handing out such precious wine like it's worthless. Qin Yujie then took out 2 pills and smiled. These are 2 dinging pill for preserving beauty. I'll gift them to you as well. Ding Yin Dan. Lin Qinin glanced meaningfully at Qin Yujie, her face slightly reddening. The Ding Yin Dan had only ever appeared once before. Not just in the outer sect, but even throughout the entire inner sect, there wasn't a single pill to be found. Now Qin Yujie casually produced 2, and instantly Lin Qinin realized. It was him who had caused that recent commotion at the bazaar. When Zheng Nanhua saw the Ding Yin Dan, it finally clicked for him too. He suddenly looked as if he'd been grievously wronged and cried out, Senior brother Qin, so it was you impersonating me, saying things like, I'll get Lin senior sister, and it'll be as easy as taking candy. Shut up, Qin Yujie and Lin Qinin said in perfect unison. At that moment, Zheng Nanhua looked like a hurt little rabbit, quickly snapping his mouth shut, inwardly lamenting. Why are you both treating me this way? I'm the one who was wronged here. Never mind him. Let's go to the pavilion over there and exchange some musical techniques, Qin Yujie said, feeling slightly awkward and quickly changing the subject. All right, Lin Qinin gave a light nod. Zheng Nanhua watched the two walk away, silently musing. Senior brother Qin is truly amazing. I wonder if he secretly read my strategy guide. Qinin, today I'll play high mountains and flowing water for you. Among the 5 scores I sent you last time, this was one of them. Qin Yujie pulled out his purple jade zither and smiled. Great. This piece uses many ancient techniques. I'll take the chance to learn them properly. True to her name as a zither fanatic, Lin Qinin instantly forgot the earlier embarrassment at the mere mention of music. Immediately, a melodious zither tune began to flow, evoking towering mountains and babbling streams. The music was beautiful and enchanting, rich with profound artistic depth. My spiritual power, it's actually growing, Lin Qinin thought in utter shock. Chapter 18 Family Letter. It should be noted that spiritual power is related to the soul, and it's generally difficult to improve without specific cultivation techniques. In the distance, Zheng Nanhua was also shocked, his face filled with disbelief. From then on, whenever she had free time, Lin Qinin would come to consult Qin Yujie about Qin techniques, and gradually their relationship underwent a subtle change, becoming closer than ordinary friends. 7 days later, a sudden surge of aura erupted from Qin Yujie's body, followed by a powerful ripple of true energy radiating outward. After 7 days of continuous cultivation, combined with the aid of the spirit-gathering pearl, spirit fruits, and spirit wine, I've finally broken through to the 6th level of the reversion realm. Qin Yujie said with a smile. These past 7 days have brought quite a few good sign-in rewards. Let me sort them out now. On the first day, Qin Yujie received a high-grade earth-tier cauldron called the Panlong Cauldron. The Panlong Cauldron was used for alchemy and could theoretically refine all earth-tier and lower-grade pills. Of course, weighing 52,000 gene and being an upper-rank earth-tier artifact, aside from alchemy, it could also serve as a weapon. In critical moments, it could provide excellent defense. Now Qin Yujie possessed 3 upper-rank earth-tier weapons, the Lotus Sword, the Purple Jade Qin, and the Panlong Cauldron. On the second day, Qin Yujie obtained the inheritance of a pill emperor, which contained extensive alchemical knowledge, techniques, numerous pill recipes, and medical arts. The pill emperor's inheritance was extremely precious, arguably the pinnacle lineage in the field of alchemy. If such an inheritance were revealed to the world, it would undoubtedly cause global chaos. With the system's Dharma infusion method, Qin Yujie instantly mastered various alchemical skills. However, given his current cultivation level and soul strength, he could only refine up to profound tier pills for now. Still, as Qin Yujie grew stronger in the future, the rank of pills he could produce would steadily increase. Even legendary divine pills might not be beyond reach. On the third day, Qin Yujie acquired a rare heavenly flame known as the Qiqing Flame, ranked 32nd among extraordinary flames. The Qiqing Flame burned at an extremely high temperature and could be used both for alchemy and as an offensive technique. Due to being a system reward, Qin Yujie instantly tamed the flame. The Qiqing Flame belonged to the fire element, just like the human heart. Thus, once it entered his body, it settled within his heart, as if it had found its warm home. After the Qiqing Flame settled in his heart, Qin Yujie immediately felt his heartbeat become stronger and more powerful. Warm blood surged through his limbs and body with each pulse, nourishing every cell. Due to his strengthened heart, Qin Yujie felt an overwhelming surge of physical strength. His punch now delivered several times greater force than before. Given that he already possessed the Immortal Sword body, making his physique naturally exceptional, the additional multifold enhancement from the Qiqing Flame left Qin Yujie unsure just how strong he truly was. Moreover, his healing ability further improved after strengthening his heart. Combined with the already potent restorative powers of the Evergreen technique, this enhancement was like giving wings to a tiger. A rank 32 extraordinary flame is already this powerful. I wonder just how mighty the number 1 flame must be. Qin Yujie exclaimed in astonishment. On the 4th day, Qin Yujie received a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, which bloomed once every century and bore fruit once every century. All this tree has are blossoms, no peaches at all. What a useless thing. Looks like I'll have to wait at least another 100 years before tasting any fruit. No matter, I'll just plant it in my portable courtyard. Actually, after planting this 1,000-year spirit peach tree in the courtyard, the entire place instantly became more beautiful. More importantly, the surrounding spiritual energy grew even richer. Whether I eat peaches or not doesn't matter anyway. The real value of this tree is as a large ornamental bonsai. Why bother growing peaches myself when signing in directly gives me spirit fruits? That's much better. On the 5th day, Qin Yujie received an exquisite set of teaware. Crafted entirely from high-grade earth-tier moon-cold jade, the set was stunningly beautiful. Typically, major aristocratic families would fashion moon-cold jade into a single pendant, treasuring it as a family heirloom passed down through generations. Using it so lavishly for tea was unimaginable. On the 6th day, Qin Yujie obtained a flying carriage. The entire carriage was incredibly luxurious. Most crucially, the vehicle was pulled by a divine beast-level spirit flower deer. On the 7th day, Qin Yujie finally drew a fine alcoholic beverage named Heavenly Immortal Dew. Heavenly Immortal Dew was a type of spirit wine. Its taste completely different from drunken spirit nectar. Though distinct in flavor, it was equally delicious. After sorting through the items he'd received from recent sign-ins, Qin Yujie stood up and murmured thoughtfully. I received a letter from the family yesterday, asking me to return home soon. They said there's something important. Since my cultivation has just broken through, I might as well pay a visit. With that in mind, Qin Yujie retracted his portable mansion and summoned his flying carriage. The carriage floated midair, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. To anyone unfamiliar, it looked as if a peerless treasure was about to emerge into the world. This astonishing sight instantly drew the attention of all outer sect disciples, and even some inner sect disciples and elders came rushing over. They soared forward, staring at the carriage suspended in the air, their faces filled with dumbfounded shock. The carriage was an elegant shade of noble purple gold, its surface inscribed with mysterious and intricate talismanic scripts. The roof formed a perfect semicircle, carved with lifelike dragons and phoenixes dancing across it. Heavens! There are real dragons and phoenixes engraved on this carriage, gasped an outer sect disciple. Yes, and the entire carriage emits layer upon layer of radiant aura. It's blinding my damn eyes, another added. I've never seen such an exquisitely magnificent carriage in my entire life. Last time, I had the fortune to see senior brother Tang Jinan's carriage from the inner sect. I thought that would be the most luxurious one I'd ever lay eyes on. But now I realize I was dead wrong, utterly mistaken. One outer sect disciple trembled violently, his face twisted in near ecstasy. Compared to this carriage, his is trash, absolute trash. Tang's senior brother is the top expert in the inner sect, with immense prestige. Who would have thought that in the outer sect, there exists a carriage even more splendid than his? How could such a supreme treasure exist in the world? I imagine even the legendary Celestial Emperor's carriage couldn't surpass this. The surrounding outer sect disciples gazed at the carriage hovering in the sky, their hearts surging with turbulent waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 19, The Scramble. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Shurji figures in the distance rapidly approached, streaking toward them like shadows. In moments, they arrived before everyone's eyes. These dozen or so individuals were a mix of men and women, each exuding terrifying auras. Just by their exquisite attire, it was clear they were inner sect disciples. As the saying goes, outsiders watch for entertainment, insiders appreciate the subtleties. These inner sect disciples far surpassed the outer sect cultivators earlier in both ninja and strength. The body of this carriage is engraved with complex runes and arrays. I'm a formation master myself, yet I can't understand any of it. Who possesses such incredible mastery over formations? An inner sect disciple stared wide-eyed at the carriage suspended in midair. Even more terrifying, the runes aren't ordinary ones, but ancient runes long lost to history. While I don't comprehend the entire pattern, I've seen similar markings once in an ancient text, another disciple said in shock. The fusion of runes and arrays, it's flawless. And the material of the carriage body, that purplish gold metal, could it possibly be Liuli Zijin Tai? Liuli Zijin Tai? Don't scare me. This kind of rare metal is so valuable that most swordsmiths would consider themselves lucky to include even a thumb-sized fragment when forging a blade. Who on earth has the audacity to use an entire massive block to craft a carriage? Damn it, what insane extravagance, using Liuli Zijin Tai to build a carriage. I wonder whose carriage this is. Please, stop showing off already. My heart can't take it. Looking at this carriage, I suddenly feel deeply unequal. How can the gap between people be so vast? If I could own just this one carriage, I'd give up anything, even my own life. The inner sect disciples gaped at the flying carriage above, utterly stunned. At this moment, even more people began rushing toward the scene. Everyone, did you notice? The Linghua deer pulling this carriage has reached the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm? That matches our cultivation level. And remember, in terms of equivalent cultivation, spirit beasts are generally far stronger than humans. The Linghua deer excels in speed. Combined with the rune arrays on the carriage, its flight speed must be astonishing. All present watched the flying carriage with equal parts shock and envy. Qin Yujie, observing the growing crowd surrounding his flying carriage, muttered inwardly, "It's just a carriage. Look at all of you, acting like you've never seen anything impressive. If I had known this would cause such a commotion, I wouldn't have brought it out." Adjusting his sleeves, Qin Yujie ascended into the air under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, landing lightly atop the flying carriage and standing proudly upon its roof. With hands clasped behind his back, the breeze gently tousled his hair and fluttered his robes. He looked extraordinary, majestic. In that instant, Qin Yujie became the center of attention. Just then, an angry voice broke through the silence. "Stop right there. A mere outer sect disciple like you has no right to lay a hand on this carriage. Get down immediately." An inner sect disciple glared at Qin Yujie, his face twisted with rage as he shouted. "That's right. How could someone from the outer sect possibly own such a peerless treasure? Get off now." Another inner sect disciple sneered contemptuously. "This carriage must carry some immensely powerful figure. You'll die if you offend him." What insolence. Looks like he wanted to seize this supreme carriage before any of us realized what happened. You're right. There's clearly no one inside. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone come out yet? Truly, greed knows no bounds. To think an outer sect disciple dares snatch treasures right in front of us inner sect members. This is suicide. So the carriage really belongs to no one? He's cunning. I actually thought it was his. He's trying to manipulate our first impression. We almost fell for his trick. Almost everyone on site began berating and cursing Qin Yujie without mercy. Qin Yujie looked down at the furious mob and smiled disdainfully. "How pitiful you all are. Look at your ignorant faces. That so-called peerless carriage you're drooling over is nothing but a trinket to me. Do you really think I'd stoop to pretending?" His words left the crowd speechless, their minds reeling from the devastating blow. Impossible. A trash cultivator at only 6th level of Yuan Foundation realm. How could you possess such a divine treasure? I refuse to believe it. An inner sect disciple roared furiously. "Yeah, stop spewing nonsense. Get down now, or else I won't hesitate to crush you." Another snapped viciously. Back and forth they went, grumbling like people robbed of their rightful possessions, unable to accept what they saw. Qin Yujie looked at the crowd and seemed to have thought of a brilliant idea. He then laughed. "Haha, fellow senior brothers and sisters, I was just joking with you earlier. This carriage really isn't mine. Go ahead and fight over it." With that, Qin Yujie activated Bamboo Zhuai-chan, flashed once, and instantly landed on the ground. "Smart move. I'll deal with you later," snapped an inner sect disciple angrily. "I must say, you've got guts trying to deceive even us. But since you admitted your mistake, we'll let you off this time," another inner sect disciple remarked. At this moment, everyone's attention returned to the flying carriage, while Qin Yujie was swiftly and selectively forgotten. "Fellow inner sect brothers and sisters, I have a suggestion. How about whoever reaches and stands on top of the carriage roof first gets ownership of the entire carriage? What do you think?" One of the inner sect disciples said with a smile. "Good idea. Brother Zhou is right. I agree. So do I." One after another, the inner sect disciples voiced their approval, while the outer sect disciples were excluded from the start. After all, with their low cultivation levels, they had no right to speak in such matters. Alright, let's begin. No one knew who gave the signal, but immediately afterward, everyone unleashed their unique skills and abilities. Watch my whirlwind steps, cried one inner sect disciple, instantly activating his body technique skill. Skilled in movement techniques, he quickly pulled ahead of the rest and surged into the lead. But the others weren't about to let him succeed so easily. Sure enough, before he could even savor his advantage, another disciple slammed him down with a single punch. The inner sect disciples scrambled fiercely, eyes bloodshot, fighting as if harboring deep hatred toward one another. Finally, one inner sect disciple managed to reach the carriage. Triumphantly, he threw back his head and laughed. Haha, you're all too slow. It seems this carriage was always meant to be mine. Just as he lifted one foot toward the rooftop, suddenly, a loud bang rang out. It was as if he'd crashed into an invisible wall, and he was violently flung backward onto the ground. This sudden turn of events instantly brought the fierce battle to a halt. Chapter 20. Tang Jibei of the Inner Sect. It turned out that the flying horse carriage was equipped with a defensive formation. Once activated, a transparent barrier would form around the vehicle. Just moments ago, Qin Yujie had suddenly activated the defense formation on the carriage, causing the man to crash into the barrier and be thrown back. Qin Yujie returned to the flying carriage and said with a smile, "Everyone, that was just a little joke I played on you. In truth, this flying carriage belongs to me. Now do you believe it? No one but me can even step inside." Since the flying carriage was protected by a defensive formation, and seeing that Qin Yujie could enter it effortlessly, everyone now had no choice but to accept that the carriage truly belonged to him. After speaking, Qin Yujie prepared to leave in the carriage. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Wait, dear junior brother, would you consider parting with it? I'd like to purchase this carriage from you." Another figure approached from afar. The inner sect disciples, upon seeing who it was, immediately jumped back in shock, distancing themselves by over 10 zhang. The newcomer wore luxurious silk robes and possessed strikingly handsome features. Yet his lips often curled into a sinister smile, making others feel uneasy. Most unsettling were his arrogant eyes, gazing at everyone as if they were insignificant ants beneath his notice. "Sorry, I'm not selling. And even if I were, you couldn't afford it," Qin Yujie replied disdainfully after glancing at the man. "Junior brother," the man said haughtily, "my name is Tang Jibei. You may not know me, but surely you've heard of my elder brother, Tang Jinan? He's the #1 expert in the entire inner sect. Let me make this clear. Only someone as outstanding as my brother deserves such a magnificent flying carriage. A mere outer sect disciple at the 6th level of the refinement realm like you? You're not worthy." In the Tianyuan Sect's inner sect, Tang Jinan's reputation was legendary. Many might not know the names of the inner sect elders, but absolutely no one was unfamiliar with Tang Jinan. As the top martial genius of the inner sect, Tang Jinan had reached the 9th level of the heavenly being realm by merely 25 years of age, an astonishing feat that earned him undisputed supremacy within the sect. It was rumored that his extraordinary talent had caught the attention of a core disciple, someone whose own strength was even more terrifying. Within the inner sect, anyone could be challenged, but there was one person no one dared touch, Tang Jinan. Tang Jibei, although ordinary in both cultivation and talent compared to his brother, was equally untouchable across the inner sect. Everyone knew the two brothers shared an exceptionally close bond. Once, an inner sect disciple incurred Tang Jibei's wrath simply by competing for the affections of a female cultivator. In retaliation, Tang Jinan mercilessly struck back, severely injuring the man, who was a powerful 8th-level heavenly being realm warrior. With a single slash, Tang Jinan severed both his legs. Though the man survived, he was condemned to a lifetime bedridden, suffering endlessly, worse than death itself. Thus, when Tang Jibei appeared, all present instantly realized the flying carriage was as good as his. No inner sect disciple dared provoke Tang Jibei. Those who had ever crossed him either ended up dead or crippled. "Is your brother really so exceptional?" Qin Yujie retorted coldly. "I don't see it. At 25 years old, reaching only the 9th level of the heavenly being realm? Truly pathetic. As for you, don't even get me started. You're even more worthless than your brother. Why don't you both change your names to Nan Bei Shuang Fei, the twin wastes of North and South?" Qin Yujie's words struck like thunder from a clear sky, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Qin Yujie must be suicidal. To call Tang Jinan, the #1 expert of the inner sect, a waste of space, gasped one inner sect disciple. How dare a mere 6th-level refinement realm warrior openly insult a 9th-level heavenly being realm powerhouse? Does he even know how to write the character for death? Has Qin Yujie lost his mind? Doesn't he realize that for Tang Jinan, killing him would be easier than crushing an ant? Let's get far away from him now. Don't want to get dragged into disaster because of this fool. The surrounding disciples stared at Qin Yujie in utter disbelief, whispering among themselves in panic. Meanwhile, Tang Jibei was trembling with rage. Pointing at Qin Yujie, he shouted furiously, "You insolent fool! How dare you publicly insult my brother? His power is beyond anything you could ever comprehend. You're the waste, not him." "Waste? Who are you calling a waste?" Qin Yujie asked calmly. "I'm calling you a waste." Tang Jibei snapped without hesitation. The surrounding disciples glanced at Tang Jibei, barely suppressing their laughter. They desperately wanted to burst out laughing but dared not. So much amusement bottled up inside them it became almost unbearable. "Oh, so the waste is insulting me," Qin Yujie said with a deep, meaningful smile. Only then did Tang Jibei realize what had just happened. His face instantly darkened, twisted with humiliation. "In the Tianyuan Sect's inner sect, no one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. You're truly asking for death. Even without my brother intervening, I can still cripple you. Tang Jibei, realizing he had been mocked, roared in fury. Qin Yujie sneered. Strength is proven through action, not words. Stop yapping. I was just thinking of an excuse to take your carriage, Tang Jibei said coldly. But now I don't need one. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll break both your legs and make you spend the rest of your life bedridden, suffering worse than death. In that case, I'll return double what you gave, Qin Yujie replied calmly. I'll take both your arms and legs. I wonder how you'd fare as a human pig. Qin Yujie never considered himself a good person. If someone came at him with such cruelty, he would answer with even greater ruthlessness. After all, cutting off a cultivator's legs meant destroying his martial path forever, something far more tormenting than mere death. Since Tang Jibei intended such brutality, Qin Yujie would repay him in kind. The crowd, sensing the tension between the two, quickly cleared a wide space, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. This Qin Yujie really is a clueless calf unafraid of tigers. He's only at the 6th level of the refinement realm, while Tang Jibei has already reached the 1st level of the heavenly being realm. They're not even in the same league, an inner sect disciple said contemptuously. Exactly. This Qin Yujie must have something wrong with his mind. No sane person would do something like this, another chimed in. What a waste. Such a precious flying carriage is about to fall into Tang Jibei's hands. A complete tragedy. A man should know his place. An outer sect disciple like Qin Yujie daring to act so brazenly before inner sect members? If he gets beaten to death, he deserves it. Looks like we're in for a show today. I just hope Qin Yujie isn't too weak. Would be boring if he gets finished in one move. Pity about Qin Yujie. My younger brother is an outer sect disciple, and he told me Qin Yujie has extraordinary talent in Qin cultivation. One piece of music he played once caused many listeners to immediately advance by a minor realm. Such a genius in musical cultivation, it'd be a real shame if Tang Jibei destroys him. Chapter 21. Lightning Rush Sword Technique. What can we do? These days, Tang Jinan basically controls everything within the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect. Many inner sect elders dare not easily offend him. How many geniuses have died over the years? Qin Yujie was too impulsive. If he had just endured it a little longer, it would have passed. Why provoke Tang Jibei in the first place? Yeah, a step back opens up a vast horizon. Patience brings calm. Qin Yujie really acted too rashly. The surrounding inner sect disciples murmured among themselves, none of them giving Qin Yujie any chance of victory. They all believed his defeat was inevitable. At that moment, Tang Jibei suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. Several outer sect disciples with weaker cultivation were instantly pushed backward by the residual force, stumbling several steps. Simply standing there, Tang Jibei drew wild spiritual energy from the surroundings into his body, as if he were the master of heaven and earth itself. Just the leftover pressure from a heavenly realm cultivator's aura. I couldn't even withstand that. The strength of inner sect disciples is truly frightening. An outer sect disciple watching the scene exclaimed in panic. A heavenly realm expert is completely beyond what we mere regathering realm cultivators can resist. One full major realm apart. What a gaping difference. Another outer sect disciple stammered wildly, clearly terrified out of his mind as he stared at Tang Jibei's overwhelming presence. Numerous inner sect disciples glanced disdainfully at the outer sect members in the crowd and mocked. Now you realize how terrifying the heavenly realm is? In martial cultivation, every minor level makes an enormous difference. The gap only widens further across major realms. Not to mention they're separated by an entire major realm. Qin Yujie stands no chance whatsoever. Tang Jibei looked at Qin Yujie, who remained calm despite the crushing pressure, and felt a flicker of surprise. Qin Yujie, you've got guts. To withstand my heavenly realm aura like this, impressive. But your journey ends here. Behold my lightning rush sword technique. Letting out a wild laugh toward the sky, Tang Jibei instantly produced a radiant sword in his hand. The blade measured 3 feet long, its body dark blue-black in color, clearly no ordinary weapon. This is the Xian-grade inferior treasure sword, Tianyuan Sword. A knowledgeable disciple nearby cried out in shock. The Tianyuan Sword was legendary throughout Lingtian Kingdom. It was an early masterpiece by the famed weaponsmith Shen Hongda. To maximize draw speed, Master Shen had forged it using a rare lightweight, yet extremely sharp metal. As a result, the sword was exceptionally light and thin as paper. Paired with a swift sword technique, the Tianyuan Sword's power wouldn't simply add together, it would multiply. And the lightning rush sword technique was precisely such a fast sword art. Ranked as a Xian-grade inferior sword method, it emphasized speed. Swift as thunder, quick as lightning. This technique possessed immense destructive power and was renowned even among other Xian-grade inferior sword arts. Many warriors who had fought Tang Jibei before didn't even see his strike coming. They were cut down in a single blow. Now, true yuan surged violently within Tang Jibei's body, while surrounding spiritual energy rapidly flooded into him. With one slash of his sword, thunder roared through the skies, and in an instant, a massive sword chi erupted forward, fast as lightning, sharp as thunder. Boom! The enormous sword chi tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, covering more than 20 meters in the blink of an eye, aimed directly at Qin Yujie's legs. If struck, his body and limbs would be split apart instantly. What speed? Tang Jibei may only be at the first stage of the heavenly realm, but this swift sword technique is incredibly powerful. Even I'd get hit if I wasn't careful. Yeah, Qin Yujie is merely at the 6th stage of the regathering realm. There's no way he can dodge such a rapid strike. No wonder the lightning rush sword technique has such a fearsome reputation. It truly deserves its title as a top-tier, Xian-grade inferior sword art. Tianyuan Sword. Tianyuan Sword. The blade that hangs life by a thread. Now that it's drawn, Qin Yujie's fate is already teetering on the edge. Witnessing the devastating might of Tang Jibei's sword strike, many outer sect disciples broke into cold sweats, while even numerous inner sect disciples wore expressions of deep wariness. Insignificant trick. Your sword is far too slow. Facing Tang Jibei's dazzling attack, Qin Yujie merely sneered slightly, then casually threw a punch forward. Bang! The two forces collided head-on, creating a deafening explosion. Tang Jibei's mighty sword Qi was shattered by a single punch from Qin Yujie. Thanks to the dual reinforcement of his imperishable flame and immortal sword body, even Xian-grade weapons could not harm Qin Yujie's physical form. This sword Qi posed no real threat to him at all. Heaven above, he actually blocked it. No way. Qin Yujie stopped it with just a random punch. The most shocking part is he didn't even use any true yuan. Pure physical strength alone halted that attack. His physique is terrifying. That punch must have carried tens of thousands of gene of force. You seem to have forgotten. This isn't a battle within the same realm. Qin Yujie is still at the 6th stage of the regathering realm. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of shock and disbelief. They simply couldn't believe that a warrior at the 6th stage of the regathering realm had just shattered, with pure physical strength alone, an attack from a heavenly realm expert. At that moment, Tang Jibei's face turned pale with astonishment. He clearly understood that in his previous strike, he had already exerted half of his full power. Even another heavenly realm 1st stage cultivator would have been cut down if caught off guard. Yet this mere 6th stage regathering realm warrior had not only blocked his attack, but done so using nothing but his bare body. How is this possible? Tang Jibei exclaimed in utter disbelief, his mind refusing to accept what had just happened. His face was now extremely dark and twisted with rage. He had never imagined in his wildest dreams that with his overwhelming strength, he could fail to eliminate Qin Yujie in one strike. To him, this was nothing short of a humiliating slap in the face. Qin Yujie, nothing is impossible? You're just too weak. Just because you can't do it, you assume no one else can? I haven't even used a tenth of my real strength yet. Qin Yujie sneered coldly and added, if that was all you've got, then you're truly pathetic. His words struck deep into the hearts of everyone present, leaving them with a bitter aftertaste. They were all stunned by Qin Yujie's bold declaration. Asterisk only 1/10 of your strength? Then how strong are you really? Are you even a 6th stage regathering realm warrior anymore? Could you at least leave us heavenly realm experts a shred of dignity? Asterisk. Without comparison, one never realizes the gap. But now, seeing this firsthand, they finally grasped just how terrifying Qin Yujie truly was. In truth, Tang Jibei wasn't weak, by any means. He was actually an outstanding talent among peers of his realm. But compared to the monstrously powerful Qin Yujie, he suddenly seemed like nothing more than a useless nobody. Qin Yujie, don't talk big, Tang Jibei said, brimming with confidence. My last move was merely a casual strike. Now I'll unleash my full power. You won't be able to withstand what comes next. Chapter 22. The True Fist of Qin Ma. Stop being so hesitant. I've got things to do and no time to waste on you. Hurry up, Qin Yujie said disdainfully. Good, very good. I'll grant your wish. Sort of galloping thunder. Tang Jibei was trembling with rage at Qin Yujie's arrogance. Gathering all his inner energy, he unleashed his cultivation, instantly stirring fierce winds and thunderous lightning around him. The spiritual energy in the sky wildly converged, forming a colossal sword that radiated overwhelming pressure. This giant sword image, carrying an unstoppable surge of sword chi, shot toward Qin Yujie at a speed even greater than before. Though it was still the same galloping thunder sword technique, this strike was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. This earth-shattering display once again shattered the crowd's confidence in Qin Yujie. I admit Qin Yujie is strong, but this time, he's definitely going to lose. Earlier, Tang Jibei wasn't even using his full strength. This ultimate strike is immensely powerful. There's no way Qin Yujie can block it. Yeah, what a shame. Qin Yujie is going to be crippled. The onlookers once again dismissed Qin Yujie, convinced that this time there was no hope for victory. Qin Yujie gazed at the rapidly approaching sword beam and merely sneered. He had countless ways to deal with this. His formidable physique, sword intent, the 4-season sword art, the heaven-shattering finger, the 9 techniques of Qin Ma, any one of which could end Tang Jibei in a single move. He could also use his movement technique, half-step cicada, vanishing in an instant to evade the attack. Even if he allowed himself to be grievously wounded, the powerful and eternal youth cultivation at his heart would immediately heal him. Even if he were to die, his immortal sword body would allow instantaneous resurrection. Sigh, being invincible is truly too lonely. Qin Yujie lamented to the heavens, then calmly drew out his frost jade zither. The surrounding spectators, who had been worried about him just moments ago, now felt a strong urge to punch him after hearing such arrogant words. Qin Ma 9 techniques. First form, the true fist of Qin Ma. Holding the frost jade zither with his left hand, Qin Yujie fiercely plucked a string with his right. A profound and mystical melody resonated through the air, causing spiritual energy throughout the heavens to coalesce into a gigantic fist above them. This enormous fist, radiating an aura of absolute dominance, surged forward toward Tang Jibei without hesitation. The power of an upper-grade Earth-level martial skill was incomparable to a lower-grade mystery-level technique. With the added enhancement of the upper-grade Earth-level weapon, the Frost Jade Zither, the Qin Ma 9 techniques reached the potency of a heaven-level art. With a thunderous boom, the two mighty forces collided, but shockingly, Tang Jibei's massive sword chi shattered like a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot. The sound-formed fist continued hurtling toward Tang Jibei, utterly unstoppable. What an overwhelmingly dominant Qin martial technique. No wonder Qin Yujie is so skilled with the Qin. It turns out his greatest strength isn't his physical body, it's his mastery of the Qin. They say a genius in Qin arts appeared among the outer disciples. So it's true. Qin Yujie is truly a prodigy unmatched in cultivation of the Qin. At this moment, the onlookers were stunned into awe by the might of Qin Yujie's Qin-based martial skill. Impossible. Impossible. Tang Jibei's face turned pale. As he stared at the incoming fist, he felt an extreme sense of danger, as if death itself was upon him. I can't block this. Damn it. Paralyzed by fear, Tang Jibei trembled uncontrollably. Then, in the final moment of horror, the colossal fist slammed into him, sending him flying violently through the air. In a single blow, Tang Jibei was gravely injured and rendered incapable of continuing the fight. And this was only because Qin Yujie had held back. If he had used the full power of the true fist of Qin Ma, Tang Jibei would have been utterly obliterated. How? How could you unleash such a powerful attack? Tang Jibei lay on the ground, eyes wide with shock. My power is beyond your comprehension. Earlier, you said you'd cut off my legs. Now, I return the favor, double. Qin Yujie stepped toward him and said coldly, don't do anything stupid. If you stop now, I'll pretend none of this happened. Otherwise, my brother will never let you go. Tang Jibei threatened. Qin Yujie drew the azure lotus sword. In a flash of 4 sword beams, Tang Jibei's arms and legs were severed. It hurts. It hurts. Qin Yujie, may you die horribly. Tang Jibei screamed in agony. He never expected Qin Yujie to act so decisively, hardly exchanging words before striking instantly, leaving him no chance to call for help from anyone nearby. Given Tang Jibei's status, many people likely would have come to his aid had he cried out. Saving him would mean earning a tremendous favor from Tang Jinan, the #1 inner disciple, who controlled vast resources. Just a small share could provide unimaginable opportunities. But Qin Yujie acted too quickly, denying Tang Jibei any chance to appeal to the other inner disciples. Seeing the shocking scene before them, the onlookers felt as if their heads had been struck by a hammer, instantly losing all ability to think. Tang Jibei, as Tang Jinan's younger brother, had long acted with utter impunity within the inner sect. Hardly anyone dared provoke him. Yet now, Qin Yujie, an outer sect disciple, had actually severed all 4 of Tang Jibei's limbs, turning him into a helpless cripple. This was nothing short of creating a massive catastrophe. The entire inner sect was about to be thrown into chaos. Inevitably, Qin Yujie would face Tang Jinan's furious vengeance. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie in stunned silence, thinking to themselves, this man is dead for sure. It hurts. Whoever cuts off his limbs, I promise you, my brother Tang Jinan will reward you handsomely. Tang Jibei lay on the ground, disheveled and screaming like a madman. Believe it or not, upon hearing this, some of the inner sect disciples around instantly felt tempted. Tang Jinan was at the peak of power within the sect. Helping Tang Jibei now could lead to unimaginable opportunities later. Who could possibly resist such a golden chance? In just a moment, 10 people stepped forward from the crowd, surrounding Qin Yujie completely. Among them were 2 at the second level of Heavenly Realm and 8 at the first level. Though they acknowledged that Qin Yujie was indeed strong, each knew they would lose in one-on-one combat. Now, with 10 of them joining forces, they believed there was no way Qin Yujie could win. Truly, men die for wealth, birds die for food. We had no grudge to begin with. What a pity, Qin Yujie said calmly. With all 10 of us attacking together, he definitely can't beat us, one of them declared. Instantly, the 10 launched their most powerful martial techniques. A chaotic storm of varied attacks surged toward Qin Yujie from all sides. End it here, Qin Yujie. You've offended Tang Jibei. You're fated to have no way out, neither to heaven above nor earth below. The 10 surrounded Qin Yujie, speaking with utter confidence. Chapter 23, 1 against 10. Qin Demon's 9 techniques. Second move, Qin Demon True Mirror. Qin Yujie abruptly strummed his hands across the strings. The spiritual energy throughout heaven and earth violently trembled. 10 piercing notes erupted from the cold jade zither, sharp and fierce. Each note transformed into a massive mirror, surrounding Qin Yujie on all sides in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 10 attacks crashed against these mirrors, triggering dazzling flashes of light and earth-shattering force. Then, with a violent shudder, the mirrors instantly reflected the 10 attacks backward along their original paths, launching them right back at the 10 cultivators. How is this possible? One inner sect disciple exclaimed in shock. This technique is truly bizarre. It actually reflects our own attacks. Another inner sect disciple stared in disbelief, cold sweat breaking out on his back. No good, the attack is too fast. I can't block it. Damn it, I've just been defeated by my own move. How could this happen? The cries of the 10 echoed chaotically as their own terrifying attacks slammed back into them. Like kites with severed strings, they were instantly hurled through the air. Keep in mind, none of the 10 had held back. Each had launched their most powerful strike. Thus, the greater the initial assault, the more devastating its rebound. All 10 were gravely injured. 7 passed out immediately, while the remaining 3 lay on the ground gasping for breath, completely incapacitated. The inner sect disciples aren't even that strong. How disappointing, Qin Yujie said disdainfully. Hearing his soul-crushing words, The 3 survivors became so enraged they spat out mouthfuls of blood before collapsing unconscious. 10 Heaven Realm Inner Sect disciples, defeated by Qin Yujie in a single move. This scene left the surrounding crowd stunned into silence, unable to react. Only after a long while did they finally snap out of their daze, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Qin Yujie is truly a prodigy. Who knew musical martial techniques could be this powerful? Among the 3,000 paths, every discipline becomes immensely formidable when mastered to perfection. Legend has it there was an ancient Zither emperor whose power was peerless. The crowd stared at Qin Yujie in awe, no one daring to step forward and challenge him. Qin Yujie, my brother won't let you get away with this. Tang Jibei screamed madly from the ground. I'll be waiting, Qin Yujie replied indifferently. He collected the storage bags from the 10 fallen disciples and Tang Jibei, then flashed into the sky and entered his flying carriage. In a flicker, the flying carriage vanished from sight. Thus, this incident temporarily came to an end. Along the journey, the flying carriage raced swiftly forward, drawing countless exclamations of amazement from passing cultivators. 3 hours later, Qin Yujie finally arrived at Zuxian City. Flying was prohibited within Zuxian City, so Qin Yujie guided his flying carriage down to land. Zuxian City served as the capital of Lingtian Kingdom, situated before the vast Qinjing Grand Canal and backed by the magnificent Jin Xiuchangji Mountains. With superb transportation and thriving commerce, it stood as the economic heart of the entire Lingtian Kingdom. At the city gate, Qin Yujie folded up his flying carriage, paid 1 gold coin as entry fee, and joined the queue to enter. Zuxian City was immense and extraordinarily bustling. Elegant ancient-style buildings rose in orderly succession, while wide streets teemed with endless streams of carriages and pedestrians. What a magnificent city! Qin Yujie had never truly taken time to appreciate the beauty of this world since arriving. This flourishing metropolis instantly captured his attention. I'm getting hungry. Let me grab something to eat first. As he wandered along, Qin Yujie soon reached a lavish restaurant. This establishment was named Tianyuan Lu, towering 3 stories high. Each level was extravagantly decorated. A couplet was inscribed on both sides of the main entrance. Delicious flavors attract guests from all under heaven. Wine fragrance lures immortals out from their caves. Tianyuan Lu was the most renowned restaurant in Zuxian City, famous for its endless array of exquisite dishes. It was rumored that the imperial family stood behind its operations. An elegant couplet. I wonder if the food lives up to the reputation. I shall try it today. Qin Yujie already possessed an elegant bearing and extraordinary aura. Combined with the cultivation realm of refinement origin exuding from him, the waiter immediately recognized him as someone noble and exceptional, certainly not an ordinary guest. Esteemed young master, please come in. Which floor would you like? The waiter asked enthusiastically. 3rd floor, Qin Yujie replied calmly. Right away. The waiter eagerly led Qin Yujie upstairs. At Tianyuan Lu, prices differed by floor. Dining on the 1st floor required a minimum expenditure of 100 gold coins per visit. The 2nd floor demanded at least 500. As for the 3rd floor, each meal cost no less than 1,000 gold coins. Gold coins were the standard currency of Lingtian Kingdom. A single gold coin could feed an average person for a whole year. Here, even the lowest tier began at 100 coins. One could imagine how extravagant this place was. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Only the wealthy and influential dared enter Tianyuan Lu. Qin Yujie followed the waiter to a side table on the 3rd floor. The young master, what would you like to order? Just bring me all your signature dishes. Right away. Please wait a moment. Sitting there, Qin Yujie took out his Immortal Dew and began to sip it. This Immortal Dew was brewed from 100 kinds of spirit fruits, its aroma imbued with extraordinary medicinal effects. While the others around were originally enjoying their meals with great relish, the moment they caught the fragrance, they suddenly found their own wine dull and tasteless. Esteemed sir, might we share your table? Just then, 2 young maidens approached Qin Yujie. One wore a mask, while the other was slightly more lively, her face full of mischievous wit. Both were dressed in fine brocade garments. Judging by their attire, they were clearly born into noble families, likely young ladies from influential clans within Lingtian Kingdom. Yet despite there being empty tables nearby, they chose to join him, which struck Qin Yujie as slightly odd. Of course, Qin Yujie said with a faint smile. The playful girl grinned, then gently pulled the quieter, masked maiden along as they sat down. My name is Mu Linglong. May I ask your honorable surname, sir? The spirited girl raised her brow, clearly scheming something behind those twinkling eyes. I'm of the Qin family. You may call me Master Qin, replied Qin Yujie. Oh, so you're Master Qin, what an honor. Mu Linglong smiled sweetly, then added, your wine smells absolutely divine. Might we be allowed a taste? Linglong, isn't this rather improper? The masked girl tugged at Mu Linglong's sleeve, somewhat embarrassed. Haha, of course you may. But tell me, don't you fear I might be a wicked man? Qin Yujie chuckled. With such noble bearing, sir, you couldn't possibly be a villain, Mu Linglong said with a playful wink. Chapter 24, Mu Linglong. In fact, Qin Yujie didn't know that Mu Linglong was born with a unique constitution known as the 7-aperture crystal heart, which allowed her to sense the ill intent or goodwill in others. Anyone who harbored ill will toward her or genuine kindness. She could feel it all within her heart. When she saw Qin Yujie, a joyful sensation arose inside her, something she had never experienced before. If you want a drink, I've got plenty to spare. Only if you dare, Qin Yujie said with a smile. pouring each of them a cup of Immortal's Dew. In a world where martial prowess ruled supreme, there were not many truly good people. Qin Yujie knew well that unless he fully trusted someone, he would never touch their drink. Amazing wine. Truly a delicacy beyond compare. Mu Linglong picked up the cup of Immortal's Dew and drank it all in one gulp, then felt a profound shock ripple through her. She felt her inner true energy surge wildly, and in an instant, her cultivation level rose from gathering pulse stage 8 straight to stage 9. You're not drinking, miss. Are you afraid I've poisoned it? Qin Yujie teased the masked woman with a smile. The woman in white, still wearing her mask, clearly had an elegant figure. Though her face was hidden, her silhouette alone suggested extraordinary beauty. No, sir, you misunderstand. I'll drink. The masked woman rarely touched alcohol, but upon meeting Qin Yujie's gaze, she lifted her head and downed the cup without hesitation. Instantly, a tremor ran through her entire body, and her cultivation level also surged to gathering pulse stage 9. Thank you, sir. Both Mu Linglong and the masked woman exclaimed, faces filled with astonishment. It's nothing. I have more than enough of this wine, Qin Yujie said calmly. The sudden breakthroughs in the two women's cultivation immediately drew attention from everyone around. All eyes turned to the cup in Qin Yujie's hand, stunned. Yet when they noticed Mu Linglong, no one dared cause trouble. The Mu family was a first-rank clan in Yushuan City. Ordinary people couldn't possibly afford to offend them, and Mu Linglong herself was well known throughout Yushuan City. Just then, the dishes Qin Yujie ordered arrived, a full table overflowing with delicacies. Let's eat together, Qin Yujie said, then proceeded to dig in without waiting for the two women. But neither of the two showed any interest in the lavish feast before them. Especially Mu Linglong. Her eyes were fixed, round and gleaming, on the cup of Immortal's Dew in Qin Yujie's hand. As the young lady of the Mu family, Mu Linglong had tasted every kind of rare delicacy in Yushuan City. She naturally wasn't impressed by mere gourmet dishes. Perhaps she'd even grown tired of meals at Tianxiang Tower. Help yourselves if you want some. Don't be shy, Qin Yujie said with amusement. At those words, Mu Linglong's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, she poured herself another cup and drank. Qin Yujie, let me introduce my good friend here. This is Li Shiming, Mu Linglong said with a meaningful smile. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Li, Qin Yujie greeted. Qin Yujie, you're not being fair. Mu Linglong narrowed her eyes playfully. We've told you our names, but we don't even know yours yet. I'm Qin Yujie, he replied. Both Mu Linglong and Li Shiming quietly memorized his name. At that moment, 3 men walked down from the second floor. The one in front was quite handsome, dressed in fine brocade robes, a precious sword hanging at his waist, a clear sign of noble birth. Linglong, so here you are. The man said upon spotting her. A flicker of barely perceptible lust flashed in his eyes, though he concealed it well, maintaining a gentle and warm smile on his face. The surrounding men glared at Zheng Juanxing with envy and jealousy. The women gazed at him with adoration and infatuation. Who wouldn't love such a man? Illustrious background, exceptional martial talent, handsome looks, and seemingly gentle demeanor. Zheng Juanxing, why are you here? Mu Linglong frowned as she looked at the man, immediately sensing deep malice in his heart. Zheng Juanxing was the second young master of the Zheng family, another top-tier clan in Yushuan City. Among the city's 3 greatest families, the Zheng and Mu clans were 2 of them. As children of elite families, Mu Linglong and Zheng Juanxing had known each other since childhood. Yet from the very first time she met him, Mu Linglong had sensed the dark intentions lurking within Zheng Juanxing's heart, which was why she always kept her distance. When Zheng Juanxing first laid eyes on Mu Linglong, he was captivated by her beauty and began pursuing her relentlessly. However, his inner depravity had already been detected by Mu Linglong's 7-aperture crystal heart. Otherwise, she might have been fooled by his charming, gentlemanly exterior. No one else, not even her parents, knew about Mu Linglong's special ability. Only she herself was aware of it. Lord Zheng is not only handsome, but also comes from a prestigious family. He's the perfect candidate for a husband. A woman in the crowd sighed dreamily. Yes, and he's so gentle and thoughtful. Just thinking about him makes me swoon. Another girl said dreamily, stars in her eyes. I heard Lord Zheng isn't only gifted in martial arts, but also writes poetry. Exactly. His talent is unmatched in the world. If he'd write just one poem for me, I'd do anything. Like the saying goes, fair as jade, peerless in the world. That's exactly who Lord Zheng is. The women around gazed at the elegant Zheng Juanxing with hearts fluttering. Zheng Juanxing and his 2 companions approached Mu Linglong and smiled, saying, Linglong, are these your friends? I don't think I've seen them before. What's it to you? Zheng Juanxing, you really mind your own business. Mu Linglong snapped angrily. Linglong, don't be upset. I was just asking. Zheng Juanxing suppressed his inner rage, keeping a gentle smile on his face. Friend, would you mind if I joined your table? Zheng Juanxing glanced at Qin Yujie, suddenly feeling a hint of danger within his heart, silently thinking. This guy is truly handsome and possesses an extraordinary aura. Compared to him, even I feel inferior. When Mu Linglong heard that Zheng Juanxing actually wanted to sit with them, she immediately gave Qin Yujie meaningful looks. But Qin Yujie could only smile and say, sure. Mu Linglong was utterly shocked, inwardly cursing. Are you an idiot? I was signaling you to refuse, not agree. What a pig-headed fool. She stomped hard on Qin Yujie's foot. Qin Yujie sighed inwardly. Not only is Mu Linglong clever and mischievous, she's also hot-tempered. Looks like I should keep my distance from her in the future. Meeting is fate. Luckily, I brought some fine wine today. Since you're Linglong's friend, why not taste it together? Zheng Juanqing said gracefully to Qin Yujie, acting superior. This wine is called Beauty's Tears, the finest in Yushuan City, so rare that no amount of money can buy it. Consider yourself fortunate to try it today. Chapter 25, Beauty's Tears, an Immortal Dew. Mu Linglong and Li Shiming glanced disdainfully at Zheng Juanqing, who was still boasting. Before they had tasted the Immortal Dew, they would have admitted that Beauty's Tears was a rare and exquisite wine. But now, compared to the Immortal Dew, Beauty's Tears simply had no chance of standing up. Wow, it's actually Beauty's Tears. I really wish I could take just one sip, someone nearby said enviously. I've been lucky enough to try Beauty's Tears once. It was absolutely delicious. Yes, I've tasted it too. It was truly unforgettable. People around began talking animatedly. As the finest wine in Yushuan City, Beauty's Tears was priceless and rarely available. Yet among those dining on the third floor of Tianyuan Pavilion, none were ordinary. Though rare, quite a few had indeed had the fortune to taste this famed liquor. Zheng Juanqing, this Beauty's Tears can't compare at all with Senior Brother Qin's Immortal Dew. I think you'd better not even bring it out, Mu Linglong said coldly, casting a dismissive glance at him. Qin Yujie smiled lightly and added, I've tasted Beauty's Tears as well. Honestly, the flavor is just average. Perhaps Senior Brother Zheng has never tried anything better, which is why he appears so proud. Oh, then what kind of wine exactly is your Immortal Dew, Senior Brother Qin? I don't believe anything could surpass Beauty's Tears. Zheng Juanqing's face darkened slightly. Since you're Linglong's friend, today I'll let you have a taste, Qin Yujie replied calmly. Then turning to the crowd, he announced, anyone here who wishes to drink, consider it my treat. There were over 20 people on the entire third floor. One cup each meant a considerable sum. Earlier, everyone had caught a whiff of the fragrance but, mindful of etiquette and Mu Linglong's status, had refrained from asking for any. Now that Qin Yujie had offered freely, many grew eager, curious to find out how truly exceptional this Immortal Dew really was. A subtle flick of true energy within Qin Yujie's body caused a jug of fine wine to instantly divide into more than 20 portions, flying swiftly outward in all directions. Each portion landed precisely into an empty cup before every guest, not a single drop spilling. What incredible skill! Everyone gasped in astonishment, their faces tinged with shock. Even Zheng Juanqing found a stream of the exquisite wine flowing into his cup. Senior Brother Zheng, please, take a taste, Qin Yujie said impassively. Before even drinking, Zheng Juanqing was overwhelmed by a rich, intoxicating aroma, one so captivating it already felt irresistible. He lifted the cup and drained it in one go. The wine melted upon contact with his tongue, and instantly, he felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy entering his body. Every cell within him seemed to rejoice and sing with delight. In all heaven and earth, how could such a spirit-infused wine exist? Zheng Juanqing murmured in disbelief. At that moment, everyone else reacted just like him, their hearts trembling with awe. This Immortal Dew is truly divine. To have tasted such a wine in my lifetime, even if I died tomorrow, it would be worth it. One person sighed, savoring the aftertaste. I used to believe Beauty's Tears was the finest wine under the sky. Now I realize I was dead wrong, completely mistaken. Compared to Immortal Dew, Beauty's Tears isn't even fit to carry its shoes, another exclaimed excitedly. My cultivation has broken through, from gathering pulse level 3 to level 4, someone else cried out in shock. Mine too. I've advanced from gathering pulse level 5 to level 6. Suddenly, I find Senior Brother Qin far more charismatic than Senior Brother Zheng. How did I not notice this before? Thank you deeply for your wine, Senior Brother Qin. My gratitude is beyond words. Great kindness needs no thanks, but I'll cover everything Senior Brother Qin spends here today at Tianyuan Pavilion. Why should you alone bear it? Count me in. I'd be honored to call someone like Senior Brother Qin a friend. Senior Brother Qin is so much more generous than Senior Brother Zheng. He hands out cups of priceless spirit wine like it's nothing. I used to admire Zheng so much. What's happening to me? Have I changed my heart? The guests chatted and praised, all while savoring the miraculous drink. In that moment, Zheng Juanqing's face turned abnormally grim. He had to admit, Qin Yujie's Immortal Dew was 100 times superior to his own Beauty's Tears. The difference was like that between earth and sky, mud and clouds. Senior Brother Qin, since we have such a wonderful wine today, why don't we each recite a poem and turn it into a little contest? Zheng Juanqing suddenly proposed, quickly devising a new plan in his mind. Earlier, his attempt at showing off had backfired, costing him face in front of Mu Linglong and the others. Now, desperate to save his reputation, he sought a different path. Though Zheng Juanqing's martial talent was mediocre, far inferior to his elder brother, he was unmatched in poetry and literary arts in Yushuan City. If he claimed second place, no one dared claim first. Senior Brother Zheng's literary talent is renowned throughout Lingtian Kingdom. Senior Brother Qin, perhaps it's best not to compete with him, someone nearby said worriedly. Yes, we martial cultivators should compare cultivation levels. I'm at the first level of Guanyuan realm, yet I can't even sense Senior Brother Qin's cultivation level. He must be above me, another person said. Exactly. Senior Brother Qin, don't fall for it. When it comes to poetry, you can't possibly match Senior Brother Zheng. Why compete in an area where you're clearly at a disadvantage? As the saying goes, he who eats from another's hand feels soft. He who takes from another feels short. Having all enjoyed Qin Yujie's generous gift of wine, everyone now sided with him. Mu Linglong glanced at Qin Yujie and said, Senior Brother Qin, let's just enjoy our drink. Why bother stooping to their level? So what if someone knows how to recite a few poems? What's there to brag about? Qin Yujie looked at Zheng Juanqing and sighed. Let's not do this. It'd be too embarrassing if I lost. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They all understood Qin Yujie's hesitation. After all, knowingly walking into a contest you're bound to lose was no different than offering your face to be slapped. Don't worry, losing face isn't a big deal. I won't laugh at you, Zheng Juanqing declared confidently. A gentle smile remained on Zheng Juanqing's face, but inwardly he was already thinking, asterisk, hurry up and agree. Just wait till I humiliate you publicly and stomp all over your pride, asterisk. Senior brother Qin, I'm really disappointed in you. Could it be you're actually afraid to compete? Zheng Juanqing, fearing Qin Yujie might refuse, resorted to goading him. Zheng Juanqing, enough? Just leave. You're not welcome at this table. Mu Linglong's temper flared, and she lashed out at him furiously. Zheng Juanqing's face turned dark with anger. He shot a glance at Qin Yujie and arrogantly sneered. Ah, what good is having a handsome face when there's nothing behind it? Truly golden on the outside, rotten within. At that moment, everyone felt an intense disgust toward Zheng Juanqing. They all wondered, how come we never realized before how utterly detestable he really is? Chapter 26, Young Master, hold on. Sigh. Since you're so insistent, I'll humor you then. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine and said calmly. Earlier when I mentioned losing face was painful, I was referring to you. After all, someone as famous as you losing to an unknown like me must be quite humiliating, wouldn't it? His words stunned everyone into silence. Even Mu Linglong and Li Shiming thought Qin Yujie had drunk too much and started babbling nonsense. Fine, I'd like to see exactly how you plan to humiliate me. Zheng Juanqing's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected Qin Yujie to actually agree. This fool, falling for provocation without even realizing it. Oh well, let him suffer a lesson this time. Mu Linglong sighed inwardly, pitying his foolishness yet annoyed at his recklessness. She shot Qin Yujie a glance, then said, in that case, let Master Qin propose the challenge. Agreed. Zheng Juanqing replied confidently, with effortless elegance. Most people felt Mu Linglong's suggestion made sense. By letting Qin Yujie set the terms, he might at least avoid a total humiliation. No, you should set the challenge instead. I'm afraid you might not accept defeat gracefully otherwise. Give any task you like. I don't mind. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. Everyone was taken aback by the sheer audacity in those words. It was like saying in a martial duel, go ahead, do your best. I'm invincible. Only someone with absolute confidence would dare speak such a way. Mu Linglong and Li Shiming stared at Qin Yujie, a flicker of disbelief in their eyes. Could it be? Did this guy actually have some trick up his sleeve? Very well, then I'll make the challenge. Let the poem be about Linglong. Compose a piece praising her. What do you say? Zheng Juanqing said with a self-assured grin. Fine, go first, Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Zheng Juanqing glanced several times at Mu Linglong, then fell into contemplation. Soon, a smile spread across his face. Spring arrives with drizzling rain. The beauty lifts the curtain, pearls aglow. A radiant smile gently revealed, sitting alone at her dressing table. In truth, Zheng Juanqing had prepared this poem long ago, hoping to win Mu Linglong's favor one day. He hadn't expected to unveil it today. The crowd, upon hearing the verses, was instantly captivated by its graceful imagery. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Zheng Juanqing is indeed a man of profound talent. One person exclaimed in shock. Yes, from now on, every other poem about women will pale in comparison. With such a gem before us, how can anyone else dare write? Another cried excitedly. This poem will reign supreme across the land, passed down for generations. I'm sorry, Master Qin. Though your wine is delicious, I cannot lie. It's only fair to say, this poem is truly exceptional. Master Qin is surely doomed to lose. But honestly, who could possibly beat Zheng Juanqing in poetry? No one. If Zheng Juanqing ranks second in poetic artistry, no one dares claim first. Sigh. I didn't care much for Zheng Juanqing earlier, but I must admit, this poem is extraordinary. One after another, the onlookers voiced their amazement. Even Mu Linglong hadn't expected Zheng Juanqing to produce a poem worthy of being remembered through the ages. So what if it's a good poem? I don't like it. Master Zheng, please give this poem to someone else, she said coldly after sipping her immortal dew. She had no interest in Zheng Juanqing whatsoever. When someone holds no affection for you, every virtue becomes a flaw. Even your breathing feels wrong. Zheng Juanqing smiled gently and said, it doesn't matter if you don't like it. This poem will surely live forever, and today's contest shall be remembered by future generations. Just then, Qin Yujie let out a faint laugh and said bluntly, a poem like that actually deserves to live forever? Utterly laughable. His words left everyone dumbfounded. Even Mu Linglong now felt a trace of resentment toward Qin Yujie. Zheng Juanqing's poem really was outstanding. Calling it timeless wasn't an exaggeration. For Qin Yujie to dismiss it entirely made people think he simply couldn't bear to lose and was now throwing tantrums. Mu Linglong, assuming Qin Yujie couldn't handle the loss, said coolly, Master Qin, losing isn't shameful. What's shameful is refusing to admit defeat. We can just accept our loss. That's perfectly fine. Noticing the faint disdain in Mu Linglong's eyes, Qin Yujie gave a self-mocking smile and said, so this is how I appear in everyone's eyes now, huh? Haha, very well, I admit defeat. In his past life, poems far superior to this were countless. He could pull out any one of them and utterly crush Zheng Juanqing. But this particular poem was meant for Mu Linglong, and since she already showed aversion, Qin Yujie decided it was better to avoid trouble. After all, they were merely passing strangers. If conversation flowed, that was fate. If not, then farewell. Haha, I knew it. How could you possibly write a better poem than me? Such an attention-seeking act. Zheng Juanqing's pent-up frustration from moments ago finally burst forth, and he laughed almost maniacally. Master Qin, though you've lost, there's no shame in it. You weren't outmatched by much. After all, we cultivate martial cultivation. What does it matter if you lose at some poetic wordplay? Yeah, in a world that respects martial power above all, strength is what truly matters. Many around offered words of comfort. Mu Linglong, with her 7-opening jade heart, instantly sensed something different in Qin Yujie's attitude toward her, something hard to define, yet a certain distance had appeared, making him seem less casual and familiar than before. Her heart skipped a beat, and she slightly furrowed her brows. But then she reasoned there was nothing wrong with what she'd done, and couldn't help thinking, it's not my fault. He was clearly in the wrong. If someone else points it out, he can't even accept it. Losing and still refusing to admit it, that's what's truly annoying. Just then, Qin Yujie stood up and said with a smile, "Waiter, settle the bill." "I'll get it. You treated us to wine, so let me treat you to the meal," Mu Linglong replied with a light smile. "No need. I still have enough money," Qin Yujie said faintly. He now carried over a dozen storage bags filled with abundant cultivation resources, over 100,000 gold coins alone, not to mention countless other treasures. After all, inner sect disciples were quite wealthy, especially Tang Jibei's storage bag, which overflowed with rare and precious items. "Everyone, we met by chance today. Let this be our parting," Qin Yujie said, turning to leave. "Master Qin, please wait." A young girl's voice rang out. It was Li Shiming, still wearing her mask. "What is it, Miss Li?" Qin Yujie asked, somewhat surprised. Chapter 27, a poem that spreads across the world. No one understood why the quiet, masked girl suddenly called out to Qin Yujie. "I've always believed in you, Master Qin. Please show us the poem you wrote earlier," Li Shiming said with a faint plea in her voice. Everyone was baffled by Li Shiming's words. Even Mu Linglong couldn't grasp what she meant. What was there to show? It surely couldn't be better than Zheng Juanqing's poem. Hadn't Master Qin already admitted defeat? Did Li Shiming want Qin Yujie to embarrass himself? "Oh, aren't you afraid my poem might be terrible?" Qin Yujie asked seriously. "No, Master Qin isn't the kind of person who boasts without reason," Li Shiming replied calmly. Qin Yujie smiled slightly and said, "Earlier, I already conceded defeat, but since you wish to hear it, I'll give this poem to you." With swift strides, Qin Yujie turned and left, vanishing before anyone could react, leaving only a poem echoing through the air. In the north dwells a beauty, peerless and standing alone. One glance topples a city, a second conquers a nation. When the people inside the heavenly fragrance pavilion heard these lines, their minds went blank with shock, frozen in place. Zheng Juanqing's face turned deathly pale. As someone who truly understood poetry, he knew this was the work that would endure for 1,000 years. Compared to this, his own poem was nothing but dirt beneath the heavens. Only now did everyone come back to their senses, still trembling from the impact, 100-fold, 1,000-fold more powerful than the admiration they had felt for Zheng Juanqing's verse moments ago. "We've misunderstood Master Qin all along." Beside his poem, Zheng Juanqing's words aren't worthy of being called timeless. In the north dwells a beauty, peerless and standing alone. One glance topples a city, a second conquers a nation. Huh, now that is true genius. With just this one poem, Master Qin's name will spread across the world. We were wrong. Master Qin has always carried himself with grace. He could never be someone who speaks empty boasts. We simply never gave him a chance. The one who felt the most sorrow now was likely Mu Linglong. In her heart, she sensed she might have lost something precious. In a daze, she whispered to herself, "This poem was meant for me. I pushed it away with my own hands." Thinking back, perhaps it was that slight resentment I showed that made him choose to concede at the very end. "Linglong, this poem is yours now. I no longer deserve it," Li Shiming murmured. She hadn't expected Qin Yujie to offer the poem to her. She'd simply believed deep down that he wasn't a man who would boast falsely. That was why she had spoken up, unable to hold back. "Shiming, if Qin Yujie said it belongs to you, then it does." "Don't worry, I'm fine," Mu Linglong said, forcing a smile. She gazed at the spot where Qin Yujie had vanished. She knew, ever since that distance had formed in his heart, even if they met again to share wine, they would never return to how they once were. In the north dwells a beauty, peerless and standing alone. One glance topples a city, a second conquers a nation. Mu Linglong whispered the lines, feeling, for the first time, an ache of profound loss. An hour later, Qin Yujie arrived at the Qin family estate riding a flying chariot, guided only by a hazy memory. The Qin family, an obscure third-tier clan within Zuxian City, the capital entangled in webs of power and influence, was far too insignificant, too fragile to stand against such currents. Staring at the somewhat dilapidated mansion before him, Qin Yujie felt a complex mix of emotions. Knock knock. He raised his hand and knocked on the great gate of the Qin residence. Soon after, with a creaking sound, the door opened, revealing a young disciple from the family. "Master Qin, you're back. Little Z will be so happy to hear." The youth, upon seeing Qin Yujie, broke into joyful excitement. This boy was named Qin Xiaohuang. He had a younger sister named Qin Xiaozi. Both were orphans adopted by the Qin family, roughly the same age as Qin Yujie. Though formerly servants, the three had always been close friends. Qin Yujie had never treated them as subordinates. Back when Qin Yujie still lived at home, Xiaohuang and Xiaozi had taken care of his daily life. But after Qin Yujie left for the sect, they hadn't seen each other again. "How is Xiaozi doing?" Qin Yujie asked quietly, a familiar image surfacing in his mind. Hearing the question, Xiao Huang suddenly fell silent. He hesitated, lips parting as if to speak, then held back. Finally, his eyes reddened, and he dropped to his knees. Master Qin, if you'd come just a few days later, Xiaozi might not have survived, Xiao Huang sobbed. Stand up. A man's knees hold gold, don't kneel. Tell me what happened. Qin Yujie frowned, demanding answers. Qin Xiao Huang stood up and said, a few days ago, the second young master returned. He set his eyes on Qin Xiaozi and demanded she serve him, but when she refused, he beat her until her entire body was covered in wounds. She's still locked inside the firewood shed. The second young master of the Qin family was named Qin Longyun. His father was Qin Xiaoli, who was the younger brother of Qin Yujie's father. Even Qin Yujie had to address Qin Xiaoli as uncle. Qin Yujie frowned and asked, does no one in the family dare discipline him? Master Qin doesn't know. The second young master has returned having broken through to the third level of the Guanyuan realm, and he's even awakened the flame's spiritual body. The family is actually considering making him the heir. The flame's spiritual body was a special constitution, innately attuned to fire, capable of controlling flames. When combined with fire attribute cultivation techniques and martial skills, its power could be tremendous. No wonder the family lets him do as he pleases. So he's awakened the flame's spiritual body. But it's not even close to being a saint body, let alone a divine body. For the family to treat such an ordinary constitution like a treasure, how pitiful. Qin Yujie said disdainfully. When Qin Xiao Huang heard these words, his heart jolted. Could it be that Master also possesses a special constitution, one even rarer and more powerful than the flame spiritual body? Take me to see Xiaozi in the firewood shed first. Night had already fallen. After a moment's thought, Qin Yujie decided to check Xiaozi's injuries first. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. Yes, Master Qin, follow me, Qin Xiao Huang said, feeling as if he'd finally found solid ground beneath his feet. They passed through a grove of bamboo, then walked down several corridors, arriving at a cluster of shabby houses. This was where the Qin family servants lived. Though the Qin family was only a third-tier clan, they were far from small. They employed 400 to 500 servants alone. As for the clan members themselves, counting both direct and collateral branches, there were around 900. Altogether, the Qin family numbered approximately 1,500 people. They arrived at a dilapidated firewood shed guarded by 2 servants standing on either side of the door. Chapter 28. Qin Xiaoji is injured. Seeing someone approaching, the 2 guards recognized Qin Xiaowang at the front and immediately became arrogant. The leader said, Qin Xiaowang, this was ordered by young Master Heir. No irrelevant people are allowed near. Even though you're Qin Xiaoji's brother, you can't visit her. Please go back. Qin Yujie stepped forward and coldly said, what? You don't recognize me anymore. The 2 guards looked closely, then instantly broke into a cold sweat, stammering, young Master Qin, why is it you? Although the Qin family had direct and collateral branches, there was only one person referred to as young Master Qin, Qin Yujie. Even Qin Longyun could not be called young Master Qin. He was merely addressed as second young master. This was a matter of seniority within the Qin clan. Qin Yujie said calmly, I won't make things difficult for you. Move aside on your own. Young Master Qin, although you are the eldest young master, tomorrow second young master will officially become the heir of the Qin family. Right now, you're in no position to act freely. I suggest you think carefully. Offending the second young master at a time like this isn't wise. One guard, remembering that Qin Longyun stood behind him, suddenly felt emboldened. Qin Yujie faintly smiled. 2 lowly servants who know nothing of hierarchy dare threaten me? If that's how you feel, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as Qin Yujie finished speaking, the aura of his Yuan refinement realm surged outward. The 2 guards had absolutely no resistance. They were instantly flung away, suffering serious injuries. How could you possibly be this strong? They couldn't believe Qin Yujie's power. After all, when he had left the family, his cultivation level was pathetically weak. Ignoring them, Qin Yujie opened the door. Inside, he saw a young girl curled up against the wall, covered in wounds, eyes tightly shut, seemingly unconscious. Rage burned inside Qin Yujie. He had grown up with Qin Xiaoji. Although theirs was a master-servant relationship, he always treated her like his own little sister. He never expected that after being gone only a few months, Xiaoji would be injured so severely. If he had returned just a few days later, who knew whether she'd still be alive? Qin Yujie approached Xiaoji and gently touched her face. There, across her cheek, was a dark bruise. Qin Longyun really didn't hold back. I'll settle accounts with you tomorrow. His heart ached. Gently, he scooped Xiaoji into his arms. A delicate fragrance from her body wafted into his nose, sweet, pure, intoxicating. Qin Yujie thought quietly, Xiaoji has truly grown up. At that moment, Qin Xiaoji felt herself being lifted and immediately panicked, her eyes snapping open. Master, is it really you? Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, then I hope I never wake up, she said joyfully. This isn't a dream. Don't speak now. Here, take this pill. Qin Yujie took out a top-grade Yuan nourishing pill and helped Xiaoji swallow it. A top-grade Yuan nourishing pill was more than enough to heal Xiaoji's injuries. Quietly lying in Qin Yujie's arms, Xiaoji had never been so happy. Carrying Xiaoji, Qin Yujie activated half-step chasing cicada, and in an instant arrived at his old room. This room hasn't gathered a speck of dust. Looks like during my half-year absence, it's been Xiaoji maintaining it all along. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. Noticing Xiaoji staring at him, he smiled gently and said, Xiaoji, rest now. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll be fully healed. Perhaps exhausted, Xiaoji fell asleep almost instantly. Qin Yujie walked outside the room and, facing the dark emptiness around, said coolly, "Since you're here, why not show yourself?" In a flash, a figure appeared before Qin Yujie. "Grandfather." Qin Yujie called out, slightly surprised. "Yujie, I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached the 6th level of the Yuan refinement realm." Qin Songyuan instantly saw through Qin Yujie's strength and said in disbelief, "Grandfather, about what happened to Qin Xiaoji?" Qin Yujie asked quietly. "Yujie, you must understand. Qin Xiaoji is merely an adopted servant of the family. Qin Longyun has astonishing talent. If he becomes the heir, the family will naturally try to fulfill his requests. The Qin family now stands on the brink of crisis. We desperately need a genius heir to lead us back to glory. You must know, the Qin family was once among the top families in Lingtian Kingdom. Only because of one incident did we fall to third-rate status, and that incident involves your parents. If you become the heir tomorrow, I will tell you everything about your parents. But if your talent is insufficient and you fail to become the heir, then live out your life peacefully in Lingtian Kingdom. That was your father's original wish." These few words stunned Qin Yujie into silence. In Qin Yujie's memories, he had always believed his parents died when he was very young. Could it be that there was more to the story? Were his parents actually still alive? Qin Songyuan's words today carried too much information, leaving Qin Yujie momentarily stunned. Originally, Qin Yujie had no interest in becoming the family heir. By nature, he valued freedom and was destined to become an unparalleled expert who would eventually leave Lingtian Kingdom. How could he allow himself to be bound by a small clan? But now he had changed his mind. "It seems tomorrow's competition for the position of heir is one I must win," Qin Yujie murmured quietly, gazing at the bright moon above. As Qin Songyuan left, news of Qin Yujie's return quickly spread throughout the Qin family. Had he not come back today, the heirship would undoubtedly have gone to Qin Longyun. But now that Qin Yujie had returned, according to family tradition, he and Qin Longyun would compete tomorrow, and the winner would become the heir. Qin family residence. Inside Qin Longyun's room, lights burned brightly. "I can't believe Qin Yujie actually returned at such a critical moment," Qin Longyun said in disbelief. "Yes, I tampered with the letter I sent him. Just told him to come home soon, without specifying when, and certainly didn't mention the heir succession." Qin Longyun's father, Qin Xiaoli, said with surprise. Of course, Qin Xiaoli didn't know that Qin Yujie had traveled back on a flying sky carriage, moving at incredible speed. What should have taken a full day was completed in just a few hours. "No matter," Qin Longyun said confidently. "Father, I've awakened my flame spirit body and reached the 3rd level of the Yuan refinement realm. Besides, I'm now an outer disciple of Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yujie is probably still just a menial servant at Tianyuan Sect." "That's true," Qin Xiaoli laughed. "Qin Yujie never matched your talent to begin with. Now that you've awakened the flame spirit body, he stands no chance against you." Chapter 29. Transmitting the Evergreen Art. The current head of the Qin family was Qin Songyuan, who had reached the 9th level of the Celestial Realm and stood on the verge of entering the Wheel Sea Realm. Qin Songyuan had 2 sons, Qin Hanjing, who was Qin Yujie's father, and the other was Qin Xiaoli. The 2 brothers, Qin Hanjing and Qin Xiaoli, had always been at odds, which led to their sons, Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun, harboring deep enmity toward each other. Since childhood, Qin Yujie had endured endless bullying from Qin Longyun. Half a year ago, the Qin family had invested massive resources to send both Qin Longyun and Qin Yujie into Moonwater Sect and Heavenly Origin Sect respectively as servant disciples. Because Qin Longyun progressed more quickly, he became an Outer Sect disciple earlier, whereas Qin Yujie had only recently experienced sudden rapid advancement and entered the Outer Sect. Both Moonwater Sect and Heavenly Origin Sect were major sects in Tianling Kingdom. If Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun could advance to Inner Sect disciples, it would greatly benefit their entire family. Besides the main branch, the Qin family also had many collateral branches. However, these side branches had no right to compete for succession. Therefore, tomorrow's contest would determine whose talent and strength surpassed the other, Qin Yujie or Qin Longyun. "Master, I also want to cultivate martial arts so that one day I can protect my younger sister," Qin Xiaowang pleaded as he stepped forward before Qin Yujie. Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Xiaowang wore a pained expression, regretting bitterly his lack of power, unable even to protect his own sister. Qin Yujie considered for a moment. Since he wouldn't be home often in the future, it would be better if Qin Xiaowang became stronger to properly protect Qin Xiaoji. "Take this storage bag. Drip your blood onto it to claim ownership. Inside are plenty of cultivation resources, enough to sustain you for quite some time," Qin Yujie said casually, producing a storage bag and transferring a portion of resources to give to Qin Xiaowang. Storage bags were something Qin Xiaowang had seen before, but only worn by clan chief Qin Songyuan. He never dreamed that one day he himself might actually possess one. With trembling hands, Qin Xiaowang carefully accepted the storage bag. When he saw the dazzling array of resources within, his eyes widened in stunned disbelief. "Master, this is too much," stammered Qin Xiaowang, utterly speechless. He pinched his thighs secretly to check if he was dreaming. "Ouch! This isn't a dream," cried Qin Xiaowang in pain. Qin Yujie couldn't help but find amusement in Qin Xiaowang's reaction and inwardly thought, "You're shocked over such trivial things? Humph, I have far better items than this." He owned over a dozen such storage bags. Giving one away meant nothing to him. "These resources mean nothing to me. If you run out later, I'll provide more," Qin Yujie said indifferently. Such low-grade cultivation materials were beneath Qin Yujie himself. He would never use them. Compared to the treasures he obtained daily through his system sign-in, they were barely worth mentioning. To him, handing them out was like discarding trash. Thank you, master. Qin Shaowang immediately knelt down, overwhelmed with gratitude. As a mere servant of the Qin family, Qin Shaowang likely hadn't seen so many cultivation resources in his entire life. I'll also impart a cultivation technique to you. This technique is called the Evergreen Art. It's a high-tier earth rank technique. Remember, an ordinary man bears no crime, but possessing treasure brings calamity. Under no circumstances must you reveal this technique to anyone else, Qin Yujie said calmly. In the world of martial cultivation, a warrior's cultivation technique was extremely important, and high-quality techniques were almost exclusively controlled by sects, noble families, and the imperial house. The Qin family did possess one cultivation method named Xianyi Art, a high-tier mystery rank technique. However, not just anyone could learn it. Only the heir to the family lineage had the right to practice it. Ordinary members of the clan like Qin Shaowang typically could only train in the most basic yellow rank techniques. They had no chance of accessing mystery rank methods, let alone earth rank ones. A single earth rank technique was enough to establish a first-rate clan. Even the Heavenly Origin sect possessed only one earth rank technique, and only core disciples were allowed to cultivate it. And here, Qin Yujie casually gave away such a rare treasure. If others found out, they'd surely curse him for being extravagantly wasteful. Master, this technique is too precious. I dare not accept it. Qin Shaowang's forehead dripped with cold sweat, his body slightly trembling. He was completely shaken by the revelation of an earth rank technique. Frankly speaking, he was merely an adopted servant of the Qin household. Who was he to deserve such a powerful art? Once I give something, I never take it back, Qin Yujie said calmly. With a casual flick of his finger toward Qin Shaowang's forehead, the complete knowledge of the evergreen art, along with detailed instructions for its cultivation, flowed directly into Qin Shaowang's mind. With these, your cultivation should face no major obstacles now, Qin Yujie said. Thank you, young master. I, Qin Shaowang, swear to follow you for life and never betray you, Qin Shaowang declared toward the sky. All right, get up. We've grown up together. No need to kneel all the time, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Young master is kind, but master is master, servant is servant. Proper etiquette must still be observed, Qin Shaowang insisted stubbornly. Then do as you wish. However, today you must drink with me, Qin Yujie said with a smile, pulling out his immortal dew wine. If the young master is in such a delightful mood, how could I not accompany you? Qin Shaowang smiled back. One cup down. Qin Shaowang's face once again twisted in shock. He had never felt so wonderful in his life. Every cell in his body seemed to cheer joyfully. His true energy surged wildly within, and his cultivation level advanced directly from Gathering Pulse Stage 1 to Gathering Pulse Stage 2. However, this single cup had already reached the limit of what his body could absorb. Drinking more would do him no good in the short term. Shaowang, you're already drunk after just one cup? Qin Yujie said with a faint smile. Your wine, young master, truly has overwhelming after effects. With that, Qin Shaowang collapsed, completely passed out. The next morning at dawn, Qin Yujie slowly opened his eyes to see a young girl staring intently at him. Young master, you're awake, Qin Shaoji said shyly, her face slightly flushed. After a night of healing from the supreme-grade cultivation-enhancing pill, all of Qin Shaoji's injuries had completely vanished. Bruises on her face were nowhere to be seen. Shaoji, did you miss your young master these past 6 months? Qin Yujie teased, gently pinching her nose with a smile. Of course I missed you. Who would say otherwise? Qin Shaoji nodded, then frowned slightly. But you really are something, young master. Why didn't you take me along to Tianyuan Sect? That way I could serve you every day. Tianyuan Sect is filled with complex power struggles. Not an easy place for someone like you. It's safer for you here in the family. Qin Yujie replied calmly with a faint smile. Once I become the heir, no one in the clan will dare bully you again. All right, Qin Shaoji said softly, clearly disappointed. Shaoji was born with the deadly pulse, a congenital condition that rendered her completely unable to cultivate martial arts. Otherwise, Qin Yujie might have considered passing some techniques to her, helping her grow stronger and capable of self-defense. But now that Qin Shaowang was diligently cultivating, Qin Yujie felt somewhat reassured. Chapter 30, the family tournament begins. Early in the morning, news of the duel between Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun had already spread throughout the Qin family. Many people woke up early and rushed to the vast martial arts training ground of the Qin estate. The training ground was where disciples practiced their martial arts on ordinary days, but today it would decide the future heir, and thus the next clan leader, of the Qin family. This was a day that would shape the fate of the entire Qin family, and disciples came one after another to witness the event. As more and more people gathered, the training ground quickly became lively. Acquaintances and strangers alike chatted excitedly. The senior and middle-level members of the family arrived early, busying themselves with arrangements around the arena. Is Qin Yujie too scared to show up? Qin Longyun glanced around, not spotting Qin Yujie yet, and sneered arrogantly. Yesterday he even dared injure 2 of my servants. Today I'll teach him a proper lesson. He needs to learn that even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Second young master, how could Qin Yujie ever be your match? In my eyes, the position of heir is already yours, said a collateral branch disciple, smiling as he flattered. Indeed, the second young master possesses extraordinary talent. He's destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. What is Qin Yujie? Just some nobody who dares compare himself to our young master. The second young master has awakened the flame's spirit body. he will surely lead our Qin family into glory. The second young master is handsome, elegant, and dashing, truly a god descended among men. If such a person cannot become our heir, it would be a great loss for our Qin family. Where is Qin Yujie anyway? Could it be that upon seeing our brilliant and mighty second young master, he's too ashamed to show his face? Well, we can't really blame Qin Yujie. Anyone who sees the exceptional genius of the second young master would naturally shrink back in fear. Hearing all the praise around him, Qin Longyun's heart swelled with pride. He threw back his head and laughed loudly, saying, "You all flatter me too much. Humility leads to progress. Arrogance leads to downfall. If you keep praising me like this, I might actually grow conceited." Except for Qin Songyuan, no one else present knew that Qin Yujie had reached the 6th level of the returning origin realm. After leaving last night, Qin Songyuan hadn't revealed Qin Yujie's cultivation level to anyone, so the rest remained unaware. At that moment, everyone spotted Qin Yujie strolling leisurely toward the training ground from a distance, accompanied by 2 others, Qin Xiaowang and Qin Xiaoji. When the crowd laid eyes on Qin Yujie, they were immediately struck by his extraordinary bearing. Who would have thought that after being away for only half a year, Qin Yujie's aura has changed so dramatically? One family disciple remarked in surprise. "Look at how majestic and noble he appears, so handsome and captivating. There's something strangely attractive about him," said a female disciple, her voice tinged with admiration. "Yes, it's been half a year since we last saw him, and Qin Yujie is completely different now. He actually exudes the aura of a true expert. Honestly, I'm not so sure about who'll win today. I sense that Qin Yujie isn't someone simple." "I agree. I feel an intense confidence radiating from him." The crowd erupted into whispers as soon as Qin Yujie appeared. "Qin Yujie, I didn't expect you'd actually dare come today. You're just humiliating yourself," Qin Longyun said with a smirk. Since Qin Yujie concealed his 6th level returning origin cultivation, Qin Longyun couldn't detect his true level at first glance. Only a few heaven-reaching realm cultivators present could perceive his strength. "Oh, I think the one humiliating himself is you. What exactly do you have to be proud of?" Qin Yujie replied calmly. The two stood facing each other, their auras clashing fiercely. Beside Qin Songyuan, Qin Xiaoli watched his father's calm expression and asked in surprise, "Father, did you already know about Qin Yujie's cultivation level?" "I only found out last night," Qin Songyuan said lightly. "Father, the reason our family has fallen into mediocrity is entirely because of my elder brother Qin Hanjing. Honestly, I despise him, so much so that I even hate his son, my nephew Qin Yujie," Qin Xiaoli said coldly. Qin Songyuan sighed deeply. "Xiaoli, that's enough. Our Qin family is already fragile as it is. If we continue with internal strife, our destruction won't be far off. I won't hold you accountable for what you've done before, but I hope we can unite as a family from now on." Qin Xiaoli frowned, but remained silent. "My talents may not match my elder brother's, but my son Qin Longyun's talent is undoubtedly superior to Qin Yujie's. Although Qin Yujie currently has greater cultivation, I firmly believe Qin Longyun will go much further, because the potential of the flame spirit body is beyond imagination," Qin Xiaoli declared resolutely. "Perhaps, let them have a fair fight today," Qin Songyuan said quietly. On the training ground, Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun stood face to face. Battle was about to erupt at any moment. "I've already reached the 3rd level of the returning origin realm, Qin Yujie. From what I can tell, you're still at the gathering meridian stage." Qin Longyun stirred his true energy, instantly releasing his cultivation aura. Several lower-level disciples immediately felt an immense pressure weighing down on them. "Second young master is so powerful. Even his aura alone is overwhelming. I'm actually trembling in fear," one disciple exclaimed in shock. "Yes, the overbearing might of the second young master forced me back several steps. I nearly fell just now," another chimed in. "Faced with such a mighty expert as the second young master, I don't even dare raise a hand. The second young master is too strong. I just lost control of my bladder from the shock." The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Longyun with admiration. This was the charisma of a true powerhouse. In the martial world, strength dictated status. "You're too naive. I've already reached the 6th level of the returning origin realm," Qin Yujie said disdainfully, then released his own cultivation level. A terrifying pressure surged from Qin Yujie's body, surging toward Qin Longyun like a mountain collapsing upon him, overwhelming and unstoppable. Qin Yujie's true energy was already incredibly dense, and with a full 3 minor levels above his opponent, Qin Longyun instantly felt a horrifying weight crushing down on him. "In the past, I was always the one challenging stronger opponents. Now I finally understand how satisfying it feels to suppress others by cultivation level," Qin Yujie said calmly. The moment Qin Yujie revealed his 6th level returning origin cultivation, the entire crowd was left speechless. Only now did they realize that Qin Yujie had grown so strong they could barely look up to him. How is this possible? Qin Yujie is actually stronger than Qin Longyun. Qin Yujie is absolutely monstrous. Compared to him, Qin Longyun suddenly seems vastly inferior. It's not that Qin Longyun is weak. It's that Qin Yujie is simply too strong, unreasonably so. That's not necessarily true. Qin Longyun still possesses the flame spirit body. The outcome isn't decided yet. Chapter 31. You do as you please, I'll only use one move. The crowd stared at the overwhelmingly powerful Qin Yujie, their hearts shaken to the point of doubting their very existence. Flame spirit body, activate. Under such terrifying pressure, Qin Longyun instantly unleashed his flame spirit body. A surge of monstrous flames erupted from his body. Now completely enveloped in fire, a phantom flame giant appeared behind him, resembling an ancient celestial deity, exuding an imposing aura. Just the pressure alone forces Qin Longyun to activate his flame spirit body. The might emanating from Qin Yujie is incredible. Qin Songyuan suppressed his inner shock, uttering in disbelief. Moreover, his spiritual energy is abnormally thick and endless. The cultivation technique he practices must be of extremely high grade and immensely powerful, Qin Shali added, equally astonished. Their insight surpassed that of other Qin family disciples, allowing them to perceive what others could not. Qin Yujie, you're only slightly higher in cultivation than me. In truth, your talent isn't better than mine. If we fight at the same level, I can easily defeat you. Qin Longyun hadn't expected Qin Yujie's aura to be this overwhelming. Even after activating his flame spirit body, he still couldn't withstand it. At this rate, there was no doubt he would lose. Fine. I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. I'll suppress my cultivation. We'll fight at the same level. I'll give you one chance. Show me your strongest power. Qin Yujie said calmly. This declaration shocked everyone once again. Is Qin Yujie really that arrogant? After all, realm is part of strength. How confident must he be to say something like this? Does he think he's invincible at the same level? A nearby disciple exclaimed in shock. I think Qin Yujie is overestimating himself. With the flame spirit body, combined with a fire attribute cultivation art and martial skill, the three fused together create unimaginable power. It's Qin Longyun who should be unbeatable at the same level. If Qin Yujie suppresses his cultivation, he'll definitely lose. He's going to be humiliated soon. Though Qin Yujie had superior cultivation, most believed Qin Longyun would dominate at equal levels due to his flame spirit body. In the world, there were 10 divine bodies, 100 holy bodies, and 3,000 spirit bodies. When no divine body emerged, the holy body reigned supreme. When no holy body appeared, the spirit body ruled. While not absolute, this clearly demonstrated how powerful spirit bodies were. Fine, just don't get defeated by me in a single move. Qin Longyun said coldly. Then let's begin quickly. You do as you please, but I'll only use one move. If I can't defeat you in one strike, I'll admit defeat, Qin Yujie said indifferently. The crowd stood stunned by Qin Yujie's bold words. Only someone supremely confident would dare speak like this. Don't underestimate me. Burning Heaven Blade Technique. Qin Longyun roared. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, and the giant flame phantom behind him grew even more massive. Wielding his blade, he slashed down fiercely toward Qin Yujie. A colossal blade of flame, charged with immense energy and heat, hurtled forward. So powerful, this blade force could nearly split the training ground in two, a clan disciple gasped. The Burning Heaven Blade Technique is a low-grade mysterious level sword art. Combined with the flame spirit body, its power is truly terrifying. The heat is unbearable. I feel like my entire body is catching fire. As they say, water and fire show no mercy. Anyone hit by this flame would be burned to death. When no holy body appears, the spirit body reigns king. This saying proves true. At equal levels, Qin Longyun will surely win. Everyone was awestruck by Qin Longyun's earth-shattering slash, one that fully displayed the might of the flame spirit body. And as his cultivation advanced, this power would only grow stronger. Qin Yujie, surrender now. There's no way you can block this. Qin Longyun declared confidently. Facing the devastating attack, Qin Yujie merely smiled faintly. So this is your ultimate strength? It seems I overestimated you. I don't see anything here worth being proud of. 4 Seasons Sword Art, Winter Snow Blanketing the Earth. Qin Yujie drew his azure lotus sword. With a gentle swing, the sky suddenly filled with heavy snowfall. Countless massive sword energies, like swirling snowflakes, descended upon Qin Longyun. The fiery giant behind Qin Longyun extinguished instantly, as if doused with water. Worse, the entire training ground seemed transformed into winter, a vast expanse of white snow. As the snowflakes landed on Qin Longyun, an intense cold rapidly spread through his body. He found himself unable to move, his soul barely able to think. His entire body had frozen solid in an instant, turned into an ice sculpture. Qin Longyun's face twisted in horror. Until his final moment, he wore an expression of utter shock, his form so lifelike it resembled a perfect statue. At that moment, countless terrifying sword beams surged toward Qin Longyun. If even one strike landed, the ice sculpture would shatter instantly, and Qin Longyun would be reduced to dust. What a terrifying attack. Qin Yujie's sword technique is monstrous, defeating Qin Longyun with just a single slash. This endless snowfall, anyone who didn't know might think winter had arrived overnight. This is Qin Yujie's divine mastery of the sword, so awe-inspiring it defies imagination. I'll never forget this single strike. Such an earth-shaking, heaven-defying sword move. It moves gods to tears and frightens ghosts. I thought Qin Longyun was surely unbeatable, but now I realize how ignorant I was. Before such a terrifying sword technique, even the flame spirit body pales into insignificance. Qin Yujie's talent in sword cultivation is simply too high. He didn't even seem to try. Just a casual strike defeated Qin Longyun. How terrifying would he be if he went all out? Qin Longyun has actually been frozen into an ice statue. I think he's in grave danger. Everyone on the training ground was stunned by Qin Yujie's breathtaking sword strike. Only now did they realize that the previously invincible-seeming Qin Longyun had, in an instant, become utterly insignificant. Only through contrast could such a gap be revealed. The difference between Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun was like heaven and earth. One stood in the sky, the other buried beneath the dirt. Young master is so strong. I never expected that after not seeing him for over half a year, he'd become this powerful. Qin Xiaoji gazed at Qin Yujie with a radiant smile, her face brimming with undisguised pride, as if his strength were her own. Yeah, if I could be just half as strong as young master, I'd be content, Qin Xiaohuang said in shock. But then, recalling the resources and cultivation techniques Qin Yujie had gifted him, confidence returned to his expression. He believed that one day, he would definitely be able to protect his sister. At that moment, far away, Qin Songyuan and Qin Xiaoli were also stunned beyond words. Yet almost immediately, their expressions turned into deep concern. They realized Qin Yujie's sword energy was moving far too fast, and neither of them had reacted in time. Chapter 32, An Easy Victory. Just as the sword aura was about to pierce Qin Longyun, it abruptly halted, Shenfu in midair directly before his eyes. Had it advanced even an inch further, Qin Longyun would have been dead without a doubt. The precision with which Qin Yujie controlled his sword aura demonstrated that his mastery of martial techniques and manipulation of true energy had reached an unparalleled peak. The onlookers around them exhaled in relief, especially Qin Songyuan and Qin Xiaoli, whose hearts finally settled after the tense moment. Yujie is a sensible child. He knows where to draw the line. We don't need to worry about Longyun's safety, Qin Songyuan said with a smile toward Qin Xiaoli. Although Qin Longyun wasn't as gifted as Qin Yujie, his flame spirit body was one of the rare 3,000 spirit bodies. Its true power had yet to be fully awakened. Once he matured, his strength would surely become extraordinary. If he were to die at Qin Yujie's hands now, it would indeed be a great loss for the Qin family. Though physically immobilized, Qin Longyun's soul was trembling in terror. While there had been some tension between Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun, it was never deep-seated hatred. Besides, as fellow disciples of the clan, Qin Yujie had no reason to go all the way and kill him. Qin Yujie retracted his true energy and sword aura. The ice coating Qin Longyun's body slowly began to melt, the surrounding temperature gradually returning to normal until everything was back as it should be. I lost. I admit defeat willingly, Qin Longyun said. He knew he had just walked through the gates of death, and the only reason he was still alive was because Qin Yujie had shown mercy. Thus concluded the succession trial, and without a doubt, Qin Yujie emerged as the ultimate victor. Excellent. I hereby announce Qin Yujie as the official heir to our family. In the future, he shall become the clan leader of the Qin family, Qin Songyuan declared joyfully. Who would have thought it would end like this? In the end, it was Qin Yujie who claimed victory. Truly unexpected. Qin Yujie's talent in swordsmanship is terrifying. It's even surpassed that of the flame's spirit body. Such an overwhelming technique is beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Yes, that final strike was absolutely breathtaking. I will never forget this moment. Longyun talked so big earlier, and now he's been utterly humiliated. From this day forth, Qin Yujie becomes my idol. Everyone could clearly see Qin Yujie's strength and talent. No one opposed this decision. To be honest, if you weren't a member of the Qin family, you'd already be dead. The match may be over, but what you did to Xiaozi a few days ago isn't so easily forgiven, Qin Yujie said coldly. The incident in which Qin Longyun forced himself upon Qin Xiaoji, who refused to submit and was consequently beaten until she was covered in wounds, was no longer a secret within the Qin family. Everyone knew about it. Before this, since Qin Longyun was exceptionally talented, most believed he would inevitably become the successor, so no one dared speak out against the matter. After all, arrogance and cruelty were considered somewhat normal for a prodigious young expert. And in their eyes, Xiaozi was merely a servant. They understood exactly where her worth stood. But things were different now. Qin Yujie, equally exceptional in talent, had just crushed Qin Longyun in a single devastating sword move, securing his place as heir to the Qin family. As the future patriarch, Qin Yujie now held the authority to hold Qin Longyun accountable. Qin Yujie, my son has already admitted defeat. What more do you want? Are you really going to turn against your own brother, just for a maid? Qin Xiaoli flickered forward, stepping directly in front of Qin Yujie, speaking with clear displeasure. Oh, even if Xiaozi were just my personal servant, only I would have the right to discipline her. No one else. Moreover, I've always treated Xiaozi like a little sister. Her life means far too much to me, Qin Yujie replied coldly. The surrounding crowd fell silent as tension crackled between the two figures. Having grown up together since childhood, Qin Yujie and Qin Xiaoji were practically childhood sweethearts. She naturally held significant weight in his heart. Qin Yujie, I'm your uncle. Is this how you speak to your elders? Qin Xiaoli asked, not angry, but smiling instead. What kind of elder are you? If it weren't for grandfather, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. If I recall correctly, when I was younger, you weren't exactly kind to me either, behind closed doors, Qin Yujie sneered. His words shocked everyone present once again. After all, Qin Xiaoli was a third-level Heavenly Realm warrior, an incredibly powerful existence. There was no way Qin Yujie could possibly stand against him. Has Qin Yujie lost his mind? Challenging the vice clan leader? This is nothing but a fool trying to crack a rock with an egg, completely delusional. One disciple exclaimed in disbelief. Sure, Qin Yujie's talent is impressive, but his temperament is awful. How dare he talk about teaching a third-level Heavenly Realm expert a lesson? He's only at the 6th stage of the reverted energy realm himself. Indeed, I admired him at first, but now that he has a bit of power, he's becoming blindly arrogant. Can someone like this truly lead our family? Qin Yujie is truly overconfident. Now he's shooting himself in the foot. He probably can't even withstand a single move from Qin Xiaoli. From afar, Qin Xiaoji gazed at Qin Yujie with tear-filled eyes, worry flickering in her heart. So I mean this much to young master. He's willing to defy the vice clan leader for my sake. But I wonder, can he really stand against Qin Xiaoli? Hearing Qin Yujie's words, Qin Xiaoli burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Qin Yujie, I admit your talent is extraordinary, but with your current strength, thinking you can teach me a lesson is pure fantasy. A heavenly realm expert is far beyond what you can comprehend. Don't think that having some power entitles you to speak recklessly, Qin Xiaoli said, shaking his head. Then today I will challenge you. Let's see just how strong you really are, Qin Yujie replied coldly. Fine. As your elder, I'll give you a little guidance and show you the vast gap between us, Qin Xiaoli said confidently. Xiaoli, go easy on him. Do not endanger Yujie's life, Qin Songyuan interjected. He wanted to test the upper limits of Qin Yujie's strength, so he didn't stop the fight, merely giving Qin Xiaoli a cautionary reminder. Qin Yujie shook his head calmly. There's no need to hold back. As for guiding me, you lack the capability. Then let's settle this with real combat, Qin Xiaoli sneered. If that's what you wish, so be it. Qin Yujie's inner true energy surged violently, causing the surrounding spiritual energy in the air to tremble intensely. Heaven-shattering finger. In an instant, a massive golden finger formed in the sky, radiating terrifying power as it shot straight toward Qin Xiaoli. Qin Yujie's physical body had grown significantly stronger, allowing him to unleash an even more devastating version of this technique. A heavenly tier martial skill, there wasn't a single one of its kind in all of Lingtian Kingdom. The attacking power of this finger technique was extraordinarily immense. What a terrifying technique. This martial skill is simply too powerful. Chapter 33 Defeating Qin Xiaoli. How does Qin Yujie have so many powerful attack techniques? First it was swordsmanship, now finger techniques. Who knows what else he's capable of? Qin Yujie is too monstrous. His strength is simply beyond reason. Yeah, I originally thought Qin Yujie would undoubtedly lose, but now it seems the one who's going to lose is Deputy Clan Chief Qin. Look at Deputy Clan Chief Qin. His face has turned green. He's terrified. The surrounding crowd was once again shocked by Qin Yujie's assault. They couldn't believe that a mere 6th-level regathering realm cultivator could unleash such an overwhelming attack. Qin Xiaoli stared at the heaven-shaking finger strike before him, his scalp tingling. This attack wasn't only immensely powerful, it also cut off every possible escape route. There was no choice but to take it head-on. Qin Xiaoli had no other option. He felt a deadly threat emanating from that golden finger, a sharp instinct born from decades of combat experience, one that never deceived him. Qin Xiaoli's expression grew grim. The true energy within his body surged violently, stirring up fierce winds across the land as spiritual qi gathered like roaring ocean tides. Open grave palm. With a thunderous shout, Qin Xiaoli unleashed his most powerful technique. Instantly, a colossal stone tablet materialized in the air. Square and majestic, towering with an immovable aura, the tablet exuded an unshakable presence. Go! The massive tablet roared forward, carrying unimaginable momentum, rushing toward Qin Yujie. Any ordinary person struck by it would instantly be crushed into paste. Then came a deafening boom. The two devastating attacks collided like comets crashing into Earth, exploding upon impact. Intense shockwaves sent people staggering in all directions. The entire sky seemed to detonate in chaos, shaking heaven and earth. Qin Yujie is incredible. This attack is absolutely tyrannical. Deputy Clan Chief Qin isn't bad either. He finally blocked Qin Yujie's move. But don't forget, Qin Yujie is only at the 6th level of the Regathering Realm, while Deputy Clan Chief Qin has reached the 3rd level of the Heavenly Being Realm. True, but even though he blocked it, Qin Xiaoli still lost. Just as everyone assumed the two were evenly matched, something shocking occurred. When the giant stone tablet collided with the golden finger, it shattered like a broken mirror, splintering into countless fragments. Yet the golden finger remained completely intact, continuing its relentless advance straight toward Qin Xiaoli. No! Qin Xiaoli's face twisted in horror as he stared at the unstoppable golden finger tearing through space toward him. Unwilling to accept defeat, he screamed desperately. Boom! Another explosion rang out as the golden finger slammed into Qin Xiaoli's body, sending him flying backward. With just a single move, Qin Yujie had defeated Qin Xiaoli, leaving him seriously injured. In fact, Qin Yujie had held back over half his power at the last moment. If not for that, Qin Xiaoli would have been killed. This scene left everyone present stunned. Everyone knew Qin Yujie was strong, but no one expected him to reach such terrifying heights. A 3rd-level Heavenly Being Realm expert? Nothing special. I haven't even used my full strength yet, Qin Yujie said calmly, as if he'd just completed a trivial task. This can't be. How could I possibly lose? I'm a 3rd-level Heavenly Being Realm expert. Qin Xiaoli stammered in disbelief, unable to accept the outcome. What's impossible about it? You're not the first Heavenly Being Realm expert to fall beneath my hand, Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Hearing these words, the crowd could only exchange bitter smiles. They were utterly shaken by Qin Yujie's dominance. He casually defeated Qin Xiaoli without using his full power. Just how strong would he be if he went all out? Exactly. Deputy Clan Chief Qin was already extremely powerful, yet this Qin Yujie is even stronger. Listen to Qin Yujie. He's saying he's beaten many Heavenly Being Realm experts before? This guy is a monster. Is he even human? All those who fight beyond their realm are geniuses. But Qin Yujie is clearly a genius among geniuses. Yes, with Qin Yujie leading us, The Qin family is destined for glory. Everyone gazed at Qin Yujie, their hearts now incapable of remaining calm. Qin Songyuan stared at Qin Yujie in astonishment, thinking inwardly, Han Jing, your son is truly remarkable. The revival of the Qin family is finally possible. You've left behind an unparalleled prodigy. Qin Yujie walked calmly to Qin Longyun and said coldly, now that no one's left to protect you, it's time you received my punishment. Do what you want. Winner takes all, loser accepts fate, Qin Longyun asked defiantly. Simple. I'll beat you up, Qin Yujie replied casually. Immediately, cries of agony echoed across the training ground. Qin Longyun was pummeled mercilessly, completely powerless to resist. Of course, Qin Yujie didn't go too far. Qin Longyun suffered only minor external injuries that would heal in a few days. The crowd glanced silently at Qin Xiaozi, each mentally noting her name. From now on, they knew one thing for sure. They could provoke anyone, but under no circumstances should they ever mess with Qin Xiaozi. All right, our grudge is settled, Qin Yujie said. Qin Longyun looked at Qin Yujie with complex emotions. He knew Qin Yujie had held back. Otherwise, these superficial injuries would have been far worse. Thank you, brother, for sparing me, Qin Longyun said gratefully. His attitude completely changed in that moment. Give this top-grade Peiyuan pill to your father to swallow. I believe he'll recover soon, Qin Yujie said casually, handing over a Peiyuan pill to Qin Longyun. Truth be told, none of the younger Qin family disciples had ever seen a top-grade pill before. After all, such pills were extremely rare, something one could only encounter by sheer luck. Even the most skilled alchemists couldn't guarantee producing them. Sometimes, it still came down to fortune. Moreover, top-grade pills were usually kept for personal use and rarely put up for auction. After all, such life-saving treasures were beyond price. Now Qin Yujie had casually given away a top-grade Peiyuan pill, leaving everyone stunned into numbness. Especially disturbing was his indifferent demeanor, which made the onlookers feel uneasy. A top-grade Peiyuan pill, one of the supreme healing elixirs, and Qin Yujie actually gave it away so easily? I definitely wouldn't have. Yeah, look how he didn't even blink. Clearly, he has more than just one. Isn't cultivation all about opportunities? Sticking close to the Qin family is our greatest fortune. Once Qin Yujie becomes clan chief, there will surely be rewards for us. Right? I also practice sword techniques, but I've never seen anything as powerful as that 4-season sword art. Its grade must be incredibly high. I wish I could learn it someday. I still think the sky-shattering finger technique was more impressive. With just one finger strike, Deputy Clan Chief Qin lost half his life. Didn't you notice the sword in Qin Yujie's hand? I sensed something extraordinary about it. It might be an Earth-tier weapon. No way. Throughout the entire Qin family, only Clan Chief Qin possesses a mystical tier weapon, and he treats it like a priceless treasure, never letting it out of his sight. Compared to Qin Yujie, I realize we're nothing. In terms of cultivation level, cultivation techniques, martial skills, weapons, or resources, we're utterly pathetic in every way. What's even more heartbreaking is that he could rely on his looks, yet insists on relying on strength. So handsome, and yet insanely powerful. How are ordinary people like us supposed to survive? The surrounding crowd murmured incessantly, their eyes fixed on Qin Yujie, some filled with admiration, others with jealousy. Chapter 34, The Hidden Truth About My Parents. Qin Songyuan gazed at Qin Yujie with great satisfaction. Yujie's performance today had truly amazed him. His temperament, strength, talent, and the way he skillfully balanced kindness with authority afterward. All of it led Qin Songyuan to make a crucial decision. Yujie, you've given me a tremendous surprise. From this day forward, I officially appoint you as the clan leader. I will serve as your deputy, Qin Songyuan declared loudly as he stepped beside Qin Yujie. Although Yujie was already the heir, becoming the actual clan leader would normally require several more years of training and experience. After all, Yujie was still young. It wasn't reasonable to place such a heavy burden on him so soon. But now, things were different. Qin Songyuan firmly believed that appointing Yujie as clan leader immediately was the best possible arrangement. Grandfather, you should remain the clan leader. My ambition lies in reaching the peak of martial cultivation. I can't be confined to one place. However, no matter where I go in the future, I will always be a member of the Qin family. Yujie had cultivation to pursue and check-ins to complete. He didn't have time to manage clan affairs every single day. Sai, your character is just like your father's. Both of you are eager to explore the outside world. Very well, this old man will continue serving as clan leader for now, though I don't think I can hold on much longer, Qin Songyuan said with a smile. Grandfather, you're already at the 9th level of the celestial realm. If you break through into the Wheel Sea realm, your lifespan will extend by another 100 years. There's no need to worry, Yujie reassured him. My potential has long been exhausted, and I suffered internal injuries in my youth. Reaching the 9th level of the celestial realm is already my limit, Qin Songyuan sighed. That won't happen. As long as I'm here, you will break through into the Wheel Sea realm, Yujie said confidently. Qin Songyuan assumed these were just comforting words and didn't take them too seriously. Shaking his head slightly, he turned to the crowd and announced, the competition is over. Everyone may leave now. Yujie, come with me. Following Qin Songyuan through a stretch of woods, they arrived at a secluded courtyard, his private residence, tranquil and peaceful. Yujie, your talent is exceptional, and you've successfully passed the heir's trial. Now, I will tell you everything I know about your father and mother, Qin Songyuan said after a brief silence, his tone softening with melancholy. Your father was extraordinarily gifted. By the age of 20, he had already reached the Wheel C realm, making him the youngest Will C cultivator in Lingtian Kingdom at the time. Thanks to your father's genius and power, our Qin clan rose to become one of the premier families in Yushuan City. Those were our golden days, full of glory and pride. At that time, many young ladies from noble families set their eyes on your father. Even the emperor himself wished to arrange a marriage, offering his beloved eldest princess to your father. But unexpectedly, your father flatly refused. He said he disliked being bound by constraints and yearned to see the world beyond. After that, he left alone, departing from Lingtian Kingdom to wander and cultivate across distant lands. After your father's departure, our clan began suffering secret suppression from the imperial family. Yet because they feared your father's potential, they never went too far. They were afraid he might return one day. And indeed, 10 years later, he returned, with a woman. That was your mother. When she came back, she was already pregnant with you. We never learned your mother's true identity, nor did your father ever speak of her origins. But your father's talent was nothing short of monstrous. In just 10 years, he had reached the sovereign realm. You must understand, when no saints appear, the sovereigns reign supreme. When no supremes arise, the sovereign is king. At that time, the emperor in the palace hadn't even reached the Wheel C realm. After your father's return, the reigning emperor himself came to our door, bearing thorns to apologize. That was the pinnacle moment in our clan's history. If only things had continued that way, how could our Qin clan have fallen into decline like it is now? Half a year later, you were born. I remember clearly, every major and minor aristocratic family in Yushuan City came to celebrate. Even the emperor personally arrived to offer his congratulations. Rare treasures and precious artifacts filled our entire estate, spilling out beyond storage capacity. But on that very day, disaster struck. A mysterious elder suddenly appeared in Yushuan City, descending from above like a peerless expert. When your mother saw him, she panicked instantly, as if facing a mortal enemy. The old man hovered high in the sky, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. When he laid eyes on your father, and then on you, cradled in your mother's arms, his fury erupted like a storm. With a single palm strike, he attacked your father. Your father fought back fiercely, but the elder was simply too powerful. Despite his extraordinary talent, your father was ultimately defeated, and his cultivation base completely destroyed. Tears streamed down Qin Songyuan's cheeks as he spoke these words. That elder was immensely powerful and intended to wipe out our entire Qin clan with a single palm strike. In the end, your mother pleaded for mercy with her life, and only then were you, your father, and our entire family spared. Ever since then, your mother was taken away by that cultivator, and later, your father also left Lingtian Kingdom alone. Because our Qin clan had incurred the wrath of a supreme expert, and with your father's cultivation completely destroyed, the imperial family began relentlessly suppressing us. From that point on, our clan declined, falling from a first-rank family to what we are today, a third-rate one. After saying this, Qin Songyuan took out a letter and handed it to Qin Yujie. On the envelope was written, "To my son, Yujie, open personally." Qin Yujie numbly accepted the letter. He never expected his parents to have such a dramatic past, nor did he imagine that the Qin clan once enjoyed such glory. Even more, he never thought his own origins could be so extraordinary. In his previous life, Qin Yujie had been an orphan, never experiencing the warmth of family. But in this life, merely hearing his parents' story filled his heart with the bitterness and helplessness his father must have felt in despair, as well as the sorrow and anguish of his mother begging for mercy at the cost of her life. Qin Yujie opened the letter and found only a few lines written inside. "My son Yujie, when you read this letter, it means you possess exceptional martial talent. But you are still too weak. Only when you reach the sovereign realm will you be ready to learn the truth. Once you achieve that level, go to the Western Sea and seek a man named Sun Haili. He will tell you about me, and about your mother." After reading the letter, Qin Yujie calmed himself and inwardly mused. My father was already at the sovereign realm, yet against that elder, he couldn't even fight back. The opponent must be terrifyingly powerful. I'm still far from reaching the sovereign realm. For now, my priority must be cultivation. Only when I grow stronger will I search for my parents. Qin Yujie carefully tucked the letter away and gently placed it into his spatial pouch. "Grandfather, let's first focus on how to strengthen our Qin clan as a whole. That is the most urgent matter right now. We can worry about the rest later," Qin Yujie said. Chapter 35, I am a pill cultivator. Enhancing the strength of our Qin family? That might be difficult. We lack sufficient foundation, said Qin Songyuan, his face filled with worry. "Grandpa, what is currently the best cultivation technique and martial skill in our family?" asked Qin Yujie. For any clan or sect, the most crucial core resources are cultivation techniques and martial skills. Why do so many people strive to join the four great sects? A major reason is that these sects possess powerful cultivation methods and combat techniques. Such formidable arts are generally not passed on to outsiders, reserved only for core disciples. In Lingtian Kingdom, why are the four great sects, three noble families, and the imperial family so powerful? Because each possesses their own earth-tier cultivation technique and martial art. The difference between martial artists practicing different techniques can be enormous. Superior techniques not only allow faster cultivation, but also greatly increase combat power. As a third-rate family, the Qin clan naturally didn't have access to high-level techniques. Sighing deeply, Qin Songyuan said, "Alas, the best cultivation method we currently have is the Xian-level superior Xuani technique. As for our strongest martial skill, you've already seen it, the Xian-level superior Kai Bei Palm. Grandpa, one key gap between us and a first-rate family lies precisely in the low rank of our techniques and skills. But don't worry about that. I will gift our family one cultivation method, 2 martial skills, and 1 movement technique. This will more than make up for our shortcomings. This cultivation method is the Earth Tier Superior Chongqing technique. The 2 martial skills are the Earth Tier Superior 4 Seasons Sword method and the Heaven Tier Inferior Piercing Heaven Finger. And as for the movement technique, it's the Earth Tier Superior Half-Step Chasing Cicada. Qin Yujie infused these 4 sets of knowledge into separate jade slips. Future generations could simply press a slip against their forehead to view its contents. Extremely convenient. However, others would have to rely solely on their own comprehension to cultivate them. After all, not everyone could instantly master techniques to perfection like Qin Yujie did through his system. Good heavens. This is actually the Earth Tier Superior Chongqing technique. Compared to my Xuani technique, it's light years apart, exclaimed Qin Songyuan, utterly shocked. And this 4 Seasons sword method, its power is tremendous. Earlier, I could tell you weren't even using your full strength. Even more terrifying is this piercing heaven finger. It actually reaches Heaven Tier Inferior. I believe there isn't a single Heaven Tier cultivation method in the entire Lingtian kingdom. Staring at the 4 jade slips before him, Qin Songyuan was too stunned to speak. At this moment, he felt that the treasures Qin Yujie had given were immeasurably precious, priceless beyond calculation. Yujie, where did you get such invaluable cultivation techniques? Qin Songyuan asked in astonishment. My master transmitted them to me in a dream. He said my talent is extraordinary, so he accepted me as a disciple within the dream, then passed down several cultivation methods and cultivation knowledge. When I woke up, all this was already in my mind. Qin Yujie casually fabricated a lie. After all, he couldn't reveal the existence of his system. To transmit cultivation methods through dreams? I've never heard of such a thing. Your master must possess unimaginable power. His realm probably has reached the level of a saint. Yujie, you must cherish this opportunity well. Qin Songyuan mused automatically, piecing together his own assumptions. I understand. Then I'll leave these 4 jade slips in Grandpa's care. I believe with these techniques and skills, our family will gradually grow stronger, said Qin Yujie. Don't worry. I'll establish a proper evaluation system. These precious techniques should be prioritized for disciples who contribute greatly to the family. All right, Grandpa. Now that the issue of cultivation methods is settled, what other difficulties is our family currently facing? Qin Yujie continued. Although we now have the techniques, our family lacks cultivation resources. We're running at a deficit. Qin Songyuan said, frowning. That's easy. Let me be honest with you, Grandpa. My master also taught me some alchemy techniques. Everyone knows pill cultivators are the wealthiest. I can guarantee our family's cultivation resources will improve steadily. Good heavens. You're also a pill cultivator. Qin Songyuan was speechless with shock. He swore today had been the most shocking day of his life. If an ordinary person without cultivation had experienced so many shocks in a single day, their heart would likely have ruptured from sheer surprise. There's no time to waste. Grandpa, go buy some spirit herbs right away. Here's the list. I've written it down. Buy as much as you can. Chuanlong grass, Huaishua fruit, Yuanqin flower, white snake fruit, Dueling grass, Intian flower, Ringawei grass, Yuandan grass, Jinling liquid, Xuanyu fruit. Qin Yujie wrote down about 100 types of spirit herbs on paper. These herbs were all yellow tier, aged around 100 years, and not expensive. However, once Qin Yujie refined them into pills and sold them, the price would be more than 10 times higher. If this cycle repeated several times, the Qin family's cultivation resources would grow rapidly, snowballing into abundance. Grandpa, I also have some resources here. Take them along to buy more spirit herbs, said Qin Yujie, pulling out the storage bags he had seized and handing them to Qin Songyuan. The seized cultivation resources were of relatively low quality, useless in Qin Yujie's hands. It was better to exchange them for spirit herbs, which could then be turned into high-grade pills that were far more valuable. All right, I'll start gathering the herbs today and try to get everything ready for you by tomorrow morning. You rest well tonight. What comes next will be exhausting. Got it. After finishing his talk with Qin Songyuan, Qin Yujie left his grandfather's residence and returned to his old room. At the doorway, Qin Xiaoji sat dumbly, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Qin Yujie asked with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. You're back, young master? Qin Xiaoji said, brightening up. Of course. Since you've cleaned my room so nicely, how can I not come back to sleep here? Qin Yujie chuckled. Young master, there's something on your face, Qin Xiaoji said, looking at him seriously. Qin Yujie rubbed his face, confused. What exactly is on my face? Seeing his earnest expression, Qin Xiaoji couldn't help but burst into laughter, then playfully added, there's something charming on your face. Qin Yujie was momentarily stunned. He assumed there must be dust or dirt on his face after today's martial arts competition. After all, he'd been fighting back and forth. It was natural for grime to end up on his face. Never did he expect Qin Xiaoji to say something like that. He wasn't prepared at all. Whoa, was I just flirted with? Qin Yujie stared at Qin Xiaoji in disbelief, a strange sense of delight rising within him. In truth, men are no different from women. In moments when you're completely unprepared, if someone suddenly flirts with you out of nowhere, your heart fills with an indescribable joy. Qin Yujie was no exception. Chapter 36, Everyone's Doubts. Xiaozi, you've turned naughty, daring to tease young master now? Qin Yujie said with a smile. He wasn't angry at all. In fact, having a clever handmaiden who could think on her feet and amuse him so well was only something to be pleased about. Qin Xiaozi laughed. Young master must have been exhausted standing up for me today. Let me give you a shoulder and back massage. All right then. Qin Yujie didn't refuse. He took out a rattan reclining chair from his system and lay face down upon it. Soon, he felt a pair of soft small hands gently pressing against his shoulders, the technique and pressure perfectly balanced. Really comfortable. Our Xiaozi is amazing, Qin Yujie murmured, feeling utterly relaxed, and immediately praised her. If young master likes it, I'll massage you every day from now on, Qin Xiaozi giggled. Before long, Qin Yujie fell asleep on the chair. Qin Xiaozi continuously shifted her hands across Qin Yujie's body, from shoulders to back, then to his waist. Sensing the firm muscles and perfect contours beneath her fingers, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Young master is truly captivating. I wonder which lucky girl will end up with him someday. No, I should steal a kiss first. Seeing that Qin Yujie was fast asleep, she quietly leaned in and lightly kissed his cheek. Her face instantly turned bright red. This was her very first time doing something so bold. The next morning, Qin Yujie stretched luxuriously and smiled faintly as he touched his cheek. As a Guanyuan realm cultivator, even while asleep, he still retained basic awareness of his surroundings. He had sensed every one of Xiaozi's actions yesterday. This girl really has guts, Qin Yujie thought with a light chuckle, but felt no intention to scold her. Just then, Clan Chief Qin Songyuan arrived before Qin Yujie, travel-worn and weary. To buy enough spirit herbs as soon as possible, Qin Songyuan hadn't slept a wink last night, working tirelessly until he finally gathered all the required herbs. Yujie, I brought the spirit herbs you asked for. Qin Songyuan pulled out a storage bag filled to the brim with an array of spirit herbs, glistening and abundant. Grandfather, you've worked hard. Let me take over now. Qin Yujie took the bag and poured out all the herbs. They piled up like a small mountain before him. Inside were 100 types of spirit herbs, each approximately 100 years old. These 100 varieties allowed Qin Yujie to mix and match formulas to refine numerous kinds of pills. After sorting through the countless pill formulas stored in his mind, he carefully selected several suited for pulse-gathering realm and Guanyuan realm cultivators, Mai Qi Dan, Ningyun Dan, and Pei Yuan Dan. These three pills were classified as yellow-tier medicines, commonly used and highly popular on the market. The Mai Qi Dan assisted cultivators at the pulse-gathering realm in their training. Taking this pill accelerated cultivation speed. The Ningyun Dan served cultivators at the Guanyuan realm, similarly enhancing their cultivation rate, making it a rather common medicine. As for the Pei Yuan Dan, it was a healing pill useful for both pulse-gathering and Guanyuan realm practitioners. Possessing just one extra Pei Yuan Dan could sometimes mean the difference between life and death. Of course, if a heavenly being realm expert were injured, the pill's effectiveness would diminish significantly. Although these three types of pills existed on the market already, the recipes Qin Yujie used were different. His formulas came from ancient, lost classics preserved in his mind. The effects of his pills were nearly twice as potent as those currently available. Qin Yujie meticulously sorted the 100 types of herbs, placing them separately according to use. Once everything was prepared, he summoned the Panlong cauldron from his system. He guided the cauldron steadily onto the ground. Thanks to his mental control, the Panlong cauldron could change size at will, extremely convenient. This sudden activity quickly drew the attention of many clan disciples. What's Qin Yujie doing? Why are there so many spirit herbs? One disciple asked, puzzled. How dense can you be? Can't you see that cauldron? Obviously, he's preparing to refine pills, another explained. Pill refinement? You're kidding. Not just anyone can refine pills, you need talent. Without innate ability, you'd never make progress your entire life. Exactly. I admit Qin Yujie has extraordinary martial talent, but I don't believe he can refine pills. That's simply absurd. Sigh, all these precious herbs are going to be wasted. Pill refining wastes enormous amounts of materials. Aside from the divine pill hall, who else dares spend so recklessly just to train a pill master? I think Clan Chief has truly lost his mind, actually indulging Qin Yujie like this. If not a single pill is successfully refined, our entire Qin family will be ruined. Qin Yujie must have gotten a big head. Pill masters always have Jingle. How can some self-taught outsider possibly refine pills? Seeing that Qin Yujie was actually preparing to refine pills, the onlookers voiced their doubts one after another. Unaffected by their skepticism, Qin Yujie focused his mind, guiding the Panlong cauldron with a thread of spiritual power. Then with a flick of his finger, a small flame shot out and landed beneath the cauldron, rapidly growing into a roaring inferno. This flame originated from the Qi Qing flame, the strange fire embedded in Qin Yujie's heart. Since merging with this extraordinary fire, he could control it at will. Is this the legendary Yaowa? One clan disciple exclaimed in shock. Alien flames are extremely rare in the world, something one stumbles upon only by fate. Who would have thought Qin Yujie actually possesses one? Heavens! In my lifetime, I never imagined I'd see an Yaowa with my own eyes. Qin Yujie must have incredible fortune to obtain such a treasure. How does Qin Yujie keep accumulating so many amazing things? For an ordinary person, possessing even one of these would count as an unimaginable stroke of luck. This heat fire burns at an extremely high temperature. If Qin Yujie had used it during yesterday's fight, Qin Longyun might have been burned alive. Exactly. I wonder if Qin Longyun is here. If he sees this, he'll probably tremble in fear. Even with an Yaowa, I still don't believe Qin Yujie can actually refine pills. Pill refining requires precise temperature control. Otherwise, the cauldron will explode. Qin Yujie concentrated fully. Once he felt confident in his ability to manipulate the flames smoothly, he picked up a stalk of Chuanlong grass and placed it into the Panlong cauldron. The pill Qin Yujie was currently refining was the Ningyun Dan. A total of 30 different herbs were required for this pill, each needing to be added in strict sequence and under precise heat conditions. Otherwise, the refinement could easily fail or trigger a cauldron explosion. In truth, Qin Yujie could simply toss all the ingredients into the cauldron at once and condense them together. It would be faster. But since this was his first attempt, he opted for the relatively conservative method. Chapter 37. He's going to blow up the furnace. Chuanlong grass has a hard texture and cool medicinal properties, with a tendency to act downward. Chuanlong grass requires extremely precise control of fire temperature. If the heat is too high, its medicinal property instantly produces a toxin harmful to the human body. If the temperature is too low, the herb cannot fully melt, rendering its potency ineffective. Qin Yujie continuously controlled the flame, carefully adjusting the temperature. After a while, the Chuanlong grass transformed into a pool of medicinal liquid. The first step had succeeded perfectly, and Qin Yujie revealed a satisfied smile. Next, Qin Yujie used his spiritual energy to grasp a Zhu by snake fruit and placed it into the Panlong cauldron. By snake fruit has a hot nature and acts upward. Its medicinal property is completely opposite to that of Chuanlong grass. Generally speaking, combining these two herbs causes a clash in their natures, leading to an explosion of the furnace. Some members of the Qin family who had rudimentary knowledge of herbal properties watched as Qin Yujie recklessly mixed Chuanlong grass with by snake fruit and immediately shook their heads in disappointment. This Qin Yujie doesn't understand even basic herb compatibility, yet dares to attempt alchemy, one disciple said. Yeah, even someone like me knows that Chuanlong grass must never be combined with by snake fruit. These two are fundamentally opposed. Exactly. When heated together at high temperatures, they'll cause an explosion. At that moment, Qin Yujie's Panlong cauldron began violently shaking, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone run. Qin Yujie is about to blow up the furnace. Yes, it's extremely dangerous when a furnace explodes. Everyone, retreat quickly. The crowd, staring at Qin Yujie, panicked and scrambled backward several steps. An ordinary alchemist would never dare attempt such reckless methods. But Qin Yujie possessed both exceptional skill and boldness, backed by the unique techniques passed down from the Pill Emperor. Qin Yujie then performed a series of intricate movements, condensing threads of spiritual energy, which he gently tapped onto the surface of the Panlong cauldron. Instantly, the violently trembling cauldron calmed down completely. In fact, this violent tremor had been deliberately induced by Qin Yujie. While the world knew only that combining these two herbs would lead to an explosion, few realized that after such intense agitation, the fusion of these two ingredients could double their potency, if one possessed the special technique to prevent the furnace from exploding. My heavens! It looked like it was about to explode just now. How did it suddenly calm down? Yes, incredible. I saw Qin Yujie use some mysterious technique, and the cauldron immediately became still. Who would have thought Qin Yujie actually has real skill? He solved the impending explosion so effortlessly. Everyone's opinion of Qin Yujie shifted once again. They now believed it was truly possible for him to produce pills. Qin Yujie continued to control the Panlong cauldron, steadily adding more spirit herbs. Half an hour later, after meticulous control of flame temperature, the 30 types of medicinal liquids finally merged into a single essence. The embryonic form of the pill had taken shape. Slowly, the embryo solidified further, forming individual pills. Purple lightning coiled around each pill, emitting crackling sounds like electric shocks. Pill tribulation. Several perceptive disciples among the onlookers gasped in shock. What is a pill tribulation? One disciple asked in confusion. The pill tribulation is a phenomenon occurring in the final stage of pill refinement. It resembles natural lightning. Through this tribulation, sacred pill will form on the pill's surface. Yes, and such patterns appear only on supreme-grade pills. With a casual motion, Qin Yujie retrieved 3 supreme-grade Ningyun pills into his hand. Staring at the supreme-grade pills in Qin Yujie's palm, the crowd stood stunned and speechless. It took them a long moment before anyone could react. No way. Young Master Qin actually refined supreme-grade pills, one disciple exclaimed in utter disbelief. I realize now that compared to young Master Qin, I'm a complete waste of space, another disciple said, eyes wide open in astonishment. Young Master Qin is simply amazing. He makes refining pills look as easy as eating a meal. Isn't pill refinement supposed to have an extremely high failure rate? What failure rate? Are you trying to insult our young Master Qin? Our young master never fails at pill refinement. Alchemy depends on talent. I can only say that young Master Qin's talent in alchemy is just as terrifying as his sword cultivation talent. How can someone like him even let others live? I feel like I'm just breathing air for no reason. Young Master Qin is absolutely legendary. I swear from this day forward, I will be his devoted follower. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with expressions of pure admiration and fanaticism. In this world, alchemists held extremely high status, because nearly every cultivator relied heavily on pills for advancement. And a genius alchemist like Qin Yujie, with such monstrous talent, was especially revered. Everyone, rest assured, I will refine a batch of supreme-grade pills for the family, and everyone will have a chance to obtain them. Whether you're from the main branch or a side branch, as long as you're loyal to the Qin family will never treat you unfairly. Qin Yujie said with a smile, glancing at the stunned crowd. A wave of excitement surged through their hearts. They had never even dared to dream that they might one day have the opportunity to consume such supreme-grade pills. Supreme-grade pills were extremely rare and precious, so much so that they were virtually priceless. An ordinary alchemist would need 4 to 5 days to refine just one Ningyun pill, while Qin Yujie only required about half an hour. The key difference lay in both his refining techniques and the formula he used. For most alchemists, achieving 4 successful refinements out of 10 attempts was considered outstanding. 40% success rate already marked them as elite. Yet Qin Yujie could guarantee a 100% success rate, and every pill he produced was of supreme grade. Compared to others, his talent in alchemy was nothing short of monstrous. Thank you, young Master Qin. Though I was adopted by the Qin family, I've come to regard it as my true home. I live for the Qin family, and even in death, I'll belong to it, one adopted disciple said emotionally. The Qin family adopted orphans each year, trained them in martial arts from childhood, and raised them as clan disciples. Young Master Qin is truly wise. I will work harder in cultivation and contribute more to the family, another person said excitedly. Young Master Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you earlier. Please punish me. With young Master Qin's extraordinary genius, the Qin family is bound to soar to the heavens. Qin Yujie's terrifying sword cultivation talent and monstrous aptitude in alchemy completely conquered every single disciple of the Qin family. Who wouldn't admire such a peerless prodigy? Who wouldn't respect him? Who wouldn't revere him? At this moment, Qin Yujie truly became the cornerstone of all the Qin family disciples. His words now carried even greater weight than those of clan chief Qin Songyuan. All right, no need to crowd around anymore. Disperse now. I still have pills to refine, Qin Yujie said. With the confidence gained from his first success, Qin Yujie now fully let himself go. He began refining pills with ease, his movements growing ever more skilled and fluid. He even experimented with various different refining techniques. The Pill Emperor's legacy was vast. Even for the most basic pills, there were numerous distinct methods of refinement. Chapter 38, The Frenzy in Yuxuan City. Thus, 2 days later, Qin Yujie successfully refined all the spiritual herbs into pills, every single one a top-grade product. For these 2 days, Qin Yujie had worked day and night without rest. An ordinary person would have collapsed from exhaustion, but Qin Yujie carried various spirit wines and spirit fruits on him. Whenever fatigue struck, he'd take a sip of wine or eat some spirit fruit, instantly restoring his energy as if nothing had happened. Qin Yujie handed over all the pills to Qin Songyuan for sale, and unexpectedly, they sold out in an instant. Throughout Yuxuan City, the Qin family suddenly exploded in fame. The pills produced by the Qin family were all top grade, yet priced the same as others. However, their effects were double those of rival products. It was like getting twice the benefit for the same price. Moreover, top-grade pills were extremely rare. Suddenly, the Qin family almost monopolized the market for Meridian Qi pills, Ni Cloud pills, and Cultivation Origin pills, dealing a heavy blow to other families who relied on selling these 3 types of pills. After all, the number of cultivators in Lingtian Kingdom was limited. When everyone started buying from the Qin family, business naturally dried up elsewhere. This time, the Qin family earned more wealth than ever before, their family assets nearly multiplying tenfold. Qin Yujie instructed Qin Songyuan to reinvest every coin into purchasing more spiritual herbs, then immediately resume pill cultivation. Yuxuan City, Pill God Hall. An elderly man with streaks of gray hair stared at a pill covered in intricate pill patterns, shock written across his face. Incredible. The alchemist who created this pill is truly a genius. These are both in-cloud pills, both top grade. Yet why is the effect of this pill twice as strong as any other? This elder was Feng Yushu, the hall master of Lingtian Kingdom's Pill God Hall, an astral rank alchemist. As the title suggested, an astral rank alchemist could produce astral rank pills. Those capable of crafting earth rank pills were known as earth rank alchemists. In all of Lingtian Kingdom, there was only one astral rank alchemist, Feng Yushu himself. Master Feng, this cloud pill is truly astonishing. How on earth was it made? A steward standing beside Feng Yushu asked, equally stunned and incredulous. A sudden flash of insight crossed Feng Yushu's mind. His face flushed with excitement as he trembled slightly while speaking. If I'm not mistaken, only ancient recipes from antiquity could produce such an effect. Most of our current pill formulas are incomplete. Staring at the top-grading cloud pill, Feng Yushu trembled with excitement. He felt that if he could find the alchemist behind this pill, his own mastery of alchemy would surely reach new heights. Besides alchemy, Feng Yushu also loved studying ancient texts. He once came across an old book describing alchemical practices of ancient times, and he'd always dreamed of witnessing those primordial techniques and formulas himself. Master Feng, according to our investigation, this pill originated from the Qin family, the steward beside him reported. Whoever can produce such a pill must be a grandmaster of alchemy, perhaps even an earth-rank alchemist. I shall personally pay them a visit. Under no circumstances should any of you act recklessly, Feng Yushu commanded. Yes, the steward replied respectfully. Yuxuan City, Mu family residence. I never expected the Qin family to actually produce pills of such quality. Truly unbelievable, said Mu Bodar, head of the Mu family, shocked. Father, do you mean the Qin family from long ago in Lingtian Kingdom? Mu Linglong asked, surprised. The very same. Back then, how glorious they were. Sadly, they eventually faded into obscurity, Mu Bodar sighed wistfully. Mu Linglong suddenly recalled the Qin Yujie she'd met just a few days prior, and inwardly wondered, could Qin Yujie also be part of that Qin family? The Qin family's recent actions quickly drew the attention of all major clans in Yuxuan City. 5 days later, Qin Yujie finally completed refining all the pills. During these 5 days, through relentless day and night cultivation and constant replenishment via spirit wine and fruits, Qin Yujie's relentless exertion had paid off. He broke through smoothly to regathering Realm 7th level. Now that enough pills have been made to last the family for a long time, I can finally relax a bit, Qin Yujie said, stretching lazily. He kept a portion of the pills for himself and prepared to hand the rest over to the family. Just then, Qin Songyuan rushed hurriedly into Qin Yujie's room. Yujie, how are the pills coming along? Qin Songyuan asked anxiously. All finished, Qin Yujie replied with a smile. Excellent. We've made so much money this time. All thanks to you, Qin Songyuan exclaimed joyfully. But then, remembering something, his brows furrowed deeply. Seeing the worried look on Qin Songyuan's face, Qin Yujie asked, Grandfather, what's wrong? Qin Songyuan said with concern. We've sold so many pills this time. It's already drawn the attention of many powerful factions. I don't know what consequences this might bring. Don't worry, Grandfather. From now on, half of the pills will remain in the family, and I'll handle the selling of the other half. As for you, your only task is to break through to the We'll See realm. Qin Yujie hadn't even counted exactly how many pills he had. The storage pouch was crammed with countless jars piled up like a small mountain. All of the Qin family's current resources were tied up in these pills. Still, to cover regular expenses, Qin Yujie decided to sell off half of them. Break through to the We'll See realm? Of course I want to, but it's too difficult, Qin Songyuan sighed. This is a top-grade breakthrough pill. With this pill, Grandfather can attempt breakthrough without any worries, Qin Yujie said calmly as he took out the breakthrough pill from his storage pouch. As the name implied, the breakthrough pill was used for breaking through cultivation barriers. For cultivators at the 9th level of Heavenly Realm, taking this pill could greatly increase their chances of advancing into the We'll See realm. However, the breakthrough pill was only effective for cultivators at the peak of the Heavenly Realm, 9th level. It held no effect whatsoever for those at other stages. This time, Qin Yujie had refined only 3 such breakthrough pills, and this one was specifically made for Qin Songyuan. Breakthrough pill. Qin Songyuan thought he had misheard, speaking in utter disbelief. Of course, Qin Songyuan had heard of the legendary reputation of the breakthrough pill. Across all Lingtian Kingdom, whenever a single breakthrough pill appeared, it would immediately be snatched up at an astronomical price. Still, breakthrough pills were typically only for those lacking talent. Cultivators with exceptional genius generally didn't need such aids to reach the We'll See realm. Yes, Grandfather. Just stay at home and focus on your breakthrough. Our family lacks top-tier fighters. You should enter the We'll See realm as soon as possible, Qin Yujie urged. Very well. No time to waste. I'll start preparing right away, Qin Songyuan said excitedly. Half a day later, spiritual energy around the Qin estate began surging violently. Qin Songyuan's aura grew stronger and stronger, until suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. With the aid of the top-grade breakthrough pill, Qin Songyuan had finally broken through into the We'll See realm. Chapter 39, Dan Divine Hall Evaluation. Qin Songyuan had broken through to the We'll See realm, and now the Qin family could be considered a second-tier clan. Any ordinary family thinking of provoking them would have to think twice. However, compared to the 3 top-tier families, the Qin family still had a significant gap. After all, Qin Songyuan had only just reached the 1st level of the We'll See realm. Compared to martial artists at the 3rd or 4th level, his combat power was vastly inferior. In the cultivation world, the higher one advanced, the greater the differences became. Sometimes, even a single minor realm could mean an immense gap in strength. Nonetheless, Qin Yujie believed that with his help, the family would rise rapidly. Driving his flying carriage along the streets of Zuxian City, Qin Yujie found the city unusually bustling today. Many young people from distant regions had gathered here, all hurrying with determined expressions toward the Dan Divine Hall. What's special about today? Why are there so many newcomers in Zuxian City? Qin Yujie stopped a young woman on the street, asking curiously. The woman had been about to scold him, but when she caught sight of his extravagantly luxurious carriage and his noble, dashing appearance, her tone instantly softened. Smiling, she said, Sir, today is the triennial Dan Divine Hall evaluation. Anyone who passes will become a registered alchemist of the hall. What benefits come with becoming a registered alchemist? Qin Yujie asked, puzzled. Becoming a registered alchemist comes with enormous privileges. You receive protection from the Dan Divine Hall, get discounts on purchasing pills, and might even have the chance to become Master Feng's disciple. The woman seemed well-versed in the matter, explaining enthusiastically as if reciting from memory. I see. Thank you. Here, take this pill as a gift. Qin Yujie casually tossed a pill to the woman and drove off without looking back. The woman caught the pill absent-mindedly, not paying much attention at first, but when she finally looked at it, her eyes widened in shock and she stammered. This is Enjeeping Spirit Condensing Pill. She stood frozen, staring blankly at Qin Yujie's retreating carriage as if struck by lightning. Who exactly is this young master? How could anyone be so generous? I saw he was heading toward the Dan Divine Hall. I must follow quickly to see. It took her a long moment to snap out of her stupor. With an excited expression, she hurried toward the Dan Divine Hall. When Qin Yujie arrived at the Dan Divine Hall, the entire square in front was already packed with people. There are so many. Qin Yujie dismissed his carriage and stood at the outer edge of the crowd. Due to the sheer number of people, Qin Yujie's arrival attracted no attention. Although the square was crowded, only slightly over 100 were actually participating in the evaluation. The vast majority were merely spectators. After all, alchemy demanded real skill. Attempting to join without talent wasn't just embarrassing. Angering the Dan Divine Hall would lead to consequences far outweighing any potential gain. These 100 or so candidates gathered nearly every outstanding young alchemy prodigy from across Lingtian Kingdom, young masters and misses born into privilege, as well as gifted youths from humble families. Regardless of background, anyone who participated now had a chance to soar. Those who performed exceptionally in past would instantly become revered alchemists. And if they were lucky enough to become disciples of Master Feng Yushu, their future would be limitless. At that moment, someone's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Dressed entirely in white, he stood out like a crane among chickens, his face brimming with arrogance, as though everyone else around him were mere shadows. That person, isn't that Pan Dingwei? The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Who's Pan Dingwei? Someone else asked in confusion. You don't even know Pan Dingwei? How uninformed. He's a renowned alchemical genius in Yuxian City. It's said he can already independently refine yellow rank pills. He's definitely going to pass the evaluation this time. Wow, really? No wonder he has reason to be proud. Talent like his is practically non-existent in Lingtian Kingdom. Pan Dingwei may be average in martial aptitude, but his alchemical talent is extraordinary. Even Master Feng once personally praised him. Didn't expect him to show up today? Looks like he'll surely pass the evaluation, maybe even become Master Feng's disciple. Master Feng is the only mystical rank alchemist in all of Lingtian Kingdom. If one becomes his disciple, the future prospects are boundless. Yes, I'm so jealous of Pan Dingwei. Why wasn't I born with such talent? And not only is Pan Dingwei monstrously gifted in alchemy, he's also incredibly handsome. How are us ordinary folks supposed to survive? Yeah, he could totally rely on his looks, yet he insists on relying on his talent. Compared to him, we're just useless. The crowd around murmured excitedly as they watched Pan Dingwei appear in the square. Just then, another figure appeared in the plaza, instantly drawing everyone's attention once more. She had a delicate and slender figure, and especially those eyes, clever, mischievous, brimming with liveliness. It's Mu Linglong, the eldest young miss of the Mu family. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. I heard she's been fond of alchemy since childhood. Her talent in pill refining must be quite remarkable. Exactly. The Mu family is extremely wealthy. They've been cultivating her abilities from a young age. It's said they even hired a yellow rank alchemist as her personal tutor. A yellow rank alchemist might not compare to a mystical rank one, but that's still something ordinary people can't afford. Mu Linglong not only has an incredible background, but she's also stunningly beautiful. Whoever marries her will truly strike gold. Yeah, and Master Mu Budwa doesn't have any sons. Only Miss Mu Linglong is his heir. Just think. One day, the entire Mu family fortune will belong solely to her. Looking at Mu Linglong, the onlookers couldn't help but feel envious. Especially the men. Each stared at her intently, wishing desperately that she might take a liking to them and allow them to win such a beauty. Even the haughty Pan Dingwei changed his arrogant demeanor into a faint smile upon seeing her. Miss Mu, you're here too. It's truly my honor to participate in this evaluation alongside you. Pan Dingwei approached her with an elegant, confident stride, flashing a charming smile. Truth be told, Pan Dingwei did look rather captivating when he smiled, causing many of the surrounding women to swoon in admiration. However, Mu Linglong was clearly not among them. Mu Linglong was no naive girl who fell head over heels at the sight of a handsome man. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, she had seen all kinds of men. Moreover, she possessed the legendary 7-aperture Linglong heart, enabling her to directly sense the deepest intentions, whether benevolent or malicious, within a person's soul. You flatter yourself, Master Pan, Mu Linglong replied slightly coldly. She subtly stepped away from Pan Dingwei, having sensed a strong undercurrent of malice within him. At that moment, the entire Dan Divine Hall plaza suddenly fell silent as Master Feng, along with several elders, emerged from the hall. Is there anyone else who wishes to take the evaluation? If not, we shall begin officially, announced one of the attendants loudly. Right then, a voice rang out. Hold on, I'd like to participate as well. A graceful, radiant young gentleman stepped forward from the crowd. His appearance instantly captured the gaze of everyone present in the plaza. Chapter 40. Is he here to be funny? The person in question was Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie hadn't intentionally delayed his entrance. It was simply because the crowd around him was too dense to push through. By the time he arrived at the Dangot Hall, it had already been quite late. However, Qin Yujie's shout proved effective. The surrounding crowd immediately parted, creating a path for him to smoothly walk into the center of the square. Who is this guy? Is he here to cause trouble? Someone nearby said with a laugh. I think so too. Maybe he's trying to grab attention in this way. What a show-off. Looks like he's just here to be funny. Still, there's something extraordinary about him. I suspect he might actually be a genius alchemist. I don't buy it. If he really had talent, why hasn't he stepped forward earlier? I wonder which noble family this young master belongs to. Actually better looking than Pan Dingwei. Without comparison, there's no contrast. Earlier, I thought Master Pan was very handsome, but compared to this young man, he suddenly looks far inferior. So what if he's good looking? Pan Dingwei is a prodigy in alchemy. Can you even compare? True enough. Still, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Wait, I remember now. I saw him at Tianxiang Pavilion. That poem circulating all over Yuxian City recently. Wasn't that written by him? The one starting in the north dwells a beauty, peerless and aloof. One glance topples cities, a second topples states. That one. Yes, that exact poem was written by him. Though Mu Linglong was also present. I admit the poem is excellent, worthy of lasting through ages. But today is an alchemy assessment. Why is he butting in? Exactly. What good is writing poetry when today's test is about alchemy? The onlookers continued their noisy discussion about Qin Yujie. When Mu Linglong saw Qin Yujie, her face lit up with joy. She rushed over excitedly and said with a smile, "Qin Yujie, are you here to take the exam too?" Qin Yujie nodded casually and replied, "Been cooped up at home practicing alchemy every day. Got bored. Happened to pass by, so decided to join the test." His words shocked everyone within earshot. Even many candidates taking the exam were stunned. Practicing alchemy every day? More like dreaming about it. Yeah, talking big won't save your face later. Better watch out, or you'll end up humiliated with nowhere to retreat. Who can't say they practice alchemy daily? I do too. Except I've never succeeded once. The crowd scoffed dismissively. Only Mu Linglong believed him, since the Qin family had recently sold large quantities of pills. If Qin Yujie truly belonged to the Qin family, then his words could very well be true. Pan Dingwei, seeing Qin Yujie steal the spotlight from him, grew visibly displeased. Arrogantly, he sneered, "What a shameless show-off. Get lost quickly. Don't waste our time with your nonsense." His words instantly silenced the entire square. While others had mocked Qin Yujie earlier, their comments were mostly about his arrogance. But such a direct personal insult? This was the first time anyone dared utter it. Mu Linglong's expression darkened as she prepared to retaliate, but Qin Yujie gently pulled her behind him. "Don't worry, leave this to me." Qin Yujie smiled reassuringly at her. He hadn't taken the earlier mockery and skepticism to heart. But Pan Dingwei's remark crossed the line. "Your mouth stinks. Is it full of shit?" In a flash, Qin Yujie appeared beside Pan Dingwei and slapped him hard across the face. With a loud crack, Pan Dingwei's cheek instantly swelled. Worse still, the force left him dizzy and reeling backward for over 10 meters. Qin Yujie's physical strength had become almost monstrous. He'd held back most of his power. If not, that slap would have shattered Pan Dingwei's head like a watermelon splitting apart. Pan Dingwei was completely dazed. He didn't even see Qin Yujie move before being struck down. They say never hit someone in the face. Though the physical damage wasn't fatal, the humiliation was devastating. In one blow, Pan Dingwei's pride lay shattered in the dust. Pan Dingwei tried to roar back, but before he could speak, an overwhelming pressure crushed down upon him. Qin Yujie released the aura of a 7th-rank reverted origin cultivator. Pan Dingwei, only 3rd rank, stood no chance. He collapsed to the ground under the immense pressure, unable to rise. Qin Yujie is incredibly strong. His movement technique was so fast. I couldn't even see him, one bystander exclaimed in shock. Yeah, moving like a phantom. How can anyone fight against that? And the aura around him is so powerful, someone who doesn't know might actually think he's at the Wheel C realm. I've never felt such terrifying pressure from any warrior at the first level of the Wheel C realm before. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Originally, Feng Yushu would have punished Qin Yujie for causing a scene at the entrance of the Dangot Hall, but recalling Qin Yujie's words earlier and thinking about the massive amount of pills recently sold by the Qin family, he decided to hold back and observe for now. If in the end Qin Yujie turned out to be nothing more than showboating, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him then. Enough. Let's leave it at that. Now begin the assessment, Feng Yushu said calmly. Though his voice wasn't loud, no one dared disobey. As a cultivator at the 8th level of the Wheel C realm, his power in Lingtian country was not something anyone would dare challenge lightly. Qin Yujie withdrew his oppressive aura. Pan Dingwei slowly got back on his feet and straightened his clothes. Upon hearing that the test was about to start, everyone instantly became alert and focused. After all, this was the Triennial Grand Alchemy Assembly. Perhaps today they would witness the rise of a genius alchemist. Pan Dingwei shot Qin Yujie a cold glance, silently thinking. So what if your cultivation base is high? Today we're testing alchemy, not fighting. Once I pass this exam and become senior appraiser Feng's disciple, I'll settle scores with you later. Qin Yujie, I'm sorry. Are you still upset with me about what happened last time? Mu Linglong tilted her head with a smile. Lately, Qin Yujie's image had kept appearing in Mu Linglong's mind unexpectedly, though she couldn't quite understand why. At first I was slightly annoyed, but I'm not petty. I've already forgiven you. Qin Yujie replied with a smile. Then are we still friends? Mu Linglong twinkled mischievously. Of course we are. Drinking with you is always fun, Qin Yujie answered. Their oblivious chatting drew waves of jealousy and envy from those nearby. At that moment, an examiner in charge of the assessment stepped forward and brought out 10 spirit herbs. Using his true energy, he suspended the 10 herbs into midair, ensuring they could be clearly seen from every direction. Chapter 41. The bluff has been burst. The first trial of the assessment is identifying medicinal herbs. You must write down the name, properties, and meridian affinities of each herb. Only those who get everything correct will proceed to the second round. Papers and brushes are in front of each of you. Anyone caught whispering or cheating will be immediately disqualified. You have half an incense stick's time. Begin now. The assessment started. Everyone began nervously examining the herbs. Some wore looks of joy and confidence, while others frowned deeply, visibly distressed. For Qin Yujie, who had inherited the complete legacy of the Pill Emperor, these questions were as simple as asking what 1 + 1 equaled. Ridiculously easy. I thought it would be tough, but this is way too simple. What a waste of time. I should have just skipped this assessment, Qin Yujie said casually. His words caused an uproar. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Was this guy really so full of hot air? Simple? How could he think that? It felt extremely difficult to everyone else. Qin Yujie loves to boast. How can he say such a hard test is easy? A spectator nearby said incredulously. Yeah, look at how many people are struggling. It is tough. I've gathered herbs before and know quite a bit about them, but I only recognize 3 out of 10. The other 7? Completely unknown to me. Dude, you're amazing. You recognized 3? I only know 1. Please stop talking. I don't even recognize a single one. Do you really think Qin Yujie actually identified all of them? I bet he's just guessing. He must have given up already and decided to mock the exam. Hey, look. Pan Dingwei has been calm and confident from the beginning, with a proud smile the whole time. He must have gotten them all right for sure. Pan Dingwei truly lives up to his reputation. No unjust fame. That saying holds true. Mui Linglong isn't bad either. She's been smiling the entire time. Clearly her knowledge of alchemy is exceptional. Of course, don't forget her background. She's been studying alchemy since childhood. How can ordinary people compare? Mui Linglong will definitely pass the first round. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, watching the candidates on the plaza with great interest. Qin Yujie finished the first trial in just a few quick strokes. Then, he summoned a table and chair from his system, sat down comfortably, and poured himself a cup of drunken spirit nectar, sipping leisurely. Actually, funny enough, even though I got sick of this wine a while ago, drinking it again now brings a completely new kind of pleasure. Qin Yujie murmured to himself, enjoying the taste. Is this guy even human? We're all sweating through the exam, and he's over there drinking? One candidate beside him muttered resentfully. That wine smells incredible. Just sniffing it makes my mouth water. Around him, people looked at Qin Yujie with envy, frustration, scorn, every emotion imaginable. Pan Dingwei was very pleased with himself today. These 10 medicinal herbs were all well within his expertise. To become a true alchemist, one must first know medicinal herbs and understand their properties. Without recognizing the herbs, how could one possibly refine pills? Seeing the anxious expressions around him, Pan Dingwei shook his head disdainfully. When his eyes landed on Qin Yujie casually sipping wine, however, a flash of malice flickered in his gaze. Enjoy yourself while you can. Once this assessment ends, I'll make you realize how foolish it was to offend an alchemist, Pan Dingwei muttered, shooting several cold glances at Qin Yujie before closing his eyes to rest. Qin Yujie noticed Pan Dingwei's occasional stares, but didn't give them a second thought. Did an elephant care about the glare of an ant? No. In Qin Yujie's eyes, Pan Dingwei was as insignificant and weak as an insect. Time's up for the first trial. Assessment concluded. At that moment, the steward in charge of the evaluation from Dan Divine Hall announced. With a casual wave of his hand, the papers in front of every candidate flew into his grasp. He then respectfully handed them to Hall Master Feng Yushu. Ninefold Heaven Realm. Qin Yujie instantly assessed the steward's cultivation level. Very well. You may rest for half an incense stick's time. After that, I will announce the results, Feng Yushu said indifferently. Come on, Mui Linglong. Care to join me for a drink? Qin Yujie invited. Yes, I'd love to. Mui Linglong, whose saliva had already started flowing, replied eagerly. She snatched the cup and gulped it down in one go. A sublime sensation lingered in her mouth, spreading waves of delight. What exquisite wine. This is just as good as the celestial dew I had last time. Different flavor, but equally a supreme masterpiece among wines. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly not wanting to stop. If you like it, keep drinking, Qin Yujie said generously. The two of them drank and chatted, completely at ease. It was hard for everyone else to believe they were actually here for the assessment. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought they'd come for a leisurely mountain tour, enjoying wine and conversation. For the rest, this half-incense stick's time had been agonizing, except for Qin Yujie and Mu Linglong. Very well, I shall now announce the results. Feng Yushu glanced over the crowd before speaking calmly. Among you, only 20 have answered all questions correctly. The rest who failed are eliminated. Feng Yushu's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Over 100 had participated, yet only 20 passed the first round. Everyone else had been completely eliminated. So I was right. This assessment really is tough. Yes, becoming a registered alchemist of Dan Divine Hall isn't something one can achieve easily. I wonder who these 20 people are. Don't be impatient. Master Feng will announce their names shortly. The surrounding crowd strained their necks, staring eagerly at Feng Yushu as they waited for the list to be revealed. Feng Yushu gave a few approving glances toward Pan Dingwei and others, then said indifferently, These 20 are Pan Dingwei, Mu Linglong, Chao Yunjin, Xue Erlu, Zhao Rufeng. When Pan Dingwei heard his name called, he immediately released an imposing aura. He cast a scornful look at Qin Yujie and mocked loudly. Huh? Some people couldn't even pass the first round, yet dared to boast so arrogantly earlier. It's absolutely hilarious. Qin Yujie was slightly surprised. His name wasn't among the 20? Could it be that he had made a mistake? Impossible. Mu Linglong also found it unbelievable. Given Qin Yujie's abilities, there was no way he could have gotten any wrong. I told you, the Qin Yujie guy is just here for laughs. If he can't even pass the first round, how could he possibly refine pills? Sneered a bystander nearby. He kept boasting all along. Now look, he's burst his own bubble. I'd like to see how he saves face now. Qin Yujie's reputation is utterly ruined. He claimed he refines pills every day at home. Who does he think he's fooling with such shameless lies? Exactly. How could someone who doesn't even understand medicinal herbs hope to become an alchemist? The onlookers erupted into a chorus of ridicule directed at Qin Yujie. Chapter 42, Challenging Master Feng. Feng Yushu cast a regretful glance at Qin Yujie, then said, All right, let's proceed to the second trial. Hold on. Before Feng Yushu could finish, a voice interrupted him. The one who spoke was Qin Yujie, who had been quietly drinking. Feng Yushu's expression darkened. He stared coldly at Qin Yujie and asked stiffly, Why did you interrupt me? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for being ruthless despite your youth. Even a clay figure has its limits. As a Sea of Meridian's realm cultivator, he had just been interrupted by someone at the reverted origin realm. Were it not for the unknown alchemist from the Qin family, Feng Yushu might have already lashed out and taught Qin Yujie a harsh lesson. Master Feng, I have an objection. Please answer my question, Qin Yujie said calmly. What objection? Feng Yushu asked icily. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine before asking coolly. Tell me exactly where I went wrong in the first trial. Qin Yujie, you don't even know where you messed up, yet you dare ask? Isn't that proof of your ignorance? Pan Dingwei mocked. I wasn't talking to you. Shut up, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Pan Dingwei turned pale with rage, his heart boiling over with fury. But recalling Qin Yujie's terrifying strength, he stayed silent. Fine, I'll tell you where you were mistaken. You answered 9 questions correctly, but failed the last one. The final medicinal herb was Xian Yi Chao, and you got it wrong, Feng Yushu declared. Ha! How ridiculous. Upon hearing Feng Yushu's words, Qin Yujie burst into laughter as if he had just heard the most absurd joke imaginable. The laughter was unrestrained, dripping with mockery. What are you laughing at? Feng Yushu was on the verge of erupting, his face darkening as he glared. I'm laughing because the master of Danshan Sect, the revered authority, can't even distinguish between Xian Yi Chao and Jiulong Chao. It's truly tragic. Qin Yujie took another sip of wine and said disdainfully. At those words, everyone present was shocked. How could someone who supposedly didn't recognize basic herbs dare challenge the judgment of the master of Danshan Sect? Was this man seeking death? If you were wrong, you were wrong. Does Qin Yujie still insist he's right even now? Someone shook their head contemptuously. Yes, lacking even the courage to admit defeat. Truly pitiful, another side. Not only does he refuse to accept his mistake, but he dares mock Master Feng? What audacity! To the onlookers, Qin Yujie seemed utterly mad. After all, Feng Yushu was the sole mystic-level alchemist in Ling Tian Kingdom. His authority was unquestionable. Jiulong Chao? I've never heard of such a thing. Feng Yushu snapped coldly. Jiulong Chao looks almost identical to Xian Yi Chao, but they differ in one aspect. Xian Yi Chao has only 8 roots, while Jiulong Chao has 9. If you don't believe me, bring out more specimens and compare them yourself. Qin Yujie replied calmly. His words struck like thunder across a clear sky, leaving everyone, including the esteemed mystic-level alchemist Feng Yushu, stunned in place. Don't spout nonsense, Qin Yujie. Even Master Feng hasn't heard of this so-called Jiulong Chao. How could you possibly know of it? Are you claiming to be better than him? Pan Dingwei sneered. Exactly. Are you saying that all 20 of us were wrong, and only you are correct? Someone else chimed in. There's no way so many people could all be mistaken while only you are right. The crowd broke into murmurs. As master of Danshan Sect, Feng Yushu carried various rare herbs on his person, including many samples of Xian Yi Chao. To verify Qin Yujie's claim, he pulled several specimens from his storage pouch. But upon closer inspection, just as Qin Yujie had said, some had 8 roots, and others had 9. Previously, Feng Yushu had never noticed this detail. Now, prompted by Qin Yujie, he saw the anomaly immediately. Shock spread across Feng Yushu's face. He stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief, his tone softening slightly. Indeed, some have 8 roots, others 9. But how do you prove it? Couldn't variations exist within the same species? Feng Yushu, worthy of his status as a mystic-level alchemist, had pinpointed the crucial issue at once. When the surrounding crowd heard Feng Yushu speak, they froze in shock. Could Qin Yujie actually be telling the truth? Qin Yujie smiled. This is merely basic knowledge. Jiulong Chao is mentioned in numerous ancient records and prescriptions. Since none of you seem familiar with it, allow me to offer a free lesson. Jiulong Chao and Xian Yi Chao are symbiotic herbs. They grow together. Wherever there is Xian Yi Chao, Jiulong Chao will also be found. Xian Yi Chao has a nature of yin with a trace of yang, while Jiulong Chao is yang with a trace of yin. Though they sound similar, their applications in alchemy differ drastically. When refining Xian Yi Chao, one must first extract its yang properties. With Jiulong Chao, however, it's the yin properties that must be extracted first. If you can't even distinguish between these two spirit herbs, how can you possibly refine pills? Qin Yujie spoke calmly as he sipped his wine, while Feng Yushu listened intently like a student enthralled by his teacher. This scene stunned everyone present. Who was Feng Yushu? The sole mystic-level alchemist in all of Ling Tian Kingdom. And yet here he was, a Sea of Meridian's 8th layer cultivator, attentively listening to a mere 18-year-old reverted origin realm youth lecture him. It sounded utterly absurd, like something out of a fairy tale, but there it was, unfolding before their very eyes. Everyone began doubting whether they were dreaming, especially Pan Dingwei. His face twisted in disbelief as he muttered incessantly under his breath. Impossible, impossible. Qin Yujie is deceiving everyone. You're all being fooled. But no one paid him any mind. Qin Yujie's explanations were clear, logical, and everything he had said so far had been proven correct. By now, most people believed him at least 70 or 80%. Mu Linglong, sipping her wine, gazed at the poised and confident Qin Yujie. Her heart thudded faster without her realizing it. She found Qin Yujie to be like a boundless treasure. Every time she thought she knew him, he revealed another hidden depth. Watching Feng Yushu, whose hair had turned gray with age yet still wore an eager expression of curiosity, Qin Yujie couldn't help but feel admiration for the man's scholarly spirit. Deciding to elaborate further, Qin Yujie continued. There's actually a very simple way to tell Xian Yi Chao and Jiulong Chao apart. Just place them in water. The one that floats is Jiu Long Chao, and the one that sinks is Xian Yi Chao. Since Jiu Long Chao is yang with a touch of yin, its yang essence predominates slightly. Xian Yi Chao, being yin with a touch of yang, leans more toward yin. As we all know, everything in the world contains yin and yang. For example, males are yang, females are yin, heaven is yang, earth is yin, fire is yang, water is yin. Likewise, in water, floating upward represents yang, while sinking downward represents yin. Therefore, Jiu Long Chao floats, and Xian Yi Chao sinks. This is simply the way of yin and yang. If Sect Master Feng doesn't believe me, he's welcome to test it himself. Chapter 43, The Stark Contrast. Upon hearing this, Feng Yushu suddenly felt as if a great many things had become clear. He didn't even need to test it himself. He instinctively knew Qin Yujie was absolutely right. Every word Qin spoke aligned perfectly with the pharmacological principles of alchemy, making profound sense and giving others a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Still, Feng Yushu ordered someone to bring over a bucket of water. Although he personally believed it, there were so many people present who might not be convinced. Feng Yushu tossed both Xian Yi grass and Nine Dragons grass into the water at the same time. Sure enough, soon after, the Xian Yi grass began to sink while the Nine Dragons grass floated upward. The onlookers, witnessing this, felt as if their minds had been struck by a 1,000-pound weight, leaving them utterly blank. They stood frozen in shock, unable to react for a moment. It's actually true what Qin Yujie said. So the Nine Dragons grass really does exist? I thought he was just talking nonsense. I never noticed such details before. Turns out these two herbs are symbiotic spirit plants. Today truly broadened my horizons. Qin Yujie is incredible. Look at how attentively even Master Feng is listening. Whether or not Qin Yujie can actually refine pills, at least when it comes to identifying spirit herbs, I genuinely respect him. Feng Yushu stood up and said to Qin Yujie with admiration, learning has no order of precedence. Those who master knowledge become teachers. Thank you, young brother, for clarifying the difference between Nine Dragons grass and Xian Yi grass for us. Even I have learned much from your explanation. I hereby declare that Qin Yujie has passed the first trial with a perfect score. As for the previous 20 who passed earlier, we'll consider you passed too. After all, even I couldn't distinguish the Nine Dragons grass, let alone all of you. This isn't your fault. Now we will begin the second trial. You may refine any pill you choose. The highest grade pill produced will determine the winner, who will earn the title of Registered Alchemist of our Tianyuan Sect. At this point, only 21 people remained. Those who failed the first trial had already been eliminated. Our Tianyuan Sect has prepared over 200 types of spirit herbs for everyone. You're free to select and combine them as you wish. Each person gets 2 chances to refine pills. Indeed, the Tianyuan Sect lived up to its reputation of immense wealth, preparing more than 200 varieties of spirit herbs. Though they were mostly grade yellow herbs aged about 100 years, they were still priceless treasures. And these herbs were provided freely by the sect specifically for candidates to use in refining pills. Even if one ultimately failed to produce a successful pill, having 2 opportunities like this was an exceptionally rare opportunity. As everyone realized the pill refining stage was about to begin, excitement spread through the crowd. After all, identifying herbs in the first trial was merely basic skill. It was now, in actual pill refinement, that the real competition would unfold. The second trial commenced. Everyone moved to select their desired herbs according to the pill they intended to refine, and Qin Yujie was no exception, quickly finalizing his selection. Once selections were complete, each returned to their designated station, preparing to begin refining. Pan Dingwei confidently picked his ingredients and then released his pill-refining flame, the grass fire. Grass fire was a common flame used by beginners in alchemy, not considered a true spiritual flame from heaven and earth. It belonged to the category of mundane fire. Acquiring grass fire was simple. One only needed to ingest a grass pill and then use special cultivation techniques to transform its energy into flame. Nearly all 20 participants released their grass fire at once, filling the entire arena with surging flames, a spectacular sight. Only Qin Yujie remained motionless, having not yet released any flame. Qin Yujie, don't tell me you don't even have grass fire? Then what are you going to refine? Pan Dingwei sneered mockingly. Yeah, how do you expect to refine pills without any flame? Another chimed in. So he claims he's been refining pills at home every day, yet doesn't even possess the most basic grass fire? Looks like everything he said earlier was lies. I think Qin Yujie only passed the first round by luck. He just happened to know the difference between Nine Dragons grass and Xian Yi grass. Now that we're getting serious with actual refining, he's clearly run out of tricks. Exactly. Even beginner alchemy apprentices possess grass fire. How can Qin Yujie not even have that? Spurred by Pan Dingwei's taunting, the surrounding crowd quickly turned against Qin Yujie, questioning and ridiculing him. Qin Yujie glanced at Pan Dingwei and calmly replied, "You're actually right. I indeed don't have grass fire." Seeing that Qin Yujie truly lacked even the simplest grass fire, Pan Dingwei's confidence instantly swelled. His whole demeanor became more arrogant, his voice booming with newfound authority. Pan Dingwei burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Qin Yujie, I seriously overestimated you. I actually thought you'd be my biggest rival in alchemy today, but turns out you're eliminated before you've even begun. Seeing Qin Yujie admit so openly that he possessed no grass fire, the others looked down on him in disdain. How could you remain so calm without even having grass fire? Are you really just here to make a joke? Qin Yujie looked at the crowd and said in confusion, must one really use grass fire for pill refinement? Can't I use fire instead? As soon as he finished speaking, a stunningly beautiful flame emerged above Qin Yuji's palm. The flame instantly grew larger according to his will, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Seeing the flame hovering above Qin Yuji's hand, the crowd was utterly stunned. This is actually a heavenly fire. Pan Dingwei stammered as he stared at the flame in Qin Yuji's hand, his heart churning with shock. Pinch me quickly. This can't be real. Qin Yuji actually possesses an Eat Fire. Yeah, we were just too ignorant. Someone who has Eat Fire. How could he possibly look down on common grass fire? That's what trash like us uses. We've been the joke all along. Haha. What right do we, mere users of grass fire, have to mock Qin Yuji? A Eat Fire is every alchemist's lifelong dream. Many alchemists go their entire lives without ever having the chance to obtain one. Eat Fires are incredibly rare in this world, something one can only encounter by extraordinary fortune. To possess one is an unimaginable stroke of luck. The crowd was already deeply shocked merely knowing that the flame in Qin Yuji's hand was Eat Fire. If they knew it was specifically the Qi Qing Flame Fire, the 32nd ranked fire on the Eat Fire ranks, they would likely be so overwhelmed they'd question reality itself. Pan Dingwei, you were the most arrogant just now. With nothing but your pitiful grass fire, where did you get the confidence to begin with? Truly pitiful. Qin Yuji said disdainfully, shaking his head. At that moment, Pan Dingwei's face turned abnormally pale. Moments ago, he had arrogantly ridiculed Qin Yuji, yet in the blink of an eye, he had become the one publicly humiliated. This extreme reversal, from towering pride to utter humiliation, left Pan Dingwei feeling agonizing distress deep inside. Many among the crowd who had earlier mocked Qin Yuji also wore extremely awkward expressions. They wished they could dig a hole in the ground and bury themselves immediately. So what if he has Eat Fire? What truly matters is alchemical skill. Without actual ability in refining pills, even Eat Fire is useless, Pan Dingwei snapped back. When it came to alchemy, however, Pan Dingwei's eyes once again gleamed with confidence. He held immense faith in his own pill refining abilities. Chapter 44, Ultimate Explosion Pill. Pan Dingwei's words instantly awakened everyone. They quickly took out their furnaces and began refining pills. Right? We're competing in pill refinement. Even if you have a it's still uncertain who will come out on top in the end, the crowd said, recovering from their shock before focusing intently on their own refining. Qin Yuji gave a faint smile, completely unconcerned. He took out his Panlong cauldron and shot a stream of Qi Qing flame into the base of the cauldron to begin heating. Although the Panlong cauldron looked impressive, since Qin Yuji hadn't activated its full power, no one noticed anything particularly special about it. Moreover, due to the limited knowledge of those present, none recognized that this Panlong cauldron was actually a high-grade earth-tier pill furnace. Otherwise, their jaws would have dropped once again in astonishment. Even Feng Yushu failed to notice the true nature of the Panlong cauldron. He was still too stunned by Qin Yuji's possession of Anya. As the leader of the Pill God Sect, Feng Yushu had been fortunate enough to once obtain a type of Eat Fire, an unranked, ordinary one at that. Still, he had always felt immensely proud of it. Yet he never expected Qin Yuji to also possess an Eat Fire. Looking at Qin Yuji, Feng Yushu thought to himself, it seems Qin Yuji's background is not ordinary. There must be a powerful figure behind him. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess an Eat Fire? Most likely, this Eat Fire was gifted by a senior relative. With practiced ease, Qin Yuji picked up a spiritual herb and placed it into the Panlong cauldron, then focused his mind fully on the refinement process. Today, Qin Yuji was refining a Xiantier pill known as the Explosion Pill. The Explosion Pill was a relatively common type among Xiantier pills. Unlike most pills which were meant for consumption, this one served a combat purpose. Once detonated, even a 9th-stage Heavenly Realm cultivator could suffer serious injuries if caught unaware. Qin Yuji directed a sliver of his consciousness to carefully control the flame temperature, adding another herb into the Panlong cauldron every now and then. Half an hour later, Qin Yuji's Panlong cauldron began vibrating violently, almost as if it were about to explode. Every ingredient used in the Explosion Pill had intense properties. If handled even slightly carelessly, the furnace could burst. Thus, few dared attempt to refine such a pill. Even Feng Yushu, despite being a Xiantier alchemist, didn't have much confidence in successfully making this pill. Is Qin Yuji going to suffer a furnace explosion? He must be terrible at pill refining, clearly lacks skill. What good is having an Eat Fire if you don't have talent? You can't possibly succeed. That Eat Fire is wasted on Qin Yuji, what a pity. The surrounding spectators scoffed as they watched the violently shaking cauldron. Qin Yuji merely smiled lightly, unperturbed. Then he extended his palm and gently tapped the Panlong cauldron with a mysterious technique. Instantly, spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth rushed into the furnace. In just a moment, the cauldron grew calm. The others had no idea what had happened, but Feng Yushu saw clearly. Shock surged through him as he abruptly stood up, exclaiming in disbelief. That's the ancient pill refining technique known as Zhundan Fa. This single strike accelerates the fusion of ingredients, enhances the potency of the pill, and draws vast amounts of external spiritual energy into the cauldron to merge with the herbs, creating extraordinary effects. For someone so young, Qin Yuji's pill mastery surpasses even mine. There must be a pill Dao master personally instructing him. It all makes sense now. The Yuan nurturing pills, Cloud New pills, and Meridian Qi pills from the Qin family. They must all have been refined by Qin Yuji. At last, Feng Yushu understood everything. He stared at Qin Yuji in utter shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. Of course, apart from Feng Yushu, no one else recognized Qin Yujie's technique. Seeing the cauldron now motionless, the others assumed his refinement had failed. Pan Dingwei glanced over at Qin Yujie and wore a supremely confident smile. His own pill refinement had gone exceptionally well. He'd already finished and succeeded on the first try. He had refined Meridian Qi pills, achieving middle-grade quality. After all, middle-grade pills were quite impressive. High-grade and ultimate-grade pills were extremely difficult to produce. Being able to refine middle-grade pills was proof enough of Pan Dingwei's solid alchemical skill. Mu Linglong had also completed her refining. She too had made Meridian Qi pills of middle-grade quality, though she had taken longer than Pan Dingwei. According to the rules, when two pills are of the same grade, the one refined faster wins. A triumphant smile spread across Pan Dingwei's face. He felt victory was already in his grasp. At that moment, he even envisioned the glorious future where he became a registered alchemist and apprenticed under Master Feng Yushu. Just as Pan Dingwei was lost in his fantasy, a sudden cry shattered his pleasant daydream. Danjia! The crowd gasped in astonishment. As alchemists, everyone knew what Danjia meant during pill refinement. If nothing went wrong, it would surely result in a top-grade pill. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie in utter shock, momentarily unable to comprehend what had happened. After the fusion of spiritual energy within Qin Yujie's cauldron, the refinement did not end. Instead, through continuous ripening, a Danjia formed above the pill furnace at the final moment of pill formation. The Danjia flashed briefly before instantly vanishing into the Panlong cauldron. With that, Qin Yujie's pill refining concluded. Qin Yujie opened the Panlong cauldron and chewed the pill inside. The pill was full-bodied and vivid in appearance, covered with intricate and unusual pillwiness. Heavens! This is actually a top-grade explosion pill, the surrounding crowd exclaimed in disbelief. I thought for sure Pan Dingwei would win this time, but Qin Yujie actually refined a top-grade explosion pill. Compared to Qin Yujie, Pan Dingwei falls far short. A middle-grade Meridian Qi pill cannot be compared at all to a top-grade explosion pill. Exactly. Moreover, the Meridian Qi pill is merely a Huang-tier pill, while the explosion pill is a Xian-tier pill. Their values are worlds apart. Qin Yujie's talent in alchemy is truly monstrous, unrivaled throughout the Lingtian kingdom. Pan Dingwei actually dared to challenge Qin Yujie in pill refinement? It's nothing short of humiliating himself. Yes, Qin Yujie is a natural-born alchemist, and he's still so young. His future achievements are boundless. The explosion pill is a Xian-tier pill. Does this mean Qin Yujie is already a Xian-tier alchemist? The youngest Xian-tier alchemist in the entire Lingtian kingdom. Qin Yujie is incredible. I swear from now on he is my idol. Even Elder Feng, despite his age, is only a Xian-tier alchemist. Qin Yujie's alchemical talent is terrifying. The crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with eyes filled with shock and admiration, feeling as if they were dreaming. It was simply too unbelievable. With that, the Pill God Hall's trial came to an end. Some contestants who were still refining pills now abandoned the test with bitter expressions. Chapter 45. Feng Dianju seeks to become a disciple. As everyone was discussing and speculating, Feng Yushu walked over with an excited expression. To the astonishment of all present, he knelt before Qin Yujie and performed a formal kowtow, saying emotionally, "Master Qin, please accept me as your disciple." Feng Yushu's sudden act left everyone stunned. The entire Divine Pill Hall Plaza fell completely silent. What's going on? Has Elder Feng lost his mind? One of Feng Yushu's attendants exclaimed in shock. The Lord of Divine Pill Hall, a Xian-level alchemist of Lingtian Kingdom, actually wants to become the apprentice of a mere Guanyuan realm cultivator? This can't be real. Am I dreaming? I admit Qin Yujie's talent in alchemy is monstrous, but does Elder Feng really have to lower himself like this? The surrounding crowd gazed at Feng Yushu in disbelief, many thinking he must have gone senile. Qin Yujie never expected Feng would publicly kneel and beg to become his disciple in front of so many people. Honestly, if their roles were reversed, Qin Yujie knew he could never bring himself to do such a thing. Please rise, Elder Feng, Qin Yujie said with a smile. You're my senior. I truly cannot bear the title of master from you. However, we can certainly exchange knowledge on alchemy. As it happens, I also have something to discuss with you. Would you mind if we moved somewhere quieter to talk? Truthfully, Qin Yujie deeply admired Feng Yushu. He appreciated this straightforward personality, someone who directly expressed what he wanted. It was far better than those hypocritical individuals who smiled to your face while plotting against you behind your back. Of course. Master Qin, let us head inside the Divine Pill Hall for our discussion. Though slightly disappointed that he hadn't officially become a disciple, Feng Yushu quickly perked up at the prospect of exchanging alchemical knowledge with Qin Yujie. With that, Qin Yujie and Feng Yushu left the plaza and entered the Divine Pill Hall. The crowd watched their retreating figures, utterly baffled and exchanging uncertain glances. Although Feng Yushu had not formally announced the results of the trial, it no longer mattered. The outcome was obvious. Qin Yujie had clearly emerged victorious. Pan Dingwei stared at Qin Yujie's back, his face twisted with fury and humiliation. Without Qin Yujie's interference, today's triumph would have been his. He might even have become a registered alchemist, and perhaps earned the right to become Feng Yushu's disciple. Now all of that had vanished. No one remembered Pan Dingwei anymore. And if they did, it was only as the arrogant fool who dared challenge Qin Yujie and ended up humiliated. Following this assessment, Qin Yujie's fame rapidly spread throughout Lingtian Kingdom. Major powers urgently relayed news of the event back to their clans and sects. After all, Qin Yujie's talent in alchemy was simply too extraordinary. The youngest Xian-level alchemist in Lingtian Kingdom's history. That status alone was enough to shake the world. Inside the Divine Pill Hall, within an opulent chamber, Qin Yujie and Feng Yushu sat facing each other. Elder Feng, to be honest, I came to the Divine Pill Hall today to sell medicinal pills. You probably already know that our Qin family has recently been selling large quantities of pills, all of which were refined by me. Qin Yujie said bluntly. Master Qin, you are now a registered alchemist of our Divine Pill Hall. Of course, there's no issue at all. We'll buy whatever quantity you have. The money involved is insignificant to us, Feng Yushu replied with a smile. Since Elder Feng is so forthcoming, then we can proceed to a second form of cooperation. If this collaboration proves successful, I will gift you the ancient recipes for Maichi pills, Ningyun pills, and Peiyuan pills, and I can also teach you some ancient alchemical techniques, Qin Yujie said calmly. Upon hearing this, Feng Yushu's face instantly lit up with excitement. But then, as if recalling something, he hesitated slightly and asked cautiously, Master Qin, may I respectfully ask, who is your master? Will there be any issue with you passing down these techniques to me? To be truthful, Elder Feng, my master is a sage. After imparting to me certain inheritances of the alchemical path, he left Lingtian Kingdom, instructing me to train independently until I achieve mastery, after which I shall seek him out again. I am his only disciple. He would have no objection to me sharing some techniques with you. Qin Yujie explained with a smile. By fabricating such a formidable master, everything about Qin Yujie suddenly made perfect sense. After all, without such an illustrious master, how could a mere Guanyuan realm warrior possess so many ancient pill formulas or no lost alchemical techniques from antiquity? Even the Ioa and Panlong cauldron in his possession could now be explained as gifts from his master. Moreover, by claiming a sage as his teacher, Qin Yujie instilled greater caution in Feng Yushu. Any thoughts of taking advantage of him would now be suppressed. No matter what schemes Feng might harbor, he would hesitate to act rashly against someone protected by such a powerful mentor. When Feng Yushu heard Qin Yujie's words, his heart surged with shock. He had long suspected that Qin Yujie had a master behind him, but he never imagined that this master would actually be a sage. What was a sage? A sage was an unparalleled powerhouse, someone whose mere intervention could cause the heavens to collapse and shatter the constellations. Cold sweat poured down Feng Yushu's forehead. He hadn't expected Qin Yujie to have such an immensely powerful backing. Master Qin, then please tell me about this second form of cooperation, Feng Yushu said. Here's the deal. I will give you these 3 pill formulas free of charge. Your Divine Pill Hall provides the spirit herbs and handles the refining, but 50% of all pills produced must go to my Qin family, Qin Yujie said calmly. In reality, taking half the output was already extremely profitable for the Qin family. After all, the Divine Pill Hall had to supply the medicinal ingredients and bear the labor of refining. Qin Yujie himself only contributed some low-value pill formulas and basic alchemical knowledge. Moreover, with this arrangement, Qin Yujie no longer needed to spend time personally refining pills for his family. With so many alchemists at the Divine Pill Hall, 50% of the yield would more than suffice for the family's needs. Of course, while these formulas held little value to Qin Yujie, to others they represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, these 3 lost ancient pill recipes doubled the efficacy of the resulting pills, something more than enough to entice any alchemist. Agreed. I accept. Feng Yushu mused briefly before nodding in consent. Excellent. Cooperation it is, Qin Yujie said, producing 3 scrolls and handing them over to Feng Yushu. Feng Yushu took the scrolls and began studying them intently. His expression kept shifting, now ecstatic, now furrowed in deep thought. Incredible. Truly worthy of being ancient formulas. The combination of herbs here is absolutely brilliant. So that's how it works. Using 2 different herbs together creates an unexpected synergistic effect. But why is Baiwa fruit placed at this stage? What role does it play? Right. It harmonizes the properties of the other ingredients. This will drastically increase the success rate of the refinement. I finally understand. Completely oblivious to his surroundings, Feng Yushu muttered excitedly to himself, laughing aloud whenever he grasped another ingenious detail. Qin Yujie frowned slightly, somewhat speechless, thinking inwardly. It's just 3 of the most worthless pill formulas. Do you really need to get this worked up? If Feng Yushu had been able to hear Qin Yujie's thoughts, he would likely have died from sheer rage, such exquisitely refined ancient recipes being called worthless. Chapter 46. Master Feng has gone mad. It took a while before Feng Yushu finally calmed down. Master Qin, I'm sorry, I lost control just now, Feng Yushu said, somewhat embarrassed. It's nothing. Here are several ancient alchemy techniques. If you can grasp them, you'll be more than qualified to become an earth-rank alchemist, Qin Yujie said, taking out a blank jade slip and selecting what he considered the most basic and insignificant ancient methods. He engraved them onto the slip and handed it over to Feng Yushu. Feng Yushu accepted the jade slip with both hands, trembling with excitement. His face flushed red with joy, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. I can't believe it. So this is how the ancients practiced alchemy? It's absolutely miraculous. Why did I only discover such perfect techniques now? If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so many years on the wrong path. Now I understand. Now I finally understand. These techniques, they're absolutely breathtaking. Compared to these ancient methods, my own skills are trash, absolute garbage. Now crying, now laughing, Feng Yushu acted as if he had completely lost his mind. Qin Yujie watched him, sighing inwardly. Asterisk sigh, this is all my fault. Fortunately, Master Feng has high cultivation. Otherwise, if he actually went insane right here, it would have been a real problem. Asterisk. Outside the Divine Alchemy Hall, the outer disciples heard Feng Yushu's wild shouts and fell into stunned silence. None of them had ever seen their master act so erratically. Could Master Feng have gone mad? One steward asked nervously. Don't talk nonsense. Can't you hear? He's just overwhelmed with excitement. Another steward replied. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie walked out of the Divine Alchemy Hall accompanied by Feng Yushu. The crowd saw Feng Yushu bowing respectfully toward Qin Yujie, his expression filled with admiration. Everyone exchanged confused glances. What on earth was going on? From this day forward, Master Qin is an official registered alchemist of our Divine Alchemy Hall. The Qin family shall also be under our protection. Anyone who dares harm Master Qin or the Qin family will face the full wrath of our hall. Feng Yushu's thunderous voice echoed throughout Rain Pavilion City. The entire city instantly knew a shift was coming in Lingtian Kingdom. The rise of the Qin family could no longer be stopped. Feng Yushu's declaration wasn't made lightly. He knew Qin Yujie had a sage-level master. At present, Qin Yujie wasn't powerful yet, but if he invested in him now, offering protection and favors, once Qin rose to power in the future, even a single piece of guidance in alchemy would be an unimaginable fortune. Qin Yujie couldn't help but admit that Feng Yushu was shrewd and skilled at handling people. And without realizing it, Qin had already incurred a debt of gratitude. Qin Yujie smiled slightly, thinking to himself, oh well, perhaps I'll offer him some guidance in alchemy someday. By now, most of the disciples who had taken the exam had already left. To Qin Yujie's surprise, Mu Linglong was still there. Why are you still here? Qin Yujie asked casually. I've been waiting for you. Mu Linglong replied with a smile. All right then, get in. Qin Yujie said, pulling out his flying chariot from his system storage, and quickly departed with Mu Linglong aboard. Inside the chariot, Mu Linglong hesitated, clearly wanting to say something, but holding back. If you want to learn alchemy, I can pass on some basic techniques. If you don't understand anything, you can go ask Master Feng for advice, Qin Yujie said, smiling at her. Really? Mu Linglong asked in disbelief. After all, alchemists were usually selfish. Why would anyone willingly share their hard-earned knowledge? Qin Yujie took out a blank jade slip and inscribed several foundational alchemical methods before handing it to her. With complete mastery of this knowledge, Mu Linglong would have more than enough to become an earth-rank alchemist. Of course, as a yellow-rank alchemist now, she still had a long road ahead of her. Thank you, Qin Yujie. You're being far too kind to me. How can I ever repay you? Mu Linglong asked softly, her cheeks slightly flushed, lost in thought. Haha. Don't tell me you're about to say a girl has nothing to offer but herself and pledge your life to me. That wouldn't suit your mischievous personality at all, Mu Linglong. Qin Yujie teased. Qin Yujie, HMPF. As if I'd ever be that kind of person, idiot. Mu Linglong stomped hard on his foot, then pouted angrily. The delicate moment Qin had accidentally created was instantly shattered, and they returned to their usual selves. That's better. Back when we drank together, weren't you always carefree like this? We're good friends. You shouldn't be so formal about accepting gifts, Qin Yujie laughed. Fine, Mu Linglong said seriously. And as a good friend, let me warn you. Be careful around the royal family. The royal family? Qin Yujie had learned from his family that in recent years, the imperial clan of Lingtian Kingdom had been secretly suppressing the Qin family. They didn't dare act openly because they feared his missing parents. What if they returned one day? I see. Thanks for the warning, Qin Yujie said. Now that the Qin family was under the protection of the Divine Alchemy Hall, the royal family probably wouldn't dare go too far. Soon, the flying chariot arrived at the gates of the Qin residence. There, the Qin clan patriarch and all the Qin disciples stood waiting, their faces brimming with excitement. Everyone in Rain Pavilion City already knew that Qin Yujie had become a heaven-rank alchemist today, and naturally, the Qin family patriarch and disciples were well aware too. Welcome home, young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, majestic and powerful. Every member of the Qin family wore expressions of exhilaration. The moment they saw Qin Yujie, their eyes sparkled with overwhelming admiration and reverence. Yes, Qin Yujie had become the faith of the Qin family. Grandpa, why make such a big scene? Qin Yujie said somewhat helplessly. Naturally, you're the hero of our family. Qin Songyuan laughed. Qin Yujie turned to Mu Linglong beside him and asked, Mu Linglong, would you like to come in as a guest? Sure, Mu Linglong nodded. Inside the Qin estate, Qin Yujie and Mu Linglong drank together and chatted late into the night before she finally left. For Mu Linglong, this was the first time she had stayed out so late drinking with someone. Of course, as the young mistress of the Mu family, she was always secretly protected no matter where she went. There was no danger for her in Rain Pavilion City. Grandpa, my affairs with the family are settled. I've already been away from the sect for some time. I'll return to Tianyuan Sect tomorrow. Qin Yujie said to Qin Songyuan. Very well. Take care of yourself at the sect. Now that our family has the protection of the Divine Alchemy Hall and no shortage of resources, you don't need to worry about things here. Qin Songyuan replied. The Qin family was now on the right track. Qin Yujie believed it wouldn't be long before their overall strength made a significant leap. Qin Songyuan and many members of the Qin family had already started cultivating the evergreen art. With such an excellent cultivation technique and abundant resources, Qin Yujie was confident that even a pig could make rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. Chapter 47 Returning to Tianyuan Sect. The next morning at dawn, Qin Yujie left Yushuan City. Once outside Yushuan City, his flying carriage finally had a chance to shine, soaring freely through the skies. Inside the flying carriage, Qin Yujie was cultivating. With the spirit-gathering pearl, top-grade Ningyun pills, and various spiritual wines, his cultivation speed had greatly increased. He believed that within just a few days, he would break through to the 8th level of the reversion realm. I really hope I can reach Tianyuan Sect quickly. Not being there for so long means I couldn't check in, wasting so many rewards, Qin Yujie muttered regretfully while cultivating. Still, this was just idle grumbling. He always believed the system existed to serve him, not the other way around. If he were to stay confined in Tianyuan Sect solely for the sake of checking in, neglecting his family's fate, that wouldn't be who he wanted to be. An hour later, Qin Yujie had already covered about 1/3 of the journey. Though it had only been an hour of flight, given the speed of his flying carriage, he was already far away from Yushuan City. Lingtian Kingdom was vast. Besides Yushuan City, there were many obscure small towns, such as this one, called Taish City, with a population of around 2,000 people. The last time Qin Yujie flew over Taish City from the sky, the town had seemed quite lively. But today, as he passed by, everything felt eerily lifeless. There wasn't a single soul on the streets. Qin Yujie halted his flying carriage and descended into the city. Walking along the streets of Taish City, he occasionally spotted bloodstains on the ground, yet saw no one at all. How strange. Such a strong stench of blood, and not a person in sight. Could everyone in this city have been abducted? Qin Yujie murmured, puzzled. At that moment, he sensed intense fluctuations of vital energy from the southeast of Taish City. Instantly activating Bamboo Zhuechan, it didn't take long before Qin Yujie arrived at the southeastern area. The southeast was a dense forest. In a flash, Qin Yujie landed atop a large tree. Below, in a spacious clearing surrounded by trees, thousands of people lay inside a massive deep pit, some dead, others still alive. Blood continued pooling within the pit. Beside it stood 3 men, a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, cultivating a demonic technique, drawing in thick waves of bloody energy from the pit into his body, an eerie and terrifying sight. Beside him stood 2 elders guarding him in meditation. Qin Yujie frowned, his expression turning grim. He never claimed to be a good person. He'd killed before, but he had principles. Using innocent lives and their blood for cultivation was cruel and wicked beyond forgiveness. It crossed his moral boundary. If he hadn't stumbled upon it, perhaps he could have turned a blind eye. But now that he had seen it, he could not stand idly by. At least half of those in that bloody pit were still alive. Activating Bamboo Zhuechan, Qin Yujie flashed forward and appeared directly before the trio. A mere 7th-level cultivator from the reversion realm dares to interfere? We noticed you long ago. Had you simply flown past, we wouldn't have bothered. But now that you've come and uncovered our Immortal Sect's secret, you can only die, sneered the thin elder beside the young man. The Immortal Sect was one of the 4 great sects in Lingtian Kingdom. Its disciples preferred demonic arts, often possessing extreme personalities and acting brutally and domineeringly. Kill him. I sense his abundant vitality. Once I refine his blood, I believe I can break straight through to the divine realm. This is truly heaven's blessing. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Qin Yujie with a frenzied gleam. This youth's demonic art allowed him to sense the strength of another's vitality. The stronger the opponent's essence, the more tempting they became. Yes, young master. Both elders responded respectfully. The young man in the center was Fu Kunyang, a 7th-level reversion realm cultivator and the son of the Immortal Sect's master. The 2 elders on either side were the infamous Pang Shou pair, Pang and Shou, renowned figures of the Immortal Sect, both 4th-level cultivators of the divine realm. The fat and the thin were brothers, famed for their perfect coordination in battle. Together, they had once hunted down and killed a 5th-level divine realm warrior. Brother, let me handle this. A mere 7th-level reversion realm brat doesn't require us both. I'll finish him alone, said the thin elder, licking his lips with a sinister grin. Fine. Just be careful, don't smash his body. The young master needs him intact, the fat elder cautioned. Don't worry, I understand, the thin elder replied. They conversed as if Qin Yujie were already theirs, treating him like prey trapped in a cage. Have you 2 finished making your plans? I'm in a hurry, so make it quick. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. The thin elder sneered coldly and casually thrust a palm toward Qin Yujie. Blood kill palm. Chi from the sky gathered rapidly, forming a massive black palm covered in blood, emanating a dark and terrifying aura. The palm surged forward with tremendous force, rushing toward Qin Yujie in an instant. Some of the survivors in the giant pit watched the powerful strike with growing dread. If Qin Yujie died, they knew their own deaths would be inevitable. 4 Seasons Sword Art, Autumn Winds Howling. Qin Yujie slashed his sword forward. Instantly, the surroundings churned with wind and clouds as spiritual energy from heaven and earth wildly converged. A colossal sword beam shot toward the thin elder. Boom! The 2 mighty attacks collided head-on. To everyone's shock, the thin elder's bloody palm illusion shattered like rotten tofu, split cleanly in half by the immense sword energy. Impossible. The thin elder stared in utter disbelief, his heart pounding. Even though I didn't go all out, only used 1/3 of my strength, this attack should still be nearly impossible for an average 1st-level divine realm cultivator to withstand. How could a 7th-level reversion realm warrior like him break through my technique? There's nothing impossible about it, Qin Yujie said calmly. No good. This sword energy is far stronger than I expected. I feel actual mortal danger. Cold sweat dripped from the thin elder's forehead. No longer daring to hold back, he instantly poured his full cultivation energy into defense. A massive shield erupted before him, swelling with power as more energy surged into it. An upper-grade mysterious tier shield. Beside him, Fu Kunyang and the Fat Elder were both stunned. They hadn't expected the Thin Elder to be forced into using such a powerful defensive artifact. I may have underestimated you earlier, but now that I've activated my mysterious tier shield, your attacks won't even scratch my defense. The Thin Elder burst into arrogant laughter. Chapter 48. The Wrathful Slaying of the Fat and Thin Twin Killers. So what? What's so special about a Xian-grade shield? Qin Yujie said disdainfully. The thin old man clearly had no idea that Qinglian's sword in Qin Yujie's hand was a D-grade superior weapon, before which even a Xian-grade shield was nothing but soft tofu. It happened in the blink of an eye. In that instant, the massive sword Qi slammed into the shield. Shockingly, this top-tier Xian-grade shield split cleanly in two like butter sliced by a hot knife. I'm done for. The thin old man's face instantly filled with despair. The Fat Elder beside him had been closely watching the situation. Seizing the perfect moment, he swung his blade hard, sending forth a huge arc of blade energy that crashed into Qin Yujie's sword Qi. Boom. The two forces collided with an explosive roar. Only after being intercepted 3 times was Qin Yujie's attack barely neutralized. Excellent. Even better. The stronger you are, the greater the effect your blood will have on me. Both of you, attack together. Give it everything you've got. Fu Kunyang roared in full-on laughter. Yes, young master. The Fat and Thin Twin Killers responded respectfully. We're joining forces now? You're as good as dead. I underestimated you earlier, but now you'll die. The Thin Elder sneered coldly. Brother, stop wasting words. Give it your all. The Fat Elder snapped irritably. The Twin Killers were highly experienced in combat. Now realizing Qin Yujie was no ordinary foe, they immediately unleashed their most powerful techniques. Luochen Blade Technique. The Fat Elder, at Heavenly Realm 4th level, erupted with cultivation power. His true energy surged wildly as he slashed fiercely toward Qin Yujie, producing a dazzling, devastating stroke. The strike carried immense force. A colossal blade shadow formed in the sky, rushing toward Qin Yujie with deadly speed. If he didn't dodge quickly, he could be cleaved straight in half. This blade shadow blazed through the air like lightning, unstoppable and brilliant. In the blink of an eye, it arrived directly before Qin Yujie. At the same time, the Thin Elder did not fall behind. Gathering all his strength, he thrust out a palm toward Qin Yujie. Instantly, a massive spectral thunder serpent formed in the sky. Thunder Serpent Palm. The giant illusion of the serpent was pitch black like ink, wreathed in crackling lightning, exuding overwhelming might. The surrounding spiritual energy churned violently, and the shockwaves shattered nearby century-old trees one after another. 2 mighty attacks converged on Qin Yujie simultaneously. He felt an immense pressure pressing against his chest, making breathing difficult. Together, the 2 assaults created a vacuum-like space around him. The power of 1 blade and 1 palm was terrifying indeed. No wonder these 2 had slain warriors at Reversion Realm 5th level. You 2 coordinate well, Qin Yujie said calmly, but well is all you are. 4 Seasons Sword Art, Scorching Summer Sun. Suddenly, a colossal sun rose in the sky. The ambient temperature soared instantly. A massive sword beam, radiating intense heat, split into 2 and streaked toward each of them. Their attacks were shattered instantly. The sword beams surged forward like unstoppable lightning, arriving before the 2 elders in a flash. This is impossible. In that instant, both were split in half by the sword energy, then reduced to ashes by the blazing solar fire. What about the other one? Qin Yujie murmured in mild surprise. It turned out that Fu Kunyang, seeing the tide turn against him, had already secretly activated a teleportation talisman. As the son of the Tianyuan Sect's master, he carried many life-saving treasures. This teleportation talisman was one of them. With a single sword stroke, Qin Yujie had slain 2 Heavenly Realm 4th level experts. Everyone present was stunned speechless. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. We can never repay your great kindness. Thank you, young master, for rescuing us from hellfire. The survivors in the giant crater expressed their gratitude profusely. As for those who had died, Qin Yujie could only use his true energy to move half a mound of earth and bury them. In this world where martial cultivators reigned supreme, life was cruel and cheap, fleeting as grass. Only by growing ever stronger could one control one's own fate. Most of the survivors were ordinary people, with only a few at the Gathering Veins level. Some were severely injured, others lay unconscious. Each bore wounds of varying severity. Just then, an old beggar among the group stirred from unconsciousness. He began alternately weeping and laughing, muttering incoherently to himself, clearly quite mad. The mad hag is awake. She's truly lucky, sleeping through the entire disaster. This crazy old woman is always either passed out or babbling nonsense. Never clear-headed. No one knows when she first started begging in Tej City. What a pitiful life, begging on the streets at her age. Qin Yujie glanced at the mad hag and saw she was an ordinary person with no cultivation, so he paid her no further mind. He circulated his Chongqing art, sent some true energy to those seriously injured, left behind some healing pills, and then departed from Tej City. What Qin Yujie didn't know was that immediately after he flew away, the mad hag suddenly snapped out of her daze. Staring at the retreating figure of Qin Yujie, she murmured inwardly, "The fate of this little brat is actually beyond my ability to read? How strange." With a single step forward, the mad hag instantly vanished without a trace. Is that crazy woman human or ghost? The people around cried in shock. She occasionally regains her senses. but most of the time, she's just raving mad. Forget about her, probably off begging somewhere else. Let's get going. We can't stay in Tej City any longer. Demon Sect might come back. Yeah, how did I not think of that? Come on, let's all leave together. The survivors slowly got to their feet and gradually dispersed from Tej City. Along the way, Qin Yujie rode his flying chariot at tremendous speed. 2 hours later, he finally returned to Tianyuan Sect. He quickly entered the outer sect area. The flying chariot was well known throughout the outer sect. When disciples saw the flying chariot soar across the sky, they knew Qin Yujie, the one who had severed Tang Jibei's limbs, had returned. Incredible. This Qin Yujie actually dares to come back. I thought he'd run away for good. An outer sect disciple looked up at the flying chariot with reluctant admiration. Yes, over the past few days, quite a few inner sect disciples have come looking specifically for Qin Yujie, only to find him gone, another outer sect disciple added. To be honest, we should support senior brother Qin. The inner sect disciples are simply too domineering. Let's stay out of it. We're not strong enough to get involved in something like this. A crowd of outer sect disciples watched Qin Yujie's flying chariot pass by, whispering among themselves. An undercurrent of tension stirred through the entire outer sect. Lin Xining and Zheng Nanhua also spotted Qin Yujie's eye-catching flying chariot. Both frowned tightly and swiftly took flight, following closely behind his chariot. Chapter 49, Breakthrough from Drinking Tea. Qin Yujie arrived at his original residence, recalled the flying chariot, and took out his personal manor. In an instant, a magnificent mansion appeared on the ground. He walked into his manor and lounged in a wicker chair, leisurely sipping a mouthful of immortal dew. Gazing up at the 1,000-year spirit peach tree above him, Qin Yujie stretched lazily and thought to himself, I'm finally back. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 1 spatial ring. Qin Yujie immediately retrieved the spatial ring from the system, slipped it onto his finger, and said with satisfaction, not bad. This spatial ring has a capacity of 1,000 square meters. It can store quite a lot. He organized all his belongings and stored them inside the spatial ring. Let's see what's in these fat and skinny twin killers' storage bags. As heaven-human realm cultivators, they shouldn't be too poor. Qin Yujie murmured to himself. Opening the storage bag, he indeed found many resources, but most of them didn't impress him. Whatever, I'll just keep them for now. He sorted through the items and placed everything into the spatial ring. Then, he retrieved from the system that exquisite set of tea where he had won in a lottery draw recently. But due to not having any spiritual tea before, this tea set had remained unused until now. Of course, ordinary tea wouldn't do. It wasn't worthy of such equipment. The tea set was carved entirely from moon-cold jade. Only spiritual tea would be fit for such cups. Wait. Aren't tea leaves just picked from trees? I have a 1,000-year spirit peach tree right here. That's basically a ready-made tea plant. The leaves on this ancient peach tree are as numerous as cattle, so why can't I just pick a few to brew tea? Though their medicinal effects certainly won't match those of the 1,000-year spirit peaches themselves, they're still leaves from a 1,000-year-old spirit tree. They must possess extraordinary potency. And who knows when, if ever, these peaches will actually ripen. I'm truly brilliant. From now on, this 1,000-year spirit peach tree shall serve as my personal tea tree. Feeling immensely pleased with himself, Qin Yujie prepared to pluck a few leaves for brewing when 2 figures arrived at his doorstep. Are you guys dogs sniffing out tea? The moment I'm about to make tea, you show up, Qin Yujie said lightly, smiling. The 2 newcomers were Lin Xining and Zheng Nanhua. Lin Xining looked up at the swirling blossoms dancing beneath the manor's peach tree, instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery. She quickly realized this wasn't an ordinary peach tree, but a spirit tree, and she felt a flicker of astonishment. It took her a moment to recover her composure. Yujie, you still have the mood to drink tea? Lin Xining glanced at the relaxed Qin Yujie, slightly exasperated. Big brother Qin, you've really stirred up trouble. Tang Jibei has already declared in the inner sect that many people want to challenge you. Zheng Nanhua said urgently. What's there to fear? I don't even know how strong I am myself. Don't worry. Come on, I'll treat you both to some tea. Qin Yujie replied carelessly. Hearing such confidence, both their anxieties eased. After all, Qin Yujie's talent was monstrously exceptional. His power couldn't be judged by cultivation level or realm alone. Big brother Qin, you say you're treating us to tea, but where's the tea leaves? Zheng Nanhua joked, staring at the empty teacups before him. Recently, Zheng Nanhua had drunk quite a bit of spirit wine at Qin Yujie's place, which had helped him break through from reverted origin stage 4th level to 5th level. At the mention of tea, his mouth was already watering. Fatso, don't rush. We've got plenty of tea leaves. Qin Yujie chuckled, pointing upward at the foliage. With ease, he plucked a few leaves from the 1,000-year spirit peach tree, dropped them into the teapot, and poured in boiling water. A moment later, a full pot of tea was ready. Both Lin Xining and Zheng Nanhua stood stunned. Only now did they notice that the entire tea set Qin Yujie used was made entirely of moon-cold jade. Moon-cold jade, a rare high-grade, earth-level material. There might not even be a single piece of it throughout Lingtian Kingdom, and yet here Qin Yujie was, extravagantly using it for a complete tea set. Big brother Qin, I respect no one else but you. Zheng Nanhua, someone who'd seen considerable wealth and status, he came from a prestigious background, had never encountered anyone as extravagantly lavish as Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie owned too many remarkable treasures. Any single item he pulled out could make others covetous and mad with desire. Qin Yujie poured each of them a cup of tea and smiled. Xining, Fatso, try it. Lin Qining lifted her cup and took a whiff. Instantly, a rich, enticing aroma filled her nose. Just smelling it, my true essence has already grown significantly stronger. Lin Qining thought, utterly shocked. Lin Qining knew this tea was no ordinary brew. She tilted her head back and took a light sip, immediately feeling a surge of powerful spiritual energy raging wildly within her body. Lin Qining quickly shut her eyes and began circulating her cultivation technique. Zheng Nanhua did the same. After one sip of tea, an expression of utter disbelief spread across his face before he too plunged into frenzied cultivation. Qin Yujie observed their reactions and after a moment understood. The medicinal potency of this tea was simply too strong. This dainta, though they had only taken a single sip, could be lethal if one didn't immediately circulate their cultivation technique to guide the energy. Otherwise, their bodies might explode from the overload. For a reverted origin realm cultivator, such a Chan spirit tea was an unparalleled opportunity, a treasure so rare it was virtually unobtainable in the outside world. Yet here, both of them had obtained it effortlessly through Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie picked up his teacup and downed it in one gulp. Qin Yujie possessed the divine level physique, undying sword body, and practiced the high earth level cultivation art, evergreen art. The amount of spiritual energy required for him to break through was dozens of times greater than that of others, so he had absolutely no fear of exploding from the tea's intensity. And even if he did die, Qin Yujie could instantly revive through the power of his undying sword body. The tea dissolved the instant it touched his tongue. Qin Yujie felt a vast torrent of spiritual energy surging through every inch of his body. He quickly activated the evergreen art and instantly sensed his true essence grow significantly denser. He poured himself another cup and drank it all in one go. Immediately, Qin Yujie felt his internal true essence rise like water lifting a boat, higher and higher. Still not enough to break through. He gulped down 4 cups in succession, and finally, with a sudden tremor in his aura, his cultivation base smoothly advanced to reverted origin stage 8th level. Not bad for a 1,000-year spirit tea. Its potency surpasses even that of a top-grade cloud condensation pill, Qin Yujie remarked. Lin Qining's cultivation had already been at reverted origin stage 8th level. After just one sip of the Qian spirit tea, she smoothly broke through to reverted origin stage 9th level. Did I really just break through so easily? Lin Qining felt as if she were dreaming. All her painstaking efforts in cultivation couldn't compare to a single cup of spirit tea. Chapter 50. An inner sect expert arrives. Truthfully, Lin Qining's recent breakthroughs in cultivation were all related to Qin Yujie. Before she had encountered him, she'd never thought breaking through cultivation barriers could be so easy. Lin Qining had now undoubtedly become the highest cultivating outer sect disciple of Tianyuan Sect, and it wouldn't be long before she broke through into the heavenly realm. Zheng Nanhua was the same. After just one sip of tea, his cultivation had leapt from the 5th stage of reverting origin spirit to the 6th. However, for both Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua, who lacked any special innate constitution, today's single cup of spiritual tea had reached their absolute limit. Drinking more might cause them to explode from excessive energy buildup. They would need time to stabilize before they could drink again. Lin Qining stared at the half cup of spirit tea before her, her face twisted with inner conflict as she thought, *sigh, my talent is simply not enough. The spiritual tea sits right here, yet I can't even drink it. Though Lin Qining possessed considerable talent, compared to freakish geniuses like Qin Yujie, she was nowhere near comparable. Zheng Nanhua wore the same conflicted expression. As he pondered whether to take away the remaining half cup of tea, Qin Yujie's next words froze him on the spot. This tea has gone cold. It's not good to drink anymore. Qin Yujie manipulated the teapot and cup with true energy, pouring the unfinished tea, and even the leaves, outside the door. Hold on, what did you just? Damn, you're seriously this extravagant? Zheng Nanhua was utterly stunned by Qin Yujie's action. Even Lin Qining couldn't help but roll her eyes slightly. You really are wasteful. I see you both enjoy tea. Here, I'll give each of you 10 leaves. Qin Yujie casually plucked 20 leaves from his hair and handed them over. Both Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua were completely dumbfounded. These 1,000-year-old spirit leaves were priceless treasures. One leaf alone worth a fortune, and now Qin Yujie was casually giving 10 to each of them. They were shocked speechless by his extravagance. You've seen it yourself. My tree has plenty of leaves. Once you finish these, I'll give you more, Qin Yujie said indifferently with a light smile. Well then, thanks, Lin Qining replied with a smile, accepting without hesitation. Big bro Qin, thank you. Zheng Nanhua also expressed his gratitude profusely. Just then, a furious roar echoed across the entire outer sect. Qin Yujie, I'm waiting for you at the life and death platform. If you have the guts, come and die. The voice brimmed with thick, true energy and overwhelming momentum. Just from the sound, one could tell this person was incredibly powerful. Instantly, all outer sect disciples turned their attention toward the source. The inner sect disciple has arrived so quickly? This will be interesting. Yeah, Qin Yujie is in trouble now. Let's go. Let's see if he can survive this time. Scores of outer sect disciples dashed toward the life and death platform. Let's go too. We might as well see what's happening at the life and death platform. Qin Yujie stood up casually and said. He led the two of them flying away from the residence, after which the entire mansion instantly vanished like a mirage. The life and death dueling platform. It was already packed with people. Not only numerous outer sect disciples, but many inner sect disciples had come to watch as well. Ever since Qin Yujie had sliced Tang Jibei into a human cripple, the story had spread throughout the inner sect. Although Qin Yujie hadn't officially entered the inner sect yet, His name was already widely known there. Qin Yujie is still too young. He hasn't entered the inner sect, so he doesn't understand how things work there. An inner sect disciple shook his head. Exactly. Tang Jibei was merely bottom tier in the inner sect. I could easily kill him too. But the real threat is Tang Jinan. Another inner sect disciple chimed in. Tang Jinan is the #1 genius in the inner sect. His talent and strength are truly terrifying. Still, Qin Yujie got lucky. 3 months ago, Tang Jinan represented Tianyuan Sect and entered the Mingji secret realm. Yeah, that secret realm opens once every 10 years, jointly controlled by the 4 great sects of Lingtian Kingdom. It's filled with countless rare treasures and heavenly resources. By the time Tang Jinan comes out in 3 months, he'll definitely have broken through from the 9th stage of the heavenly realm to the Wheel Sea realm. His power will be unfathomable when he returns. But Qin Yujie won't live that long. I think he'll die today. That's right. Qiao Zhoutu cultivates at the 5th stage of the heavenly realm. If Qin Yujie dares step onto the life and death platform today, he's certainly doomed. Many inner sect disciples gazed at Qiao Zhoutu standing emotionlessly on the platform, discussing among themselves. Qiao Zhoutu was one of Tang Jinan's followers. Since Tang Jibei had been mutilated by Qin Yujie, Qiao Zhoutu was determined to kill Qin Yujie to avenge him. Besides the inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples were also abuzz with chatter. Do you think Qin Yujie will actually dare show up today? Asked an outer sect disciple. I'm sure he won't show up today. I heard Qiao Zhoutu's cultivation has already reached the 5th stage of heavenly realm. Qin Yujie stands no chance against him, another inner sect disciple added. Yeah, I think so too. Although Qin Yujie defeated 10 inner sect disciples last time, the strongest among them was only at the 2nd stage of heavenly realm. There's simply no comparison. True. How powerful a 5th stage heavenly realm expert is, I can't even imagine. One punch from him might be enough to kill Qin Yujie. Sigh, Qin Yujie's chances look bleak this time. I admit his talent is monstrous, but he hasn't grown strong enough yet. Exactly. A dead genius is no genius at all. Around the life and death platform, whether inner or outer sect disciples, everyone was deeply interested in today's deadly duel. Qin Yujie and the other 2 soon arrived at the platform. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Qin Yujie actually dared to come. Does he not fear death? Who knows? But I admire him. Put me in his place, and I'd definitely hide like a coward. The surrounding crowd was utterly astonished that Qin Yujie had actually shown up. You're Qin Yujie? Qiao Zhoutu asked coolly, looking down at him. That's me. You want a life or death duel with me? Qin Yujie replied casually. Qiao Zhoutu gazed down at Qin Yujie with indifference and said calmly. Yes. And with your reputation, I assume you won't back out? What's your cultivation level? Qin Yujie asked nonchalantly. 5th stage of the heavenly realm. Qiao Zhoutu hesitated briefly but answered truthfully. He feared that revealing his true level might cause Qin Yujie to refuse the fight, but the rules of the life and death platform forbade deliberate deception or concealment of one's cultivation before a duel, so Qiao Zhoutu had no choice but to answer honestly. Ha! 5th stage of the heavenly realm, challenging me, a mere 8th stage reverting origin cultivator, to a life or death battle, and saying it so boldly? Have you no shame at all? Qin Yujie smiled faintly. Chapter 51. You do your best, I'm invincible. When the crowd heard Qin Yujie's words, they instantly felt that what he said made perfect sense. A 5th level heavenly realm cultivator bullying an 8th level regathering realm opponent. What kind of accomplishment was that? Anyone could bully the weak. Only a true powerhouse would triumph against the odds, fighting beyond their cultivation level. Since Qin Yujie said this, he definitely won't accept the life or death duel. A 5th level heavenly realm warrior dueling an 8th level regathering realm warrior? Who would accept such a suicide mission? Exactly. Any normal person would refuse to walk into certain death. I actually agree with Qin Yujie. His talent is monstrous. Within just a few months, he'll be able to crush Qiao Zhoutu effortlessly. Why risk his life now? As they reflected on Qin Yujie's journey so far, always challenging opponents above his level, they suddenly realized just how terrifyingly gifted he truly was. Qiao Zhoutu's face turned dark and ugly upon being spoken to like this. Just as everyone assumed the duel would fizzle out, Qin Yujie calmly spoke again. Even so, I still accept your challenge. Although your cultivation base surpasses mine, in my eyes, you're hardly worth mentioning. Qin Yujie said indifferently. This single sentence ignited the entire arena. Everyone present was stunned by his overwhelming confidence. Few dared to accept a life or death duel across an entire major realm gap. In the world, only 2 types of people would dare. 1. Those who simply seek death. 2. Those who possess absolute faith in themselves. Clearly, Qin Yujie belonged to the 2nd category. With those words, Qin Yujie activated half-step cicada, flashing instantly onto the life and death platform. Qin Yujie, to be honest, I admire your courage. I even like you. But you made the mistake of offending someone you shouldn't have. By crossing Tang Jinan, your fate is sealed. Qiao Zhoutu sneered. You all fear offending Tang Jinan, but none of you realize what it means to provoke me, Qin Yujie. Doing so will bring regret, so deep it leads to despair. Qin Yujie replied coolly. His words sent chills down the spines of the audience below. Qin Yujie, you're too naive. You don't understand Tang Jinan's power. If you had truly seen him in action, you'd know your so-called genius means nothing before him. Qiao Zhoutu glanced at him disdainfully. Oh really? Perhaps it's just your limited vision. Maybe you've mistaken trash for talent because you've never seen a true prodigy. Qin Yujie said with calm indifference. The crowd sucked in sharp breaths at these audacious words. Only two kinds of people dared speak like this. The first were arrogant fools blind to reality. The second, those whose talents were genuinely peerless. While Qin Yujie undoubtedly fell into the latter category, everyone present, except Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua, believed he was merely the former, an ignorant braggart. Sure, Qin Yujie has monstrous talent, but there's still a gap between him and Tang Jinan, one inner sect disciple remarked. Yeah, but I do respect his courage. Better to be bold than dull. I actually like his attitude. Arrogance is justified when backed by strength. Without it, arrogance is just ignorance. The surrounding disciples burst into heated discussions about Qin Yujie. Hearing this, Chao Zhoutu laughed loudly, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke imaginable. Qin Yujie, how pitiful you are. You're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Fine then. I've indulged your chat long enough before your death. You should feel grateful. Enough talk. Show me your full power and come at me. You do your best. I'm invincible, Qin Yujie said coolly. Once again, the sheer audacity of his words left the crowd utterly shocked. You do your best. I'm invincible. I love this line. I'm going to use it to flex next time. One nearby disciple declared excitedly, as if discovering a profound truth. Dude, stop dreaming. Say that without the power behind it, and you'll get beaten to death, another wisely cautioned. So what? I'll only say it to people weaker than me. The first disciple insisted fervently. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Bro, you're a genius. The surrounding crowd seemed fascinated by the phrase, soon imitating it with exaggerated flair. Unknowingly, Qin Yujie had sparked a trend, turning this line into a motto cherished by countless disciples of Tianyuan Sect. You do your best. I'm invincible. You actually have the guts to say that? Without strength, those words are nothing but a joke, Chao Zhoutu sneered. As he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged. His whole body radiated a mighty presence, thick with powerful spiritual energy, exuding terrifying pressure. Dragon Surge Fist. In an instant, Chao Zhoutu shot forward, appearing directly before Qin Yujie, launching a fierce punch straight at him. At once, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth crazily converged, forming a vivid, colossal yellow dragon in the sky. The dragon exuded an imposing aura, radiating immense power from every inch of its body. The yellow dragon opened its enormous mouth and let out a long, sky-piercing roar before lunging fiercely toward Qin Yujie. If that bite landed, Qin Yujie would surely be reduced to nothing, no bones left behind. Though the surrounding crowd knew Chao Zhoutu was strong, most had never actually seen him fight. After all, hearing about it wasn't the same as seeing it with their own eyes. Witnessing his power firsthand was far more dark than mere rumors. It's the Dragon Surge Fist. This Dragon Surge Fist has overwhelming power. It relies on brute force to break through 10,000 techniques. It's a well-known martial art among inner sect disciples. Even the residual aura from this technique sends chills down my spine. If I faced it head-on, I wouldn't even have the courage to strike back. Yeah, Qin Yujie definitely can't withstand this. You do your best. I'm invincible. Indeed, without strength, such words are nothing but a joke. The crowd beneath the life and death platform looked at Qin Yujie and shook their heads in pity. Lin Qinin stared at Chao Zhoutu's domineering strike. She knew without a doubt that she couldn't block it. The gap between Chao Zhoutu's 5th-level Heavenly Realm cultivation and her own regrouping realm level was simply too vast. For any regathering realm cultivator, this punch was nothing short of cataclysmic. Yet, from beginning to end, she had always believed in Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, aren't you feeling utterly desperate right now? Let me tell you, I've only used half my strength. Now do you understand just how great the difference between us is? Chao Zhoutu laughed loudly. Your attack is too weak. You're not even making this interesting, Qin Yujie said with mild disappointment. Facing the overwhelmingly mighty yellow dragon before him, Qin Yujie casually raised his hand and lightly pointed forward. A gigantic finger suddenly appeared in the sky, crashing instantly into the yellow dragon. The mighty beast, which had seemed unstoppable, shattered like broken glass, instantly fracturing into countless pieces. This scene erupted like a thunderclap in the dead of night, freezing everyone in place with shock. Chapter 52. Killing a 5th-rank Celestial Realm Cultivator. How is this possible? Chao Zhoutu was instantly shocked. Earlier, Chao Zhoutu hadn't lied. Although he had only used half of his strength, that punch should have been more than enough to overwhelm any ordinary 4th-rank Celestial Realm Cultivator, let alone Qin Yujie, who was merely an 8th-rank Regathering Realm Warrior. Still, Qin Yujie hadn't used his full strength either. Otherwise, that single strike would have pulverized Chao Zhoutu into dust. Damn it, these two actually ended their first clash in a draw. Yes, Qin Yujie actually blocked Chao Zhoutu's attack. Qin Yujie isn't simple at all. I saw how casually he just flicked a single finger. It seemed like he wasn't even trying. But Chao Zhoutu also only used half his power. Now Qin Yujie is in danger. The real show is just beginning. Neither of them gave it their all in that exchange. Who will come out on top remains to be seen. The surrounding crowd burst into animated discussion. On the life and death platform, Chao Zhoutu's earlier nonchalance had completely vanished. His expression grew increasingly grave. Although Qin Yujie's cultivation level was roughly one major realm below his own, the density of true energy within Qin Yujie's body was not inferior to his own by much, and perhaps even slightly stronger. Moreover, that piercing finger technique earlier had been terrifyingly powerful. Chao Zhoutu had felt pressure unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. This kind of overwhelming pressure was something he had only felt once before, when facing Tang Jinan. Qin Yujie, it seems I underestimated you. From now on, I'll fight with everything I've got. Qiao Zhoutiu said seriously. Hurry up and use your full strength, or you won't get another chance. Qin Yujie replied coldly. Fine. As you wish, primordial true fist. Qiao Zhoutu's entire body trembled as his inner energy surged violently, unleashing his most powerful martial skill. Qi from the heavens and earth rushed wildly into Qiao Zhoutu's body, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Then, a colossal fist descended from the sky, carrying the crushing force of a mountain collapsing, hurtling straight toward Qin Yujie. The primordial true fist was a unique technique of Tianyuan Sect, an upper-tier earth-level martial art that could only be learned by inner disciples. Its power far surpassed that of the dragon transformation fist, differing so greatly it might as well be heaven versus earth. The surrounding spectators gasped in shock at the devastating power of this strike. That's actually the primordial true fist. Qiao Zhoutu's punch is too strong. I feel even an average 6th-rank Celestial Realm warrior couldn't withstand it. Exactly. Under such overwhelming force, Qin Yujie will surely be shattered to pieces. Qin Yujie looked at the massive incoming fist and shook his head. Is this really your strongest move? Too weak. Devilchin 9 forms. Third form. Devilchin is shooting the sun. Qin Yujie drew out his violet jade zither and swiftly played a complex sequence of notes with both hands. Heaven and earth chi poured frenziedly toward the zither. Then a powerful sonic wave instantly materialized in the sky. A giant bow and arrow formed from sound itself. Go! With a flick of his finger, the music resonated sharply. The bowstring pulled taut and released a single arrow radiating immense power. The arrow surged forward with unstoppable momentum, piercing through the air like thunder, rushing toward Qiao Zhoutiu at lightning speed. Boom! The two colossal attacks collided instantly. The entire life and death platform shook violently. Winds howled wildly, as if a massive explosion had torn through the area. Unbelievably, the primordial true fist was shattered instantly by the sonic arrow created from Qin Yujie's music. Undeterred, the arrow continued forward with overwhelming force, rapidly closing the distance until it loomed directly before Qiao Zhoutiu. This can't be. How can you unleash such an outrageous attack? Qiao Zhoutiu screamed in terror. A vast, crushing pressure pinned him down, rendering him unable to move. From that single arrow, he sensed a terrifying, suffocating power. Heavens! The primordial true fist was actually broken by Qin Yujie's technique. Qin Yujie's attack is too powerful. This strike is truly heaven-shaking and ghost-piercing. Look at Qiao Zhoutu's face. He's terrified, trembling all over. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yujie's attack reached Qiao Zhoutiu. Damn it! I can't block this. Qiao Zhoutiu cried out in panic. Desperately circulating his movement technique, Qiao Zhoutiu tried to dodge, but the arrow's oppressive force was too great, its speed too fast. Before he could react, the arrow pierced straight through his chest. Qiao Zhoutu's body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing back over 10 steps. A massive, gruesome hole gaped in his chest, blood pouring forth. Qiao Zhoutiu had been killed in a single blow, defeated even while using his ultimate technique. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd stood agape in shock, as if they were experiencing an illusion. One move, just a single move. Qiao Zhoutiu, a 5th-rank Celestial Realm cultivator, had actually been killed outright by Qin Yujie, an 8th-rank Regathering Realm warrior. Everyone was stunned, unable to process what had just happened, refusing to believe it was real. But the lifeless body of Qiao Zhoutiu lying on the ground left them no choice but to accept the truth. Qin Yujie was simply too powerful, so overwhelmingly strong that it felt suffocating. Did Qiao Zhoutiu really just die like this? Incredible! How could Qin Yujie be so powerful? Qiao Zhoutiu was already incredibly strong, yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie's talent is downright monstrous. I feel like he might even surpass Tang Jinan, the #1 inner disciple. His genius may be terrifying, but now that he's offended Tang Jinan, he's walking a death sentence. Even though he won today, it's merely prolonging the inevitable. Exactly. Though Tang Jinan hasn't returned yet, among his 4 main followers, Qiao Zhoutiu was actually the weakest. Tang Jinan's 4 disciples are already legendary within the sect. It seems Qin Yujie won't escape death after all. I think Qin Yujie's strength isn't as simple as it appears. He might still turn things around against all odds. Regardless, the talent Qin Yujie displayed today is already shocking. The sect elders must have noticed. I doubt they'd want to lose such a prodigy. That's possible, but the grudge between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan is irreconcilable. It all depends on who the sect values more. The surrounding crowd continued their heated discussion about Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie took the storage bag from Qiao Zhoutu's corpse and then calmly walked down from the life and death platform. Outlaws wear golden sashes while heroes end up dead. Qin Yujie quickly glanced through Qiao Zhoutu's storage bag and found it filled with abundant resources, dazzling in variety. Pity I have the system. Unless it's top-tier cultivation resources, I can't even be bothered. Still, these materials can be exchanged for medicinal herbs. I can refine my own pills, Qin Yujie thought inwardly. Currently, Qin Yujie possessed a vast amount of resources, likely more than any C-Realm cultivation stage warrior could boast. Chapter 53, Enforcers from the Law Enforcement Hall. Inside the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, in an exquisitely designed pavilion with beautiful surroundings, Tang Jibei was currently lying on his bed in agony, lashing out angrily at his servants. Since his hands and feet had been severed, Tang Jibei's mood had never improved. He had tried every possible method to heal his body, but all attempts proved futile. Indeed, There were spiritual medicines and pills in this world capable of regrowing severed limbs, but such treasures weren't something the Tianyuan Sect possessed. Even if they did, who would ever waste them on someone with mediocre talent? Although my elder brother is not currently in the inner sect, today Tojo Cherky will handle things. Qin Yujie is as good as dead. Tang Jibei lay in bed, fantasizing about Qin Yujie's death, and his mood slightly lifted. Once my brother returns, he might find a way to restore me. I've heard that secret realms contain countless rare herbs. Surely I'll be able to recover. Qin Yujie, you provoked me. Letting you die quickly would actually be too kind for you. At least I'm still alive. As long as I live, there's always hope to regain my limbs. In the end, I'm the one who wins. Thinking thus, Tang Jibei's mood brightened considerably. At that moment, a servant rushed in hastily. Approaching Tang Jibei, he seemed eager to speak, yet hesitated. Spit it out. Are you here to tell me Qin Yujie is dead? I knew it. Chao Zhoutiu is already at 5th level of Heavenly Realm. Killing Qin Yujie would be effortless. Tang Jibei said excitedly. Master Tang, Chao Zhoutiu, he's dead. The servant finally mustered the courage to say. Good riddance. So Qin Yujie is finally dead. Tang Jibei didn't grasp the meaning at first and cheerfully exclaimed. No, I mean Chao Zhoutiu is dead. He was killed by Qin Yujie. The servant stammered nervously. Tang Jibei froze instantly, his face twisted in utter disbelief. Impossible. How could Chao Zhoutiu die? It's true, everyone saw it. Qin Yujie is simply too powerful. The servant insisted earnestly. The news struck Tang Jibei like a thunderbolt from clear skies. He sat there dazed. After a long while, Tang Jibei snapped back to consciousness and roared furiously. Qin Yujie, we are enemies for life. On the life and death platform, after winning the life or death duel, Qin Yujie's fame had skyrocketed throughout the outer sect. Even within the inner sect, his name was now widely known. Brother Qin, you're incredible. Zheng Nanhua came to Qin Yujie's side, saying admiringly. Lin Qinin gazed at Qin Yujie. She had always cultivated the path of the zither and mastered zither-based martial techniques, yet she never imagined Qin Yujie's combat skills could be so formidable. As people buzzed with chatter, a group suddenly appeared around the arena. They wore identical black robes, each radiating extraordinary cultivation strength. At their head stood an old man cultivating at the 1st level of Will See realm. That's Su Liang, Vice Elder of the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. What's he doing here? The enforcers from the Law Enforcement Hall have always acted arrogantly in Tianyuan Sect. Anyone taken away by them is as good as doomed. Look, they're heading toward Qin Yujie. Could they be here to arrest him? Tang Jinan's influence in the Inner Sect must be enormous if even the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall answers to him. The Law Enforcement Hall wouldn't come to the dueling grounds without reason. They must be targeting Qin Yujie. This time Qin Yujie is in serious trouble, a mere 8th level cultivation-based realm outer sect disciple standing against the Law Enforcement Hall. Seeing the intimidating group approaching, the surrounding cultivators instinctively stepped backward, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. You are Qin Yujie? Vice Hall Master Su Liang approached Qin Yujie, looking down at him haughtily. That's me. Qin Yujie replied calmly. Qin Yujie couldn't fathom why the Law Enforcement Hall would come after him. Could it be Tang Jinan's influence in the Inner Sect? A mere youth, yet malicious in intent and ruthless in action. Such a person has no place in Tianyuan Sect. Su Liang unleashed his aura and spoke coldly without reservation. The surrounding crowd gasped upon hearing these words. Everyone realized the Law Enforcement Hall had begun its move against Qin Yujie. Where exactly have I shown malice or ruthlessness? And you claim Tianyuan Sect can't tolerate me, but as merely a Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, do you have the authority to represent the entire sect? Are your powers greater than the sect master himself? Qin Yujie responded fearlessly. These words placed a heavy burden on Su Liang. If he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation today and still took Qin Yujie away arbitrarily, once these words reached the sect master's ears, Su Liang would undoubtedly face severe consequences. As a mere Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, of course I cannot represent Tianyuan Sect, Su Liang replied with icy calmness. If that's the case, what business do you have with me? Why would you still want to take me to the Law Enforcement Hall? Qin Yujie said coldly. Qin Yujie's words shocked everyone present. They could hardly believe that he dared to speak to the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall in such a manner. In Tianyuan Sect, wasn't every outer sect disciple supposed to be courteous and respectful when facing members of the Law Enforcement Hall? Qin Yujie, several days ago you arbitrarily severed Tang Jibei's hands and legs without provocation, destroying his martial cultivation foundation. How is that not malicious intent and brutal cruelty? Su Liang's expression darkened as he spoke icily. This is nothing short of a ridiculous joke. Someone tried to kill me. Am I not allowed to defend myself? Don't think I don't know the rules. Private fights among Tianyuan Sect disciples are permitted as long as no lives are taken. Are you, as Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, really going to twist the truth however you please? Qin Yujie replied calmly. Our Law Enforcement Hall always upholds justice. Regardless, you must come with us to the Law Enforcement Hall for questioning, Su Liang stated firmly. Once someone entered the Law Enforcement Hall, there was no coming back. It was common knowledge. Though Qin Yujie wasn't afraid, there was no need for him to recklessly put himself in danger. What crime have I committed that I should go with you to your hall? Qin Yujie said. In that case, don't blame me for using my strength against you. Su Liang sneered. Given Su Liang's status as Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, capturing an outer sect disciple shouldn't invite any objections from others. Qin Yujie glanced casually at Su Laiyong. He wasn't afraid of him. Qin Yujie still had many powerful trump cards he hadn't yet revealed, such as the Immortal Sword Body, the Eat Fire, and the Wind Sword Intent, any one of which could easily end Su Laiyong's life. However, so long as Su Laiyong didn't attack first, Qin Yujie wouldn't make the first move. If he struck first, it would only give Su Laiyong the perfect excuse. Just as tension reached its peak and battle seemed imminent, a lavishly dressed woman in palace robes flew down from the sky. Her aura was overwhelming, and every movement she made radiated imposing power. Vice Hall Master Su, you're merely a deputy, not the head of the hall. Are you truly entitled to manipulate justice as you please? The woman in royal garments said coldly. Chapter 54, Inner Sect Elder Jiang Fanxian. The woman who arrived was none other than an elder of the Inner Sect, named Jiang Fanxian. Jiang Fanxian was well known within the Inner Sect, not only for her unparalleled beauty but also for her formidable cultivation. At just over 30 years old, she had already reached the third level of the Wheel Sea realm. Ah, Elder Jiang, may I ask what you meant by your words just now? Su Laiyong asked, slightly taken aback. Exactly as they sound, replied Jiang Fanxian. Even if Sect Master Su wishes to take someone, he must have a valid reason. Arresting people without cause is unacceptable. Elder Jiang, is it really worth provoking Tang Jinan over an outer sect disciple? Su Laiyong countered. Whether it's worth it isn't for you to decide. Do you wish to fight me? Jiang Fanxian said coldly. We're leaving. With a scornful snort, Su Laiyong turned and departed with the members of the law enforcement hall in tow. Jiang Fanxian had already reached the third level of the Wheel Sea realm. Su Laiyong stood no chance against her and could do nothing but retreat in disgrace. Thank you, senior. Qin Yujie expressed his gratitude to Jiang Fanxian. Had Jiang Fanxian not appeared today, Qin Yujie might have been forced into a confrontation with Su Laiyong. While Qin wasn't afraid of him, Jiang Fanxuan's intervention had indeed saved him trouble. You're Qin Yujie, right? Come with me. Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Fanxian turned and walked away. Qin Yujie followed closely behind her figure, and in a flash, both disappeared from sight. They stopped at a quiet bamboo grove. May I ask, senior, what business do you have with me? Qin Yujie asked. He couldn't recall ever meeting Jiang Fanxian before, nor did they share any past connection. He was puzzled. Why would she go so far as to defy Tang Jinan for his sake? Weren't you the youngest arc-level alchemist in Yushuan City recently? Jiang Fanxian asked casually. That was me. I'm surprised, senior, that you're so well informed. Qin Yujie replied, mildly astonished. Jiang Fanxian let out a sigh. As an alchemist, you should already be able to sense my condition, shouldn't you? Qin Yujie studied her carefully, then said, I need to feel your pulse to diagnose precisely, but I can tell your vitality is continuously deteriorating. Barring any miracle, you likely have no more than 3 months left to live. Since ancient times, medicine and alchemy had always gone hand in hand. A qualified alchemist was necessarily skilled in both healing arts and pill refinement. As the inheritor of the Pill Emperor's legacy, Qin Yujie had not only mastered his alchemical techniques, but also inherited his supreme medical knowledge. Medical arts themselves branched into 3 disciplines: acupuncture, massage therapy, and pharmaceuticals, all of which Qin Yujie had fully mastered and seamlessly integrated. You're correct, Jiang Fanxian said calmly. I truly only have 3 months left. This time, I'm grasping at straws. I've heard of your extraordinary talent in alchemy, so I thought I'd give it a try. If you can't help me, I won't hold it against you. In truth, she had once sought out Feng Yushu of Yushuan City, but even he had been powerless to aid her. Still unwilling to give up, when she learned that Qin Yujie was an arc-level alchemist, a flicker of hope reignited in her heart. That fragile mix of desperate hope and fear of disappointment left her emotionally torn. This was her final glimmer of hope. She believed Qin Yujie's alchemical talent was monstrous. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could find a way. If even he failed, Jiang Fanxian resolved to accept her fate. Neither spoke. The silence stretched heavily between them. After a long while, Jiang Fanxian seemed to sense the answer in his silence and murmured softly, just go. Noticing the despondency in her expression, Qin Yujie silently mused, asterisk. You still had 3 months to live, but now that you've given up the will to survive, you'll be lucky to last 2. Asterisk. Aloud, he said gently, I might have a solution. Let me examine your pulse first. He didn't dare assume too much. He needed to leave himself room for maneuver before fully understanding her condition. All right. Jiang Fanxian extended her arm, a fragile thread of hope returning to her heart. Qin Yujie placed 3 fingers on her wrist and released a strand of true energy into her body, guiding it through the meridians across her entire system. Jiang Fanxuan's face instantly hardened with anger. She was furious. No one had ever done this to her. Normally, when taking a pulse, another person's energy would remain confined to the forearm, but Qin Yujie's energy roamed freely throughout her body. The human body contained many private areas, and among the 12 primary meridians, several passed through such intimate regions. Qin Yujie's energy moving so brazenly inside her made her feel as though he had stripped her bare, seeing every inch of her being. I hope you can give me a convincing explanation, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold thought flickered through Jiang Fanxuan's mind. As Qin Yujie's true energy gradually entered her body, he slowly furrowed his brows. He realized that the condition inside Jiang Fanxian was exceptionally dire, far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Moreover, he had discovered the secret of her body. Qin Yujie actually had many methods that could cure Jiang Fanxian, but at his current cultivation level of the reversion realm, most of those techniques were beyond his reach. For now, all he could do was treat her in stages, bit by bit. Yet, once his cultivation improved in the future, Qin Yujie believed he would be fully capable of healing her injuries. He looked at Jiang Fanxian with a complex expression, then spoke words that would shake anyone to their core. Senior, if I'm not mistaken, you originally possessed a unique constitution, but someone forcibly extracted it from your body. Jiang Fanxian paid no mind to Qin Yujie's earlier impropriety. Instead, her face paled in shock as she gasped. How do you know that? Of course, it was from taking your pulse. Originally, Senior, your cultivation realm should have been extremely high. But after your unique constitution was ripped away, your cultivation base collapsed, dropping you all the way to the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm. Qin Yujie replied confidently. Continue. Jiang Fanxian barely suppressed the surge of emotion within her, saying coldly. It was the first time Jiang Fanxian had ever encountered someone who, merely through pulse diagnosis, could describe her condition with such precise accuracy. Since he had uncovered the truth, she firmly believed he must also possess a way to save her. Originally, if properly cared for back then, Senior should have had no trouble surviving. However, not only did you receive no care, but someone actually poisoned you. On top of that, you fought a fierce battle afterward. The fact that you're still alive today is nothing short of miraculous. This was also the first time Qin Yujie had seen someone like Jiang Fanxian, someone whose unique constitution had been brutally torn from her body. Her enemy had been utterly merciless, and Jiang Fanxian herself must have endured unimaginable suffering. Qin Yujie couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for her plight. Inwardly, he wondered, just what kind of person is Jiang Fanxian? Chapter 55. Senior, lie on the bed. Qin Yujie, everything you said is correct. Can you cure my injuries? Jiang Fanxian asked nervously. I can't completely heal you right away, but I can stabilize your condition and gradually treat it. After each session, you'll definitely see improvement. After about 10 or so treatments, you should be fully recovered. However, although your injuries can be healed, the constitution you've lost and the cultivation level you've dropped, it won't return. As long as I can survive, that's already good enough. Other things can wait, Jiang Fanxian replied without further demands. After all, for someone close to death, survival was naturally the top priority. Senior, you were poisoned by a substance called heavenly cold in water. This liquid is colorless and tasteless. Once ingested, it damages your blood and meridians throughout the body. Even Sea of Wheels cultivators can fall victim if they're not careful. You probably experience extreme cold throughout your body every midnight, followed by excruciating pain, correct? Exactly. Hurry and treat me. Jiang Fanxian now had complete trust in Qin Yujie, since his analysis matched her symptoms perfectly. Shall we treat you here, or go to my residence? Qin Yujie casually tossed out his estate token. Suddenly, an elegant courtyard appeared within the bamboo forest, like a fairyland on earth, breathtakingly beautiful. This. Jiang Fanxian was stunned. She wasn't naive or narrow-minded, yet even she was shocked by Qin Yujie's almost miraculous ability. Please, Senior. Qin Yujie led Jiang Fanxian into the courtyard. This is a 1,000-year spirit peach tree. Jiang Fanxian immediately recognized the peach tree in Qin Yujie's yard, exclaiming in surprise. Though her current cultivation had declined to the Sea of Wheels stage, Jiang Fanxian still retained the insight from her previous high-level mastery. She had seen countless millennium-grade spiritual herbs before, but never had she expected one to appear in the possession of a regathering realm cultivator. Senior, please come inside. Qin Yujie led her into a room within the estate. Truthfully, this was the first time Qin Yujie had ever brought a woman into his private chambers. With Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua, their interactions had never gone beyond drinking together in the courtyard. He'd never once invited them indoors. The room was large, with several chambers, including one with a bed. Senior, lie on the bed. After some consideration, Qin Yujie decided to start with acupuncture and massage therapy. Using pills would require him to refine earth-tier elixirs to counteract the heavenly cold in water poison. But at his current cultivation level, he wasn't strong enough to produce such high-grade medicine. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Fanxian's expression instantly turned icy. Could this brat be planning something inappropriate? She wondered. Why would you fear me? You're at the Sea of Wheels stage while I'm only regathering realm. If you don't trust me, then forget it, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Very well. After hesitation, Jiang Fanxian finally laid down on the bed. Her life depended on this treatment. She had no choice but to let go of her pride. It had to be said, Jiang Fanxian wasn't just beautiful, but also possessed an exquisite figure. Simply lying there, she held an almost fatal allure for any man. Though she was over 30, as a martial cultivator, she looked no different from someone in their 20s. The path of martial arts offered numerous techniques and elixirs capable of preserving youth indefinitely. Qin Yujie glanced at Jiang Fanxian, and his heart involuntarily trembled. He was a normal young man after all. To claim he felt nothing would be a lie. 18 was an age of fiery passion, and any man in his position would have been stirred. He quickly sat cross-legged on the floor, circulating the evergreen art several times until his mind calmed. I'll begin with acupuncture therapy. You'd better take off your clothes, Qin Yujie said calmly. You dare die. Jiang Fanxian snapped coldly. Were it not for a shred of reason holding her back, she might have attacked Qin Yujie right then for such a remark. I make your outer robe, Qin Yujie hastily explained. Your court attire is too thick. How am I supposed to perform acupuncture through this? Reluctant as he was, he saw no other way. Fine, but if you dare try anything, you're dead. Jiang Fanxian gritted her teeth and issued her final threat. Usually wrapped tightly in thick royal robes, she had never exposed herself before another man. Though 30 years old, she'd never been intimate with any man. Now, being asked to undress in front of Qin Yujie, she hesitated, but thinking of her dwindling lifespan, she ultimately complied. Turn around. You may only turn back when I say so. This was her last act of defiance. Understood. Qin Yujie obediently turned his back. Zhang Fanquan's face flushed with slight embarrassment as she slowly removed her thick royal gown, revealing a light cyan inner garment beneath. Done, Zhang Fanxian said, lying on the bed with her eyes closed. At this moment, Zhang Fanxian felt a touch of nervousness. She dared not meet Qin Yujie's gaze. It was simply too awkward. Qin Yujie turned around, and at just one glance, his heart skipped a beat. There before him lay Zhang Fanxian in her cyan attire. Exquisitely beautiful, her figure graceful and perfectly curved. Could it be that she wears such thick robes to hide her overwhelming charm? Qin Yujie couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Zhang Fanquan's beauty was different from Lin Qinin's. If Lin Qinin was like a delicate lotus, then Zhang Fanxian resembled a blooming peony. Both were stunning, yet their beauty was distinct. Hurry up and start needling me. Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Seeing Qin Yujie still motionless, Zhang Fanxian snapped coldly. What a temptress. Suppressing his emotions, Qin Yujie gathered his inner true energy. With one swift hand movement, he launched into the acupuncture, each needle precisely piercing its designated acupoint. He was using an ancient technique known as the 13 Spirit Gate needles. Each needle required a specific method and consumed enormous amounts of true energy. With every insertion, a bead of cold sweat formed on Qin Yujie's forehead. After only 6 needles, his reservoir of true energy was completely exhausted. Zhang Fanquan's face twisted slightly in pain. She could feel the spiritual energy within her body convulsing wildly, as if on the verge of exploding. Am I going to die like this? She thought in panic. By now, half the acupuncture session had been completed, and stopping midway would endanger Zhang Fanquan's life. However, Qin Yujie seemed to have anticipated this. He placed a leaf from the 1,000-year spirit peach tree into his mouth, and instantly, a surge of vast spiritual energy flooded into his body. Channeling this renewed energy, Qin Yujie continued needling. By the time he inserted the 13th needle, he was drenched in sweat. This technique is still somewhat beyond my current strength. But once I break through to the celestial realm, it should become much easier, Qin Yujie murmured to himself. At first, Zhang Fanxian felt excruciating pain throughout her body. But as the final needle settled into place, an unprecedented sense of comfort washed over her. She could feel every cell in her body pulsing vibrantly, as if rejuvenated. The poison inside her system seemed to have been significantly expelled. Chapter 56. Senior, lie down now. An hour later, Qin Yujie finally removed the acupuncture needles from Zhang Fanquan's body. Recently, Qin Yujie had acquired quite a few storage bags from others, containing all sorts of cultivation resources. This set of acupuncture needles was one of them. Not particularly valuable, but perfectly useful for today's situation. Senior, how are you feeling now? Qin Yujie asked. Earlier, Qin Yujie had refined a leaf of 1,000-year spirit peach, fully restoring his spiritual energy and even slightly improving his cultivation level. Although he hadn't broken through to the 9th stage of the returning origin realm, it was still significant progress. In truth, half of the spirit essence from the 1,000-year spirit peach leaf had been absorbed by the immortal sword body within Qin Yujie, refining his physical body. Unknowingly, his physique had grown even stronger. I feel much better now, Zhang Fanxian said, with a hint of pleasant surprise. She hadn't expected such excellent results from just one treatment. Her impression of Qin Yujie rose accordingly. All right, senior, lie down now. I'll give you a massage. Acupuncture works best when combined with massage, Qin Yujie said. You're going to give me a massage? Fine, but if I catch your hands wandering, I'll cut them off. With cold words, Zhang Fanxian turned over and quietly lay face down on the bed. She wasn't as resistant as before. Secretly observing Qin Yujie's every move, she'd seen how focused he'd been while performing the acupuncture, expending considerable spiritual energy in the process. That proved to her that he held no lustful intentions toward her, allowing her guard to relax slightly. Though dressed, Zhang Fanxian wore only a thin green robe. It did little to conceal her alluring figure. The smooth fabric clung tightly to her body, vividly outlining the perfect curves of her back. A truly perfect woman's back is often more captivating than her front, especially when wearing form-fitting clothing. The subtle charm could easily enchant anyone. Her green robe reached down to mid-calf, leaving her snow-white ankles and delicate feet perfectly visible. Every part of her exuded a lethal allure. Appreciating this exquisite sight, Qin Yujie couldn't help reciting a poem aloud. Clouds think of gowns, flowers dream of beauty. Spring wind brushes the railing, dew shines thick. If not seen atop Kunyu Mountain, then met beneath the moon at Jade Terrace. Zhang Fanxian glanced back at Qin Yujie and coldly warned, keep talking nonsense, and I'll cut out your tongue. I'm sorry, senior. I was wrong. Qin Yujie quickly apologized. After admiring Zhang Fanxian for a moment, he dared not look any longer. He feared that if he stared too long, he might truly lose control. It wasn't entirely his fault. Back when he had been around Lin Qinin or Mu Linglong, such situations had never occurred. Zhang Fanxian had naturally heard the poem. A faint ripple stirred in her heart, though it quickly calmed, returning to stillness. She was no innocent 18-year-old girl. Her mind was solely focused on her cultivation path. Qin Yujie directed his inner spiritual energy, using special techniques to press, knead, and pat along Jiang Fanquan's body. This was the ancient massage technique known as the 9 methods of meridian unblocking. The 9 methods consisted of 9 distinct techniques, each serving a unique purpose. These methods were ideally suited to treating Jiang Fanquan's condition. Qin Yujie had never tested these massage techniques on anyone before and wasn't sure about their effectiveness, but considering they were passed down from ancient times, they probably weren't subpar. His hands moved across Jiang Fanquan's back, the warmth radiating from his palms causing a slight flush on her face. She felt somewhat uneasy, yet she couldn't deny that the massage felt incredibly soothing. Jiang Fanqian was torn. Part of her wanted to stop him, to make him cease, but another part craved the comfort of his touch. She could actually feel her damaged meridians healing and recovering significantly. Qin Yujie worked meticulously from top to bottom, covering nearly every inch of her back. Half an hour later, the massage finally ended. Neither of them spoke during the entire session. Such a scene was simply too awkward. Silence was best. Jiang Fanqian put on her formal robe and coldly said, "You're forbidden from telling anyone about what happened today." "Understood, senior. After today's treatment, I believe your life has been extended to 5 months. Come back to me in a month for another session." Qin Yujie replied with a smile. "Fine. You've done me a great favor. Name anything you want. Techniques, martial skills, resources. I will give them to you." Jiang Fanqian said, her tone softening slightly. "No need. I lack none of those things. Consider it my repayment for your help today," Qin Yujie said with a smile. "Very well. If you truly cure me, I will certainly reward you handsomely," Jiang Fanqian said solemnly. After speaking, Jiang Fanqian gave Qin Yujie a meaningful glance before her figure flickered and she disappeared. Soon, Jiang Fanqian returned to her own cave residence. As an inner sect elder, her treatment was naturally excellent. Her dwelling sat atop a mountain peak rich in spiritual energy. She looked up at the distant mountains and murmured to herself, "Clouds think of gowns, flowers dream of beauty, spring wind brushes the railing, dew shines thick. If not seen atop Kunyu Mountain, then met beneath the moon at Jade Terrace." Could this verse be describing me? Qin Yujie lay leisurely on a wicker chair, plucked a leaf from the 1,000-year spirit peach, placed it in his mouth, then took out his spirit-gathering pearl and began cultivating. The entire night passed in deep cultivation. At dawn, Qin Yujie awoke refreshed and energetic. After a night of practice, his true essence had grown even stronger. "System, check-in," Qin Yujie silently prompted. "Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained Fire Sword Intent." Qin Yujie's heart surged with excitement. Currently, he possessed 2 types of sword intent, Wind Sword Intent and Fire Sword Intent. When combined, their power was far greater than mere addition, more than the sum of its parts. In the returning origin realm, comprehending even 1 sword intent marked one as a monstrous genius in Sword Dao. Mastering 2 was nearly unheard of. "My strength has grown once again," Qin Yujie said, satisfied. Thus, over 7 days aided by the 1,000-year spirit peach leaves, top-grading gun, and the spirit-gathering pearl, Qin Yujie cultivated fiercely and relentlessly. His cultivation level finally broke through to the 9th stage of the returning origin realm. "My cultivation has finally reached the 9th stage of the returning origin realm. However, the system informs me that outer sect check-ins have ended. To continue checking in, I must enter the inner sect. With less than 2 months until the outer sect competition, it seems I won't be able to keep checking in during these next 2 months." During these 7 days, aside from cultivating, Qin Yujie had checked in daily and acquired many valuable rewards. On the first day, Qin Yujie obtained a supreme-grade mystical-level spring source. This mystical spring continuously produced mystical-level spirit water each day. He placed the spring within the courtyard of his residence, allowing him to conveniently use its waters for tea-making in the future. After all, brewing 1,000-year spirit peach leaves with ordinary water felt rather inappropriate. But using mystical-level spirit water not only enhanced the tea's fragrance, but also amplified its effects. Chapter 57, Guidance in Swordsmanship. The next day, Qin Yujie received 100 top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones contained vast amounts of spiritual energy and served many purposes. They could be used for cultivation, setting up arrays, or even as currency to purchase goods. This was the first time Qin Yujie had ever seen a top-grade spirit stone, so he picked it up curiously for a closer look. The stone was crystal clear, utterly transparent like pure crystal, without even a trace of impurity within. On the 3rd day, Qin Yujie acquired a scanning technique. As long as an opponent wasn't more than 2 major cultivation realms above him, he would be able to detect their cultivation level and stage. Qin Yujie found this technique highly practical. Knowing his opponent's strength meant he could assess both sides accurately. Only then could he achieve victory in every battle. On the 4th day, Qin Yujie received a set of acupuncture needles named Taijin Lu needles. Crafted from numerous rare materials, these needles incorporated several low-tier, heavenly-grade components, making their value immeasurable. With this set of acupuncture needles, Qin Yujie would find treating illnesses far easier and more effective, enhancing both precision and healing results. On the 5th day, Qin Yujie obtained a low-tier heavenly-grade sword art called Zongheng Sword Method. This technique consisted of only 2 moves, the first being traversing the world, and the second dominating with might. The power of the Zongheng Sword Method surpassed that of the Four Seasons Sword Art. While the Four Seasons Sword Art was merely a high-tier Earth-level martial skill, Zongheng Sword Method had reached the heavenly level. With the Zongheng Sword Method, my strength has become terrifying. Qin Yujie said contentedly. On the sixth day, Qin Yujie received a mysterious great spirit wine named Chunfeng Zue. Mysterious great spirit wine was brewed from over 100 types of mysterious great spirit herbs. Chunfeng Zue ranked one grade higher than both Zue Lingqiong and Xianren Lu, which were only common grade spirit wines. Another fine wine added to my collection. The taste is truly excellent. Qin Yujie took a sip of Chunfeng Zue and immediately sensed a flavor entirely different from Zue Lingqiong and Xianren Lu. No wonder it's called Spring Breeze Drunk. It actually makes me feel the breath of spring wind. Qin Yujie murmured in quiet admiration. On the seventh day, Qin Yujie received a set of female attire. Made from precious materials, the clothing could automatically adjust its size. Most importantly, it possessed strong defensive properties, nearly equivalent to a high-tier Earth-level defensive armor. Looking at his own clothes, Qin Yujie felt like cursing. We both got our clothes from the system check-in. Why is mine just an ordinary outfit with zero functions? That's way too unfair. After grumbling for a while, he put the garment away. Lying in his courtyard, Qin Yujie sipped Chunfeng Zue leisurely while enjoying the surrounding scenery. He had now become somewhat famous among the outer disciples. Many outer sect members had seen Qin Yujie's portable estate. Every time they passed by and saw this magnificent residence, they looked on with envy. Cultivation among the outer disciples was not easy. All resources had to be earned through their own efforts. Whether it was cultivation techniques, martial arts, or pills, everything required substantial investment. If one didn't work hard to accumulate merit points, they might not even sustain basic living needs. Therefore, someone like Qin Yujie, who did nothing but drink and sip tea all day, was practically unheard of in the outer sect. If everyone acted like him, cultivation progress would likely come to a complete halt. In recent days, Qin Yujie had kept his estate settled within the bamboo forest. Occasionally, outer disciples passing by would be cultivating nearby. Sometimes, if he took a liking to someone, Qin Yujie would invite them over for a drink. One must understand, there was no bad wine on Qin Yujie's person. Even Zue Lingqiong and Xianren Lu were brewed from 100 types of common grade spirit herbs. Though Qin Yujie himself no longer considered them impressive, for these outer disciples, a single cup represented a rare opportunity. Indeed, today Qin Yujie invited two people to drink with him. Lord Qin, you are truly my benefactor. Sharing just one cup with you has proven more beneficial than a whole year of my show. An outer disciple gazed in awe at Qin Yujie's luxurious estate, saying gratefully, "Yes, I've heard rumors before that the wine in Lord Qin's hands is the finest in Lingtian Kingdom. Today, I, Meng Xiao, am fortunate enough to taste even a drop of Zue Lingqiong. It's already the greatest blessing of my life," another outer disciple said excitedly. As for Li Kun and Meng Xiao, Qin Yujie vaguely remembered them. Back during the musical arts exchange event, when he played a single laugh across the vast sea, many cultivators broke through their bottlenecks on the spot, and Li Kun and Meng Xiao were among them. Qin Yujie still faintly recalled how both men knelt before him that day, overwhelmed with gratitude. It seemed that meeting Qin Yujie again today was yet another stroke of fortune for them. Qin Yujie saw that although the two came from humble backgrounds, they trained diligently in cultivation, which reminded him of his own early days upon entering the Tianyuan Sect as an ordinary servant disciple. Back then, just like them, he had lived a hard life every day but never given up on his martial Dao dreams. "Alright, this wine is nothing special. I noticed just now you were practicing sword techniques in the bamboo grove." Qin Yujie asked casually. "Brother Qin, yes, we were indeed practicing. The two of us are cultivating an upper-tier yellow-level sword art called Qingfeng Sword Method," Li Kun said somewhat shyly. "Right, we've been practicing this Qingfeng Sword Method for a long time, but we haven't made any progress. Could Brother Qin please give us some guidance?" Meng Xiao asked eagerly. "Fine, let me see the manual," Qin Yujie said indifferently. Truthfully, Qin Yujie had never even heard of the Qingfeng Sword Method. Such a low-grade martial skill was beneath his notice, especially as someone who possessed a heavenly-level sword technique. Still, since the two had asked for advice, he might as well offer a bit of help. "Brother Qin, here it is," Li Kun said, handing over the Qingfeng Sword Manual. Qin Yujie took the manual and flipped through it. The Qingfeng Sword Method consisted of 3 moves altogether, emphasizing swift, light strikes like a breeze brushing across one's face, so subtle and seamless that the opponent would be defeated before realizing what happened. With his undying sword body, Qin Yujie's comprehension of sword Dao was monstrous. In just a few breaths, he grasped the true essence of the Qingfeng Sword Method. "Practice it once for me to see," Qin Yujie said calmly. "Yes." Both Li Kun and Meng Xiao jumped up excitedly. They began performing the Qingfeng Sword Method, sparring back and forth with each other. Their movements appeared vivid and skillful. To an untrained observer, they might have seemed like expert swordsmen. But in reality, that was far from the truth. Watching them, Qin Yujie shook his head silently, thinking, these two haven't grasped the true essence of the Qingfeng Sword Method at all. Chapter 58 intersects Zhu Lianggong. Moments later, the two finished. "Senior Brother Qin, what's wrong with our sword technique?" they asked nervously. "If you want me to speak honestly, then I'll tell you. What you've been practicing is completely wrong. You've already strayed onto the wrong path. Though Qingfeng Sword Technique has 3 moves, those forms are actually insignificant. The true essence of Qingfeng Sword Technique lies in its spirit, not in fixed forms. You two are too fixated on the rigid structure of the moves, without capturing the spirit of a gentle breeze. How could you possibly achieve mastery and reach perfection? I'll demonstrate it just once. How much you can comprehend from that is entirely up to you." Qin Yujie casually thrust his sword forward. Instantly, Li Kun and Meng Xiao felt a light breeze gently brushing past them, calm and undisturbed like still water. Before they could react, the tip of Qin's sword was already resting against their foreheads. Li Kun stared in shock. This is the perfected realm of the Qingfeng sword technique. Heaven above, senior brother Qin, you've only watched it once, yet mastered it completely? Meng Xiao gaped in disbelief. Senior brother's comprehension is monstrous. It took us half a year just to reach minor mastery. Every martial skill had 5 levels: Rumun, proficient, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. The higher one progressed, the harder it became to advance, especially the perfected level, which was incredibly difficult to achieve. Yet Qin Yujie had cleared it so effortlessly. His astonishing aptitude left both men utterly stunned. They already knew Qin possessed exceptional talent in swordsmanship and Qin music, but they never imagined his innate comprehension would be this terrifying. Seeing their speechless expressions, Qin Yujie said indifferently, "Is it really that surprising? This is merely the most basic yellow-tier sword art. Look at how astonished you both are." His words struck like a dagger, inadvertently piercing through Li Kun and Meng Xiao's hearts. They exchanged bitter smiles. They understood now. Qin Yujie's comprehension truly was demonic. Fortunately, they had strong mental fortitude. An ordinary person would have been psychologically shattered by such a contrast. Senior brother's genius is beyond compare. We bow to you in utter admiration, Li Kun and Meng Xiao said, their faces filled with reverence. Enough praise, Qin Yujie said coolly. Did you remember the feeling of that last move? With Qin's personal demonstration, they were bound to gain some insights. Yes, I feel my understanding of the Qingfeng sword technique has deepened immensely. Li Kun exclaimed excitedly. Same for me. We've been heading in the wrong direction all along. If not for senior brother's timely guidance, we might never have grasped the true essence of this technique, Meng Xiao added gratefully. After expressing their thanks, the two left, returning deeper into the bamboo forest to continue their training. You've watched long enough. Come out now, Qin Yujie said, turning toward a dense patch of bamboo, where nothing appeared to be. If you don't come out this instant, I'll attack directly, Qin Yujie added. Soon after, an unfamiliar man stepped out from behind the bamboo grove. He looked at Qin Yujie in disbelief. I didn't expect you to see through my breath-concealing technique. Qin Yujie had noticed this man long ago, but since he'd been instructing Li Kun and Meng Xiao earlier, he hadn't exposed him. Who are you? Qin Yujie asked. I'm Zuxian Sword, a disciple of the inner sect. Looks like everyone underestimated you. Not only is your talent monstrous, but your comprehension power as well. No wonder Chao Zhoutsu died by your hand, Zuxian Sword said, eyeing Qin Yujie warily. So you're here to kill me? Qin Yujie instantly realized. Zuxian Sword shook his head. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At most, I'll cripple your cultivation base. This wasn't the dueling arena. Even if he had the courage, Zuxian Sword wouldn't dare commit murder outright. But as he'd said, crippling someone's cultivation without taking their life didn't technically violate sect rules. Oh, you're that confident? Qin Yujie smiled faintly, unmoved. He had already used his insight skill to examine Zuxian Sword. The man was at the 7th level of the celestial realm, stronger than Chao Zhoutsu by far. Yet to Qin Yujie, he was still utterly insignificant. You probably don't know, Zuxian Sword sneered. But Chao Zhoutsu was the weakest among our 4. I can kill him in one strike, no need for a second. And you actually think defeating him makes you strong? Then go ahead, Qin Yujie replied carelessly. Attack already. Don't be in such a hurry. I must say, your residence here is quite nice. If you give it to me, I might just spare your cultivation base. And that flying chariot of yours, if you hand that over too, I'll leave right away and won't bother you ever again. Zuxian Sword was already scheming in his mind. Not long ago, Qin Yujie's flying chariot had stirred up quite a commotion throughout the inner sect. Many people had seen it with their own eyes, and even those who hadn't heard about it afterward. Such a rare treasure as a flying chariot had long made many inner sect disciples envious. After all, in their eyes, an outer sect disciple didn't deserve to possess something so extraordinary. Zuxian Sword had only recently learned about it. He had been secluded in closed-door cultivation for some time, and had just broken through to the 7th level of the celestial realm a few days ago. Is that true? You'll let me go if I give you my residence and the flying chariot? Qin Yujie said teasingly. Of course. I, Zuxian Sword, always keep my word. Seeing that Qin Yujie seemed tempted, Zuxian Sword quickly pressed his advantage. Qin Yujie pulled out the flying chariot from his system and asked, You mean this chariot? When Zuxian Sword saw the flying chariot hovering in midair, his eyes instantly lit up as if he were beholding a peerless treasure. The soaring vehicle immediately drew the attention of numerous outer sect disciples nearby. That's Qin's senior brother's place over there. Something seems to be happening. Let's go take a look. Yeah, let's go together. I heard today that Zuxian Sword from the inner sect came looking for Qin Yujie. What? Zuxian Sword, the genius who just broke through to the 7th level of the celestial realm. Yes, him. I heard his strength is terrifying. Many peers at the same level can't stand against him. Qin Yujie's in danger this time. Let's go check it out. Crowds of outer sect disciples rushed toward the bamboo grove where Qin Yujie resided. Seeing that Qin Yujie had brought out the flying chariot so readily, Zuxian Sword happily said, Qin Yujie, you truly know how to choose wisely. Your flying chariot really is extraordinary. It's definitely a supreme treasure. Qin Yujie smiled and asked, Do you like it? Like it? I love it. Zuxian Sword exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, he looked at Qin Yujie with increasing fondness, already imagining himself dashing across the skies on the chariot. Qin Yujie chuckled, then suddenly withdrew the flying chariot and said coolly, "If you like it so much, why don't you go buy one yourself? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just reach out and demand things from others?" Chapter 59, A Stunning Strike. The crowd rushing over couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Qin Yujie's words. Even Lin Qinin, who had just arrived in a hurry, was amused enough to smile faintly at his remark. "If you like it so much, why don't you go buy one yourself?" That line is absolutely classic. "I nearly died laughing," said an outer sect disciple clutching his stomach with laughter. All that build-up earlier. Zhu Lianggong actually thought Qin Yujie would really give him the flying carriage. Who knew the slap in the face would come so fast? Yeah, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Look at Zhu Lianggong. He's practically green with anger. Zhu Lianggong really takes others for fools. How could Qin Yujie possibly hand over a treasure like a flying carriage? Exactly. And even if he did, I doubt Zhu Lianggong would let senior brother Qin off easily afterward. The surrounding crowd continued discussing Zhu Lianggong with ridicule. At this moment, Zhu Lianggong was barely holding himself together. Furious, he shouted at Qin Yujie, "Are you making fun of me?" Qin Yujie replied calmly, "I think you've misunderstood. I never said I'd give it to you. I merely showed it to you, so you could envy it a bit. You're the one who overthought it." "Good, very good. Since you insist on refusing the polite offer and choosing punishment instead, don't blame me for being ruthless. Once I cripple your cultivation, everything you own will be mine." Zhu Lianggong ranted wildly. "Enough talk. Just attack already," Qin Yujie said impatiently. By now, a large crowd had gathered. Seeing the two standing opposite each other like drawn swords, everyone became instantly intrigued. Fights between powerful experts were rare indeed. Only since Qin Yujie joined the outer sect had such confrontations become more frequent. "Qin Yujie, today I'll show you my true strength." With a cold snort, Zhu Lianggong unleashed his 7th rank Heavenly Realm Cultivation Aura. Instantly, those around felt an immense pressure weighing down on them. Annihilation Blade Technique. First move, break the heavens. Zhu Lianggong slashed violently through the air. The spiritual energy in the surroundings surged chaotically, and suddenly a massive blade shadow formed in the sky. Golden in color and overwhelming in momentum, it looked as if it could cleave the heavens themselves. This is actually the high-grade Mystic Tier Annihilation Blade Technique," exclaimed an outer sect disciple well-versed in martial arts. "Break the heavens slash. The power is peerless. There's no way Qin Yujie can block this strike," added another disciple. No wonder Zhu Lianggong is considered a genius of the blade path. This move is truly breathtaking. With such a blow, even cultivators at the same level might not withstand it, let alone Qin Yujie, who's only at the 9th rank of Reversion Origin Realm. Still, Qin Yujie is impressive. In just a few months since joining the outer sect, he's already broken through to the 9th rank of Reversion Origin Realm. His talent is indeed monstrous. But I think he's in real danger today. Yeah, the power behind Zhu Lianggong's strike is awe-inspiring. What does Qin Yujie have to counter it with? The onlookers watched the tense standoff, buzzing with commentary. Zhu Lianggong broke into maniacal laughter. "Qin Yujie, do you finally understand how strong I am? Too bad. I gave you a chance, and you didn't cherish it. There's no regret medicine in this world." Facing the incoming colossal blade aura, Qin Yujie shook his head disdainfully. "Regret? What gives you the right to make me regret?" Qin Yujie could have easily evaded the attack using half-step cicada, but he saw no need. He felt his power had already reached absurd levels. Yet he hesitated, worried that if he went all out, he might not be able to hold back and accidentally kill Zhu Lianggong. If that happened, the enforcement hall would have legitimate grounds to act against him. Everyone assumed Qin Yujie was about to be struck dead, but in reality, Qin Yujie was preoccupied with how to control his force so as not to kill Zhu Lianggong. If the crowd knew what was going through Qin Yujie's mind at that moment, they'd probably be crushed by disbelief. 9 forms of the Demon Musician, 2nd form, Demon Musician, True Mirror. Qin Yujie drew out his purple jade zither. As his fingers danced across its strings, the spiritual energy in the world trembled violently. Then, a mighty mirror materialized before him, blocking his body completely. With a thunderous crash, the massive blade aura slammed into the mirror, and to the shock of all present, was reflected straight back along its original path. "This is impossible. My attack was reversed." Zhu Lianggong frowned slightly, as the huge blade shadow loomed once more toward him. Although immensely powerful, the attack had only been delivered with half his strength, so it posed no real threat in his eyes. "Break the heavens." Zhu Lianggong slashed again. The two blade energies collided midair, unleashing a violent wave of force. The entire bamboo forest trembled and shattered, leaving chaos in its wake. The outer sect disciples surrounding them were stunned, staring at Qin Yujie in disbelief. They couldn't believe he had effortlessly countered Zhu Lianggong's attack. "Qin Yujie, don't get too pleased just yet. What I used earlier was only half my strength. Now I'll go all out," Zhu Lianggong declared with immense confidence. "Then come at me already," Qin Yujie replied calmly. "The reflection ability of your mirror has its limits. Once my attack exceeds that limit, your reflection will fail," Zhu Lianggong said, utterly assured. "You're absolutely right," Qin Yujie responded. It was true, there was a limit to the reflection. But Qin Yujie's spiritual energy was terrifyingly powerful, and further enhanced by the high-grade Earth-tier weapon, the purple jade zither. He himself didn't even know where the upper limit of his mirror's reflection lay. Though one thing was certain, it was more than enough to handle cultivators at the heavenly realm. Annihilation Blade Technique, 2nd move, Annihilate the Heavens. Zhu Lianggong now poured all his spiritual energy into the strike. The world's chi converged once again, forming a blade aura twice as powerful as before, hurtling toward Qin Yujie with overwhelming force. This was Zhu Lianggong's strongest move. The Annihilation Blade technique consisted of only two forms: break the heavens and annihilate the heavens, the second far more devastating than the first. This heaven-shaking slash bore down on Qin Yujie with terrifying momentum. A violent gale ripped through the entire forest, the earth trembled beneath the force, an entire bamboo grove was flattened into dust, and birds and beasts scattered in terror from the mountain woods. Even the onlookers were thrown off balance by the lingering shockwave. Zhu Lianggong is truly terrifying. This time, Qin Yujie is surely doomed. This slash is incredible. I've never seen such a heaven-defying sword technique. This single stroke could split the entire land in two. A 7th-rank Heavenly Realm expert is beyond frightening. No wonder he's ranked 3rd among Tang Jinan's followers. Zhu Lianggong is several times stronger than Qiao Zhouziu. Although Qin Yujie is extraordinarily talented, he hasn't fully matured yet. There's simply too great a gap between his cultivation level and Zhu Lianggong's. The crowd stood awestruck by Zhu Lianggong's spectacular move. Gazing pityingly at Qin Yujie, many shook their heads regretfully. Chapter 60. Amazing? I'll shatter it with one sword. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd drifted into Qin Yujie's ears. Qin Yujie gazed at the massive blade shadow before him, exuding overwhelming momentum, and gently shook his head. Is this what you call amazing? How laughable. What you consider breathtaking appears full of flaws to me. I can break through it with a single sword. Slowly, Qin Yujie drew his Azure Lotus sword and thrust forward. 4 Seasons sword technique. Winter snow falling heavily. Suddenly, the temperature across heaven and earth dropped. Thick snowflakes began to fall. Everyone present felt a bone-chilling cold, as if instantly plunged into winter. Amidst the swirling snowfall, a terrifying sword aura surged toward Zhu Lianggong. This sword strike was vast and mighty, so grandiose that everyone's minds went blank, utterly unable to find words capable of describing such magnificence. They had already used their best adjectives for Zhu Lianggong earlier. They simply had nothing left greater to offer. I've just realized how ignorant we were. Compared to Senior Brother Qin's sword, Zhu Lianggong's dazzling slash is nothing but trash. You never know the difference until you compare them. Only now do I understand what true genius looks like. Senior Brother Qin is unparalleled. How can you even use the phrase unparalleled genius? That expression falls far short of capturing the brilliance of Senior Brother Qin's sword. What incredible swordsmanship. Senior Brother Qin's mastery of the sword path has reached divine levels. I always thought Senior Brother Qin excelled most in Qin art, but who knew his talent in sword cultivation was equally monstrous. This one sword caused such heavenly phenomena. It's astonishing, truly awe-inspiring. The onlookers were all stunned by Qin Yujie's world-shaking display. The two colossal forces collided instantly, erupting like a massive explosion. Zhu Lianggong's blade energy shattered into fragments, while Qin Yujie's sword aura continued onward, unstoppable, hurtling straight toward Zhu Lianggong. In the blink of an eye, the sword force slammed directly into Zhu Lianggong's dantian. His body was sent flying backward by the impact. No, Zhu Lianggong's face twisted with terror. Even now, he couldn't believe he'd lost, and lost so completely. My cultivation base destroyed? Qin Yujie, how cruel you are. Feeling his entire cultivation vanish, Zhu Lianggong screamed in panic. Qin Yujie glanced at him and said, "Didn't you also intend to destroy my cultivation? I'm merely repaying you in kind." Mercy toward enemies meant cruelty toward oneself. Qin Yujie was not someone who repaid resentment with kindness. With too many people around and the bamboo forest completely ruined, Qin Yujie simply retracted his portable estate, activated half-step cicada movement, and vanished from sight in a flash. Before leaving, Qin Yujie gave Lin Qinin a meaningful look. Understanding, Lin Qinin quickly activated her own movement technique and disappeared from the spot as well. Though many had seen Qin Yujie's estate, none knew it could actually be carried around. When Qin Yujie retracted it into his system, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Qin Yujie's estate was no ordinary dwelling. Not only did it have a vast area, but it also featured a spacious courtyard, and most notably, a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree inside the yard, which was extremely eye-catching. Now, Qin Yujie casually retracted the entire thing into his system, causing astonishment among the crowd. They didn't know about Qin Yujie's system. In their eyes, being able to carry such a large estate on one's person must mean possession of a legendary spatial ring. Moreover, Qin Yujie indeed wore a ring on his finger, making everyone firmly convinced it was a spatial ring. Realizing this, the crowd fell into shock. Currently, whether outer or inner disciples, everyone relied on storage bags. Even many outer disciples couldn't afford those, let alone a spatial ring. Across the entire Tianyuan Sect, those possessing spatial rings were exceedingly rare. Even numerous inner sect elders and core disciples didn't own one. Furthermore, spatial rings themselves had rankings. A spatial ring capable of storing a mansion as large as Qin Yujie's would undoubtedly belong to a very high grade. I'm certain that ring on Qin Yujie's finger is a spatial ring. Qin Yujie is way too bold. Wearing such a supreme treasure openly on his hand like that, doesn't he fear others snatching it? I didn't pay attention earlier. Was that really a 1,000-year spirit peach tree inside Qin Yujie's estate? It must have been. Qin Yujie possesses far too many treasures. The skyfaring chariot, the 1,000-year spirit peach tree, a spatial ring, each item worth a fortune. Don't forget, the fine wine on Qin Yujie isn't simple either. I've come to realize something. We're complete nobodies compared to Qin Yujie. Talent-wise, we're inferior. Cultivation-wise, we're behind. Possessions-wise, we lack. And worse. The most crucial point. Even our appearance is pale in comparison. Zhu Lianggong, lying on the ground, stared at Qin Yujie's retreating figure, a flash of hatred burning in his eyes. Qin Yujie, do you really think my martial path ends just because you've crippled my cultivation? Haha, you underestimate me far too much. Zhu Lianggong crawled to a secluded spot, then sat cross-legged on the ground. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly into his body, and his injuries began to heal gradually. In no time, his cultivation base was fully restored. It turned out Zhu Lianggong was not like ordinary cultivators. He possessed two dantians. When one dantian was shattered, the other remained intact and fully functional. Moreover, due to the principle of destruction leading to rebirth, his remaining dantian absorbed the true essence from the broken one. After the fusion of both dantians, Zhu Lianggong's power grew significantly stronger. Though he remained at the 7th level of the Tianyuan realm, the density and potency of his inner energy had nearly doubled. My strength now is twice what it once was. Qin Yujie, you may enjoy your victory for a few more days. Today marks the completion of my dantian fusion. I'll solidify my foundation first before coming back to settle the score with you. With that thought, Zhu Lianggong took out a healing pill, swallowed it, and closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation. After leaving, Qin Yujie found another quiet place and unfolded his portable estate. This should be undisturbed, Qin Yujie murmured as he walked beneath the 1,000-year spirit peach tree and took out a bottle of Chunfengzui, sipping it leisurely. Soon, Lin Qinin arrived. Yujie, I feel the gap between us is growing wider and wider, Lin Qinin said softly. Qinin, the reason I asked you here today is because I want to pass the Demon Piano 9 forms down to you. Qin Yujie smiled. As a true piano devotee, Lin Qinin's dedication to the art of Qin was unquestionable. She loved the Qin path deeply, and upon hearing that Qin Yujie intended to transmit the Demon Piano 9 forms to her, she felt as though she were dreaming. Why would you give this to me? Lin Qinin asked, astonished. Chapter 61. Transmitting the 9 Techniques of the Zither Devil. Lin Qinin had seen Qin Yujie's 9 techniques of the Zither Devil before. They were devastating, their power enough to shake heaven and earth. Normally, no one would ever pass on their martial techniques to another person. Because you're a true Zither fanatic, Qin Yujie said. These 9 techniques are wasted in my hands, but with you, they'll finally be used to their fullest potential. Lin Qinin hesitated slightly. Though she desperately wanted to learn, she felt Qin Yujie's 9 techniques of the Zither Devil were far too precious. Fearing she might refuse, Qin Yujie quickly added, I'm only giving this to you because I consider you a kindred spirit. If you turn me down, then we're not friends anymore. All right. Lin Qinin looked deeply at Qin Yujie, then nodded firmly. That's more like it. From now on, remember, whatever I give you, you must never refuse. Qin Yujie smiled. He extended his index finger and touched it gently to Lin Qinin's forehead, transferring the cultivation methods of the 9 techniques of the Zither Devil directly into her mind. When Lin Qinin saw the techniques within her consciousness, she was both stunned and thrilled, as if she had just discovered an entirely new world. Truly worthy of being called a Zither fanatic, already diving headfirst into studying the 9 techniques, Qin Yujie mused, watching her rapt expression with quiet admiration. Lin Qinin possessed extraordinary talent in the way of the Zither. Though she didn't have Qin Yujie's cheat-like ability to instantly comprehend martial arts, as she studied further, she found her understanding growing deeper with every passing moment. She pulled out her Jiaomu Zither and began experimenting upon its strings. Currently, she was practicing the first technique of the 9 techniques of the Zither Devil, the Zither Devil True Fist. Qin Yujie watched her play and explained, the most important part of the Zither Devil True Fist lies in the hand technique. Did you notice? This part requires a special method, and also this section here. If you can seamlessly integrate all these elements, you'll reach perfection in this move. True to her reputation as a Zither prodigy, Lin Qinin immediately grasped his meaning. A sudden clarity flooded her mind, and many previously confusing aspects instantly became clear. So that's how it works, she murmured, calming her mind. Then her hands resumed playing across the Zither. Above her head, a solid fist gradually formed and shot violently toward the distance. Boom! A tremendous force instantly shattered a nearby tree into splinters. In merely half an hour, under Qin Yujie's guidance, Lin Qinin had already advanced the Zither Devil True Fist to the minor mastery level. These 9 techniques of the Zither Devil are incredible. Lin Qinin exclaimed, still in awe. Qinin, your talent in the Zither path is extraordinary. Next, I'll play through all 9 techniques once. This should help you further, Qin Yujie said. He brought out his own purple jade Zither, sat cross-legged beneath a tree, his elegant bearing resembling that of a celestial immortal fallen from grace. 9 techniques of the Zither Devil. First technique, Zither Devil True Fist. A massive fist materialized in the sky, overwhelming, imposing, hundreds of times more powerful than what Lin Qinin had produced moments ago. While Lin Qinin had only achieved minor mastery of the Zither Devil True Fist, Qin Yujie had reached perfect mastery. Any martial skill, when mastered completely, undergoes a qualitative leap. The power of perfection vastly exceeds even major or minor mastery levels. Moreover, although both Lin Qinin and Qin Yujie were at the 9th level of the Guanyuan realm, the depth and thickness of Qin Yujie's true energy was, at the very least, dozens of times greater than hers. The difference between them was like comparing a small river to the boundless ocean. Naturally, the power they could unleash through their techniques differed immensely. And then there was the difference between instruments. The purple jade zither was a top-tier earth rank weapon, while Lin Qinin's Jiaomu zither was merely a top-tier mysterious rank artifact, one full grade lower, resulting in a significant disparity in output power. Lin Qinin watched Qin Yujie play intently, her comprehension deepening with each note. 9 techniques of the Zither Devil, second technique, Zither Devil True Mirror. Qin Yujie's hand movements suddenly shifted, altering the melody. Instantly, spiritual energy from the heavens and earth rushed inward, coalescing in the sky into a massive mirror. The enormous mirror then split into 8 pieces, encircling and protecting Qin Yujie. Lin Qinin watched, increasingly entranced. Unconsciously, she began mimicking Qin Yujie's movements on her own zither. In the sky above, 8 mirrors appeared again, not as powerful as Qin Yujie's, but still impressively formed. 9 techniques of the Zither Devil, third technique, Zither Devil Shoots the Sun. Qin Yujie's fingers grew rapidly intense. A giant bow and arrow formed in the air. The bow was drawn taut in an instant, and fired. The arrow blazed forward with unstoppable might. 9 techniques of the Zither Devil, fourth technique, Zither Devil Overlord Spear. A colossal spear manifested in the sky, exuding overwhelming dominance and grandeur. In the blink of an eye, the massive spear image split apart, dividing into hundreds of spear shadows. 9 techniques of the Zither Devil, fifth technique, Zither Devil True Body. 9 techniques of the Zither Devil, sixth technique, Zither Devil Enchantment. The 9th technique of the Zither Devil, Zither Devil Rhapsody. Qin Yujie's fingers moved now gently, now swiftly, fully expressing his profound understanding of the 9 techniques of the Zither Devil. Lin Qinin followed along, playing through the sequence as well. Her insights were immense. She had now advanced every move of the 9 techniques of the Zither Devil to the minor mastery level. As for major mastery and perfect mastery, given sufficient practice, Lin Qinin would surely reach perfection in no more than a month, possibly even within half that time. When that happened, her strength would undergo a true qualitative leap. Yujie, thank you, Lin Qinin said softly. Don't be so formal. I still have one more thing to give you. Qin Yujie said calmly. What is it? Lin Qinin asked. This purple jade zither. It's wasted in my hands. Take it. You're the true lover of the zither, Qin Yujie said. If you give me your purple jade zither, what will you use instead? Lin Qinin asked. Truthfully, my greatest strength lies in sword cultivation. The zither arts are merely secondary to me, something optional, not essential. Qin Yujie replied. All right then, but I'll give you my Jiaomu zither in return. Lin Qinin hesitated briefly before making her decision. Fine. Qin Yujie knew that if he refused, Lin Qinin would feel uneasy. In truth, Qin Yujie had only given away something of little importance to him, while Lin Qinin was giving up the Jiaomu zither that had accompanied her for over 10 years. In terms of material value, the Jiaomu zither couldn't compare to the purple jade zither. But to Lin Qinin, this instrument was her most precious possession, one she had never allowed any man to touch. To her, the Jiaomu zither was irreplaceable. You really mean to give me your Jiaomu zither? Qin Yujie asked with a smile. Truly, Lin Qinin answered. Qin Yujie reached out, gently stroking the surface of the Jiaomu zither. When Lin Qinin saw this, her face instantly flushed slightly. Chapter 62 Exchanging Yukins. The Jiaomu zither, although not as exquisite as the purple jade zither, was undeniably a fine instrument in its own right. Qin Yujie casually played Gaoshan Lu Shui. A beautiful melody flowed from the strings, like towering peaks piercing the clouds, and like a stream trickling steadily, endless and serene. Lin Qinin responded with Songhai Yixing Shao on her purple jade zither. She played it masterfully. Her skill had grown even more refined than before. The two exchanged music and conversation for a while, only parting ways as the sun dipped below the horizon. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine, then packed away his portable dwelling. Using half-step cicada escape, he arrived at the Photo Pagoda in no time. The Photo Pagoda was a cultivation ground reserved for martial artists at the Guiyuan realm. Qin Yujie had already reached the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm. Once he broke through to the Tianyuan realm, he would lose his eligibility to enter the pagoda. Thus, he decided to challenge it today. Few people were attempting the pagoda today. When Qin Yujie arrived, there were only a handful scattered around its base. The Photo Pagoda consisted of 33 levels. Legend had it that completing all 33 levels granted a special reward, though no one had ever achieved it. Qin Yujie's arrival immediately drew attention. His combat power was simply too extraordinary, so everyone was eager to see just how many levels he could conquer. Ignoring the onlookers, Qin Yujie flashed forward and stepped into the Photo Pagoda. News of Qin Yujie challenging the pagoda spread rapidly. Many outer disciples, having heard the news, hurried over to witness it firsthand. Upon entering the pagoda, Qin Yujie found himself within an illusory space. The first level featured a warrior at the first stage of the Guiyuan realm. With a single punch, Qin Yujie shattered the illusion into fragments. This first level is too easy, Qin Yujie said, shaking his head. He quickly advanced to the second level. The difficulty increased here. 3 warriors at the first stage of the Guiyuan realm now stood before him. They surrounded him strategically, their coordination seamless. A typical second stage Guiyuan realm cultivator might struggle against them, but Qin Yujie merely flickered sideways, then eliminated each with one strike. Soon, he reached the 3rd level. Here, A second-stage Guiyuan Realm Warrior awaited. As expected, Qin Yujie ended it with a single punch. Thus, level after level, Qin Yujie surged forward, swiftly reaching the 18th floor of the Fotu Pagoda. Outside the pagoda, a growing crowd had gathered. Qin Yujie's progressing incredibly fast. It seems like he spends barely a second per level. A second? That's just enough time for a single move. At this rate, Brother Qin is defeating every guardian with just one technique. I could beat the early levels in one strike too, but the later levels grow much stronger. For Brother Qin to maintain this 1 second pace, it's terrifying. Yes, Brother Qin's talent and strength are monstrous. He must be setting a new record. True, but level 18 has 3 9-stage Guiyuan Realm Guardians. Brother Qin probably won't advance that quickly anymore. Brother Qin defeated Zhu Lianggong, who was 7th level Tianyuan Realm. Clearing level 18 shouldn't be a problem. Yes, though it will likely take longer. I'd guess 5 seconds for him to pass. 5 seconds is too long. I say 4. You're all too cautious. I believe 3 seconds are more than enough. Outside the pagoda, spectators debated fiercely. On level 18 stood 3 9-stage Guiyuan Realm Warriors. Each was an elite among peers. Many challengers had been stopped here. All 3 wielded swords, surrounding Qin Yujie tightly before launching their attacks simultaneously. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. One guardian slashed his sword, instantly filling the air with lightning and thunder. A sword beam crackling with electricity surged toward Qin Yujie. Powerful and swift as lightning, the attack reached Qin Yujie in a blink. Break Heaven Sword Technique. At the same moment, the second guardian unleashed his strike, a mighty sword beam surging forth, carrying the momentum to split the heavens themselves. Like a raging river, it rushed straight at Qin Yujie. Flame Sword Technique. The third guardian swung his blade, igniting the entire space with flames. Instantly, fire coalesced into a colossal flaming dragon. Fearsome in presence and overwhelming in power, the dragon roared forward, charging at Qin Yujie with terrifying force. Each of these 3 attacks was awe-inspiring. An ordinary 9-stage Guiyuan Realm Warrior would struggle to withstand any one of them, let alone face all 3 at once. Facing these 3 attacks, Qin Yujie simply swung his sword in a casual, effortless motion. 4 Seasons Sword Technique. Winter snow falls heavily. Suddenly, heavy snow began to fall throughout the space, as if someone were scattering salt from above. The snowflakes landed on the 3 warriors, instantly freezing them into ice statues. At that moment, a frosty blade, aura, sharp as a reaper's scythe, shot forth, shattering all 3 into pieces. Their powerful combined assaults were swallowed by the swirling blizzard, then dissolved completely. With just one strike, Qin Yujie had defeated all 3 guardians simultaneously. Outside the Fotu Pagoda, the crowd stood utterly stunned. Everyone had been speculating how long it would take Qin Yujie to clear level 18. Some guessed 4 seconds, others 3. But no one had expected they'd all be wrong. Qin Yujie had finished the level in less than a second. They never imagined they had still underestimated Qin Yujie's strength. Qin Yujie is just too monstrous. He actually cleared the 18th level even faster than the previous ones. This proves he wasn't even using his full power earlier. Senior Brother Qin is incredible. I wonder if he can keep up this pace. But the guardians ahead will grow stronger and stronger. No matter how prodigious Senior Brother Qin is, there's no way he can maintain this speed. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, from now on the guardians will be at the first level of the Tianren realm. Exactly. Once he faces a Tianren realm cultivator, Senior Brother Qin's speed should slow down for sure. Not necessarily. Senior Brother Qin defeated Zhu Lianggong with a single sword strike. Defeating a first-level Tianren realm guardian should be a piece of cake, right? Senior Brother Qin's power is insane. He might clear the next level in another second too. The crowd outside was shaken to the core by Qin Yujie's speed. Some believed his pace would inevitably slow down from here, while others insisted he might continue unchanged, sparking heated debates between the 2 camps. Inside the Fotu Pagoda, level 19. Upon reaching level 19, the guardian's strength underwent a tremendous change. Chapter 63, Braving the Pagoda. In the first 18 levels, the strongest guardian was only at the 9th stage of the Yuan Soul realm, which many powerful cultivators could overcome. But beyond the 18th level, starting from the 19th, each floor was guarded by a heavenly being realm warrior. That meant, beginning from level 19, every single challenge required Qin Yujie to fight above his cultivation level. It could be said that from level 19 to level 33, the trials were designed exclusively for those with monstrous talent. Level 19 was guarded by a first-stage heavenly being realm warrior. This guardian was a speed-type cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Qin Yujie and unleashed a terrifying punch. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. When it came to speed, he believed he would never lose. Activating half-step cicada chase, in an instant he reappeared behind the guardian and, relying solely on his incredibly strong physical body, returned an equally devastating punch. With just this single strike, the first-stage heavenly being realm guardian was instantly reduced to nothingness. Soon after, Qin Yujie arrived at level 20. The guardian here was a second-stage heavenly being realm warrior. This cultivator was purely strength-oriented, walking the path of brute force overpowering technique. He threw a punch, causing all the spiritual energy in the surrounding space to converge. A colossal fist then formed and surged toward Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie responded with a thunderous punch of his own. The 2 massive forces collided, yet the guardian was instantly shattered by Qin Yujie's blow. Qin Yujie continued forward smoothly, defeating each guardian one after another, quickly reaching level 25. Outside the pagoda, the crowd had become numb with shock. They couldn't believe that against guardians of the heavenly being realm, Qin Yuji's pace hadn't slowed in the slightest. He was still maintaining 1 level per second. Everyone knew that continuous battles drained both stamina and true essence. And yet Qin Yuji wasn't even breaking a sweat fighting heavenly being realm warriors. For him, the toll was virtually non-existent. Not only did Qin Yuji possess an incomparably profound inner reserve, but the evergreen art he cultivated also allowed for rapid automatic recovery of true essence. On top of that, he carried plenty of spirit pills, spirit wine, and spirit tea as backup. He had absolutely no fear of depleting his energy. Brother Qin is simply amazing. It looks like he's about to break the record. Yeah, the highest record ever set in the pagoda is level 25. If Brother Qin clears level 25, he'll surpass it. Brother Qin is such a monster. How can he maintain such speed even after level 18? I suspect the pagoda might be malfunctioning. Me too. Otherwise, how could he possibly move this fast? Uft, you clearly don't know Brother Qin's power. My clear wind sword technique recently broke through to the great perfection stage, just from a few offhand pointers from Brother Qin. Li Kun boasted proudly from within the crowd. Yes, Brother Qin merely glanced at the clear wind sword technique and comprehended it to perfection. His sword Dao talent is insane. It makes perfect sense that he's advancing so quickly, Meng Xiao added. Sword techniques are known for their sharp, piercing attacks. Since Brother Qin once killed Zhu Lianggong with a single strike, there's no doubt he'll break past level 25. Brother Qin is about to shatter the record. Absolutely incredible. The onlookers chattered excitedly. Inside the pagoda, level 25. Before Qin Yuji stood a 6th-stage heavenly being realm warrior. This guardian also wielded a sword, but unlike others, his was a heavy greatsword. With one sweeping strike, the guardian charged toward Qin Yuji. Qin Yuji immediately sensed an overwhelming force rushing toward him. Heavy swords have no edge. Supreme skill appears unrefined. Qin Yuji murmured inwardly, slightly taken aback. Such a seemingly ordinary strike concealed immense power. 4 Seasons sword technique, spring rain drizzling. Qin Yuji swung his sword. Instantly, rain began to fall across the entire space. Each raindrop transformed into a blade aura. Hundreds of blade auras merged into one and surged toward the guardian. The 2 colossal waves of sword energy collided with a thunderous boom. Qin Yuji's blade aura broke through like a spear, continuing onward before striking the guardian directly. In an instant, the guardian disintegrated into nothingness. Along this journey, Qin Yuji had faced numerous sword-wielding guardians, each with distinct styles, one mysterious, one domineering, one emphasizing lightness, another favoring heavy blades, some focused on offense, others on defense. But with his undying sword body, while battling them, Qin Yuji had gained deep insights into various sword techniques. He felt that his own path of the sword was one of relentless advance, a single stroke capable of shattering mountains and rending rivers. This fierce, unstoppable assault was what he aspired to achieve throughout his life. At that moment, outside the pagoda, the crowd stood utterly dumbfounded. Because Qin Yuji had cleared level 25 in just 1 second, already arriving at level 26. Qin Yuji had broken the record. No one in the history of the pagoda had ever passed level 25. As for the trials beyond level 25, no one knew just how powerful the guardians truly were. Level 26 featured a 7th-stage heavenly being realm guardian who wielded a long spear. In the martial world, few cultivators used spears, most preferred swords or sabers. The sword was known as the monarch of all weapons, the spear as the king, and the saber as the soul of weaponry. There was no inherent superiority among them. What mattered was which weapon suited the cultivator best to unleash extraordinary power. Yet precisely because so few chose the spear, those who did were often exceptional warriors. Dragon rises from the sea. With a single thrust, the guardian conjured a colossal spear within the space itself. The spear radiated overwhelming momentum and devastating power. Most astonishing of all, this strike carried spear force, a concept similar to sword aura or saber pressure. Just as there was sword force and saber force, there was also spear force. Once a warrior comprehended spear force, their spear techniques grew immensely stronger. This strike was so overwhelming that ordinary cultivators would stand virtually no chance against it. Spear force? That's nothing. He hasn't even grasped spear intent, let alone advanced through its 4 stages. Introductory, minor perfection, major perfection, and ultimate perfection. I've not only mastered 2 types of sword intent, but both have reached the ultimate perfection stage. This holds no challenge for me at all. Still, I don't even need to invoke my sword intents yet. With just the 4 Seasons sword technique, I can break through. 4 Seasons sword technique, scorching summer sun. Qin Yuji thrust forward with his sword. Without employing either of his sword intents or activating his undying sword body, with a single stroke, the guardian dissolved into nothingness. Level 27 presented an 8th-stage heavenly being realm guardian whose weapon was a zither. I never expected to face a zither cultivator, Qin Yuji murmured, slightly surprised. Since he had gifted his purple jade zither to Lin Qinin, Qin Yuji's proficiency in zither-based cultivation was no longer what it once was. Moreover, the Jiaomu zither had been given to him by Lin Qinin. He didn't wish to use it as a weapon. Chapter 64. Clash of Blade Intent and Sword Intent. Dragon soars, tiger roars. The guardian raised both hands with a flick, causing spiritual energy from all around to surge wildly into the air. From within the melody that filled the sky emerged a gigantic dragon and a ferocious tiger. Letting out a thunderous roar toward the heavens, the dragon and tiger unleashed a massive sound wave from their mouths. This sonic wave struck at the very soul. Any ordinary martial artist caught in it would have been left bleeding from all 7 orifices. Sky-splitting finger. Qin Yujie extended one finger and gently pointed toward the dragon and tiger. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy erupted violently, forming an enormous finger in midair. Upon being struck by Qin Yujie's attack, the dragon and tiger instantly disintegrated into nothingness. The colossal finger continued onward, hurtling toward the guardian. In the blink of an eye, the guardian was torn apart, his body shattered into pieces. Outside the Futu Pagoda, a crowd had already gathered, so many people that even numerous inner sect disciples had come to watch. When everyone saw that Qin Yujie had actually advanced all the way to level 28, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Qin Yujie is just too monstrous. He actually made it to level 28. Yeah, he's only at the Regathering Realm 9th stage. How can he be so powerful? Tang Jinan, who's currently the strongest in the inner sect, when he was still in the outer sect, his best record was only level 22. It's clear that in the same cultivation realm, Tang Jinan wouldn't stand a chance against Qin Yujie. Well, yes, if they were at the same stage. But once Tang Jinan returns, his cultivation will surely have reached the Wheel C realm. Exactly. By then, Qin Yujie will probably meet his end. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Inside the Futu Pagoda, Qin Yujie pressed forward without pause and soon arrived at level 30. The guardian on this level had cultivation at the first stage of the Wheel C realm. I haven't fought anyone from the Wheel C realm yet. This time, I'll fight carefully and see just how strong I really am, Qin Yujie said cautiously. This guardian was a blade user. Blade suppressing the firmament. With one slash, a soaring aura surged forth like a raging river, rushing straight toward Qin Yujie. River Blade Intent. Qin Yujie felt a slight tremor. It was minor perfection level River Blade Intent. Blade Intent was an insight only true blade masters could grasp, as difficult to attain as Sword Intent. Not every swordsman who practiced the blade could comprehend it even upon reaching the Wheel C realm. Once a martial artist attained Blade Intent, the power of their blade techniques would multiply dramatically in their hands. Wind Sword Intent. Qin Yujie did not unleash his full, perfected Sword Intent. Instead, he controlled it to manifest at the minor perfection level. The two mighty attacks collided with tremendous force, like a volcano crashing into earth, triggering violent ripples throughout the entire space. Their strikes were evenly matched. Single character slash. The guardian slashed once more. The single character slash was a low-grade earth tier blade technique, extremely powerful when executed by a Wheel C realm cultivator. And combined with the River Blade Intent, its destructive power was multiplied further still. This single strike was the strongest attack Qin Yujie had ever faced from any opponent so far. Four Seasons Sword Art. Autumn Wind Rustling. Wind Sword Intent. Fusing his perfected Wine Sword Intent with the sword technique, Qin Yujie unleashed a terrifying sword chi hurtling toward the guardian. This was Qin Yujie's strongest move without resorting to his immortal body, Zuxian Sword Art, Yao, or Fire Sword Intent. Under the assault of this sword chi, the overwhelming blade energy shattered into fragments. The momentum didn't stop. The sword pierced through, cleaving the guardian's body clean in half. Thus, Qin Yujie smoothly passed the 30th floor and stepped onto the 31st. The 31st floor featured a guardian at the second stage of the Wheel C realm. This guardian wielded a sword. A warrior at the second stage of the Wheel C realm was several times stronger than one at the first stage. Dragon Soaring Sword Technique. Earth Sword Intent. Qin Yujie felt a jolt. It was profound perfection level Earth Sword Intent. Without hesitation, Qin Yujie thrust forward with one sword strike. Four Seasons Sword Art. Winter Snow Falling Heavily. Wind Sword Intent. Fire Sword Intent. Combining an upper-grade Earth tier martial skill with both Wind and Fire Sword Intent, Qin Yujie's attack was absolutely stunning. With just one strike, he cut down the guardian. On the 32nd floor, the guardian at the third stage of the Wheel C realm was also slain by Qin Yujie using the fusion of two sword intents. Finally, Qin Yujie arrived at the 33rd floor, the final level. The guardian here had cultivation at the fourth stage of the Wheel C realm. A warrior at the fourth stage of the Wheel C realm possessed unimaginably terrifying reserves of true energy. The Wheel C realm, as the name suggests, means that the density of one's true energy within the body has become as vast as an ocean. Of course, every cultivator's will see varies in size. Those with higher talent possess larger ones, while those with lesser talent have smaller. Before him, the guardian's aura surged skyward. The mere oppressive pressure of the fourth stage of the Wheel C realm was something no ordinary celestial body realm cultivator could endure, let alone a regathering realm warrior. Qin Yujie felt a monstrous wave of pressure crashing down upon him. Fortunately, Qin Yujie's true energy was terrifyingly abundant, its density rivaling that of an average Wheel C realm cultivator. 7-star Sword Art. Sword pierces the Milky Way. Water Sword Intent. Fused. With one thrust of his sword, the entire space trembled violently. Then a dazzling sword beam shot toward Qin Yujie. This 7-star Sword Art was a top-grade Earth-tier sword technique consisting of only a single move, the philosophy behind it being absolute, peerless offense. And combined with Water Sword Intent, the power of this sword beam doubled. Facing this heaven-shaking sword beam, Qin Yujie erupted with overwhelming battle intent. Zuxian Sword Art. Roaming across the world. Wind Sword Intent. Fire Sword Intent. Qin Yujie unleashed a lower-tier heaven-level martial skill and fused it with 2 types of sword intent. This strike, aside from not activating the tenfold boost from his immortal body or the alien flame, his 2 ultimate trump cards, was already Qin Yujie's most powerful attack at present. The entire space quaked wildly as a heaven-defying sword beam roared toward the Guardian. Boom! The 2 colossal sword beams collided head-on. Qin Yujie's sword energy staggered only slightly before piercing through relentlessly, continuing its deadly advance. A lower-tier heaven-level sword art, compounded by 2 fully perfected sword intents, enhanced further by the terrifying quality of true energy within Qin Yujie's body. This single strike had reached a horrifying level of power, effortlessly shattering even the Guardian's attack. This sword beam moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the Guardian's chest. The Guardian instantly disintegrated into dust. Qin Yujie himself could hardly believe it. He had actually slain a 4th stage Will See Realm Guardian with just 1 sword stroke. Chapter 65. 9 Resonant Bell Chimes. Outside the Fudu Tower, everyone was once again shocked. Although none of them had ever seen the Guardians beyond the 25th level of the Fudu Tower, they knew that even the 25th floor was guarded by a martial artist at the 6th level of the Heavenly Realm. It was only natural to assume the levels beyond would be even more formidable. In their eyes, the Guardians on the 33rd floor must have been 3 martial artists at the peak of the Heavenly Realm, the 9th level. As for anyone at the Sea of Wheels realm, it didn't even cross their minds. Perhaps their limited experience shaped their narrow thinking. In Lingtian Kingdom, no one had ever witnessed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Reversion Realm surpassing 2 major realms to defeat someone at even the 1st level of the Sea of Wheels realm. If they were told that Qin Yujie had just faced a Guardian at the 4th level of the Sea of Wheels realm on the 33rd floor, they would probably question their very reality in shock. Qin Yujie is incredible. He actually cleared the entire Fudu Tower. Yes, the 33rd floor should have had 3 9th level Heavenly Realm experts guarding it. Yet he defeated them so effortlessly. Qin Yujie's talent is monstrous. He's destined for greatness. His combat power is terrifying. Only someone from the Sea of Wheels realm might stand a chance against him. I find this all hard to believe. Maybe the tower is malfunctioning? Once Qin Yujie comes out, I'm definitely going to try it myself. At that moment, 9 deep and resonant chimes rang out from the top of the Fudu Tower. It turned out there was an ancient, weathered bell atop the tower. Since the founding of Tianyuan Sect, this bell had never sounded, so no one in the sect had any idea what its purpose was. Now, as 9 powerful chimes echoed across the skies, every single disciple and elder of the Tianyuan Sect immediately turned their attention toward it. The bell's sound was deafening, profound and sonorous, enveloping the entire Tianyuan Sect with unceasing reverberations. When Hong Yuchuan, the sect master, heard the chimes, he froze in place, trembling all over, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. To think the legendary 9 chimes would actually ring. Hong Yuchuan murmured, his expression filled with awe and exhilaration. He carefully opened an old tome passed down through generations of sect masters. It contained a single rule. One who clears the 33rd level of the Fudu Tower and triggers 9 bell chimes shall immediately become the sect's chief core disciple. One who clears the 33rd level of the Tianlong Tower and triggers 9 bell chimes shall immediately become the new master of the Tianyuan Sect. The Tianyuan Sect possessed 2 towers, one named the Fudu Tower, the other the Tianlong Tower. The Fudu Tower stood in the outer sect, designated for martial artists at the Reversion Realm. The Tianlong Tower, however, lay within the inner sect, reserved for those at the Heavenly Realm. Hong Yuchuan had only read about the legend of the 9 chimes in the ancestral records. As for the true nature of what lay beyond these towers' final levels, even he was unaware. That knowledge belonged solely to those who succeeded in clearing them. I wonder who has triggered the 9 chimes. I must go see for myself. With that, Hong Yuchuan flashed out of his private cave abode and shot toward the outer sect area. Many elders of the sect were likewise drawn by the 9 chimes. All of them activated their swift movements and raced toward the Fudu Tower. Inside the Fudu Tower, Qin Yujie remained oblivious to the chaos outside. After defeating the Guardian of the 33rd floor, a spectral figure materialized before him. The soul projection studied Qin Yujie for a moment, then said in admiration, "After 800 years, someone has finally reached the last floor. Young man, your strength is impressive. May I ask what you are waiting here for, senior?" Qin Yujie asked calmly. "I've waited here to find my successor. Now that you've arrived, you are that chosen one," declared the soul. "But senior, I don't wish to be your successor. I came here merely to pass the trial," Qin Yujie replied, shaking his head and refusing outright. His response stunned the soul projection. He could not fathom how anyone could resist the allure of such a legacy. But Qin Yujie had his lottery system, which contained treasures far superior to anything this place offered, even divine-level inheritances like the Pill Emperor. To him, such a minor inheritance held no value. Moreover, inheritances like this always carried karmic ties. Once accepted, one became bound by cause and effect, the fundamental law of heaven and earth. If one accepted the cause but failed to fulfill the consequence, the karmic backlash could severely hinder future breakthroughs. Everything Qin Yujie obtained through his system carried no karmic strings and was inherently better. Hence, his refusal was firm and final. "Young man, perhaps you don't know who I am. I am Wu Xingchong, the founding patriarch of the Tianyuan Sect. Surely you've heard of my name." The soul projected added with quiet pride. "I'm sorry, I haven't. Qin Yujie replied honestly, shaking his head. Alas, the Tianyuan Sect has truly declined in these times. Even my name is unknown to its disciples now. Never mind, my soul cannot linger much longer. Since you have no interest in my inheritance, I shall not force it upon you. The soul projection side. I was born in the Jiuyou Imperial Dynasty, the only heir of the Wu family, the greatest clan there. From childhood, I possessed extraordinary talent. Later, I was betrayed by treacherous men and forced to flee far from the Jiuyou Imperial Dynasty, eventually arriving in Lingtian Kingdom, a vassal state under the Tianyuan Imperial Dynasty. By the time I reached Lingtian, I was gravely wounded and my cultivation had fallen to the 9th level of the Sea of Wheels realm. But Lingtian was merely a tiny land with weak martial cultivators overall, so I faced no real threats here. Thus, I founded the Tianyuan Sect. My original plan was to restore my cultivation, then lead the entire Tianyuan Sect to take revenge. But fate had other plans. During one cultivation session, I lost control and died from internal fire chaos. Before death, I left a fragment of my soul here in the Futu Tower, waiting for a destined successor to inherit my legacy and fulfill my vengeance. At this point, Qin Yujie fully understood. The Futu Tower existed solely to select the most outstanding genius who would inherit the Elder's legacy and then carry out his revenge. Senior, what was your original cultivation level? You were the sole heir of the top family in the Jiuyou Imperial Dynasty. How could anyone do this to you? Qin Yujie asked, puzzled. My original strength was at the 3rd level of the Dongtiantian realm. Once, I was summoned by the crown prince of the Jiuyou Imperial Dynasty. He had once been my closest friend. I always regarded him as a true companion. So when I entered the palace, I drank with him freely, never suspecting anything. But after a few cups, I passed out. When I awoke, I found myself in the crown princess's chamber. The crown prince burst in, furious, calling me a beast. I realized instantly that I had fallen into his scheme, yet no matter how I defended myself, nothing could clear my name. Thus, I became the laughingstock of the entire Jiuyou Imperial Dynasty. My family, the Wu clan, was the highest-ranking family in the empire. My father held the title Prince equal to the emperor. At last, the imperial court had a legitimate excuse to move against us. I brought ruin upon my entire family. We suffered devastating losses. My father died in battle, and our clan vanished into hiding. Even then, Crown Prince Zuxian refused to let me go. I barely escaped with my life, fighting tooth and nail to survive their pursuit. Chapter 66, Shocking Tianyuan Sect. Later, I came here and lived in disguise under the name Wu Xingchang. In truth, no one in Lingtian Kingdom knows my real name. My original name is Wu Hongwan. At this point, the soul projection grew even weaker, and it would probably soon dissipate into nothingness. This Futu Pagoda and Tianlong Pagoda, when merged, formed the Futu Tianlong Pagoda, a heavenly tier, supreme grade treasure. If you ever have the chance to go to the Jiuyou Imperial Dynasty, please deliver it to my family. If you never make it to the Jiuyou Imperial Dynasty, then I give it to you freely, along with all the inheritances inside this pagoda. I, Wu Hongwan, was once a genius unparalleled in talent, yet ruined by treacherous men. What a tragic, pitiful fate. As he spoke, Wu Hongwan's soul image began to fade rapidly, gradually turning almost transparent. It was clear that his end was near. Don't worry, senior. If I get the chance, I'll deliver the Futu Tianlong Pagoda to your kin, Qin Yujie said calmly. Thank you. With those final words, Wu Hongwan's soul projection shattered completely before vanishing entirely. The Futu Tianlong Pagoda itself was of little importance to Qin Yujie. He might as well return it to the Wu family later. It would fulfill Wu Hongwan's last wish. Qin Yujie glanced at the contents within the pagoda, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and some pills. These must be the inheritance Wu Hongwan had mentioned. I can make copies of these techniques and skills and send them to my family. As for the pills, I'll keep them for now. He made duplicate records of the cultivation methods and martial arts. Being from one of the great families of the Jiuyou Imperial Dynasty, the knowledge inside was extraordinary. Lowest ranked techniques were still Earth tier inferior grade, while the highest ranked technique reached Heavenly tier supreme grade. To an ordinary cultivator, inheriting such resources from a Dongtinjing expert would be overwhelming excitement. Such an inheritance could mean a heaven-defying opportunity for any martial cultivator. But Qin Yujie felt no temptation. He had no intention of cultivating techniques or martial arts created by others. If something went wrong later, say, if the method contained hidden flaws, it wouldn't be worth the risk. The martial world was full of deceit and betrayal. Not every inheritance was a blessing. Some could be deadly traps. Though Qin Yujie didn't think Wu Hongwan had any reason to harm him, one could never be too cautious. Hadn't Wu Hongwan himself fallen because he didn't guard against Zuxian? In Qin Yujie's mind, the safest path was always the techniques and martial arts acquired through the system. Since Qin Yujie had successfully cleared the Futu Pagoda, ownership of the entire pagoda now belonged to him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he quickly refined and took control of the pagoda. Still, to avoid unwanted trouble, he chose not to take it with him just yet. After I conquer the Tianlong Pagoda and fuse both pagodas into the Futu Tianlong Pagoda, I can claim it then. By that time, my power will be even more terrifying, probably unmatched across the Lingtian kingdom. With that thought, Qin Yujie turned and left the Futu Pagoda. Outside the pagoda, a large crowd had already gathered. The moment Qin Yujie appeared, all eyes turned toward him. His ethereal, almost divine aura instantly stirred awe among the onlookers. They gazed at Qin Yuji's upright, proud figure with admiration, sensing an invincible presence emanating from him. What an extraordinary young prodigy. When did our Tianyuan Sect's outer sect produce such a monstrous genius? Exclaimed an inner sect elder of Tianyuan Sect. This elder was named Gu Baoqing, a third-stage Will See realm martial artist. Though Qin Yuji stood only at the 9th level of the Gathering Origin realm, his aura was extraordinary. Gu Baoqing was utterly shocked. Old Gu, this is the very Qin Yuji who's been making waves throughout Tianyuan Sect recently, said another inner sect elder standing beside Gu Baoqing. The second elder was Gao Yueta, also at the 3rd stage of the Will See realm. You mean the one who severed Tang Jibei's limbs and stunned everyone with a flying chariot? Gu Baoqing asked in disbelief. The very same. And not just that. He possesses exceptional talent in both swordsmanship and Qin mastery. He defeated Zhu Lianggong with a single strike. And now, most astonishing of all, he has cleared all 33 layers of the Futu Pagoda, causing the bell to ring 9 times. His genius is unprecedented, unmatched by past or future. This boy has excellent sword talent. If I could take him as a disciple, I'd finally find the perfect successor for my sword Dao, Gu Baoqing said joyfully. You won't find it that easy to claim him as a disciple. Look around, you see? All 4 major elders of the inner sect are here. Besides us too, Jiang Fanxian and Si Yueza have come too, Gao Yueta replied. One must understand, becoming a disciple of an inner sect elder meant gaining a powerful patron. One would have access to far more cultivation resources than others, and more importantly, having a mighty martial artist guide your path would allow you to avoid countless detours, making progress twice as fast with half the effort. Qin Yuji looked at the 4 major elders of the inner sect. He hadn't expected that his actions would attract no less than 4 Will See realm cultivators, including Jiang Fanxian, whom he had briefly met before. Jiang Fanxian hadn't come here with the intention of taking a disciple. She had been drawn by the chimes of the Futu Pagoda. She wanted to see for herself what kind of prodigy could possibly clear all its trials. To be honest, in Jiang Fanxuan's eyes, there was no such thing as a true genius in Lingtian Kingdom. The so-called young elites from this backwater region simply couldn't compare with the genuine talents from outside. However, Qin Yuji was an exception in her view. She had been observing Qin Yuji's battle against Zhu Lianggong, and in her estimation, his talent in sword cultivation already rivaled that of top geniuses from beyond. Yet Jiang Fanxian believed there was still a gap between Qin Yuji and truly monstrous prodigies. After all, only those who had comprehended sword intent could be considered genuinely extraordinary, and she had not sensed any such intent within Qin Yuji. Of course, Jiang Fanxian was unaware of all of Qin Yuji's hidden strengths. Otherwise, she would realize just how terrifyingly gifted he really was. Truthfully, Jiang Fanxian valued Qin Yuji's aptitude in alchemy even more. An 18-year-old Shinji alchemist, such a feat made one stand out even in the outside world. In Jiang Fanxuan's homeland, alchemy flourished. While 18-year-old mystic tier alchemists were rare, they did exist, but they were all born into prestigious alchemical families, raised from childhood under elite tutelage with master-level instructors. For Qin Yuji to achieve the same standing in such a remote, insignificant place as this, the significance of his accomplishment was entirely different. In reality, Jiang Fanxian didn't know that Qin Yuji had become a mystic tier alchemist without ever needing to train techniques deliberately. As long as his cultivation level rose, he would naturally be able to refine higher-grade pills, for he had inherited the legacy of the Pill Emperor. Thanks to the system singing method, Qin Yuji had long since achieved complete mastery and understanding. Chapter 67. The Elder Wants to Take a Disciple. The 4 elders observed Qin Yuji carefully, each harboring their own thoughts. Qin Yuji, become my disciple. I can provide you with all the cultivation resources you need, Si Yueza said with a gentle smile. Qin Yuji, choose me as your master. I also practice the sword path. I'm clearly your best match. Gu Baoqing quickly chimed in, unwilling to fall behind. Qin Yuji, pick me. I have a daughter. She'd suit you perfectly. Gao Yu was truly going all out, even bringing up his daughter just to convince Qin Yuji to become his apprentice. Old Gao, that's underhanded. Your daughter's so overweight. How can you even say that? Last month, she crippled one of her male consorts. People who don't know better might actually think your daughter is impressive. Gu Baoqing bluntly exposed him without hesitation. Old Gu, how dare you undermine me? I'm cutting ties with you. Maybe Qin Yuji likes girls of my daughter's type. Who knows? To each their own, understand? Gao Yu retorted furiously. The surrounding crowd stood stunned. They never expected Qin Yuji to be so sought after that 3 elders would start arguing over him. Such treatment was something none of them had ever experienced. As for Jiang Fanxian, the most renowned female inner sect elder in Tianyuan Sect, she had long ago made it clear that she would never take a disciple. Thus, she simply watched quietly, having no intention of becoming anyone's master. We wanted to find a master, but the elders wouldn't accept us. And here's Qin Yuji, multiple elders fighting to claim him as their disciple. An inner sect disciple muttered enviously, feelings of bitterness welling up inside. Yeah, Qin Yuji's talent is monstrously gifted. Every elder wants him as their disciple. Once he grows stronger, they'll share in his fame and glory. I'm so jealous. Why don't I have such talent? This world is so unfair. You can compare yourself to anyone, but never to Qin Yuji, because he's simply not normal. The onlookers gazed at Qin Yuji with mixtures of envy and jealousy in their eyes. Qin Yuji watched as the 3 inner sect elders argued fiercely over him, already feeling a slight headache forming. Especially Gao Yu, he absolutely refused to become his disciple. Someone uninformed might easily fall into his trap. Male consorts? Good lord, this world is insane. Qin Yujie instinctively took a small step away from Gao Yu. His mind involuntarily conjured an image of a woman who looked like a monstrous hag chasing after him. A cold shiver ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. At that moment, a woman resembling Zhang Fei came sprinting from afar. Despite her burly and rugged appearance, her movement technique was quite elegant. She flashed forward and arrived beside Gao Yu in an instant. This was none other than Gao Bingdai, famed throughout the inner sect, the very daughter of Elder Gao. Upon seeing Gao Bingdai, numerous male disciples instinctively stepped backward several paces. They all cast sympathetic glances toward Qin Yujie. Being taken as Gao Bingdai's male consort would be worse than death itself. There were two people in the inner sect you absolutely did not mess with, Tang Jinan and Gao Bingdai. Tang Jinan possessed astonishing strength and powerful backing, making him untouchable. But Gao Bingdai was different. Gao Bingdai was truly an anomaly within the inner sect. Although built like a brute, she actually held formidable power at the 6th level of Heavenly Realm, and had her father, a 3rd level Will See Realm cultivator, as her protector. With such advantages, she ruled the inner sect with impunity. Countless male disciples had suffered tragic fates at her hands. Father, those 2 male disciples you found me last week, they're completely worn out now. Their bodies couldn't handle the strain at all, Gao Bingdai declared, completely unfazed by the presence of others. Her words instantly caused every male disciple nearby to tense uncomfortably below the belt, terrified she might set her sights on them. But they were clearly overthinking it. With someone as outstanding as Qin Yujie standing right there, why would Gao Bingdai spare them a glance? Accompanying Gao Bingdai were 2 of her current male consorts. Upon hearing her words, their faces turned deathly pale, and their legs began trembling uncontrollably. It had to be admitted, the 2 men were rather handsome, but their unsteady steps, frail frames, and sickly complexions spoke volumes about the inhumane suffering they'd endured. Heart and soul utterly drained. How brutal. Everyone present stared at Gao Bingdai with strange expressions. Bingdai, behave yourself. There are so many people around. Don't blurt out such inappropriate things. Gao Yu glanced awkwardly at the crowd before sternly reprimanding her. Gao Bingdai merely shrugged carelessly. Then her gaze swept across the group and landed on Qin Yujie. At once, it was as if she discovered a new continent. Her eyes lit up brightly, burning with an intense, passionate fire. You must be Qin Yujie. Be my male consort. I swear I'll treat you well, Gao Bingdai said softly. Qin Yujie instantly broke out in goosebumps. He glanced sympathetically at the 2 men beside Gao Bingdai before calmly replying. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Qin Yujie, I'm very interested in you. Okay, I swear, from now on I'll only like you. Isn't that good enough? Gao Bingdai declared, then turned to the 2 men beside her and added, You're free to go. Hearing those words, the 2 men dropped to their knees as if they'd just been granted salvation, tears streaming down their faces. Thank you, Miss Gao, for showing us mercy, they sobbed. After kowtowing repeatedly, they hastily fled, casting one last sympathetic glance back at Qin Yujie before disappearing. The onlookers stared speechlessly, each thinking the same thing. Gao Bingdai was truly terrifying if she could break people like that. Gao Bingdai, I already have someone I like. Jiang Elder. Qin Yujie said coolly, flashing over to stand beside Jiang Fanxian as he spoke. His words struck like a boulder tossed into still water, sending shockwaves rippling through the entire Tianyuan Sect. Even Jiang Fanxian frowned slightly. Had anyone else said such a thing, she would have slapped them without hesitation. She was exactly like that, so domineering that even someone confessing feelings for her was considered wrong. But recalling how Qin Yujie had helped heal her recently, she remained silent. Though Jiang Fanxian still wore her heavy imperial robes, everyone could clearly make out her flawless figure. Many disciples had once schemed about her before, but most ended up nearly incapacitated. Even Gao Yu himself, an inner sect elder, had taken a beating from her. Thus, Jiang Fanxian was someone no one dared touch, tease, or provoke. For someone to openly declare such words as Qin Yujie just did, it was practically suicide. Chapter 68, The Chief Core Disciple. In the eyes of everyone present, Qin Yujie's remark would certainly provoke Jiang Fanxian into a furious rage. What followed, they expected, would be Qin Yujie getting beaten half to death. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Fanxian remained completely indifferent, as if the words had nothing to do with him. What's going on? An inner sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Who knows? Maybe Elder Jiang is being merciful and simply choosing not to get angry, another one added. You don't understand Elder Jiang. Last time, an inner sect disciple publicly confessed to him and nearly got beaten to death. Don't you remember? I remember that well. Only because the sect master intervened did that disciple survive. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot. They say that disciple was a core disciple. Otherwise, why would the sect master get involved? There must be something between Qin Yujie and Elder Jiang. The crowd buzzed with speculation about Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, I won't give up. Even though you love someone else, I will definitely win you over, Gao Bingdai declared stubbornly. Senior Gao, you should discipline your daughter. If she keeps this up, I'll challenge her to a duel. Qin Yujie's expression instantly turned cold. Although Qin Yujie wasn't someone who enjoyed violence, if Gao Bingdai continued to harass him, he wouldn't hesitate to take drastic measures. Upon hearing this, Gao Yueta's face darkened. He released the aura of a 3rd level Will See Realm cultivator and coldly said, How dare you speak to me like that? Don't think your talent makes you special. Before me, your 9th level reversion realm cultivation is nothing. Oh, Then come and see. Qin Yujie sneered dismissively. The two stood locked in confrontation, tension escalating rapidly. At that moment, a graceful figure stepped in front of Qin Yujie, Jiang Fanxian. Jiang Fanxian unleashed an overwhelming aura, terrifying in its intensity. Though both were at the third level of the Wheel Sea realm, Jiang Fanxian came from a noble background and once possessed a rare innate constitution. Despite his current cultivation level dropping to third level Wheel Sea realm, his strength remained extraordinary. Gao Yueta, despite being at the same realm, was no match for even a single move from Jiang Fanxian. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. No one had expected Jiang Fanxian to shield Qin Yujie. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. No one could believe what they were seeing. Even Qin Yujie hadn't anticipated this. In that moment, he felt a faint stir of emotion deep within. Truthfully, Qin Yujie wasn't afraid of Gao Yueta. Inside the pagoda, he had defeated 4th level Wheel Sea realm cultivators who already grasped sword intent. Facing merely a 3rd level opponent like Gao Yueta posed no real threat. Elder Jiang, are you really willing to stand against me for the sake of a 9th level reversion realm outer sect disciple? Gao Yueta knew he couldn't win against Jiang Fanxian and dared not make any aggressive moves. Still, he tried to save face by asking boldly. He couldn't believe that Jiang Fanxian, who usually never involved himself in such affairs, had broken his own rule today. If you wish to fight, then fight, Jiang Fanxian replied coldly. These 4 words left Gao Yueta trapped in dilemma. If he fought, he'd be knocked down in one blow. If he backed down, with so many people watching, he'd lose all dignity and respect among the disciples forever. Just then, 2 figures arrived swiftly from a distance, appearing before the crowd in moments. Elders Jiang and Gao, each of you step back. Let this matter end here. An elderly man said casually, defusing the standoff with a single sentence. Hearing this, Gao Yueta quickly seized the chance to retreat without further conflict. Jiang Fanxian also retracted his imposing aura, and the entire scene fell silent. This elder was none other than Hong Yuchuan, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect. Accompanying him was Tian Feichin, the deputy sect master. Hong Yuchuan was at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, a peak existence even by Lingtian kingdom standards. Deputy sect master Tian Feichin stood at the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Though younger than Hong Yuchuan, his future potential clearly surpassed the sect masters. So you're Qin Yujie? Hong Yuchuan asked. Yes, Qin Yujie replied. Do you know what it means when the bell of the pagoda rings 9 times? Hong Yuchuan inquired. No, I don't. Qin Yujie shook his head. By sect rules, 9 chimes from the pagoda's bell qualifies you to become the chief core disciple, Hong Yuchuan announced. His words stunned everyone into silence. Everyone knew how difficult it was for an outer sect disciple to become a core disciple. First, one had to pass trials to enter the inner sect. Once reaching the Wheel Sea realm, they could challenge one of the top 10 core disciples. Only by defeating one could they earn the status of a core disciple. Tianyuan Sect had only 10 core disciple slots. To become a core disciple, one had to defeat an existing core disciple and take their place. However, those who became core disciples were never weak in strength or talent. While you progressed, others did too. Moreover, the cultivation environment in the core disciple area was incomparable to that of inner sect disciples. A significant portion of the sect's resources was devoted to the core disciples. While inner sect disciples had to earn Jifen through various tasks to sustain their cultivation, core disciples received 5,000 yen each month directly from the sect, along with various pills and elixirs. And only the strongest among the core disciples, the one ranked first, was qualified to be called the chief core disciple. The cultivation resources granted to the chief core disciple were terrifying, several times greater than those given to ordinary core disciples. Now, when everyone heard that Qin Yujie was actually eligible to become the chief core disciple, they instantly froze like fools, mouths gaping in shock. For Qin Yujie to rise from an outer sect disciple to the chief core disciple was nothing short of soaring straight to the heavens. Such immense fortune immediately sparked envy throughout the crowd. Qin Yujie? He's instantly becoming the chief core disciple? How is this even real? It feels like I'm dreaming, a disciple exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, Qin Yujie is truly rising now. From now on, Tang Jinan probably won't dare provoke him. Qin Yujie is incredible. The chief core disciple is practically the leading figure among all Tianyuan Sect disciples. Qin Yujie has soared straight to the top. From this moment on, he's no longer one of us. He's destined to become a powerhouse within Tianyuan Sect. The surrounding disciples buzzed with excited chatter about Qin Yujie. Even Qin Yujie himself hadn't anticipated that clearing the 33rd level of the pagoda would bring such a tremendous reward. Had Qin Yujie not possessed his system, he would have readily accepted the position. After all, cultivation required vast amounts of resources. Becoming the chief core disciple would accelerate his progress dramatically. And with such a status, most people would hesitate before daring to offend him. Chapter 69. Refusing to become a core disciple. If Qin Yujie really did that, he would have lost the watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed. The rewards from signing in at the system were far superior to the so-called status of a core disciple. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yujie said, Master, I believe becoming the top core disciple all at once wouldn't be beneficial for my training. I'd prefer to rely on my own strength and gradually rise to that position. Only then can I earn everyone's respect. These words stunned the crowd. They could hardly believe their ears. Someone was actually turning down such an enormous opportunity. Was this person mad? Has Qin Yujie gone crazy? He's refusing to become the top core disciple. Yeah, how could anyone resist such a rare chance? Qin Yujie is too arrogant. On the path of martial cultivation, talent isn't everything. Resources matter just as much. Becoming a core disciple would smooth his cultivation journey significantly. True, but what Qin Yujie says makes sense too. Walking the martial path step by step with solid footing is better in the long run. In my opinion, Qin Yujie is simply foolish. Turning down an opportunity handed right to him? If it were me, I'd accept without hesitation. The surrounding cultivators began gossiping and pointing fingers at Qin Yujie, all convinced he must be an idiot. If they knew the real reason behind Qin Yujie's refusal, that he simply looked down on the privileges of a core disciple, they might die of sheer frustration. The whispers reached Qin Yujie's ears. Looking at their shocked and bewildered expressions, he thought inwardly, "You people understand nothing. To you, becoming a core disciple is a heaven-sent opportunity, but to me, it's worthless." Hong Yuchuan himself hadn't expected Qin Yujie to refuse such a generous offer, nor had he anticipated hearing such principled reasoning. It was true that the benefits of being the top core disciple were exceptional, but with great power came great responsibility. Once Qin Yujie became a core disciple, he would inevitably threaten many others' interests. At merely 9th level of the regathering realm, while even the weakest core disciple stood at the 1st level of the C-rotation realm, the imbalance was evident. In Hong Yuchuan's eyes, Qin Yujie's refusal was wise. It showed the youth possessed composure and rationality, not someone driven solely by greed or impulse. Hong Yuchuan looked at Qin Yujie with growing approval, thinking, "This child is extraordinary. Not only does he possess monstrous talent in martial cultivation, but he also has a calm and collected temperament. Most importantly, he remains humble and grounded. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. If he doesn't fall along the way, he will surely become a mighty powerhouse in the future." If Qin Yujie had known what Hong Yuchuan was thinking, he would have replied, "You're overthinking it. I just don't care about your petty core disciple resources." Deputy Sect Master Tian Feichen's expression darkened slightly the moment Hong Yuchuan proposed making Qin Yujie the top core disciple. A flash of coldness passed through his eyes, though he concealed it well. Since no one was paying attention to him, nobody noticed. Only after hearing Qin Yujie decline the position did Tian Feichen's face return to normal, as if nothing had happened. Hong Yuchuan paused in thought for a moment before saying, "Very well. It is indeed too early for you to take on the role of top core disciple. You wouldn't command respect yet, anyway. Let's let it be." Upon hearing this, some members of the crowd felt regret for Qin Yujie, while others secretly gloated. Just as thoughts swirled through the audience, Hong Yuchuan spoke again, his next sentence instantly freezing everyone in shock. "Then, would you be willing to become my disciple?" Hong Yuchuan asked. His words struck like a boulder hurled into a tranquil lake, sending waves of disbelief crashing across the entire assembly. Heavens! What kind of luck does Qin Yujie have? Why does every blessing fall onto him? This heaven is truly unfair. The sect master himself wants to take an outer sect disciple as his personal apprentice. Am I dreaming? Could Qin Yujie be one of those prophesied, chosen ones? I'm utterly disheartened. How can there be such a vast difference between people? This is a violation of heavenly justice. Yes, Qin Yujie is clearly heaven's favorite. I've lost all motivation to cultivate. Compared to him, our endless struggles to earn cultivation resources feel utterly meaningless. Envy and admiration radiated from every gaze fixed upon Qin Yujie. Everyone wished desperately that such fortune could befall them instead. Hong Yuchuan, the master of Tianyuan Sect, a supreme expert at the 9th level of the C-rotation realm, standing atop the pinnacle of power in Lingtian Kingdom, was now personally offering to take Qin Yujie as his disciple. This was an opportunity beyond imagination, far more astonishing than becoming the top core disciple. To become the personal apprentice of the Tianyuan Sect's sect master meant rising above all others, elevated high above the masses. As the sect master's own disciple, cultivation resources would flow endlessly, boundless, and inexhaustible. Moreover, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect had never personally taken a disciple before. If Qin Yujie accepted, he would become Hong Yuchuan's only apprentice. By becoming Hong Yuchuan's disciple, Qin Yujie might even succeed him as the next sect master. At that point, he would truly hold power over life and death, commanding absolute authority at will. Qin Yujie himself hadn't expected Hong Yuchuan to hold him in such high regard. Could it be that Hong Yuchuan knew about the strength of the guardians behind the pagoda trial? That was the only explanation Qin Yujie could think of. However, he was clearly overthinking it. The guardians within the upper levels of the pagoda were secrets known only to those who had passed through them. Hong Yuchuan had no idea of Qin Yujie's true capabilities or hidden strengths. Hong Yuchuan wished to take Qin Yujie as his disciple for 2 reasons. First, he genuinely admired Qin Yujie's exceptional talent. Second, the sect's founding ancestor had always placed great importance on those who succeeded in passing the pagoda trial. After all, the trials established by the sect's ancestor were undoubtedly formidable. And Qin Yujie was the first person ever to complete the entire pagoda challenge. An unprecedented feat. This alone proved beyond doubt that his talent was extraordinary. When Tian Feichen heard that Hong Yuchuan intended to take Qin Yujie as a disciple, his brows subtly furrowed. In truth, Qin Yujie was the least suitable candidate to take a master, because once he became an official disciple, many of the rewards from system check-ins would become impossible to explain. Moreover, Qin Yujie harbored another concern. Ever since becoming an outer sect disciple of Tianyuan Sect, there had been a hidden force attempting to kill him from the shadows. From Qian Fuguei at the very beginning, to Zhao Chong later on, Qin Yujie suspected the mastermind might very well be a high-ranking elder within Tianyuan Sect. On-site figures like the sect master, the deputy sect master, and various inter-sect elders were all under suspicion. Of course, through interaction, Jiang Fanxian had mostly been ruled out. If Qin Yujie accepted discipleship and Hong Yuchuan turned out to be the hidden mastermind, it would be walking straight into the tiger's den. Though Qin Yujie was confident that if he unleashed his full power, he might not defeat Hong Yuchuan, but could certainly escape, there was absolutely no need to take such a risk. All Qin Yujie needed was a little more time. Once his cultivation reached the heavenly realm, with his ability to fight 2 major realms above his level, even a 9th-level C-rotation realm expert like Hong Yuchuan would pose no real threat. Chapter 70. Refusing to become the sect master's disciple. Given all these reasons, there was no way Qin Yujie would ever accept discipleship. Qin Yujie pretended to think for a moment, then said, I deeply appreciate the sect master's kindness, but I've always preferred being on my own. I don't wish to take a master. With just one sentence, he stunned everyone present, leaving them gasping in disbelief. Is Qin Yujie really an idiot? I swear I want to crack open his skull and see what's inside mud. One inter-sect disciple exclaimed incredulously. Yeah, such a golden opportunity, and he just lets it slip away. How arrogant can one person be? Another disciple chimed in. Exactly. Hong Zhongzhu is at the peak of the Wheel C realm, at the 9th level. How can Qin Yujie remain so indifferent? I'm convinced Qin Yujie is mentally deficient. To waste such a once-in-a-lifetime chance like this. The surrounding crowd felt as though they were dreaming. No one could believe that Qin Yujie had actually refused. Even Hong Yuchuan hadn't expected Qin Yujie to turn him down. He was the sect master of Tianyuan Sect, a supreme expert at the 9th level of the Wheel C realm. How could anyone refuse him? Tian Feichen, who had been feeling extremely uneasy, suddenly felt a great weight lift from his heart when he heard Qin Yujie had declined Hong Yuchuan's offer. Deliberately putting on a dark expression, Tian Feichen poured oil on the fire by saying, Qin Yujie, you truly have no sense of proportion. Do you know who Sect Master Hong is? Being accepted as his disciple is a blessing beyond imagination, a gift from heaven itself. You ungrateful fool. Don't let a little talent make you think you're above others. Instantly, the entire crowd fell into complete silence. Everyone knew that if Sect Master Hong flew into a rage now, Qin Yujie would surely suffer. All grew quiet, eagerly anticipating the drama about to unfold. Qin Yujie slightly furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, this Vice Sect Master Tian clearly holds a grudge against me. His timing with this provocation is spot on. Even if he isn't the mastermind behind everything, he's definitely connected to whoever is. Hong Yuchuan remained expressionless, making it impossible for anyone to guess what he was feeling. At that very moment, however, 9 chimes rang out again from the Fotu Pagoda. The powerful sounds immediately captured everyone's attention. What's going on? Could someone else have cleared the pagoda? Since when did reaching level 33 become so easy? Elder Gao Yueta of the Inner Sect exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. Aside from Qin Yujie, which Outer Sect disciple possesses such strength and talent? Gu Baoqing also wore a look of utter astonishment. I suspect the Fotu Pagoda might be malfunctioning. After all, it's ancient beyond memory, one Inner Sect disciple boldly speculated. Yes, that's quite plausible. How could Qin Yujie possibly clear the trials? Defeating 3 Celestial Body Realm 9th level Guardians as a mere Yuan Completion Realm 9th level Cultivator? Impossible. Another Inner Sect disciple agreed. I think we've likely been deceived by Qin Yujie. Perhaps the pagoda malfunctioned before he even entered, allowing him to reach the 33rd floor effortlessly. That explains why Qin Yujie finished so quickly. It all makes sense now. I get it. Now I understand why Qin Yujie dares not accept Sect Master Hong as his master. He's afraid. He knows the truth won't stay hidden forever. Once everything comes to light, Qin Yujie will pay dearly. The crowd began whispering among themselves, growing more convinced with each passing second that they'd uncovered the truth. Qin Yujie felt slightly surprised at first, but quickly realized what had happened. The Fotu Pagoda was designed to test and select the most outstanding heir. Since Qin Yujie had passed its final trial, the Guardian of level 33 had naturally vanished. Having obtained the inheritance and refined the Fotu Pagoda itself, Qin Yujie had rendered all the trial barriers on every level obsolete. Now, anyone could easily reach the 33rd floor of the Fotu Pagoda and trigger the 9 chimes, because no guardians remained. Just then, an Outer Sect disciple emerged from the Fotu Pagoda, looking utterly bewildered, unable to believe he'd somehow passed level 33 without any real effort. This disciple was only at the 7th level of the Yuan Completion Realm. What exactly happened in there? Report the truth immediately, Hong Yuchuan demanded coldly. Reporting to Sect Master, your humble disciple encountered no guardians inside the pagoda and reached the 33rd floor smoothly. The Outer Sect disciple replied hastily. Upon hearing this, many other Outer Sect disciples rushed into the Fotu Pagoda. Moments later, chimes sounded repeatedly once again. Haha, I've passed too. The Fotu Pagoda must have finally broken down after all these years. Haha, I passed as well. No wonder Qin Yujie managed it. Anyone could pass now. I think Qin Yujie was just lucky. He happened to be passing the trial when the Fotu Pagoda broke down. Numerous Outer Sect disciples burst into laughter. Even many Inner Sect disciples had now passed the Fotu Pagoda. After all, previously only Yuan Completion Realm cultivators could enter. Heavenly Bridge Realm cultivators were never allowed inside. By this point, everyone had to admit that the Fotu Pagoda had indeed malfunctioned. Now 2 possibilities stood before them. The first, Qin Yujie truly passed the pagoda, and only afterward did it fail. The second, The photo pagoda had already broken down before Qin Yujie even entered. Most people leaned heavily toward the second explanation. After all, no one had ever cleared the pagoda before. Was it really possible that the moment Qin Yujie stepped in, he succeeded? Qin Yujie, how exactly did you pass? Hong Yuchuan asked coolly. I went in with just my sword. I remember on the final level there was a 4th level We'll See realm cultivator. I defeated him with a single strike and then passed. Qin Yujie replied honestly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd instantly believed Qin Yujie was lying. If Qin Yujie had claimed the final guardian was a 9th level celestial body realm expert, they might have accepted it. But claiming he defeated a mere 4th level We'll See realm warrior with one sword stroke? That was simply too unbelievable. Qin Yujie is making up nonsense without even thinking. He actually dares say he beat a 4th level We'll See realm expert with a single slash? Not a chance I believe that. An inner sect disciple scoffed. Yeah, I'll admit Qin Yujie is strong. Beating Zhu Lianggong with one strike does prove he has talent. But that doesn't give him the right to fabricate such outrageous lies. Exactly. If he weren't lying, why would he refuse to become Sect Master Hong's disciple? Why wouldn't he accept being a core disciple? He's scared. Guilty conscience. One slash to defeat a 4th level We'll See realm expert? At that rate, beating any inner sect elder would be effortless for Qin Yujie. The surrounding crowd mocked Qin Yujie's words with disdain, refusing to believe a word he said. But this reaction wasn't hard to understand. These people had limited experience and had never encountered true genius. So when Qin Yujie spoke the truth, no one believed him. Chapter 71. Becoming disciple of Jiang Fanxian. Tian Feichen seemed to have found an opportunity. He approached Hong Yuchuan and said, Master Hong, I believe this Qin Yujie is nothing but a fraud. Fortunately, he had enough sense to decline becoming your disciple. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Hong Yuchuan frowned slightly. He had already felt somewhat displeased when Qin Yujie publicly refused him, and now that the photo pagoda had failed, he began to suspect that Qin Yujie was lying. After all, claiming to defeat a 4th stage We'll See realm cultivator with just one sword strike was simply too absurd. It defied all common beliefs. Enough. Let's forget about the matter of apprenticeship. Earlier, I acted rashly. Hong Yuchuan huffed coldly before vanishing in a flash. Tian Feichen cast a scrutinizing glance at Qin Yujie, then disappeared as well. At that moment, Jiang Fanxian arrived beside Qin Yujie and said lightly, I believe you. While everyone else doubted him, Jiang Fanxian chose to believe. This trust was deeply touching. Since Senior Jiang believes me, how about letting me become your disciple? Then you'll have another extraordinarily talented apprentice from now on. Qin Yujie joked with a smile. He knew full well that Jiang Fanxian never took disciples, so he only said it casually without any real intention behind it. When the crowd heard his words, they looked at Qin Yujie with pity. It was widely known that Jiang Fanxian, as an inner sect elder, never accepted disciples. For Qin Yujie to say such a thing was no different than playing with fire. Jiang Fanxian paused for a moment, seemingly struggling inwardly, then spoke coldly, fine. This single word stunned everyone present. Even the 3 lingering inner sect elders, Gao Yueta, Gu Baocheng, and Si Yuezha, stood frozen in shock. This wasn't like Jiang Fanxian at all. Damn it. I bet Qin Yujie has impure intentions toward Elder Jiang, one jealous inner sect disciple muttered. Yeah, who'd have thought Elder Jiang would actually agree? Probably fell right into Qin Yujie's trap, another added in agreement. Damn, this senior brother Qin is truly shameless. The man must be an enemy of all males. He already has Lin Qinin, yet now he sets his sights on Elder Jiang too? How dare he? An outer sect disciple grumbled bitterly. Don't talk nonsense. Miss Lin has nothing with him. They're merely soulmates in music cultivation. If she hears you saying that, she'll beat you black and blue. Senior brother Qin is truly our role model. If only I were half as skilled as him, I wouldn't still be struggling to find a cultivation partner by now. Qin Yujie, teach me how to woo girls. I'll give you all my merit points. Just show me some mercy and guide me. Incredible. Qin Yujie, I salute you. You actually dared set your sights on Elder Jiang. Just don't end up paralyzed in your next life. Gosh, why do I feel so sour inside? Am I just sour grapes because I can't have what he has? The surrounding crowd glared at Qin Yujie with envy. If glances could kill, Qin Yujie would have already been torn limb from limb. Jiang Fanxian was practically the goddess of the entire Tianyuan Sect. Which man didn't lust after her in secret? But they all dared only dream. Now, Qin Yujie had actually succeeded in becoming her disciple. No wonder everyone was green with jealousy. Qin Yujie himself was stunned that Jiang Fanxian had actually agreed. He swore to the heavens. He really had just said it offhandedly. He truly harbored no ulterior motives toward Jiang Fanxian. If anyone heard this confession, they'd certainly scoff. Not even the audience might believe him. Probably not even the author himself. Qin Yujie could only chuckle bitterly. Listening to the murmurs around him, he realized there was no way he could clear his name, not even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Qin Yujie, even though your heart belongs to another, I won't give up, Gao Bingdai declared passionately, her eyes blazing with determination. Qin Yujie nearly groaned out loud. Gao Bingdai meant him no harm, and he really couldn't bring himself to deal harshly with her. Jiang Fanxian shot Gao Bingdai a sharp glare, releasing a burst of imposing aura that made Gao Yueta quickly slap a hand over Gao Bingdai's mouth. Turning back to Qin Yujie, Jiang Fanxian said coolly, follow me. With that, she flashed away. Qin Yujie activated Ban Bu Zhui Chan, trailing closely behind her silhouette before vanishing in a blink. To be honest, Jiang Fanxuan's back view was truly beautiful. Qin Yujie followed along, quietly appreciating the sight. his mood lifting pleasantly. Soon, the two arrived at a majestic peak, lush and verdant, teeming with dense spiritual energy. They stopped upon a flat clearing atop the mountain. Now that you've become my disciple, I am your master. A disciple should serve tea to their master, Jiang Fanxian said indifferently. Of course, Qin Yujie smiled. In truth, Qin Yujie had only mentioned becoming a disciple as a joke, but once he said it, he always stood by his word. Besides, Qin Yujie had his own system. His path in martial cultivation didn't depend on a master, so he never intended to actually ask Jiang Fanxian to teach him any techniques or skills. Qin Yujie took out his portable mansion and said, "Master, please come in." The two of them stepped into the courtyard and sat down on chairs. Qin Yujie picked a few thousand-year-old lingtao leaves from a tree, then drew some spiritual spring water from the nearby pond. Since he had placed a high-grade spiritual spring vein inside the pond, the entire body of water had transformed into pure spiritual water. "Master, please sit comfortably," Qin Yujie said. He used an immortal flame to heat the water and brewed a cup of tea from the ancient lingtao leaves. Bending his body slightly forward, he respectfully offered the tea with both hands. Jiang Fanxian looked at Qin Yujie with subtle shock. Using spiritual spring water to brew thousand-year lingtao leaves? This Qin Yujie was truly extravagant. Although Jiang Fanxian had once come from a prestigious background, she was now down on her luck and didn't actually possess rare medicines like these. She took the teacup. To her surprise, it was carved from moon-cold jade. While such a treasure meant little to her in the past, for someone in a small country like Lingtian Kingdom to possess something this fine was extraordinary. After taking a sip of tea, Jiang Fanxian said, "Very well. From now on, you are officially my disciple. Here is a gift from your master." From her spatial pouch, she took out a supreme heavenly tier sword and handed it to Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie was stunned. His master was clearly no ordinary person. What exactly had been her status before? There wasn't even a single supreme heavenly tier sword in the entire Lingtian Kingdom. And now, Jiang Fanxian casually gave one to him. Her generosity was astonishing. "This sword is called Luoxue. It was once my personal weapon," Jiang Fanxian said indifferently. "Thank you, master. Let me also give you some of this tea. These leaves will be beneficial for your injuries." Qin Yujie immediately picked more thousand-year lingtao leaves and presented them to Jiang Fanxian. "Good." Jiang Fanxian accepted without hesitation. "Master, may I ask, what was your cultivation level in the past?" Qin Yujie asked, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 72. Master told me to use full power. Jiang Fanxian seemed to recall something from the past, then shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about what happened before. Bringing it up would only cause unnecessary trouble." Seeing Jiang Fanxian beyond Soak Gungdua, Qin Yujie didn't press further. Everyone had their own secrets, and he believed that when the time came, Jiang Fanxian would tell him. "Master, I have a set of clothes here for you. I think they'd suit you perfectly." Qin Yujie took out the outfit he'd previously drawn from the system. "What are you scheming now? Did you really become my disciple with ulterior motives?" Jiang Fanxian glared at Qin Yujie, already regretting her decision. This was practically inviting a wolf into her home. "Master, you're really misunderstanding me. This isn't an ordinary piece of clothing. It's a high-grade earth tier garment that automatically adjusts its size," Qin Yujie explained. "Fine, you've been thoughtful. Then as your master, I'll accept it," Jiang Fanxian said. "Master, why don't you try it on right now?" Qin Yujie looked Jiang Fanxian up and down with a smile. Next time." Jiang Fanxian instantly turned cold. Unfazed, Qin Yujie pulled out a wicker chair from his system, lay down on it, then took out a bottle of spring wind drunk and took a sip leisurely. "Yujie, use your full strength to attack me. Let me see exactly how strong you are," Jiang Fanxian said to him. "Master, you really want me to go all out?" Qin Yujie asked in surprise. "Yes, don't worry," Jiang Fanxian replied confidently. "All right then, be careful. If you can't handle it, just call out anytime." Qin Yujie smiled. The two moved outside the manor gate. Qin Yujie retracted his entire estate. If their battle accidentally destroyed it, he wouldn't even have a place to cry over the loss. Although Jiang Fanxian was only at the 3rd level of the Wheel Sea realm, she was capable of challenging cultivators at the 9th level, even exceeding her limits. She was fully confident in her abilities. Qin Yujie drew his snowfall sword and slashed forward with full force. Horizontal sword technique, 2nd form, domineering and overbearing. Sword intent of wind, sword intent of fire. Undying sword body, 10-fold amplification, activate. This was currently Qin Yujie's strongest attack. A low-grade heavenly tier sword technique, combined with a top-grade heavenly tier sword, enhanced by both wind and fire sword intents, made this strike incredibly powerful. But what made it truly terrifying was the boost from the undying sword body, which amplified the already fused wind and fire sword energy by 10-fold. It was already his ultimate move, then boosted 10 times more. Just how powerful was that? Qin Yujie himself couldn't even imagine the sheer magnitude of this strike. When Jiang Fanxian saw the terrifying sword aura rushing toward her, she was immediately stunned. She couldn't help but gasp. "You're only at the reversion realm, yet you've comprehended 2 types of sword intent, and you actually possess the undying sword body." In this moment, Jiang Fanxian was utterly shocked by Qin Yujie's talent in sword cultivation. "Master, are you really sure you can withstand this?" Qin Yujie genuinely worried he might accidentally kill her. "Don't underestimate me." Jiang Fanxian snapped back to awareness. She drew her own sword and slashed directly at Qin Yujie. King tier sword technique, autumn water, my beloved. Sword intent of water, sword intent of wood. Jiang Fanxian unleashed her own attack. With a deafening boom, The two massive waves of sword energy collided head-on. The clash ended in a draw. Jiang Fanxian had always been a sword cultivation genius. Although her cultivation had fallen to the third level of the Wheel Sea realm, she still retained mastery over two sword intents. Moreover, she was naturally gifted at fighting beyond her realm. Her actual combat power could never be judged merely by her current cultivation level. I underestimated you. If my cultivation base weren't superior, or if my cultivation techniques and skills weren't stronger than yours, I might have actually lost, Jiang Fanxian said in shock. Qin Yujie's attack alone was already enough to instantly kill a 9th-level Wheel Sea realm cultivator. And he was still only at the 9th level of the Reversion realm. Being able to fight across two major realms was monstrously talented. You're amazing too, Master. You're the most formidable person I've ever seen. Even Headmaster Hong might not be your match, Qin Yujie said, astonished by how strong Jiang Fanxian truly was. Never expected you to possess a divine body. The Undying Sword Body is one of the 4 great divine bodies. Your future potential is boundless. That strange celestial phenomenon at Tianyuan Sect recently. Was that caused by your awakening of the Undying Sword Body? Jiang Fanxian never imagined such a peerless sword body could be born in Ling Tian Kingdom, a barren land with thin spiritual energy and scarce resources. It was indeed me, Qin Yujie admitted. Before you gain absolute power, do not reveal your Undying Sword Body. Otherwise, I fear many will seek to extract it from you, Jiang Fanxian warned, looking seriously at Qin Yujie. Understood, Qin Yujie replied. I once had the Star-Forged Sword Body, but it was cruelly extracted from me. I don't want you to walk the same path I did, Jiang Fanxian said softly, shaking her head. The Star-Forged Sword Body, though not a divine body, was still one of the 100 sacred physiques, an immensely powerful one at that. For any martial cultivator, possessing the Star-Forged Sword Body would be like adding wings to a tiger, doubling their progress, and making cultivation infinitely easier. And Jiang Fanxian had once possessed this sacred physique, proof of just how monstrously gifted she had been in her prime. Alright, I'm leaving now. I'll come back each month for your treatment. If you need anything, you can also find me in the Inner Sect. Here's my token. Jiang Fanxian handed Qin Yujie a small jade badge. With this, Qin Yujie could enter the Inner Sect whenever necessary. With those words, her figure flickered and vanished. Qin Yujie summoned his estate, then lay back in the courtyard sipping a cup of spiritual tea. A vast surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body, instantly thickening his inner reserves. At this rate, I'll break through to the heavenly realm in less than 10 days, Qin Yujie murmured to himself. He found he actually enjoyed this relaxed style of cultivation. No hardship, no strain. And after some time, once he became an Inner Sect disciple, he could keep living comfortably while signing in idly as before. Just then, Qin Yujie noticed many people streaking across the sky toward a single direction, flying hurriedly, as if some major event had occurred. A 1,000-year-old spirit herb has appeared in the Outer Sect. Hurry and grab it. Mysterious spirit medicine has emerged. If you're late, there'll be nothing left. Numerous Outer Sect disciples raced toward the same location, their faces wild with excitement, as if they discovered a new world. A 1,000-year spirit herb? Could it be a treasure has surfaced? I should go take a look. Qin Yujie put away his portable estate and pulled out his skyfaring carriage. Mounting the carriage, he soared after the crowd. Chapter 73. The Emergence of a 1,000-Year Spirit Herb. Outside the Inner Sect of Tianyuan Sect, on a mountain peak renowned for its breathtaking scenery and abundant spiritual energy, a large group of Outer Sect disciples had gathered together, their faces wild with excitement as if desperately searching for something. Suddenly, one Outer Sect disciple shouted ecstatically, "Ha! I found it! The 1,000-Year Spirit Herb! Heaven must be protecting me! This is my greatest fortune! I can feel it! My rise has finally begun!" The disciple tightly clutched the ancient herb in both hands, his face bursting with joy as he spoke. Hearing these words, the surrounding disciples quickly rushed over, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Do you plan to snatch it from me? Seeing the hungry looks on everyone's faces, the disciple abruptly tossed the 1,000-year herb into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Immediately, surging spiritual energy erupted within his body. His aura grew stronger and fiercer by the second, until finally, with a powerful surge, his cultivation level broke through from Regathering Realm 1st stage to Regathering Realm 3rd stage. Ha! I've broken through. I've struggled for 3 long years without advancing, even 1 level. And now, just by finding a single spirit herb, I've leaped forward. Tears streamed down the disciples' cheeks in overwhelming excitement. Haha, I found one too. Everyone, don't fight. I'm sure there are still many left. Another Outer Sect disciple suddenly laughed out loud. He, too, quickly swallowed the herb like the first, ensuring no one could take it from him afterward. Seeing 2 people succeed, the other disciples became desperate, their eyes turning bloodshot with greed. They immediately scattered across the area, frantically searching every corner. More and more people poured into the mountain peak. Within moments, the place was packed. To an outsider, it might have looked like a bustling trading market. Qin Yujie also arrived at the scene, but instead of joining the frenzy, he remained atop his flying carriage, making no move to descend and compete. This place felt strangely familiar to Qin Yujie. After a moment, he realized it was where he had once lived during his time in the Outer Sect. Having a personal estate meant Qin Yujie never had a fixed residence. He wandered wherever he pleased, staying temporarily wherever he went. At one point, he had dwelled here for a stretch of time. How could there possibly be a 1,000-year spirit herb here? You're all being fooled, Qin Yujie said disdainfully to the crowd. There was no way such a priceless treasure could grow in the outer sect area. Even if a rare herb began to grow, it would surely be harvested long before reaching 1,000 years. No one would let it mature undisturbed for centuries. But no one listened to Qin Yujie. What they saw with their own eyes outweighed mere words. 2 disciples had clearly found 1,000-year herbs, consumed them, and immediately advanced their cultivation levels. How could such undeniable proof be fake? How could this possibly be false? Didn't you see those 2 people jump 2 minor realms just now? Argued one outer sect disciple. Yeah, senior brother Qin, stop trying to snatch it from us. We all know you've already become a disciple of Elder Jiang. You'll have endless cultivation resources from now on. Don't come bother us common folk. Senior brother Qin, the 1,000-year herb really exists. 3 people have found it today already. All of them experienced massive breakthroughs. Yes, our lives as outer sect disciples are extremely hard. A 1,000-year spirit herb like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please, don't disrupt us. The crowd addressed Qin Yujie collectively, genuinely afraid that he would join the hunt. After all, Qin Yujie was the strongest among the outer sect disciples. If he decided to compete, who among them could possibly stand against him? Sai, go ahead and search all you want. I won't take anything from you. But whoever finds the next herb, if they just show it to me for a glance, I'll reward them with a top-grade condensing cloud pill. Qin Yujie said calmly, sitting atop the roof of his flying carriage, looking down upon them all. A top-grade condensing cloud pill, just for showing it to you for a moment, the outer sect disciples exclaimed in shock. Of course, Qin Yujie never speaks empty words, he replied indifferently. No sooner had Qin Yujie finished speaking than the disciples redoubled their efforts, searching with even greater fervor. While the others scrambled madly across the land, Qin Yujie sat leisurely on his carriage, sipping his spring breeze intoxication wine, enjoying the sight of their frantic movements, a picture of tranquility amid chaos. After what felt like an eternity, one outer sect disciple cried out, his face radiant with joy. I found it. I've got the 1,000-year spirit herb, senior brother Qin. Come take a look. From afar, Qin Yujie clearly saw the so-called 1,000-year herb in the disciple's hand, and for a brief moment, he felt slightly stunned. He hadn't expected it. The legendary 1,000-year spirit herb everyone was searching for was nothing more than the discarded leaves of the 1,000-year peach tree leaf he had used to brew tea, and then thrown away. Indeed, 1,000-year peach leaves were genuine millennium-grade spirit herbs, possessing immense medicinal potency. Even after being steeped twice in hot water, some residual essence would remain. If someone happened upon the discarded leaves and consumed them, breaking through a cultivation barrier would certainly be possible. Qin Yujie was very particular. Tea leaves brewed for the first and second time were the best, so even though they were 1,000-year peach leaves, he would brew them at most twice before discarding them. Qin Yujie never expected that what he had thrown away so carelessly would be treasured by others, who were now nearly fighting over these used tea leaves. Indeed, it's a genuine millennium-grade spirit herb. This condensing cloud pill is your reward, Qin Yujie said with a slightly strange expression. He flicked his finger, and a condensing cloud pill instantly shot out, landing neatly in the disciple's hand. Thank you, senior brother Qin. The moment the words left his mouth, the disciple immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, mimicking the earlier disciple. He placed the 1,000-year peach leaf into his mouth and swallowed it whole. As he circulated his cultivation technique, wild surges of spiritual energy surged within him, his aura rapidly climbing higher and higher. When it reached its peak, a series of cracking sounds erupted from his body. Haha, I've broken through. From regathering realm 5th stage to 6th stage. I can still feel lingering medicinal power inside me. Heavens, today must be my luckiest day. The disciple shouted wildly, utterly ecstatic. The surrounding disciples watched him enviously and excitedly, then quickly bent down once more, frantically searching every inch of ground. Watching their jealous and covetous eyes, Qin Yujie's lips curled slightly with an odd smile. Inwardly, he mused, if only you knew the spirit herb you just consumed was nothing but my discarded tea leaves, I wonder what you'd really think? Just then, another group arrived in search of spirit herbs. Among them were Li Kun and Meng Xiao, both of whom had briefly met Qin Yujie before. Senior brother Qin, you're here searching for 1,000-year spirit herbs too? Li Kun asked, visibly excited upon seeing him. No, this kind of herb isn't something I'd set my eyes on. Qin Yujie replied calmly, shaking his head. His single sentence instantly shocked everyone present. What? You don't consider a 1,000-year spirit herb worthy? Could it be you're too proud to join us in the search, so you're saying this deliberately? Senior brother Qin, aren't you just sour grapes, saying it's not good because you can't have it? One outer sect disciple joked. Yeah, as the top genius among outer sect disciples, senior brother Qin surely wouldn't compete with us for herbs. Honestly, it's better this way. We've one less rival. I bet senior brother Qin is actually regretting it deep down. He's saying this on purpose to hide his jealousy. Chapter 74. This is the tea leaf I've already used. Qin Yujie shook his head speechlessly. He really couldn't believe these outer sect disciples. How could their vision be so narrow? Regret over tea leaves I've already used? What's there to regret? I have more unused tea leaves on my tree than I could ever use. Unfazed, Qin Yujie smiled and said, I've seen this kind of spiritual herb elsewhere too. If you trust me, I can take you to another place to look. Really? One outer sect disciple asked. Qin Yujie never lies. Didn't you see how brother Qin casually gave away a top gradient Dan just like that? Another disciple chimed in. Haha, then let's follow brother Qin somewhere else. It's way too crowded here. Someone actually groped my butt earlier. I suffered a huge loss. That's disgusting. What guy would grope your ass? The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Qin Yujie mounted his flying carriage, adjusted its speed, and soared through the sky, followed closely by a large group of outer sect disciples, men and women alike, forming an impressive procession. To an outsider, it might have looked like some great noble traveling with a retinue of bodyguards. Qin Yujie led them to a place he had stayed at before. You should search around here, he told the group. There should be plenty of the spiritual herbs you're looking for. Hearing this, everyone broke into excited expressions and immediately scattered to begin searching. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also joined the hunt. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs? After a while, I found one. I found a 1,000-year spirit leaf, an outer sect disciple shouted ecstatically. Haha, I got one too. Brother Qin is truly my benefactor. Li Kun exclaimed excitedly. I've got one as well. Never thought my luck would be this good today, Meng Xiao added proudly. This area had far more 1,000-year peach leaves than the previous one, simply because Qin Yujie had spent considerably more time here. Many who found the leaves swallowed them instantly and began cultivating on the spot. Suddenly, the scene turned spectacular. Cultivation levels surged one after another. As for those who hadn't found any, their faces were filled with regret and envy. Brother Qin, how did you know there were so many spiritual herbs here? Li Kun asked in amazement. Yeah, Brother Qin, if you knew there were so many valuable herbs here, why didn't you collect them yourself and instead told us about it? Meng Xiao asked curiously. The surrounding disciples also listened with great interest. Qin Yujie pursed his lips slightly and said calmly. Actually, the herbs you picked are called 1,000-year peach leaves. They're the ones I used to brew tea and then threw away. Upon hearing this, the entire group froze as if struck by lightning. They felt like they were dreaming. Suddenly, the world seemed utterly unbelievable. What? Are you serious? The spiritual herb I just ate was made from tea leaves Qin Yujie already used. One outer sect disciple gasped in shock. No way. So what we just consumed was something Brother Qin discarded? Another disciple stammered in disbelief. My heavens. We treated Brother Qin's trash like a priceless treasure. Worse yet, we cherished what Brother Qin himself deemed unworthy. If used tea leaves still have such incredible effects, how powerful must fresh 1,000-year peach leaves be? That does make sense now. He only shared them because he considers them worthless anyway. We're truly frogs at the bottom of a well. And earlier, we actually mocked Brother Qin? How lucky we are that he's generous and didn't hold it against us. Qin Yujie's words completely reshaped everyone's perception of him. Before, Qin Yujie was seen as a genius in sword and qin arts, a powerhouse of extraordinary strength. Now, he gained another reputation. He was immensely wealthy, possessing countless treasures and resources beyond imagination. I have 2 more 1,000-year peach leaves. Here, I'll give them to you too, Qin Yujie said, producing 2 pristine leaves and handing them to Li Kun and Meng Xiao. Li Kun and Meng Xiao accepted the leaves with trembling hands, overwhelmed with excitement. The surrounding disciples watched, their eyes burning with envy and jealousy. This act stunned everyone. Such generosity was unheard of. Even within the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, no one handed out treasures like Qin Yujie. Not only was he a prodigy of terrifying talent and unmatched power, but he was also extraordinarily generous. A young master like this was exactly the kind of person others wanted to befriend, or even flatter. Brother Qin, thank you. You're our true benefactor. We've decided. We want to become your followers, Li Kun and Meng Xiao declared fervently. Li Kun and Meng Xiao had never received such precious spiritual herbs before. These 2,000-year peach leaves from Qin Yujie were truly priceless. When the others heard Li Kun and Meng Xiao's declaration, an uproar immediately broke out among the crowd. Though they were all outer sect disciples, not everyone had the courage to become someone else's follower, because once you swore allegiance, even your life would no longer belong to you. Are you too sure about this? Qin Yujie asked, slightly surprised. Truthfully, Qin Yujie didn't particularly care whether he had followers or not. He would eventually leave Lingtian Kingdom anyway, and ordinary disciples could never keep up with his cultivation speed. The gap between them would only widen over time. We are certain. From now on, we acknowledge Master Qin as our Lord and will obey Master Qin in all matters, Li Kun and Meng Xiao declared solemnly. Fine then, but you must cultivate diligently. I will definitely leave Lingtian Kingdom one day. If your strength is too weak, you won't be able to follow me, Qin Yujie said. Qin Yujie held a favorable impression of Li Kun and Meng Xiao. They were grateful people. In the future, if there were any minor matters within Tianyuan Sect, he could entrust them to handle it, allowing him to focus entirely on cultivation and check-ins. Even if their talent proved limited later, they could still become disciples of the Qin family and help manage clan affairs. Thank you, Master Qin. Wherever Master Qin commands us to go east, we shall never head west. Li Kun and Meng Xiao exclaimed excitedly. In their hearts, being able to follow a young genius as monstrously talented as Qin Yujie was an opportunity beyond rare, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. What they didn't know was that this very decision today would change their lives forever. Whenever they looked back in the years to come, both would feel endless gratitude for the choice they made. It was the wisest decision of their lives, and the greatest fortune they had ever encountered. After speaking, Qin Yujie mounted his flying carriage and departed, leaving behind a crowd stunned and filled with envy. Damn it, I wish I could become Master Qin's follower too. Li Kun and Meng Xiao are going to rise incredibly fast, practically ascending straight to the heavens. Who in the outer sect would dare bully them now? In my opinion, Li Kun and Meng Xiao are a bit foolish. Qin Yujie can barely protect himself. Once Tang Jinan returns, Qin Yujie might not even survive. Not necessarily. I believe in senior brother Qin. The surrounding disciples gazed at Qin Yujie's receding flying carriage, buzzing with discussion. Chapter 75. The Rise of Zhu Lianggong. Within the Inner Sect Disciple District. Inside a cave residence on one of the mountain peaks, Zhu Lianggong's aura grew stronger and stronger. After several days of cultivation, his injuries had fully healed, and his cultivation level had smoothly advanced to the 8th stage of the heavenly realm. My meridians are now filled with immense true energy, and I've reached the 8th level of the heavenly realm. My current power is several times greater than before. I can defeat Qin Yujie effortlessly, Zhu Lianggong declared confidently as he stood up. For the past few days, Zhu Lianggong had secluded himself in cultivation and hadn't heard about Qin Yujie clearing the pagoda trial. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Everyone believed the pagoda itself was broken, which allowed Qin Yujie to pass by default. It's time to settle the score for my destroyed Dantian, Zhu Lianggong said coldly, then vanished from the Inner Sect area in a flash. An hour later, news of the life-and-death battle between Zhu Lianggong and Qin Yujie had spread throughout both the inner and outer sects of Tianyuan Sect. This was exactly what Zhu Lianggong wanted. He intentionally leaked the news to ensure maximum attention. He planned to use this duel to expand his influence. If he could impress everyone with an outstanding performance, and perhaps even catch the eye of an Inner Sect elder who might take him as a disciple, his future martial path would be limitless. This life-or-death match was truly a two-birds-with-one-stone opportunity. Not only would he eliminate Qin Yujie and cement his own fame, but he would also use Qin's corpse as a stepping stone to demonstrate his terrifying combat prowess and godlike talent to the upper echelons of Tianyuan Sect. Now standing atop the outer sect's life-and-death arena, Zhu Lianggong radiated confidence and overwhelming power. Many 9th-stage Heavenly Realm Inner Sect disciples looked upon him with fear and caution. The surrounding crowd gaped at Zhu Lianggong's terrifying aura, stunned beyond words. How could it be? Wasn't his Dantian destroyed by Qin Yujie not long ago? Yet now, his cultivation seemed deeper and more unfathomable than ever. Could Zhu Lianggong actually be the chosen one? Because Qin Yujie had recently gained such fame, many Inner Sect disciples had come to witness the event, including Inner Sect elders Gao Yueta and Gu Baocheng, as well as Su Liang, the vice-master of the Punishment Hall. Zhu Lianggong had always been among the elite of the Inner Sect even before, but now his aura far surpassed his previous strength, leaving everyone shocked, including elders Gao Yueta and Gu Baocheng. Zhu Lianggong, wasn't your cultivation base ruined? How is it that you're even stronger now? Elder Gao asked, visibly astonished. In response to Elder Gao, Zhu Lianggong replied proudly, I was born with 2 Dantians. Although one was destroyed, I've turned misfortune into fortune. The fusion of my Dantians has made my true energy richer and denser, enhancing both my cultivation and power. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd stood speechless, utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't believe someone could gain such an absurd advantage from tragedy. Normally, if one's Dantian was destroyed, their entire cultivation would vanish, their martial path severed, turning them into a laughingstock, a complete nobody. Yet Zhu Lianggong had not only survived the destruction of his Dantian, but emerged stronger, like a phoenix reborn from ashes. His talent had soared, his strength multiplied. Such miraculous destiny was usually reserved only for those blessed by fate, the so-called favored ones. In the eyes of the onlookers, Zhu Lianggong had become precisely that. The more Elder Gao observed Zhu Lianggong, the more his heart raced. He recalled reading in an ancient text that if one helped or took as a disciple a destined prodigy before they rose to power, they would receive unimaginable rewards, perhaps even ascend alongside them to become an unparalleled master. The thought sent waves of excitement through Gao Yueta. Suppressing the joy evident on his face, he spoke solemnly. Zhu Lianggong, I see your martial talent is extraordinary. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Know that I never accept students lightly. If you join me, you will be my sole apprentice. Zhu Lianggong could hardly believe it. Elder Gao himself wished to take him as a disciple. Deep down, Zhu Lianggong understood that after the fusion and mutation of his Dantian, his starting point in the martial world was already far above others. His future path would stretch much further. In fact, he now felt he no longer needed to serve Tang Jinan as a subordinate. His future achievements would surely surpass Tang Jinan's. At that moment, Gu Baocheng also spoke, looking at Zhu Lianggong with clear satisfaction. Zhu Lianggong, would you consider becoming my disciple? Should you accept, your cultivation journey will be smooth, and all your cultivation resources shall be provided without concern. 2 Inner Sect elders, Gao Yueta and Gu Baocheng, were now openly competing for the right to claim Zhu Lianggong as their disciple. Such a scene left the entire crowd utterly astounded. Has the sun risen from the west? Are these 2 elders actually fighting over a disciple? An Inner Sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Zhu Lianggong's talent is simply too extraordinary. His Dantian has fused and is now twice as powerful as ordinary cultivators. His true energy at the same realm is terrifying. I doubt anyone could stand against him. Yeah, Zhu Lianggong is already invincible among his peers. In just a few days, he's reached the 8th stage of the heavenly realm. His cultivation speed is insane. I think no one below the Wheel C realm can match him. Even against someone at the first level of the Wheel C realm, he'd have a real chance. Zhu Lianggong truly turned misfortune into fortune. I'm so envious. He's even got 2 Inner Sect elders competing to take him as a disciple. Zhu Lianggong is destined to rise. With an Inner Sect elder as his master, the gap between him and us will only widen. Before long, he'll become a powerhouse we can only look up to. I truly believe Zhu Lianggong is the chosen one. Qin Yujie must have been placed by heaven as nothing more than a stepping stone for Zhu Lianggong. Only through Qin Yujie's constant suppression could Zhu Lianggong be driven to unleash his infinite potential and genius. The surrounding crowd gazed at Zhu Lianggong with envy, never imagining they would witness the rise of such a peerless prodigy. Gao Yueta instantly scowled when he saw Gu Baocheng trying to snatch his prospective disciple. Irritated, he snapped, "Gu Baocheng, you practice swordsmanship, while Zhu Lianggong cultivates the blade. What could you possibly teach him? Only under me can Zhu Lianggong grow properly. I wield the blade as well." With that, Gao Yueta unleashed his aura. He swung his hand, sending a mighty blade force shooting toward an open field in the distance. Instantly, a massive fissure split the entire ground in half. The sheer terror of Gao Yueta's strike stunned everyone present, even Zhu Lianggong. Though Gao Yueta's overall martial talent was mediocre, he possessed exceptional mastery over blade techniques. His skill with the blade was truly sublime. Objectively speaking, he really was the better fit to be Zhu Lianggong's master. Chapter 76. Heaven would have stayed dark without Zhu Lianggong. Zhu Lianggong stared at Gao Yueta in shock, utterly astonished by the brilliance and sheer dominance of that single strike. This man's swordsmanship was so extraordinary, it was worthy of being his master. At this thought, a sudden joy lit up Zhu Lianggong's face. He immediately knelt down excitedly and said, "Master before me, please accept this disciple's bow." Good. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would ever receive a disciple with such monstrous talent. This is a low-grade Earth-tier weapon, the Frostbite Ice Blade. I give it to you as a gift. A low-grade Earth-tier weapon was already extremely rare and valuable. Gao Yueta had truly gone all out. After all, even Gao Yueta himself wielded only a low-grade Earth-tier weapon. Originally, he had reserved the Frostbite Ice Blade for his daughter, Gao Bingdai. But today, who could have predicted that he'd find a prodigious disciple like Zhu Lianggong? Clenching his teeth, weighing the immense future returns once Zhu Lianggong rose to power, he decided to gift the blade to him. "Thank you, master," Zhu Lianggong said, rising to his feet, his face filled with excitement. He caressed the Frostbite Ice Blade lovingly, unable to believe that Gao Yueta had actually given him such a precious weapon. The surrounding crowd stood stunned. They gazed at Zhu Lianggong with envy and jealousy. What unimaginable fortune was this? Having his cultivation base destroyed, yet becoming even stronger, then casually finding a master and receiving a rare weapon. Was heaven really this unfair? Elder Gao is incredibly generous, one inner sect disciple remarked enviously. I wish I could become Elder Gao's disciple too, but with my talent, he'd surely look down on me, another disciple added. Zhu Lianggong has truly leapt from carp to dragon. From now on, he shall soar 10,000 miles skyward. His rise is nothing short of instant ascension. Brother Zhu, forgive our ignorance earlier. You are the true, peerless genius. Qin Yujie is no match for you at all. That's right. Brother Zhu carries heavenly fortune. He can't even die if he tries. Brother Zhu, take my knees. I want to become your follower. Your future is limitless. Serving a powerhouse like you is my greatest ambition. If Qin Yujie dares show up today, he's as good as dead. Brother Zhu, I fully support you. The crowd buzzed with discussion, watching Zhu Lianggong basking in glory. Gao Yueta continued, "Disciple, my welcome gift isn't over yet. I also have a Xinglua pill here. It's another present from your master." Hearing this, the surrounding people gasped in disbelief. The Xinglua pill could elevate a heavenly realm cultivator by an entire minor realm unconditionally, with zero side effects. As such, it was often priceless and impossible to obtain on the market. However, each cultivator could only benefit from it once. Taking it a second time would be useless. Zhu Lianggong was currently at the 8th level of the heavenly realm. If he consumed the Xinglua pill, there was almost no doubt he would break through to the 9th level. His strength was already formidable. His inner aura was double that of others at the same stage. If he advanced to the 9th level of the heavenly realm, his power would become terrifyingly overwhelming. Holding the Xinglua pill in his hand, Zhu Lianggong knew his martial path was finally about to erupt into greatness. Even without the pill, he felt absolutely confident against Qin Yujie. Now, with the Xinglua pill, if he could break through to the 9th level before the duel, defeating Qin Yujie would be even more certain. A cold smirk curled Zhu Lianggong's lips as he said chillingly, "Qin Yujie, I should thank you for destroying my Dantian. As gratitude, I swear I will tear you limb from limb today." Without hesitation, Zhu Lianggong sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed the Xinglua pill. Instantly, his inner aura surged wildly, and spiritual energy from the heavens and earth began rushing toward him like a storm. The surrounding crowd watched in shock, sensing a terrifying pressure building around Zhu Lianggong. Half an hour later, his aura grew increasingly intense, his aura more dreadful than ever. Suddenly, his body shook violently, and his energy exploded upward. A wave of terrifying pressure burst forth, sending many nearby people staggering backward. Zhu Lianggong's eyes snapped open. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his entire body brimming with vitality and thick with dense spiritual power. At that moment, even he didn't know exactly how strong he had become. He simply felt overflowing with monstrous strength. With my current power, I could easily annihilate my former self. Zhu Lianggong clenched his fists, his spirit soaring with boundless confidence. Cloak fluttering in the wind, he threw back his head and laughed to the heavens. If heaven had not given birth to me, Zhu Lianggong, the way of the blade would have remained in darkness for 10,000 eons. His words thundered with such overbearing might that the surrounding crowd trembled. Staring at the radiant, triumphant figure of Zhu Lianggong, their faces twisted with shock, overwhelmed by awe and envy. Gu Baoqing looked at Gao Yueta and shook his head with regret. Old Gao, you truly are something else. I bow to your superiority. What a pity though, such an astonishing genius slipped right through my fingers. Su Liang, the vice head of the law enforcement hall, said excitedly. Congratulations to young Master Zhu on becoming Elder Gao's disciple. This is truly momentous news. From now on, Master Zhu's martial cultivation path will surely soar like a dragon, prosperous and smooth all the way. Zhu Lianggong himself also felt that ever since meeting Qin Yujie, his fortune had taken a turn for the better. Could it be? I am actually the chosen one. As long as Qin Yujie keeps provoking me, will I keep growing stronger? Haha. If heaven had not given birth to me, Zhu Lianggong, the way of the blade would remain in darkness for 10,000 eons? What an outrageous joke. A mocking voice came from afar, instantly shattering the stunned atmosphere. Who dared to openly mock Zhu Lianggong, who was now so powerful? At that moment, a graceful and handsome young noble strode forward from the distance, accompanied by 2 attendants. The arrival of these 3 immediately drew everyone's attention. These 3 were none other than Qin Yujie and his 2 newly recruited followers, Li Kun and Meng Xiao. And that mocking remark just now had indeed come from Qin Yujie himself. Qin Yujie glanced at Zhu Lianggong with slight surprise. Not long ago, when Li Kun and Meng Xiao came to him claiming that Zhu Lianggong wanted to fight him to the death, Qin Yujie almost thought he had misheard. Yet now, Zhu Lianggong had actually broken through to the 9th level of Heavenly Realm. Could it be that Zhu Lianggong had encountered some rare fortuitous chance during this time? Qin Yujie was confident. Back then, he had crippled Zhu Lianggong with a single sword strike, his dantian shattered, his cultivation foundation destroyed. He never imagined that within just a few days, Zhu Lianggong not only recovered completely, but became even stronger. Staring at Zhu Lianggong, Qin Yujie mused silently. Could it be? Zhu Lianggong is the favored one of destiny? The more trials he endures, the stronger he becomes. Chapter 77. Useless Master and Useless Disciple. Zhu Lianggong looked down at Qin Yujie and said, Qin Yujie, you actually dared to come? I was starting to think you wouldn't show up at all with how late you are. Qin Yujie disdainfully shook his head. You're nothing more than a clown. Why shouldn't I come? If I can't even deal with someone like you, what's the point of cultivating martial arts? Their words collided like sparks from crashing meteorites, instantly igniting intense interest among the crowd. Qin Yujie must be here to die today. Brother Zhu's current strength is unfathomable. Yeah, if Qin Yujie had come earlier, before Zhu Lianggong found his master, he might have stood a chance. But now that Brother Zhu has broken through to the 9th level of the Heavenly Realm and wields the Earth rank inferior weapon, the Ice Frost Cold Saber, there's no way Qin Yujie can survive. What a pity. Qin Yujie's talent is truly monstrous, but the gap between their realms is simply too vast. Brother Zhu's strength and genius far surpass what they once were. Qin Yujie definitely can't match him. Heaven did not give birth to Zhu Lianggong. Without him, the blade path would remain in eternal darkness. Brother Zhu is amazing. That quote will be my lifelong motto from now on. Brother Zhu's rise is unstoppable. Today marks the first battle of his ascent. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion about Qin Yujie and Zhu Lianggong. This duel promised to be the most spectacular fight in history. They say strength determines one's confidence. Now brimming with self-assurance, Zhu Lianggong suddenly changed his mind. If he could make the prodigious Qin Yujie become his personal attendant, then his prestige and fame within Tianyuan Sect would soar beyond imagination. Moreover, this would thoroughly crush Qin Yujie's mentality. Once Qin Yujie agreed to serve him, he'd pose no threat at all, and Zhu Lianggong could kill him whenever he pleased. With this thought in mind, Zhu Lianggong said calmly, Qin Yujie, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. My power now is beyond your comprehension. I'll give you one chance. Become my servant, and I'll spare your life today. This single sentence shocked everyone present. How could someone as proud and talented as Qin Yujie ever serve another as a mere attendant? It was nothing short of an insult. Of course, opinions varied. For ordinary cultivators, becoming someone else's attendant might even be considered a great opportunity. Zhu Lianggong, your original martial cultivation path wasn't bad, but unfortunately, you made the biggest mistake of your life today, choosing to fight me. Qin Yujie shook his head contemptuously and said coldly, You dare speak such arrogance? Since you insist on dying, step onto the life and death platform. Zhu Lianggong replied confidently. Just a ridiculous clown, truly ignorant. Qin Yujie activated half-step chasing cicada, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared atop the life and death platform. The outer sect elder who managed duels on the platform remained the same old man as before. Knowing full well that events had escalated far beyond the control of a mere outer sect elder, he refrained from any yan and immediately activated the barrier over the platform. Once the barrier was raised, the battle of life and death officially began. One of them would leave alive, only one. In truth, when Gao Yueta earlier revealed the Ice Frost Cold Saber and Star Array pills, he had his own hidden motives. The first was to make Zhu Lianggong deeply grateful. The second was to boost Zhu Lianggong's strength and use him as a blade to kill Qin Yujie. Because Qin Yujie had Jiang Fanxian backing him, and Gao Yueta himself wasn't a match for Jiang Fanxian, he could never openly assassinate Qin Yujie. But on the life and death platform, it would be different. If Zhu Lianggong killed Qin Yujie in fair combat, then it would simply be Qin Yujie's inferior skill to blame. Even if Jiang Fanxian sought revenge afterward, he'd have no justification. Hearing Qin Yujie's words, Zhu Lianggong's face instantly darkened. He sneered coldly. Qin Yujie, not only do you insult me as trash, but now you dare call my master trash too? It seems you've become too inflated, so deluded you've forgotten how the word death is written. Qin Yujie shrugged indifferently and said, you're mistaken. It's not that I'm arrogant. It's that you're truly too weak. Not just you. Even if your master came here, I'd send him back in pieces. These words shocked everyone present. All of them thought Qin Yujie must be bluffing. Gao Yueta was a third-rank Wheel C realm cultivator, while Qin Yujie had only reached the 9th rank of the reversion realm. How could he possibly stand against Gao Yueta? Has Qin Yujie gone mad? What gives him the courage to say such things? Elder Gao could kill Qin Yujie with a single move. Exactly. Qin Yujie is far too overconfident. He can't even defeat Zhu Lianggong, yet dares to claim he'd beat Elder Gao? Clearly, he's lost all sense of reality. Maybe Qin Yujie knows he's going to die anyway, and has simply given up. Qin Yujie used to possess monstrous talent. If he hadn't come today for this life-or-death duel, he'd surely have a chance to surpass Zhu Lianggong someday. But he's been too reckless. The surrounding crowd buzzed with criticism toward Qin Yujie. Zhu Lianggong looked at Qin Yujie and scoffed mockingly. Qin Yujie, I admit your talent is extraordinary, but your cultivation realm is far too low. You can't even beat me. What chance do you have against my master? Very well, today I'll teach you a lesson in facing reality. Impatient, Qin Yujie said, Zhu Lianggong, just attack already. Why so much idle talk? Don't waste my time. Chapter 78. Qin Yujie versus Zhu Lianggong. If you're begging for death, I'll gladly oblige. Zhu Lianggong snorted coldly, unleashing a mighty aura that made many disciples gasp for breath, their bodies trembling slightly under the pressure. The Yuan power oppression from Zhu Lianggong at Heaven Human Realm 9th level is actually this overwhelming. I can't resist it at all, exclaimed an inner disciple who was also at the Heaven Human Realm 9th level, shocked beyond words. Zhu Lianggong stepped forward and drew his frost ice-cold blade. His true Yuan surged violently throughout his body, while spiritual energy from the heavens and earth rapidly converged toward him. Annihilation Blade Technique. First form, break the heavens. With a single slash forward, the spiritual energy in the sky trembled violently, and a terrifying blade beam shot straight toward Qin Yujie. It was the same Annihilation Blade Technique, yet this slash was far stronger than the one Zhu Lianggong had used recently, more than 10 times more powerful. Back when he was at Heaven Human Realm 7th level, Zhu Lianggong had once used this very technique. At that time, his true Yuan had been nothing compared to its current terrifying magnitude. Now at Heaven Human Realm 9th level, with the fusion of 2 Dantians, the amount of true Yuan within his body had multiplied geometrically. Moreover, equipped with the Earth Tier lower grade weapon, the Frost Ice Cold Blade, the destructive power of his strike had become even more horrifying. Qin Yujie, do you realize now how powerful I truly am? Let me tell you honestly, I've only used half my strength. And even at half, it should be more than enough to plunge you into despair, Zhu Lianggong declared, overflowing with unprecedented confidence as he sneered wildly at Qin Yujie. Indeed, this single slash could easily annihilate Zhu Lianggong's own self from just days ago. Even many other Heaven Human Realm 9th level inner disciples would struggle to withstand such a monstrous attack. Even more frightening was the fact that Zhu Lianggong had only exerted half his full capability. He hadn't gone all out. If merely half his strength could produce such a devastating blow, no one could imagine how terrifying a full-powered strike would be. Seeing Qin Yujie remain expressionless, Zhu Lianggong grew even more delighted and mocked. Qin Yujie, you insignificant ant. Are you shaking in fear right now? Haha. You never expected my power to reach such a terrifying level, did you? Tremble in terror, Qin Yujie. When you're reborn, make sure your eyes are open wider next time. There are people you simply shouldn't provoke. The surrounding crowd stared dumbfounded at the earth-shaking blade beam, frozen on the spot. They couldn't believe that Zhu Lianggong's power had skyrocketed so dramatically since just a few days ago. It was like comparing heaven and earth. If Zhu Lianggong's earlier strength had been like a small stream, then today, it was an ocean. No one could find words to describe his current slash. They'd never witnessed anything so dazzling before. Gawking in awe at the colossal blade beam, everyone silently admitted, Zhu Lianggong had truly risen. With just this one move, he would shake the entire inner sect of Tianyuan Sect. Zhu Lianggong is too powerful. That blade beam is absolutely terrifying. I doubt many cultivators at the same level could survive such a strike, said an inner disciple in shock. Yes, I never imagined Senior Brother Zhu's talent in blade cultivation could be so monstrous. He's a peerless genius. Senior Brother Zhu is rising. It looks like Qin Yujie will be slaughtered by his blade. Qin Yujie may be strong, but Zhu Lianggong is stronger still. No matter how strong someone is, there's always someone above. Between these two, Senior Brother Zhu clearly surpasses him. The surrounding disciples stood stunned, murmuring in disbelief at the brilliance of this incredible slash. Facing the massive blade beam rushing toward him, Qin Yujie had to admit that Zhu Lianggong had indeed grown immensely stronger compared to a few days ago. But regardless of how much stronger he became, it meant nothing to Qin Yujie. Shaking his head disdainfully, Qin Yujie said coolly, "You call yourself capable, yet refuse to believe how shallow your vision is. This tiny bit of power makes you arrogant already? Your Injit is too low. Honestly, your strength isn't even worth my interest." His words struck like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples across the entire crowd. Zhu Lianggong burst into laughter. "Stop talking big. You probably won't even dodge my attack. You've already run out of tricks." Just as the blade beam reached before Qin Yujie's eyes, he calmly raised the sword in his hand. Four Seasons Sword Method, Scorching Summer Sun. With a casual thrust, a horrifying omen manifested in the sky. A blazing sun hung high overhead, causing the surrounding temperature to soar instantly. Accompanying this terrifying spectacle, a magnificent sword beam erupted forth. Vast and radiant, glorious as the midday sun, its power surged forward unstoppable. Qin Yujie wasn't even using his full strength. He was probably only exerting about 10% of his power. Yet even so, the sword beam appeared terrifyingly powerful in the eyes of the onlookers. Boom! The two massive attacks collided head-on. The entire life and death platform shook as if struck by an earthquake, instantly cracking apart, covered with enormous blade and sword marks. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this scene, immediately gasped in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief. Is Qin Yujie really this strong? In this clash, the two seemed perfectly evenly matched. Qin Yujie's sword strike was too domineering. That sword beam. Despite me being a Heaven Human Realm 9th level cultivator, I felt absolutely no ability to resist it. Qin Yujie is at the Yuan Return Realm 9th level. This strike must have been his absolute limit. But Zhu Liangong has only unleashed half his power. In the end, Zhu Liangong will definitely win. That may be true, but don't forget, Qin Yujie is only at the Yuan Return Realm 9th level. If they were at the same level, Qin Yujie could probably kill Zhu Liangong with a single sword. Level is part of one's strength. In the future, when facing a cultivator stronger than yourself, you can't expect them to suppress their cultivation to fight you to the death, can you? Qin Yujie's sword technique is just too incredible. His talent in sword cultivation is monstrous. Unfortunately, he accepted this life or death battle too rashly. If he had waited a bit longer, he'd definitely crush Zhu Liangong. How could someone like Qin Yujie, a proud young genius, ever hold back? But remember, Qin Yujie always creates miracles in every battle. Who knows, maybe this time, he'll still come out victorious in the end. Exactly. That possibility exists, though unlikely. Zhu Liangong's power has already taken a qualitative leap. Qin Yujie shouldn't be his match. Zhu Liangong's slash was indeed extraordinary. Just looking at that blade energy makes my whole body tremble. The surrounding disciples continued discussing while staring in shock at Zhu Liangong and Qin Yujie. Chapter 79 Jiang Fanxian arrives. Gao Yueta watched Zhu Liangong's shocking slash with great excitement. In his eyes, Qin Yujie would definitely not withstand such a terrifying attack. But the outcome was unexpected. Qin Yujie actually blocked it, and moreover, he remained completely unharmed. Gao Yueta couldn't believe that Qin Yujie's sword aura could be so powerful. He had truly underestimated Qin Yujie's talent and strength in the sword path. Gu Baoqing also stared in astonishment at Qin Yujie's sword aura. As a swordsman himself, he could better appreciate the extraordinary nature and power of that strike than others. Privately, Gu Baoqing felt regretful. Sighing, he murmured, Qin Yujie's talent in sword cultivation is monstrous. It's a pity he'll perish today. Such a sword genius should have been nurtured carefully by Tianyuan Sect. Gao Yueta snorted coldly. Old Gu, a dead genius isn't a genius anymore. Qin Yujie will surely die today. And in my opinion, Zhu Liangong's talent is no worse than Qin Yujie's. His martial path holds limitless potential. The Tianyuan Sect already has a genius like Zhu Liangong. It won't miss Qin Yujie. At that moment, an unparalleled figure appeared unnoticed around the life and death platform. She spoke coldly. Who said my disciple will die? I'd say it's Zhu Liangong who's about to die. This woman was none other than Jiang Fanxian, Qin Yujie's master. Jiang Fanxian was the only person in the Tianyuan Sect who knew Qin Yujie's true strength. She knew someone as insignificant as Zhu Liangong stood no chance against a genuine prodigy like Qin Yujie. Looking at Zhu Liangong, Jiang Fanxian thought inwardly, practicing blade techniques without even comprehending blade intent. What kind of genius is that? Only in a remote place like Lingtian Kingdom would someone like this be called a genius. How laughable. Her standards were naturally far beyond those of people from Lingtian Kingdom. One reason she hadn't taken disciples before was precisely because she found their talents utterly unworthy of her attention. Notably, years ago, Zhu Liangong had once tried to become Jiang Fanxian's disciple, but she rejected him outright. Gao Yueta didn't expect Jiang Fanxian to arrive so quickly. He snorted, Elder Jiang, you're not here to stop this life and death battle, are you? Let me tell you, it's useless. The rules of the life and death platform were set by the sect leader. You can't save your disciple no matter what you do. It's just a futile effort. Jiang Fanxian sneered, you're wrong. I'm merely here to observe casually. For Qin Yujie to deal with Zhu Liangong. It's as easy as turning a hand. Hearing this, Gao Yueta laughed as if he'd heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Smugly, he said, perhaps Elder Jiang hasn't updated your understanding. Zhu Liangong is no longer the same man he used to be. His current talent and power are beyond your comprehension. Gu Baoqing chimed in from the side. Elder Jiang, Zhu Liangong's present talent and strength really are remarkable. No worse than Qin Yujie's, perhaps even stronger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fanxian turned to Gao Yueta and scoffed. All of you are nothing but ignorant, lowly fools. What do you know about true genius? The surrounding crowd was immediately shocked. These words essentially insulted both Gao Yueta and Gu Baoqing. After all, both were inner sect elders, and their third tier, will see realm cultivation was certainly no false reputation. Surprisingly, Gao Yueta didn't get angry this time. With confidence, he said, Elder Jiang, I know my strength doesn't match yours. Your words are clearly meant to provoke old Gu and me into fighting you, causing chaos on sight. thereby ending Qin Yujie and Zhu Liangong's duel inconclusively. Must say, Elder Jiang, you're clever. Unfortunately, I, Gao Yueta, am not foolish either. Everyone instantly understood why Elder Jiang had spoken those words. It was to save Qin Yujie. Jiang Fanxian froze, standing there dazed. She hadn't expected her words to be interpreted this way. Calmly, she said, "You're overthinking it. I was simply mocking your ignorance. That's all. I didn't mean anything else." When Jiang Fanxian arrived, Qin Yujie had already noticed. Now, hearing Gao Yueta proudly explain himself, he could no longer hold back and burst into loud laughter. "Senior Gao, you're killing me with laughter. How does your mind work? To think in such a uniquely bizarre way," Qin Yujie said. "Qin Yujie, I understand. This is your last bitter laugh. My exposure of your master's scheme means no one can save you now," Gao Yueta declared confidently. Qin Yujie suddenly thought of a playful idea and immediately put on a sorrowful expression mixed with a wry smile, then said, "Senior Gao, you're truly as cunning as ever. My master just transmitted voice to me, saying she'd save me when the chaos broke out. I never expected you'd see through it. Alas, what a pity, now no one can rescue me." After hearing this, Gao Yueta instantly wore an ecstatic grin, proudly declaring, "Ha! I knew it. You two really did plot a scheme. Fortunately, my mind works quickly, otherwise, I'd have fallen right into your trap. Qin Yujie, now that no one can save you, why don't you beg my disciple to leave you a complete corpse?" Jiang Fanxian instantly realized Qin Yujie was acting deliberately. She understood clearly that with Qin Yujie's true strength, defeating Zhu Liangong would be as easy as a single sword stroke. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, felt sudden sympathy and pity for him. "It's really sad about Qin Yujie. Never thought he'd die so soon after becoming a disciple. I feel even more sorry for Elder Jiang. Just accepted a new disciple, only to see him perish on the life and death platform. Senior Gao is truly brilliant. To think so deeply, he's really a 1,000-year-old fox. What a shame. Qin Yujie still had a chance to escape earlier, but now that Senior Gao has seen through their plan, he's completely lost even that last sliver of hope." Listening to the murmurs around him, Zhu Liangong confidently declared, "Qin Yujie, I didn't expect someone at mere regained Origin Realm 9th rank to block 5 parts of my attack. Your talent is indeed monstrous, but I suspect this is already your strongest limit. If you beg me now, I might grant you a whole body in death." Qin Yujie shook his head and said, "Stop wasting words. Just attack already." Zhu Liangong smirked confidently and said to Qin Yujie, "So eager to die? You must know you can't possibly beat me next, so you want a quick end for peace. Well, I won't grant you that wish." Then turning his head, Zhu Liangong gave Jiang Fanxian a calm, self-satisfied smile and arrogantly said, "Elder Jiang, aren't you regretting now for not taking me as your disciple? I wonder what you're feeling, watching your newly accepted apprentice die right before my hands." Chapter 80. I am already at my last gasp. Jiang Fanxian said coldly, "How could your talent compare to that of my disciple? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. You're facing death and still don't realize it." Zhu Liangong was provoked by Jiang Fanxuan's condescending attitude. He sneered, "Fine, Qin Yujie, come then and meet your end. This time, I'll unleash 7/10 of my strength. Surely you're already trembling with fear." The momentum radiating from Zhu Liangong continued to surge as spiritual energy from all around the heavens and earth gathered wildly toward him. Suddenly, he swung his blade forward with tremendous force. Annihilation Blade Technique, first form, piercing the heavens. Though it was the same Annihilation Blade Technique, this strike displayed 7/10 of Zhu Liangong's power, making it far more powerful and terrifying than before. The crowd watched in awe at this earth-shattering blow, nearly numb from shock. Zhu Liangong's slash is even stronger than before. At 7/10 of his strength, there's no way Qin Yujie can block this. Exactly. Last time, Qin Yujie used every trick he had. This time, he's surely doomed. What a pity. He chose to oppose Zhu Liangong, the greatest mistake of his life, and now it's costing him everything. If 7/10 of Zhu Liangong's power is already this overwhelming, how terrifying would he be at full strength? Heaven did not birth another like Zhu Liangong. For eons, the sword path has been dark as night without him. Indeed, Zhu Liangong truly lives up to being called a genius of the blade. A decade honing the blade, unnoticed by all, in one moment of fame, known throughout the world. Today, with this single strike, senior brother Zhu has secured his place as Tianyuan Sect's peerless prodigy of the blade. The surrounding disciples gazed upon Zhu Liangong with admiration and envy, their hearts a swirling mess of conflicting emotions. Facing this heaven-splitting attack, Qin Yujie merely gave a casual, effortless thrust of his sword. 4 Seasons Sword Art, Spring Rain Drizzling. As soon as Qin Yujie's sword pierced forward, a soft, continuous drizzle suddenly began falling across the battlefield. It had to be said, the 4 Seasons Sword Art was undoubtedly among the absolute peak techniques within the Earth-tier upper-rank sword methods. Legend said it was created by a great swordsman who had comprehended the essence of the 4 seasons, each move representing one season. Not only were its attacks powerful, but they also harmonized perfectly with the natural order. In sword cultivation, quality always outweighed quantity. So far, Qin Yujie had drawn only 2 sword techniques, this 4 Seasons Sword Art, and another even more formidable one, the Roaming Sky Sword Art. With these 2 immensely powerful sword arts, Qin Yujie had more than enough tools to rely on. As he launched this sword technique, spiritual energy gathered violently in the sky, forming a massive wave of sword chi that surged toward Zhu Liangong. This spring rain drizzling differed greatly in nature from the previous scorching summer Sunday. The latter was blazing, fierce, and domineering, while this one was gentle, nourishing, and soothing like spring rain. Though this immense wave of sword chi didn't appear as overwhelmingly aggressive as scorching summer sun, anyone who underestimated it because of that would pay a heavy price. Each form of the four-season sword art possessed its own unique traits. None were inherently weaker or stronger than others. The two colossal forces collided head-on, producing a thunderous explosion so intense that anyone unaware might have mistaken it for a battle between Sea Reach realm experts. Once again, Qin Yujie carefully controlled his true energy, ensuring that both attacks canceled each other out perfectly. The onlookers stared, stunned once more by Qin Yujie's astonishing sword strike. Damn it, Qin Yujie is a monster. How is he getting stronger? Just how strong is he really? He's truly monstrous. Zhu Liangong and Qin Yujie are evenly matched again, but somehow, I feel like Qin Yujie is holding back. Is that just my imagination? No way possible. How could Qin Yujie withstand such a terrifying attack? Zhu Liangong is already unleashing 7/10 of his power. Didn't we just say Qin Yujie was out of tricks? What the hell is going on? Heaven, save me. I can't keep being shocked like this, or I'm going to die from sheer astonishment. Look at Zhu Liangong's face. His calm demeanor is gone. I feel like I'm dreaming. How could Qin Yujie actually block such an overbearing blade technique? At the edge of the life and death platform, Gao Yueta watched Qin Yujie in utter disbelief. He hadn't expected that even after Zhu Liangong unleashed 7/10 of his strength, Qin Yujie would still manage to hold his ground. But then, after a moment's reflection, Gao Yueta regained his confidence and said calmly, "Disciple, Qin Yujie is already at his last gasp. Don't be fooled by his relaxed expression. I believe this attack was already the limit of his capabilities. If you now unleash your full strength, Qin Yujie won't stand a chance against you." Hearing Gao Yueta's words, Qin Yujie really wanted to laugh. But since he had to play the part completely, and given Gao Yueta's confidence, he decided to let him enjoy his arrogance for a little longer. The more triumphant he felt now, the more satisfying the coming humiliation would be. Qin Yujie sighed and said, "Senior Gao, you truly have eyes as sharp as a hawk. Nothing can be hidden from you. I admit I'm already at my last gasp. That last attack just now consumed all my true energy. If Zhu Liangong unleashes his full strength next, there will certainly be nothing left of me." Qin Yujie continued, "Zhu Liangong, how about we call it a draw?" After hearing these words, the crowd became even more convinced that Qin Yujie had truly run out of tricks. If Qin Yujie still had any chance of victory, why would he suggest a draw? This was the life and death platform, after all. But Qin Yujie said this deliberately. He knew the more he acted defeated, the happier Gao Yueta and Zhu Liangong would feel. When they believed Qin Yujie was already doomed, why would they ever agree to a draw? This was a life or death battle. Only one of them could survive. Gao Yueta declared with absolute confidence. "Qin Yujie, I've seen through every skill and scheme you possess. You're simply too inexperienced." Hearing Gao Yueta's words, Zhu Liangong felt a great weight lift from his heart. His face immediately regained its self-assurance. Looking at Qin Yujie, he shook his head and said, "Qin Yujie, for a moment I almost fell for your act. So that last move was already your strongest? From now on, I'll strike with my full power, dying under my greatest technique. You should feel proud." The surrounding disciples, having heard the exchange, finally understood that previous attack had indeed been Qin Yujie's peak. It seemed clear now, Qin Yujie was surely doomed. Qin Yujie sighed again. "What a pity." Zhu Liangong laughed confidently. "Indeed, what a pity. If you hadn't come to this life and death duel today, perhaps in the future I really might not have been your match. But you were too reckless and arrogant." Qin Yujie slowly shook his head. "I meant you were the one to be pitted. You and I had no grudge to begin with. It's just a shame you don't value your own life enough." Chapter 81, A Sword That Ruled Supreme. After hearing this, Zhu Liangong sneered. "You're on the verge of death, yet still trying to disrupt my mind with words? Qin Yujie, I'll send you to your grave now." Zhu Liangong's spiritual energy surged violently throughout his body, and at last, his formidable power as a 9th-rank heavenly realm cultivator erupted without restraint. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily gathered toward Zhu Liangong. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, so intense that some disciples nearby couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and staggered backward several steps. A few weaker ones even collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Annihilation Blade Art, Second Form, Slay the Heavens. Zhu Liangong channeled every ounce of his terrifying spiritual energy and slashed downward with his blade toward Qin Yujie. A massive blade beam appeared in the sky, like the scythe of death itself, descending directly upon Qin Yujie's head. This breathtaking slash was the peak of Zhu Liangong's offensive power. Who would have thought that Zhu Senior Brother's full power is so terrifying? Yeah, the force of this strike far exceeds what he showed earlier. If Zhu Liangong had unleashed this from the beginning, wouldn't Qin Yujie have been killed in a single blow? Zhu Senior Brother's talent in blade cultivation is truly monstrous. Few within the same realm could withstand such a strike, let alone Qin Yujie, who's already out of tricks. What a pity, he must die after all. Qin Yujie also possesses extraordinary talent, but before he could grow stronger, Zhu Liangong would never let him live. Yeah, this slash is just too terrifying. Qin Yujie is probably going to be instantly killed. After murmuring among themselves, the onlookers gazed upon Zhu Liangong with reverent and shocked expressions. Qin Yujie looked at the enormous blade beam rushing toward him, shook his head slightly, and said, "So this is your ultimate strength? If you'd used it earlier, the duel would have ended long ago." Up until now, Qin Yujie had merely been playing around with Zhu Lianggong. Ending every fight in one move would be too dull. Besides, Zhu Lianggong hadn't revealed his true strength earlier. Only when Zhu brought forth his most powerful attack, then countering with a single sword strike. That was where the real satisfaction lay. Unparalleled sword art. Roam across the world. With one thrust of his sword, a colossal sword beam erupted into the sky. Carrying an overbearing momentum as if nothing in the world could stand in its way, it shot straight toward Zhu Lianggong. The spectators stared in stunned silence at this domineering sword strike. They realized that compared to this sword beam, Zhu Lianggong's blade energy suddenly seemed insignificant. Without comparison, one cannot discern strength from weakness. But now, witnessing the contrast, everyone saw clearly how astonishing, how overwhelmingly dominant Qin Yujie's sword technique truly was. It was so brilliant that their minds went completely blank. Zhu Lianggong stared at this heaven-shaking sword beam and felt a deadly threat closing in. "No, how can you unleash such a dominating sword strike?" Zhu Lianggong roared in disbelief. He believed himself strong enough, talented enough, already monstrous in potential. Yet he never imagined that his status as a 9th-rank Heavenly Realm cultivator could feel so weak at this moment. Faced with this dazzling and tyrannical sword energy, Zhu Lianggong felt immense pressure bearing down on him, leaving him nowhere to run. Like slicing through tofu, Qin Yujie's sword beam effortlessly tore through Zhu Lianggong's blade energy, then continued onward with unstoppable force, crashing into Zhu Lianggong's body. "No, spare me," Gao Yueta suddenly shouted desperately. But Qin Yujie's sword beam was too fast. Before Gao Yueta could react, he could only watch helplessly as Zhu Lianggong was cleanly split in half. Zhu Lianggong dead. The crowd stood in utter shock, awed by Qin Yujie's magnificent final strike. None had expected Qin Yujie to possess such devastating power. If he had launched this attack at the very start of the duel, Zhu Lianggong would surely have been killed instantly. Qin Yujie picked up Zhu Lianggong's storage bag, along with the Frostblade Glacial Saber, and placed both into his spatial ring. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he calmly walked away from the life and death arena. What just happened? Am I dreaming? That final sword strike from Qin Yujie was simply unbelievable. Never expected it. Qin Yujie has created another miracle. He actually killed Zhu Lianggong with a single stroke. We were so foolish. Without absolute power, how could he possibly step onto the life and death arena? His sword cultivation talent is beyond comprehension. I don't even know how to describe that last move. One thing's for sure, Zhu Lianggong's blade techniques are incomparable to Qin Yujie's. Please forgive my ignorance, oh heavens. It turns out Qin Yujie is the true prodigy. We actually mistook Zhu Lianggong for the chosen one. What a ridiculous and ignorant mistake we made. No wonder Elder Jiang was so confident all along. She must have known Qin Yujie's strength from the start. It seems we've all misjudged Qin Yujie. With such overwhelming power, he never needed to fear Zhu Lianggong. Why would he need Elder Jiang's help to escape the life and death arena? It turns out Elder Jiang was telling the truth. She really didn't have any scheme. She simply looked down on Gao Yueta, nothing more. It was Gao Yueta himself who overthought everything. Look at Elder Jiang now. His face is green with shock. Just imagining how smug and self-satisfied he looked earlier is utterly hilarious. Haha, Elder Gao's face has been slapped so hard it's ringing. He's completely lost all his dignity. Only now did the crowd begin to recover from their astonishment. They stared at Qin Yujie, their faces reflecting awe, trembling reverence, fear, and admiration in turn. Gao Yueta's expression had frozen in place. He could hardly believe his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had been so proud of himself, but now, he was stunned, his spirit crushed. The dramatic reversal left him reeling, unable to comprehend what had just happened. And only now did it dawn on him. Qin Yujie had been mocking him deliberately. All those compliments about being wise and cunning, or deeply strategic, they were nothing but ridicule. Qin Yujie possessed the strength to kill Zhu Lianggong with a single sword stroke. He never needed his master, Jiang Fanxian, to rescue him. Yet Gao Yueta had foolishly believed he'd uncovered their secret plan and taken pride in it. The realization made Gao Yueta's face burn with shame. Today, Gao Yueta had handed his own face to Qin Yujie for a beating. Not only had he been insulted as a worthless waste, but he'd also been ridiculed like a fool. And to make matters worse, his newly accepted disciple had just been slaughtered by Qin Yujie in one strike. As an inner sect elder, to be so utterly humiliated by an outer sect disciple like Qin Yujie, this was unprecedented in the entire history of Tianyuan Sect. Chapter 82. Can your body handle it? At this thought, Gao Yueta's expression darkened. Qin Yujie's talent was too monstrous, so extraordinary that it frightened him. He knew that once Qin Yujie grew stronger, he would never let him off the hook. Qin Yujie, I admit your talent is exceptional, Gao Yueta said coldly. But I already told my disciple to show mercy. Why did you still kill Zhu Lianggong with one strike? Senior Gao, have you forgotten? This was a life and death duel. Is it only acceptable for your disciple to kill me, but not for me to kill Zhu Lianggong? Who in the world is as shameless as you? Qin Yujie shook his head disdainfully. The surrounding crowd stared at Gao Yueta in astonishment. None had expected an inner sect elder like him to be so utterly disgraceful. Jiang Fanxian flashed forward and appeared before Qin Yujie, exuding a terrifying aura. She spoke icily. Senior Gao, the life and death duel was a rule established by the sect master. Are you saying you disagree with it? Instantly, Gao Yueta felt a crushing pressure of fear. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone present was stunned by Elder Zhang's overwhelming presence. I naturally have no objection, Gao Yueta retorted. But your disciple earlier disrespected his superior and called me a waste of space. Shouldn't he apologize? I am an inner sect elder at the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm. Gao Yueta suddenly amplified his aura from the Wheel C realm. Though his presence was strong, compared to Jiang Fanquan's, it was like comparing a minor sorcerer to a great mage. Despite being at the same cultivation level, there was absolutely no comparison between them. Jiang Fanxian glanced at Gao Yueta and said coldly, "My disciple speaks the truth. Aren't you exactly what he called you, a waste?" Her words immediately shocked everyone present. Jiang Fanxian hadn't left Gao Yueta any face at all. Most people would have just asked Qin Yujie to apologize and let it go, but Jiang Fanxian didn't even bother asking for the reason. She simply delivered another humiliating blow to Gao Yueta with a single sentence. "Jiang Elder, you're going too far. You win this round." Gao Yueta glared at Jiang Fanxian, feeling overpowered. With a weak and defiant remark, he quickly turned and slinked away. Before leaving, Gao Yueta cast a chilling glare toward Qin Yujie, then vanished in a flash. "Master, why did you come?" Qin Yujie hadn't expected this convenient master of his to actually care about him. "I heard someone wanted to fight you to the death, so I came to check," Jiang Fanxian replied. "But since you're fine, I'll take my leave now." She turned to go. "Master, don't rush off," Qin Yujie smiled. "Now that you're here, let's move somewhere else. I'll treat you to a cup of tea." "Fine." Jiang Fanxian nodded. In a blink, Qin Yujie and Jiang Fanxian left the life and death platform and disappeared from sight. Soon, they arrived atop a high mountain with a breathtaking view. Qin Yujie casually retrieved his portable mansion from his system. The peak was shrouded in swirling mist and clouds. Placed here, Qin Yujie's residence truly resembled an ethereal celestial palace floating among the heavens, mysterious and transcendent. Qin Yujie swiftly brewed a pot of tea and said to Jiang Fanxian sitting across from him, "Master, please have some tea." "All right." Jiang Fanxian accepted without hesitation, raising her cup and taking a sip. After 3 rounds of tea, Qin Yujie looked at Jiang Fanxian and said, "Master, I recently acquired an exceptional set of acupuncture needles. I believe they'll make your treatment even more effective. Since there's no better day than today, why don't I give you another massage and acupuncture session now?" "Oh, let me see these needles," Jiang Fanxian said, slightly surprised. She had seen Qin Yujie's previous acupuncture set. It was nothing more than ordinary iron needles, the most basic kind available. Acupuncture needles weren't commonly used, and high-quality ones were rare on the market. She couldn't imagine that in such a short time, Qin Yujie had obtained something far superior. Qin Yujie took out the acupuncture set he'd obtained from his system and handed it to Jiang Fanxian. Jiang Fanxian took the needles and was momentarily astonished. She realized the material was extraordinary, crafted from several rare components, all of heavenly grade superior quality. Materials of this caliber absolutely did not exist anywhere in Lingtian Kingdom. Looking at Qin Yujie, Jiang Fanxian felt a strange warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected Qin Yujie to be so thoughtful about her injuries, to go out of his way to acquire such a precious set of acupuncture needles just to enhance her treatment. Needles of this quality must have been incredibly valuable. For Qin Yujie to spend such resources showed true sincerity. If Qin Yujie knew what she was thinking, he would have cried out in protest. Asterisk, "I'm not as good as you think. These needles were just obtained through system check-in. I didn't lift a finger." Asterisk. "Your acupuncture needles are indeed extraordinary, but you just treated me a few days ago. Can your body handle another session today? After all, last time you nearly passed out," Jiang Fanxian said. "Don't worry, master. I'm fine," Qin Yujie replied. Qin Yujie possessed many precious items, and with the experience from last time, he was far more confident and at ease now. "All right," Jiang Fanxian softly agreed. Jiang Fanxian was once again dressed in her thick royal robes, yet even these heavy garments could not conceal her breathtaking figure. Silently, Qin Yujie admired the sight of Jiang Fanxian undressing. Although she still wore a delicate, thin undergarment beneath, there was no denying that every part of her exuded an elegant, yet dangerously alluring charm. Even Qin Yujie himself couldn't tell anymore. Was he treating her today purely to heal her injuries? Or was there a small, hidden desire to appreciate his master's beauty? A faint blush appeared on Jiang Fanquan's cheeks. Perhaps because she had officially accepted Qin Yujie as her disciple, she no longer resisted his presence as much as before. Today, surprisingly, she didn't ask him to turn around. Jiang Fanxian had already lain down on the bed. As they resumed the acupuncture treatment, an ambiguous atmosphere lingered between them, especially now that she was his master. This complicated bond carried a sense of something indescribable. Gazing at her stunning figure, Qin Yujie couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Fanquan's immense allure. He could even catch a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her. In truth, with this set of Taijin Lu needles, Qin Yujie could have performed acupuncture without requiring her to remove her thick outer robe. But he chose not to mention it. After all, if he did, he might never get to see such a beautiful sight again. Chapter 83, Breaking into the Heavenly Realm. Moreover, if he revealed it, and Jiang Fanxian happened to become furious out of embarrassment, the cost would far outweigh any benefit. And once exposed, Jiang Fanxian would certainly suspect whether Qin Yujie had deliberately asked him to take off his jacket during the first treatment. In that case, the subtle, ambiguous rapport they currently shared would vanish completely. Qin Yujie wasn't a fool. He would never do such a thing. Channeling all his terrifying true energy, Qin Yujie summoned vast quantities of spiritual qi from heaven and earth, drawing it violently toward himself. Needle after needle swiftly pierced Jiang Fanquan's fair skin. With each insertion, Qin Yujie's true energy diminished slightly, but fortunately, he had already placed a leaf of thousand-year spirit peach in his mouth, continuously replenishing his waning reserves with its potent medicinal power. Jiang Fanquan's face flushed faintly. He noticed that Qin Yujie was becoming bolder by the moment. Last time, the acupoints had been conventional and proper, but now, some of the needles were landing on his thighs, even around his navel. But Qin Yujie hadn't given it much thought. A skilled physician always adjusted acupuncture points for each session, since a patient's condition constantly changed. To treat effectively, the selection of acupoints must shift accordingly. Even with the thousand-year spirit peach leaf restoring his energy, the ancient acupuncture techniques were complex and extremely taxing on mental strength. After completing the treatment, Qin Yujie remained cross-legged on the floor, meditating to recover. Half an hour later, he finally regained full strength. After this half-hour session, Jiang Fanqian realized his body had improved significantly once again. Master, let me give you a massage, Qin Yujie said next. All right. Jiang Fanqian flipped over and lay face down on the bed. Qin Yujie applied the 9 techniques of meridian loosening, pressing rhythmically along Jiang Fanquan's back. Each press injected a stream of true energy into his master's body. Another half-hour passed before the massage ended. Qin Yujie then asked, Master, was that comfortable? Jiang Fanqian put his coat back on, his face slightly flushed as he replied, very well done, disciple. I'll be going now. I'll come find you for treatment again next month. With that, Jiang Fanqian flashed and disappeared. 6 days later, Qin Yujie's aura grew increasingly powerful. Finally, a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged violently into his body. His entire being trembled, then erupted with a new force, vastly more formidable than before. Qin Yujie slowly opened his eyes. After 6 days of cultivation, he had finally broken through from the 9th level of the reversion realm to the 1st level of the heavenly realm. At the heavenly realm, the amount of true energy within Qin Yujie's body became vastly greater, dramatically enhancing his strength. It could now be said that Qin Yujie could easily defeat his former self at the peak of the reversion realm. Finally broken into the heavenly realm, my power is even more terrifying now. Even against an ordinary 9th level We'll See cultivator, I wouldn't fear them, Qin Yujie said confidently. Since obtaining the system just a few months ago, Qin Yujie had risen from the Gathering Veins realm all the way to the heavenly realm, a cultivation speed comparable to riding a rocket. Qin Yujie picked up a bottle of Spring Breeze drunk, took a sip, then reclined in a wicker chair, leisurely admiring the surrounding scenery. Recently, he hadn't seen Lin Qinin or Zheng Nanhua. Both had received the thousand-year spirit peach leaves from Qin Yujie and had been in closed-door cultivation ever since. By the time of the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, their cultivation levels would likely break into the heavenly realm as well. After all, unlike Qin Yujie, whose physique was abnormally extraordinary, they required several times more resources than others to advance even a minor realm. Without access to such high-grade cultivation treasures, Qin Yujie's progress certainly wouldn't have been this rapid. Qin Yujie packed up his personal residence and teleported to an area where Outer Sect disciples lived. Li Kun and Meng Xiao resided here. Not long ago, Qin Yujie had gifted Li Kun and Meng Xiao numerous premium coagulated cloud pills and several pieces of thousand-year spirit peach leaves. For these past days, both had cultivated diligently, making explosive progress and now reaching the 4th level of the reversion realm. Qin Yujie didn't worry about them running off with his precious pills. Truthfully, those medicines weren't even worth much to him anymore. And since Li Kun and Meng Xiao had already become his followers, rewarding them with such pills felt only natural. Besides, given Qin Yujie's reputation and strength, if Li Kun and Meng Xiao dared steal his pills and flee, it would be no different from signing their own death warrants. Qin Yujie flashed into a courtyard, finding 2 figures deep in cultivation. Hearing the sound, Li Kun and Meng Xiao opened their eyes. Seeing it was Qin Yujie, they immediately stood and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Li Kun and Meng Xiao were rather stubborn in character, insisting on addressing Qin Yujie this way. With no other option, Qin Yujie could only let them be. How have your cultivation been going lately? Qin Yujie asked. Thanks to your lordship's pills, our cultivation has progressed rapidly. We've already reached the 4th level of the reversion realm. Moreover, we've also perfected the Qing Feng sword technique, Li Kun and Meng Xiao said excitedly. Good. Today, I'll transmit a cultivation technique and a martial skill to you. With these, I believe your cultivation speed will increase even further, and your strength will grow significantly. Qin Yujie said thoughtfully. Thank you, my lord. Both Li Kun and Meng Xiao knew their positions as subordinates, yet their desire to follow Qin Yujie was genuine and heartfelt. Qin Yujie had always been generous and open-handed toward those close to him and his friends, just as he had been with Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua before. This technique is called the Evergreen Art, an upper-tier earth-grade cultivation method, sufficient for your needs for quite some time. It's exceptionally powerful, renowned especially for its profound recovery capabilities, making it one of the finest among peer-level techniques. And this sword technique, the 4-season sword art, is also a powerful upper-tier earth-grade martial skill. If you master it, your combat prowess will increase dramatically. Qin Yujie took out a blank jade slip, inscribed the evergreen art and the 4 seasons sword art into it, then handed it to them. When Li Kun and Meng Xiao realized that Qin Yujie was actually passing down upper-tier earth-grade cultivation and sword techniques to them, their hearts filled with deep emotion. They knew very well that earth-grade techniques and martial arts were extremely rare and priceless treasures. Within the entire Tianyuan Sect, the highest-grade methods available were merely lower-tier earth-grade. For cultivators like themselves, whose talents were average, without extraordinary fortune, they likely would never have had the chance in their entire lives to even glimpse an upper-tier earth-grade cultivation method or martial skill. Chapter 84. Accompanying to Tianyuan City. And now, Qin Yujie had casually given such a precious cultivation technique to Li Kun and Meng Xiao. Not only did the two of them now possess advanced techniques and martial skills, but they also had numerous top-grade pills for cultivation. This level of treatment was unprecedented. Even among inner disciples of Tianyuan Sect, let alone core disciples, none enjoyed such privileges. Li Kun and Meng Xiao kowtowed with Thidong faces, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon us this technique. We vow to follow you unto death, never to betray. Qin Yujie waved his hand gently. Rise. There's no need for this. Since you are my followers, I will provide your future resources, cultivation methods, and techniques. All I require is your obedience in carrying out tasks. Qin Yujie had an abundance of pills, cultivation manuals, and martial techniques. From the Fotu Pagoda legacy he obtained not long ago, he acquired many powerful techniques. Though he himself would never cultivate them, they were suitable for his followers. However, Li Kun and Meng Xiao's talent in sword cultivation was merely average. Learning too many techniques might lead to overreaching and inefficiency. Mastering 1 seasoned sword art was more than sufficient. There was no real need for them to learn any other sword styles. The seasoned sword art consists of 4 moves, each representing a season. Its power is immense. If you can fully comprehend this art, you won't need to learn another sword style before reaching Dongtinjing. Qin Yujie said this calmly. The fame of Qin Yujie's seasoned sword art was enormous within the Tianyuan Sect, renowned and awe-inspiring. In many of his battles, Qin Yujie had ended conflicts with just a single stroke of this technique, so Li Kun and Meng Xiao were already well aware of its terrifying power. Just then, an outer disciple arrived outside Li Kun's room, calling loudly. Brother Li Kun, are you here? There's a letter for you today. Within the Tianyuan Sect, certain outer disciples were specifically tasked with handling mail. Every day, they collected and delivered letters, a low-risk way to earn contribution points. Many outer disciples with mediocre talent took up this job as a long-term side duty, earning points without danger. Ah, it's Brother Zhou. Thank you. Li Kun came out, thanked the messenger, and accepted the letter. Slightly surprised, Li Kun realized he hadn't received any correspondence from his family in quite some time. His family resided in Tianyuan City, a small city located in the northwest of Lingtian Kingdom. Traveling from Tianyuan Sect to Tianyuan City typically took at least half a month on foot. Even by something as fast as a flying carriage, the journey would still take about 3 days. Li Kun opened the letter and began reading. As he continued, his expression grew increasingly shocked, until finally his face turned ashen with anger. Li Kun, what happened? You look unwell. Qin Yujie noticed the change in his expression and asked. Master, my family is in trouble. It seems I must return home immediately. Li Kun replied anxiously. Oh, then I'll accompany you. My flying carriage is extremely fast. This way, you can return to your family sooner. Qin Yujie thought for a moment and said. Thank you, Master. Li Kun expressed his gratitude. Master, let me come along too. Having an extra person to help can only be beneficial. Meng Xiao volunteered. Fine. Qin Yujie agreed, then took out his flying carriage and flashed inside. Li Kun and Meng Xiao sat on either side at the front of the carriage, taking on the role of drivers. The flying carriage shot forward swiftly, leaving the Tianyuan Sect behind in no time. Along the way, Qin Yujie finally learned the full story from Li Kun. It turned out that Li Kun's family was one of the 3 great families in Tianyuan City. The other 2 prominent families were the Chao and Wu families. The Chao family had a daughter named Chao Jingdan, who had been betrothed to Li Kun since childhood. Though engaged young, Chao Jingdan later joined the Shui Sect, and had now become one of its inner disciples. She had also attracted the attention of a core disciple from the sect. This core disciple was named Zhuang Yuan, a genius of the Shui Sect, powerful, extraordinarily talented, and well-connected. Chao Jingdan had already started a romantic relationship with Zhuang Yuan, completely forgetting about her existing engagement. Given Zhuang Yuan's monstrous talent, formidable strength, and prestigious background, Li Kun naturally couldn't compare. Thus, Chao Jingdan chose Zhuang Yuan instead. In matters of love and affection, Chao Jingdan certainly had the right to choose. But while still bound by an official engagement, openly being with another man was unacceptable. Had she formally broken the engagement first, Li Kun would have had nothing to say. But to engage in such a relationship while the marriage contract still stood, that was what filled Li Kun with fury. The letter from his family urged him to return home immediately. Chao Jingdan had given Li Kun a deadline of 1 month. If he failed to arrive by then, his family would face retaliation from Zhuang Yuan and the Chao family. Zhuang Yuan's strength and background were far beyond what the Li family could possibly challenge. Therefore, the family had no choice but to write a letter urging Li Kun to return home immediately and wait for Chao Jingdan to arrive so she could break off the engagement in person. This matter was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace for both the Li family and Li Kun. Don't worry, Li Kun. Since you're my follower now, your future on the martial path will extend far beyond Lingtian Kingdom. As for Chao Jingdan, forget her. She isn't worthy of you. In time, you'll become someone so far above her that she won't even dare to look up to you. Qin Yujie said calmly. Thank you, Master, Li Kun replied gratefully. Li Kun and Meng Xiao both knew that becoming Qin Yujie's followers was undoubtedly the best decision they had ever made in their lives. Moreover, with Qin Yujie's monstrous talent, following him meant their martial cultivation paths would surely reach greater heights. A day later, the trio arrived at a city. This city was called Dingfeng City, a rather prosperous place with ancient-style architecture and bustling streets crowded with people, full of life and energy. We'll rest here for the night and continue tomorrow. We have plenty of time, Qin Yujie instructed. Understood. Li Kun and Meng Xiao drove the carriage into the city. Along the way, Qin Yujie leisurely enjoyed the local customs and scenery while sipping on spring breeze drunk wine, a truly pleasant experience. Everyone hurry. The poetry gathering hosted by Feng Man Lu's most renowned courtesan has begun. I heard whoever wins gets to sit close with her and talk through the night. An excited passerby said. I've heard she's breathtakingly beautiful, delicate, and enchanting. Truly heart-stirring. Another person added enthusiastically. Let's go quickly, or all the good spots will be taken. With that, the two hurried off in high spirits. Qin Yujie felt slightly surprised. He hadn't expected such a place as Dingfeng City to still hold poetry gatherings. After all, this was a world where martial arts reigned supreme. Poetry events were quite rare nowadays. Follow them and take a look, Qin Yujie said. Yes, Master. Li Kun and Meng Xiao drove the carriage forward, swiftly trailing behind the two men. Chapter 85. The Poetry Gathering and the Courtesan. Soon, Qin Yujie and his two companions arrived at an elegant pavilion. This pavilion was called Feng Man Pavilion, renowned throughout Dingfeng City, even drawing admirers from neighboring cities who traveled far to visit. The fame of Feng Man Pavilion rested entirely upon its courtesan, Huang Youha. Huang Youha was not only a master of dance, but also exceptionally talented in poetry. At Feng Man Pavilion, she performed art but never offered herself. Her charm lay solely in her grace and intellect. Feng Man Pavilion had 3 floors. Ordinary guests could only enter the first level. The second and third floors were strictly reserved for honored guests, accessible only to those with special status. The grand hall on the first floor was already bustling with young men. Some gathered in small groups, chatting excitedly. Others sat alone, drinking quietly, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. Qin Yujie's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. His flying carriage was simply too extravagant and luxurious to go unnoticed. Who is this young master from such a prestigious family? That carriage is beyond magnificent. I've never seen anything so noble in my entire life, a passerby exclaimed in awe. I believe this young master isn't local. I know all the prominent families here, and none of their heirs own such an opulent vehicle, remarked an older man with confidence. I wonder how strong he really is. Without formidable strength or powerful backing, that carriage might soon change hands, someone else said regretfully. You mean Sun Wendong, the city lord's son? Speaking of him, he's nothing but a tyrant, always seizing what belongs to others. If he sees this carriage, it'll surely be taken from him, said a young martial artist bitterly. Yes, Sun Wendong isn't just fond of stealing possessions. He also likes taking other men's women. He's truly despicable. I heard recently he killed a male warrior from out of town and captured the warrior's woman for himself. Keep your voices down. Sun Wendong is actually here at Feng Man Pavilion right now. Rumor has it that Huang Youha is his next target. I suspect today's poetry gathering will turn chaotic. Let's stick around and see what happens. Not only is Sun Wendong present, but many noble heirs are attending today. It'll be interesting to see who emerges victorious in the poetry contest. The crowd buzzed with discussion as they stared at Qin Yujie's flying carriage. Qin Yujie stepped down from the carriage, casually stowing it away before entering Feng Man Pavilion with his two companions. Their arrival instantly captured attention. The flying carriage had already stunned everyone. Many here were martial artists who understood exactly how rare and extraordinary such a vehicle was. Moreover, Qin Yujie was strikingly handsome, radiating a graceful and noble aura. His presence was like that of a celestial descending to earth, elegant, refined, and standing out vividly among the crowd. His appearance brought a subtle sense of pressure upon the people inside Feng Man Pavilion. In terms of looks and bearing, Qin Yujie surpassed every other man present without comparison. Looks like today's poetry gathering just got more interesting, a man chuckled. He may be good looking, but what if he's just an empty shell? This is a poetry contest. We're judging poems, not appearances. I doubt he can compose anything remarkable, sneered Sun Wendong, envy creeping into his voice. Sun Wendong was decent looking by ordinary standards, but compared to Qin Yujie, he paled significantly. There was simply no comparison. Qin Yujie's sudden appearance had completely stolen the spotlight that Sun Wendong had presumed would be his alone, igniting a fierce anger within him. Of course, Sun Wendong had also seen the flying carriage Qin Yujie arrived in, and greed already burned in his eyes, as if the vehicle belonged to him already. Indeed, when it comes to poetry, who among us could rival young Master Sun? If he claims second place, I doubt anyone would dare claim first. Another person chimed in, flattering him. Absolutely. Young Master Sun is truly scholarly and gifted. I still remember vividly that poem he wrote about the spring breeze. Qin Yujie glanced coldly at Sun Wendong. Frankly, he hadn't paid him any mind initially, but hearing his spiteful words, he considered teaching him a lesson, when suddenly, a figure descended slowly from the second floor. It was Huang Youha, the celebrated courtesan of Feng Man Pavilion. Her appearance instantly captivated everyone's gaze. Veiled in white silk, dressed in green brocade robes, her slender waist appeared delicate enough to be held between one's hands, a sight so mesmerizing that none could look away. Even without seeing her face, her figure alone was already perfection embodied. Yet, beauty of form usually hinted at beauty of face, and indeed, one could not become a famed courtesan without possessing exceptional looks. Qin Yujie had already seen many peerless beauties, Lin Qinin, Jiang Fanxian, Mu Linglong. Each of them, taken individually, far surpassed the woman before him. To be honest, Qin Yujie was somewhat weary from too much beauty. Thus, unlike the other men present, he did not wear a look of infatuation. His clear, composed gaze caused Huang Youha to take notice. To her, among all these men, Qin Yujie seemed almost the only one who faced her without lust in his eyes. Moreover, his extraordinary bearing clearly marked him as no ordinary person, which piqued her interest even more. Gentlemen, today is our Fengman Pavilion's poetry gathering. The winner shall be granted access to the second floor, where I shall perform a dance, Huang Youha said softly. Her words fell like a pebble into still water, instantly sending ripples surging through the crowd. After all, though Huang Youha was skilled in poetry, her greatest talent truly lay in dance. Although her reputation as a dancer was immense, no one had actually seen her perform yet. All people had were rumors, like the time Yu Wuji, Fengman Pavilion's previous courtesan queen, once said, compared to Huang Youha, I'm nothing but common dirt. I'm not even worthy of dancing. Yu Wuji's dancing was famed throughout Lingtian Kingdom. Her name wasn't just well known in Dingfeng City, it carried great weight even in Yushuan City. The people of Dingfeng had once been fortunate enough to witness Yu Wuji dance. That single performance left everyone utterly stunned, unable to believe such breathtaking artistry could exist. Yet Yu Wuji had openly admitted she was no match for Huang Youha. Overcome with shame and inadequacy, she later left Fengman Pavilion altogether and vowed never to dance again. From this, one could imagine just how astonishing Huang Youha's dancing must truly be. Now, upon hearing that Huang Youha herself would perform a dance at the end, everyone grew intensely excited. All were eager for the poetry contest to begin, each man ready to showcase his talents and compete fiercely. Chapter 86, Huang Youha's Breakthrough. Dancing required talent, and one had to start training from a young age. Seeing Huang Youha's demeanor, Qin Yujie sensed that she must have come from a distinguished background, though he couldn't fathom why she had ended up as the top courtesan at Fengman Pavilion. While everyone else was still caught in excitement, Qin Yujie calmly pulled out his table and wicker chair, then took out his tea set forged from moon-cold jade. Everyone was stunned by this display. Though they couldn't identify the moon-cold jade, even their limited experience told them this tea set was no ordinary treasure. Qin Yujie leisurely settled into the wicker chair. Chuchu, Yipang, Fingyit, Zongxiting Zhongchuchu, Yivu Lingqian, Rangpo Shichu, Truqing Ho, Jingjin de Kongderdeg Lianwendu. As the water heated gradually, it began to boil, white steam rising from the spout of the kettle. The mist carried the fragrance of spiritual tea, drifting with the wind. Everyone who caught even a faint whiff instantly felt their minds clear and bodies refreshed. Several cultivators at the Gathering Pulse realm actually felt their inner true energy growing stronger just from inhaling the vapor. Among them were a few who had long been stuck at the second level of Gathering Pulse. Now, their cultivation bases suddenly broke through to the third level right on the spot. This spectacle immediately drew all eyes toward Qin Yujie, even surprising Huang Youha. The crowd became deeply captivated by the spiritual tea emanating from Qin Yujie's kettle. Sun Wendong stared greedily at Qin Yujie, his eyes gleaming. In his mind, Qin Yujie was nothing less than a plump sheep. First, that flying horse carriage. Now, such an exquisite spiritual tea. Just smelling the aroma allowed numerous Gathering Pulse cultivators to break through. Sun Wendong's gaze slowly turned cold. Asterisk, this man must die. All his treasures will be mine. Asterisk. He exchanged a glance with the old man beside him, who gave a subtle nod in understanding. This elder was a servant of the Sun family, rulers of Dingfeng City. Reaching the third stage of the celestial being realm, he believed subduing Qin Yujie would be effortless. He had already discerned that Qin Yujie was merely at the first stage of the celestial being realm. Though Qin Yujie's youth combined with such a cultivation level made the elder slightly wary of his possible background, he quickly dismissed his concerns. After all, within Dingfeng City, the Sun family reigned supreme. Asterisk, in Dingfeng City, the Sun family is heaven itself. Even if you're a dragon, when you arrive here, you must coil up. And you? Merely at the first stage of the celestial being realm? Not worth fearing. Asterisk Sun Wendong sneered inwardly as he glared coldly at Qin Yujie. The crowd stared enviously at the spiritual tea in Qin Yujie's hands, mouths watering uncontrollably. Qin Yujie poured 4 cups, taking one for himself, serving one each to Li Kun and Meng Xiao standing beside him, and saving one for Huang Youha. Li Kun and Meng Xiao trembled with excitement as they accepted their cups. They never imagined they'd be included. This only strengthened their resolve to follow Qin Yujie without hesitation. Smiling, Qin Yujie turned to Huang Youha. Miss Huang, though we've just met, meeting is fate. Let me offer you a cup of tea. With a flick of his spiritual energy, the teacup flew gently into Huang Youha's hand. Qin Yujie raised his own cup and sipped quietly. The surrounding crowd gazed jealously at Huang Youha, regretting they weren't women. If so, perhaps Qin Yujie might grant them a cup too. Thank you, sir. But I am no cultivator. I fear drinking this spiritual tea might cause my body to explode, Huang Youha said regretfully, looking down at the cup in her hand. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Qin Yujie replied calmly. Huang Yoha gazed at Qin Yujie's extraordinary presence. She knew this was her only chance to change her fate. With his protection, she would not only be safe, perhaps she could even become a cultivator from this single cup of tea. Haunted by immense hatred deep within, Huang Yoha decided to gamble everything. She wagered that Qin Yujie wouldn't stand idly by. Desperately craving the power of cultivation, she wasn't even from Lingtian Kingdom. She had fled here as a refugee, powerless, surviving solely through her dance skills while dwelling at Fomen Pavilion. Every day, she lived in constant fear, dreading the day the pavilion would sell her at a high price to one of these very cultivators before her. Thus, she strived to increase her value so Fomen Pavilion wouldn't easily part with her, all while secretly seeking any chance to escape. Yet as an ordinary mortal without cultivation, breaking free seemed nearly impossible. Now, an opportunity to become a cultivator lay right before her. How could she remain unmoved? Then I trouble you, sir, Huang Yoha said softly, lifting the cup and drinking it all in one go. A torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged wildly through her body. She never expected this tea wasn't merely 100-year-old spiritual brew, but one steeped from 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf. The immense medicinal energy pushed Huang Yoha's body to a life-threatening limit. If no one helped her channel the energy, she would surely explode from within. Qin Yujie flashed to Huang Yoha's side, slapped a palm against her back, and sent a surge of true energy into her body, guiding the spiritual power within her along a specific meridian pathway. This circulation route was precisely that of the evergreen technique, the supreme pinnacle among Earth-tier high-grade cultivation methods. Practitioners of this technique cultivated until their energy reached fullness, naturally overflowing with dense, robust true energy, completely eliminating any risk of an unstable foundation. In truth, Huang Yoha had obtained an extraordinary fortune. With Qin Yujie's assistance, Huang Yoha's aura grew stronger and more powerful. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth responded, merging with the vast medicinal force inside her. Within moments, her cultivation base broke through to the first level of Gathering Pulse realm, then surged forward again, reaching the second level. Half an hour later, Huang Yoha's cultivation had soared continuously, ultimately breaking through all the way to the 6th level of Gathering Pulse realm. In such a short time, Huang Yoha had transformed from an ordinary civilian with no martial skill into a warrior at the 6th level of Gathering Pulse, utterly shattering everyone's understanding. Even Sun Wendong wore an expression of complete disbelief. The surrounding crowd gazed at Huang Yoha with envy and shock, stunned beyond words. They never imagined that the spiritual tea in Qin Yujie's hands could contain such overwhelming power. At that moment, everyone realized Qin Yujie possessed a treasure beyond compare, one worthy of being called a peerless rarity under heaven. Huang Yoha slowly opened her eyes, feeling her body brimming with abundant true energy. She realized her strength had become unprecedentedly formidable. Overwhelmed, she gave Qin Yujie a deep curtsy and said, "Thank you, young master. May I ask your honorable name? This kindness you've shown me will never be forgotten for the rest of my life. This is but a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Just a cup of spiritual tea, nothing significant to me." Qin Yujie replied casually with a light smile. Chapter 87, Shameless Sun Wendong. The people around were all stunned by Qin Yujie's generous gesture. To casually gift a cup of spirit tea to a complete stranger, how incredibly extravagant. And when they saw even the two attendants beside Qin Yujie were sipping spirit tea, everyone instantly felt that Qin Yujie was unbelievably, outrageously wealthy. Just then, an abrupt voice rang out. "So it's you, you thief? Not only did you steal spirit tea from our city lord's manor, but today you dare display it proudly here? I hereby arrest you on behalf of the city lord." Sun Wendong glared coldly at Qin Yujie, his voice dripping with greed. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked by Sun Wendong's sheer audacity. Everyone knew this was just an excuse. Sun Wendong was clearly planning to attack Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie never expected Sun Wendong would brazenly lie in broad daylight like this. It was outright robbery by force. "You claim this spirit tea belongs to your city lord's manor. Then tell me, what kind of tea is it? You say I stole it. How many cups exactly are missing from your household?" Qin Yujie asked calmly. This question stumped Sun Wendong completely. How could Sun Wendong possibly know what kind of spirit tea was in Qin Yujie's hand? He had no idea how many such teas Qin Yujie possessed. Seeing Sun Wendong stuttering and unable to respond, the crowd immediately wore expressions of contempt. Enraged and humiliated, Sun Wendong sneered. "I say you stole it, so you did. In Dingfeng City, I am the one who decides." The bystanders, seeing Sun Wendong's tyrannical arrogance, were furious yet dared not speak. At that moment, Huang Yoha stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Qin Yujie. She spoke calmly. "This young master's tea. Your city lord's manor doesn't have it, nor does even the imperial family of Lingtian Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, the tea he just brewed is made from Chao Yit. Such 1,000-year-old spirit peach trees don't exist in Lingtian Kingdom. Your manor absolutely cannot possess this kind of spirit tea." Huang Yoha came from a distinguished background. Though her cultivation level was now low, her knowledge and insight remained sharp. Her words immediately sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone had known Qin Yujie's spirit tea was extraordinary, but none expected it to be a 1,000-year spirit tea. "This is actually Tingnan Lingxia. What incredible fortune. I'm truly blessed to have smelled it today," exclaimed an onlooker inside Fomen Pavilion. No wonder as soon as the tea was steeped, the entire Fengman pavilion filled with rich, fragrant aroma mingled with dense spiritual energy. Exactly. Just breathing in the scent a few times, my cultivation actually broke through. It's unbelievable. This young master possesses such a rare treasure. His identity must be extraordinary. I think Sun Wendong finally met his match. Perhaps. But this is Dingfeng City, after all. The city lord's manor is full of powerful experts. I fear for him. The odds aren't in his favor. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, eyes fixed on Qin Yujie. Sun Wendong shot Qin Yujie a venomous glare and said, "In Dingfeng City, I am the sky. If I say you stole it, who dare say otherwise? Fu uncle, seize him. I authorize you to kill him on the spot." His words shocked everyone present. Sun Wendong was clearly leaving Qin Yujie no path to survival. He intended to kill Qin Yujie outright, then frame him posthumously for theft. Dead men cannot defend themselves. Once Qin Yujie was dead, it would be easy to claim he stole spirit tea and was justifiably killed by Sun Wendong. All of Qin Yujie's possessions would then rightfully belong to Sun Wendong. And the bystanders? They were strangers to Qin Yujie, with families no match for the power of the city lord's manor. Even if they knew Qin Yujie was innocent, who would risk their lives opposing the city lord's manor over a dead stranger? That would be suicide. As soon as Sun Wendong finished speaking, the old man called Fu uncle beside him stepped forward. His aura surged violently, the cultivation level of Heavenly Realm 3rd stage, forcing the surrounding crowd to stumble back several steps. Qin Yujie glanced indifferently at the old man before saying to Sun Wendong, "I wonder where you get your confidence, thinking a mere Heavenly Realm 3rd stage cultivator can overpower me." Sun Wendong threw back his head and laughed. "You're only at Heavenly Realm 1st stage. Fu uncle is more than enough to deal with you. Every single level difference in the Heavenly Realm means a gap as vast as heaven and earth. His strength is beyond your imagination." Hearing this, everyone believed Qin Yujie's fate was sealed. They had all witnessed the old man's prowess. Ruthless and deadly, his blade techniques were peerless. Moreover, this elder had once slain 2 Heavenly Realm 3rd stage experts in battle. Thus, his strength couldn't be measured by ordinary standards for someone at that cultivation level. Huang Yoha stepped forward, about to speak, but Qin Yujie gently pulled her back, placing her behind him. Qin Yujie knew Huang Yoha was trying to help him, but she was only at the 5th level of Gathering Veins realm, no match for the old man. Besides, his opponent had already decided to kill him. He wouldn't back down just because of a few words from a young woman. Moreover, Qin Yujie didn't need anyone's help. When you have the strength to handle things yourself, why let a woman stand in front and waste words? A faint blush rose on Huang Yoa's cheeks. From Qin Yujie's palm, she felt a warmth uniquely masculine, an experience entirely new to her. And Qin Yujie was not only strikingly handsome and charismatic, qualities that made people like him at first sight, but he had also helped her break through her cultivation earlier, allowing her to become a true warrior. She was deeply grateful to him. Hearing Sun Wendong's words, Qin Yujie sneered and said with disdain, "I'll give you one more chance. If you kneel down and apologize right now, I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Believe me, if you don't cherish this opportunity, you'll regret it bitterly later." Sun Wendong nearly burst out laughing. It was as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. In Dingfeng City, someone actually dared to threaten him? His father, the city lord of Dingfeng, had reached the 9th stage of Heavenly Realm, the strongest expert in the entire city. Sun Wendong could hardly believe his ears. "You truly have no idea how reckless you are," he mocked. "You're pathetic. Since you refuse to see reason, then go straight to hell. In your next life, keep your eyes open. When you see me, Sun Wendong, be sure to walk the other way." Shaking his head contemptuously at Qin Yujie, Sun Wendong was certain of one thing. Qin Yujie would die today. No sooner had Sun Wendong finished speaking than Fu uncle, the old man, casually swung his blade toward Qin Yujie. In his eyes, this single strike would be more than enough to end Qin Yujie's life. The slash came like lightning, swift and devastating. The old man had already unleashed half his power. Against such terrifying force, an ordinary cultivator at the 1st stage of Heavenly Realm would have absolutely no chance of survival. Chapter 88. One Finger Kills the Elder. Everyone stared at that overbearing slash, stunned by the astonishing blade aura. Many were even knocked to the ground by the residual force of the attack. "This blade aura is too powerful. I can feel a deadly aura coming from it," said an onlooker in shock. Yes, this elder's strength is terrifying. Most cultivators at the same level wouldn't be his match, let alone this young master who is only at the 1st stage of the Heaven Realm. I think this young master is doomed. He has average cultivation but carries so many precious treasures. How could Sun Wending possibly let him go? What a pity. Such a distinguished young man will meet a tragic end in Dingfeng City. How sad and lamentable. He brought this upon himself. There's an old saying, wealth should not be flaunted. Who wouldn't desire a 1,000-year-old spiritual tea like that? True. Sun Wending is a notorious tyrant in Dingfeng City. Anyone he sets his eyes on never survives. As the crowd gazed at the elder's massive blade aura, they shook their heads and sighed, convinced that Qin Yujie would not escape death. After unleashing the slash, the elder calmly glanced at Qin Yujie with contempt. "Boy, blame your bad luck. In Dingfeng City, who dares to offend my young master? My young master is the sky here." Qin Yujie, facing the rapidly approaching and devastating blade aura, simply shook his head disdainfully. "With such weak power, how dare you make a fool of yourself before me?" He didn't even consider testing his strength against someone merely at the 2nd stage of the Heaven Realm. Casually raising his hand, Qin Yujie pointed one finger forward. Break heaven one finger. Suddenly, spiritual energy from all around crazily converged, forming a gigantic golden finger that shot toward the elder at lightning speed. The two attacks collided, yet the elder's blade aura shattered like paper, vanishing instantly. The golden finger continued its momentum without slowing, striking the elder in a blink. The elder's body exploded like a shattered watermelon, torn apart into fragments. The elder was dead. In just one move, the Heaven Realm second stage elder had been slain as easily as an ant beneath an elephant, utterly powerless to resist. The scene was so shocking that everyone stood agape, staring at Qin Yujie in utter disbelief. They couldn't fathom that Qin Yujie possessed such overwhelming strength. Is this real? Am I dreaming? One onlooker stammered in disbelief. Yeah, this young man's power is incredible. With just a light flick of his finger, that elder couldn't put up any resistance at all. The elder was already strong by normal standards, never expected to encounter a monstrous genius like this. Truly, there are always greater masters beyond the known ones. This youth must be a disciple from one of the 4 great sects out on a journey. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? That finger technique is simply overwhelming. It seems the young master hasn't even used his full strength yet. The crowd looked at Qin Yujie in awe and fear, buzzing with murmurs. Huang Yoha had sensed from the beginning that Qin Yujie was extraordinary, but she never imagined his strength would be this overwhelming. To eliminate a martial artist 1 realm higher in a single strike, and not only eliminate him, but overpower him completely, marked a level of talent so rare it bordered on monstrous. Of course, she didn't know Qin Yujie's true strength. If Huang Yoha ever learned just how powerful he really was, she would be shocked beyond belief. Sun Wending stared at Qin Yujie in complete disbelief, feeling as if he were dreaming. Just moments ago, he'd been excited and confident, certain Qin Yujie was about to die. But now, instead, it was his beloved Fu uncle who lay dead. The sudden reversal left Sun Wending momentarily stunned. As the sole heir of the city lord, Sun Wending had never endured such humiliation. Usually, he was the one carelessly taking lives. Now, one of his attendants had been killed by Qin Yujie in an instant. How could he possibly swallow such a loss? Though Sun Wending was only at the 3rd stage of the returning origin realm and admitted he couldn't defeat Qin Yujie, the city lord manor held countless hidden experts. Sun Wending simply couldn't believe Qin Yujie would have the audacity to kill him. Qin Yujie, you've murdered Fu Bo. Do you have any idea what kind of catastrophe you've brought upon yourself? Fu uncle may have been a servant of our city lord manor, but he raised my father since childhood. My father will never let you get away with this. Sun Wending showed no sign of fear, speaking fiercely and composedly. Murdered? Then he's dead. What's there to fear? Are you saying he can kill me, but I can't kill him? Qin Yujie replied indifferently. To him, killing the elder was no different than crushing an ant. As for the city lord manor behind Sun Wending, Qin Yujie wasn't the least bit afraid. If they dared to come after him again, Qin Yujie wouldn't hesitate to kill them too. If you're not afraid, then just wait and see, Sun Wending snarled viciously. As the only son of the city lord, Sun Wending had already alerted his hidden attendants to send word to his father, Sun Huatao. He was certain his father would arrive before long. Sun Wending stared at Qin Yujie as if looking at a corpse, thinking to himself, my father is a Heaven Realm 8th stage warrior. How hard could it be for him to deal with someone at the 1st stage? Let him enjoy his fleeting triumph for now. His time will come soon enough. Qin Yujie, fearless and confident in his abilities, didn't attempt to flee. Instead, he calmly sat on a wicker chair, leisurely sipping tea. Master, you should leave quickly. Sun Wending's father is a Heaven Realm 8th stage cultivator. If he comes, you'll be in grave danger. Judging by Sun Wending's confidence, he must have already informed his father, Huang Yoha said anxiously, as if suddenly realizing the severity of the situation. Qin Yujie seemed not to hear her. Slowly and deliberately, he picked up the teapot, tested its temperature with his hand, frowned slightly, and then poured the entire pot of tea into a ceramic waste bowl sitting on the table. The waste bowl was where diners and tea drinkers typically discarded scraps and trash. To pour such precious spiritual tea into it shocked everyone present. Even Huang Yoha, who came from a distinguished background, was stunned. Master, why did you throw away the spiritual tea? Huang Yoha asked, both astonished and bewildered. It got cold while we were delayed. Cold tea isn't worth drinking, Qin Yujie said with a faint smile. Everyone was left speechless by Qin Yujie's extravagance. Just because the tea was slightly cooled, he poured away old spiritual tea? What kind of family background could possibly afford such opulence? Even the imperial family of Lingtian Kingdom might not be this wasteful. Li Kun and Meng Xiao stood on either side of Qin Yujie. Seeing their master's completely unruffled demeanor, they could only exchange bitter smiles inwardly, thinking, our master truly lives up to his reputation of extravagance. Luckily our hearts are strong, otherwise, we'd surely die from shock. Chapter 89, City Lord Sun Huatao. The surrounding crowd was truly shocked. They stared at Qin Yujie, utterly dumbfounded. One quick-thinking man gathered his courage and stepped forward, bowing respectfully before saying, esteemed young master, since you've discarded this spiritual tea, may I take it away? His words instantly snapped the others out of their daze. Darn it, how did Wu Jianxing get there first? Someone wailed in regret. There once was a chance to obtain 1,000-year-old spiritual tea before me, but I didn't cherish it. Only after losing it do I feel remorse. If heaven grants me another opportunity, I will definitely act faster than Wu Jianxing. Indeed, this tea has only been steeped once. It can still be brewed several more times. Though its potency may diminish, for us it's an extraordinary opportunity. Right? Why didn't I think of that earlier? Judging by this young master's extravagant ways, anything he discards would never be taken back. Exactly. This young master carries himself with such elegance and nobility. He poured out priceless tea just because it had cooled. There's no way he'd ever reclaim it. Wu Jianqing really struck gold today. I'd say he's got the best chance of getting that tea. Could this young master possibly be from some hidden noble family? Surely following him as a retainer would bring tremendous benefits. Absolutely. Didn't you see how even his 2 attendants got to drink that spiritual tea? I still believe we have a chance. The young master hasn't agreed yet. Let's also go ask him. If we're respectful enough, maybe he'll gift us some too. Right, let's hurry. The crowd quickly regained their senses and rushed toward Qin Yujie, respectfully asking, "Esteemed young master, might I take away a portion of the spiritual tea you've discarded?" "Yes, sir. I've traveled thousands of miles to Dingfeng City. At home, I have an 80-year-old mother above and an 8-year-old child below. This tea means everything to me. Sigh, I've been stuck at the 9th level of gathering veins for 10 years now. Young master, have mercy on me. Please give me even just a sip of this abandoned tea. I'll be forever grateful and willing to serve you as your loyal retainer for life." Everyone tried every possible method. Some played pitiful, others emphasized their poverty. It was truly a scene of diverse tactics on full display. All scrambled fiercely for the leftover tea, exhausting every trick they had. Qin Yujie hadn't expected that something he deemed worthless would spark such a scramble. Watching their antics, he merely smiled faintly and said, "I never reclaim what I discard. Since you all want it so badly, take it and divide it among yourselves." No sooner had the words left his mouth than everyone rushed to grab ladles and began dividing up the dregs. Out of fear of offending Qin Yujie with his terrifying power, no one dared resort to force. Doing so would surely lead to catastrophe. In moments, the sharing was complete. Even more absurdly, one man actually knelt down and licked the inside of the waste bowl clean, swallowing every last drop. Sun Wendong watched the scene unfold with utter disdain, thinking to himself, "Just wait until my father arrives. All the remaining spiritual tea in this man's hands will belong to me. With these resources, my cultivation will skyrocket. The strength of our city lord's household will rise to new heights. This is truly an unparalleled fortune for me," Sun Wendong. Unconcerned with the crowd, Qin Yujie calmly brewed himself a fresh pot of spiritual tea. Since Huang Youhe, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao had just consumed spiritual tea, their ordinary constitutions couldn't handle another dose. Thus, Qin Yujie drank alone. Thanks to his immortal sword body, he felt no worry about exploding from excess energy. Half an hour later, those who had received the shared tea began breaking through in cultivation. Even those who hadn't fully broken through were now standing at the brink. Surely their progress would solidify within days. "Thank you, young master, for gifting us the tea. Young master, your generosity moves me deeply. Never did I imagine I'd break through from the 9th level of gathering veins into the reversion origin realm. This is unbelievable. My deepest thanks. I advanced from the 1st to 2nd level of reversion origin. Your kindness shall never be forgotten. Many thanks, young master. Do you happen to need followers? I swear to serve you with my life." The crowd expressed their gratitude profusely to Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie shook his head casually and replied, "There's no need to thank me. I don't require followers at the moment. However, our Qin clan is currently in a period of growth. If any of you are willing, you may join us. So long as you're sincere in your loyalty, the Qin clan will never let you down." "Which Qin clan?" The crowd immediately perked up, asking excitedly. "The Qin family of Yushuan City," Qin Yujie said calmly. The Qin family of Yushuan City, though a forbidden topic in Lingtian Kingdom, was no stranger to older generations of cultivators, especially the name Qin Hanjing, which carried great renown. However, those present were mostly young martial artists who had never heard of the Qin family's prestige. When Huang Youhe heard this, she stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief. She naturally understood the weight of the Qin family's reputation and could hardly believe that Qin Yujie actually came from such a distinguished lineage. Could he possibly be a descendant of Qin Hanjing? It must be true, Huang Youhe murmured inwardly. Half an hour later, a figure descended from the sky like a deity, radiating an overwhelming aura. "Father, you're finally here," Sun Wendong cried excitedly. The man who arrived was none other than Sun Wateo, city lord of Dingfeng City, and a martial monarch at the 8th level of Heavenly Realm, the strongest expert in Dingfeng City. Sun Wateo's arrival instantly silenced the entire area. No one dared utter a sound. His power was simply too terrifying. Moreover, it was well known that he was fiercely protective of his kin. In everyone's eyes, Qin Yujie was now in grave danger. "Wendong, what happened?" Sun Wateo ignored the crowd and asked his son with affectionate concern. "Father, this man stole the 1,000-year-old spiritual tea from our city lord's manor and even killed Uncle Fu." Sun Wendong said coldly. "What? Uncle Fu is dead? Our manor's 1,000-year-old spiritual tea has been stolen? Who would dare commit such an act?" Sun Wateo knew full well that there was no 1,000-year-old spiritual tea in their manor. Clearly, his son had coveted something belonging to another and sought to seize it by force, fabricating a legitimate charge. And with one of their attendants dead, no further pretext was needed. "Yes, father. He murdered Uncle Fu, and he also stole the spiritual tea." Sun Wendong pointed accusingly at Qin Yujie, who sat calmly sipping his tea. Chapter 90. So easily crushed. Sun Huatao glanced at Qin Yujie and, upon realizing that he was only at the 1st level of the Heavenly Realm, relaxed his guard. "What's your name?" "You're the one who stole the 1,000-year spirit tea and killed the magistrate's attendant." Sun Huatao exuded overwhelming might, releasing his 8th level heavenly realm aura. A terrifying pressure surged forth, bearing down fiercely on Qin Yujie. In Sun Huatao's eyes, within the city magistrate's estate, he was like a local emperor. A mere first-level heavenly realm cultivator such as Qin Yujie could be crushed with a single slap. Yet before attacking, Sun Huatao cautiously asked for Qin Yujie's name. If you're going to attack, then do it. What need for so many words? Qin Yujie sneered, shook his head disdainfully, took a sip of tea, and said, Father, he said he's from the Qin family. He can't possibly be scion of any major clan, Sun Wendong remarked. Both Sun Huatao and Sun Wendong knew well of Lingtian Kingdom's 4 great families. There was no Qin family among them. Fine. You stole the 1,000-year spirit tea and murdered my estate's attendant. Today, I'll kill you as an example, to show everyone what happens when you defy the magistrate's estate. Relieved of all doubts, Sun Huatao threw a punch straight at Qin Yujie. No one could remain unmoved by the mention of 1,000-year spirit tea, and Sun Huatao had long since lusted after it. In his mind, even if Qin Yujie had some background, as long as he left no trace, there would be no consequences. He had committed murders for treasures more than once and still lived comfortably, his cultivation rising steadily. Besides, disciples from prestigious families were always accompanied by guardian protectors. Sun Huatao had already observed covertly. Qin Yujie had no such protector nearby. Dragon Tiger Fist. Sun Huatao punched forward. Instantly, spiritual energy from across heaven and earth converged wildly, forming a dragon and a tiger. The dragon and tiger raised their heads and let out a piercing roar before charging rapidly toward Qin Yujie. Sun Huatao wore a confident smirk. He wasn't even using his full strength, only 1/10 of his power. In his view, this single strike alone would reduce Qin Yujie to paste. After all, the gap in their cultivation levels was enormous. Qin Yujie was merely at the 1st level of the heavenly realm, while Sun Huatao stood at the 8th. Onlookers, witnessing the devastating force of the attack, froze in shock. Such an overbearing assault led everyone to believe Qin Yujie was doomed. The 8th level heavenly realm power is incredible. This time, young Master Qin won't escape. Yes, young Master Qin has shown us great kindness, but we're too weak to help. Sigh, what a pity for young Master Qin. May he somehow survive unharmed. Look at how calm young Master Qin appears. He doesn't seem reckless. The fact that he dares stay here must mean he has something up his sleeve. I suspect his true strength exceeds what we see. Perhaps. But young Master Qin is only at the 1st level of the heavenly realm. Even if he's extraordinarily talented, how could he possibly defeat Sun Huatao at the 8th level? The gap is simply too wide. You're right. Give young Master Qin a few more years, and he might beat Sun Huatao. This time, he's clearly been too arrogant. Almost everyone present had lost hope for Qin Yujie, awed by Sun Huatao's overwhelming power. Li Kun and Meng Xiao looked at Sun Huatao with disdain. Among everyone present, only they knew Qin Yujie's true strength. Recently, Qin Yujie had defeated Zhu Lianggong, a 9th level heavenly realm expert, with a single sword stroke. Compared to that, defeating 8th level Sun Huatao was nothing. Moreover, Sun Huatao's talent couldn't even begin to compare with Zhu Lianggong's. Even Zhu Lianggong himself would have instantly slaughtered Sun Huatao in one move, let alone Qin Yujie, whose power far surpassed Zhu Lianggong's. Qin Yujie's strength could not be measured by mere cultivation realm. There was absolutely no comparison between him and Sun Huatao. It was like comparing clouds to mud, heaven to earth. However, the crowd didn't know this. Faced with Sun Huatao's ferocious punch, they were paralyzed by sheer terror. 4 seasons sword art, summer heat blazing. Qin Yujie casually thrust his sword. Spiritual energy across heaven and earth trembled violently. In the sky, a blazing sun rose majestically, and a terrifying sword chi surged towards Sun Huatao. The spectators, gazing at this awe-inspiring sword beam, became rigid as wooden statues. This dazzling, overbearing slash defied description. No matter what words they used, none could capture its magnificence. None of them had ever seen such an astonishing sword technique. At that very moment, they were utterly conquered by Qin Yujie's strike. They realized they were wrong. Terribly wrong. A sword like that. Even 8th level Sun Huatao probably couldn't withstand it. But in truth, they still underestimated it. Since the sword chi was directed solely at Sun Huatao, the onlookers experienced only its lingering aftermath. And even that residual force left them utterly shocked. Sun Huatao, who was actually the only one who truly understood the terrifying power of that sword chi, felt it firsthand as it surged directly toward him. This single sword strike from Qin Yujie brought an overwhelming sense of deadly peril. Sun Huatao's face instantly turned pale, his eyes widening in horror. He didn't even have time to react before the sword chi, though released later, arrived first, crashing into his chest with devastating force. At that moment, Sun Huatao was filled with regret. If he had known how overwhelmingly powerful Qin Yujie truly was, he would never have dared provoke him. But there was no going back. Sun Huatao couldn't believe he was about to die like this. Bitter resentment flooded his heart. He recalled all the people he had killed in the past, their desperate, hopeless eyes begging for mercy. Yet at the time, he had slaughtered them without hesitation, seizing their treasures without remorse. Now he finally understood. This was retribution. Those who live by the sword perish by the sword. His downfall had been inevitable, but his realization came far too late. Sun Huatao couldn't even finish a single sentence before his heart meridian shattered and he fell dead. With one sword stroke, Qin Yujie had instantly extinguished Sun Huatao's life force. A mere 8th level heavenly realm cultivator crushed so easily. Qin Yujie murmured indifferently, returning the Luoxue sword to its sheath. Ever since receiving the Luoxue sword from Jiang Fanxian, he had put away his lotus sword. After all, Luoxue was of higher grade and vastly more potent in combat. Only now did the onlookers snap out of their stupor. They stared at Qin Yujie in shock, emotions swirling within, awe, fear, and astonishment alike. Master Qin's talent in swordsmanship is simply monstrous, one spectator blurted out in disbelief. Yes, we were truly ignorant. A genius like Master Qin cannot be judged by cultivation level alone, another added fervently. In fact, I don't think Master Qin even used his full strength. If he had unleashed everything, just how terrifying would his power be? Chapter 91 Xiao Chunlan of the Tianyuan Sect. Your sword technique, young Master Qin, was the most stunning I have ever witnessed. I myself practiced the sword, and that move you just performed was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, young Master Qin, you've already refined your swordsmanship to perfection. Good heavens, young Master Qin's talent for the sword is simply monstrous. I truly thought young Master Qin would die today, but who could have imagined such an unexpected outcome? It was Sun Huatao who ended up dead. Unbelievable. Huang Youhe was also profoundly shocked by Qin Yujie's terrifying strength. She gazed at him with admiration, a new thought slowly forming in her heart. But at this moment, no one felt the pain more deeply than Sun Wendong. He appeared as if gone mad, wailing hysterically. Haha, impossible. My father was a powerhouse at the 8th level of Heavenly Realm. How could he possibly be dead? Haha, absolutely impossible. The crowd stared at the crazed Sun Wendong, feeling not the slightest pity for him. To them, he deserved exactly what he got. After all, Sun Wendong had always been a tyrannical bully, frequently killing others to seize their treasures. As the saying goes, those who walk the righteous path gain much support, those who abandon it stand alone. No one would ever lift a finger to help Sun Wendong, given his past deeds. Qin Yujie looked at Sun Wendong with no intention of sparing him. Qin Yujie wasn't a kind-hearted fool. Since they had already incurred a blood feud, there was no way he would let Sun Wendong live. After all, the murder of a father was a grudge so deep that the two could never coexist under the same sky. Since he had already killed Sun Huatao, there was no need to spare Sun Wendong. Though Qin Yujie feared no threat from Sun Wendong, neither did he wish to leave behind a potential source of future trouble. Better to cut the weed and remove its roots, lest the spring wind brings it back to life anew. Sun Wendong, any last words? Qin Yujie asked calmly. Sun Wendong stared back at Qin Yujie. At that moment, regret flooded his heart. Only now did he finally understand Qin Yujie's earlier words. If time could turn back, Sun Wendong would certainly never have provoked Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, please spare me. I'll be your dog, your servant. I'll do anything for you. Just let me live. Sun Wendong pleaded, kneeling on the ground. The surrounding crowd, seeing the once arrogant Sun Wendong groveling before Qin Yujie, couldn't believe their eyes. It felt like a dream. To think Sun Wendong would end up like this, truly satisfying justice. Yes, indeed. One who walks along the riverbank often enough will eventually get his feet wet. He's killed and plundered so many times, he was bound to run into someone stronger sooner or later. Never thought it would happen this quickly. It seems Dingfeng City is about to undergo some changes. Everyone murmured amongst themselves. Qin Yujie glanced at Sun Wendong and said coolly, we originally had no personal grudge. I even gave you chances, but you didn't cherish them. Regret now serves no purpose. This fate you face is entirely of your own making. It's no one else's fault. With that, Qin Yujie extended a finger towards Sun Wendong's forehead. Instantly, a bloody hole appeared. Sun Wendong didn't even manage a cry of agony before collapsing, dead. Qin Yujie brushed his hands together, then sat elegantly back down in his rattan chair, sipping tea as though nothing had happened, completely indifferent to his surroundings. Li Kun and Meng Xiao silently cleaned up the bodies before returning to stand beside Qin Yujie. The entire Fengman Pavilion fell abruptly silent. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb Qin Yujie and incur his displeasure. After several sips of tea, Qin Yujie turned slightly to Huang Youhe and said casually, Miss Huang, wasn't there supposed to be a poetry gathering today? I came specifically for that. At his words, the attention of everyone returned. The atmosphere in Fengman Pavilion became slightly livelier. All began remembering the original purpose of today's event, each subtly eager to participate. At that moment, the mastermind behind Fengman Pavilion stepped forward. She wore a form-fitting black robe, her figure curvaceous and mesmerizing, exuding an irresistible charm. Looking at Qin Yujie, she smiled and said, Indeed, the son of a tiger is no dog. Your talent surpasses even that of your father. Qin Yujie was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the mysterious figure behind Fengman Pavilion to be such a bewitchingly mature woman, and that she seemed to recognize him. Who are you? Do you know my father? Qin Yujie asked. My name is Xiao Chunlan. I am the manager of this place. Never thought I'd meet the child of an old acquaintance today, Xiao Chunlan said, glancing at Qin Yujie with elegant poise. Qin Yujie scrutinized Xiao Chunlan. He found that his perception skill failed to determine her cultivation level. He knew then that this seemingly harmless woman was definitely hiding her true realm. She was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Senior, may I ask what relation you have with my father? Could you tell me something about my parents? Qin Yujie asked. I don't know much about your parents. I merely once discussed martial arts with your father. We were companions who understood each other well. Xiao Chunlan replied softly. Qin Yujie glanced at Xiao Chunlan in surprise, thinking to himself, could she be my father's confidant? Xiao Chunlan seemed to read his thoughts and said lightly, you're overthinking it. Truth be told, I was once a cultivation companion of your father. We were from the same sect. Your father was once a disciple of the Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yujie never expected that his father had once been a disciple of the Tianyuan Sect. This was something his grandfather had never mentioned to him. To be honest, Fengman Pavilion is actually a secular force cultivated by our Tianyuan Sect. We have branches not only in Dingfeng City, but also in Yushuan City. I am actually an inter-sect elder of the Tianyuan Sect. I just happened to visit Dingfeng City this time, Xiao Chunlan said calmly. Now it made sense. Qin Yujie finally understood. All right, Yoha, you handle the arrangements for the poetry gathering, Xiao Chunlan said before leaving. Yes, elder, Huang Yoha replied. No one had expected that Fengman Pavilion was actually affiliated with the Tianyuan Sect. Fortunately, everyone had always behaved properly and shown proper respect toward the pavilion and its people, especially Huang Yoha. Now then, let us begin the poetry gathering. The theme shall be wine. Each person will compose a poem. How does that sound? Huang Yoha suggested casually. Most men enjoy drinking, so wine was a fitting and familiar topic for poetry. Indeed, the prompt wasn't particularly difficult. Hearing the theme, many faces lit up with excitement. Some looked confident and self-assured, while others frowned anxiously, struggling to think. When Qin Yujie heard the word wine, he briefly pondered and instantly recalled countless famous masterpieces from his past life. Any single one of them would be enough to leave a legendary mark in history. Master Qin, no matter the outcome of this gathering, I will personally perform a dance for you as repayment for your earlier kindness, Huang Yoha said softly to Qin Yujie. It was nothing. I merely acted on impulse. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Chapter 92, a poem that stuns the world. Everyone on the scene was racking their brains for a poem about wine, except Qin Yujie, who remained calm and leisurely sipping his tea. Before long, one man suddenly lit up with excitement. With flushed cheeks and trembling voice, he exclaimed, I've got it. Qin Yujie turned to look at him. The man was dressed as a scholar, at the third level of Gathering Vane's realm. Judging from his attire and bearing, he must be quite accomplished in literary arts. Qin Yujie didn't recognize this person, but in Dingfeng City, the man had quite a reputation. His name was Wang Tsunkuan, and nearly everyone present knew him. Gifted with extraordinary literary talent, he had studied classics since childhood. Once, a poem praising lotus flowers made him famous throughout Dingfeng City. Now, Wang Tsunkuan waved his fan with flair as he confidently strode toward Huang Yoha, reciting a line of poetry with each step he took. Spring blossoms bloom across the Huang Estate Fair. Low-laden pear boughs bend beneath snow-white blooms. Where can a tavern be found in this lovely air? A cowherd points afar, the wind-filled tower looms. As Wang Tsunkuan's poem ended, the entire wind-filled tower fell into absolute silence. Everyone had to admit, this poem was breathtaking. Its imagery was so vivid and enchanting that listeners felt completely immersed, unable to break free. Wang Tsunkuan had taken exactly 4 steps, reciting 1 line per step. Each line carried profound artistic conception, astonishing all who heard them. No wonder Wang Tsunkuan is renowned. For lines composed mid-stride, someone said in wide-eyed amazement. This poem is simply stunning. Now that it exists, none of our verses dare show themselves. With this masterpiece here, every other poem is destined to play second fiddle, added another in agreement. Yes, truly extraordinary. This poem will surely live through the ages. Today's poetry gathering exists only to highlight Wang Tsunkuan. We've all become mere green leaves. Spring blossoms bloom across the Huang Estate Fair. Low-laden pear boughs bend beneath snow-white blooms. Where can a tavern be found in this lovely air? A cowherd points afar, the wind-filled tower looms. What an exquisite verse. And it praises wind-filled tower too, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Have you noticed? The Huang Estate's beauty in the poem. Could that secretly refer to Huang Yoha's peerless beauty? Incredible, absolutely incredible. This poem is perfection. Not only does Wang Tsunkuan praise Huang Yoha's beauty so subtly, but he also glorifies the wine of wind-filled tower. How does his mind work? Objectively speaking, Wang Tsunkuan's literary talent was indeed remarkable. After such a poem, no one dared to compose or recite theirs. They would only make fools of themselves. The crowd's astonishment and praise went to Wang Tsunkuan's head, making him slightly dizzy with pride. He cast a malicious glance at Qin Yujie, then smiled and said, Please, don't flatter me. My poem isn't really that good. I see that Prince Qin remains utterly composed. He must have something even better in mind. Surely his poem surpasses mine by far. These words were nothing short of blatant flattery meant to backfire, a classic setup. The crowd instantly fell silent, staring at Wang Tsunkuan in disbelief. Where did this man get the nerve, daring to provoke Qin Yujie? Everyone knew Qin Yujie's strength firsthand. Even if he failed to produce a poem, it would be perfectly understandable. He was a genius in martial cultivation. Who had time for poetry amidst such training? In a world where warriors were revered, poetry was merely a minor path. True greatness lay in martial Tao. Wang Tsunkuan, relying on his slim literary talent, dared to challenge Qin Yujie? Many in the crowd found this behavior distasteful. Due to his own lackluster martial talent, Wang Tsunkuan naturally harbored resentment toward prodigies like Qin Yujie. On top of that, earlier he hadn't been able to claim any spirit tea because he hesitated to humble himself, adding further fuel to his frustration. Of course, Wang Tsunkuan dared not openly express this bitterness, so he sought to flaunt himself through poetry, hoping to prove to Qin Yujie that though he might fail in martial arts, no one here could match him in poetic artistry. My poem indeed surpasses yours. That you realize this shows you still possess some self-awareness. Qin Yujie replied calmly, taking a sip of tea. His words shocked everyone present. Wang Sunquan's earlier statement clearly concealed sharp intentions. Feign humility, elevate Qin Yujie, and then watch him fall painfully when he inevitably failed to deliver a comparable poem. The higher the build-up, the harder the crash. The proper response: simply ignore it. Let Wang Sunquan embarrass himself by fishing for attention. But Qin Yujie acted as if he missed the hidden meaning entirely, accepting the compliment straight-faced, as if willingly leaping into the trap. If Qin Yujie couldn't produce a poem superior to Wang Sunquan's, he'd end up shooting himself in the foot, literally offering his own cheek for others to slap. Is Prince Qin genuinely foolish, or just pretending? Perhaps Prince Qin isn't skilled in poetry. He may not even understand how outstanding Wang Sunquan's poem truly is. If he realized its depth, he wouldn't have spoken so carelessly. That's not necessarily true. Young Master Qin clearly looks extraordinary. Perhaps he really can compose an even better poem. Maybe so, but Wang Sunquan's poem has already reached the peak of perfection. Even if young Master Qin is exceptionally talented, at most he could only match it. There's absolutely no way he could surpass Wang Sunquan. Exactly. Wang Sunquan's poem is like the sun in the sky, utterly impossible to surpass. The surrounding crowd watched Qin Yujie and Wang Sunquan with animated whispers. Wang Sunquan thoroughly enjoyed being the center of attention. He hadn't expected Qin Yujie to fall so easily into the trap he'd set. With false humility, Wang Sunquan smiled and said, "Young Master Qin is too kind. My poem naturally cannot compare to yours. In that case, let us all have the honor of hearing your magnificent work." Everyone around gazed expectantly at Qin Yujie. Even Huang Yoha looked at him with faint anticipation. In her eyes, Qin Yujie possessed an extraordinary bearing. Perhaps he really could produce a world-shocking poem. Qin Yujie put away his tea set, then took out his Chunfeng Zui wine and took a graceful sip. Then he said, "Since you're so eager to hear my poem, I'll recite it for you. After listening, you'll surely realize just how lacking your own poem truly is." Hearing Qin Yujie's bold words, the crowd was utterly stunned. If it weren't for his distinguished aura, they would have already accused him of bragging shamelessly. Peach blossoms bloom inside the Peach Grove Manor. Within the manor lives the immortal of peach blooms. After Qin Yujie recited these two lines, the entire audience was immediately struck by the ethereal artistic conception conveyed in the verse. What a magnificent line. Within the manor lives the immortal of peach blooms. Could it be that young Master Qin is actually a reincarnated immortal of peach blossoms? One bystander exclaimed in shock. Indeed. Who would have thought that young Master Qin, already monstrously gifted in martial arts, could also compose poetry with such breathtaking brilliance? Another person chimed in approvingly. These two lines indeed possess a lofty artistic vision, admitted Wang Sunquan, momentarily shaken by the depth of Qin Yujie's imagery. But quickly regaining his composure, he added with smug confidence, "But what does this have to do with wine? Let us not forget, the theme of today's gathering is wine." Chapter 93. Wang Sunquan is humiliated. Yeah, Qin Gongxi's poem is indeed impressive, but it has nothing to do with wine, another person added. Why are you all in such a hurry? Qin Gongxi hasn't even finished his poem yet. Everyone, quiet down and just listen, Huang Yoha said in disbelief, staring at Qin Yujie with shock. Qin Yujie took another sip of wine, then continued. An immortal plants peach trees beneath the blooming boughs, plucks falling blossoms to trade for wine without pause. The crowd was once again stunned by Qin Yujie's verses, completely immersed in the ethereal yin, mood, and atmosphere of his poetry. Sober, he sits before the flowers. Drunk, he sleeps beneath their boughs. Before and behind the blooms, day after day passes by. Drunk or sober, year after endless year. Qin Yujie's deep voice, combined with his extraordinary aura, made everyone feel as though they had been transported into a celestial paradise of peach blossoms. The group remained entranced by the dreamlike illusion woven through his poem, unable to return to reality. Life, so carefree, poetic and dreamlike at once. Qin Yujie's words released their souls like never before. I'd rather not bow before carriages and steeds, but grow old amidst flowers and wine, at ease. Dust and galloping horses, the pursuit of the noble and grand. Yet cups of wine and flower branches belong to the humble hand. Like an immortal descending from the heavens, Qin Yujie's poem radiated a magical charm, holding the audience spellbound, unwilling to wake. If wealth and poverty are compared side by side, one stands on earth, the other touches sky. If the poor are measured against those in chariots and steeds, they have power and motion, but I possess peace. Qin Yujie took another long drink, then suddenly unleashed his aura, a force unshaken by wealth or power, unbowed by might. From him poured a spirit indomitable and incorruptible. Recalling their own martial paths, many realized they had strayed far from their original hearts. Some had been blinded by riches, others bowed before authority. This poem, however, was like a beacon piercing the fog, rekindling hope in their chests. They laugh at me, calling me mad and wild. Yet I laugh back, knowing they see but fail to understand. See not the graves of heroes from 5 ridges high. Now only hoeing fields, no wine, no flowers nigh. As Qin Yujie recited the final lines, countless people around began gathering spiritual energy wildly. Many experienced breakthroughs in cultivation level right on the spot. On the second floor of Fengman Pavilion, Xiao Chunlan, upon hearing the poem, suddenly entered a state of enlightenment. Spiritual energy surged violently within her, erupting outward in a terrifying pressure that caused wind and clouds across Dingfeng City to shift dramatically. Heavenly and earthly energies rushed toward Xiao Chunlan, coalescing around her until an even greater aura ascended from her body. Slowly, she opened her eyes, shocked to find herself advanced from Sea of Wheels' third realm to Sea of Wheels' fourth realm. She could hardly believe it. She felt as if dreaming. Simply listening to a poem had brought her into enlightenment. Her inner cultivation foundation had been profoundly refined and elevated. With this transformation, her future martial path would be smoother than ever, and breaking through subsequent levels would undoubtedly become much easier. They laugh at me, saying I'm too insane. Yet I laugh at them. They cannot see through the veil. Could it be? Qin Yujie, you're truly a reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal? Xiao Chunlan gazed at Qin Yujie, whispering in astonishment. Many among the crowd also broke through their cultivation barriers. The depth of emotion and vision in Qin Yujie's poem was simply too profound. It depicted the world of the Peach Blossom Immortal, offering immense elevation to one's inner state. When compared to Wang Tsunkuan's earlier poem, there was simply no comparison. If Qin Yujie's verse was a cloud drifting in heaven, Wang Tsunkuan's was mere dust trampled underfoot. Nothing withstands comparison more painfully. On its own, Wang Tsunkuan's poem had been admirable, but beside Qin Yujie's, the difference was as vast as earth and sky. Qin Gongzi is practically a living poet immortal. A single poem like this will endure for thousands of years. Yes, I thought Wang Tsunkuan's work was already the peak of excellence. Now I see how ignorant I've been. With Qin Gongzi's poem here, who dares to stand beside him? I believe Qin Gongzi's poem is the true masterpiece. Wang Tsunkuan's piece? Nothing but trash. Well, that's going too far. Wang Tsunkuan's poem was still impressive, but compared to Qin Gongzi's, it appears ordinary. Haha, Wang Tsunkuan really didn't know when to stop. Luckily Qin Gongzi is magnanimous and didn't hold it against him. Otherwise, if someone with a temper met him, he'd probably end up like Sun Wendong. Exactly. How dare Wang Tsunkuan compare himself to Qin Gongzi? He's only humiliated himself. One poem from Qin Gongzi triggered breakthroughs in so many people. Even that high-ranking figure on the second floor of Fengman Pavilion achieved a breakthrough. I bet that person upstairs was Senior Xiao Chunlan just now. It must be her. I suspect Qin Gongzi was the Peach Blossom Immortal in a past life. Reincarnated now to cultivate again. That's why his talent is so monstrous. Could very well be true. Qin Gongzi truly masters both poetry and sword. I am utterly awed. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with admiration, all of them stunned by his poem. Little did Qin Yujie know, he had already been regarded by everyone present as the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. Even Huang Yoha was convinced that Qin Yujie must be the reborn Peach Blossom Immortal. Otherwise, how could an ordinary mortal compose such breathtaking verses? At this moment, Wang Tsunkuan was suffering the most. His face flushed deep with shame. He naturally understood that Qin Yujie's poem had reached true perfection, and compared to it, calling his own work garbage wasn't even an exaggeration. Wang Tsunkuan had originally hoped to gain fame through this poetry gathering, and perhaps humiliate Qin Yujie in the process. But instead, he never expected to end up being the one utterly disgraced. From now on, whenever people recalled this poetry gathering, Wang Tsunkuan's humiliation would become a favorite topic of gossip. He would forever be remembered as the subject of ridicule. Hey Wang Tsunkuan, how do you feel right now? Why did you even dare compare yourself to Qin Gongzi? Isn't this just lifting a stone only to drop it on your own foot? Someone joked. Exactly. From now on, remember, never try to show off in front of Qin Gongzi, or you'll realize too late that you're the clown. Huh. I bet today will become Wang Tsunkuan's lifelong nightmare. Who knows? Will he end up traumatized enough to develop some permanent disability? You mean that kind of disability? Huh. No. Can't say it. The crowd continued mocking and laughing at Wang Tsunkuan. With a pale face, Wang Tsunkuan finally said, Qin Gongzi is peerless in both poetry and sword. I was simply ignorant. I admit my defeat. With that, Wang Tsunkuan left Fengman Lu. He could no longer bear staying there out of sheer humiliation. Qin Yujie didn't mind. After all, a poetry gathering naturally involved comparison. Though Wang Tsunkuan had earlier tried to set him up with false praise, Qin Yujie merely smiled calmly now. Wang Tsunkuan was fundamentally different from Sun Wendong. Wang harbored no intent to kill him, whereas Sun Wendong had sought to murder him and seize his treasures. That was why Qin Yujie had killed Sun Wendong. But as for Wang Tsunkuan, he had never intended to take his life. Chapter 94. I can't take it anymore. By this point in the poetry gathering, there was no doubt that Qin Yujie had become the undisputed first. With Qin Yujie's poem having been presented, none of the others dared to bring out their own works and make fools of themselves. Alright, today's poetry gathering ends here. Everyone may disperse now. Qin young master, come with me upstairs, Huang Yoha said. The crowd watched Qin Yujie enviously. The second floor was Fengman Tower's VIP chamber. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of entering. Qin Yujie followed Huang Yoha up to the second floor and entered a room where Xiao Chunlan sat waiting at a table, as if anticipating his arrival. After leading Qin Yujie inside, Huang Yoha quietly closed the door and left. Senior, what instruction do you have for me? Earlier, when Xiao Chunlan broke through her cultivation realm, Qin Yujie had sensed it. Her cultivation was at Will See realm 4th level. Now, even alone with her, Qin Yujie felt absolutely no fear. I entered enlightenment because of your poem just now and broke through my cultivation barrier. You must have sensed it. How would you like me to thank you? Xiao Chunlan smiled. Admittedly, although Xiao Chunlan was an inner sect elder of Shui Sect, significantly older than Qin Yujie, being of the same generation as his father, she looked no different from a woman in her 20s. Ordinary people might indeed be captivated by Xiao Chunlan's appearance, but Qin Yujie was different. Among all the women Qin Yujie had ever met, Jiang Fanxian and Lin Qinin were peerless beauties, stunningly exquisite beyond comparison. Others such as Mu Linglong and Huang Youhe ranked below them. Though Xiao Chunlan was undeniably ravishing, she still fell slightly short compared to those top few. Still, to ordinary eyes, Xiao Chunlan was an unattainable beauty. Yet Qin Yujie had seen far too many beauties. His standards were exceptionally high, and average beauties couldn't stir even the slightest ripple within him. Thus, sitting here now, he remained calm and composed, utterly serene. There's no need for thanks. This was your own opportunity. Qin Yujie shook his head lightly and said calmly. Currently, Qin Yujie lacked neither cultivation resources nor interest in trivial rewards. He simply didn't desire anything ordinary. Qin Yujie, I see you possess extraordinary talent. Why don't you join my Shui sect? I can guarantee you'll become a core disciple, and besides, our sect has countless beautiful women. Xiao Chunlan said with a smile. Qin Yujie had originally thought she summoned him for some important matter, only to realize she was trying to recruit him. He chuckled inwardly, let alone the fact that his master Jiang Fanxian, along with Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua, were all in Tianyuan Sect. Not to mention his daily check-in system was currently tied to Tianyuan Sect. There was no way he could leave and transfer to Shui Sect. I've grown accustomed to life at Tianyuan Sect. I can only regretfully decline your generous offer. Qin Yujie politely refused. Fine then, don't call me senior anymore. From now on, just refer to me as Elder Xiao. If someday you grow tired of Tianyuan Sect, feel free to come find me at Shui Sect, Xiao Chunlan said. Understood, thank you, Elder Xiao. By the way, do you experience intense chest pain every midnight? Seeing that Xiao Chunlan was genuinely kind and also an old acquaintance of his father's, Qin Yujie felt compelled to say a bit more. How do you know? Xiao Chunlan exclaimed in shock. She never imagined Qin Yujie's medical skills could be so profound. Merely glancing at her, he had already discerned the hidden injury within her body. Last year, during a cultivation mishap, she suffered internal damage to her heart meridians due to demonic deviation. Though her cultivation had since recovered, the injured meridians hadn't fully healed, leaving behind a concealed ailment. No one in the entire Shui sect knew about this, nor had she ever mentioned it to anyone else. In the martial world, how could a warrior reveal their hidden injuries or weaknesses? If exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to fatal consequences. Qin Yujie said calmly, I naturally saw it. I can cure your condition, and with just one treatment. Since breaking into the heavenly realm, the true essence within his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. Many acupuncture techniques from the Pill Emperor inheritance that once seemed difficult were now much easier to perform. While Xiao Chunlan's root illness might be a complex case for ordinary physicians, for Qin Yujie, who possessed numerous ancient acupuncture methods, it wasn't particularly challenging. Medicine was like that. Difficult for those who didn't know, simple for those who did. Never thought you were also proficient in medicine. Very well, treat me now. Xiao Chunlan didn't hesitate, speaking openly and straightforwardly. All right. Qin Yujie took out his Taijin Lu needles and swiftly inserted them through her clothes into specific points on her body. Xiao Chunlan felt a warm sensation spreading throughout her body. A stream of warm spiritual energy surged through her chest, and the previously injured meridians began to tingle. MMH. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry. The meridians in the chest area were naturally sensitive, and with Qin Yujie employing ancient acupuncture techniques to unblock the damaged channels, Xiao Chunlan, caught off guard, had involuntarily made such a sound. Her face instantly flushed red. She quickly bit her lip, determined not to make another sound, realizing how inappropriate her previous outcry had been, easily misunderstood. Glancing at Qin Yujie, who was fully focused on performing the acupuncture, she noticed he showed no reaction, which eased her tension somewhat. Qin Yujie, however, paid no attention to these details. He was deeply immersed in the intricate needling technique, repairing the damaged heart meridian. The heart meridian led directly to the heart. It was extremely perilous. One misstep, and Xiao Chunlan could die on the spot. Carefully controlling the flow of his true essence, Qin Yujie rapidly mended the injured meridians. After half an hour, over half of the damage had been repaired. Only one final section remained. Good. Just one last segment left. Success comes from momentum. If I lose focus now, all previous efforts will be wasted. Gathering his inner essence, Qin Yujie accelerated the process, channeling all his energy in one final push toward the remaining injured meridian. A sharp pain shot through Xiao Chunlan's chest, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of swelling and itching. It was well known that when meridians regenerated quickly, such sensations of expansion and itchiness were inevitable. As the true essence continuously washed through her system, though the pain was intense, Xiao Chunlan's entire body gradually relaxed. Especially at the moment when the heart meridian was completely restored, she couldn't resist letting out another cry. I can't take it anymore. She desperately tried to suppress her voice, but ultimately failed. Finally, she simply gave up restraining herself. As the last meridian fully healed, a powerful aura erupted from her body. Chapter 95 Huang Youhe performs a dance. It should be known that within the entire Fengman Pavilion, there were more than just Qin Yujie and Xiao Chunlan. Many other women resided here as well, including Huang Youhe. The commotion from Xiao Chunlan's room earlier had been heard by everyone. None of them could have imagined that Xiao Chunlan, normally so powerful and serious, had such a side to her. When Huang Youhe, standing outside the door, heard those sounds, her face instantly turned bright red, and she scurried away like a rabbit. These two are truly outrageous. Why can't they exercise some restraint? Just hearing the noise, Huang Youhe could vividly imagine what had happened inside the room, sending a shiver through her heart. If Qin Yujie had heard her words, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. I was merely administering acupuncture treatment. What on earth are you thinking? Indeed, our master is remarkable. He actually dares to set his sights on Elder Xiao of Shuiwa Sect. I truly admire him, Li Kun said with a smile. Haha, who could say otherwise? Our master has always had exceptional charm among women. It's something we can only envy, Meng Xiao chimed in. Both men, being men themselves, naturally understood exactly what had just occurred. Qin Yujie had no idea that simply treating Xiao Chunlan's illness had led to such misunderstandings. If he knew, he'd probably be furious. Xiao Chunlan had only recently broken through to the 4th level of Wheel C realm, and now, after the treatment, the hidden injuries within her body had completely vanished. Her true yuan had grown even stronger than before. One could say that meeting Qin Yujie today was an extraordinary stroke of fortune for Xiao Chunlan. Qin Yujie retracted the Taijin Lu needles, then brewed a cup of spirit tea, saying calmly, Elder Xiao, I've finished repairing your meridians. Thank you, Xiao Chunlan replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She steadied her emotions and expressed her gratitude sincerely. Just after treatment, drink this cup of spirit tea, it will benefit you, Qin Yujie said with a smile. All right. Xiao Chunlan picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. Instantly, a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged into her body, filling her with indescribable comfort. Qin Yujie, I don't even know how to thank you properly. Here is a sound transmission talisman. I will do 3 things within my power for you whenever you need. Xiao Chunlan spoke calmly. Qin Yujie accepted the talisman, studied Xiao Chunlan briefly, then said, fine, then I'll take it. He believed that with his current strength, he could easily defeat Xiao Chunlan, so there wasn't really anything he needed help with. Still, since she offered it willingly, he happily accepted. I'll gift these spirit teas to you, Elder Xiao. Qin Yujie then handed over 10 leaves of 1,000-year-old spirit tea. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony, Xiao Chunlan said with a smile. The two sipped tea together for a while. Half an hour later, Xiao Chunlan rose and left the room, saying softly, stay here tonight. I'll arrange accommodations for your 2 attendants myself. All right. Thank you for the trouble. Qin Yujie nodded in agreement. Qin Yujie had already planned to stay in Dingfeng City for one night, so this arrangement spared him the need to search for an inn. After a short while, a knock sounded at the door. Master Qin, it's me, Huang Youhe. Come in, Qin Yujie said. Huang Youhe entered, glanced at Qin Yujie, then said, Master Qin, I've come specially to express my gratitude, to honor you with a dance. Before coming to this world, Qin Yujie had seen many dances. In his previous life, the most renowned dancer was likely the chief performer Tang Shi. He had once watched her perform, and at the time, he found her dancing utterly divine. Since arriving in this world, Qin Yujie hadn't yet witnessed any local dances. Now, he wondered how Huang Youhe would compare to the dancers of his past life. Very well. If you dance well, there will be rewards, Qin Yujie said with a laugh. Huang Youhe clapped her hands. 2 strikingly beautiful women walked in, one carrying a guqin, the other a pipa. Music began, clear and melodious, flowing like mountain springs and rippling water. At that moment, Huang Youhe moved. She gave a serene smile, and her long sleeves fluttered. Her raven-black hair flowed like ink. Her steps were graceful and ethereal. Her slender, elegant figure and waist small enough to be circled by one hand, combined with movements as light and drifting as a celestial being, all highlighted her exceptional skill. Twirls, flicks, opens, and closes. Huang Youhe's series of movements flowed seamlessly like drifting clouds and running water, captivating the eye and leaving one spellbound. For the first time, Qin Yujie understood why ancient emperors loved watching palace maids dance. There was no denying it. This performance was pleasing to both the eyes and the soul. When the piece ended, Huang Youhe bowed gently to Qin Yujie. You danced beautifully. Take these 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaves as a gift, Qin Yujie said. Master Qin, I don't desire spirit herbs. I wish to become your disciple. Please accept me as your apprentice and teach me your cultivation techniques. Huang Youhe suddenly knelt on the ground, begging earnestly. Qin Yujie had never expected that Huang Youhe would ask to become his disciple. Oh, why do you wish to become my disciple? You should know that Elder Zhao's cultivation is superior to mine. I could ask her to accept you as her apprentice instead, Qin Yujie asked with amused curiosity. Since Xiao Chunlan had promised him 3 favors, he was certain she wouldn't refuse such a request. I would rather follow Master Qin. Please, accept me as your disciple. Huang Youhe knelt on the ground, speaking with unwavering determination. Qin Yujie pondered for a moment and decided it wouldn't be bad to take Huang Youhe as his apprentice. Besides, having her around would mean he could enjoy her dancing whenever he pleased. Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple, Qin Yujie said. Huang Youhe had no idea that this single decision today would set her upon an unparalleled path to ultimate strength, one that would change her life forever. Many years later, when Huang Youhe had become an unrivaled powerhouse, she would look back on this very moment with endless gratitude toward her master, Qin Yujie. Seeing that Qin Yujie had accepted her, Huang Youhe spoke Zhong Ly. Master, Please accept this bow from your disciple. Qin Yujie calmly received her kowtow. Huang Yoha rose to her feet, then picked up the cup of spirit tea nearby and said, Master, please have some tea. Qin Yujie hadn't expected that Huang Yoha was so clear on the formalities of becoming a disciple. This made him realize she must have been considering this for a long time. Good. Qin Yujie took the tea from her hands and took a sip. Since you are now my disciple, let me give you some gifts as a welcome offering, Qin Yujie said with a smile. He took out a storage pouch, selected several top-grade pills and spirit wine, as well as rare fruits like the Xuanyu grapes, and handed them to Huang Yoha. Huang Yoha took the storage pouch. She was utterly stunned by its contents. She never imagined her master would bestow upon her so many precious cultivation resources. Tears welled up in her eyes from sheer emotion. Chapter 96. Taking Huang Yoha as a disciple. Thank you, master. Huang Yoha said Ly. Alright, since you've become my disciple, I'll first pass down a cultivation technique to you. As for the martial skill most suitable for you, we can discuss that later. I cultivate the sword Dao, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily right for you. Qin Yujie was quite responsible toward his new disciple. There's a saying, there are no worthless disciples in this world, only masters who don't know how to teach. Everyone possesses different talents, and only through tailored instruction can one truly unleash their potential. Currently, Qin Yujie hadn't discovered any special constitution or obvious talent within Huang Yoha, but having accepted her as his disciple, he was determined to resolve every issue she might face. Even if her talent turned out to be average, Qin Yujie would find ways to enhance it. Such a task might seem nearly impossible to others, but for Qin Yujie, who possessed a system, these were not problems at all. Therefore, Huang Yoha had truly found the right master. Had she instead become Xiao Chunlan's disciple, although Xiao might have taught her sincerely, her own limited talent and scarce resources would have inevitably restricted Huang Yoha's path in martial cultivation. As the saying goes, outstanding disciples come from exceptional masters. There's truth behind those words. This technique is called the evergreen art, and it's currently what I myself am cultivating. Train diligently with it, and whenever you encounter anything unclear, feel free to ask me. Remember to progress gradually. Qin Yujie lightly touched his fingertip to Huang Yoha's forehead, transmitting the entire evergreen art directly into her mind. With extraordinary strength and monstrous talent, naturally the techniques cultivated by Qin Yujie were far from ordinary. Huang Yoha never imagined that her master would treat her so generously, passing on such a precious cultivation method. Thank you, master. Huang Yoha said Ly again. Alright, though you've officially become my disciple, you should still go and pay respects to Elder Xiao. Qin Yujie led Huang Yoha out of the room. Soon enough, they found Elder Xiao Chunlan. Elder Xiao, you previously promised me 3 favors. I'm afraid I'll need to use up one of them today, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Oh, what is it? Speak, Xiao Chunlan replied, slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Qin Yujie to ask for help so soon. I'd like to request someone from you, Huang Yoha. She has just sworn herself as my disciple, Qin Yujie said calmly. Oh, I see. For Huang Yoha to become your disciple is truly her fortune, far better than merely following me into the Moonwater Sect. I agree, Elder Xiao nodded. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Huang Yoha expressed her gratitude. Given Huang Yoha's average talent, even if she entered the Moonwater Sect under Xiao Chunlan, she'd surely start as a menial worker. In such a fiercely competitive sect, she likely wouldn't achieve much in her martial arts career. Master, since you've never been to Dingfeng City before, let me show you around. Today is our annual Lantern Festival, Huang Yoha said cheerfully after successfully becoming a disciple. Fine. Qin Yujie thought briefly and nodded. After all, he didn't need to undergo grueling cultivation. Unlike other martial cultivators, balance between work and rest was essential, and experiencing local customs and traditions sounded pleasant. Dingfeng City was a relatively tranquil ancient town. Although not as prosperous as Yushuan City, it possessed its own unique charm. Since it was the Lantern Festival, the entire city glowed brilliantly tonight. The streets were festively decorated with lanterns and colorful ribbons, while shops along both sides buzzed with lively activity. Qin Yujie hadn't expected such a festival to exist in this world, but then again, considering he himself had transmigrated here, the presence of a lantern festival wasn't all that surprising. Master, those are riddles written on lanterns. If you solve one correctly, you win a prize. Let's go try some, Huang Yoha said joyfully, gazing at the bustling scenes lining the street. After all, Huang Yoha was only 16, even younger than Qin Yujie. Though she had once come from a distinguished family, now she was just an ordinary young girl. Life's hardships had given Huang Yoha more experiences than most, but she was fortunate, first meeting Xiao Chunlan, who was kind-hearted, and then encountering Qin Yujie. Alright, Qin Yujie smiled faintly, thinking to himself that accompanying his new disciple for a bit of fun wouldn't hurt. Nearby stalls displayed many lantern riddles, drawing numerous participants. Qin Yujie took out a gold coin and told the shopkeeper, keep the change. A single gold coin equaled a commoner's yearly income. The smallest currency Qin Yujie carried was gold, silver, and copper coins were beneath his concern. Thank you, young sir. Take whatever you'd like from these goods, the shop owner exclaimed delightedly. Yoha, pick whatever you want, Qin Yujie said. Okay, thank you, master. Huang Yoha replied happily. Huang Yoha picked a lotus lantern, inside which was a riddle slip. She pulled out the paper and read the words written on it. Parted for 40 years, we meet again on the Lantern Festival. Guess a single character. When the shopkeeper saw that Huang Yoha had drawn this particular riddle, he said mysteriously, young miss, this is the most difficult riddle here. No one has solved it in the past 3 years. Who would have thought you'd draw it? Huang Yoha frowned as she stared at the sentence. Parted for 40 years, we meet again on the Lantern Festival. This is so hard. What character could this possibly be? Does Master know? She racked her brain, but couldn't figure it out. A few curious onlookers glanced at the riddle in Huang Yoa's hand and shook their heads in confusion. Miss, this riddle is too difficult. I'm known as the Lantern Riddle Champion of Dingfeng City, yet even I can't solve it. No one around here can, said a young man who glanced at the riddle and then gave her a charming, confident smile. Yeah, this riddle has stood unsolved for 3 whole years, someone else nearby agreed. Miss, may I ask your name? Since it's the Lantern Festival, would you care to stroll with me and enjoy the flower displays? The so-called Lantern Riddle Champion tried to flirt. Go away. My master is extremely powerful. Huang Yoha snapped. Oh, where's your master? I don't believe he's better than me. The challenger scoffed. What? Do you want to test me? Qin Yujie stepped forward beside the boastful young man, unleashing a terrifying aura that pressed down upon him like a crushing weight. Yes, sir. Yes, senior. I was wrong. The Lantern Riddle Champion broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. If not for Qin Yujie showing mercy, the arrogant youth would have been in serious trouble. Chapter 97 The City Lord's ancestor emerges from seclusion. Qin Yujie retracted his aura. The riddle tyrant's face gradually regained some color, and with begone, he said, Senior, I admit my cultivation is inferior to yours, but when it comes to guessing lantern riddles, you're definitely no match for me. Qin Yujie smiled and said, Oh, you want to challenge me in riddle solving? That's right, do you dare? Do you even qualify? Qin Yujie retorted. The surrounding crowd was stunned by his words. In terms of cultivation, yes, Qin Yujie was clearly superior. But as for riddle solving, Liu Yang was unquestionably the most famous in Dingfeng City. If he claimed first place, no one else would dare claim second. Senior, don't look down on me. Today, I'll challenge you to a proper contest. Liu Yang declared defiantly. Fine. How do you propose we compete? Qin Yujie asked. This way, we each give the other 3 riddles. Whoever solves more wins. What do you say? Agreed. If you win, I'll acknowledge you as the riddle tyrant. But if you lose, you must never again refer to yourself by that title. Qin Yujie stated calmly. He didn't hold any deep grudge against Liu Yang. As for flirting with Huang Yoha, even someone as peerlessly beautiful as her naturally attracted admirers. So Qin Yujie's wager was mild and harmless. Deal. Liu Yang accepted readily. Before we begin, let me solve this current riddle, Qin Yujie said calmly. Disciple, the answer to this riddle is the character Wu. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's face twisted in disbelief. You actually solved it. Why is it Wu? I just don't get it, someone in the crowd asked, confused. Yeah, I can't see it either. Could the answer possibly be wrong? Liu Yang added doubtfully. Please enlighten us, master, Huang Yoha requested. Qin Yujie smiled and explained. 40 refers to 4 tens, 10, 10, 10, 10, which, when connected, form the central part of the character Wu. Year of separation means splitting apart the character Nian, forming the top portion and the lower right component of Wu. Put together, the answer becomes clear. Once explained, everyone present suddenly understood. Liu Yang stared at Qin Yujie, astonished, as if beholding a celestial being. He bowed humbly and admitted defeat. Senior, your talent is beyond compare. There's no need for our contest. I concede. If Qin Yujie could solve such a difficult riddle, then all of Liu Yang's own riddles seemed trivial in comparison. Continuing the match would only bring him humiliation. With those words, Liu Yang hastily left in shame. This was merely a brief interlude. Qin Yujie paid it little mind. After strolling around a bit, he and Huang Yoha returned to Fengman Tower. At the City Lord's mansion, the Lantern Festival should have been a joyful occasion, yet today, the mansion was devoid of its usual festivity. Instead, an eerie silence hung heavily over the grounds. The news of City Lord Sun Huatao and young Master Sun Wendong's deaths had already spread. The entire mansion was now gripped by fear and uncertainty. Many were preparing to flee. No one knew what powerful enemy Sun Huatao had offended. A 9th-rank celestial realm cultivator like him had been the strongest force in Dingfeng City, and yet he'd been killed. This was nothing short of a thunderbolt striking the mansion. Sun Wendong's death was insignificant, but Sun Huatao was the backbone of the entire estate. With his demise, the mansion's power plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant. Having long bullied others and trampled on noble families and factions alike, the mansion had accumulated countless enemies. Retribution from these vengeful foes would surely come soon, swift and brutal. Deep within the City Lord's mansion, an old man sat in meditation. He had been in seclusion for half a year. His aura steadily grew stronger until, at last, a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy rushed toward the mansion. Then, with a sudden surge, the old man's body trembled. He snapped open his eyes, and a mighty pressure erupted into the sky. Ha! After 6 months in seclusion, I've finally broken through to the Wheel Sea realm. The elder let out a triumphant roar, soaring into the air above the mansion, his face radiant with pride. This elder was none other than Sun Liangkai, the father of Sun Huatao and grandfather of Sun Wendong. Half a year ago, sensing his life nearing its end, Sun Liangkai had refused to spend eternity stuck at 9th-rank celestial realm. Thus, he entered seclusion to attempt breakthrough. To his astonishment, fortune favored him. He'd succeeded in advancing to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. Never did I imagine I, Sun Liangkai, would reach the Wheel Sea realm. In all of Dingfeng City, I am now invincible. It seems my fate isn't sealed after all. As long as I live, the strength of our city lord's mansion shall rise higher than ever. Sun Liangkai laughed wildly, his overwhelming aura leaving every servant and guard in the mansion trembling in shock. Why don't I see Hua Tao and Wendong? Aren't they in the mansion? Sun Liangwen was in high spirits. He glanced around at the people of the city lord's residence, only to find every face filled with grief. A strange sense of surprise rose within him. At that moment, numerous servants of the mansion dropped to their knees. They had been utterly despondent, hearts dead with despair. Yet at this critical juncture, elder Sun Liangwen, who had been in seclusion for half a year, had actually broken through. This was nothing short of delivering firewood on a snowy day, a miracle arising from utter hopelessness. Their faces instantly lit up with joy as they excitedly proclaimed, "Congratulations to the ancestor on emerging from seclusion. With you here, we're certain to avenge our city lord and young master." Sun Liangwen had still been in good spirits until he heard their words. His expression darkened immediately. In furious agitation, he shouted, "Are you saying Hua Tao and Wendong are dead?" "Yes, ancestor. They were murdered at Fengman Tower," cried the servants of the mansion. "What? Who dares to have such audacity, daring to kill my son and grandson?" Sun Liangwen roared in rage. "We don't know." Everyone shook their heads. "Whoever it is, daring to kill my son and grandson, I'll tear them apart and leave not even a corpse intact." Sun Liangwen's aura erupted violently. With a casual punch, an entire distant mountain peak instantly crumbled into flatland. First level of the Wheel Sea realm, in Dingfeng City, this was already the highest possible tier of strength. Sun Liangwen's figure flickered and he vanished from the city lord's mansion, speeding toward Fengman Tower. At that moment, Qin Yujie was leisurely sipping spring wind intoxication at Fengman Tower, idly plucking a few notes on his zither to cultivate his spirit. Truth be told, Qin Yujie had merely casually displayed his musical skill, yet it left Xiao Chunlan and Huang Youhua awestruck. Soon after, Qin Yujie's music came to an abrupt halt. He sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching Fengman Tower. Qin Yujie put away his zither, then flashed his figure and arrived directly before the entrance of Fengman Tower. Since Heavenly Realm cultivators couldn't remain airborne for long, only those at the Wheel Sea realm or above could truly fly. Qin Yujie summoned his flying carriage and hovered at midair. Then, using half-step cicada, he stood atop the flying carriage. Chapter 98, Facing Sun Liangwen. At that moment, Xiao Chunlan also flashed forward and arrived beside Qin Yujie. She looked toward the figure flying in from afar, Sun Liangwen, and frowned slightly. Soon, this figure appeared right before the two of them. "Senior Xiao, could you tell me who killed my son, Sun Hua Tao?" Upon seeing Xiao Chunlan, Sun Liangwen slightly lowered his imposing aura and asked with a hint of politeness. He knew very well that he was no match for Xiao Chunlan's strength, so he kept his tone respectful. Xiao Chunlan ignored Sun Liangwen's question entirely and turned to Qin Yujie instead. "I still owe you 2 favors. How about I count taking care of Sun Liangwen as 1? What do you say?" Qin Yujie gently shook his head. "No need. I can handle it myself." Xiao Chunlan's brows tightened slightly. In her eyes, Qin Yujie seemed overly arrogant. The boy had only reached the first level of the Heavenly Realm, while Sun Liangwen stood at the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. Even if Qin Yujie possessed extraordinary talent, how could he possibly fight across an entire major cultivation stage? "Fine then," she said. "Handle your own matters." With a flash, she darted off to the side, leaving Qin Yujie alone to face Sun Liangwen. Watching the two, Xiao Chunlan silently mused. "I'll wait until he's on the brink of death before stepping in. That'll be soon enough." The confrontation immediately drew a crowd of onlookers. People gathered at a distance, craning their necks upward, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. "That person, is it actually Sun Liangwen? He's Mayor Sun Hua Tao's father." One passerby gasped upon recognizing him. "Yeah, who'd have thought that after half a year in seclusion, he's broken through to the Wheel Sea realm? It's truly astonishing," added another. "It looks like young Master Qin is in deep trouble now." True. Though exceptionally talented, young Master Qin hasn't matured yet. Sun Liangwen won't let him off easily. Qin Yujie killed Sun Liangwen's son and grandson. This grudge can never be resolved. Exactly. If not for Senior Xiao being here earlier, Qin Yujie would have been done for. But he was too proud. He rejected her offer of help. Pride leads to downfall. Looks like young Master Qin will perish today. What a pity. He excels in both poetry and swordsmanship. His verses are destined to last 1,000 years. Not necessarily. Don't you see Senior Xiao standing nearby? Given Qin Yujie's martial potential, she certainly won't just stand by and watch him die. The crowd buzzed with speculation, some expressing sorrow, others relishing the spectacle, voices rising in every emotional hue. From the earlier exchange between Xiao Chunlan and Qin Yujie, Sun Liangwen now understood. Both his son and grandson had died at Qin Yujie's hands. "You're the one who killed Sun Hua Tao and Sun Wendong?" Sun Liangwen asked coldly, his face darkening. "Yes. If you want revenge, come and get it," Qin Yujie admitted without hesitation. Qin Yujie always owned up to his actions. What he did openly. No hiding, no excuses. Having dared to kill, he'd face whatever retaliation came afterward. Besides, Sun Liangwen was merely at the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. Qin Yujie felt no fear. If someone stronger had come, someone he couldn't beat, then naturally, he'd have fled. In his past life, watching dramas, he'd always despised characters who, knowing they were outmatched, still boasted in front of enemies, and ended up beaten nearly to death. Any rational person knew better. Sun Liangwen stared at Qin Yujie's calm demeanor and sneered. "You're only at the Heavenly Realm. Where did you get the audacity to kill my son and grandson? Qin Yujie replied calmly. It's simple. They wanted to kill me, so I killed them first. Humph. Not even your life is enough to repay what you took from me. I'll annihilate your entire clan. Sun Liangwen growled, teeth clenched. Quit wasting time. If you want revenge, start already. Don't interfere with my rest. Don't you know staying up late is bad for your health? Qin Yujie mocked indifferently. The crowd burst into laughter at his words. Even Xiao Chunlan and Huang Yoa couldn't help but smile. Master Qin really has a sense of humor, chuckled one spectator. Regardless of how this ends, Master Qin's composure, facing catastrophe without flinching, is something we should all learn from. His bearing is truly exceptional. He must be confident in his abilities. Otherwise, how could he joke at a time like this? I wonder just how strong Master Qin really is. I can hardly wait to see this fight unfold. The onlookers erupted into fresh murmurs. You really don't know when you're about to die. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Sun Liangwen snarled. He glanced at Qin Yujie with utter contempt. In his eyes, the youth was nothing but a delusional fool. At the first level of the heavenly realm, he could cut Qin Yujie down with just 1/10 of his power. Dragon-taming tiger-sealing fist. Sun Liangwen threw a punch toward Qin Yujie. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth violently trembled, and a massive, azure fist formed in the sky, hurtling straight toward Qin Yujie. This single strike carried terrifying power, unstoppable and overwhelming. Many of the surrounding onlookers, caught in its aftershock, couldn't help but shiver in fear. Dragon-taming tiger-sealing fist. That's the City Lord's Mansion's hereditary Xian-grade superior martial technique. Its power is truly extraordinary, exclaimed a shocked bystander. Yes, this dragon-taming tiger-sealing fist emphasizes overwhelming force to crush the enemy. With this strike, young Master Qin is probably in grave danger. Not necessarily. Sun Liangwen feels incredibly powerful, but Qin Yujie gives off an aura of unfathomable depth. You never know how many hidden trump cards he might have. The crowd watched the devastating blow in awe, murmuring in astonishment. Xiao Chunlan stared tensely at the battle before her. She was ready to intervene at any moment. She still didn't have much faith in Qin Yujie. Though she acknowledged his exceptional martial talent, Sun Liangwen had already reached the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. In her eyes, Qin Yujie likely wouldn't even survive a single move. Huang Yoha, however, felt entirely different from Xiao Chunlan. She had absolute faith in her master. To her, Qin Yujie was undoubtedly the strongest. Even if someone claimed he could defeat Xiao Chunlan, who stood at the fourth level of the Wheel Sea realm, she would believe it without hesitation. Li Kun and Meng, Xiao didn't share much concern for Qin Yujie either. They understood him well. Qin Yujie never engaged in battles without confidence, and nearly every fight he fought was against opponents above his cultivation level. Back in Tianyuan Sect, how many times had everyone assumed Qin Yujie was surely doomed, only for him to effortlessly claim victory? Li Kun and Meng Xiao had grown somewhat numb to such surprises. In their eyes, Qin Yujie was none other than the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. Chapter 99, the ancestor was dazed. Qin Yujie watched as the immensely powerful punch rushed toward him, the wind from the strike causing his hair to flutter in the breeze, making him appear even more imposing and extraordinary at this moment. This fist technique is a bit weak, said Qin Yujie. He raised his hand, carefully controlling his strength, and casually flicked a finger forward. He was afraid that if he used too much force, he might kill Sun Liangwen with a single blow. Sigh, everyone else fights at full strength, but I always have to hold back. The difference between people really is huge, Qin Yujie sighed. This remark fell upon the crowd like a massive boulder dropped into a still lake, leaving every onlooker visibly stunned. It was normal for a young prodigy to possess pride and confidence, but Qin Yujie's words were like a thunderclap from clear skies, leaving their hearts reeling. Is this even human talk? I feel like Master Qin is just bragging. One spectator, completely shaken by Qin Yujie's words, stammered out. Yeah, but if what Master Qin says is true, then his power is simply unimaginable, another replied. Impossible? Could Master Qin really be that strong? It's actually possible. I've heard some rare geniuses can fight an entire realm above their level. Maybe Master Qin is exactly that kind of genius. Others fight at full strength, but I always have to hold back. Honestly, I'm really demoralized after hearing Master Qin say that. I think this youngster is just showing off. Sun Liangwen is already at the Wheel Sea realm. How could he possibly stand a chance? Yeah, looks like this kid is just seeking attention. Any moment now, he'll get crushed by one punch. The crowd was divided, some genuinely shocked by Qin Yujie's statement, others dismissing him as a show-off. A mix of emotions and opinions swirled around. Sky-piercing finger. With a casual gesture pointing skyward, Qin Yujie summoned a massive golden finger, majestic and overwhelming, like the digit of an ancient giant, hurtling straight towards Sun Liangwen. Boom. The two mighty attacks collided instantly, shaking the earth violently. Many weaker cultivators nearby were thrown to the ground by the residual shockwave. Their first clash ended in a complete stalemate. The onlookers were stunned by Qin Yujie's terrifying display. Now, they began to believe what he had said earlier. Although Sun Liangwen had only unleashed 1/10 of his power, such a strike was still far beyond what an ordinary heavenly being realm cultivator could withstand. Even a 9th-level heavenly being would likely perish under that blow. Sun Liangwen stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how someone at merely the first level of the heavenly being realm had so easily blocked his attack. What is going on with this world? Did I hallucinate during my half-year seclusion? Sun Liangwen was utterly incredulous. Xiao Chunlan also gazed at Qin Yujie in shock. She never imagined he would be this powerful. Recalling his earlier bold statement, she found herself starting to believe it. Truly, a tiger does not sire a dog. Perhaps his strength really is extraordinary. Maybe he really can deal with Sun Liangwen after all, Xiao Chunlan murmured to herself. Huang Youhe looked at Qin Yujie with pure admiration. She felt she had made the right decision in becoming his disciple. Deep inside, she swore silently that she, too, would grow into a peerless expert just like her master. Li Kun and Meng Xiao felt immense honor walking beside Qin Yujie. To serve someone as phenomenal as him, even as a mere attendant, was an unimaginable fortune and opportunity. Sun Liangwen knew Qin Yujie was extraordinarily talented, at merely the first level of the heavenly being realm, yet capable of matching him. Once he grew stronger, Sun Liangwen knew he'd have no chance, and thus, he became even more determined not to let Qin Yujie live. Young man, I admit your talent is impressive, Sun Liangwen declared in a condescending tone, but you may not realize I've only used 1/10 of my strength so far. Next, I'll unleash 50%. Let me tell you this, beyond every person, there's someone stronger. Beyond every sky, there's another sky. At the first level of the heavenly being realm, you're nothing more than a mere ant. The surrounding crowd gasped at Sun Liangwen's words. They had no idea he hadn't been serious until now. Holy crap, we seriously underestimated Sun Liangwen. 1/10 of his power was already this strong. Once he uses half, Master Qin is definitely doomed. Yeah, looks like Master Qin is in big trouble. I wonder how much strength Master Qin himself actually used earlier. You all underestimate our lord far too much, Li Kun said with a smile, looking at the crowd. Our lord's power is unfathomable. Not even we know the true depths of his abilities. Yes, our lord is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. How could a mere We'll See realm cultivator like him possibly withstand such extraordinary divine abilities? Meng Xiao said proudly. The surrounding crowd looked into the confident eyes of Li Kun and Meng Xiao, then recalled Qin Yujie's poem about peach blossoms earlier. Suddenly, they found themselves believing it just a little more. Qin Yujie gazed at Sun Liangwen and said calmly, I know there are always stronger people beyond any person, and skies beyond any sky. But you're not one of them. In my eyes, you're utterly powerless. Sun Liangwen didn't grow angry. He burst into loud laughter instead. So bold even as death approaches. Now let me send you to your grave. The aura around Sun Liangwen surged dramatically, terrifying spiritual energy rushing toward him from all directions. Subduing dragon and taming tiger fist. In the sky appeared a fist even more powerful than before. This one at least 5 times larger than the previous. Its might indescribably overwhelming. Qin Yujie eyed the massive attack disdainfully. Is this the only technique you know? You really are pathetic. This remark struck not only Sun Liangwen, but also deeply wounded the pride of every onlooker present. They all knew how difficult it was to master even a single martial skill, progressing from novice to proficient to mastery and finally perfection. Most warriors spent their lives mastering just one signature technique. And learning techniques required talent. Not everyone could grasp them instantly like Qin Yujie. A bitter smile spread across their faces. They realized Qin Yujie belonged to an entirely different world than they did. There were 2 kinds of cultivators in this world, Qin Yujie and everyone else. Qin Yujie summoned his Panlong cauldron. The cauldron hovered above him, slowly expanding in size, as a faint ethereal shadow enveloped his entire body. As a high-grade earth-tier weapon, the Panlong cauldron had never been used by Qin Yujie in battle until now. He had only used it for alchemy up to this point. Chapter 100. The Ancestor unleashes his full power. A person's strength is composed of many factors. Aside from cultivation level, there are also techniques, martial skills, pills, weapons, and various treasures. The Coiling Dragon Cauldron could be considered both a weapon and a treasure. After being refined by Qin Yujie, the Coiling Dragon Cauldron could freely change its size. Today, I'll test the power of this Coiling Dragon Cauldron, Qin Yujie said calmly, gazing at the cauldron floating above his head. Seeing Qin Yujie bring out yet another treasure, the crowd stared in utter disbelief. Qin Yujie's flying chariot had already left them silently astonished. Now with another treasure appearing, their eyes were practically glued in shock. Sun Liangwen had already noticed the flying chariot beneath Qin Yujie's feet. Now seeing him produce a giant cauldron, he burst into laughter. Young man, you truly are my fortune-bringing child. Once you're dead, everything on you will belong to me. Qin Yujie shook his head disdainfully. It's not even dark yet, so why are you already dreaming? Oh wait, is this what they call daydreaming? As fast as words could fly, during their exchange, Sun Liangwen's massive attack slammed into Qin Yujie's Coiling Dragon Cauldron. Boom. The thunderous explosion shook everyone's eardrums, causing slight pain. Fortunately, Xiao Chunlan had activated her technique in time, shielding the onlookers from the aftershocks. Otherwise, half of the surrounding disciples would likely have suffered severe injuries, or worse, death. Even 5/10 of a C-rotation realm, first-stage cultivator's power was devastating. An ordinary cultivator couldn't withstand such force, and even the residual wave carried immense destructive potential. Yet when this strike collided with the Coiling Dragon Cauldron, the cauldron remained completely unscathed. This shocked everyone present. Heavens! What rank of treasure is that cauldron? Someone exclaimed in awe. Anything Master Qin brings forth must be no common item. Didn't you see? Sun Liangwen struck it full force, and it didn't budge at all. Master Qin is truly incredible. Defensive treasures like that are extremely rare, each one worth a small fortune. Yes, who would have thought Sun Liangwen's powerful punch would be blocked so effortlessly? This cauldron might be Qin Yuji's trump card, but still, Sun Liangwen has only used half his strength so far. If he unleashes his full power, Qin Yuji surely won't hold up, right? The surrounding disciples marveled at the cauldron in Qin Yuji's hands, their eyes filled with admiration, jealousy, and above all, astonishment. Sun Liangwen was once again stunned. He hadn't expected that even with 50% of his strength, Qin Yuji could still block his attack. Sun Liangwen didn't want to prolong the battle. Delaying any longer could lead to unexpected complications. From Qin Yuji, he sensed an intense pressure and unease that made his heart clench. You're impressive. I suppose this is your full capability now, isn't it? In that case, prepare to die. Subduing Dragon and Taming Tiger Fist. Burning Blood Secret Art. Sun Liangwen channeled every ounce of true energy within him. Suddenly, the spiritual energy throughout the heavens and earth began to violently tremble, swirling like a storm and rushing into Sun Liangwen's body. His aura became terrifyingly overwhelming. Supported by the Burning Blood Secret Art, Sun Liangwen's cultivation level momentarily ascended to C-Rotation Realm 2nd Stage. The Burning Blood Secret Art allowed one to burn their own blood essence, achieving a temporary surge in cultivation. However, Sun Liangwen rarely resorted to this forbidden technique, for using it would leave him weakened for an entire year afterward. Unless the enemy was killed instantly, such a move would put the user in extreme danger later. Originally, Sun Liangwen had no intention of employing this art, but Qin Yuji's astonishing martial talent terrified him. In his mind, if he could kill Qin Yuji now, seize all his treasures, and flee immediately while the secret art's effects lasted, then hide away to recover for a year, it wouldn't be difficult. And if he didn't kill Qin Yuji today, Sun Liangwen firmly believed that he himself would surely die in the future. Thus, he made up his mind and activated the Burning Blood Secret Art. Sun Liangwen had calculated everything perfectly, but he gravely underestimated Qin Yuji's true strength. Xiao Chunlan was startled by the sheer power of Sun Liangwen's all-out punch. She prepared to intervene, but she barely reacted before the devastating blow reached Qin Yuji, too far away to help in time. Everyone was awed by Sun Liangwen's strength and determination. They never imagined that, to deal with a mere Heavenman Realm 1st Stage opponent like Qin Yuji, Sun Liangwen would actually resort to the Burning Blood Secret Art. Qin Yuji is truly in grave danger now. Sun Liangwen has reached C-Rotation Realm 2nd Stage. Yes, earlier, Sun Liangwen held back at only half strength. Now he's unleashed his full power, and used the Burning Blood Secret Art too. This time, Qin Yuji is finished. C-Rotation 2nd Stage is several times stronger than 1st Stage. Yes, Sun Liangwen at C-Rotation Realm 2nd Stage could probably kill his previous self at 1st Stage with just one move. This attack is about to hit Master Qin. Look at his expression. Could he be paralyzed with fear from such a terrifying blow? Sigh, the path of martial cultivation is full of uncertainties. A genius as extraordinary as Master Qin is destined to die in Sun Liangwen's hands. How tragic and regretful. Indeed, no matter how monstrous one's talent is, if they haven't fully grown into their power, they can't truly be called a prodigy. Only those prodigies who survive and rise are true elites. Throughout history, how many promising geniuses have fallen before reaching their peak? I hope Elder Xiao can save Master Qin in time. After all, Master Qin isn't a bad person. I even broke through my cultivation barrier because of him. Yes, it's a pity our cultivation levels are too low. We can only stand by and watch, unable to offer any help. The surrounding crowd, witnessing Sun Liangwen's immensely powerful fist strike, were once again left in shock. This single punch carried the full force of a C-Rotation Realm 2nd Stage expert. It wasn't just deadly for a Heavenman Realm 1st Stage cultivator. Even someone at C-Rotation 1st Stage would likely face near-certain death. Qin Yuji, staring calmly at the devastating punch rushing toward him, said composedly, "Is that all you've got? Honestly, it's a bit underwhelming." Qin Yuji summoned the Scarlet Cyan Flame burning within his heart. Although the temperature of the Scarlet Cyan Flame was extremely high, since Qin Yuji had fused with it, he felt no heat at all. The strange flame wouldn't burn him either. Moreover, once a person fused with a strange flame, not only did their physique grow stronger, but they also gained complete control over the flame's size and form. This was the great advantage of fusing with a strange flame, and precisely why such flames were so rare and precious. Qin Yuji directed the Scarlet Cyan Flame, shaping it into a massive fire dragon that surged forward straight at Sun Liangwen. Chapter 101. The Ancestor Burned to Ashes. When the surrounding crowd saw that Qin Yuji actually possessed Yao, they were so shocked that they collapsed to the ground in fear. Yao was extremely rare and precious. Not even someone like Xiao Chunlan, a Cultivation C Realm 4th rank warrior, possessed one, let alone someone like Qin Yuji, who was only at the first level of the Heavenly Realm. Xiao Chunlan was truly terrified by Qin Yuji's endless stream of treasures and techniques. Could this really be a mere first-level Heavenly Realm warrior? Damn it, someone slapped me. Am I dreaming? A bystander gasped, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Alright, fine. I've never been asked to do this in my entire life, but since you're so sincere here. A man beside him immediately slapped the speaker across the face. Hey, you actually did it? And so hard. Can't you understand what I meant? The point wasn't about getting slapped. It was about the Yawa. The Yawa. Exactly. The Yawa. Good heavens. I've actually seen the legendary fire with my own eyes. Could Master Qin really be the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal? How else could he possess so many incredible treasures? Yes, Master Qin is practically a walking treasure trove. I'm half tempted to rob him right now. You'd better die first if you try. That's exactly what happened to Sun Huaio and Sun Wendong. Haha, just joking. But seriously, Master Qin has a neat fire. How powerful could it possibly be? How could anything belonging to Master Qin ever be ordinary? Common items simply don't suit him. Amid the astonished murmurs and chaos of the crowd, two colossal attacks collided violently. Sun Liangwen's overwhelmingly powerful giant fist was instantly swallowed by the blazing fire dragon. The dragon formed from the cyan flame fire surged forward without hesitation, rushing towards Sun Liangwen at blinding speed. Seeing the monstrous fire dragon charging at him, Sun Liangwen turned pale with terror, shouting in disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! How can a heavenly realm warrior wield such a devastating fire? Looking at the desperate Sun Liangwen, Qin Yujie said calmly, such a narrow-minded fool. I have far more treasures than you can imagine. In the blink of an eye, before Sun Liangwen could react, he was utterly incinerated by the cyan flame fire, his soul scattered into nothingness. Qin Yujie had never tested the full power of the cyan flame fire before. Now that he had, he was satisfied with its destructive force. He nodded slightly and withdrew the flame. The surrounding crowd watched as Sun Liangwen was burned to ashes without even letting out a scream. Everyone present was petrified by the terrifying might of the fire. They looked at each other and saw nothing but shock and fear mirrored on every face. Using half-step cicada movement, Qin Yujie descended gently to the ground and retracted the flying carriage. This night would forever be etched in their memories. The entire Dingfeng city had been shaken by the battle between Qin Yujie and Sun Liangwen. In a single night, Qin Yujie became a household name, known to all and spoken of everywhere. Master is so powerful, Huang Youhe exclaimed excitedly. Lord's cultivation grows stronger by the day. Li Kun and Meng Xiao added enthusiastically. The stronger Qin Yujie became, the brighter their own futures would be. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Never expected your strength to reach such a level. Seems I worried for nothing, Xiao Chunlan said in astonishment. Elder Xiao flatters me. My abilities are average at best, hardly worth mentioning. Qin Yujie replied casually. His humble words inadvertently crushed the morale of everyone around. Are you kidding me? Master Qin calls himself average? Does he even know what the word means? One onlooker muttered, deeply discouraged. Average? Then we must not even qualify as average. If Master Qin is average, then we're worthless. Master Qin has such high standards. He's probably dissatisfied with his current strength, which is why he says he's only average. Truly, his talent is unparalleled. Of course, he's the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. His vision is naturally far beyond ours. I just hope I'll someday earn the chance to serve as his attendant. Even as a servant would be an honor. I'd warm his bed and serve him tea. With Master Qin's strength and endless treasures, even a tiny fraction of what he possesses would be our greatest fortune. Following him means we no longer need to struggle for opportunities. Exactly. Master Qin himself is our greatest opportunity. Opportunity knocks but once. Master Qin, I willingly pledge myself as your follower. So do I. And me too. Seeing the wildly enthusiastic crowd, Qin Yujie swiftly disappeared from sight, returning to Foman Building. These spectators were simply too fervent. Qin Yujie couldn't stand the overwhelming attention. Retreating to his room for peace and rest was far better. After a while, Huang Youhe arrived at the door of the room and asked, Master, are you asleep yet? Not yet. Come in, said Qin Yujie. Huang Youhe gazed at Qin Yujie with admiration and excitedly said, Master, please teach me martial techniques. I want to become as powerful as you. Qin Yujie thought for a moment, then pulled out more than a dozen ordinary weapons, average in quality, ones he didn't even remember which storage pouch they came from. Here are over 20 types of weapons, swords, blades, spears, staffs, covering nearly every conventional type there is. Try each one and pay attention to how it feels in your heart, Qin Yujie instructed. Okay, Huang Youhe replied joyfully. 1.25 hours later, Huang Youhe had tried every weapon. Finally, she picked up a whip and exclaimed happily, Master, I think this whip suits me best. It feels much more natural in my hand than the others. Qin Yujie pondered briefly and then understood. Huang Youhe had trained in dancing since childhood, so her flexibility far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The whip was especially suited for highly flexible martial artists, as the weapon itself was extremely pliable. When a user's suppleness harmonized perfectly with the whip's own elasticity, it could unleash tremendous power. The resulting synergy wasn't simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Therefore, every weapon had someone who was destined to master it. Likewise, everyone possessed innate talent for certain weapons. If one could find the right weapon that matched their nature, their path in martial cultivation would progress with double the efficiency. Looking at Huang Youhe, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, Qin Yujie steadied himself and maintained his solemn demeanor. At this moment, above all else, he must not admit that he didn't actually know any whip techniques. If his apprentice found that out, his authority as a master would be ruined. Chapter 102. Arrival at Tianyuan City. Qin Yujie cleared his throat and said calmly, Yuha, the path of martial cultivation lies in techniques. Those are fundamental. When you've cultivated the Chongqing art to a level I find satisfactory, then I will teach you whip techniques. Remember, diligently refine your foundation. Do not aim too high without solid footing. Huang Youhe listened intently, suddenly enlightened, then respectfully replied, You're right, master. There's something about the Chongqing art I don't fully understand. May I ask for your guidance? An hour later, Qin Yujie had answered all of Huang Youha's questions thoroughly. Only then did she leave, satisfied. The next day, Qin Yujie took the three of them to bid farewell to Xiao Chunlan before departing Dingfeng City. Before they left, Xiao Chunlan handed Qin Yujie a spatial pouch filled with all the resources from the city lord's mansion. Initially, Qin Yujie refused, but unable to decline her persistent offer, he finally accepted it. After Qin Yujie eliminated Sun Liangwan, Xiao Chunlan had gathered every resource from the city lord's estate. Even if she hadn't taken them, other factions would have seized them eventually. The martial path was ruthless. Once one faltered, all possessions became another's spoils. These resources may not impress me personally, Qin Yujie said quietly, glancing at the abundant treasures within the spatial pouch, but they can be used to trade for things we need. For now, let's just keep them safe. Qin Yujie could no longer recall exactly how many spatial pouches or how much wealth he possessed. It was simply too vast to count. Qin Yujie and Huang Youha entered the flying chariot, while Li Kun and Meng Xiao drove the carriage soaring across the sky, vanishing in an instant. Xiao Chunlan watched the flying carriage fade into the distance and murmured to herself, "I wonder how far you'll grow." At that moment, a dark figure appeared beside her, speaking respectfully. "Young miss, you've been away from the family for 3 years. The family head has mentioned it several times. You really should return home soon." It turned out Xiao Chunlan wasn't originally from Lingtian Kingdom. Though she was an old friend of Qin Yujie's father, Qin Hanjing, they hadn't met at Moonwater Sect. 3 years ago, Xiao Chunlan had left her family and arrived in Lingyun Kingdom, where she secured a position as an inner sect elder at Moonwater Sect, serving there ever since. "I intended to stay at Moonwater Sect a little longer, but if things are like this, I suppose it's time to leave Lingtian Kingdom now." Xiao Chunlan's appearance shifted slightly, revealing an exquisite beauty beneath. She had cultivated a disguise art. The face everyone previously saw was not her true one. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures vanished from Dingfeng City. Along the journey, Huang Youha continued cultivating diligently. Qin Yujie nodded approvingly at her progress. Though Huang Youha's talent was merely average, her hard work and perseverance were evident. As long as she maintained this martial heart, her future achievements would surely be considerable. Sigh, Qin Yujie thought to himself, shaking his head. "I have so many cultivation resources, excellent skills in music and swordplay, but I don't know any decent whip techniques. I haven't found a suitable one for my disciple yet. No lead so far. Looks like I'll have to wait and see." 2 days later, after traveling through the night, Qin Yujie and the others finally arrived at Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City was a moderately sized settlement, roughly the same scale as Dingfeng City, though less prosperous. As Qin Yujie's group entered Tianyuan City, Li Kun, especially, felt a quiet wave of emotion as he walked familiar streets. 25 years old now, Li Kun had left Tianyuan City 6 years ago. At 19, he departed his family to walk the martial path alone. Later, he was fortunate enough to enter the Tianyuan Sect as an outer disciple. Being directly accepted as an outer disciple of Tianyuan Sect indicated that Li Kun's talent at the time was decent, at least better than Qin Yujie before his breakthrough. Of course, ever since integrating the immortal body, Qin Yujie's talent had undergone a miraculous transformation. He was no longer the same person as before. Tianyuan City was dominated by 3 major clans, Chao, Wu, and Li. Their powers were relatively balanced, maintaining a delicate tripartite equilibrium. Unbelievable. After 6 years, Tianyuan City hasn't changed at all, Li Kun mused, gazing at the familiar buildings lining the streets. "I wonder what awaits me upon my return, blessing or misfortune." "Don't worry, Li Kun. With me here, nothing to fear," Qin Yujie said with a smile, patting Li Kun on the shoulder. "Thank you, Lord," Li Kun responded gratefully. "Yeah, brotherly. With Master around, everything will turn out perfectly," Huang Youha added. "Li Kun, we're brothers. Your business is my business." Meng Xiao chimed in. Hearing their words, warmth welled up inside Li Kun. Led by Li Kun, Qin Yujie and the others arrived before a grand residence. The servant who opened the gate immediately recognized Li Kun and exclaimed joyfully, "Young Master Li, you've finally returned." Qin Yujie and the others followed Li Kun into the Li residence. Inside the main hall, Li Kun's father, Li Qingsheng, had been sitting with a gloomy expression, lost in thought. Upon hearing the servant's shout, he immediately shot up from his seat, eyes alight with emotion. "Kuner, you've finally returned." "Father, I'm back. Has everything been well at home all these years?" Li Kun asked, voice slightly choked with emotion after such a long time apart. "I've been fine, but your mother has fallen gravely ill. If you'd come half a month later, you might not have seen her one last time." Li Qingsheng said. "What? You never mentioned it in your letters." Li Kun exclaimed in disbelief. "Your mother didn't want me to tell you. She feared it would worry you," Li Qingsheng replied. Qin Yujie felt a flicker of surprise. What kind of illness could be so severe? The Li family was one of the major clans in Tianyuan City. They shouldn't be helpless against ordinary diseases. Thinking this, Qin Yujie spoke. "Li Kun, take me to see your mother's condition. Perhaps I can save her." His words instantly stunned everyone in the Li household, especially Li Qingsheng. Li Qingsheng had already noticed Qin Yujie and his companions earlier, particularly struck by Qin Yujie's extraordinary aura and overwhelming presence. Clearly a peerless martial genius of immense power and profound background. Since Li Kun hadn't introduced them, Li Qingsheng refrained from asking, assuming they were friends his son had made during his travels. Now, hearing Qin Yujie claim he might be able to save his wife, Li Qingsheng trembled with sudden hope. "Kuner, who exactly is this young man?" "This is my lord, Master Qin. He is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal, a transcendent genius of unmatched power. Li Kun answered truthfully. What? The reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal? Li Qingsheng gasped in shock. Chapter 103. Saving Li Kun's mother. To be honest, Li Qingsheng was completely shocked. What did he mean by immortal? Only martial cultivators who could ascend to the upper realms were worthy of such a title, an existence beyond even sages. How precious was the status of an immortal? It shone as brilliantly as the sun in the sky, outshining moon and stars alike. Even a sage would be like an ant before an immortal. Merely catching a glimpse of one was a fortune beyond measure for those in the lower realm, let alone his son Li Kun becoming an immortal's attendant. This was unimaginable luck and fate. Of course, in everyone's eyes, Qin Yujie was merely a reincarnated immortal, not a true immortal himself. But that didn't diminish their respect or reverence one bit. To serve as a subordinate to a reincarnated immortal was no shame at all. On the contrary, Li Qingsheng felt as though his son had struck unbelievable luck. Surely with the capabilities of a reincarnated immortal, there must be extraordinary methods to save my wife. With this thought, Li Qingsheng's face lit up with hope. He immediately knelt before Qin Yujie. I beg you, senior, please save my wife. I shall forever be in your debt. Li Qingsheng wept bitterly. Qin Yujie helped him up gently and said calmly, since Li Kun has already become my follower, we are now family. There's no need for formalities. Let us first go see her condition. Qin Yujie didn't bother correcting them about not actually being the Peach Blossom Immortal Reborn. Sometimes, maintaining a bit of mystery made people believe more easily. Thank you so much, senior. Li Qingsheng said gratefully. Under Li Qingsheng's guidance, they arrived at a quiet room. Inside, a woman lay on the bed, her face yellowish and gaunt, her body thin as a skeleton. If left untreated, she wouldn't last more than half a month. She was unconscious now, and her condition had worsened significantly since just days ago. This woman was Sun Xianglu, Li Kun's mother. Without wasting words, Qin Yujie walked straight to the bedside, took her pulse, and sent a thread of true energy from his fingertip into her meridians. The longer he examined her, the more stunned Qin Yujie became. After a moment, he stood up with a grave expression. Under the anxious gazes of the others, he said calmly, I can cure this illness. However, I never expected. How could your Li family possibly have offended someone from the Tianyuan Sect? They've resorted to such ruthless means. The first half of Qin Yujie's words brought relief to everyone, but the second half sent their hearts racing once again. Master, Huang Yoha asked curiously, what exactly is this illness? It's a case of bloodthirsty worm poisoning. Qin Yujie replied calmly. The bloodthirsty worm is a parasite specifically designed to devour a person's vital essence and blood. In the end, the victim loses all vitality and turns into a desiccated corpse. This method is typical of the Tianyuan Sect. How did you come to offend them? Qin Yujie explained, seeing their confusion. Everyone present was stunned, especially Li Qingsheng. His face turned pale with fear. He couldn't fathom when or how he might have angered the Tianyuan Sect. The Tianyuan Sect was known for its extreme methods and was practically infamous throughout Lingtian Kingdom. Qin Yujie then drew a Taijin Liujian needle, applied a special acupuncture technique, and inserted it precisely. Immediately, a crimson worm was extracted, wriggling on the tip of the needle. Seeing the vivid red insect struggling on the needle point, everyone involuntarily stepped back in horror. After removing the bloodthirsty worm, Qin Yujie inserted several more needles into Sun Xianglu's body. Gradually, color returned to her face, and her frail frame, nourished by the natural spiritual energy around them, began to regain strength and fullness. Half an hour later, Sun Xianglu had fully recovered. She slowly opened her eyes, saw Li Kun beside her bed, and cried excitedly. Kuner, when did you return? Li Kun said joyfully. I just arrived today, mother. How are you feeling now? Sun Xianglu got up and took a few steps. Overwhelmed with emotion, she exclaimed, my illness is completely gone. What happened? Li Kun turned to Qin Yujie and said gratefully, thank you, Lord, for saving my mother's life. Qin Yujie shook his head slightly. It was nothing. After Li Qingsheng explained everything, Sun Xianglu finally understood that Qin Yujie had saved her life. She too expressed endless gratitude toward him, calling him the Li family's benefactor. Tianyuan City. In a guest house near the Li residence, a cold-faced man was cultivating quietly when suddenly he clutched his chest in pain. Then, violently, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a sinister voice, he snarled, my bloodthirsty worm is dead. Who dares ruin my plan? I'll tear you apart limb from limb. This man was Ma Kuanfeng, an inner disciple of the Tianyuan Sect. He was cultivating a demonic art that required the vital essences of 100 women born in Yin years during Yin months. Sun Xianglu was meant to be his 100th victim. As long as the bloodthirsty worm devoured Sun Xianglu's vital essence and blood, it would have consumed exactly 100 people. At that point, Ma Kuanfeng could extract the worm and obtain Sun Xianglu's essence. With Sun Xianglu's vital blood, Ma Kuanfeng would complete his collection of 100 victims. Once his demonic cultivation was finished, his power would break through to the Wheel C realm. And upon reaching the Wheel C realm, Ma Kuanfeng might even become a core disciple of the Tianyuan Sect. Reputation, status, and resources would all be within his grasp. Women born in Yin years during Yin months were extremely difficult to find. It had already taken Ma Kuanfeng 4 years to gather the first 99. To fail at the final step with Sun Xianglu meant all his previous efforts were wasted. Ma Kuanfeng's face darkened with fury. He swore he would crush whoever ruined his plan into dust and scatter their bones. Come here. Go find out who visited the Li family today. Ma Kuanfeng ordered one of his servants. Yes, sir. The servant replied respectfully. Taishuan City, Chao residence. Father, everyone in the city is talking about it. Li Kun has returned today. Why don't we just go and cancel the engagement right away? Chao Jingdan urged impatiently. Chao Jingdan had originally been an outer sect disciple of the Tianyuan Sect. But after connecting with Zhuangyuan, she had become an inner sect disciple, and her cultivation had rapidly advanced to the 9th level of the refinement realm, nearly breaking through to the heavenly unity realm. She couldn't wait to end this marriage and return to the Tianyuan Sect, back to Zhuangyuan's side. As a core disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, Zhuangyuan naturally wouldn't accompany Chao Jingdan to such a minor place as Taishuan City. Moreover, Chao Jingdan was merely a serving girl taken in by Zhuangyuan. She didn't hold much significance in his heart. Of course, Chao Jingdan was well aware of her precarious position, which was precisely why she had to seize this opportunity tightly. Chapter 104. Chao Jingdan comes to break off the engagement. Accompanying Chao Jingdan this time was Tianyuan Sect, one of Zhuangyuan's underlings, a core disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, and a loyal follower of Zhuangyuan. Fine then, get everything ready. Go break off the engagement later. I'm sure Li Kun will agree without issue. After all, he's merely an outer disciple of Tianyuan Sect. He definitely wouldn't dare offend Master Zhuang, said Chao Jingdan's father, Chao Feiwen, dismissively. Chao Jingdan had secured the favor of a core disciple from the Tianyuan Sect, and Chao Feiwen was delighted. This alliance would greatly benefit their family. Who knew, perhaps in the future, only the Chao family would hold sway over the entire city of Taiyuan. Chao Jingdan no longer saw Li Kun as anything significant. She didn't care that breaking the engagement would humiliate him. In fact, she intended exactly that. Now that she belonged to Zhuangyuan, Li Kun meant nothing to her. In Chao Jingdan's eyes, Li Kun was unworthy of her. Only someone like Zhuangyuan, a prodigy among youths, could be her true match and aspiration. Even serving as his handmaiden would feel like a tremendous stroke of fortune. Just thinking about Zhuangyuan brought a sweet smile to Chao Jingdan's face. Never did it occur to her that someone like Zhuangyuan, surrounded by countless admirers, would hardly see her as special. Aside from her beauty, she possessed nothing extraordinary. At best, Zhuangyuan might find novelty in her, but sooner or later, he would grow bored. In the city of Taiyuan, at the Li residence, since Qin Yujie had cured the illness of Li Kun's mother, Sun Xianglu, the entire Li family was deeply grateful. The head of the household, Li Qingsheng, had specially prepared an exquisite feast to honor Qin Yujie and his companions. The dishes were local specialties of Taiyuan City, delicacies not easily available elsewhere. Qin Yujie took a few bites and found them genuinely delicious. As for the wine, however, he only sniffed it once before deeming it ordinary, utterly incomparable to his own spiritual wine. Having tasted far too many superior elixirs, Qin Yujie simply had no interest in common liquor. The meal ended with everyone in high spirits. During the banquet, Qin Yujie generously shared his beauty's tears and immortal's dew for all to taste. After drinking Qin Yujie's wine, Li Qingsheng and Sun Xianglu were utterly astonished. They had never imagined such sublime spiritual wine could exist. Their belief in Qin Yujie being the reincarnation of the peach blossom immortal grew even stronger. After the satisfying meal, Qin Yujie brought out his rattan chair and lazily lounged in it. Huang Yoha stood behind him, gently massaging his back and kneading his shoulders. On the table before Qin Yujie sat several spirit fruits, all drawn from his system. Enjoying both the massage and the fruit, Qin Yujie was clearly the most relaxed person present. The Li family servants looked on at Qin Yujie with envious and admiring eyes. They understood that a young genius like him was someone they could only look up to in awe. Meanwhile, Li Kun, Li Qingsheng, and the rest of the family were discussing the matter of the Chao family's impending engagement termination. Most likely today in the afternoon or tomorrow morning, the Chao family would arrive to formally break the marriage contract. Li Kun had already made peace with the situation. To him, the broken engagement didn't matter anymore. Now that he was following Qin Yujie, he knew he would eventually leave Lingtian Kingdom. His future achievements would surely soar far beyond what anyone expected. Chao Jingdan was merely a passing acquaintance on his martial path. Nothing worth grieving over, nothing worth anger. His mindset had changed, and so naturally, his perspective had shifted as well. Just then, loud commotion erupted outside the front gate of the Li residence, followed by a violent explosion that shattered the entrance. A powerful group strode into the compound. Leading them was Chao Feiwen, patriarch of the Chao family, flanked by his daughter Chao Jingdan and Tian Zhengqing, Zhuangyuan's attendant. Chao patriarch, how audacious you are! Have you forgotten basic courtesy? The gates of our Li family aren't something you can simply barge through at will. Li Qingsheng glared coldly at Chao Feiwen and his party, his expression darkening. After all, the Li family was one of the three great clans of Taiyuan City. For Chao Feiwen to force his way in like this showed utter disrespect. If the Li family submitted now, the Chao clan would surely become even more aggressive, and if the Wu family followed suit, the Li family's dignity in Taiyuan City would turn into a laughingstock. Family Headley, we're pressed for time. Let's cut straight to the point. You know why I'm here, to end this engagement. My daughter has urgent matters to attend to in her sect. We've already wasted enough time, and we can't afford further delays, Chao Feiwen replied bluntly. Chao patriarch, Li Qingsheng responded sternly. The Li and Chao families have long shared close ties. My father and yours were inseparable friends, and we ourselves grew up together. Yet now, things have come to this. If you wish to break the engagement, very well, but from this day forward, let our families be strangers. May our waters never mix. At that moment, Chao Jingdan stepped in front of Li Kun, her expression brimming with disdain as she looked down her nose at him and said coldly, "Heh, Li Kun, times have changed. The Chao family is destined to rise. You've heard of Zhuang Yuan, the core disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, right? With his support, the Chao family will become the #1 clan in Tianyuan City. If you know what's good for you, just agree to break off the engagement now. It'll be better for both of us. Otherwise, if Master Zhuang becomes enraged, your Li family will face total annihilation." "You don't need to say any more," Li Kun replied calmly. "I agree to break the engagement. Let's just end it here." Li Kun's response caught Chao Jingdan completely off guard. In her mind, he would beg her desperately, groveling at her feet so she could mercilessly reject him. That way, all the scathing remarks she had prepared in advance could be delivered without restraint, crushing Li Kun's dignity. It had to be said, Chao Jingdan's intentions were truly vicious. Before breaking the engagement, she wanted to humiliate Li Kun thoroughly, proving just how far above him she now stood. But Li Kun's calm reaction left her utterly speechless. It felt as though she had punched empty air. All the words she had rehearsed for days went completely unused. "Fine. At least you're sensible," Chao Jingdan snapped, pulling out the marriage contract. As long as Li Kun signed it, the engagement would officially be annulled. However, doing so would make Li Kun a laughingstock throughout Tianyuan City. A man publicly having his fiancée come to break off their engagement. It was nothing short of utter disgrace. For a long time to come, Li Kun might never hold his head up again. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Yujie thought silently. This breakup drama, classic plotline where the wasted talent rises to supremacy. Could it be that Li Kun is actually the protagonist? No way. Just as Li Kun was about to sign his name, Qin Yujie suddenly spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. "Wait a moment. I have something to say." In a flash, Qin Yujie appeared before the group. His extraordinary aura and ghostly swift movement instantly drew everyone's gaze. Chapter 105, Facing Tianyuan Sect. What does this young master have to say? Chao Jingdan looked at the handsome Qin Yujie, a subtle ripple stirring in her heart, and asked with a smile. Qin Yujie took a sip of spring breeze drunk wine, then said, "I think calling off the engagement isn't appropriate. Chao Jingdan, you were the one who wronged Li Kun first. Why should it be you deciding to end the engagement? Li Kun, why don't you just write a letter of divorce? That way, your engagement will naturally be nullified." These words fell like a boulder into a still lake, instantly creating a massive uproar. A divorce letter and breaking off an engagement were entirely different matters. Ending the engagement put Chao Jingdan in control, but a divorce meant Li Kun held all the power. If Li Kun divorced Chao Jingdan, it would be she who'd lose face, not just in Tianyuan City, but throughout Lingtian Kingdom. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, the Chao family's expressions darkened immediately, especially Chao Jingdan herself, who fully understood the consequences his words implied. If she truly became a woman divorced by Li Kun, would Zhuang Yuan accept her? No. Should things develop this far, given Zhuang Yuan's proud nature, there was absolutely no chance he would take her back. Chao Jingdan stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief, unable to fathom how the advantages she once had were utterly destroyed by just one sentence. He had killed her prospects without even drawing blood. The Li family, upon hearing Qin Yujie's suggestion, suddenly saw hope spark before their eyes. Li Kun and Li Qingsheng especially slapped their own foreheads secretly in realization. How could they not have thought of this earlier? One sentence from Master Qin had completely changed the fate of the entire Li family. Chao Jingdan glared at Qin Yujie with a frosty expression, her voice cold as ice. "Impossible. Today, we can only break off the engagement. Otherwise, young Master Zhuang won't let any of you go. The strength of a core disciple from Tianyuan Sect is beyond anything you could imagine. If you disgrace young Master Zhuang, prepare yourselves. The Li family will be wiped out." Li Qingsheng and Li Kun's faces immediately turned grim. If Zhuang Yuan truly sought revenge, the Li family would indeed stand no chance at resistance. The strongest cultivator in the Li family was Li Qingsheng, whose cultivation merely reached the 3rd level of the Celestial Realm. But Zhuang Yuan had already reached the Wheel Sea Realm. Even Tianyuan Sect, who served as his attendant, had cultivation at the 6th level of the Celestial Realm. If Zhuang Yuan wanted to annihilate the Li family, he wouldn't need to lift a finger himself. Tianyuan Sect alone could wipe them all out effortlessly. Chao Girl is young Master Zhuang's woman. To humiliate her is to humiliate young Master Zhuang. If you refuse to break the engagement, don't blame me for spilling blood. Tianyuan Sect drew his sword and said coldly. In Tianyuan Sect's eyes, every member of the Li family was utterly insignificant. If they refused, he wouldn't hesitate to slaughter the entire family. "Li Kun, don't fear. Go write that divorce letter. I'll bear whatever consequences come," Qin Yujie calmly said after taking another sip of wine, glancing indifferently at Tianyuan Sect and Chao Jingdan. Tianyuan Sect stared icily at Qin Yujie and instantly unleashed a powerful aura, fully releasing his 6th level Celestial Realm cultivation force. A mere 1st level Celestial Realm cultivator dares to act so brazenly before me? Kneel down. He looked at Qin Yujie as if gazing upon a mere ant, his oppressive energy surging wave after wave, relentlessly crushing toward Qin Yujie. Tianyuan Sect loved this method of domination through sheer force. Every time he saw someone collapse on their knees begging for mercy under his pressure, he felt an indescribable thrill. This sensation of standing high above others, holding their life and death in his hands, intoxicated him. Thus, when facing opponents, he rarely killed them immediately. Instead, he enjoyed slowly torturing them. First with overwhelming aura, then with verbal humiliation, finally with physical torment, destroying them piece by piece until death. Now, staring at Qin Yujie like a hunter eyeing prey, Tian Zhengqing eagerly anticipated seeing Qin Yujie prostrate and groveling. With that thought, he intensified his aura even further, focusing all his oppressive might solely onto Qin Yujie. What? How is he completely unmoved? Tian Zhengqing stared in shock at Qin Yujie, who remained calm and composed, his heart suddenly racing with surprise. His face grew slightly darker. He couldn't understand how Qin Yujie, at merely the first level of the celestial realm, could resist his crushing pressure. It is you who should kneel. Qin Yujie flicked his sleeve and slapped Tian Zhengqing sharply across the face. With a loud crack, Tian Zhengqing's body instantly flew back and crashed to the ground. Qin Yujie had restrained his strength in that slap, using barely any real force, so Tian Zhengqing wasn't physically injured. Yet despite the lack of actual harm, the insult was profound and devastating. That single slap struck deep into Tian Zhengqing's pride. He never expected Qin Yujie to dare ambush him. Did this man wish to die? You've got quite the nerve. How dare you strike me? Do you even know who I am? Kneel down and apologize right now. Maybe then I'll let you live. Tian Zhengqing gritted his teeth and snarled. Qiao Jingdan stared at Qin Yujie in shock. She never expected him to be so bold. Tian Zhengqing was Zhuang Yuan's attendant. Everyone knew that even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. To slap Tian Zhengqing was no different than slapping Zhuang Yuan in the face. And who was Zhuang Yuan? A core disciple of Tianyuan Sect, a monstrous genius in martial cultivation. For Qin Yujie to provoke Zhuang Yuan's attendant was nothing short of suicide. An old man willingly hanging himself because he thought he'd lived too long. I struck you precisely because of you. Your mouth is too foul, spouting kneel this and kneel that. Today, I'll teach you how to behave, Qin Yujie said coldly, taking another sip of spring breeze drunk wine, utterly disdainful of Tian Zhengqing. Fine. It seems I haven't fought in so long that even a mere celestial realm first-level insect dares to flaunt himself before me. I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Tian Zhengqing closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, then snapped them open with fury. He lunged forward, sword aimed straight at Qin Yujie. Green Mountain Sword Art, first move. Green Mountain pressing down. The true energy around Tian Zhengqing surged violently, as a massive wave of sword chi roared toward Qin Yujie. This strike was immensely powerful, swift as lightning. The surrounding crowd watched in stunned silence at the sheer force of Tian Zhengqing's attack. The Green Mountain Sword Art is a top-grade mysterious level martial skill, unique to Tianyuan Sect. It emphasizes delivering strikes with the crushing weight of a mountain, unstoppable in might. Qiao Jingdan explained proudly, admiring the flawless execution of his sword technique. Senior brother Tian is a prodigy in swordsmanship, renowned throughout Tianyuan Sect's inner disciples. He has already mastered the Green Mountain Sword Art to an advanced level. Only one final step remains before reaching perfection. Seeing the astonished looks on everyone's faces, Qiao Jingdan couldn't resist adding another boast. The onlookers, witnessing Tian Zhengqing's dazzling move, had to admit, he possessed formidable power and extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. Chapter 106, Green Mountain Sword Technique versus Basic Sword Technique. Qin Yujie looked at the sword chi before him and sneered. Your sword technique is full of flaws, utterly pathetic and easily broken. With a single thrust forward, Qin Yujie sent a wave of sword chi hurtling toward Tian Zhengqing. Recently, Qin Yujie had gained profound insights into the way of the sword. Because he possessed the immortal sword body, his comprehension of sword principles was extraordinarily intense. At times, even in his sleep, sudden inspirations about swordsmanship would strike him like lightning. What Qin Yujie was using now was a move from the basic sword technique, an introductory form that many lowly servant disciples looked down upon. But to Qin Yujie, the basic sword technique was the foundation of all sword arts. In fact, every advanced technique was ultimately composed of fundamental sword movements. Qin Yujie had cultivated the basic sword technique to the level of perfection. Each of his moves carried exceptional power and precision. Take the simplest lunge, for example. When Qin Yujie thrust forward, it was as if a dragon surged from the sea, radiating an unstoppable momentum. Seeing that Qin Yujie appeared to rely solely on the basic sword technique, the crowd gasped in disbelief. To them, Qin Yujie's defeat seemed inevitable. What's going on with Lord Qin? Could it be he only knows the basic sword technique? One spectator said incredulously. Exactly. Lord Qin looked so distinguished, yet he doesn't even possess a decent sword art, another chimed in. There's no way he can win this. In cultivation base, Lord Qin falls short of Lord Tian, and in martial skill, he's inferior too. No wonder, Tian Zhengqing is Zhuang Yuan's attendant, so his access to cultivation resources must be excellent. No wonder Qiao Jingdan wanted to break off the engagement. If I were her, I'd cling to Zhuang Yuan too. Even his attendant Tian Zhengqing wields such powerful techniques and abundant resources. If she becomes Zhuang Yuan's woman, she'd rise from nothing to nobility overnight. A woman remarked enviously, glancing at Qiao Jingdan. Lord Qin has gotten careless. Even I wouldn't bother using the basic sword technique. To use it against a supreme grade mystical tier sword art? This is like smashing an egg against a rock. Though ordinary in most hands, the basic sword technique depended entirely on who wielded it. Against Tian Zhengqing, Qin Yujie felt more than capable. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the two waves of sword chi collided violently, producing a thunderous, earth-shaking boom. Their attacks had ended in a stalemate, leaving everyone stunned. Tian Zhengqing especially stared at Qin Yujie in utter disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how Qin Yujie had blocked his strike using nothing but the basic sword technique. Yet Qin Yujie had anticipated this outcome. He had restrained nearly all his strength. This strike used less than 1% of his true power. Even Qiao Jingdan looked at Qin Yujie in shock. She never expected that someone at the first level of the heavenly realm could block Tian Jingqing's attack, and using only the basic sword technique at that. Am I dreaming? They actually tied? One bystander exclaimed in astonishment. When did the basic sword technique become this powerful? I bet Tian Jingqing didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, there's no way Qin could have blocked it. You don't understand. Lord Qin is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. How could someone like Tian Jingqing possibly be his match? Reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal? That's just hype. You actually believe that? I sure don't. The onlookers erupted into loud discussion. Tian Jingqing sneered at Qin Yujie, saying, So you only know the basic sword technique? Don't tell me you don't even have a mystical tier sword art. How dare someone like you challenge me? Qin Yujie replied calmly. There's a saying. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? A basic technique is more than enough to deal with you. Tian Jingqing's face darkened. Big talk. Just because you blocked one strike, you think you're strong? Let me tell you the truth. I only used 1/10 of my strength just now. My true power is beyond your imagination. His words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the crowd utterly shocked. What? Tian Jingqing only used 1/10 of his strength? Now Lord Qin is in real danger. Damn, what a monster. And he was only at 1/10 strength? Is he even human? We've seriously underestimated Tian Jingqing. As Zhuang Yuan's attendant, his strength is truly unfathomable. The spectators gazed at Tian Jingqing with both shock and admiration. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Tian Jingqing wore a confident smile, feeling triumphant and fully aware that all eyes were now on him. I suggest you use your full strength, Qin Yujie said calmly, looking at Tian Jingqing. Otherwise, this won't be any fun. Do you even deserve to see me unleash my full power? I'll show you just half of my strength. Kneel before me and tremble in despair. Tian Jingqing's aura surged violently, growing stronger by the second as spiritual energy from across heaven and earth rapidly converged toward him. Green Mountain Sword Technique, first form. Mountain Ya toppling. With a single thrust, Tian Jingqing sent a powerful sword chi hurtling toward Qin Yujie. Compared to his previous attack, this one was vastly more potent. A massive blade of energy carved through the sky, descending upon Qin Yujie like an immense mountain, steady, weighty, unyielding, indestructible, and unstoppable. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine, looked at the colossal sword chi approaching, and shook his head with disdain. You're too weak. The onlookers watched Qin Yujie's calm demeanor with bated breath, their hearts pounding for him. They thought he had grown overly arrogant. How could he still have the leisure to drink in the face of such a devastating attack? Qin Yujie casually thrust forward with his sword. Once again, nothing but the basic sword technique. After the simple lunge, he returned to drinking wine as if no battle were happening, not even glancing at Tian Jingqing again. The crowd was utterly stunned by Qin Yujie's nonchalance. How great must his confidence be to act so composed? Could Qin Yujie really be certain he could block that strike? Was he not afraid of being cut down in an instant? Boom! The two titanic forces collided violently, like a volcano crashing into earth, triggering a shockwave so intense that even the bystanders were thrown off balance, stumbling uncontrollably. Once again, the clash ended in a perfect draw. The spectators were left speechless. They couldn't believe that such a casual move from Qin Yujie could produce such overwhelming power. Yet recalling that Tian Jingqing claimed to have used only half his strength, the crowd sadly shook their heads. In their eyes, Qin Yujie had already exhausted his abilities. After all, to them, Qin Yujie knew nothing beyond the basic sword technique. Chapter 107. Defeating Tian Jingqing. Qiao Jingdan stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief. His strength completely shattered her understanding. How could a mere first-level Celestial Realm cultivator fight on equal footing with Tian Jingqing, who was at the 6th level of the Celestial Realm? Even though Tian Jingqing had only unleashed half of his power, half strength from a 6th level Celestial Realm expert should still be overwhelming. Even an average 5th level Celestial Realm warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone someone like Qin Yujie, who stood at only the 1st level. Tian Jingqing's expression had now turned extremely serious. He hadn't expected that even after unleashing 50% of his power, he still couldn't subdue Qin Yujie. They were evenly matched. Under these circumstances, anyone could guess that Qin Yujie must have been holding back earlier. Is this truly your full strength? I must admit, you've surprised me. But this is where it ends for you. From here on, I won't hold back. A murderous aura surged from Tian Jingqing's body. Just come at me with everything you've got. Otherwise, you won't get another chance, Qin Yujie said casually. The surrounding crowd generally didn't favor Qin Yujie, except for Huang Youha, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao. In their eyes, if Qin Yujie could defeat Sun Liangwan, who was at the Sea of Wheels realm, defeating Tian Jingqing, a mere 6th level Celestial Realm cultivator, would be no issue. Tian Jingqing's true energy surged wildly within him. The spiritual energy in the air began swirling like a vortex, rushing toward his body. Green Mountain Sword Technique. Second form. Green Mountain Piercing Heaven. The Green Mountain Sword Technique consisted of only 2 forms. The second form was significantly more powerful than the first. Tian Jingqing rarely used this technique, as it was one of his trump cards. Seeing the immense power behind Tian Jingqing's sword aura, Qiao Jingdan proudly declared, the second form of the Green Mountain Sword Technique is far stronger than the first. Senior brother Tian once killed a 7th-level Celestial Realm cultivator instantly with this move. No one below the 6th level can possibly withstand this strike. Upon hearing Chao Jingdan's explanation, the surrounding crowd looked at Tian Zhengqing in awe, astonished by just how formidable his strength truly was. This must be Tian Zhengqing's strongest attack. I suppose young Master Qin doesn't stand a chance now. I agree. Although Qin's talent in martial cultivation is extraordinary, the difference in their cultivation levels is simply too great. Yes, besides, Qin only knows basic sword techniques. There's no way he can block this. Martial cultivation requires both talent and foundation. Young Master Qin clearly lacks depth. He doesn't even possess a decent martial technique. Looking at Qin Yujie, some in the crowd smirked in schadenfreude, others sighed helplessly. Emotions varied, but all believed Qin Yujie's defeat was inevitable. Qin Yujie gazed at the incoming sword aura, calmly raising his snowfall sword before casually slashing forward with a single stroke. Although it was still the basic sword technique, the power behind this slash was far greater than before. A vast, overwhelming sword aura tore across the sky, hurtling toward Tian Zhengqing. The two colossal energies collided violently. To everyone's shock, Tian Zhengqing's sword aura shattered like rotten tofu, splitting apart instantly. Meanwhile, Qin Yujie's sword aura remained unstoppable, surging relentlessly toward Tian Zhengqing. This is impossible. Tian Zhengqing cried out in terror, feeling a deadly threat and crushing pressure emanating from the blade. For the first time, he realized he couldn't block it. No. Gathering all his true energy, Tian Zhengqing desperately tried to resist, but the sword aura was too fast. Before he could fully react, it struck him squarely in the chest. Boom. Tian Zhengqing's body was violently flung backward, smashing through several trees along the way. With a single blow, Tian Zhengqing lay severely injured, a gaping bloody hole torn open in his chest, an appalling sight. Chao Jingdan stared at the fallen Tian Zhengqing, unable to comprehend what had happened. In her mind, it should have been Qin Yujie lying there. How could reality differ so drastically from her expectations? Tian Zhengqing coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, then tilted his head sideways and died. In a single move, Tian Zhengqing was dead. Chao Jingdan trembled violently as she looked at Qin Yujie, staring at Tian Zhengqing's lifeless body. You actually killed Tian Zhengqing. You're doomed. Tian Zhengqing was Zhuang Yuan's attendant. Zhuang Yuan will never let you live. Qin Yujie felt no remorse. Earlier, Tian Zhengqing had already revealed murderous intent toward him. If not for his superior strength, he would have been the one dead. Those who kill shall also face death. Moreover, Tian Zhengqing was an inner sect disciple of the Moonwater Sect. The higher-ups in Moonwater Sect would surely send people to investigate the incident. Though relations between Moonwater Sect and Heavenly Origin Sect were amicable, an inner sect disciple's murder was a grave matter. They would demand answers. Still, Qin Yujie had nothing to fear. Chao Jingdan, now that you've lost your backing, accept this letter of divorce. Qin Yujie declared without the slightest room for doubt. Chao Jingdan laughed coldly. Are you really going to do this? You have no idea what kind of person Zhuang Yuan is. His status and power are far beyond anything you could challenge. Did you see those pills in my storage pouch? Zhuang Yuan isn't just a monstrous genius in martial cultivation. He's also a pill master. Are you sure you want to cast me aside and provoke him? Her words struck like a thunderclap in the silent courtyard, leaving everyone stunned in place. Zhuang Yuan wasn't only a prodigy in martial arts. He was actually also an alchemist? This revelation shook them all to their core. Alchemists weren't made overnight. They required rare talent. Not just anyone could become one. Anyone who achieved such a title would instantly command immense status and influence. No one had imagined that Zhuang Yuan's genius extended this far. Not only exceptional in martial arts, but also gifted in alchemy. A dual genius in both martial cultivation and pill refinement. That was terrifying. At this moment, everyone felt Qin Yujie had provoked someone he should never have crossed. He was surely about to hit an immovable wall. Qin Yujie glanced at the pills in Chao Jingdan's hand and sneered dismissively. None of these are GP-grade pills, yet you're boasting about them? You say Zhuang Yuan is an alchemist? Sorry, but I'm an alchemist too. Qin Yujie's words once again sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stared at him in utter disbelief, suddenly realizing how mysterious and unfathomable he truly was. Even alchemy was within his reach. Huang Youhe, Li Kun, Meng Xiao, and the others finally understood why Qin Yujie had possessed so many G-grade pills, because he had refined them himself. Chao Jingdan scoffed. You? An alchemist? Don't make me laugh. Master Zhuang's talent in pill refinement is far beyond anything you could ever comprehend. Qin Yujie simply smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Instead, he turned to Li Kun and asked calmly, is the divorce letter ready? It is. Li Kun picked up the document and replied, don't worry, whatever consequences arise, I'll bear them. Qin Yujie said indifferently, thank you, master. Li Kun said, deeply moved. Chapter 108, a divorce decree known throughout the world. Li Kun picked up the divorce decree and coldly said to Chao Jingdan, Chao Jingdan, as my fiancé, you were the first to break our engagement. Today, I formally write this decree of divorce. Henceforth, we are severed completely, with no further ties between us. The surrounding crowd never expected that what began as Chao Jingdan coming to dissolve the engagement would end with Li Kun himself issuing a divorce against her. An astonishing reversal of fate. Chao Jingdan snatched the paper, tore it into pieces, then spat furiously. You'll regret this, Li Kun. And as for you, just wait for Master Zhuang's revenge. Qin Yujie said calmly. In a few days, I will personally go to Tianyuan Sect and meet this Master Zhuang you speak of. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Qin Yujie wasn't afraid of Zhuang Yuan's retaliation, but he couldn't stay in Taiyuan City forever. Once he left, if Zhuang Yuan chose to retaliate against the Li family, Qin Yujie would be too far away to help. Since matters had come to this, it was better to take the initiative, go directly to Tianyuan Sect, and resolve everything once and for all, eliminating any future concerns. Chao Jingdan was momentarily stunned, then sneered coldly. Truly fearless out of ignorance. Enjoy your few more days of life. No matter whether you go to Tianyuan Sect or not, Master Zhuang will never let you off. With that, Chao Jingdan and the others from the Chao family hastily retreated from the Li residence. At last, the marriage dissolution turmoil came to an end. Chao Jingdan herself hadn't anticipated that today's attempt to break off the engagement would result in her being publicly divorced. Gazing at the pointing fingers and whispering crowds around her, a cold smirk rose in her heart. This won't be the end. The humiliation I suffer today, I swear I'll repay it 100-fold one day. She stared fiercely at Qin Yujie, Li Kun, and the others, silently vowing in her heart. Shortly after the Chao family departed, another figure suddenly appeared in the sky, radiating overwhelming aura, as he swiftly arrived at the Li family estate. He glared hatefully at Qin Yujie and growled. So you're the one who ruined my plans? Today, I'll tear you apart limb by limb. The newcomer was none other than Ma Kuanfeng, an inner disciple of Immortal Sect, the very same person who had planted the bloodthirsty worm inside Li Kun's mother, Sun Xianglu. Just as one crisis ended, another arose. Ma Kuanfeng's sudden arrival once again drew everyone's attention. It was no longer a secret that Qin Yujie had intervened to save Sun Xianglu. Ma Kuanfeng's underlings had investigated quickly and reported back. It was Qin Yujie who had ruined his plan. You're from Immortal Sect? Qin Yujie immediately understood. He was here to seek retribution. Qin Yujie knew something about bloodthirsty worms. They were low-level parasites used to absorb blood for cultivation, a common practice among cultivators of the demonic path. In Lingtian Kingdom, Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect belonged to the demonic path, while Tianyuan Sect and Tianyuan Sect stood on the righteous side. The two paths had long been like fire and water, their disciples frequently clashing. Recently, many small cities had suffered massacres at the hands of Immortal and Guiying Sects. Across Lingtian Kingdom, a storm seemed to be gathering. A mere first-rank Celestial Realm cultivator, yet you defeated a sixth-rank Celestial Realm warrior. I admit your talent is impressive, Ma Kuanfeng ranted at Qin Yujie, but your biggest mistake, your unforgivable mistake, was destroying my bloodthirsty worm. Do you know how long it took me to collect the essence blood of 100 people? For entire years. All my effort, ruined because of you. His words sent shivers through the crowd. No one could believe Ma Kuanfeng's cruelty, that he'd so casually admit to collecting the essence blood of 100 lives, without a trace of remorse, as if it were perfectly justified. Qin Yujie had killed before, but always with limits. People like Ma Kuanfeng, who cultivated using the essence blood of innocence, had already abandoned all morality. Sun Xianglu bore Ma Kuanfeng no grudge whatsoever. Simply because she was born in a Yin year and Yin month, Ma Kuanfeng callously implanted the bloodthirsty worm into her body. Such extreme cruelty was utterly unacceptable to Qin Yujie. If Ma Kuanfeng hadn't come seeking him out, perhaps he might have let things lie. But now that they'd met face to face, Qin Yujie had no intention of letting Ma Kuanfeng walk away. You use the essence blood of others to cultivate demonic arts. Have you ever thought about those you've killed? They were innocent too. Qin Yujie said coolly. Ma Kuanfeng sneered. If one doesn't act for oneself, heaven and earth shall perish. I'm stronger than them. Of course I can consume their essence blood for cultivation. What's wrong with that? Li Kun stared at Ma Kuanfeng in fury. Only now did he realize how powerless he truly was. He desperately wanted to grow stronger. Only with real strength could he protect his family. Without power, even if he never provoked anyone, evil would still come knocking at his door. The path of martial cultivation was like rowing upstream. Without progress, one regressed. In this moment, Li Kun understood the road ahead of him. He would follow Qin Yujie, cultivate diligently, and grow so strong that no one would dare to harm him or his family. Qin Yujie took a sip of spring wind drunk, then said calmly, people from Immortal Sect are all the same. Since that's the case, there's no point talking further. Make your move. Qin Yujie had no patience to waste words on this Immortal Sect disciple. If a single sword stroke could settle it, why bother with idle chatter? Don't think defeating a 6th-rank Celestial Realm warrior makes you anything special. That Tianjing Qing, I can kill him in one move. My cultivation has reached the 9th-rank Celestial Realm. You're not even close to being my match. Ma Kuanfeng sneered at Qin Yujie, his face filled with contempt. The surrounding crowd was instantly shocked upon hearing that Ma Kuanfeng's cultivation had reached the 9th-rank Celestial Realm. After all, Qin Yujie was only at the 1st rank, a gap of 8 entire minor realms between them. A 9th-rank Celestial Realm expert stood just one step below the Wheel C realm. Below that level, someone at the 9th rank was practically invincible. A 9th-rank warrior could easily kill an 8th-rank opponent, and someone like Tianyuan Qing, a mere 6th-rank cultivator, could indeed be slain by Ma Kuanfeng in a single strike. Qin Yujie took another sip of wine, then calmly raised one finger. Seeing this, Ma Kuanfeng frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Qin Yujie sipped his spring wind drunk once more and said indifferently. I mean, I'll use only one move. If you're lucky enough to survive, I'll spare your life. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was stunned. They all thought Qin Yujie was boasting recklessly. When he faced Tianyuan, Qin Yujie had needed 3 moves to win. Now, against Ma Kuanfeng, who was far stronger than Tianyuan, he claimed he'd defeat him in a single move. Where did such confidence come from? Chapter 109, I'll only use 1 move. When Ma Kuanfeng heard Qin Yujie's words, he burst into loud laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Are you kidding me? You? Did you forget your brain at home when you left? Who gave you the audacity to talk so big? A mere 1st-level Celestial Realm ant daring to challenge a 9th-level Celestial Realm expert? Truly fearless because of ignorance. Ma Kuanfeng shook his head and mocked. I think the ant here is you. Hurry up and make your move. I don't have time to waste with you. After I beat you, I still want to lie on a chair and sunbathe for a while. If you don't act fast, the sun will set before we're done, Qin Yujie said casually. This remark instantly caused the crowd to chuckle. After finishing the fight, he still wants to sunbathe. Master Qin is truly humorous, a woman in the crowd laughed. Yeah, I wonder how Master Qin will sunbathe later. Will he take off his clothes or keep them on? Another woman glanced at the exceptionally handsome Qin Yujie, her face filled with adoration. Chunhua, you're drooling. Stop dreaming. Someone like Master Qin, a man of such elegance, is someone we can only admire from afar, another woman said. A jade-like figure standing by the roadside. Among men, none surpass this young master. I hope Master Qin wins. Unfortunately, ladies, I think Master Qin has finally met his match. Ma Kuanfeng's strength is unfathomable, a male spectator said. I also believe Master Qin is doomed this time. Ma Kuanfeng is too strong, 9th level of the Celestial Realm. Just thinking about it makes my legs tremble. Tremble? How can a man say his legs tremble? What woman would ever look twice at a cowardly shrimp like you? A woman sneered. The man was left speechless, unable to utter a word. Haha. Chunhua, your tongue is too sharp, another woman smiled wryly. Well, the man had it coming. With so many women now admiring Qin Yujie, of course they'd turn on someone who insisted he would die. I think Master Qin's strength is unfathomable too. The outcome isn't certain yet. Another man quickly changed his tune. Exactly. Master Qin is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. What's a mere 9th level Celestial Realm expert? Just a slightly larger ant. The crowd buzzed with discussion about Qin Yujie. They were all stunned by his calm and composed demeanor. Regardless of whether Qin Yujie could win, his unshaken composure was something everyone admired and looked up to. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. I sense a strong essence and blood from you. Though you weren't born in an Ein year and Ein month, your blood excites me. I'm certain that by devouring your blood, I'll break through to the Wheel Sea realm. Ma Kuanfeng stared at Qin Yujie with a crazed expression, occasionally revealing a cruel and sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, making people feel repulsed and uneasy. Qin Yujie had consumed countless spirit medicines, spirit wines, and spirit teas, and possessed the undying sword body. His blood was naturally extraordinary, each drop packed with terrifying true energy and nutrients, far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. As a member of the Tianyuan Sect, Ma Kuanfeng cultivated a technique that allowed him to sense the quality of others' blood. Never before had he felt such potent blood from anyone, not even from cultivators at the Wheel Sea realm. At first, Ma Kuanfeng hadn't revealed his intentions, afraid Qin Yujie might flee. Now, however, he felt victory was assured, so he openly declared his true purpose. He intended to kill Qin Yujie, devour his blood, and slaughter everyone in the entire Tianyuan city, leaving no survivors. Ma Kuanfeng's aura grew increasingly powerful. Spiritual energy from the heavens and earth rushed toward him uncontrollably. He let out a long roar toward the sky, then reined in his power and threw a punch. Ma Kuanfeng didn't dare unleash his full strength. He feared one punch might obliterate Qin Yujie, leaving nothing left for him to collect. He wanted to keep Qin Yujie's body intact, not letting even a single drop of blood spill. He couldn't afford to waste any of it. In Demon True Fist. Suddenly, a black fist shadow rose in the sky, radiating vicious energy and overwhelming force. Dark mist swirled around the fist, giving off a chilling, eerie terror that made people shiver. The fist shadow was immensely powerful, moving like lightning, and slammed directly into Qin Yujie. Damn, is Master Qin dead already? A shocked onlooker cried. Yeah, the Demon True Fist is too terrifying. Master Qin didn't even have time to react. 9th level of the Celestial Realm is indeed beyond what a 1st level cultivator can withstand. Master Qin was too careless. This is a fatal mistake. What a pity. Qin Yujie was just boasting earlier that he could defeat Ma Kuanfeng in a single move. What an absolute joke. Ma Kuanfeng is simply too strong. As a core disciple of the Immortal Sect, how could he possibly lack hidden abilities and strength? Master Qin is truly finished now. Not only has he died, but his blood will become nourishment for Ma Kuanfeng. Ma Kuanfeng never expected Qin Yujie to be so easily crushed. He hadn't even used his full strength with the Demon True Fist, yet Qin Yujie had already been destroyed, his body shattered. Yet, as Ma Kuanfeng stood there in surprise, he quickly realized something was wrong. This person was struck by my fist and blown apart. So why isn't there blood and gore scattering everywhere? Ma Kuanfeng's face filled with shock, his expression instantly turning tense. I'm right behind you. Your punch was too slow. What you hit was merely my afterimage, Qin Yujie said disdainfully, shaking his head lightly. Qin Yujie had wanted to test Ma Kuanfeng's true strength and observe the techniques of the Immortal Sect, so that in the future, if he encountered others from the sect, he would be fully prepared. Though Qin Yujie didn't fear any member of the Immortal Sect, gaining deeper insight into their methods was never a bad thing. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Besides, Qin Yujie had declared he would use only one move, so he didn't intend to kill Ma Kunfeng so quickly. Thus, he had effortlessly evaded using half-step chasing cicada. Half-step chasing cicada was a high-grade earth-tier movement technique, immensely powerful, but Qin Yujie rarely used it in battle because he was overwhelmingly strong. He usually ended fights with a single sword strike and had no need to dodge. Sigh, half-step chasing cicada, I've brought you shame. I've tarnished your reputation. Today, I'll let everyone witness your true power. Qin Yujie murmured to himself. Chapter 110, The Power of Half-Step Cicada Chase. When everyone heard Qin Yujie's words, they were instantly stunned into silence. Half-step cicada chase is so powerful. His speed was incredible. I didn't even see the real Qin Yujie just now. A passerby gasped in shock, utterly astonished. It wasn't just you. I didn't see it either. I actually thought Master Qin had been killed instantly, but that was merely an afterimage left by him while he evaded Ma Kunfeng's attack. How fast must one be to leave such a distinct afterimage midair? My imagination is limited by my own narrow injet. Exactly. It's beyond comprehension. If Master Qin maintains this speed, Ma Kunfeng probably won't even be able to touch his robe. This half-step cicada chase is simply amazing. No matter how strong Ma Kunfeng's attacks are, if he can't land a single hit, all that power means nothing. Master Qin's strength is truly unfathomable. Did you all hear what he said earlier? He rarely uses half-step cicada chase when fighting opponents, probably because he thinks it's beneath him. Yeah, Master Qin is so overwhelmingly strong that he usually finishes enemies within a few moves. There's no need for him to resort to half-step cicada chase at all. This really makes people sick with envy. Such an extraordinary skill like half-step cicada chase, yet Master Qin treats its reputation as trivial. If it were me, I'd spread its fame throughout the world. Sigh, if only I could learn half-step cicada chase, I'd become the ultimate flower-snatching rogue. With such a miraculous movement technique, who could ever catch me? A man said wistfully. Pervert, why don't you think about something decent? Your mind only goes to vile things. A woman sneered disdainfully. The surrounding crowd was still reeling from Qin Yujie's display. At first, everyone believed Qin Yujie was dead. The drastic reversal shocked them so deeply that they hadn't fully recovered yet. Ma Kunfeng stared grimly at Qin Yujie, surprised. I didn't expect your movement technique to be so refined, but I don't believe you can evade my attacks indefinitely. Qin Yujie casually took a sip of wine before replying with effortless grace. Try it. If you manage to graze even the hem of my robe, I'll let you walk away freely. Bragging nonsense. Ma Kunfeng snorted coldly and threw another punch. In Demon True Fist. The same in Demon True Fist, yet this time his fist moved faster, twice the speed of before. Now let's see how you dodge this. Ma Kunfeng sneered triumphantly. In a flash, the fist crashed directly into Qin Yujie, but his triumph lasted only a moment. A voice he despised suddenly rang out from behind. Fool, I'm right here behind you. Qin Yujie said indifferently. What the hell? You dare call me a fool? You're the fool. Ma Kunfeng exploded in rage. Fool, who are you calling a fool? Qin Yujie asked calmly. The fool is calling you a fool. Ma Kunfeng shot back. Qin Yujie chuckled softly, saying meaningfully. So the fool is insulting me? The surrounding crowd burst into laughter upon hearing their exchange. Ma Kunfeng just admitted he's a fool. Obviously, there's no hope for someone this stupid, one woman laughed. You can't entirely blame Ma Kunfeng though. Qin Yujie is just too cunning. Even I would have fallen into his verbal trap, another woman giggled. Men aren't loved unless they're a little wicked. I find Master Qin more and more charming. I get weak in the knees just thinking about him, another boldly declared. Chunhua, stop staring. Keep watching like this and I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself anymore, another teased playfully. The men in the crowd looked at Qin Yujie with a mixture of jealousy and admiration. He was practically every man's worst nightmare. Handsome, immensely powerful, and occasionally witty. Every time he appeared, all the women focused on him while the other men became mere background figures. Only now, hearing the crowd's chatter, did Ma Kunfeng realize he had been tricked and humiliated by Qin Yujie. He growled coldly. You die now? Meteorite Fist. Meteorite Fist was also a high-grade mystical-level martial art. When unleashed, a single punch split into 10 separate strikes, flying like meteors, which was precisely how the technique earned its name. Meteorite Fist was essentially an area of effect technique. Though each individual strike carried less power than the Demon True Fist, its wide coverage and broad striking range made it perfect for countering someone as swift as Qin Yujie. Undeniably, Ma Kunfeng had extensive combat experience. He had quickly devised an effective countermeasure. As 10 fists surrounded Qin Yujie from all sides, blocking off every possible escape route, Ma Kunfeng smirked arrogantly. Arrogant little ant. Let's see how you handle this. But he still underestimated Qin Yujie's half-step cicada chase. Not only was half-step cicada chase a high-grade upper-level body technique, but Qin Yujie had already refined it to the pinnacle of perfection, something no mere meteorite fist could possibly break. Previously, Qin Yujie hadn't unleashed the full power of his movement skill. This time, however, his speed increased even further, leaving multiple afterimages streaking across the sky. Of the 10 meteorite fists, only 3 struck afterimages of Qin Yujie, while the remaining 7 missed completely. To Ma Kunfeng, landing 3 hits on illusory figures surely meant at least one must have struck Qin Yujie's true form. At this thought, Ma Kunfeng burst into triumphant laughter. Haha, finally hit you. Your movement technique may be impressive, but I'm no pushover. Someone like you who relies solely on speed must have a fragile body. One solid hit from me, and you'll be as good as dead. The surrounding crowd was stunned as well. They never expected Ma Kunfeng to have such a trick up his sleeve. The meteorite fist seemed perfectly suited to counter Qin Yujie's half-step cicada chase. Could it be that young Master Qin has actually been hit? Yes, it's quite possible. 10 strikes landed on 3 figures. One of them must be Qin's real body. 3 afterimages? Qin's speed has gotten even faster, yet he still couldn't evade Ma Kunfeng's attack. Ma Kunfeng is truly experienced in battle, definitely a tough opponent. Yes, things are looking dangerous for young Master Qin now. Just as everyone was talking anxiously among themselves, a calm and leisurely voice rang out. Fool, I'm right behind you. You're really pathetic. Qin Yujie stood with his hands behind his back, his tall, graceful figure exuding extraordinary poise. Ma Kunfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. He couldn't believe it. 10 consecutive attacks that had sealed off every possible escape route, yet not a single one had landed. How did you do that? Ma Kunfeng asked, bewildered. Chapter 111. The Ultimate Martial Arts Principle, Speed Conquers All. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and said calmly, since you're so eager to know, let me impart a martial truth to you. When it comes to all martial arts under heaven, nothing prevails like speed. As long as I'm fast enough, you can never land a hit on me. These words from Qin Yujie were like a thunderclap splitting the clear sky, resounding and awakening. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd felt sudden enlightenment, and some even entered a profound state of cultivation. The ultimate martial arts principle lies in speed. Damn it, I've got it. I've finally understood. With just this one sentence, I feel my movement technique has evolved from minor perfection to major perfection. A man raved, nearly delirious. Master Qin's words cut straight to the core of martial Tao. Only someone with true insight could utter such wisdom. Yes, I believe Master Qin's statement applies regardless of one's cultivation level. Whether at the Heaven Person realm, Wheel Sea realm, or Cave Heaven realm, even at higher realms, it still embodies the fundamental truth of martial cultivation. Master Qin is incredible. With only one sentence, he has revealed the essence of body techniques. Speed conquers all. If I'm fast enough, no one can touch me. If I'm fast enough, no one can catch me. Huh. What good is your powerful attack if I'm too fast? Your strikes will be useless. I've finally found my path in martial Tao. I shall walk the path of velocity. Just one phrase from Master Qin elevated my movement skill from major perfection to complete perfection. Indeed, relentless practice cannot compare to a single word of guidance from a true teacher. In my eyes, Master Qin is already a grandmaster of martial arts. We humbly beg Master Qin to elaborate on this martial truth later. We will be forever grateful. Please guide us, Master Qin. We are willing to become your followers, or even your servants. With a single sentence, Master Qin reveals profound martial principles. Why would anyone need to join a sect when Master Qin exists? The elders of those sects probably can't teach half as well as he does. Master Qin, I Chunhua willingly offer myself as your handmaiden. Whatever you wish me to do, I shall obey, even warming your bed for you. Master Qin, I Xiaohua also wish to serve as your maid. I'll massage your shoulders and back. I promise to make you feel so comfortable you'll never want to let go. Master Qin, Xiaohua pleads for your kindness and compassion. May you bestow your grace equally upon us, allowing us to attend to you day and night. Master Qin, Donghua deeply admires you and wishes to carry your sword. I will polish it every day without fail. To me, your sword is life itself. Where the sword lives, I live. Where the sword perishes, I perish. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with fanatical admiration, utterly shaken by his casual revelation of a martial truth. Qin Yujie himself hadn't expected that a mere offhand quote from a novel of his past life would trigger such an intense reaction. Speed conquers all. But actually, there's another half. When martial arts rely on strength, nothing remains unbroken. But forget it, I won't say it. If I continue, who knows how wild these onlookers might get. Qin Yujie mused inwardly. In truth, most people had not fully grasped the deeper meaning of speed conquers all. Currently, they interpreted it merely as being untouchable through sheer speed. Yet there was another layer. If your attacks are fast enough, you don't need complex techniques. A simple strike, delivered before the opponent even reacts, can instantly defeat or kill them. Clearly, no one present had realized this second aspect, and Qin Yujie chose not to explain further. True understanding must come through personal enlightenment. Speed conquers all. Looks like I underestimated you. Your talent is monstrous. Someone like you absolutely cannot be allowed to grow stronger. Ma Kunfeng's expression turned gravely serious for the first time. He prepared to unleash his full strength. Rampage Secret Art. Thunderclap, Sword Technique. Ma Kunfeng activated the Rampage Secret Art. Instantly, his physique doubled in power, and his blood vitality surged with terrifying intensity. This secret art was Immortal Sect's signature technique, taught to every inner disciple. Although members of the Immortal Sect were often despised and hunted like rats, the sect remained one of the 4 great sects largely due to this very art. Once activated, few cultivators at the same realm could withstand it. Though the technique carried severe side effects, it served as a last resort trump card for survival. Simultaneously, Ma Kunfeng unleashed the Thunderclap Sword Technique. The Thunderclap Sword Technique was already a fearsome sword style, far more powerful than the Immortal True Fist. It emphasized blinding speed. The sword stroke came like thunder, striking down the enemy in an instant. Indeed, Ma Kunfeng possessed real combat genius. This thunderclap sword technique specifically countered speed-based opponents, capable of delivering a fatal blow before the adversary could even initiate their evasive maneuvers. The ultimate principle of martial arts lies in speed. Nothing can overcome sheer velocity. Your movement technique is fast, and I admit I can't land a hit on you. But if my sword is faster, the moment I strike, you'll be dead. Then what good is your movement skill? Thank you for your martial truth, which has led me to comprehend the true essence of the thunderclap sword technique. From this moment on, my thunderclap sword art has reached perfection. Ma Kuanfeng thrust his sword forward. A streak of lightning flashed across heaven and earth, followed by a razor-sharp sword chi that shot toward Qin Yuje at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, that immensely powerful sword aura arrived directly before Qin Yuje. How fast that sword chi is! This time, young Master Qin is truly in danger. Who would have thought? One sentence from Qin Yuje actually enabled Ma Kuanfeng like this. What an unexpected outcome. Yes, Ma Kuanfeng's enlightenment is extraordinary. So when it comes to all martial arts under heaven, nothing prevails like speed can also be understood in such a way. One phrase from young Master Qin allows every martial artist to gain their own unique insight. This only proves how profound and exceptional his words truly are. That's true, but now young Master Qin will die by his own martial truth. How tragic and lamentable. The thunderclap sword technique really lives up to its reputation. It turns out Ma Kuanfeng's greatest strength isn't in fist techniques, but in swordsmanship. The thunderclap sword art is extremely difficult to master. Who'd have thought Ma Kuanfeng has cultivated it to the realm of perfection? Truly remarkable. Young Master Qin has finally overreached himself. How could he utter such a profound martial truth in front of his enemy? Isn't this just lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot? It's over now. Young Master Qin is undoubtedly defeated. Young Master Qin, we believe in you. We Chunhua, Xiaohua, Qiuhua, and Donghua are your loyal admirers. Yes, young Master Qin possesses unparalleled talent. How could someone who can speak such a supreme martial truth possibly lose? Young Master Qin's sword cultivation talent is monstrous. He hasn't even revealed his trump card yet. No one knows who will win or lose. The surrounding crowd watched the confrontation between Ma Kuanfeng and Qin Yuje, buzzing with endless discussion. Chapter 112. I'm done playing, you die now. It had to be said, Ma Kuanfeng's talent was truly remarkable. Unfortunately, the very talent and strength he prided himself on were utterly useless against Qin Yuje. Now that Ma Kuanfeng had finally unleashed his full power, Qin Yuje, having witnessed it all, found the whole display dull and uninspiring. Though the thunderclap sword technique might seem lightning fast to others, to Qin Yuje, it was painfully slow. So slow that with merely half a step of chasing Cicada, he could easily evade it. But Qin Yuje chose not to. Is this all you've got? Honestly, you're too weak. I've grown bored. I said I'd end this in one move, so let's finish it here. Qin Yuje declared, never one to speak unless his words would leave everyone stunned. 4 seasons sword art, winter snow blanketing the earth. With a single thrust of his sword, the temperature in the air plummeted. Snow began to fall gently from the sky, and through the swirling flakes, an astonishing sword beam shot toward Ma Kuanfeng. This sword energy was indescribably breathtaking. None present knew how to put it into words. Compared to Qin Yuje's sword beam, Ma Kuanfeng's was like a tiny stream facing the ocean, a mound meeting a mountain, a star confronting the sun, or dust rising against the clouds. There was no comparison whatsoever. They simply belonged to entirely different realms. This is young Master Qin's true power? Heaven help me, am I dreaming? A moment ago, I thought Ma Kuanfeng's sword strike was spectacular, but compared to young Master Qin, his thunderclap sword is nothing but trash. My own talent must have limited my imagination. The power of young Master Qin is beyond anything we common folk can fathom. He didn't even use his full strength against Tianyuan Sect earlier. Only now do I realize just how powerful young Master Qin really is. I was truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Young Master Qin must be a reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. His divine abilities are endless. How foolish I was to think he was about to die. Yes, in the end, I realized the fool was myself. To young Master Qin, Ma Kuanfeng's sword strike was probably not even worth a glance. Did you see the panic in Ma Kuanfeng's eyes? He's terrified. He's lost all hope. Ma Kuanfeng never imagined young Master Qin would be this strong. Looking back now, it's almost laughable how confident he was earlier. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Ma Kuanfeng probably never expected his story to end like this. Remember this. Never doubt young Master Qin's power ever again. I truly believe, even against Zhuangyuan, Qin would stand a chance. That's going a bit too far. While Qin is monstrous, Zhuangyuan is no ordinary opponent either. He'd likely overpower Qin. You said Qin couldn't beat Ma Kuanfeng earlier, didn't you? Look who got slapped in the face. How can those two be compared? Damn it. I was so shocked by young Master Qin's dazzling sword strike that I peed myself. I'm trembling uncontrollably. I'm completely soaked, a young woman said shyly. You're a girl and yet you're wet. What exactly? I also practice swordsmanship. I can only say that young Master Qin's sword talent is monstrously brilliant. Among my peers, I've never seen anything as extraordinary as his sword technique. The crowd stood frozen, utterly astounded by Qin Yuje's single strike. This shock dwarfed what Ma Kuanfeng had inspired moments before. It was hundreds, thousands of times greater. Boom. The two massive sword energies collided violently. Ma Kuanfeng's sword beam shattered instantly, crumbling into fragments. Qin Yuje's sword energy, however, seemed completely unaffected. In the blink of an eye, It reached Ma Kuanfeng and struck him head-on. No way. I've activated the savage secret art, yet I still can't block it. Never before had Ma Kuanfeng felt such utter despair. Before, it was always others who looked at him with desperation and disbelief. Now, for the first time, he was the one filled with despair. In this moment, Ma Kuanfeng regretted everything. If he could turn back time, he would never have provoked Qin Yujie, would have fled as far away as possible. But regret had no cure. His martial path ended here and now. I won't accept this. Ma Kuanfeng screamed wildly. Boom. His body was flung backward by the force of Qin Yujie's sword energy, then sliced clean in half by a final stroke. Thus, the battle ended. Ma Kuanfeng was dead, his life and cultivation extinguished. The onlookers stared at Qin Yujie's tyrannical sword strike, still unable to process what had happened. If Qin Yujie had used this move from the beginning, Ma Kuanfeng would have died long ago. Only now did they fully understand the arrogance and confidence behind Qin Yujie's earlier words. I'll make one move. If you survive, I'll spare you. In the face of such an overwhelmingly powerful sword strike, Ma Kuanfeng never stood a chance. He was as good as dead. I gave you 2 chances to live. One, to touch the edge of my robe. The other, to withstand a single move from me. You failed both. There's no one to blame but yourself for being so unworthy. Qin Yujie said indifferently, looking down at the lifeless body of Ma Kuanfeng. If Ma Kuanfeng could hear these words from beyond death, he would die all over again in rage. I'm already dead, yet you still blame me for not being good enough? The onlookers could only sigh bitterly in their hearts. Those so-called chances were meaningless. Who could possibly touch Qin Yujie's robe with his bizarre movement technique? Who could withstand even a single strike from such terrifying sword chi? Though it seemed like Qin Yujie had granted Ma Kuanfeng 2 opportunities, in truth, he never intended to spare him. Those conditions were simply impossible to fulfill. Qin Yujie controlled his true essence, forming a hand in midair to retrieve Ma Kuanfeng's storage pouch. Disciples of the Tianyuan Sect always carried many dangerous and malicious artifacts. Such items must never fall into ordinary hands. Master is so amazing. Huang Youhe looked at Qin Yujie with pure admiration, saying excitedly, Lord is wise and heroic, peerless under heaven. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also exclaimed, thrilled beyond measure. A graceful gentleman like Jade, a peerless young master indeed. That must be what they mean by Qin Gongzi. Many female bystanders gazed at Qin Yujie with starry-eyed infatuation. In a good mood, Qin Yujie took out 4 bottles of pills and casually tossed them, each landing perfectly in the hands of 4 young women. Chunhua, Xiaohua, Xiuhua, and Donghua. These 4 girls weren't bad. They had supported him from beginning to end. Since that was the case, he might as well give them something. These 4 bottles of pills are yours, Qin Yujie said calmly. The 4 women instantly burst into excitement. Thank you, young Master Qin. A graceful man like Jade, peerless under heaven. Young Master Qin is unmatched in this world. We are willing to follow you forever. Chapter 113. Breaking through to the 2nd level of Heavenly Realm. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and said, I'm not recruiting attendants for now. However, I am from the Qin family of Yuxian City. If any of you wish to serve my family, the Qin family will never treat you poorly. The others could only look on with envy at the 4 women. After all, they had supported Qin Yujie from beginning to end. Now that he gifted them pills, everyone else could do nothing but seethe with jealousy. This is a supreme grade Ningyun pill. Good heavens, it's the first time in my life I've seen a supreme grade pill. Chunhua exclaimed excitedly. Yes, young Master Qin is truly generous. I hereby announce that I'm joining the Qin family immediately. Let's see who dares lay a hand on us for Hua again. Xiuhua quickly chimed in. Exactly. Even if we can't follow young Master Qin personally, joining his family is also a great opportunity. Xiuhua added approvingly. Young Master Qin is truly majestic and peerless, like an immortal reborn. Just one glance from him fills me with such bliss I might die happy. Donghua cried, utterly thrilled. Qin Yujie chuckled. Since you all wish to join my family, stay at the Li residence for now. I'll have the Li's arrange an escort to send you to Yuxian City later. No one will dare trouble you then. Thank you, young Master Qin, the 4 Hua said gratefully. Inside the Li family mansion. Master Li, I suggest your family consider relocating to Yuxian City. This Tianyuan City lacks resources, and once we leave, if the Immortal Sect comes after you again, there won't be anyone left to save you. Qin Yujie said calmly. Young Master Qin, if you don't mind, we'd be honored to join your Qin family and serve you. Li Qingsheng replied without hesitation. With such a powerful ally as Qin Yujie within reach, not seizing the opportunity would be as foolish as insanity. As head of the Li family, Li Qingsheng was far too clever to miss this chance. Very well. If Master Li truly wishes to serve my family, you're more than welcome, Qin Yujie replied with a calm smile. That night, Qin Yujie reclined in a bamboo chair, brewing himself a cup of spiritual tea. Then he took out the spirit-gathering pearl, causing the surrounding heavenly energies to surge wildly into his body. After continuous cultivation over these past days, Qin Yujie realized he was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level of the heavenly realm. After all, drinking 1,000-year-old spiritual tea leaves like water. Even though most of its energy had been absorbed by his undying sword body, the accumulated gains had brought his cultivation right to the threshold of breakthrough. Boom! It was as if a switch inside Qin Yujie's body had suddenly flipped open. His aura exploded outward, growing vastly stronger, while the spiritual energies of heaven and earth rushed into him uncontrollably. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze now brimming with confidence. I've finally broken through to the second level of the heavenly realm, he said, stretching his muscles and casually practicing a few forms of basic sword techniques. Compared to when I was at the first level of the heavenly realm, my strength has grown tremendously. I suspect that even fighting my former self at full power, I could defeat him effortlessly now. I can't even estimate how strong I've become, Qin Yujie murmured to himself. At the very moment of Qin Yujie's breakthrough, Li Kun, Meng Xiao, and Huang Youhe were all training intensely. Today's display of power from Qin Yujie had deeply shaken them. They realized clearly that if they didn't train harder, they would never keep up with his pace. Especially Huang Youhe. She still hoped Qin Yujie would teach her the whip technique, so she had to advance her Chongqing cultivation to a level that would satisfy him. Though their talents were average, thanks to the numerous supreme-grade pills and spiritual teas gifted by Qin Yujie, their progress was by no means slow. Soon, terrifying auras began emanating from their bodies as each of them broke through to the next minor realm. I've finally reached the 5th level of the returning origin realm. Li Guichuan shouted, overjoyed. Me too, Meng Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Haha, I've advanced to the 8th level of the gathering meridian realm. Huang Youhe cheered happily. Among the three, Huang Youhe likely possessed the greatest talent. Judging from this, her future cultivation speed would probably surpass both Li Kun and Meng Xiao. All three wore expressions of pure excitement, each having achieved a breakthrough. Let's practice our sword techniques now. Today, Master's 4-season sword art was absolutely stunning and overwhelming. We used the same technique, yet we can't unleash even a fraction of its true power. Li Kun recalled Qin Yujie's dazzling sword stroke from earlier in the day, saying admiringly, that's right. Without Master's extraordinary talent, we can only compensate with hard work. I believe that as long as we persist, one day we'll master the 4-season sword art to perfection too. Meng Xiao agreed. Well said. At that moment, Qin Yujie arrived beside them. Seeing the trio still diligently training, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. As long as you train hard, you will definitely master the 4-season sword art. Now then, if you have any questions about it, feel free to ask me. Qin Yujie was in a good mood today and prepared to guide them thoroughly. Li Kun and Meng Xiao were instantly thrilled, quickly voicing their doubts. Qin Yujie patiently answered each of their questions one by one. Half an hour later, Li Kun and Meng Xiao left contentedly. They had learned so much today and needed time to carefully consolidate their knowledge. Master, when will you teach me the whip technique? Huang Youhe asked eagerly after seeing Qin Yujie instruct Li Kun and Meng Xiao in swordsmanship. Her heart stirred with anticipation. She really wanted to learn the whip techniques now. Qin Yujie said calmly, Disciple, do you wish to become a powerful cultivator like your master, or merely an average one? Without hesitation, Huang Youhe replied, Of course I want to be as strong as you, Master. Qin Yujie spoke mysteriously. Then you must lay a solid foundation. Go learn the basic forms of the fundamental whip techniques first. Remember, never slacken your cultivation of the Chongqing art under any circumstances. Qin Yujie rummaged through his storage bag and pulled out a manual titled Basic Whip Technique. This foundational skill was just like basic sword technique. It didn't even qualify as a low-level Huang-grade martial art, being nothing more than bare basics. Few people ever bothered wasting time on such rudimentary techniques. Currently, Qin Yujie didn't possess any superior whip techniques either. The common, mass-market whip arts available on the market were beneath his standards, so he simply handed Huang Youhe this basic manual and told her to give it a try. Understood, Master. Huang Youhe took the manual joyfully and rushed off to begin practicing. It looks like I need to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. System check-ins surely have better whip techniques, Qin Yujie thought wryly. 2 days later, Qin Yujie and the others boarded a flying chariot and departed for the Tianyuan Sect. The Tianyuan Sect wasn't far from Tianyuan City, at most a day's journey away. Chapter 114, Heading to the Watermoon Sect. In the core disciple area of the Watermoon Sect, a woman knelt on the ground weeping bitterly. Before her stood a man with a cold expression. This man was none other than Zhuang Yuan, a core disciple of the Watermoon Sect. The woman kneeling before him was Chao Jingdan. You went to break off the engagement, only to end up being cast aside instead? Zhuang Yuan said indifferently. Chao Jingdan looked up at the calm-faced man before her. She knew that the calmer he appeared, the angrier he truly was. Her body trembled slightly at that moment. She realized how terrifying his calmness was, so much so that she felt an urge to flee. Do you think I lack women around me? What right does a discarded woman like you have to stay here? Zhuang Yuan asked emotionlessly. His words instantly crushed Chao Jingdan's heart and soul. She had given her body to Zhuang Yuan just to remain by his side. Now, over something as intangible as a broken engagement, he had callously cast her away. Though she had anticipated this, she still clung to a sliver of hope and illusion. Yet in the end, Zhuang Yuan proved utterly ruthless, showing no regard for their past connection. Please, Master Zhuang, have mercy. If you cast me aside, I have nowhere else to go. Chao Jingdan pleaded, still kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. What are you to deserve my pity? Get out, and don't let me see you again. Zhuang Yuan waved his hand, sending a burst of true energy slamming into Chao Jingdan, hurling her backward. No, Master Zhuang, please don't abandon me. Chao Jingdan cried, remaining on her knees. At that moment, she resembled nothing more than a discarded concubine. Where was the dignity befitting an inner disciple of the Watermoon Sect? Zhuang Yuan clapped his hands, and 2 women immediately entered from outside. Both were strikingly beautiful, even more so than Chao Jingdan. Compare yourself to them. Isn't each one far more beautiful than you? How dare you even remain here? Have some self-awareness. Zhuang Yuan said coldly. Chao Jingdan knew staying on her knees would change nothing. She glanced at Zhuang Yuan and the two women, then let out a bitter laugh before turning and leaving. Zhuang Yuan raised his head toward the window, murmuring to himself, although Chao Jingdan was nothing more than a servant to me, anyone who dares oppose me will suffer. Qin Yujie, you not only killed my attendant Tianyuan Qin, but you've humiliated me. If you truly dare come to the Watermoon Sect, this place will become your grave. Master Zhuang, don't be angry. Let us serve you tonight. The two women moved closer, helping Zhuang Yuan remove his clothes and attend to him. Zhuang Yuan smirked, wrapping his arms around the two women. Soon, the room filled with wanton delight. Meanwhile, Qin Yujie and his companions traveled by flying carriage, drawing ever closer to the Watermoon Sect. After Qin Yujie's group left Taiyuan City, the Li family began selling their property and packing their belongings, preparing to leave Taiyuan City for Yushuan City as well. Taiyuan City had become too dangerous. The Watermoon Sect could arrive at any moment, and after Demon Sect lost an inner disciple, they might also send investigators. It was best for the Li family to leave early. A day later, Qin Yujie and his companions finally arrived at the Watermoon Sect. The Watermoon Sect, one of Lingtian Kingdom's 4 great sects, had numerous female disciples and relatively few male ones. Gazing at the endless mountains and serene lakes, Qin Yujie couldn't help but marvel. The Watermoon Sect truly was a blessed land, breathtakingly beautiful and brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Halt! Who goes there? No entry beyond this point. This is the sacred ground of the Watermoon Sect. 2 outer disciples blocked Qin Yujie's path at the entrance. These gatekeepers were mere outer disciples of the sect, each at the reverted origin realm. Qin Yujie could easily force his way in, but today he had come specifically to challenge Zhuang Yuan. There was no need for such brute intrusion. I am Qin Yujie, an outer disciple of the Heaven Origin Sect, here specially to challenge your core disciple, Zhuang Yuan. Standing atop the flying carriage, Qin Yujie projected his voice enhanced by true energy. Like ripples spreading across water, the sound reverberated throughout every corner of the Watermoon Sect. With that single proclamation, the entire sect knew someone had come to challenge Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan was renowned within the Watermoon Sect, and few expected an outer disciple from the Heaven Origin Sect to dare challenge him. Curiosity surged through the sect, and disciples began flocking toward the main gates. Even several inner elders and core disciples came to witness the spectacle. The Watermoon Sect had long gone without internal duels, and Qin Yujie's arrival sparked widespread interest. Soon, many people came flocking at the sound of Qin Yujie's proclamation. When they first laid eyes on Qin Yujie, they were instantly captivated by his graceful and outstanding demeanor. I wonder which family this little brother comes from. Come here, into big sister's arms. Let me spoil you properly. A beautiful female disciple of the Watermoon Sect looked at Qin Yujie with shining eyes and said playfully, "No wonder I've never seen such a handsome man before. I guess that's why my master never let me leave the sect. Are all the young men outside like this? Compared to him, all our senior brothers in the Watermoon Sect are totally outshone." An adorable little girl exclaimed in awe. "This young man Qin might look good, but haven't you noticed? He's only at the 2nd level of the heavenly realm. What a useless nobody. How dare someone with such weak cultivation come challenge senior brother Zhuang? This is absolutely ridiculous." A male disciple, envious of Qin Yujie's divine appearance, immediately felt uncomfortable and began mocking him. All looks and no substance. What good is good looks? In the martial world, strength is what truly matters. Another man chimed in. Exactly. Can good looks fill your stomach? His cultivation level is so low, he must be here just to make a joke of himself. Look, the woman standing beside him is incredibly beautiful. At such a young age, she's already blossomed into such radiance. After a few more years, she'll surely become an unparalleled beauty. A man gazed at Huang Yoha in utter amazement. Little miss, how about following me instead? The Qin fellow beside you is far too weak. He can't possibly protect you. I could crush him with just one hand, a man leered. Is that so? My master is very strong. Huang Yoha replied calmly with a faint smile. Your master? Good heavens, you actually took a useless man as your teacher? He's only at the 2nd level of the heavenly realm. Why not take me as your master instead? I'm at the 5th level of the heavenly realm. Chapter 115. You're all worthless. What's a 5th level heavenly realm cultivator like you to boast about? I'm 8th level. Little girl, become my disciple. I'll pass on all my skills to you. The surrounding crowd buzzed with gossip and murmurs directed at Qin Yujie and Huang Yoha's group. Qin Yujie glanced at them coldly and said, "Worthless trash, daring to harass my disciple? Are you looking to die?" His words dropped like a stone into still water, sending ripples of outrage through the crowd. You dare call me trash? Want me to kill you in one move? Roared a 5th level heavenly realm man, his face flushed with fury. Qin Yujie looked at him and slowly shook his head. I didn't call you trash. Hearing this, the man sneered condescendingly at Qin Yujie, then turned to Huang Yoha. Little girl, see that? Your master is a useless coward. The moment I got angry, he backtracked. Doesn't even have the guts to admit it. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and said, You misunderstand. I didn't call you trash. I called all of you trash. Every single one of you. His words struck like a thunderbolt on a clear day, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Huang Yoha couldn't help but chuckle. She knew her master would never be someone who'd back down in fear. Sure enough, his real move had been waiting just behind these words. Damn it, my temper can't take this. Say that again, one man shouted angrily. I think we misheard. Give us a second chance. We'll let you rephrase that properly this time. Another man chimed in supportively. Fuck it, I can't stand this anymore. I'll crush you with one punch. How dare a lowly bug like you insult the entire Shui sect? Little brother, you're so fierce. I love dominant men like you. So what if we're trash? If you agree, I'll happily be your gentle little piece of trash forever, gushed a woman, completely infatuated. Hey, senior sister, are you out of your mind? This guy just called all of us trash, can't you hear? Another male disciple said in disbelief. Get down on your knees and apologize immediately. Then lick my shoes clean, and maybe I'll forgive your insolence, snarled a man with a sinister glare. Qin Yujie looked over the crowd with utter disdain. You heard correctly. I said all of you are worthless trash. Come at me together if you have the guts, swarm of insignificant insects. His bold declaration sent shockwaves through the group. Faces twisted with rage. One man could no longer contain himself and charged straight toward Qin Yujie. You, a clueless little ant, dare challenge all of us? I alone am more than enough to deal with you. This man was the same 5th-level Heavenly Realm cultivator who had harassed Huang Yoha earlier. His name was Wu Weiji, an inner disciple of the Shui sect, skilled in fist techniques. Crane Feather True Fist. A massive fist-shaped force erupted from the heavens, hurtling toward Qin Yujie with shocking power and overwhelming momentum. After throwing the punch, Wu Weiji smirked arrogantly. With your mere 2nd-level Heavenly Realm cultivation, I can obliterate you in a single strike. Qin Yujie merely sneered and threw a punch of his own. The two attacks collided head-on. Boom! To Wu Weiji's horror, his powerful technique was effortlessly shattered by Qin Yujie's counterattack. Qin Yujie's fist continued forward unimpeded. In the blink of an eye, it slammed directly into Wu Weiji's chest. Impossible, gasped Wu Weiji as searing pain exploded in his chest. His body flew backward like discarded trash, flung through the air by the devastating force. Pathetic. Calling you trash is being generous. You're not even worthy of that title. Qin Yujie said coolly. You, enraged beyond reason, Wu Weiji stammered, then collapsed unconscious. The crowd stood frozen in shock. They all knew Wu Weiji's strength well. While not exceptionally strong, defeating a 2nd-level Heavenly Realm opponent should have been effortless. Yet the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. They never imagined Wu Weiji would be defeated by Qin Yujie in a single punch. Such a disgrace. A 5th-level Heavenly Realm cultivator. Yet this week? Let me handle this. At that moment, another man stepped forward. This one already at 7th-level Heavenly Realm. His name was Wang Tian, a swordsman renowned for his blade techniques. Cloud Sea Sword Art, first form. Wind rises, clouds surge. As Wang Tian slashed his blade, the sky churned violently. A colossal sword beam surged forth, roaring toward Qin Yujie with terrifying intensity. Thick, heavy, and undeniably powerful. Evidence of Wang Tian's remarkable talent in sword mastery. Wang Tian's technique has grown even stronger. His tenfu in sword arts is truly exceptional, exclaimed a woman in astonishment. Yes, even I would have to evade such a strike. There's no way Qin Yujie, at only 2nd-level Heavenly Realm, could withstand it, added another 7th-level Heavenly Realm female, disciple solemnly. The Cloud Sea Sword Art emphasizes lightning-fast draws and immense power. With this strike, even if Qin Yujie survives, he'll surely be gravely injured. Yes, although Qin Yujie's talent is decent, compared to Wang Tian, he's still far inferior. Wu Weiji was nothing but a fame-seeker without real ability. Despite being at 5th-level Heavenly Realm, his strength is average. I could defeat him in a single move myself. Exactly. With Wang Tian stepping in, Qin Yujie is undoubtedly finished. It's his own fault for being so arrogant, daring to call us all worthless. Even if Wang Tian hadn't acted, I'd have taught him a lesson myself. Confidence comes from strength. Without it, arrogance is just ignorance. Qin Yujie must be a frog in a well, never having seen the wider world. True. He's merely an outer disciple of Tianyuan Sect. Where does he get the audacity to challenge Zhuangyuan? If he can't even beat Wang Tian, he's nothing but a showboater. The surrounding crowd, watching Wang Tian's powerful slash, all believed Qin Yujie had grossly overestimated himself. Qin Yujie looked at the incoming blade, took a sip of spring breeze drunken wine, then casually threw a punch. Bang! The two massive forces collided violently, resulting in a complete stalemate. The onlookers were stunned by Qin Yujie's effortless display. They hadn't expected they'd underestimated his strength yet again. I didn't expect you to block my strike. Very well, I only used half my strength earlier. Now I'll go all out, Wang Tian said, slightly surprised at first, but quickly regaining absolute confidence. The crowd had initially been shocked by Qin Yujie, but recalling that Wang Tian had held back at half strength and still ended up evenly matched, they reasoned that once Wang Tian unleashed his full power, Qin Yujie would certainly be defeated. Wang Tian, don't hold back. Cut him down with one blow. Yes, the dignity of our Shui sect must not be insulted. Show no mercy. The surrounding disciples shouted fervently. Chapter 116, One Finger Defeats Wang Tian. You can still repent now. Kneel and apologize to everyone, and I'll spare your life. Wang Tian declared arrogantly. What if I refuse to kneel and apologize? Are you going to kill me? Qin Yujie asked calmly. An insult to a cultivator cannot be tolerated. You've angered everyone. If you don't apologize, death is the only option. Wang Tian said. Fine. I didn't want to kill you originally, but since you wish to kill me, I have no choice but to end your life. Qin Yujie replied with mild regret. Hey, you want to kill me? What a ridiculous dream. Wang Tian sneered. At that moment, an elder approached the group and said coolly, You may spar, but you must not take any lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our sect's camaraderie. This elder was Tsang Yanyu, the deputy sect master of Shuei Sect, at the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Understood. Qin Yujie nodded in agreement. Truthfully, these ordinary disciples of Shuei Sect had no personal grudge against him. As long as they didn't intend to kill him, Qin Yujie had no plan to eliminate them. Yes, deputy sect master. Wang Tian also nodded obediently. You're really lucky. If the deputy sect master hadn't appeared, you'd already be dead. Wang Tian mocked Qin Yujie contemptuously. Oh, I think it's you who's more fortunate, Qin Yujie replied calmly. Arrogant fool. Witness my Cloud Sea Saber technique, second form, flipping clouds and pouring rain. Wang Tian's true essence surged wildly, unleashing a terrifying aura. With one slash of his saber, the heavens and earth trembled. Rain began to fall from the sky. Amidst the downpour, a dazzling saber beam shot toward Qin Yujie with blinding speed. Everyone present was awestruck by Wang Tian's move. This slash, even an average martial saint at the 8th level would hesitate to block it head-on. How could Qin Yujie, at merely the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, possibly withstand it? A bystander exclaimed in shock. Yes, who knew Wang Tian was this strong? If the deputy sect master hadn't intervened, Qin Yujie would surely have been killed. The deputy sect master probably spared Qin Yujie out of respect for the Tianyuan Sect. The onlookers all believed Qin Yujie was destined to lose. A mere trick. Break heaven first finger. Qin Yujie casually raised his finger and lightly pointed toward the sky. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the surroundings erupted violently. A massive golden finger soared through the air straight at Wang Tian. This colossal finger advanced like an unstoppable force, effortlessly shattering Wang Tian's saber beam. Wang Tian stared in terror at the gigantic golden finger, feeling unprecedented pressure closing in on him. He realized he had just escaped death by a hair. Had the deputy sect master not stopped things in time, Qin Yujie's single finger strike might have ended his life instantly. Staring at Qin Yujie in utter disbelief, Wang Tian suddenly felt how foolish and insignificant he was. He had no choice but to admit that Qin Yujie possessed extraordinary talent. How else could someone at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm defeat him, a 7th level expert, with just one finger? What kind of power and potential did this man possess? The golden finger slammed into Wang Tian, sending his body flying backward. With just one finger, Wang Tian was defeated. Only because Qin Yujie had held back did Wang Tian escape with mere injuries rather than death. Witnessing their clash, the crowd collectively gasped. They couldn't believe it. Wang Tian had lost, and so completely at that. In fact, the disparity between them was obvious from the outset. Wang Tian had poured all his strength into a desperate attack, while Qin Yujie had countered with a casual, effortless gesture. The difference in their power levels was staggering. Dragging his injured body up, Wang Tian felt utterly humiliated. Moments ago, he had ridiculed Qin Yujie as an insignificant ant. Now, he himself had been felled by a single finger strike. If someone as formidable as Qin Yujie were still considered a lowly insect, then what did that make him? Less than an ant. Anyone else who dares to challenge me? Come forth, I'll face you all. Qin Yujie said indifferently. I'll take you on, little brother. My name is Zhang Qiuling, 9th level of the martial saint realm. If you lose, call me big sister, okay? Zhang Qiuling declared. If I lose, I'll do whatever you say. But if you lose, you'll serve as my handmaiden for 1 month. Qin Yujie replied calmly. His words immediately sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who was Zhang Qiuling? She was the top disciple among the inner sect, already at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, close to breaking into the Wheel Sea realm. Not only was she exceptionally talented, but she was also renowned throughout the sect for her beauty, bright eyes, fair skin, and a figure like jade. She was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding beauties in Shuei Sect. And yet, Qin Yujie boldly demanded such a gifted and stunning woman to become his servant? Was he out of his mind? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. This Qin Yujie is so full of himself, daring to demand that my goddess serve him as a handmaiden? Who does he think he is? An angry man exclaimed. Zhang Qiuling is the #1 beauty in Shuei Sect. Even Zhuang Yuan, a core disciple, once pursued her but was flatly rejected. Now Qin Yujie dares set his sights on senior sister Zhang? How outrageous, another man lamented bitterly. Senior sister Zhang, please don't accept this bet. Qin Yujie is cunning and tricky. What if you fall right into his trap? A man shouted loudly. I wonder if Zhuang Yuan would explode with rage when he hears about this wager. Zhang Qiuling has always been the woman he could never have. Qin Yujie really knows how to handle women. Senior sister Zhang should give this rascal a severe lesson. A mere outer disciple from Tianyuan Sect dares come to our Shuei Sect to snatch away a woman? Unforgivable. This is beyond tolerable. Li Kun and Meng Xiao both looked at Qin Yujie with immense admiration. In their eyes, Qin Yujie had already won over Xiao Chunlan, Lin Qinin, Jiang Fanxian, and now, likely Zhang Qiuling as well. She probably wouldn't escape his grasp either. If Qin Yujie had known what Li Kun and Meng Xiao were thinking, he would have cried out in protest. You say I've won over Xiao Chunlan, Lin Qinin, and Jiang Fanxian? You're seriously misunderstanding me. I haven't gotten anywhere with any of them yet. Zhang Qiuling hadn't expected Qin Yujie to propose such a bet, but she merely smiled calmly. She believed there was no way she could lose. Her trump card was immensely powerful, far beyond what someone at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm like Qin Yujie could possibly match. Still, to be cautious, Zhang Qiuling said, fine. If you can defeat me fairly and squarely with your own strength, and if I lose without excuse, then I'll serve as your handmaiden for 1 month. But even then, You cannot force me to do anything I'm unwilling to do. Agreed. Qin Yujie replied with a smile, nodding. Zhang Qiuling secretly thought to herself, even if I lose, if I don't accept it fully and wholeheartedly, I won't honor this bet. Chapter 117, Battle against Zhang Qiuling. Zhang Qiuling now had a double safeguard. First, she never believed she would lose. Second, even if she did lose, she could always claim that Qin Yujie had merely won by luck, that she wasn't convinced by her defeat. What could anyone do about it? Qin Yujie was simply acting on a whim. He didn't really intend to do anything serious to Zhang Qiuling. He just thought it would be hilarious if he could make the #1 beauty of Shui West Sect serve as his personal attendant. That would surely enrage all the male disciples of Shui West Sect, especially after each of them had insulted him as a lowly ant and flirted shamelessly with his disciple, Huang Youha. When everyone heard that Zhang Qiuling had actually accepted Qin Yujie's wager, they initially felt worried, but then, recalling her terrifying strength, their concerns quickly faded away. Even Vice Sect leader Cang Yanyu did not intervene to stop the bet, because in his mind, there was no way Zhang Qiuling could possibly lose. Little brother, I'm coming, Zhang Qiuling said with a smile. Don't hold back, I'll make sure you lose completely, and without excuse. Qin Yujie replied calmly. We'll see how well you perform. Zhang Qiuling snorted coldly, and suddenly her aura surged with immense power. Autumn Waters Sword Art. First form, Autumn Waters pointing the way. As she thrust forward with her sword, the sky above Shui West Sect trembled violently. The heavens and earth shifted dramatically, and streams of spiritual energy quaked wildly through the air. Suddenly, a powerful sword beam, radiating overwhelming force, shot toward Qin Yujie at lightning speed. That single strike was like a slash from a peerless sword immortal, so breathtaking, so domineering, so utterly terrifying. The spectators' minds went completely blank. They couldn't find words to describe such a move. Only pure, overwhelming shock rushed over them. Heavens, that's the Autumn Waters Sword Art. A lower-grade Earth-tier sword technique, one Shui West Sect disciple exclaimed in disbelief. I've always heard that senior sister Zhang mastered this technique, but I've never seen it until today. What an incredible stroke of luck. We should actually thank Qin Yujie for this, another added with a chuckle. Yes, the Autumn Waters Sword Art has 3 forms, each more powerful than the last. I doubt Qin Yujie can even withstand the first form. Senior sister Zhang is truly unmatched. This single strike would be impossible for me to block, even though I'm also at Heavenly Body Realm 9th layer. Senior sister Zhang is already peerless within her realm, let alone against Qin Yujie, who's only at Heavenly Body 2nd layer. He stands no chance. Qin Yujie is nothing but boastful nonsense. This time he's kicked a solid iron pillar. He'll have to slink back to Tianyuan Sect in disgrace. Why doesn't Qin Yujie go take a look at himself in a mirror? Does he really think someone like him can covet our goddess? Dream on. Exactly. Senior sister Zhang will always be Shui West Sect's #1 beauty. Let this rogue Qin Yujie keep his filthy hands off her. Senior sister Zhang should beat him so badly, he can't even take care of himself. That way, he'll never dare think about her again. Look, Qin Yujie is frozen stiff. He must be terrified by senior sister's stunning sword strike. Humph, Qin Yujie is just a frog at the bottom of a well. Got a bit of power, and now he struts around showing off. But as the saying goes, there are always stronger people beyond the mountains. Facing senior sister Zhang, Qin Yujie won't be able to strut around anymore. The surrounding crowd mocked and jeered at Qin Yujie relentlessly. In their eyes, Qin Yujie had already been stunned into paralysis by Zhang Qiuling's dazzling attack. Qin Yujie merely smiled faintly and said, "You're not bad, but still a bit too weak." 4 seasons sword art, spring rain drizzling. With a single thrust of his sword, the entire sky and earth once again churned violently. A shocking sword beam surged straight toward Zhang Qiuling. Boom! The 2 massive sword energies collided, unleashing a deafening explosion that shook the heavens. The onlookers stared in utter astonishment. Were these attacks really from cultivators at the Heavenly Body Realm? Even a practitioner at the Wheel C 1st layer might struggle to match this level of power. And yet, the first clash had ended in a draw. This shocked everyone to silence. After all, Zhang Qiuling was a Heavenly Body 9th layer warrior with monstrous talent in sword cultivation, wielding the lower-grade Earth-tier martial art, Autumn Waters Sword Art. With all these factors combined, the power of her sword strike wasn't simply additive, it was multiplicative. That earlier strike of hers would likely force even a typical Wheel C 1st layer cultivator to retreat. Yet Qin Yujie had blocked it head-on. Clearly, the power behind Qin Yujie's sword strike must have been immense. Otherwise, there was no way the exchange could have ended evenly. I didn't expect you to actually block my strike. Looks like I underestimated you, Zhang Qiuling said, unable to hide her surprise. She hadn't imagined Qin Yujie's strength would be this formidable. Her last move was something even most Heavenly Body 9th layer experts would struggle to withstand. Not bad, Miss Zhang. Your strength is quite impressive, just a tiny bit below mine, Qin Yujie said calmly. Qin Yujie's words instantly provoked a wave of mocking laughter from the crowd. Qin Yujie really dares to say that. Senior sister Zhang hasn't even shown her full power yet. Exactly. I admit his last sword strike was strong, but claiming he's stronger than senior sister Zhang? I can't agree with that at all. This Qin Yujie loves to boast. He thinks blocking senior sister Zhang's casual strike makes him invincible. What arrogance. No sense of heaven or earth. The onlookers gazed at Zhang Qiuling with admiration and devotion, while regarding Qin Yujie with disdain and ridicule. If glances could kill, Qin Yujie would have been torn apart by the men present 1,000 times over. Zhang Qiuling, however, wasn't angry. She smiled gently and said, "We'll see about that. I won't hold back anymore." With those words, she thrust her sword forward sharply. Autumn Waters Sword Art. Second form. A single sword knows autumn. Her aura surged dramatically. Terrifying waves of true energy radiated from her body as streams of spiritual chi gathered wildly throughout the heavens and earth. Then, a heaven-shaking sword beam shot straight toward Qin Yujie. The Autumn Waters Sword Art, this martial technique, had long been cultivated to perfection by Zhang Qiuling. Now unleashed, its power was simply immense. Indeed, Zhang Qiuling possessed exceptional talent in the sword path, with remarkable comprehension. Very few could achieve complete mastery of an earth-tier lower-grade sword art at such a young age. Against anyone else, Zhang Qiuling would surely triumph effortlessly. Unfortunately for her, she was facing Qin Yujie. First, Qin Yujie's four-season sword art was an earth-tier upper-grade sword technique, 2 ranks higher than Zhang Qiuling's Autumn Water Sword Art. Second, the cultivation art Qin Yujie practiced was the evergreen art, granting him incredibly vast reserves of true energy, something even Zhang Qiuling, at Heavenly Body Realm 9th layer, likely couldn't match. Third, Qin Yujie wielded the Luoxua sword, a heaven-tier upper-grade weapon, an artifact so rare that probably not a single one could be found across the entire Lingtian kingdom. Chapter 118, Zhang Qiuling's Shock. In every aspect, Qin Yujie surpassed Zhang Qiuling. Thus, although the sword Qi Zhang Qiuling unleashed seemed overwhelmingly powerful in the eyes of the onlookers, it posed not even a shred of threat to Qin Yujie. In fact, Qin Yujie had deliberately held back much of his strength. Otherwise, defeating Zhang Qiuling with a single strike would have been too dull. Only by defeating her at the moment she unleashed her most powerful move, when she was shining at her brightest, could he make her lose completely and without excuse. That moment had not yet arrived, so Qin Yujie had no intention of ending this fight now. Zhang Qiuling's sword stroke caused the sky and earth to tremble, as if autumn had suddenly descended upon the world. Qin Yujie gazed at the mighty sword Qi approaching him, faintly smiled, then calmly swung his own blade. 4 seasons, sword technique. Scorching summer. The spiritual energy in the heavens erupted wildly. A colossal sun rose into the sky, and suddenly, an immense sword beam blazed forth like the midday sun, radiant and overwhelming, rushing straight toward Zhang Qiuling. Qin Yujie's technique was so stunning, so awe-inspiring, that everyone present stood dumbfounded. They watched in shock, breath caught in their throats. Only now did they realize that Qin Yujie had been concealing his true power all along. As Zhang Qiuling grew stronger with each attack, Qin Yujie responded in kind, his strength escalating limitlessly. This kind of monstrous talent was terrifying beyond measure, sending shivers down the spines of the crowd. If they knew that Qin Yujie had only used 1/10 of his actual strength in that single strike, who knows how much more frightened they would have become. Master Qin's sword just now was unbelievably domineering. I'm truly shaken. Who would have thought Tianyuan Sect could produce such a peerless genius? Luminous as the midday sun, vast and unstoppable. The power of Qin Yujie's sword is actually on par with senior sister Zhang's. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect must be blind. To have someone as extraordinary as Master Qin ranked only as an outer disciple? He has golden jade before his eyes, yet fails to recognize its value. I admit, though Qin Yujie seems arrogant, he clearly possesses the strength to back it up. I respect that. Master Qin's 4-season sword technique is no ordinary skill. It should rank at least on the same level as the Autumn Water Sword Art. All were astounded as they watched the clash between Qin Yujie and Zhang Qiuling. The 2 colossal beams of sword Qi collided in midair with a thunderous boom. Instantly, the entire world shook violently, winds roaring wildly. The mere residual force from the collision left many disciples of Tianyuan Sect seriously injured. What just happened? Master Qin actually blocked senior sister Zhang's sword. A female disciple from Tianyuan Sect exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, Qin Yujie is definitely no ordinary opponent. Don't you all remember? He's only at the 2nd heaven rank realm, while senior sister Zhang has reached the 9th heaven rank realm. If Qin Yujie were also at the 9th heaven rank realm, fighting her at equal cultivation level, would Zhang Qiuling still stand a chance against him? Now that you mention it, at the same level, senior sister might not be his match at all. Realm cultivation itself is part of one's strength. Fast cultivation talent counts too. Senior sister Zhang has incredible genius. She's already reached the 9th heaven rank realm at such a young age. Qin Yujie can't possibly compare. Yes, senior sister will likely reach the Wheel C realm soon. Once there, her power will grow even stronger. How could Qin Yujie ever rival her then? Still, Qin Yujie's strength is terrifying. I feel senior sister is in serious trouble now. Haven't you noticed? Up until now, Qin Yujie has remained calm and unhurried. His depth seems unfathomable. I feel the same way. Could it be? Senior sister is actually going to become Qin Yujie's servant girl? Damn, my goddess. Watching the battle between senior sister Zhang and Master Qin has broadened my horizons. I've actually gained insight into sword technique. Me too. I've learned a great deal. Unaware to Qin Yujie, in a quiet corner of the crowd, a dispirited woman stood staring at him in utter shock. It was Chao Jingdan. Chao Jingdan looked at Qin Yujie in disbelief, whispering to herself, I never expected your strength to be this great. It seems you didn't even use your full power during your fight with Tian Zhengqing days ago. But even if you're strong, once you face young Master Zhuang, you'll surely be crushed. So enjoy yourself while you can. The higher you soar now, the harder you'll fall when Zhuang Yuan defeats you. Qiao Jingdan glared at Qin Yujie with lingering resentment, increasingly excited about the drama yet to come. The surrounding crowd continued to chatter wildly, mostly about Qin Yujie, who had stunned them too many times already, so much so that they were almost numb. Zhang Qiuling stared at Qin Yujie, her heart filled with astonishment. She hadn't expected him to block that strike at all. Qin Yujie ignored the crowd's murmurs, calmly took a sip of spring breeze intoxication, and said, "Miss Zhang, this isn't your full strength yet, is it?" Zhang Qiuling smiled and confidently replied, "Your cultivation is indeed formidable. I'll now unleash my absolute peak power. If you can withstand it, I'll accept defeat willingly." Qin Yujie was slightly taken aback. He couldn't understand where Zhang Qiuling found her confidence. Did she still have some trump card hidden up her sleeve? He nodded and said, "Fine, do your best. I am invincible." The surrounding disciples were all stunned by this bold declaration. Normally, only two kinds of people dared to say such a thing. One type being those with supreme confidence in their own strength, and the other being narrow-minded fools seeking attention. No one could tell which kind Qin Yujie belonged to. "Do your best. I am invincible." That line is so domineering. I love it. One of the onlookers exclaimed in awe. I think Qin Yujie is simply overconfident. He's clearly just showing off. Though he's strong, calling himself invincible seems excessive. Exactly. Without the actual strength, saying such things is nothing but arrogant ignorance. If he gets defeated by Senior Sister Zhang later, he'll become a laughingstock. But strangely, I feel like Qin Yujie might actually win. My instincts are usually right. Senior Sister Zhang also looks extremely confident. I wonder what secret technique she has in reserve. The crowd buzzed with discussion about Qin Yujie, some accusing him of empty boasting, others calling him delusional, some worshipped him, while others mocked him. Zhang Qiuling glanced at Qin Yujie and said coolly, "Next, I will truly unleash my full power. If you don't surrender now, you may die." Qin Yujie responded nonchalantly, "Miss Zhang, don't hold back. Show me everything you've got. Rest assured, my strength is far beyond what you could ever imagine." Chapter 119, Half-Step Sword Intent. Qin Yujie's words immediately sparked a fresh wave of discussion among the crowd. How insufferable can one person be? What does he mean by your strength is beyond imagination? He clearly doesn't take Senior Sister Zhang seriously at all. Yeah, he's way too arrogant. This kind of attitude is utterly disrespectful. Qin Yujie is really overdoing his bragging. It'll be hilarious when Senior Sister Zhang defeats him with a single sword stroke. Qin Yujie, don't talk nonsense. Be careful the wind doesn't blow your tongue off. You people understand nothing. My master's power is unfathomable. Forget about your Senior Sister Zhang. Even that Zhuang Yuan of yours wouldn't last a moment against my master. Huang Yoha snapped angrily, seeing so many doubt Qin Yujie. Young girl, you have quite a big mouth. Your master is that powerful? I find it hard to believe. Hee, my master recently killed a Sirotation Realm first stage martial artist. How about that for powerful? Huang Yoha said proudly. Who can't boast? The other day I was walking along and accidentally stepped on a Sirotation Realm cultivator and crushed him dead. One man scoffed. The other day while I was eating, a Sirotation Realm expert disturbed me talking too loudly, so I took a single chopstick and finished him off. Now that I think about it, that Sirotation Realm guy was pathetically weak. Another man joined in mockingly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Huang Yoha muttered, exasperated. She was telling the truth, yet no one believed her. Since you're so confident, I feel no more restraint now, Zhang Qiuling declared, her aura suddenly shifting entirely. Compared to earlier, her presence had become vastly stronger, her true essence surging with terrifying intensity. It turned out that previously, Zhang Qiuling had been restraining herself, not unleashing her full power. Now, this was her at her peak. Autumn Water's sword technique, third form. One sword shocks heaven. Half-step water sword intent. Combine. With a thrust of her sword, the entire world seemed to transform. A heaven-shaking sword chi surged toward Qin Yujie. The third form of the Autumn Water sword technique was already immensely powerful. Combined with half-step water sword intent, the might of Zhang Qiuling's strike reached an unprecedented level. This attack was something even ordinary Sirotation Realm first-stage cultivators would hesitate to block head-on. In fact, it could instantly kill an average practitioner of that realm. Indeed, Zhang Qiuling's talent in the sword path was monstrous. While still in the heavenly human realm, she had already comprehended a half-step sword intent. Sword intent is divided into stages. Half-step sword intent initiation, minor completion of sword intent, major completion of sword intent, and perfect sword intent. Once a sword cultivator grasps even half-step sword intent, they've embarked upon a path far beyond ordinary martial artists. Countless sword cultivators spend their entire lives without ever attaining half-step sword intent, let alone entering true sword intent. As the saying goes, starting is always the hardest, and this holds true for comprehending sword intent. Don't underestimate half-step sword intent. It's not something just anyone can achieve. At this moment, Zhang Qiuling resembled a celestial fairy plucking the moon from the heavens. Her sword strike was indescribably breathtaking. Damn, Senior Sister Zhang has actually comprehended half-step water sword intent. A watching disciple exclaimed in shock. As far as I know, none of the inner disciples have ever achieved half-step sword intent. Senior Sister Zhang is truly number one among them. Among the countless sword cultivators in Lingtian Kingdom, how many can comprehend half-step sword intent while still in the heavenly human realm? Senior Sister Zhang's sword talent is simply monstrous. Sword intent can amplify any sword technique, unleashing immense power. Though half-step sword intent isn't equal to true sword intent, its effect is still extraordinary. With half-step sword intent layered onto the Autumn Waters sword technique, the power isn't just additive, it's multiplied beyond simple arithmetic. No wonder senior sister Zhang was so confident. So her trump card was half-step sword intent. Looks like she's definitely going to win this time. Qin Yujie must be stunned speechless by now. Look at his eyes, they're wide open in shock. There's no way he can withstand this strike. The gap between them is just too vast. Earlier he had the audacity to say he'd take senior sister Zhang as his servant girl. Such arrogance and ignorance. Now he's about to get slapped hard. There's always someone stronger, some horizon beyond the sky. Qin Yujie may possess exceptional sword talent, but compared to senior sister Zhang, he's hopelessly inferior. Exactly. Qin Yujie hasn't even grasped half-step sword intent. What right does he have to act so arrogantly? Looks like Qin Yujie is doomed to lose this time. The surrounding crowd gazed at Zhang Qiuling in utter shock and awe after witnessing her unleash half-step sword intent. Qin Yujie watched the heaven-shattering sword qi rushing toward him, then smiled calmly and said, "Merely half-step sword intent? Not even true sword intent. Zhang Qiuling, let me show you what real sword intent looks like. Wind sword intent." After Qin Yujie spoke, he casually thrust his sword forward. A sword beam far more powerful than Zhang Qiuling's erupted into the sky, a force so immense it defied description. If Qin Yujie's sword qi was an ocean, then Zhang Qiuling's was but a small river. There was simply no comparison between them. Qin Yujie didn't unleash perfect wind sword intent, because its full power was far too overwhelming for Zhang Qiuling to withstand. Instead, he restrained his wind sword intent to the minor completion stage. Even so, the might of this single strike was unimaginably vast. Zhang Qiuling stared in shock at Qin Yujie's sword strike. She never expected that he had also comprehended sword intent, and not just any level, but minor completion. Qin Yujie was only at heavenly human realm second stage. Throughout the entire Lingtian kingdom, perhaps no one else had achieved minor completion of sword intent while still at such a cultivation level. If Zhang Qiuling knew that Qin Yujie had already mastered not only perfect wind sword intent, but also perfect fire sword intent, she might well have been shocked into complete numbness. Ordinary sword cultivators struggled relentlessly through years of cultivation. Only those with exceptional talent could hope to reach half-step sword intent, progressing step by step toward full mastery. But for Qin Yujie, all it took was a system check-in to automatically obtain perfect sword intent. There was absolutely no comparison. Those like Qin Yujie who possessed a system were in a league of their own. His path of cultivation was incomparably easier than others. The surrounding crowd, upon seeing Qin Yujie unleash wind sword intent, instantly fell silent, their tongues paralyzed with shock, unable to utter a word. They gazed at Qin Yujie in utter terror, still feeling as if they were dreaming, refusing to believe what they had just witnessed. Heavens above, that's actual sword intent. Young Master Qin has comprehended sword intent. Truly a peerless genius, exclaimed a female disciple from Tianyuan Sect. Chapter 120, Subtle Physical Contact. Yeah, anyone who comprehends sword intent is undoubtedly a once-in-a-generation genius. And Qin Yujie is only at the second level of the heavenly realm, another person chimed in. Incredible, truly terrifying. No wonder Qin Yujie is so arrogant. He definitely has the foundation to be. Qin Yujie's sword just now was far too terrifying. Now Zhang Shiji's sword energy looks like child's play in comparison. Yes, Shiji is going to lose. Good heavens, I never expected it to end like this. Qin Yujie's talent in the sword path is simply monstrous. Such a peerless prodigy exists as nothing more than an outer sect disciple of Tianyuan Sect? Are the people of Tianyuan Sect blind? That one sword of Qin Yujie could instantly kill any warrior at the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. Right? If you combine his sword intent with those previous 4 seasons sword techniques, the power becomes incomparable. Just thinking about it is frightening. I originally thought Shiji's talent was already extraordinary, but compared to Qin Yujie, she's nothing. In terms of age, strength, and talent, Qin Yujie surpasses her by far. Though Shiji isn't as talented as Qin Yujie, she has a higher cultivation realm and cultivates quickly. Once she breaks through into the Wheel Sea realm, Qin Yujie definitely won't stand a chance against her. As they spoke, 2 enormous streams of sword energy collided violently with a thunderous boom. Fortunately, Deputy Sect Leader Tianyuan Yu of Tianyuan Sect intercepted the shockwave. Otherwise, the entire place would have been devastated, with many disciples of Tianyuan Sect seriously injured. After the clash, Qin Yujie's sword energy continued forward without losing momentum, striking Zhang Qiuling directly. Though Qin had held back most of his strength, the impact still left her badly wounded. Her body flew backward like a broken kite, tossed aside by the force. Seeing Zhang Qiuling hurtling through the air, Qin Yujie instantly activated half-step cicada pursuit and caught her in his arms. He didn't think much about it. After all, Zhang Qiuling was destined to become his servant girl, and he certainly couldn't let his future servant fall to the ground. One arm wrapped around her waist, Qin felt an exquisite softness through his hand that made him momentarily lost in sensation. The surrounding crowd, seeing Qin Yujie boldly holding Zhang Qiuling, instantly became furious. Especially the male disciples present. They glared at Qin with unbridled rage. If looks could kill, Qin Yujie would have been flayed alive countless times over. What the hell? Did I see that right? Qin Yujie is actually holding Shiji. A man's heart seemed shattered as he spoke in anguish. Qin Yujie is truly up to no good. He intentionally injured Shiji, so he'd have an excuse to hold her. Shiji doesn't even spare me a glance. Yet here Qin Yujie is, hugging her, the woman I dream of day and night. How despicable. I envy Qin Yujie so much. If only it were me holding Shiji right now. I'd die happy. Damn it. Qin Yujie, you shameless lecher. Let go of Shiji immediately. How dare you treat her this way? My heart aches so much I can't breathe. Shiji has been taken from us, by none other than an outer sect disciple of Tianyuan Sect. Unforgivable. Shiji, don't fall for his tricks. Slap him right now and make him back off. Just imagining Shiji's perfect figure being held by Qin Yujie makes me livid. I want to hold her like that too. I wonder what it feels like to hold Shiji. I'd give anything to try. All the male disciples stared hatefully at Qin Yujie, while the female disciples voiced completely different opinions. Graceful as jade on the roadside, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Qin Gongzi, release Shiji and come for me instead, one bold female disciple declared. With such monstrous talent and exceptional aura, even Shiji will surely fall for him. Qin Gongzi, come hug me. I'm begging for a hug. Qin Gongzi, I'd gladly serve as your maid. Let go of Shiji. After all, forced affection never tastes sweet. The crowd erupted into chaos, voices rising and falling wildly as they watched Qin Yujie's arm still wrapped tightly around Zhang Qiuling's waist. Hearing the surrounding uproar, Zhang Qiuling flushed red but tried to stay calm as she snapped. You bastard. Aren't you done hugging yet? Slightly embarrassed, Qin Yujie quickly loosened his grip. But the moment he did, Zhang Qiuling plopped straight onto the ground. Tears welled in her eyes from the pain, and murder filled her heart. In front of everyone, this Qin Yujie had deliberately humiliated her. It's not my fault. You told me to let go. Qin Yujie said coolly. Zhang Qiuling shot him a glare, let out a cold snort, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating energy to heal her injuries. Qin Yujie's sword energy was too terrifying. If not promptly healed, it would definitely affect her future cultivation. Seeing that Zhang Qiuling was injured because of him, Qin Yujie took out a leaf from a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree from his system and placed it into Zhang Qiuling's mouth. Immediately, Qin Yujie felt a faint softness on his fingertips. Apparently, he had accidentally brushed against Zhang Qiuling's lips. With a slight smile, Qin Yujie activated the evergreen art, sending a powerful surge of true energy into Zhang Qiuling's body to repair her damaged meridians. Zhang Qiuling's face turned slightly red. Inwardly, she thought, could this brat be deliberately taking advantage of me? However, as a shocking wave of medicinal power spread from her mouth throughout her body, her attention instantly shifted. Her heart filled with shock. What level of spirit herb is this? The potency is simply terrifying. Without time to ponder further, Zhang Qiuling quickly focused on circulating her cultivation technique to heal herself. Qin Yujie's actions once again stirred fury among the male disciples present. F***CK? This beast Qin Yujie actually put his finger into Senior Sister Zhang's mouth. One man wailed bitterly. Take it out, Qin Yujie. How dare you treat Senior Sister Zhang's lips like that? Just imagining this scene makes my mind run wild. Qin Yujie is truly cunning. He must have intentionally wounded Senior Sister Zhang, and then carried out his scheme step by step. Senior Sister Zhang has fallen into Qin Yujie's trap. It's horrifying to think about. She'll have to serve as Qin Yujie's maid for a whole month. There's no way she won't be completely taken advantage of. Senior Sister Zhang, don't fall for Qin Yujie's tricks. As long as you refuse, no one in Tianyuan Sect can take you away. Qin Yujie must be an expert at chasing women. How could such a pure girl like Senior Sister Zhang possibly stand a chance against him? It's absolutely despicable. Chapter 121. A willing loser accepts defeat. The surrounding crowd seethed with hatred toward Qin Yujie. If they were strong enough to defeat him, they would have already torn him apart long ago. Half an hour later, with the help of the Millennium Spirit Peach Leaf, Zhang Qiuling's injuries were completely healed. The medicinal power of the Millennium Spirit Peach Leaf was immense. This single leaf had greatly benefited Zhang Qiuling, and combined with the insights she gained about sword cultivation during their battle, she now felt her strength had grown even greater. A willing loser accepts defeat. I, Zhang Qiuling, admit my loss fully and without reservation. I willingly become Master Qin's servant for 1 month. Zhang Qiuling never expected she would end up losing, but she was not a person who went back on her word. Besides, Qin Yujie truly possessed extraordinary strength. Perhaps staying by his side might allow her to learn even more. Qin Yujie gave Zhang Qiuling the impression of being unfathomable. She could sense he hadn't used his full strength against her. Moreover, someone so young having already comprehended sword intent, coupled with such lavish generosity, casually using something as precious as the Millennium Spirit Peach Leaf on others, was not something just anyone could do. The air of mystery surrounding Qin Yujie made Zhang Qiuling feel that becoming his servant might actually be a rare and invaluable opportunity. Zhang Qiuling's declaration struck like a meteor crashing into the ground, sending shockwaves rippling through the Tianyuan Sect. Although according to their bet, Zhang Qiuling had indeed lost, when this moment arrived, many still found it hard to accept. Especially the male disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. They could already envision their beloved senior sister falling into Qin Yujie's clutches. Isn't there a saying, don't let good things go to outsiders? Now Senior Sister Zhang has been taken away by some outsider from the Tianyuan Sect. It's such a waste. One male disciple lamented heartbrokenly. Yeah, as a personal servant, constantly staying beside someone as exceptionally talented and charismatic as Qin Yujie, it's inevitable she'll eventually fall for him. Besides, I suspect Qin Yujie must have ulterior motives. He's definitely planning to win Senior Sister Zhang over sooner or later. Huang Yoha looked at Qin Yujie, pouted slightly, and said, Master really is something. He's already involved with Elder Xiao Chunlan. Why set his sights on Zhang Qiuling too? Huang Yoha's words poured oil onto the fire. Everyone nearby froze in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. What? Did I hear that right? That bastard Qin Yujie actually seduced Elder Xiao too. What a beast. He couldn't even leave our inner sect elder alone. Elder Xiao Chunlan is one of the top elders in the sect. Her appearance may not match Zhang Qiuling's, but she's still an outstanding beauty. What the crowd didn't know was that Xiao Chunlan had disguised her appearance. Even so, she remained an exquisite beauty. If she appeared in her true form, she would be absolutely peerless. But no one from Lingtian Kingdom had ever seen Xiao Chunlan's real face, not even Qin Yujie had. So after her disguise, naturally her looks fell slightly short of Zhang Qiuling's. Still, even disguised, Xiao Chunlan was a beauty far beyond ordinary men's reach. Damn it, how can Qin Yujie have such insane luck? He's monopolizing all the most beautiful women. Two of our fresh, pure beauties in Shui Sect, both devoured by the same pig. No wonder we haven't seen Elder Xiao recently. She must have been sneaking off on dates with Qin Yujie. I'm so mad. Elder Xiao is my goddess. This Qin Yujie wants it all, one beauty on his left, another on his right. Just imagining it makes me envious to death. If Qin Yujie had heard Huang Yoha's remarks, he'd probably cry out in injustice. I only gave Elder Xiao acupuncture treatment for her illness. Nothing else happened at all. Li Kun glanced at the astonished and jealous faces around him and scoffed disdainfully. What's so surprising? Our master has more than just Elder Xiao as a close acquaintance. The music-obsessed Lin Qinin from our Tianyuan Sect is also a good friend of his. At those words, everyone present was stunned speechless. Even Huang Yoha was left dumbfounded. Lin Qinin, the music enthusiast? I know her. She's the treasured daughter of the Lin family, one of Lingtian Kingdom's 3 great clans. I never imagined Qin Yujie actually won her over too. Unbelievable, one man exclaimed in utter shock. I once saw Lin Qinin in Yushuan City. Her peerless beauty and grace surpassed even senior sister Zhang. How did Qin Yujie manage to win such a flawless beauty as Lin Qinin? I realize now. I was first angry when I thought Qin Yujie pursued senior sister Zhang. Then I grew jealous hearing Elder Xiao fell for him. But now that I hear Lin Qinin has also ended up with him, all I feel is sheer admiration. Same here. The gap between us and young Master Qin is just too huge. If only we could learn even a tenth of his skills, we might finally win over one of the senior or junior sisters from Shui Sect. Young Master Qin, I wish to become your disciple. Please accept me as your student. So it turns out the fools were us all along. Young Master Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have envied you. Please forgive us, and teach us how to pursue women. Young Master Qin, I'm kneeling before you. I'm 35 this year, and still alone. Please, teach me how to win a woman's heart. Young Master Qin is truly a romantic sage of this era. We beg you to pass down your wisdom. We will be forever grateful. The men of Shui Sect now acted completely differently from before. It was just as the saying went. When someone's strength is close enough to your own, you feel jealousy and resentment. But when the gap grows so vast that all you can do is look up in awe, all that remains is shock and reverence. Hearing their fervent discussions, Qin Yujie immediately understood what was going on and inwardly sighed deeply. Me? A romantic sage? Not a single one of these women you're talking about has actually fallen for me. Seeing everyone gazing at him with such admiration, Qin Yujie felt a pang of guilt. Calmly, he said, since you're all so eager to know my method of pursuing women, I'll impart 3 timeless truths. First, persistence. Second, disregard for face or shame. Third, persist in disregarding face or shame. As long as you uphold these 3 principles, success is guaranteed. Qin Yujie's words instantly cleared the mental fog of the crowd, as if pouring refreshing water over their heads. Many grew so excited they began laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, I finally get it. One sentence from young Master Qin has enlightened me completely. I suddenly see everything clearly. Now I know exactly what to do. One man roared with laughter. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Qin. Having you guide us is truly our blessing. Another man chimed in enthusiastically. Chapter 122 Zhuang Yuan appears. Zhang Qiuling shot Qin Yujie a cold glance, instinctively pursing her lips. She inwardly scoffed at his words, thinking, lecherous rogue, actually teaching others such things. How shameless. Li Kun and Meng Xiao, meanwhile, looked at Qin Yujie with utter admiration, having firmly memorized his 3 golden rules for pursuing women. Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, San Yangyu, the vice-patriarch of the Shui Sect, spoke calmly. Zhang Qiuling, since you willingly became Qin Yujie's attendant, I shall not pursue the matter further. Let this be the end of it. As the crowd thought the incident had concluded, a sudden voice rang out. Vice-patriarch Song, since this Qin Yujie has come here to challenge me, let me accept his challenge now. A dignified figure suddenly appeared before them, radiating powerful aura and wearing a confident smile. This man was none other than Zhuang Yuan, core disciple of the Shui Sect. Indeed, Zhuang Yuan was impressively handsome, and coupled with his formidable strength, he enjoyed immense popularity within the sect. Wow, Brother Zhuang has finally appeared. Now things are about to get interesting. Qin Yujie earlier declared he came to challenge Brother Zhuang. This upcoming fight will definitely be spectacular. We have to admit, Qin Yujie's talent is truly monstrous. Even ordinary Sea of Meridian's realm, first layer cultivators can't match him. But Brother Zhuang is already at the 3rd layer of the Sea of Meridian's realm. Qin Yujie surely won't stand a chance. At first I really hated Qin Yujie, but his strength is simply impressive. Even senior sister Zhang couldn't beat him, and he shared those 3 priceless truths about winning over women. Honestly, I'm starting to worry about him now. Once Brother Zhuang appears, Qin Yujie's moment in the spotlight ends here. I remember Qin Yujie called all of us trash earlier. Let's see if he dares say that to Brother Zhuang's face. The power of Sea of Meridian's realm experts is beyond our comprehension. 3rd layer Zhuang brother could probably kill a 2nd layer cultivator effortlessly, let alone the fact that Qin Yujie is only at the 2nd layer of Heavenly Persona realm. Yes, even if Qin Yujie is peerlessly talented, when facing Brother Zhuang, he'll likely be defeated. Brother Zhuang possesses exceptional sword talent. I heard he's been cultivating some terrifying sword technique recently. I wonder how strong he's become. Every core disciple is a prodigy among geniuses. This time, Qin Yujie might have kicked a solid iron wall. When the surrounding crowd saw Zhuang Yuan arrive, the entire atmosphere instantly heated up. Everyone gazed at Zhuang Yuan with reverence, for his strength and genius were so extraordinary that such a heavenly prodigy was rarely seen in daily life. Song Yangyu glanced at Qin Yujie and asked casually, Qin Yujie, tell me, are you from the Qin family of Yushuan City? Qin Yujie nodded. That's correct. His answer sent a jolt through Song Yangyu, who then asked, somewhat excitedly, then, who is your father? Given Qin Yujie's current strength, which made him dominant throughout Lingtian Kingdom, and the fact that many major powers already knew his identity, he held nothing back and answered honestly, my father is Qin Hanjing. Song Yangyu had suspected this from the beginning. Now, hearing Qin Yujie confirm it personally, he felt a surge of excitement and shock. Xiao Chunlan had been right. Qin Hanjing had indeed once been a disciple of the Shui Sect, and had even formally apprenticed under Song Yangyu himself. Qin Hanjing's name was legendary throughout the entire sect, known by every single member. Though decades had passed, mentioning Qin Hanjing still evoked awe and reverence among Shui Sect members. He had been an unparalleled genius of a generation, whose attainment of the Emperor realm once shocked the entire Lingtian Kingdom. Even though many current disciples had never seen Qin Hanjing in person, his legend continued to circulate within the sect. The Emperor realm? What kind of cultivation level and power was that? No one in Lingtian Kingdom truly knew, because the strongest known cultivator in the kingdom was merely at the 9th layer of the Sea of Meridian's realm. Between the Emperor realm and the Sea of Meridian's realm lay 5 entire great realms. When the crowd learned that Qin Yujie was actually the son of Qin Hanjing, they were utterly stunned. Many froze in place, dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Qin Yujie is actually Qin Hanjing's son. No wonder Qin Yujie's talent is so shocking. It must be inherited from his father. That explains why Qin Yujie's talent is so monstrous. Truly, a tiger doesn't sire a dog. The Qin family is destined to rise completely. Qin Yujie's talent might be comparable to his father's. Qin Hanjing once reached the Emperor realm. That kind of terrifying power could probably wipe out everyone in Lingtian Kingdom with just a finger. Pity that Qin Hanjing's whereabouts are unknown. He's probably long dead by now. Never thought Qin Yujie had such a terrifying background. Pity, though. It said the Qin family offended some fearsome expert, and Qin Hanjing's cultivation was fake. Now no one knows where he is. Even the imperial family has been suppressing the Qin family ever since. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion about Qin Yujie. Zhang Qiuling stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief. She never imagined he carried such a lineage. Zhuang Yuan eyed Qin Yujie with disdain. He admitted Qin Hanjing had indeed been exceptionally strong, a true prodigy, but that was all in the past. What did it matter how powerful Qin Hanjing once was? In the end, his cultivation had been furred, turning him into a useless cripple, probably dead by now. As for Qin Yujie, in Zhuang Yuan's eyes, despite his monstrous talent, his cultivation level was far too low. There was no way he could be a match for himself. Song Yangyu glanced at Qin Yujie and gave a slight nod, then turned to Zhuang Yuan and said, fine. Then spar with Qin Yujie. Just remember, do not take any lives. Among everyone present, only Song Yangyu knew that Qin Yujie's talent actually surpassed even that of his father, Qin Hanjing. Back when Qin Hanjing was at the 2nd layer of Heavenly Persona realm, he hadn't possessed anywhere near the combat power Qin Yujie currently demonstrated. Still, although Song Yangyu regarded Qin Yujie as a peerless genius, his cultivation level truly was too low. Facing Zhuang Yuan, a 3rd layer Sea of Meridian's realm expert, Song Yangyu didn't believe Qin Yujie had the slightest chance of victory. That was why he specifically warned Zhuang Yuan not to kill him. After all, Qin Hanjing had once been Song Yangyu's only disciple. Though his cultivation had been furry and his whereabouts unknown, Song Yangyu still had no desire to see a genius like Qin Yujie destroyed before he even had a chance to rise. Understood, Zhuang Yuan said, slightly furrowing his brows. In the end, he gave a calm, indifferent nod. Chapter 123 Zhang Qiuling's rejection. Zhuang Yuan looked down at Qin Yujie and said arrogantly, Qin Yujie, if it weren't for Vice Sect Master Song's words just now, you'd already be dead. You not only insulted my handmaiden Chao Jingdan, but also killed my attendant Tian Zhengqing. Either one of these offenses alone is enough to have you torn apart without a trace. The incident involving Zhuang Yuan's handmaiden Chao Jingdan had already spread throughout the Shui Sect, becoming common knowledge. Yet no one dared to speak ill of Zhuang Yuan. His strength and talent were simply too monstrous. In the Shui Sect, crossing Zhuang Yuan was tantamount to seeking death. Qin Yujie smiled lightly and said, right and wrong are clear in everyone's heart. I won't elaborate further. Today, I'm here solely to defeat you and prove that your so-called genius and power are utterly insignificant before me. These words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the crowd's excitement. Ordinarily, no one would dare speak to Zhuang Yu in this way. But Qin Yujie himself was a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Although most people didn't believe Qin Yujie could actually beat Zhuang Yuan, witnessing a clash between two elites would undoubtedly benefit their own martial cultivation, so everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming battle. Zhuang Yuan burst into loud laughter, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Qin Yujie, who do you think you are? Just because you have a little skill, you start boasting shamelessly? Miss Zhang, why bother serving such an arrogant and ignorant man? Come with me instead. I'll teach you sword techniques and sword intent. I'll even cover all your future cultivation resources. Zhuang Yuan spoke with deep implication. In his eyes, his talent far surpassed Qin Yujie's, and combined with such tempting conditions, no woman could possibly resist. Certainly not Zhang Qiuling. Everyone in the crowd was stunned by Zhuang Yuan's offer. They gazed at Zhang Qiuling with envy, feeling as though she had stumbled upon an unimaginable opportunity. Undeniably, Zhuang Yuan's intentions were devious. If Qin Yujie's newly acquired handmaiden were stolen away so quickly, Qin Yujie would surely become the laughingstock of the sect. Zhang Qiuling glanced coldly at Zhuang Yuan and said quietly, "What kind of person do you take me for? Serving Master Qin, I might only pour tea or carry water. But with you, do you think I don't know the filthy thoughts in your heart? And as for sword techniques and sword intent, Master Qin will teach me himself. Why should I learn from you?" Zhuang Yuan's expression turned icy. He hadn't expected Zhang Qiuling to reject his overtures so decisively. He admitted to himself that his motives weren't pure. He had long lusted after Zhang Qiuling's beauty. But her talent was also exceptional. She was ranked first among inner disciples in the Tianyuan Sect. Naturally, Zhuang Yuan wouldn't dare force her. The more she resisted, the more determined he became to possess her. Laughing coldly, Zhuang Yuan said to Zhang Qiuling, Let Qin Yujie teach you? What can he possibly teach? Let me remind you. I've already comprehended a type of sword intent, and it has reached the great completion stage. Don't come crying later when you regret this decision." Upon hearing that Zhuang Yuan had attained great completion in sword intent, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Great completion level sword intent was incomparable to minor completion. The difference wasn't just incremental, they belonged to entirely different realms. I'm stunned. Brother Zhuang's sword talent is truly monstrous, reaching the level of great completion sword intent. Exactly. The power gap between minor and great completion sword intents is like comparing a pond to a river. I can't wait to see Brother Zhuang's sword intent in action. I wonder which kind of sword intent he's cultivated. This time Qin Yujie has really met his match. Good, it'll teach him a lesson and show him what true genius looks like in the Tianyuan Sect. They say on the path, a jade-like figure, none compare to such a peerless young master. That must be describing someone like Brother Zhuang. The surrounding disciples were filled with awe and admiration for Zhuang Yuan. So what? Zhang Qiuling snorted coldly, rejecting him without hesitation. I don't care for any of it. The onlookers couldn't understand Zhang Qiuling's choice. Such a rare opportunity was being ignored. Did she seriously believe Qin Yujie was stronger than Zhuang Yuan? Qin Yujie smiled and said approvingly to Zhang Qiuling, "You did well. Resisting temptation proves you're a worthy handmaiden. Don't worry, I never treat my attendants poorly." What Zhang Qiuling didn't know was that her unwavering stance today would eventually lead her to become an unparalleled expert. Had she succumbed to temptation and chosen Zhuang Yuan instead, Qin Yujie would certainly have made no effort to retain her. This was a temptation placed before Zhang Qiuling by Zhuang Yuan, but equally, it was a test set by Qin Yujie. Yet at this moment, the entire crowd thought Zhang Qiuling was simply foolish. Zhuang Yuan cast a cold glance at Qin Yujie. He truly wanted to kill Qin Yujie with a single sword stroke, but Vice Sect Master Tianyuan was standing right beside them, so Zhuang Yuan couldn't act openly. A thought flashed through Zhuang Yuan's mind, and instantly he formulated a plan. Asterisk if I pretend it was an accident, just a momentary slip that resulted in Qin Yujie's death, Song Yanyu probably won't react in time. And with my monstrous talent, excelling in both alchemy and swordsmanship, would he really kill me over some outsider? Between a dead genius and a living one, which is more valuable? Even if Song Yanyu wants me dead, Sect Master Zhou certainly won't allow it. Asterisk. With this in mind, Zhuang Yuan broke into a chilling smirk and said, "Qin Yujie, originally you were nothing but an ant at the second level of Heavenly Realm, utterly unworthy of challenging me. But today, just to show you there's always someone stronger and the world is far vaster than you know, I'll reluctantly grant you a little guidance." Qin Yujie replied calmly, "Perhaps the ant is you. If I reach the third level of Golden Sea Realm, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs. But even now, at the second level of Heavenly Realm, defeating you is still simpler than eating or drinking." Qin Yujie's words once again revealed his arrogance and audacity to the onlookers. Where does Qin Yujie get such confidence? I admit his talent is exceptional, but Brother Zhuang has already reached the third level of Golden Sea Realm. Qin Yujie's pride has gone too far. He clearly hasn't witnessed Brother Zhuang's true strength, so he's just bragging pointlessly. He dares to call Brother Zhuang an ant? Who gave him the courage? A cultivator at the second level of Heavenly Realm calling a third level Golden Sea Realm expert an ant? He has absolutely no sense of his place. Yes, I was actually worried about Qin Yujie before. After all, he taught us those 3 golden rules for winning over women, but his arrogance now is unbearable. I really hope Brother Zhuang teaches him a harsh lesson. Chapter 124, Drawing the Sword Technique. I always feel that Qin Yujie is too confident. Generally, only two types of people can remain so calm like him. Either those who have absolute faith in their strength, or those who are blindly arrogant and overestimate themselves. I think Qin Yujie belongs to the latter. He has no idea about senior brother Zhuang's true power. The surrounding crowd, hearing Qin Yujie's words, felt he was being overly self-assured, even showy. Zhuang Yuan sneered coldly upon hearing this. Qin Yujie, you're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Today I'll let you see my real strength. Don't regret it later. Qin Yujie replied calmly. Enough talk. Just attack already. I still need time afterward to bond with my newly recruited maid. No time to waste here with you. Zhang Qiuling shot Qin Yujie a disdainful glance, thinking to herself. Asterisk, who does he think he is? Bonding with me? What kind of perverted talk is this? Asterisk. Zhuang Yuan's expression immediately darkened. To be honest, he felt a pang of jealousy toward Qin Yujie. Not only had Qin taken a breathtakingly beautiful disciple, now he'd also acquired Zhang Qiuling as a personal maid. In Zhuang Yuan's eyes, were all these women blind? His gaze shifted toward Huang Youhe standing in the distance, and suddenly an idea formed in his mind. With practiced elegance, he said, Little miss, how about becoming my disciple instead? I can pass on my entire sword cultivation path to you. And you may not know this, but I'm also a pill cultivator. I could make pills your daily staple. Zhuang Yuan's words instantly shocked everyone present. Damn, Prince Zhuang is after Qin Yujie's disciple now. To be fair, Zhuang Gongzi really has sharp eyes. That Huang Youhe is clearly born for beauty. She hasn't fully matured yet, but once she blossoms, she'll surely rival Sister Zhang as a rare beauty. If Qin Yujie's disciple defects right here before everyone, Qin Yujie would die of rage. Ha, now the show begins. I wonder if Qin Yujie's little disciple can resist such tempting offers from senior brother Zhuang. Exactly. If it were me, there's no way I'd say no. Zhuang Yuan isn't just monstrously talented in sword cultivation, his aptitude in alchemy is outstanding too. Becoming his disciple would be an unparalleled opportunity. Having a pill cultivating master is incredible. Do you know how expensive pills are outside? Since senior brother Zhuang can refine them himself, as his disciple, you'd never run out of medicinal pills for cultivation. It's said every alchemist is swimming in wealth, and Zhuang Yuan is a core disciple too. Endless cultivation resources, truly envious. Becoming senior brother Zhuang's disciple is basically stepping onto a golden path. Little girl, you should grasp this chance wisely. Everyone around stared at Huang Youhe, filled with envy. Huang Youhe glanced at Zhuang Yuan, then without hesitation responded, Young Master Zhuang, in my eyes, you aren't even worthy of being compared to a single strand of hair belonging to my master. Wanting me to switch masters? Wake up, it's broad daylight. Her words stripped away any dignity Zhuang Yuan had left. As a core disciple of Tianyuan Sect, he was used to being respected and feared, never encountering anyone daring enough to mock him openly like this. The surrounding crowd looked at Huang Youhe in utter disbelief. To turn down such a golden opportunity? Was this girl insane? Ah, what a pity. This young girl probably doesn't understand the world. She doesn't know how exceptional senior brother Zhuang truly is. Yeah, likely some rustic disciple Qin Yujie picked up from the backwaters. Long hair, short vision. She lacks perspective. Bet she'll regret it once senior brother Zhuang defeats Qin Yujie, but by then, no turning back. Who knows what she's thinking? Must not be bright. Otherwise, why would she loyally follow Qin Yujie? The crowd expressed bewilderment and regret over Huang Youhe's immediate rejection of Zhuang Yuan's offer. Upon hearing her reply, Zhuang Yuan's face turned icy. He glared at Huang Youhe and spat coldly. Truly ungrateful. Very well then. Today I will defeat your master before your very eyes, so you can finally see just how strong I really am. He activated his cultivation technique, and his aura surged violently. His third ringed wheel C realm cultivation level became evident in an instant. Indeed, Zhuang Yuan had solid foundations. The spiritual energy within his body was exceptionally dense, a clear sign he ranked among the top cultivators at his stage. One sword is more than enough to deal with you, Zhuang Yuan declared confidently. Drawing sword technique. Grasping his sword, Zhuang Yuan swiftly drew it from its scabbard. In a flash of lightning, a razor-sharp sword beam shot forth toward Qin Yujie. This sword chi had one defining trait, speed. Unbelievably fast, so fast that in the blink of an eye, it had already reached Qin Yujie's front. The onlookers stared at this astonishing sword beam, their faces instantly turning pale and cold sweat breaking out across their backs. Putting themselves in his shoes, they realized there was no way to dodge such a strike. The speed of this sword was simply too overwhelming. Zhang Qiuling watched Zhuang Yuan slash, and she had to admit, she wouldn't have been able to block it herself. She gazed anxiously at Qin Yujie, uncertain whether he could withstand the blow. Senior brother Zhuang has truly made an impressive move. I bet Qin Yujie won't even react before being killed in one strike. Senior brother Zhuang's sword skill is absolutely shocking. With such speed, how many people could possibly survive it? The drawing sword technique, exactly as its name implies, ends the fight the moment the sword is drawn. This technique is terrifying. This drawing sword technique is only ranked as a low-grade mystic tier sword art, yet its power is unexpectedly formidable. Senior brother Zhuang is truly amazing. I think Qin Yujie is turning into a complete joke. He dared to call senior brother Zhuang a mere ant earlier, but now he can't even withstand a single slash from him. How laughable. Qin Yujie is nothing but a frog in a well, unaware of how vast the world really is, thinking the sky above is no bigger than the mouth of the well. What utter foolishness. Qin Yujie is simply too arrogant. His talent may indeed be monstrous, but he's too reckless. The overly rigid break easily. He'll either die or suffer grave injuries this time. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Qin Yujie calmly raised his sword and thrust it toward the sky in one effortless motion. 4 seasons sword art, winter snow blankets all. A frigid blade of sword chi shot through the air toward Zhuangyuan. Qin Yujie's strike was equally swift. The two attacks collided head-on with a thunderous boom. Chapter 125, The Shock of the Crowd. The sword draw art was indeed a terrifying sword technique. Although classified as a low-grade mystical-level sword art, its defining feature was its incredible speed, so fast that many opponents were slain before they even realized what had happened. Moreover, there was no shortcut to mastering this technique. Ordinary cultivators had to practice tens of thousands of times each day, over a long period, just to reach the pinnacle of perfection. Zhuangyuan's talent in sword cultivation was truly outstanding. He had already perfected the sword draw art to its highest level. This time, Zhuangyuan had only used 1/10 of his full strength. In his eyes, this single strike was more than enough to overwhelm any Sea of Wheels realm first-layer cultivator, let alone Qin Yujie, who was merely at the second layer of heavenly human realm. Zhuangyuan indeed possessed both arrogance and the power to back it up. Just this one move clearly revealed his extraordinary nature. Yet, for Qin Yujie, that lightning-fast slash still wasn't quick enough. Zhuangyuan's sword draw art was merely an ordinary sword technique. Qin Yujie had heard of a true divine-level draw sword art called the heaven-splitting sword draw art, a technique so terrifying that once drawn, it allowed no time for reaction whatsoever, its power earth-shattering, capable of severing even the heavens themselves. Zhuangyuan's technique might be sufficient against average opponents, but against someone with monstrous sword talent like Qin Yujie, it simply wasn't enough. After the two waves of sword energy collided, the entire arena fell into sudden silence. The onlookers found it utterly unbelievable. Not even Zhang Xiuling would probably have blocked that attack, yet Qin Yujie had actually stopped it. Qin Yujie's monstrous combat power shocked everyone. From Wang Tian to Zhang Xiuling, and now Zhuangyuan. He kept surpassing expectations, growing stronger with every battle. Every time people thought he might lose, he would reveal even greater strength, leaving the crowd stunned once again. No one could fathom how deep Qin Yujie's capabilities ran. What made a cultivator truly frightening wasn't their displayed power, but the fact that you had no idea how strong they really were, or what hidden cards they held. That was exactly how Qin Yujie felt to them now. Unfathomable. Zhuangyuan glanced at Qin Yujie with mild surprise, then calmly said, "I didn't expect you to block that move. To be honest, you've piqued my interest slightly. But don't get too cocky. I only used 1/10 of my strength. Blocking that was nothing impressive. You're still just a slightly stronger ant in my eyes." His words caused the crowd to gasp sharply. 1/10 of his strength was already this powerful. Good heavens, Brother Zhuang's power is truly unfathomable. Brother Zhuang is too strong. I was shocked by Qin Yujie's ability, but now hearing this, Brother Zhuang is clearly far superior. Qin Yujie can't compare. Brother Zhuang is deliberately toying with Qin Yujie. Otherwise, he'd have defeated him in one move. That'd be boring. Yes, Brother Zhuang is majestic and peerless, truly worthy of being a core disciple. Brother Zhuang's sword draw art is terrifying. Most people couldn't withstand that slash. Qin Yujie must have used every ounce of strength just to survive. Still, Qin Yujie's talent is terrifying too. He's only at heavenly human realm second layer. Remember, Brother Zhuang is already at Sea of Wheels third layer. Among all the heavenly human realm experts here, who else could block that attack? Exactly. I think no one except Qin Yujie could have blocked that. You don't understand. He wasn't even trying his hardest. If Brother Zhuang went all out, Qin Yujie would have been defeated in an instant. Qin Yujie ignored the surrounding chatter and replied calmly, "I'll say it again. You are the ant. You've never seen a real genius. That's why you're so arrogant. In my eyes, you are nothing at all." His words instantly silenced the entire place. After a few moments, the disciples of Watermoon Sect erupted in outrage. "What the hell? Who do you think you are, Qin Yujie, daring to mock Brother Zhuang? My temper can't take this. Qin Yujie, I'll cut you down. How dare you claim Brother Zhuang isn't a genius? Where does this arrogance come from? This guy must be insane. How can anyone be so full of himself? If Brother Zhuang isn't a genius, then what are we? Trash. Worse, didn't Qin Yujie just call Brother Zhuang an ant? Then we're not even worthy to be ants. Qin Yujie, you better win this fight. Otherwise, it'll be hilarious. If you end up getting cut down by Brother Zhuang in one strike, you won't be able to show your face in Ling Tian Kingdom ever again." Haha. Qin Yujie is so shamelessly arrogant. It's like he's digging his own grave. If he loses, he'll become the laughingstock of the entire Ling Tian Kingdom. I've seen people who are arrogant and full of themselves, but never someone as ridiculously boastful as Qin Yujie. Is he out of his mind? Seeing the surrounding crowd ridiculing and gossiping about Qin Yujie, Huang Youhe immediately spoke up in dissatisfaction. "What do you know? None of you understand my master's true strength. My master is someone far beyond your reach, someone you could only look up to for a lifetime. Zhuangyuan isn't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my master." Li Kun and Meng Xiao nodded in agreement. Our Lord's power is unfathomably deep. Defeating Zhuangyuan would be nothing more than a trivial task. The surrounding disciples instantly retorted, "Bufuchida, you're just talking nonsense. Looks like you're just as arrogant and ignorant as Qin Yujie." Exactly. I admit Qin Yujie has monstrous talent, but at most, it's on par with our senior brother Zhuang. How dare he belittle our senior brother? I actually respected Qin Yujie's courage earlier, but this statement of his is too outrageous. Does he seriously believe he can defeat our senior brother? Zhang Qiuling was also stunned by Qin Yujie's audacious words. The extent of Zhuang Yuan's strength was now clearly evident. Even at 1/10 power, he was terrifyingly strong. Just how overwhelming would he be if he unleashed his full power? Yet despite this, Qin Yujie still remained so confident. Zhang Qiuling couldn't understand. What extraordinary trump card could Qin Yujie possibly have? Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Zhuang Yuan burst into laughter, anger turning into mockery. After laughing for a while, his expression suddenly turned cold. With utter disdain, he said, Qin Yujie, you're truly pathetic. It's your pitiful pride driving you, isn't it? You know your talent is inferior to mine, yet you refuse to admit it. So instead, you try to insult me. How childish. Is it really that hard for you to acknowledge that I'm stronger than you? Chapter 126, Shadow Stream Sword Technique. Qin Yujie seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He never expected Zhuang Yuan to be so arrogant and self-assured. With a calm expression, Qin Yujie said, there are indeed many people with greater talent and strength than me, but you certainly aren't one of them. In my eyes, you're not even worth a single strike. Zhuang Yuan stared at Qin Yujie as if watching a clown, coldly sneering. Qin Yujie, you insignificant ant, who dares speak such nonsense? I originally intended to toy with you a little longer, but since you're so full of yourself, I'll reveal just a fraction of my power, enough to teach you your place. As Zhuang Yuan spoke, his aura grew even more overwhelming than before. He thrust his sword forward, unleashing a terrifying sword chi that shot straight toward Qin Yujie. Shadow Stream Sword Technique. First form, sword leaves behind after images. The sword chi Zhuang Yuan released was semi-transparent, as if hidden within space itself, eerily advancing upon Qin Yujie. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this breathtaking move, were left speechless with shock. What monstrous sword chi! This Shadow Stream Sword Technique is far more powerful than the previous drawing sword art. Senior brother Zhuang is terrifying. There's no way Qin Yujie can block that attack. Yes, this sword chi is too strange. It's nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect. Qin Yujie is going to lose completely. Even a typical second ring Sea Realm cultivator might struggle to withstand senior brother Zhuang's strike. Senior brother Zhuang's strength is unfathomable. Qin Yujie may be a prodigy, but compared to him, he still falls short. Earlier, Qin Yujie was talking so arrogantly. Now look, he'll probably become the laughingstock of everyone. The Shadow Stream Sword Technique was a low-grade Earth-tier sword art, incredibly powerful. Zhuang Yuan had obtained it by chance, which showed his exceptional fortune in martial cultivation. Most people would never get the opportunity to obtain even a low-grade Earth-tier technique. Throughout Lingtian Kingdom, officially recognized low-grade Earth-tier techniques were extremely rare. Of course, everyone had their own karmic opportunities on the martial path. For example, after passing through the Pagoda Tower, Qin Yujie obtained Wu Xingchang's legacy, which contained numerous Earth-tier and even Heaven-tier cultivation techniques and martial skills. Undeniably, due to its semi-transparent nature, the sword chi from the Shadow Stream Sword Technique was hard to track. An ordinary person would surely find it difficult to counter. But for Qin Yujie, it posed no challenge at all. 4 seasons sword art, winter snow blankets all. With clean precision, Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward, instantly causing snow to fall across the sky. With these falling snowflakes, Zhuang Yuan's translucent sword chi could no longer remain concealed. Wherever his sword chi passed, the snow disappeared. Through the flurry of snow, Qin Yujie's own sword chi swiftly surged toward Zhuang Yuan. The two powerful waves of sword chi collided once again, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens. The crowd stared in shock at Qin Yujie, unable to believe he had blocked Zhuang Yuan's attack yet again. Heavens above, what's happening? Am I dreaming? One onlooker muttered in disbelief. Qin Yujie's strength is insane. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he becomes. How is this even possible? That last move from senior brother Zhuang was truly terrifying. Yet Qin Yujie blocked it so easily. His strength must be extraordinary. This Shadow Stream Sword Technique is immensely powerful, yet Qin Yujie actually stopped it. That's beyond anything I imagined. The surrounding disciples looked between Qin Yujie and Zhuang Yuan, stunned by their remarkable sword talents and overwhelming power. But Qin Yujie's performance amazed them even more. Even if he lost now, his name would still spread throughout the land. Zhang Qiuling gazed at Qin Yujie in utter disbelief. She had assumed that while Qin Yujie was stronger than her, the difference wasn't that great. But now she realized that during their earlier duel, Qin Yujie hadn't even used 1/10 of his true strength. Just how strong is Qin Yujie? Could it be he might actually defeat Zhuang Yuan? Zhang Qiuling stared at him, dumbfounded, no longer able to fathom his depth. Even Zhuang Yuan felt slightly shocked. He knew well that in that last attack, he had already used half of his actual power, yet Qin Yujie still managed to block it. But quickly regaining his superior composure, Zhuang Yuan didn't believe Qin Yujie could continue resisting. Looking at Qin Yujie, he said coolly, "Don't think blocking one strike makes you special. I was merely playing around earlier. The real show starts now." Qin Yujie replied indifferently. "Then hurry up and use your true strength. Otherwise, once I get serious, you won't even have a chance to act." These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. This Qin Yujie is truly as arrogant as ever. Now I finally understand why he's managed to hold on this long. It's because senior brother Zhuang didn't reveal his true strength earlier. Exactly. Senior brother Zhuang probably wanted to toy with Qin Yujie a bit longer, so he deliberately held back, making it seem like they were evenly matched. That's right. If senior brother Zhuang had been serious from the start, Qin Yujie wouldn't even last a single move against him. Qin Yujie really is shamelessly arrogant, actually claiming that if he gets serious, senior brother Zhuang won't even have a chance to act. How ridiculously boastful can one be? Indeed. Who is senior brother Zhuang? A core disciple of Tianyuan Sect. How could someone possibly deny him even the chance to strike? It's utterly absurd. Qin Yujie is just blinded by overconfidence. I heard the Shadow Stream Sword technique has 3 forms in total, and the second form is twice as powerful as the first. I wonder if Qin Yujie will be able to withstand it. Twice as powerful? Good heavens, the Shadow Stream Sword technique is terrifying. The first form was already this strong, doubling its power. How overwhelming would that be? It's unimaginable. I'm really looking forward to the next clash between senior brother Zhuang and Qin Yujie. Still, despite Qin Yujie being a bit arrogant, we have to admit, he really is strong. Qin Yujie is indeed strong, but there's always someone stronger. Compared to senior brother Zhuang, he clearly falls short. The surrounding crowd chattered animatedly about Qin Yujie and Zhuang Yuan. Without a doubt, at this moment within the entire Tianyuan Sect, both Qin Yujie and Zhuang Yuan had become the center of attention, shining like the sun in the sky, drawing all eyes upon them. Zhuang Yuan let out a cold snort. His aura surged even more violently, growing overwhelmingly intense. Then, in a flash, his figure vanished from sight. What? Senior brother Zhuang disappeared. A shocked disciple in the crowd cried out. Chapter 127. Tianyuan Step versus Half-Step Chasing Cicada. No, he's not gone. It's just that senior brother Zhuang is moving too fast. Our eyes can't keep up with his movements, creating a visual blind spot that makes it seem like he vanished. In reality, he's still there. Look behind Qin Yujie. There's senior brother Zhuang right now. Another disciple, more perceptive than the rest, explained. Holy crap, he's really there. Senior brother Zhuang's speed is insane. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Qin Yujie. Just look at how stunned Qin Yujie looks. He hasn't even realized it yet. Good heavens, this speed is ghostly. If such a movement technique is combined with Shadow Stream Sword Art, who could possibly stand against senior brother Zhuang? Within the same realm, he might already be unbeatable. Elegant as a jade tree on a path, a peerless young lord, senior brother Zhuang is simply amazing. This match is clearly won by him. I knew it. Earlier, senior brother Zhuang wasn't even using his full strength. If he had used this movement technique from the beginning, Qin Yujie wouldn't have even touched his robe. The Shadow Stream Sword Art is meant to be used alongside agility techniques. That's how its full power is unleashed. Finally, senior brother Zhuang is getting serious. The movement technique Zhuang Yuan was using was a low-grade earth-level skill called the Tianyuan Step, a technique he had acquired at great expense. And Zhuang Yuan's talent was impressive. He had cultivated the Tianyuan Step to the pinnacle of mastery. In truth, Zhuang Yuan's strength came from 2 aspects: his terrifying sword techniques and his lightning-fast footwork. When these 2 were combined, Zhuang Yuan was unstoppable within his realm. Divine beings would fall before him. Looking at the dazed Qin Yujie, Zhuang Yuan sneered. Qin Yujie, you're ultimately far too weak. The way your reactions are lagging, it's laughable. Well then, I suppose this is where it ends for you. It happened in the blink of an eye. In a flash of lightning, Zhuang Yuan thrust his sword straight toward Qin Yujie's back. Shadow Stream Sword Art, second form, sword light like a shadow. A horrifying sword chi shot across the sky, rushing toward Qin Yujie at incredible speed. The strike was too fast. Qin Yujie remained frozen in place as the blade struck his back. Could Qin Yujie actually lose like this? TSK, his footwork was always his weakness. Never thought he'd lose so quickly. He was bragging earlier. Now he's about to get humiliated. Look quickly. Qin Yujie's figure has disappeared. Great heavens. Could Zhuang's senior brother's attack have been so powerful that it shattered Qin Yujie's body to pieces? Look over there. Qin Yujie suddenly appeared behind senior brother Zhuang. What? Is Qin Yujie human or ghost? Senior brother Zhuang clearly hit him. How did Qin Yujie suddenly end up behind him again? As the crowd erupted in confused chatter, Zhuang Yuan's sword pierced through Qin Yujie's afterimage. Only then did he realize the figure he had struck wasn't the real Qin Yujie, but merely a residual shadow. A cold sweat broke out on Zhuang Yuan's back. Suddenly, an alarm flared in his mind. He sensed Qin Yujie's presence right behind him. In battle, exposing your back to your opponent is extremely dangerous. As a core disciple of Tianyuan Sect, Zhuang Yuan certainly knew this basic principle. He felt a choking dread. Instantly, he activated his Tianyuan Step and vanished once more, reappearing to Qin Yujie's left side. This time, let's see how you dodge. Shadow Stream Sword Art, sword light like a shadow. The same devastating sword chi slammed into Qin Yujie's chest. But before Zhuang Yuan could feel even 3 seconds of triumph, a calm voice rang out from directly behind him. Zhuang Yuan, I'm right behind you. How come your speed is so slow? Truthfully, if Qin Yujie had intended to kill him, Zhuang Yuan would have had no chance at all. Earlier, Qin Yujie had already silently approached Zhuang Yuan's back using his half-step chasing cicada technique. Had he attacked then, Zhuang Yuan wouldn't have reacted in time. But Qin Yujie looked down on such underhanded tactics. Right now, he simply wanted to test his agility against Zhuang Yuan's. Defeating Zhuang Yuan was effortless, hardly required any elaborate schemes. If Qin Yujie wished, it would only take a single sword stroke. Hearing Qin Yujie's words, Zhuang Yuan understood. He had struck yet another illusion. Qin Yuji's movement technique had surpassed his expectations. He never imagined Qin Yuji could move so unnaturally fast. Zhuang Yuan had prided himself on his own speed, yet now, faced with Qin Yuji, his treasured footwork felt utterly worthless. The surrounding disciples were all terrified by Qin Yuji's ghost-like swiftness. They had experienced enough shock today, so much so that they were nearly numb to it. Staring at Qin Yuji now, their minds had gone blank. Qin Yuji is truly monstrous. His movement technique is so fast that my eyes can't even track him. Yeah, I originally thought Qin Yuji was definitely going to lose because senior brother Zhuang's Tianyuan step was too terrifying. But who could have imagined that even at such incredible speed, senior brother Zhuang still couldn't touch a single thread of Qin Yuji's robe? There's always someone stronger out there, another sky beyond the heavens. When it comes to agility, I admit Qin Yuji is far superior to senior brother Zhuang. I feel like a complete waste of space now. If I had faced Qin Yuji, I'd probably have been knocked out with just one move. At this moment, compared to Qin Yuji, I feel most of us here are worthless. When he called us trash earlier, he was right, and I can't even argue against it. Except for core disciples like senior brother Zhuang, probably no one else here stands a chance against Qin Yuji. Senior brother Zhuang is in real trouble now. Qin Yuji is simply too fast. No matter how powerful Zhuang's attacks are, they're useless if he can't land a single hit. Zhuang Yuan stared at Qin Yuji, his face filled with shock as he said, "How can your movement technique be so fast? Impossible. You're merely a second-level celestial realm cultivator, yet your speed surpasses mine. A third-level Sea of Wheels cultivator?" Qin Yuji shook his head casually and replied, "The world is vast. There's nothing impossible. What you consider impossible only reflects the limits of your own yanjia and experience." Then remembering his trump card, Zhuang Yuan regained confidence and declared, "Speed alone doesn't determine overall combat strength. A warrior's cultivation base is fundamental. Now let me show you the true power of a third-level Sea of Wheels expert." Since Zhuang Yuan first appeared, this was the first time his expression turned so serious. He had initially disregarded Qin Yuji completely, but now he understood. This Qin Yuji was no simple opponent. If he didn't unleash his full power, victory would not be assured. Moreover, Zhuang Yuan had lost his patience. He decided to unleash his strongest sword strike yet. Chapter 128, The Strongest Sword Strike. After Zhuang Yuan spoke, the aura around him grew increasingly powerful, and the terrifying True Yuan of Searing Realm 3rd level erupted completely. Surrounded by a monstrous surge of True Yuan and spiritual energy, the sky above Moonwater Sect darkened dramatically. The spiritual energy throughout the heavens and earth began rushing wildly toward Zhuang Yuan. Everyone nearby was captivated by Zhuang Yuan's overwhelming presence. All stared in shock. None had expected his aura to be so terrifyingly strong. It looks like senior brother Zhuang is finally getting serious. Qin Yuji is surely going to lose this time. Senior brother Zhuang's aura is absolutely overpowering. So this is his true strength. Yeah, earlier he wasn't even using his full power. No wonder Qin Yuji could keep moving around freely. If Zhuang's senior brother had used his full strength from the start, Qin Yuji probably wouldn't have withstood even a single move. The density of senior brother Zhuang's True Yuan is insane. Is this what a Searing Realm 3rd level warrior truly looks like? Absolutely terrifying. His True Yuan is even thicker than that of an average Searing Realm 4th level cultivator. Qin Yuji must be petrified right now. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Now he's finally angered senior brother Zhuang. This time, he'll be severely wounded, if not killed. At that moment, Zhuang Yuan seemed like a celestial deity descending from heaven, his momentum soaring uncontrollably. Even nearby Heaven Peace Realm warriors couldn't withstand the mere ripple of his pressure. Only Vice Sect leader Tianyuan stepped in just in time, blocking the residual force of the aura. Otherwise, many would have been injured, some fatally crushed by its sheer intensity. Zhuang Yuan looked coldly at Qin Yuji and said confidently, "I've played with you long enough. You should feel satisfied. I'm done amusing myself now. The fact that you managed to block my attacks before means nothing. They were merely warm-up moves. This is my true power." Hearing these words, Qin Yuji immediately perked up. "So you're finally willing to unleash your full strength? Excellent. Then this battle can finally end. I wonder how you'll feel when I defeat you with a single sword stroke after you've used everything you've got." Qin Yuji's words instantly caused an uproar among the onlookers. Qin Yuji is really arrogant. After witnessing senior brother Zhuang's immense power, how can he still speak like this? Has he lost his mind? He must know there's no way he can win, so he's just indulging in empty talk for the last moments. I admit Qin Yuji is strong and his movements are bizarrely elusive, but against absolute power, those techniques won't help him at all. He keeps getting bolder. Could it be that he still has a hidden trump card? This is probably Qin Yuji's final act of defiance. How dare he say such things about senior brother Zhuang? He must have a heart of bear and gall of leopard. I don't fully agree with you all. Qin Yuji gives me a feeling of unfathomable depth. Maybe he really does have something powerful up his sleeve. Exactly. To remain so arrogant in the face of such overwhelming strength, only two types of people can do that. One who's ignorant, and one who's utterly confident in their own abilities. I think Qin Yuji belongs to the second category. The crowd buzzed with endless discussions about Qin Yuji and Zhuang Yuan. Hearing Qin Yuji's reply, Zhuang Yuan sneered disdainfully. "Arrogant fool. What I'm about to use is my strongest sword strike, the third technique of the Shadow Stream sword art. I've never used this third stance before anyone else because it's too powerful. Even I fear it myself." Qin Yuji replied unconcernedly. That powerful, huh? Then I'd love to see it. Don't hold back. I'll take it all. Zhuang Yuan had been waiting precisely for these words. With this declaration, even if he ended up killing Qin Yujie with this one strike, he'd have justification. After all, Qin Yujie himself had asked him to unleash his full strength. There were plenty of witnesses from the Moonwater Sect. Should Qin Yujie die under this attack, it would only prove his own lack of self-awareness. As for consequences, Zhuang Yuan saw no need to worry. Without Qin Hanjing, the Qin family of Ancient City posed no real threat. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's challenge, Zhuang Yuan coldly laughed. Fine, since that's what you want, I'll reluctantly let you witness my true power. Let's see if you can still be this bold afterward. With that, Zhuang Yuan slashed forward with his sword. A terrifying sword beam shot across the sky, hurtling directly toward Qin Yujie. Shadow Stream Sword Art. Third stance. One sword severing shadows. Earth Sword Intent. The third stance of the Shadow Stream Sword Art was already immensely powerful. Combined with the perfected Earth Sword Intent, the sword beams might reach an unprecedented level. Everyone stared in shock at this sword strike. They couldn't find words to describe it. They only felt that this one was far more powerful than all the previous sword beams. If those earlier ones were like small streams, then this one was the ocean. A stream and an ocean. There was simply no comparison between them. The difference was like heaven and earth. Is this Zhuang Senior Brother's strongest sword strike? Truly terrifying. With a single slash like this, even an average Searing Realm 4th level warrior probably couldn't withstand it, let alone Qin Yujie, who's merely at the Heaven Peace realm. Sword Intent. Zhuang Yuan has actually comprehended perfected Earth Sword Intent. What peerless talent. Earlier, Senior Sister Zhang had only grasped half-step Sword Intent, yet she was already so formidable. Now Zhuang Senior Brother has reached perfected Earth Sword Intent. How unimaginably powerful must his attack be? With Sword Intent fused into his technique, there's no way Qin Yujie can possibly block this strike. Yes, Qin Yujie has only achieved minor perfection in Wind Sword Intent. There's absolutely no comparing its power to Zhuang Senior Brother's perfected Earth Sword Intent. Zhuang Senior Brother's genius in the Sword Dao is truly monstrous. Right now, Senior Sister Zhang must be regretting deeply. If only she'd followed him instead, her future achievements in martial cultivation would have been limitless. Exactly. Even Qin Yujie's disciple must be regretting it now. Compared to Zhuang Senior Brother, Qin Yujie is like a mere star next to the moon. Let me say something fair for Qin Yujie. He's only at Heaven Peace Realm 2nd level, yet he's already comprehended minor perfection in Wind Sword Intent. Just imagine how terrifyingly strong he'd become once his cultivation level rises. You're right, I had forgotten just how young and low-level Qin Yujie actually is. Still, it seems Zhuang Senior Brother has made up his mind to kill Qin Yujie. This sword strike leaves no path to survival at all. Chapter 129. The Formidable Qin Yujie. If it were me, I want to kill Qin Yujie too. His talent is simply terrifying. Before long, his strength will surpass Brother Zhuang's. The surrounding crowd gazed at Zhuang Yuan's dazzling sword strike, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying sword aura. Among everyone present, only Huang Youhe and a few others remained calm. All the rest believed Qin Yujie was surely defeated this time. Yet as Qin Yujie looked upon that incoming sword energy, he sneered and said, daring to show off such mediocre, merely perfected level sword intent? How disgraceful. Since you've already revealed your strongest move, it's time for me to defeat you in a single stroke. It happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could fully react, Qin Yujie thrust forward his sword. Instantly, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble, winds howling as if nature itself convulsed. Then, in the sky above, a sword energy far more powerful than Zhuang Yuan's surged into existence. Unrestricted sword art. Dominating the world. Wind Sword Intent. The unrestricted sword art was a low-tier heavenly grade technique, vastly superior in power even to top-tier earth-grade techniques like the Four Seasons sword method. And compared to Zhuang Yuan's mere low-tier earth-grade Shadowflow sword technique, there was no comparison at all. Moreover, Qin Yujie had achieved full mastery of Wind Sword Intent, reaching the ultimate stage of perfection. Zhuang Yuan's Earth Sword Intent, on the other hand, had only reached the perfected stage. Though separated by just one level, the difference in their power was like heaven and earth. With the unrestricted sword art layered atop his perfect Wind Sword Intent, the destructive force behind Qin Yujie's single slash became absolutely monstrous. Compared to it, Zhuang Yuan's sword energy shrank in dominance, looking feeble, like a child standing before a grown adult, instantly overpowered in spirit and might. The disparity between these two sword energies was evident at a glance. The crowd stared at Qin Yujie's terrifying attack, their minds going blank with shock. Only now did they realize, Qin Yujie's strength was far beyond what anyone imagined. If he had unleashed this terrifying sword art and intent from the beginning, Zhuang Yuan wouldn't have lasted even a single exchange. Am I dreaming? This sword strike is insane. Its mere aura dwarfs Brother Zhuang's completely. We've been a joke all along. How pathetic. To think we kept mocking Qin Yujie. What right do we have to laugh at a genius like him? I always thought Brother Zhuang was incredibly strong, but compared to Qin Yujie, suddenly, he seems weak. It seems Qin Yujie was right after all. Brother Zhuang truly is nothing but an ant. Once Qin Yujie gets serious, Brother Zhuang can't withstand even one strike. If someone as strong as Brother Zhuang is still considered insignificant by Qin Yujie, then what does that make us? Less than ants. Qin Yujie's sword talent is absolutely terrifying. He has already grasped perfected Wind Sword Intent. Heaven! This is unbelievable. To master perfected wind sword intent at Heavenly Body Realm, 2nd level. Just imagine how terrifying he'll be when he reaches Will See Realm. As long as Qin Yujie doesn't fall along the way, he's destined to become a peerless expert just like his father. As the crowd whispered in awe and shock, the two sword energies collided with a thunderous boom, releasing an earth-shattering roar. Yet astonishingly, Qin Yujie's sword energy showed no sign of weakening. It pressed forward relentlessly, obliterating Zhuang Yuan's sword energy into nothingness. Zhuang Yuan stared wide-eyed at the incoming sword energy, feeling from it a deadly, life-threatening aura. He knew there was no way he could block it. Even if he used his fastest evasion technique, it would be useless. He was locked onto by this strike, trapped without any means of escape. Staring at the approaching death blow, Zhuang Yuan realized that if it struck him directly, even if he somehow survived, he would suffer grave injuries. In panic, he screamed loudly, "I surrender." Qin Yujie ignored him. The terrifying sword energy closed in, halting just 1 inch from Zhuang Yuan's chest. F***CK? I surrender. Zhuang Yuan was genuinely terrified now. His face paled, his expression twisted with fear. He understood, if this sword pierced his heart, survival would be nearly impossible. Everyone around them stared in stunned silence. They never expected that Zhuang Yuan, who usually carried himself with such pride and arrogance, would end up begging for mercy. All his former dignity, confidence, and sense of superiority, all gone in this instant. At this moment, Zhuang Yuan appeared just like a pitiful weakling, frightened and helpless. Indeed, his life now lay entirely in Qin Yujie's hands. In that moment, the entire arena fell deathly silent. Even Song Yangyu stood frozen, unable to react. All anyone could do was stare dumbfounded at Qin Yujie, mouths agape, expressions blank. They were too shocked by that single sword strike to even comprehend what had happened. Such is the way of sword cultivators' battles. Situations can shift in the blink of an eye. Life and death often hang by a thread, decided in a single fleeting instant. This was precisely why sword cultivators were so terrifying. Their attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. Sometimes, a single sword strike was enough to instantly kill an opponent. At the very last moment, when Zhuang Yuan's life hung by a thread, Qin Yujie's sword energy stopped just before Zhuang Yuan's chest. Qin Yujie cast a contemptuous glance at him, then withdrew his hand, and the sword energy instantly dissipated like smoke. After all, this battle was merely a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Since Zhuang Yuan had surrendered, Qin Yujie naturally had no reason to continue. Qin Yujie had already shown mercy, otherwise, Zhuang Yuan would have surely died. This leniency was granted only out of respect for Song Yangyu's standing. Absolutely pathetic. For the sake of Deputy Sect Master Tsang's reputation, I'll spare your life this time. Qin Yujie took out Chunfeng Zue, sipped some wine, and said indifferently. These words hurt Zhuang Yuan far more than any fatal blow. As a core disciple of Tianyuan Sect, he was usually arrogant and looked down upon others. Now, his dignity had been utterly trampled upon by Qin Yujie. At this moment, Zhuang Yuan had become nothing but a laughingstock. He had lost. How could a proud Will See Realm 3rd level cultivator possibly lose to Qin Yujie, who stood only at Heavenly Body Realm 2nd level? No one paid any attention to Zhuang Yuan anymore. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie with shock and admiration, because Qin Yujie's power was simply too terrifying. To defeat a Will See Realm 3rd level expert while only being at Heavenly Body Realm 2nd level, within Lingtian Kingdom, apart from Qin Yujie, such a feat would be utterly unimaginable. Zhang Qiuling gazed at Qin Yujie, who seemed like a descending celestial god. Her mind went completely blank. She had never imagined that Qin Yujie could actually win. In her eyes, even if Qin Yujie somehow won, it should have been after 300 rounds of fierce combat, barely triumphing by a narrow margin, not this overwhelming, crushing victory. For a moment, Zhang Qiuling simply couldn't believe what she had witnessed. Song Yangyu also stared in astonishment at Qin Yujie. He knew that Qin Yujie's talent was even more monstrous than that of his father, Qin Hanjing. If Qin Yujie continued growing unhindered, his ultimate destination on the martial path would certainly not end at Emperor Realm. Chapter 130. Zhuang Yuan challenges Qin Yujie to a pill cultivation contest. Huang Youhe and the others stared at Qin Yujie with excitement. The stronger Qin Yujie became, the brighter their own futures would be. This Qin Yujie is simply monstrous. I never imagined the outcome would turn out like this. A spectator disciple stammered in disbelief. Yeah, I always thought Brother Zhuang would win, but in the end, it was Brother Zhuang who lost. And if he hadn't surrendered voluntarily, he might have died. Qin Yujie's talent is truly extraordinary. We were too ignorant. How dare we, mere nobodies, laugh at Qin Yujie before. That sword strike of Qin Yujie's was absolutely breathtaking. I've never seen anything so stunning in my life. Compared to Qin Yujie, I admit I'm nothing but trash. Young Master Qin is the true once-in-a-generation genius. Even someone as formidable as Brother Zhuang has to bow before him. Yes, perhaps what Qin Yujie said earlier is right. We really haven't seen much of the world. Outside Lingtian Kingdom, talents like Brother Zhuang might not be considered exceptional at all. Perhaps only someone like Qin Yujie truly qualifies as a genius. The surrounding crowd erupted into fervent discussion about Qin Yujie and Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan stood there dazed and broken, staring at Qin Yujie. He had never dreamed such an ending possible. He couldn't believe he had actually lost and been defeated so utterly. He remembered how earlier, he mocked Qin Yujie as a lowly insect, ridiculing him for his bold claims and lack of humility. Now, recalling those words, Zhuang Yuan felt like nothing more than a ridiculous clown. Staring at Qin Yujie, rage boiled inside him. Without Qin Yujie, there was no doubt that all eyes would now be on him. It was Qin Yujie who had caused his reputation in Tianyuan Sect to plummet overnight. With fury blazing, Zhuang Yuan suddenly screamed, "Qin Yujie, though I admit your strength surpasses mine, my shinfu in alchemy is extraordinary. You humiliated me today. I won't let this go. Do you dare challenge me to a pill cultivation contest?" His words stunned everyone instantly. No one expected Zhuang Yuan to challenge Qin Yujie in alchemy. Everyone knew alchemy required innate talent. It had to be said, Zhuang Yuan's talent in alchemy was indeed exceptional. In Tianyuan Sect, when it came to martial cultivation talent, Zhuang Yuan certainly wasn't number one. Although he was a core disciple, his fighting strength ranked only at the very bottom among them. But when it came to alchemical aptitude, Zhuang Yuan unquestionably stood at the top. Brother Zhuang actually wants to compete with Qin Yujie in pill making? Qin Yujie may be a monster in martial arts, but in alchemy, he's definitely no match for Brother Zhuang. Yeah, Brother Zhuang is deliberately pitting his greatest strength against another's weakness. He knows Qin Yujie doesn't know alchemy. He's doing this on purpose. What's the point? Even if Brother Zhuang wins, it wouldn't be an honorable victory. Alchemy masters should only compete with other alchemy masters. That's the only fair way to determine superiority. Qin Yujie doesn't even know how to refine pills. What's there to compare? Brother Zhuang is just furious and ashamed. He was crushed by Qin Yujie in front of everyone with a single effortless sword strike. His pride is shattered. If he doesn't quickly save some face, he'll become a laughingstock today. I see. Brother Zhuang is simply too proud to swallow his pride. Understandable. He's always been used to being looked up to. Suddenly falling from glory into disgrace. Of course he can't handle it. Sigh. Is it really so hard for Brother Zhuang to admit someone is better than him? Take me, for example. I genuinely looked down on Qin Yujie earlier, thinking he was just showing off. But after witnessing his true power, I'm filled only with admiration and awe. I admit freely, Qin Yujie's talent is truly monstrous. Actually, I kind of understand Brother Zhuang. After all, he's a core disciple, constantly pampered by the sect. He's never lacked resources, always progressing smoothly. Suddenly being defeated by an unknown nobody. It's natural his heart feels unbalanced. Even though Brother Zhuang lost to Qin Yujie, he's still far beyond our reach. Remember, when facing us, Brother Zhuang needs only one sword stroke, never a second. The world is vast, indeed. There are always greater people beyond, higher skies above. Our once untouchable, revered Brother Zhuang, completely helpless before Qin Yujie. It's almost laughable. But honestly, Brother Zhuang's alchemical talent really is amazing. I heard he suddenly comprehended it all on his own. I wonder whether Qin Yujie will accept Brother Zhuang's challenge. Though probably not. Who in their right mind would agree to such a contest? It's a guaranteed loss. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing Zhuang Yuan's words, immediately burst into discussion once more, their emotions stirred again by Zhuang Yuan. After all, a pill cultivation contest was a rare event. To most people, alchemists were mysterious figures, and the chance to personally witness Zhuang Yuan refining pills was seen as a priceless, free opportunity to learn. One had to understand, pill cultivation techniques were the foundation of any alchemist, something so precious that few would ever allow others to observe them in practice. Who would willingly let someone steal their hard-earned secrets? But today was different. If Qin Yujie accepted the challenge, everyone would have the chance to watch Zhuang Yuan refine pills up close. Qin Yujie had originally intended for things to end here. He had already shown mercy. If not, Zhuang Yuan would likely be dead by now. He never expected that instead of being grateful, Zhuang Yuan would dare challenge him to a pill refinement duel. Qin Yujie looked at Zhuang Yuan with contempt and said, "You want to challenge me in pill cultivation simply because you're certain I can't refine pills. But you're wrong. Not only do I know how to refine pills, I do it far better than you." Zhuang Yuan, as if having seen through Qin Yujie from the start, laughed and said, "Qin Yujie, go ahead and keep pretending. Who on earth would believe such nonsense? If you're afraid, just say so. Is it really so hard to admit you don't know alchemy? I overestimated you. Since you're too scared to accept, forget it." Qin Yujie replied calmly, "I'll give you one last chance to back out. Otherwise, once I accept your challenge and you lose, you won't even have a shred of dignity left." The more Qin Yujie spoke like this, the more Zhuang Yuan believed he was merely feigning confidence out of fear. Laughing, Zhuang Yuan said, "I've never heard a bigger joke. Qin Yujie, your martial talent is indeed stronger than mine, but my alchemy surpasses yours. At best, we'd only call it a draw today." Chapter 131, The Fire Jade Cauldron and Moon Cold Jade. Qin Yujie cast a disdainful glance at Zhuang Yuan and calmly said, "Fine. Since you're so eager to compete with me in alchemy, I'll humor you this once. Just don't regret it later." The surrounding crowd stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief upon hearing these words. Does Qin Yujie really think that because his martial talent is monstrous, he can master alchemy without a teacher? Qin Yujie is truly digging his own grave. He's going to get humiliated in a moment. It's no one else's fault, only his own arrogance. Alchemy and martial cultivation are completely different. Qin Yujie has become too arrogant. It's about time he got a taste of hardship. Actually, we should thank Qin Yujie. If not for him agreeing to this alchemy duel, how could we have the chance to witness senior brother Zhuang's alchemical skills? This is going to be entertaining. I wonder if Qin Yujie actually knows alchemy, or is just bluffing to save face. Seeing that Qin Yujie had readily agreed, the onlookers immediately burst into discussion. Zhuang Yuan, hearing Qin Yujie accept the challenge, felt an instant surge of triumph. Fearing Qin might change his mind, he quickly said, "Excellent. Then let us begin our contest. Whichever of us produces the higher grade pill wins." "How does that sound?" Qin Yujie nodded. "Agreed." Looking as if his scheme had succeeded, Zhuang Yuan continued, "We shall each have 1 hour. We bring our own materials. Whoever creates the higher grade pill will be declared the winner." "Agreed," Qin Yujie said. "Deputy Sect Master Tsong, I'd like to invite you to serve as our witness," Zhuang Yuan said confidently. "Very well. Then the contest begins now." Song Yongyu became visibly excited. In his eyes, Qin Yujie was already monstrously gifted in martial arts. If he were also talented in alchemy, then he truly would be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. As soon as Song Yongyu finished speaking, Zhuang Yuan slapped his storage pouch. Instantly, a cauldron flew out. It was dark azure in color, engraved with intricate runes, clearly no ordinary item. The surrounding disciples gazed at the magnificent-looking cauldron, their faces flickering with shock and envy. Could this be the legendary Fire Jade Cauldron? Heavens! The Fire Jade Cauldron is a supreme-grade mystery-tier treasure. I've heard it increases pill refinement success rate by a slight margin. Is that true? Of course it's true. The Fire Jade Cauldron is renowned throughout Ling Tian Kingdom, so it's been in Senior Brother Zhuang's possession all along. With this Fire Jade Cauldron, Senior Brother Zhuang's alchemy will be like a tiger growing wings. Qin Yujie claimed he knows alchemy too. Why hasn't he taken out his own cauldron yet? Don't tell me he doesn't even own one. That's entirely possible. This is getting ridiculous. He accepted an alchemy duel, but doesn't even have a cauldron? Is Qin Yujie here just to make a fool of himself? Sure, Qin Yujie's martial talent is indeed monstrous, but in alchemy, there's no way he can match Senior Brother Zhuang. After all, one person's energy is limited. One can't excel at everything. Qin Yujie must be embarrassed now. How can he refine pills without a cauldron? He's already lost for sure. Ignoring the crowd, Qin Yujie took out his wicker chair and a set of teaware, then began brewing tea. This unexpected action left everyone momentarily stunned. What's going on? Brother, you're supposed to be competing in alchemy, not tea ceremony. Why did you bring out tea sets? Are you here to make a joke? A watching disciple gaped. Hehe, what exactly is Qin Yujie doing? Trying to attract attention? Senior Brother Zhuang has already started arranging his spirit herbs, and he still has the leisure to drink tea. I understand. Qin Yujie must realize he has no cauldron and is certain to lose, so he's decided to relax and brew tea while he waits. But seriously, how extravagantly rich is Qin Yujie? Look at his tea set. It's made entirely from moon-cold jade. And that tea table? It's carved from a single massive block of moon-cold jade. Heavens, am I seeing things? I thought Senior Brother Zhuang's Fire Jade Cauldron was already priceless, but Fire Jade is merely a supreme-grade mystery-tier material, whereas moon-cold jade is a supreme-grade earth-tier material. There's an enormous difference in value between the two. What's even more extravagant is that Qin Yujie actually turned such precious moon-cold jade into a tea table and teacups. This is absurdly luxurious. I just don't get it. If Qin Yujie is this wealthy, how could he possibly not afford a pill cauldron? It's not that he can't afford it. He simply doesn't know alchemy at all. Of course he wouldn't prepare a cauldron that serves him no purpose. Unfazed by the crowd, Qin Yujie retrieved from his personal estate a pot of crystal-clear spirit spring water and several lush, fresh thousand-year spirit peach leaves. This spirit spring water was no ordinary liquid. It was a supreme-grade mystery-tier spirit spring. After Qin Yujie had drawn the mystery-tier supreme-grade spring during his previous draw, he placed it into the pond of his personal estate. Over time, the entire pond had transformed into a full pool of mystery-tier supreme-grade spirit water. When Qin Yujie took out the spirit water, the crowd could already smell a rich aura of spiritual energy from afar. This mystery-tier supreme-grade spirit water was practically a heavenly treasure, something exceedingly rare and unobtainable by ordinary means. Normally, even obtaining a single drop would be considered an immense stroke of luck. Yet now, Qin Yujie casually pulled out an entire pot of it. Damn it, how does Qin Yujie have so many treasures? Heaven, I just inhaled a whiff of that spirit water, and I feel completely refreshed. Master Qin is outrageously wealthy. Using such a large pot of spirit water just to brew tea? My poverty has truly limited my imagination. Look, even Senior Brother Zhuang is stunned. He's not focusing on refining pills anymore. No way. Could it be that Qin Yujie is deliberately disturbing Senior Brother Zhuang's composure? If his mind isn't calm, he could easily cause his furnace to explode during alchemy. Yeah, if I were him, I wouldn't be able to focus either. And have you noticed? The tea leaves Qin Yujie brought aren't ordinary at all. They look exactly like leaves from a thousand-year spirit peach tree. What? Say that again. You're saying those tea leaves in Qin Yujie's hands are actually thousand-year spirit peach leaves? Heaven. Each leaf is an invaluable treasure. Qin Yujie sure knows how to live luxuriously. These top-tier cultivation resources make me envious just looking at them. I finally understand why Senior Sister Zhang and Qin Yujie's little apprentice are so devoted to him. True, Senior Brother Zhuang is a pill master, but resources like these? He probably doesn't even have access to them. I wonder if Master Qin is still taking on maids? I may not compare to Senior Sister Zhang, but I can warm Master Qin's bed for him. One female disciple from Tianyuan Sect said wistfully. Chapter 132, The Astounded Crowd. Yeah, Senior Sister Zhang may look appealing, but you can't have her. Me? I'm easily obtainable. Just reach out, and you've got me. Another female disciple shyly said. With so many women lining up behind Qin Gongzi, how would he ever find time to obtain you? Someone else scoffed. If there's no time, make time. There's always a way if you squeeze a little. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned by Qin Yujie. Everyone's attention had shifted entirely to him. No one was even watching Zhuang Yuan's alchemy demonstration anymore. Qin Yujie released his crimson azure flame fire, and in moments the water boiled, releasing a fragrant, steamy aroma of spiritual tea that wafted through the air. Even from afar, people took one whiff and immediately felt their internal spiritual energy trembling. Holy crap, it's Iyaoa. Heaven! Qin Yujie actually possesses Iyaoa. This kind of strange flame is every alchemist's dream. I bet senior brother Zhuang doesn't even have one. Just look at senior brother Zhuang's shocked, envious, jealous expression. You know he doesn't. Why does everything good end up with Qin Yujie? Is he heaven's favored child, or what? Other people use their strange flames for alchemy, but Qin Yujie uses his just to brew tea. That's such a waste of a treasure. I think being able to cultivate under Qin Gongzi is already the greatest opportunity in life. Why seek any other chances? Clinging to Qin Gongzi's coattails is more than enough. No wonder his female disciple said senior brother Zhuang isn't even worthy of being compared to a single finger of Qin Gongzi. Truly, it's undeniable. Look at senior brother Zhuang. His hands are trembling. How can he continue refining pills like this? Still, Qin Gongzi is amazing. Even though he can't refine pills himself, with all these moves, he's completely disrupted senior brother Zhuang's focus. He's too restless now to succeed. To subdue your opponent without fighting. Qin Gongzi truly is remarkable. If Qin Gongzi already has a strange flame, maybe he really can refine pills after all. Does it even matter whether Qin Gongzi can refine pills? Ordinary mid-tier or high-tier pills are trash in his eyes. Only top-grade pills could possibly interest him. Exactly. This spiritual tea has absolutely no side effects, whereas regular pills carry pill toxicity, unless they're top-tier. Suddenly, senior brother Zhuang's alchemist status doesn't seem so impressive anymore. He actually seems pitiful. Yeah, senior brother Zhuang's been crushed. And this silent defeat, this quiet humiliation, is the most devastating kind. Qin Yujie poured himself a cup of spiritual tea and lifted it, sniffing gently. Just as everyone thought he was about to drink, Qin Yujie suddenly frowned and murmured to himself. This time the fire temperature was too high. I didn't control it properly. The taste won't be right. After saying this, he casually raised the teapot and dumped the entire pot, the tea and the leaves alike, onto the ground. This act left the entire crowd utterly shocked. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie in dumbfounded silence, and the scene fell into an eerie, terrifying quiet. He just threw away an entire pot of priceless thousand-year spiritual tea because the brewing temperature wasn't perfect? Is he even human? My mind can't keep up. What on earth is Qin Gongzi doing? That was Qianlingsha, a 1,000-year-old spiritual tea. Qin Gongzi is so wasteful. If you don't want it, why not give it to us? Damn, what kind of world is this? Qin Gongzi, I wish to become your personal handmaiden. Do you still take on servants? Qin Gongzi is like a walking treasure vault. Even a tiny leak of his top-grade resources would last us a lifetime. We were truly blind before. Compared to Qin Gongzi, senior brother Zhuang is completely pathetic. So what if he can refine pills? Ordinary pills aren't even worth a glance for Qin Gongzi. Poverty has limited my imagination. I've never seen anyone so extravagantly wasteful as Qin Gongzi. He casually dumped an entire pot of Jingle like that. Someone slap me. Tell me this isn't a dream. Look at senior brother Zhuang. He's completely dazed. I've never seen such a blank, stupefied expression on him before. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Yujie calmly pulled out another flask of spiritual spring water, added several cans of fine, and within moments, the water began to boil. He sniffed it, then smiled faintly. This time the fire control is perfect. That's the exact flavor. He took out several teacups and poured some tea. Then, with a subtle movement of his true yuan, 5 teacups shot toward 5 different people. The cups flew quickly, yet not a single drop spilled from them, showcasing the terrifying precision of Qin Yujie's true yuan control. The first cup of spiritual tea soared directly in front of Tianyuan. Deputy Sect Master Tsang, consider this cup of spiritual tea my treat, Qin Yujie said unly. Good. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Tianyuan replied without hesitation. He caught the teacup with one hand and took a small sip. Indeed, excellent tea. Tianyuan smiled. The next 3 cups of spiritual tea flew respectively toward Huang Youhe, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao. Thank you, Master. Huang Youhe immediately said, overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also wore delighted expressions. The final cup of spiritual tea came to rest in front of Zhang Qiuling. Thank you, Qin Gongzi. Zhang Qiuling looked at Qin Yujie with a complicated expression. She never expected that as merely a newly accepted servant girl, she would receive such treatment. Yet recalling how Qin Yujie had earlier healed her injuries, a soft ripple stirred within her heart. After all, ordinary people would never waste 1,000 peach leaves on someone unrelated. The surrounding crowd now felt as if their emotions had been tossed into a jar of mixed flavors. All gazed at Qin Yujie with envy. How envious I am of senior sister Zhang. Following Qin Yujie, won't she get to drink spiritual tea every day from now on? This kind of fortune can't be forced. Who else has such breathtaking beauty like senior sister Zhang? We common folk, how could Qin Gongzi ever accept us as his servants? Earlier we mocked senior sister Zhang for being foolish. Now I realize, the truly foolish ones are us. We were blind, actually thinking Zhuang's senior brother was superior to Qin Gongzi. On the path, a man like jade, peerless under heaven. After seeing such an extraordinary man as Qin Gongzi, who else could possibly catch my eye? Yes, from now on, we can only admire and look up to Qin Gongzi. It's just a pity he isn't part of our Shui sect. Otherwise, we could see him every single day. Qin Gongzi is truly generous, treating even his subordinates and servants so well. Who wouldn't want to follow such a person with their life? Exactly. Senior brother Zhuang simply cannot compare to Qin Gongzi. By now, Zhuang's senior brother must deeply regret provoking him. There are always greater people beyond, higher skies beyond the sky. This time, senior brother Zhuang has been thoroughly defeated. Chapter 133 Zhuang Yuan's Alchemy. As the surrounding crowd looked at Qin Yujie with admiration, Zhuang Yuan coldly said, Qin Yujie, I know you think you can't match me in alchemy, so you deliberately made all this commotion to disturb my focus and prevent me from concentrating on refining pills. How sinister of you. Qin Yujie smiled and said, my tea brewing doesn't interfere with my pill refinement later. As long as the entire process doesn't exceed 1 hour, I'm within the rules. I'll let you go first. Otherwise, if I start before you, you won't even have a chance to show yourself. These words instantly shifted everyone's attention back to the alchemy competition. Fine, then I shall go first. Probably you don't even know basic alchemical techniques. I'll reluctantly allow you to secretly learn a few moves from me. Though I doubt you can grasp anything in such a short time, Zhuang Yuan said, his confidence fully restored, now appearing quite spirited and proud. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhuang Yuan suddenly slapped one hand hard against the fire jade cauldron. The next moment, the dark green fire jade cauldron began to shake violently, and its lid automatically spun upward. At that instant, the leftover herbal residue inside was forcefully ejected out of the cauldron like garbage by the intense shockwave. Everyone present was stunned by this display from Zhuang Yuan. This is the alchemical technique called Qing Lu, clearing the furnace. It uses inner true energy combined with a special method to instantly clean out impurities clinging to the cauldron's interior. Just this single move shows how extraordinary senior brother Zhuang truly is, remarked a disciple well-versed in alchemy, visibly shocked. Clearing the furnace means thoroughly removing any leftover residue from the cauldron. If not cleaned properly, it could affect the quality of the pills, or even cause an explosion. Indeed, amateurs watch for spectacle, but experts appreciate the skill. Just this one move reveals senior brother Zhuang's exceptional proficiency in alchemy. Never expected senior brother Zhuang to possess such high talent in alchemy. Such skill cannot be achieved without years of practice. It's seamless, natural. Yes, most people require special tools to clear their furnaces. Rarely does anyone do it barehanded using only true energy like senior brother Zhuang just did. It seems senior brother Zhuang surpasses ordinary alchemists in technique. Looks like young Master Qin is destined to lose this one. Young Master Qin's martial talent is indeed monstrous, but clearly he falls short compared to senior brother Zhuang in alchemy. Nothing shameful about that. Among the 3,000 Dao paths, no one can master them all. True, alchemy is merely supplementary. Ultimately, martial talent is what matters most. Qin Yujie calmly watched Zhuang Yuan. The Qing Lu technique that amazed others was nothing special in his eyes. It was merely a basic method. In Qin Yujie's mind existed countless ancient furnace-clearing techniques hundreds of times more powerful than this. Zhuang Yuan glanced at Qin Yujie and said arrogantly, Qin Yujie, speechless now, aren't you? 100 years of learning couldn't teach you a skill like this. Qin Yujie merely sneered dismissively, too indifferent to bother arguing with Zhuang Yuan. Seeing Qin Yujie remain silent, Zhuang Yuan assumed his words had struck home, making him even more smug and confident. From his storage pouch, Zhuang Yuan pulled out over a dozen spirit herbs, the exact ingredients needed for refining Tianqing pills. Tianqing pill was merely a yellow rank pill, used by cultivators at the heavenly realm level for cultivation enhancement. That Zhuang Yuan could refine such a pill indicated he was at least a yellow rank alchemist. If he could refine a dark rank pill, he would be recognized as a dark rank alchemist. However, Lingtian Kingdom had only 2 dark rank alchemists, Feng Yushu and Qin Yujie. Zhuang Yuan pointed toward the fire jade cauldron, shooting forth a flame, igniting a fierce fire beneath it. This flame was the commonly used plant-based fire among alchemists. After all, in this world, strange flames were extremely rare. Not everyone could possess a strange flame like Qin Yujie. Most alchemists relied on ordinary plant fire. Refining the Tianqing pill required over a dozen types of spirit herbs, each added in a precise sequence. Any mistake in order might lead to failure. Moreover, controlling the flame intensity was critical. Incorrect heat control could result in a furnace explosion. Since Tianqing pills were frequently used by Heaven Realm martial artists, Zhuang Yuan had refined them many times before and had a very high success rate. For a competition, one naturally chose a pill they were most confident in. Regarding Tianqing pills, Zhuang Yuan was completely assured. Using his true energy to manipulate the herbs, Zhuang Yuan carefully placed each spirit herb into the fire jade cauldron according to proper compatibility and specific order. Melting, purifying, shaping into pills. Throughout the entire alchemical process, Zhuang Yuan's movements were highly skilled and fluent. His flame control impeccable. Everything flowed seamlessly from beginning to end. Everyone present was stunned by Zhuang Yuan's smooth and fluid alchemy techniques. They had to admit that Zhuang Yuan possessed exceptional talent in pill refinement. An hour later, a refreshing and intoxicating medicinal fragrance wafted from the fire jade cauldron. This was a clear sign that the pills had been successfully refined. Zhuang Yuan couldn't help but shoot a mocking smile toward Qin Yujie before striking the fire jade cauldron with his palm once again. Instantly, the cauldron began rotating on its own, and 3 exquisitely formed pills shot out gracefully into the air. Zhuang Yuan pulled out a white, transparent tray and caught the 3 Tianqin pills as they flew toward him. Inside the delicate white tray, 3 plump, lustrous light blue Tianqin pills lay quietly, radiating brilliant light, so captivating that anyone who saw them would be instantly mesmerized. Today, Zhuang Yuan had truly surpassed expectations, refining 3 Tianqin pills in a single furnace. Among them, one was high rank, and the other 2 were middle rank. As everyone knew, pills were classified into perfect rank, high rank, middle rank, and low rank. Perfect rank pills were extremely rare and almost impossible to produce deliberately. Usually, refining even a single high rank pill from a furnace was considered remarkable. The surrounding crowd stared at Zhuang Yuan in utter shock. None of them had expected that Zhuang Yuan's alchemical talent could be this extraordinary, refining a high-rank Tianqin pill in one go. Senior Brother Zhuang is indeed Senior Brother Zhuang. His genius in the path of alchemy is simply monstrous. Yes, the way Senior Brother Zhuang performed the entire process was so seamless and natural. It was a true pleasure to watch. Heavens, Senior Brother Zhuang actually produced a high-rank Tianqin pill. That's absolutely astonishing. This time, Qin Yujie is really going to be humiliated. Senior Brother Zhuang has already refined a high-rank pill, yet Qin Yujie is still leisurely sipping his spirit tea. Does he not feel any pressure at all? I wonder if Qin Yujie can even produce a pill of the same quality. Chapter 134, The Golden Needle Transference Technique. Yeah, Qin Gongzi is definitely defeated. No wonder Master Brother Zhuang's talent in alchemy is renowned. Alchemy masters are rare even throughout the entire Lingtian kingdom, yet Senior Brother Zhuang already holds a place among them. Truly impressive. It seems Qin Gongzi simply can't match up to Senior Brother Zhuang in alchemy, but that's understandable. After all, martial cultivation is what truly matters in the end. The surrounding crowd looked at Zhuang Yuan with astonishment and admiration. Alchemists, wherever they went, were always held in high regard. Zhuang Yuan glanced at Qin Yujie, who was still calmly sipping his tea, and said, Qin Yujie, this is an upper-grade Tianqin pill. You've probably never seen one before. Why don't you just admit defeat now? It'll save you some embarrassment. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and replied, You say it's an upper-grade pill, so it must be. Bring it over. Let me have a look. Fine. I'll make sure you lose with no excuses left. With a flick of his sleeve, the upper-grade Tianqin pill flew into Qin Yujie's hand. Qin Yujie examined it carefully, then scoffed. So it really is an upper-grade Tianqin pill. But to be honest, I wouldn't even bother taking such a mere upper-grade pill. Only top-grade pills are worth consuming. Everyone around froze in shock upon hearing these words. From his spatial ring, Qin Yujie drew out a Taijin Liuxian, a heavenly golden flowing needle, and under the stunned and incredulous gazes of the onlookers, he plunged it straight into the Tianqin pill. Qin Yujie, what are you doing? Do you think destroying my upper-grade Tianqin pill will make you win? Zhuang Yuan cried out in alarm. Right? Qin Gongzi, if you lost, just admit it. Doing this, it's just unsportsmanlike. It looks like Qin Yujie can't accept defeat and is resorting to tricks. Sigh, for someone as brilliant and powerful as Qin Gongzi, to end up acting like this. What a shame. Yes, why go this far? Wouldn't it have been simpler to just surrender? Qin Yujie is too arrogant. He refuses to acknowledge failure, so he resorts to such cheap tactics. Truly contemptible. No one had expected Qin Yujie to take such action. Their impression of him immediately soured. Amidst the growing murmurs, everyone suddenly noticed something extraordinary. The Taijin Liuxian in Qin Yujie's hand was moving in mysterious patterns, channeling true energy through intricate techniques. Gradually, the surface of the Tianqin pill began pulsating like a living heart, and complex alchemical patterns emerged across its surface. The black medicinal toxin sealed within the pill had nowhere to flee from the golden needle's penetration, and eventually dissipated into the air. This sudden transformation left the entire crowd speechless in shock. Could this be the ancient, long-lost technique, the golden needle transference? Song Yangyu stared at Qin Yujie, mouth agape, utterly disbelieving. Deputy Sect Master Tsong, what exactly is the golden needle transference? The disciples around asked in bewilderment. Song Yangyu snapped back to reality, though his face still wore profound amazement. After calming himself, he slowly explained, I only read about the golden needle transference in an ancient text. This technique has the power to elevate a pill's grade by 1 level. In other words, it can turn an upper-grade pill into a top-grade pill, or a mid-grade pill into an upper-grade one. However, each pill can only undergo this process once. A second attempt would fail completely. But even so, this technique is beyond priceless, so much so that it was believed to have vanished from the world. Just imagine, anyone who mastered this method could transform heaps of upper-grade pills into top-grade ones. How terrifying would that be? After Song Yangyu's explanation, the crowd finally understood. Qin Yujie wasn't trying to destroy the pill. He was attempting to upgrade it from upper grade to top grade. They gaped at Qin Yujie in utter disbelief, unable to fathom that he actually possessed knowledge of the ancient, lost art of the golden needle transference. The revelation was so overwhelming it nearly stole their breath. Qin Yujie is incredible. Who would have thought he'd know such a miraculous alchemical skill? Yes, look, the Tianqin pill is gradually being covered in divine patterns, and there's even a faint sign of a pill tribulation forming above it, clear omens of a top-grade pill forming. I believe now that Qin Gongzi is truly an alchemist, and his talent surpasses even Senior Brother Zhuang's. Exactly. Haven't you seen how even Zhuang Yuan is frozen in shock? We were so ignorant. We doubted Qin Gongzi wanted to ruin the pill, when someone with talent as monstrous as Qin Yujie would never do something so senseless. Yes, Please forgive our foolishness, Qin Gongzi. We were misled by Zhuang Yuan. With a technique as miraculous as this, you're nothing less than a peerless genius of the alchemical path. Qin Gongzi's talent in martial cultivation is already monstrous, but who would have thought his genius in alchemy would be just as extraordinary? He's truly a genius among geniuses. Compared to Qin Gongzi, all of us are worthless, less than worthless. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with shock and admiration. At this moment, Qin Yujie seemed like a celestial descending from the heavens, radiating countless rays of light, making everyone instinctively bow and look up to him in reverence. After hearing Cang Yanyu's explanation, Zhuang Yuan wore an expression of utter disbelief, exclaiming in denial, "Impossible. This can't be real. How could Qin Yujie possibly know the golden needle transference, a lost ancient technique? He must be faking it. He's deceiving all of you." Seeing the now nearly hysterical Zhuang Yuan, the surrounding people shook their heads with pity. So it turns out that Brother Zhuang is the one who truly can't let go of winning or losing. I really misjudged his character. Yes, Brother Zhuang has always been so aloof and proud. Of course he can't accept this outcome right away. When compared to Qin Gongzi, Brother Zhuang's alchemical talent is utterly shattered. I wonder if Brother Zhuang ever imagined it would end like this. In truth, from beginning to end, the clown here was never Qin Gongzi, it was always Brother Zhuang. The real master of alchemy is Qin Gongzi. Brother Zhuang was merely wielding an axe before Liu Ban all along. Poor Brother Zhuang. His martial talent couldn't match Qin Gongzi's, and now even his alchemical talent falls short. It's a complete defeat. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, openly discussing Zhuang Yuan. Qin Yujie, observing the awestruck and reverent eyes around him, shook his head in mild disdain. To others, the golden needle transference might be a rare and precious alchemical method, but to Qin Yujie, it was nothing special, merely a trivial technique among the vast heritage passed down from the Pill Emperor. If the onlookers knew what Qin Yujie was truly thinking, who could say what their reaction would be? Chapter 135, This Pill Doesn't Count. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Qin Yujie soon withdrew the Taijin Liujian. In his palm lay a smooth, plump, and radiant pill. Intricate pillwind patterns covered its surface, giving it an aura of profound mystery. Undoubtedly, this was a top-grade Tianqin pill. Only pills of supreme quality bore such divine markings. Qin Yujie said coolly, "Zhuang Yuan, you've refined an upper-grade Tianqin pill, while I've produced a top-grade one. The difference in strength should be obvious enough without me needing to spell it out." The surrounding crowd stared at the top-grade Tianqin pill in Qin Yujie's hand. They had to admit, this alchemy contest was won by Qin Yujie. Zhuang Yuan could hardly accept the outcome. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. His eyes widened as if he'd just realized something vital, and he declared triumphantly, "Qin Yujie, that upper-grade Tianqin pill was refined by me. You don't actually know alchemy. You only possess this golden needle transformation technique. You've merely enhanced my pill. You can't create a pill from scratch yourself. Therefore, this doesn't count. Only if you produce a pill through your own alchemical skills should it be considered valid." Honestly speaking, Zhuang Yuan's mind worked fast. While his argument carried an air of pettiness, it sounded somewhat reasonable. After all, Qin Yujie's top-grade Tianqin pill was indeed upgraded from Zhuang Yuan's original upper-grade one. Without Zhuang's pill as the base, Qin Yujie's golden needle technique would have been useless. In truth, Qin Yujie hadn't even considered this angle. He'd simply recalled the golden needle transformation technique in his mind, felt a sudden urge to test it, and decided to try it on the spot. He hadn't expected it to work so well. Of course, the golden needle transformation held little real value for Qin Yujie. Whenever he personally refined pills, every single furnace yielded top-grade results. There would never be an upper-grade pill needing correction. Thus, the technique was practically unnecessary for him. Upon hearing Zhuang Yuan's words, the surrounding crowd began murmuring among themselves. Brother Zhuang is being unreasonable. That top-grade Tianqin pill was clearly formed using Qin Yujie's golden needle technique. I think Brother Zhuang has a point. Without his upper-grade Tianqin pill, Qin Yujie could never have created a top-grade one. Yes, this is tricky. Could it really be true? Could it be that Master Qin doesn't actually know alchemy at all, and only knows this one trick to cheat his way through? Impossible. How could someone who masters ancient lost techniques not know alchemy? Well, who knows? Maybe Master Qin doesn't even own a furnace. I still believe in Master Qin. His abilities are beyond our comprehension. We should just stay quiet and keep watching. Exactly. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Otherwise, we might end up looking foolish later. Yes, Master Qin, please show us your true alchemy method. We would be deeply grateful. Looking at the defiant Zhuang Yuan, Qin Yujie remained unconcerned. He shrugged slightly and said, "Fine. I'll make you concede completely. As for this top-grade Tianqin pill, I'll gift it to you." He then took out his Panlong Ding and with a casual flick of his wrist, placed it gently onto the ground. The Panlong Ding was clearly no ordinary vessel. Its appearance exuded an ancient, majestic dignity, both solemn and weighty. Just in terms of outward presence, it was far beyond comparison to Zhuang Yuan's Huiyu Ding. The Huiyu Ding was merely a high-rank Xian-grade alchemy cauldron, while the Panlong Ding was a high-rank earth-grade cauldron. Separated by an entire grade, they were in no way comparable. The onlookers were captivated by the imposing aura of the Panlong Ding. They swore they had never seen such a high-tier cauldron before. This cauldron of Qin Yujie's is clearly no common item. It's definitely of higher rank than Brother Zhuang's Huiyu Ding. Brother Zhuang's Huiyu Ding is already high-rank Xian grade. Could it be that Master Qin's cauldron is actually an earth-grade treasure? Heavens! Master Qin truly hides his depths. A treasure like this, perhaps there isn't another like it in the entire Lingtian kingdom. It seems Master Qin must indeed know alchemy. Otherwise, how could he possess such a magnificent cauldron? Unfazed by the crowd's astonishment, Qin Yujie pondered what kind of pill to refine. His spatial ring contained countless varieties of medicinal herbs. After a brief thought, Qin Yujie decided he would refine a pojing pill. As the name suggested, the pojing pill was used to break through cultivation barriers. This pill enabled a cultivator at the peak of the heavenly realm, 9th level, to break through into the Wheel Sea realm. Everyone knew that in the Lingtian kingdom, Wheel Sea realm cultivators were already considered elite powerhouses. Hence, pojing pills were tightly controlled by the 4 great sects and a few prominent families. For ordinary people, reaching the 9th level of the heavenly realm without sufficient talent or access to a pojing pill meant they would never advance to the Wheel Sea realm. Thus, the pojing pill was essentially priceless and unobtainable on the market. Moreover, the pojing pill refined by Qin Yujie differed from those circulating in the market because it was formulated from an ancient recipe. Its potency was twice as strong as that of modern pojing pills. Qin Yujie retrieved over 20 kinds of medicinal herbs from his spatial ring and laid them neatly on the ground. He didn't mind if others learned the formula. The pojing pill required unique techniques. Without them, knowing the formula would be useless. With a flick of his finger, the Qi-Qing flame shot into the base of the Panlongding. As a rare-eat fire, the Qi-Qing flame was naturally incomparable to Zhuang Yuan's mundane grasswood fire. When Zhuang Yuan saw the herbs Qin Yujie had laid out, he immediately realized what pill was being attempted. Qin Yujie, you actually dare to refine a pojing pill? How absurd. The pojing pill is a Xian-grade medication. Only a Xian-grade alchemist can refine it. You're nothing but a show-off. Zhuang Yuan sneered at Qin Yujie with contempt. What? Young Master Qin actually intends to refine a pojing pill? Good heavens. The value of such a pill cannot even be compared to that of the Tianqing pill. Good heavens, a pojing pill. Do you have any idea how hard it is to obtain one within the inner sect of Shuiwa sect? It takes 100,000 contribution points, and even then, you might not get one. The pojing pill has truly reached the point where a single pill is beyond price. If young Master Qin really succeeds, I'd give up everything I own just to buy one from him. If young Master Qin can truly refine a pojing pill, his talent in alchemy must far surpass senior brother Zhuang's. A Xian-grade alchemist so young, there probably isn't a second like him in the entire Lingtian kingdom. Not necessarily. I heard that not long ago, during the appraisal at the Danshan Hall in Yushuan City, another Xian-grade alchemist emerged. That person refined a top-grade Baopa pill on the spot. So impressive that even Feng, the hall master of Danshan Hall, wanted to become his disciple. Chapter 136, A Monster Named Qin Yujie. At that moment, one of the onlookers suddenly burst into a crazed laughter. He shouted loudly. I felt all along that the name Qin Yujie sounded familiar, but I couldn't recall where I'd heard it before. Now I finally remember. I've remembered everything. The surrounding crowd frowned in confusion and asked, Zhou Shang, what's gotten into you? What did you remember? Zhou Shang calmed himself down, collected his thoughts, then gazed at Qin Yujie with utter admiration and said, I have an older cousin who recently wrote me a letter. He personally witnessed the scene at the Divine Pill Hall's evaluation. A man who refined a top-grade explosive pill right on the spot. And that man was also named Qin Yujie. This means Qin Yujie here is none other than that monstrous prodigy of a level pill master. Upon hearing Zhou Shang's words, everyone present felt as if they had been struck by lightning, frozen stiff in shock, including Cang Yanyu, Zhuang Yuan, Huang Youhe, Li Kun, Meng Xiao, and the others. They never expected that Qin Yujie's talent in alchemy would be so monstrously extraordinary, on par with his equally terrifying swordsmanship. Zhuang Yuan stood speechless, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. There are countless people with the same names across Lingtian Kingdom. This must just be a coincidence. Qin Yujie absolutely cannot be that level alchemist. Zhou Shang looked at Zhuang Yuan and sadly shook his head. Brother Zhuang is right. There indeed are many people with identical names in Lingtian Kingdom. But my cousin mentioned clearly that the Qin Yujie who attended the Divine Pill Hall's assessment was from the Qin family of Yushuan City. Could it be that there are 2 Qin Yujies in the Qin family of Yushuan City? Zhou Shang's words pierced through the hearts of everyone like a sharp blade. At this moment, no one dared doubt it anymore. It was now undeniable truth. Combined with Qin Yujie's earlier miraculous golden needle pill transfer technique, everyone was certain. This Qin Yujie standing before them was truly the same person who had participated in the Divine Pill Hall's evaluation. Then, rank pill cultivator. Huang Youhe stared at Qin Yujie in stunned silence, muttering to herself. I actually became a disciple of someone this incredible? Good heavens. Am I dreaming right now? Li Kun and Meng Xiao were equally astonished by how monstrously gifted Qin Yujie was in alchemy. Now it made perfect sense why all the pills he'd given them for cultivation were nothing short of top grade. There wasn't even a single mid-grade pill among them. Zhang Xiuling looked at Qin Yujie with complex emotions, shock, reverence. She never imagined someone could possess such an absurdly terrifying level of talent. If Qin Yujie were to let her leave now, she probably wouldn't even want to go. After all, staying beside a once-in-a-generation genius who excelled monstrously in both sword and pill arts meant access to resources and benefits beyond ordinary imagination. Never before had Zhang Xiuling been repeatedly shocked like this by a single individual. Before meeting Qin Yujie, she considered herself a true martial genius. But after seeing him, she finally understood. There are two types of geniuses in this world. One is Qin Yujie, the other is everyone else. Deep down, Zhang Qiuling was extremely proud. Poor disciple Zhuang Yuan had pursued her persistently, yet she hadn't spared him even a glance. Though Zhuang Yuan was strong, he never inspired in her the desire to follow or admire. In her heart, she believed she would eventually surpass him. But Qin Yujie was different. His talent was simply too monstrous, too overwhelming. In the depths of her soul, not a single thought of comparison could arise. San Yanyu also hadn't anticipated Qin Yujie's aptitude in pill refining would be so outstanding. He fully understood that Qin Yujie's talent far surpassed even that of his father, Qin Hanjing. A great rock rises with the wind one day, soaring 10,000 li into the sky. As long as Qin Yujie doesn't perish halfway, his future achievements will be boundless. San Yanyu gazed at Qin Yujie and gave this astonishing appraisal. Ignoring the stunned gazes around him, Qin Yujie waved his hand and began carefully fusing the spirit herbs. Distraction during pill refining was strictly forbidden. It often led to furnace explosion. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Yujie placed both the Xiang fruit and the kunlun grass into the panlong cauldron simultaneously for fusion. This action immediately caught Zhuang Yuan's attention. He suddenly laughed wildly as if he had discovered some colossal secret. Qin Yujie isn't a Shun-level alchemist at all. He actually threw the Xiang fruit and kunlun grass into the cauldron together. Such a fundamental mistake. How could any Shun-level alchemist possibly make such an error? Can it really be? Even I, an outsider, know that Xiang fruit and kunlun grass must never be combined. If Qin Yujie were truly that renowned level alchemist, he would never refine pills in such a way. Yes, could there be some misunderstanding? Zhou Shang, could your letter be wrong? Or are you lying to us on purpose? I, Zhou Shang, swear that every word I've said is true. If I lie, may heaven strike me down with thunder and grant me no peace in death. Don't overthink it. Maybe young Master Qin simply made a mistake. After all, he's still human. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Impossible. The Xiang fruit belongs to fire in the 5 elements and is inherently fiery, a highly yang substance. But kunlun grass not only belongs to water, it's also poisonous, a profoundly cold-natured herb. These two ingredients cannot be placed together directly. You'd need a third herb belonging to earth in the 5 elements to mediate between them. Otherwise, the furnace will explode. Zhuang Yuan declared confidently. To be fair, Zhuang Yuan was absolutely right. This was fundamental knowledge for any alchemist. Yes, Brother Zhuang is correct. That's exactly how it is. Could young Master Qin have actually made such a blunder? It's possible. Still, we shouldn't jump to conclusions too quickly, or we might end up eating our words later. After all, with young Master Qin, any ordinary rule can be broken. True, I'll still choose to believe in young Master Qin. I'll just stay quiet and keep watching. Qin Yujie had heard all the surrounding whispers long ago. He merely sneered dismissively. The world knew only that Xiang fruit and kunlun grass couldn't be fused together. That was completely wrong. These two herbs, if handled correctly, could be perfectly combined. As long as, at the beginning of refinement, the temperature was carefully controlled to a precise level, and then halfway through the process, heat was suddenly and sharply increased, because the Xiang fruit was yang and the kunlun grass was yin. Their opposing natures, bound by their elemental connection, would, under the surge of extreme heat, instantly merge in perfect harmony. At that very moment, the toxicity of the kunlun grass would transform into potent medicinal essence, beneficial to the human body in every way and harmful in none. Of course, this method demanded an extremely high standard of flame. Ordinary wood or plant-based fires simply wouldn't suffice. Only AO would do. And the control required from the pill cultivator over the flame was exceedingly precise, something most people could never achieve. Chapter 137. Everyone stay back. Qin Yujie didn't bother explaining anything to the crowd. As the panlong cauldron began to shake violently, everyone around immediately tensed up. Zhuang Yuan stared at the violently trembling cauldron and suddenly shouted, "Everyone stay back. Qin Yujie is going to blow up the furnace." Hearing Zhuang Yuan's words, the crowd quickly scrambled to move farther away. Zhuang Yuan confidently declared to everyone, "Qin Yujie has already lost control of what's happening inside the furnace. In less than 3 seconds, it's going to explode. 3, 2, 1, boom." At this moment, Zhuang Yuan appeared exceptionally elated, as if that overwhelming confidence had returned to him once more. However, just as he shouted boom, the panlong cauldron did not explode as he predicted. Instead, it abruptly fell completely still. No way. There's no reason for it not to explode. It absolutely shouldn't be possible. Zhuang Yuan could hardly believe his own eyes. The entire crowd had been startled by Zhuang Yuan's sudden outburst. Brother Zhuang is really something. Just now he told us all to get back, because he said young Master Qin was about to blow up his furnace, but nothing happened at all. Yeah, Brother Zhuang is just too jumpy. He actually scared me into running far away. Now I'm back, but my great spot's already taken by someone else. I still love Brother Zhuang's countdown. 3, 2, 1, boom. That commanding the world, fully confident aura. He looked so sure of himself. Just thinking about it makes me laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Keep your voice down. Don't let Brother Zhuang hear you. Look at Brother Zhuang's crazed state right now. He doesn't have time to care about us anyway. Who would have thought the once invincible Brother Zhuang would end up in such a situation today? Truly, life is full of surprises. Qin Yujie calmly continued controlling the cyan green flame while adding spiritual herbs into the panlong cauldron. Qin Yujie's alchemy technique was unlike any modern method. His ancient alchemical skill seemed profoundly mystical to the onlookers, who found it impossible to understand or imitate. Even Zhuang Yuan, who possessed considerable talent in alchemy, couldn't make sense of Qin Yujie's movements and was utterly confused. After his earlier embarrassment, Zhuang Yuan now silently watched Qin Yujie without daring to question him again, afraid of being humiliated once more. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie had completely melted all the herbs, and the alchemy process entered its final stage. Qin Yujie clapped his hands sharply. The entire Panlong cauldron began shaking violently again, as spiritual energy from the heavens and earth rushed wildly toward it. Soon, pill tribulation clouds gathered above the cauldron. With a single elegant motion, Qin Yujie struck the furnace, instantly calming it down. Then, 3 top-grade breaking realm pills, each covered in intricate pill patterns, floated serenely above the cauldron. This feat stunned everyone present. They gazed at the supreme pills in Qin Yujie's hands with awe and longing. Young Master Qin actually succeeded in refining supreme-grade breaking realm pills. This is simply unbelievable. Yes, it seems Zhou Shang was telling the truth after all. Young Master Qin really is a mysterious rank alchemist from Dan Divine Hall's evaluation. Supreme-grade pills have extremely low success rates. They're practically impossible to come by, yet young Master Qin refined 3 in a single batch. His talent in alchemy must be monstrously extraordinary. Indeed, young Master Qin is now the youngest mysterious rank alchemist in Lingtian Kingdom. His future achievements are truly boundless. I always thought Brother Zhuang's alchemical talent was exceptional since he could refine high-grade Tianqin pills, but compared to young Master Qin, Brother Zhuang is completely outclassed. Exactly. Who knows where Brother Zhuang got the courage to challenge young Master Qin in alchemy? He's clearly shot himself in the foot. Look at Brother Zhuang, seeing him acting so crazed. Could he have actually gone mad? Brother Zhuang has always been arrogant and proud. Of course, he can't accept this outcome. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with nothing short of worship and shock. Never before had they witnessed something so breathtaking. Perhaps what they saw today would become a lifelong memory, one they'd never forget. Zhuang Yuan stared at Qin Yujie in utter disbelief. At this moment, he realized that compared to Qin Yujie, his so-called alchemical talent was laughable. All along, the fool had been himself. How tragic. How absurd. Song Yangyu had just begun to recover slightly from his own astonishment. He said, Qin Yujie, you win. Let's end this here. You may go. Qin Yujie smiled and replied, fine, but we'll leave only after my maid breaks through to the We'll-See realm. I'll trouble Vice Sect leader Tsang to act as protector. After all, Zhang Qiuling is also an inner disciple of your Moonwater Sect. Having spoken, Qin Yujie flicked his sleeve, sending a supreme-grade breaking realm pill floating gently before Zhang Qiuling. Zhang Qiuling, here's the pill for you. Being my maid won't work if your cultivation is too low. Qin Yujie said calmly. Thank you, young Master Qin. Zhang Qiuling never expected that Qin Yujie would actually give her such a precious top-grade breaking realm pill. Zhang Qiuling had already reached the 9th level of Heavenly Human Realm. With this breaking realm pill, she would soon break through to the 1st level of We'll-See Realm. Breaking realm pills were rare to begin with, let alone top-grade ones. Qin Yujie could easily auction it off for an astronomical price if he wanted to. Yet he didn't hesitate at all in giving this top-grade pill to Zhang Qiuling. This left her utterly overwhelmed and flustered. Qin Yujie's magnanimous gesture immediately shocked everyone present. Young Master Qin is truly generous. He just gave away a top-grade breaking realm pill like it was nothing. Yes, I'm so envious of senior sister Zhang. I wish I could become young Master Qin's maid too. Young Master Qin is a mysterious rank alchemist and treats those around him well. Those who stay by his side must never lack top-grade pills. Moreover, young Master Qin possesses countless heavenly treasures. Even if he casually lets a little slip, it would be a huge opportunity for us. I swear, I must follow young Master Qin. Young Master Qin excels in both alchemy and sword Dao. He's a peerless genius. Zhuang Yuan simply can't compare. Yes, Brother Zhuang really overestimated himself. It seems we've been frogs at the bottom of a well. Our narrow horizons have limited our understanding of true genius. Not all geniuses are equal. Brother Zhuang is merely an ordinary genius, while Qin Yujie is a transcendent prodigy, one as high as the clouds in the sky, the other as low as dirt on the ground. They're completely incomparable. Yes, remember this from now on. When you encounter young Master Qin, stay humble. Don't compare your strengths to his, or else you'll realize that what you once took pride in is utterly worthless before him. Brother Zhuang is the perfect example. Chapter 138, Zhang Qiuling's Breakthrough. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, watching Qin Yujie with great murmurs. Zhang Qiuling took the supreme-grade breakthrough pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and then sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to break through her cultivation level. With Song Yangyu and Qin Yujie here, surely no one would dare disturb Zhang Qiuling's breakthrough at this moment. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth. Immediately, Zhang Qiuling felt a vast amount of medicinal energy surge within her dantian, rapidly spreading throughout her meridians. The breakthrough pill's essence lay in the word break. Breakthrough meant breaking before rebuilding. Only by first shattering the barriers of the dantian could one accumulate strength and forge a more powerful We'll-See. The difference between the Heaven-Human realm and the We'll-See realm was significant. Those in the Heaven-Human realm possessed a dantian, whereas cultivators at the We'll-See realm had evolved their internal dantian into a vast We'll-See. A field versus an ocean. Clearly, one was far greater than the other. Of course, this was generally speaking. Some monstrous geniuses possessed incredibly powerful dantians, whose true yuan surpassed even that of ordinary Wheel C realm cultivators. Qin Yujie was exactly such a person. Zhang Qiuling directed the immense medicinal energy within her body. She now felt the walls of her dantian cracking layer by layer. It was as if a massive scythe were slicing through her meridians. It hurts. Zhang Qiuling's brows tightened, her frail body trembling slightly. If she couldn't persevere and gave up halfway, her entire martial path would end here. Zhang Qiuling, steady your mind. If you can't hold on now, all your years of effort will have been wasted, Qin Yujie said calmly. This supreme-grade breakthrough pill had been refined using ancient techniques. Its potency was twice that of standard supreme-grade pills today, making its medicinal force extremely intense, something an average person could never endure. However, for anyone who could withstand such searing pain, the benefits gained upon breaking through to the Wheel C realm would be extraordinary. Hearing Qin Yujie's words, Zhang Qiuling gritted her teeth and persisted. Slowly, she began to feel the pain diminishing. At the same time, her aura steadily grew stronger. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth rushed toward her wildly, pouring into her body like a storm. An hour later, her aura suddenly intensified dramatically, followed by a terrifying pressure emanating from her. Zhang Qiuling's face lit up with joy. She had finally broken through to the first level of the Wheel C realm. Looking inward, she gazed upon her vast Wheel C and felt an overwhelming surge of power throughout her body. Was it just an illusion? She sensed that her own Wheel C seemed stronger than most others. Zhang Qiuling had no idea that this was precisely the effect of an ancient-era supreme-grade breakthrough pill. The greater the pain endured, the greater the rewards after reaching the Wheel C realm. Thank you, Master Qin. Zhang Qiuling expressed deep gratitude to Qin Yujie. Without the supreme-grade breakthrough pill he gifted, she might have needed countless more years to reach the Wheel C realm. There's no need to thank me. This pill is nothing to me. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. The people around were stunned by Qin Yujie's generosity. So something we regard as priceless treasure, the supreme-grade breakthrough pill, is actually meaningless to Qin Yujie? Good heavens, the gap between people is truly enormous. Yes, he casually gave away such a precious pill to senior sister Zhang. How incredibly generous. With his monstrous talent as a profound rank alchemist, Qin Yujie can refine these supreme pills at will. Following him is senior sister Zhang's greatest fortune. Exactly. Brother Zhuang previously tried to get senior sister Zhang to follow him. What a fool, completely unaware of his place. Qin Yujie is so young, yet already a profound rank alchemist. Surely it won't be long before he reaches Earth rank. Good heavens, Master Qin is simply incredible, our idol. I wonder if his other two supreme-grade breakthrough pills are for sale. Yes, if we miss this chance, it'll be gone forever. Such pills are nearly impossible to obtain. We must seize this opportunity. Right? These pills mean nothing to Master Qin, so surely he wouldn't mind selling them to us, would he? The surrounding crowd buzzed excitedly about Qin Yujie. At that moment, one disciple stepped forward respectfully and said to Qin Yujie, Master Qin, would you consider selling us one of these supreme-grade breakthrough pills? You see, for ordinary martial cultivators like us, obtaining such a supreme pill is extremely difficult. Unlike you, Master Qin, whose alchemical genius allows you to refine them at will. Please, grant us this favor. Yes, Master Qin, you are our idol. We're willing to pay a high price. We definitely won't let you suffer any loss. The crowd looked at Qin Yujie with desperate hope and earnest pleading. To be honest, Qin Yujie's spatial ring indeed contained quite a number of pills. These were all sorted out before from other people's storage bags. Pills that weren't supreme grade would never be used by Qin Yujie himself. And with so many pills taking up space in his spatial ring, it was better to exchange them for spiritual herbs, which he could later refine into supreme-grade pills. As one of the four major sects in Lingtian Kingdom, Shui Sect possessed profound foundations. If Qin Yujie could conduct this kind of business here with Shui Sect, he was certain to obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs in return. With this in mind, Qin Yujie said, Deputy Sect Leader Tsong, I have many pills, some are supreme grade, while others are ordinary grade. I wonder if your sect is interested in purchasing them. This single sentence instantly excited everyone from Shui Sect. After all, a sect had countless cultivators who required vast quantities of pills for their cultivation. However, Shui Sect did not have a dedicated alchemist of its own. Their pills were usually bought from the Pill God Hall in Yuxian City. It wasn't only Shui Sect. Many of the four great sects relied on the Pill God Hall for their medicinal pills. Who else could provide them? Before Qin Yujie appeared, Feng Yushu was the only profound rank alchemist throughout the entire Lingtian Kingdom. But now, Qin Yujie, another profound rank alchemist, was willingly offering to sell pills directly to Shui Sect. Such an opportunity presented itself at their doorstep. How could they possibly refuse? Realizing this, Song Yangyu spoke with visible excitement. Of course we're interested. Qin Yujie, our Shui Sect will purchase in large quantities. Whatever you can provide, we can absorb. Rest assured, we'll buy them at market price. We guarantee fairness. Qin Yujie nodded and said, good. He took out all the pills he didn't want, sorted them quickly, and piled them onto the ground, forming a mound that looked like a small mountain. This action immediately drew everyone's attention. Even ordinary pills were extremely precious to average cultivators. Now, Qin Yujie had produced such a massive quantity all at once. It sent shockwaves through everyone present. Chapter 139, Leaving the Moonwater Sect. Qin Yujie had obtained many storage pouches before, filled with resources and pills, but he hadn't even bothered to use them himself, nor did he deign to give them to his disciples or followers. Today, however, he decided to bring them all out and sell them to the Moonwater Sect. They say alchemists are all rolling in wealth, but only now have I truly seen it. Look at how many pills Qin Young Master has refined. Indeed, Qin Young Master is unbelievably rich. Good heavens, so many pills. With the sect purchasing such a vast amount, we'll definitely be able to buy some for ourselves. Yes, Qin Young Master is truly our benefactor. You know very well that pills aren't something you can just buy with money. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with excitement and admiration. An hour later, Qin Yujie finalized the transaction with Deputy Sect Master Tsang, leaving everyone satisfied. In the end, Qin Yujie even gifted an Jiping breakthrough pill to Tsang Yanyu. Though Tsang Yanyu couldn't use it himself, it would be excellent for younger generations of his family. Now that this matter is settled, let's check the date. The Outer Sect's grand competition isn't far off. It's time we return to our sect. Qin Yujie led Huang Yoha and Zhang Qiuling into the flying carriage, while Li Kun and Meng Xiao took the reins. The carriage soared into the sky and departed from the Moonwater Sect. Zhuang Yuan stared blankly at the flying carriage as it disappeared into the distance. He had never felt so utterly defeated. His confidence and pride had been completely shattered by Qin Yujie. If he couldn't quickly recover his composure, his martial cultivation path would likely end here. As for the rest of the Moonwater Sect, they watched Qin Yujie's departure in stunned awe and reverence. None of them would ever forget his astonishing performance today. Qin Yujie didn't realize it, but his fame had already spread widely throughout the Moonwater Sect region, and soon, even cities nearby would be abuzz with stories of his exploits. The four great sects of the Lingtian Kingdom were each located in one of the four cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north. The Moonwater Sect and Tianyuan Sect lay to the south and east, respectively, while the Inma Sect and Guiying Sect were situated to the west and north. Returning from the Moonwater Sect to the Tianyuan Sect, even by flying carriage, would take approximately 4 to 5 days. Along the way, Qin Yujie continued his cultivation while also teaching Huang Yoha some foundational knowledge of practice. As for Zhang Qiuling, having recently broken through to the Sea of Wheels realm, she needed to stabilize her cultivation base, so she remained deep in meditation. A day later, as their flying carriage passed over a range of undulating mountains, a powerful figure suddenly blocked their path. Inside the carriage, Qin Yujie immediately sensed an overwhelming aura rushing toward them. Frowning, Qin Yujie flashed forward and appeared on top of the carriage. There, hovering in midair, stood a masked man dressed entirely in black. The man was clearly prepared. He must have known Qin Yujie would pass through here today. Who are you? Why do you block our way? Qin Yujie studied the man before him, sensing a powerful aura emanating from a cultivation level of Sea of Wheels realm, 5th stage. The man glanced coldly at Qin Yujie and spoke indifferently. Surrender everything you possess, along with your alchemical techniques and inheritance. Only then will I spare your life. Qin Yujie instantly understood. He had run into a bandit. Yet, he didn't believe the situation was that simple. This man was likely connected to the Moonwater Sect. Even if not, he probably had ties to Zhuang Yuan. Qin Yujie looked calmly at the man and said, "Did Zhuang Yuan send you?" The man chuckled. Then, with one hand, he pulled off his mask and declared confidently, "Since you've guessed correctly, I see no reason to hide it. After all, you won't survive today no matter what." Qin Yujie frowned as he regarded the middle-aged man before him. "I never thought Zhuang Yuan held me in such high regard, sending a 5th-stage Sea of Wheels cultivator after me. But really, do you honestly believe you can defeat me?" The middle-aged man sneered coldly. "Let me tell you the truth. I am Zhuang Ziyuan, Zhuang Yuan's elder brother. I've been cultivating outside for a long time, and yesterday I received word from my younger brother. That's why I've been waiting here for an entire day." Qin Yujie shook his head. "So that's how it is. What a pity. I was actually planning to let Zhuang Yuan live, but he didn't know how to appreciate mercy. Now it seems both of you brothers are doomed to die." Since Zhuang Yuan had already sought to kill him, Qin Yujie naturally wouldn't hold back. Back at the Moonwater Sect, Qin Yujie hadn't slain Zhuang Yuan outright because Elder Tsang Yanyu had been present. After all, it was their territory. Though Qin Yujie was confident in his strength, even against a 1st-stage Abyssal Palace Realm opponent, he could deliver a fatal strike with all his trump cards revealed. He still respected boundaries when necessary, but there was no need for that. Besides, Qin Yujie and Zhuang Yuan didn't have any life-and-death grudge between them. Yet the situation was different now. Since Zhuang Yuan had sent his brother to ambush him halfway, Qin Yujie wouldn't show mercy either. Inside the flying carriage, Zhang Qiuling heard that the opponent was actually Zhuang Ziyuan and immediately shot out, standing cautiously as she stared at Zhuang Ziyuan. After a day of cultivation, Zhang Qiuling had fully stabilized her Sea of Wheels realm, 1st-stage foundation. Though she knew she wasn't a match for Zhuang Ziyuan, in her mind, even being able to assist from the side would be helpful. Zhuang Ziyuan was ranked 6th among the core disciples of the Moonwater Sect, a 5th-stage Sea of Wheels cultivator. His strength far surpassed that of Zhuang Yuan. Although Zhuang Ziyuan and Zhuang Yuan differed by only 2 minor stages, in an actual battle, Zhuang Ziyuan could effortlessly kill Zhuang Yuan with a single move. Zhuang Ziyuan glanced at Zhang Qiuling, his eyes flickering with surprise as he said, "Zhang Qiuling, I never expected you'd end up following this pretty-faced brat. What a pity. But don't worry, I won't kill you today. You're so beautiful after all. I plan to thoroughly enjoy you instead." A chill ran through Zhang Qiuling's entire body. Cold sweat trickled down her back. If it truly came to that, she would rather die. "Zhuang Ziyuan, I am already a Sea of Wheels realm, 1st-stage cultivator. Do you not fear the sect finding out about your slaughter of its disciples?" Zhang Qiuling replied icily. You're truly naive, Zhuang Ziyuan sneered. As long as I imprison you, who will know you were killed by me? Besides, I never said I'd kill you. I merely want to enjoy your body. Qin Yujie's expression turned icy cold. Zhang Qiuling was his personal attendant, and for Zhuang Ziyuan to openly taunt her like this, he clearly held no regard for Qin Yujie at all. Chapter 140, Battle against Zhuang Ziyuan. Zhang Qiuling, go back inside the carriage. I alone am more than enough for this, Qin Yujie said calmly. All right, young Master Qin. Please be careful, Zhang Qiuling replied. She knew her presence outside would only distract Qin Yujie. Besides, she had already noticed that Qin Yujie's flying carriage was no ordinary artifact. Staying inside was undoubtedly far safer. Qin Yujie glanced at Zhuang Ziyuan and said, Zhuang Ziyuan, bring out your full strength. Let me see just how much stronger you are than your useless brother. Hearing this, Zhuang Ziyuan burst into scornful laughter. My brother is merely at the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm. Beating him means nothing. I'm already at the 5th level. Any average 4th level expert in the Wheel C realm wouldn't last a single move against me. My power is beyond anything you could imagine. Qin Yujie sneered. You're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. You think you're strong? To me, you and your brother are equally worthless. Zhuang Ziyuan's face darkened instantly. Qin Yujie, you've already ruined my brother's reputation in Shui Sect, and now you dare to insult me as trash? It seems you're simply tired of living. Qin Yujie took a sip of spring breeze drunk, then said disdainfully, hurry up and attack. Stop wasting words. Just like your brother, you prattle on endlessly. Zhuang Ziyuan looked at Qin Yujie as if he were an insignificant ant. Qin Yujie, although your talent is indeed monstrous, your cultivation realm is too low. That victory over my brother must have been the limit of your abilities. Too bad for you. You've met me. There's only death waiting ahead. With that, Zhuang Ziyuan threw a punch directly at Qin Yujie. Instantly, spiritual energy gathered in the sky, forming a colossal fist hurtling toward Qin Yujie like a meteor from outer space. After throwing the punch, Zhuang Ziyuan folded his hands behind his back confidently. That was just a casual strike. It's more than enough to eliminate you. Zhuang Ziyuan had every reason to be arrogant. His true yuan was terrifyingly powerful. Even a casual punch carried immense force. This effortless blow of his was even stronger than Zhuang Yuan's most powerful sword strike earlier. Zhang Qiuling didn't know the limits of Qin Yujie's strength, but seeing Huang Youha, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao looking completely at ease, she felt reassured. Still, Zhuang Ziyuan's devastating casual strike sent chills down her scalp. She knew full well that if she were facing that punch, she'd be killed instantly. Qin Yujie looked at the ferocious fist rushing toward him, then casually tossed out his Panlong cauldron. Infused with his true yuan, the cauldron instantly expanded, forming a transparent, massive cauldron-shaped illusion above him, shielding both himself and the flying carriage beneath it. Boom! Zhuang Ziyuan's powerful strike crashed directly onto the cauldron barrier, producing a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth. The mere shockwave shattered countless trees throughout the forest, sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror as if they'd witnessed something apocalyptic. Zhuang Ziyuan spotted the hovering Panlong cauldron above Qin Yujie and broke into a greedy smile. My brother wasn't lying after all. You really do possess an abundance of treasures. Forget about the top-tier pills and alchemical techniques. Just this Panlong cauldron alone makes this journey worthwhile. Qin Yujie sneered. If you want my things, let's see if you have the skill to take them. Looking at Qin Yujie, Zhuang Ziyuan scoffed. Do you really think blocking one casual punch gives you any right to feel confident? Fine. I'll show you what my true power looks like. With those words, Zhuang Ziyuan pulled out a pair of knuckle guards from his spatial pouch and slipped them onto his hands. These gloves were a lower-grade earth-rank weapon. Since Zhuang Ziyuan specialized in fist techniques, equipping them made him as fearsome as a tiger gaining wings. I didn't even use a martial skill in that last punch. Now, I'll show you what real fist technique looks like. As he spoke, Zhuang Ziyuan's aura surged dramatically. Terrifying waves of true yuan converged around his body before he suddenly launched a devastating punch. Great strength subduing demon fist. In the sky, a horrifyingly powerful fist manifested, brutal, overwhelmingly yang, thick with unstoppable force. Its might was extraordinary, its momentum awe-inspiring. The great strength subduing demon fist was originally an upper-grade mystery rank martial skill. With the enhancement of a lower-grade earth rank weapon, Zhuang Ziyuan's strike now reached earth-shattering levels of destructive power. Bring it on. Qin Yujie recalled the Panlong cauldron, then thrust his sword straight at Zhuang Ziyuan. 4 Seasons sword technique, snow blanketing the earth. Wind sword intent. A soaring sword beam shot across the sky, racing toward Zhuang Ziyuan. The two massive attacks collided instantly, producing a deafening explosion that shook the heavens. Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youha, and the others stared at Qin Yujie in shock. The battle between Qin Yujie and Zhuang Ziyuan was extremely beneficial for their own future cultivation. After all, such clashes between powerful experts were rarely seen. After the previous exchange, the entire mountain forest lay in ruins. One entire mountain ridge had been flattened by the shockwave of their collision. It was evident just how fierce their confrontation had been. Zhuang Ziyuan looked at Qin Yujie with slight surprise, but quickly regained his composure and said confidently, Qin Yujie, your talent is indeed monstrous. I didn't expect you to have comprehended perfect wind sword intent. No wonder you defeated Zhuang Yuan. But your journey ends here. Just now, I only used 1/3 of my true strength. If you have no other trump cards, then prepare to die. Qin Yujie replied calmly. How do you know I don't have more hidden abilities? My true power is beyond anything you could imagine. Come at me. Zhuang Ziyuan's expression darkened as he sneered coldly. Qin Yujie, from this moment on, you'll begin to tremble. Remember, next time, open your eyes wider and avoid provoking those you can't afford to offend. Qin Yujie smiled disdainfully and said, You're not even close to someone I couldn't afford to offend. His contemptuous attitude enraged Zhuang Ziyuan completely. With a cold laugh, Zhuang Ziyuan said, Fine, Qin Yujie. I originally intended to torment you slowly, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish and end you quickly. Your maidservant and disciples will belong to me instead. Ha! Qin Yujie responded coldly. I'd say it's you who seems eager to die. Zongheng Sword Technique, roaming across the world. Wind Sword Intent. Chapter 141. The Overlap of Two Sword Intentions. A terrifying surge of true energy erupted from Qin Yujie as he thrust his sword directly toward Zhuang Ziyuan. This time, Qin Yujie unleashed the most powerful technique he currently mastered, the Vast Horizon Sword Art. The fusion of a celestial-level martial skill with perfect sword intent made this single strike exceptionally terrifying. Zhuang Ziyuan, staring at the devastating sword strike before him, instantly grew serious. A wave of even more fearsome true energy burst from his body. 5 Elements True Fist. A monstrous fist clashed violently against the sword aura, exploding with a thunderous boom. The 5 Elements True Fist was a lower earth-tier martial technique, far stronger than the great strength-subduing demon fist. This time, Zhuang Ziyuan had already exerted 70% of his full strength. Yet to his shock, he still failed to stop Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, I never expected your strength to be so great. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Here comes my strongest attack. If you have no other trump cards, you're dead. Zhuang Ziyuan said coldly. In truth, Qin Yujie possessed many hidden abilities. For instance, Half-Step Cicada, which by itself might be too swift for even Zhuang Ziyuan to follow. Yet Qin Yujie had no intention of using it. If he could end things with a single sword strike, there was no need to waste time on evasion techniques. After speaking, Zhuang Ziyuan immediately unleashed all the true energy within him. In that instant, his aura surged skyward, resembling a god or demon incarnate. Pouring every ounce of strength into his strike, Zhuang Ziyuan threw a punch that seemed like a small mountain crashing down, wrapped in overwhelming momentum and unimaginable power. Great Inyang Penetrating Heaven Fist. This punch was Zhuang Ziyuan's ultimate move, his greatest ace. He had once used this very technique to kill a Sea-Rotation Realm 6th layer cultivator, demonstrating just how devastating this technique truly was. Qin Yujie stared at the spectacular punch racing toward him, and he had to admit, Zhuang Ziyuan's strike was indeed formidable. It's time to end this battle. Zhuang Ziyuan, you only knew I possessed Wind Sword Intent, but you didn't know I've also grasped Fire Sword Intent. Just how powerful two perfect sword intentions overlapping would be, I'm not even sure myself. Today I'll test it on you. Qin Yujie said calmly. These words sent Zhuang Ziyuan's face turning deathly pale. Even Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youha, who were hiding inside the flying carriage watching the battle, were shaken to their cores, their hearts churning with shock. Heavens above, Master actually mastered two perfect sword intentions. How monstrously talented is he? Huang Youha thought, utterly stunned. Qin Yujie's Sword Dao talent left her mind reeling in disbelief. Yes, young Master Qin's Sword Dao gift is simply too extraordinary. Back at Tianyuan Sect, I thought he had revealed all his strength. But now I realize I was wrong. This must be his true power. Zhang Qiuling covered her mouth, her face filled with shock. The master is truly unparalleled. His strength is beyond our comprehension. My admiration for him flows like an endless river. Li Kun said, his expression overflowing with worship. Indeed, what we're seeing might not even be his true limit. The master's real power could be even more terrifying. Meng Xiao added, equally amazed. All of them gazed at Qin Yujie with deep reverence. Vast Horizon Sword Art, Overbearing Domination, Wind Sword Intent, Fire Sword Intent. Qin Yujie thrust his sword toward Zhuang Ziyuan. In an instant, a sky-splitting sword beam formed overhead, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying force, one so immense it seemed to choke the air from their lungs. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie's breathtaking strike, their minds completely numbed by shock. They had never seen such a tyrannical, awe-inspiring sword technique. They stood frozen, dumbfounded by its splendor. For a swordsman, mastering a single perfect sword intent was already a sign of monstrous talent, but now Qin Yujie had mastered two. The revelation left everyone mentally blank, including Zhuang Ziyuan, who couldn't believe it was real. After all, the combined power of two sword intentions wasn't merely additive. It multiplied geometrically in terrifying intensity. On top of that, the Vast Horizon Sword Art itself was a lower celestial tier sword technique, inherently devastating. And Qin Yujie's own reservoir of true energy rivaled that of a Sea-Rotation Realm expert. Thus, the might of this one sword strike was unimaginably destructive. The two colossal forces collided like planets smashing into each other, shaking the earth and sky with a deafening roar. Yet shockingly, Qin Yujie's sword beam emerged completely unscathed, continuing its unstoppable advance straight toward Zhuang Ziyuan. In a blink, the sword energy reached right before Zhuang Ziyuan's forehead. Zhuang Ziyuan stared in sheer horror at the deadly blade before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of mortal danger emanating from it. Zhuang Ziyuan was filled with infinite regret. He regretted why he had ever decided to provoke someone like Qin Yujie, a peerless prodigy. He regretted listening to his younger brother's words. Memories of his entire life flashed through Zhuang Ziyuan's mind. Since childhood, he had been seen as a genius by others. After joining Tianyuan Sect, he had leapt forward like a dragon rising from water, thriving and rapidly advancing in strength. At Tianyuan Sect, Zhuang Ziyuan was a revered and admired core disciple, enjoying both status and beauty, everything he cherished deeply. Yet now, facing Qin Yujie's terrifying sword aura, all that glory was about to vanish into nothingness. Zhuang Ziyuan knew clearly that his martial path had ended here. No, I can't accept this. Qin Yujie, please spare me. I beg you. I'll serve you as my master. Zhuang Ziyuan cried out desperately, but Qin Yujie ignored him completely. His sword energy didn't waver for even a moment. In the blink of an eye, it struck Zhuang Ziyuan, slicing his body into countless fragments. Thus perished the once rising star of Tianyuan Sect, a fifth-layer C-rotation realm core disciple. Zhang Qiuling and the others stared at Qin Yujie, their faces brimming with awe and shock. The more time they spent with Qin Yujie, the more they realized just how terrifyingly powerful he truly was. Qin Yujie raised a hand, directing true energy to form a phantom palm that snatched up Zhuang Ziyuan's storage bag. After opening and inspecting its contents, a pleased smile spread across his face. Not bad. Core disciples really are dripping with wealth. This bag is packed full of cultivation resources. Definitely worth the effort of fighting. After speaking, Qin Yujie released his Qi-Qing flame. With a wave of his hand, the scattered flesh and gore of Zhuang Ziyuan were instantly reduced to ash. The entire forest around was burned flat as well. Alright, since Zhuang Ziyuan was a core disciple, Tianyuan Sect might soon discover his death. We should leave quickly. Qin Yujie leapt into the flying carriage and swiftly departed. Chapter 142, Ripples in the Carriage. Qin Yujie had no idea that an hour after his departure, an extremely powerful elder arrived at this very place. After a thorough investigation, however, the elder found nothing and soon left. Along the journey, Qin Yujie spent his time cultivating. With the aid of top-grade pills, Zhengyid, Chunfeng Zue, and other supreme resources, after about 4 days of continuous cultivation, Qin Yujie finally broke through to Heavenly Realm 3rd level. The leap from Heavenly Realm 2nd level to 3rd level nearly doubled Qin Yujie's combat strength. Now, facing Zhuang Ziyuan, he wouldn't even need to stack 2 sword intents. He could easily obliterate him with just one. In fact, he wouldn't even need sword intent at all. Relying solely on the Zongheng sword method and Banshu Zhui Chan, he could kill Zhuang Ziyuan effortlessly. Qin Yujie began sorting through Zhuang Ziyuan's storage pouch. The first thing he found were 3 martial manuals. The first was Great Force Subduing Demon Fist, a high-tier Xian-level technique, completely unnecessary for Qin Yujie to learn. The second was 5 Elements True Fist, a low-tier Earth-level skill. Given that Qin Yujie already possessed Sky-Shattering Finger, a low-tier Heaven-level technique, this one held no appeal either. After all, the value of martial skills lies in mastery, not quantity. Learning a weak, useless skill was simply a waste of time. He'd rather sip tea or enjoy a drink than waste effort on such things. The third manual, however, was Great Yin Yang Through Heaven Fist, a high-tier Earth-level technique. This art demanded extraordinary physical conditioning, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to unleash its true power. Zhuang Ziyuan had obtained it by chance and trained diligently, but the higher the grade of a technique, the harder it was to comprehend. Despite extensive practice, Zhuang had only reached the perfected stage. This Great Yin Yang Through Heaven Fist is worth learning. Being a high-tier Earth-level skill, it barely qualifies for my attention. As for the other 2, I'll just set them aside. Next, Qin Yujie pulled out a token from the storage pouch. It bore an exquisitely carved black dragon, lifelike and vivid. Touching it, he felt its exceptional material. Cool to the touch, clearly no ordinary object. On it was also inscribed the character 9. Qin Yujie didn't know the token's purpose. Alongside it was a mask depicting an ox head, grotesque and terrifying. Sensing that both items might conceal some secret, he carefully stored them in his spatial ring. Besides these, the pouch contained numerous bottles and jars filled with pills, as well as various spiritual herbs and cultivation resources. Though there were many pills, none were top grade, so Qin Yujie naturally had no interest in keeping them. He decided to sort them out later for sale. As for the assorted spiritual herbs, he kept those. For a pill master like himself, having raw materials meant the ability to refine countless pills later. Qiu Ling, your young master is tired. Why don't you come over and massage my back? Qin Yujie rolled over and casually rested his head on Zhang Qiuling's lap. Truthfully, since leaving Tianyuan Sect, Qin Yujie had been constantly cultivating, fighting, taking disciples, and acquiring servants. He hadn't properly rested at all. Huang Yoha had given him a massage once, but she was his junior disciple, still quite young, and Qin Yujie had been careful around her. But Zhang Qiuling was different. She was officially his servant girl. As a maid, she should fulfill her duties. Asking her to give a simple back rub was hardly unreasonable. She wouldn't dare refuse. After all, those who benefit from others feel obliged. Qin Yujie had helped Zhang Qiuling break through to the Wheel Sea realm, gifted her spirit tea and fine wine, and hadn't asked for anything excessive. How could she possibly say no? More importantly, Qin Yujie's martial talent was monstrously brilliant, and his appearance was elegant and refined, with extraordinary charisma. Any woman would find it hard not to feel a slight flutter inside. Zhang Qiuling had never been this close to any man before. Suddenly having Qin Yujie rest his head on her thighs made her heart race wildly. This sudden intimacy flushed her cheeks, and given her existing subtle fondness for him, the atmosphere inside the carriage turned unexpectedly intimate. Seeing this, Huang Yoha quickly covered her eyes with both hands and muttered, "Master, there's someone else here, you know? Am I just invisible? Doing something so romantic right in front of a young girl. Don't you care about my feelings?" Even as she said this, her hands parted slightly, peeking openly at the scene. Hearing Huang Yoha's words, Zhang Qiuling's face turned even redder. She glanced complexly at Qin Yujie and said, "All right, young Master Qin, don't just lie down like this next time." Looking at Qin Yujie, Zhang Qiuling placed her soft hands on his shoulders and began gently kneading. Though somewhat clumsy at first, she was talented enough to have comprehended half-step sword intent. Such a simple massage technique would naturally become familiar after a few tries. Good. Keep going. Massage my waist and back too. Don't be lazy." Qin Yujie murmured before falling asleep with his head resting on Zhang Qiuling's lap. On her thighs, Zhang Qiuling could feel the warmth of Qin Yujie's breath. Their current posture was indeed rather intimate. But seeing that Qin Yujie had already fallen asleep, she didn't wake him. Zhang Qiuling shot a sidelong glance at Huang Yoha, who was peeking shamelessly, then continued massaging Qin Yujie. Huang Yoha, feeling as if caught in the act of mischief, quickly gave an awkward smile and turned her head away. Zhang Qiuling's hands moved from Qin Yujie's neck down to his back, then lower to his waist. Feeling his perfect physique and well-toned muscles, a faint ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. After half an hour of massage, noticing that Huang Yoha had also fallen asleep, Zhang Qiuling grew bolder. She gently tidied Qin Yujie's hair with both hands, a small, unconscious smile curling at the corner of her lips. The carriage was quiet, filled with a faint, lingering fragrance, the natural scent of a young maiden. At this moment, Zhang Qiuling's heart was in turmoil. A girl's thoughts, like wild horses unbound, galloped far beyond the horizon. All along the journey, Qin Yujie slept soundly. After all, being able to use the most beautiful woman of Tianyuan Sect as a pillow made him perhaps the first in history to enjoy such a privilege. If the male disciples of Tianyuan Sect ever found out, they'd surely envy him to death. Chapter 143, Returning to Tianyuan Sect. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Kun's voice came from outside the carriage. "My lord, we've returned to the Tianyuan Sect." Qin Yujie woke up and found himself lying on Zhang Qiuling's lap. Their eyes met, and Qin Yujie gave a faint smile. "Qiuling, you've worked hard. Next time, I'll give you a massage." Outside, both Li Kun and Meng Xiao looked at Qin Yujie with utter admiration, thinking, "Our master is truly incredible. Whether it's Miss Zhang massaging him or him massaging her, master always seems to come out ahead." Zhang Qiuling looked at Qin Yujie and shot him a glare. At this moment, the flying carriage was already surrounded by a crowd. After all, Qin Yujie's flying carriage was too flashy. Hovering above the outer sect grounds of Tianyuan Sect made it clear to everyone that he had returned. In a flash, Qin Yujie appeared on the ground with the others. Suddenly, Zhang Qiuling's legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Qin Yujie acted swiftly, catching her in his arms. "My legs are numb. All because of you," Zhang Qiuling complained. Well, Qin Yujie had been lying on Zhang Qiuling's legs sleeping for nearly half a day. Even though she was at the first level of Wheel C realm, standing up suddenly after such prolonged pressure would naturally leave her unsteady. It was perfectly normal. However, the surrounding crowd clearly misunderstood the situation. What was Qin Shixi doing inside that carriage? He must have gone too far. He actually made this girl's legs go numb. A man stared at Zhang Qiuling's exquisite beauty and remarked enviously, "Yeah, ordinary folks do it on beds, but Qin Shixi is different. He does it in a carriage. This is every man's dream." Qin Shixi is truly reckless. I wonder if Lin Qinin will kill him when she finds out. But why am I secretly jealous of him? Is this sour grapes? I finally understand. Qin Yujie's greatest talent isn't swordsmanship or music mastery. It's woman chasing. I'm dying of jealousy. Why are all these beautiful women connected to Qin Yujie? Are their eyes blind? What's so great about him? Qin Yujie, I beg you, don't go too hard next time. At least leave a few women for the rest of us. You can't keep claiming every woman in the Tianyuan Sect. Qin Shixi has incredibly sharp eyes. The woman he's holding not only possesses a peerless face, but also skin like jade over ice bones. She may fall slightly short of Lin Qinin, but she's still a stunning beauty. And look at the girl beside Qin Yujie. She hasn't fully blossomed yet, but her figure is already gracefully defined. In a few years, she'll be a true pear blossom pressing upon a crab apple. Wow, a pear blossom pressing upon a crab apple. That's such a perfect description. When did you become so poetic, bro? Don't you know how fierce competition is in the Tianyuan Sect now? We can't match Qin Yujie in looks or charisma, nor in martial talent. All we can do is work harder on our literary skills. Otherwise, we're left helplessly staring as Qin Yujie enjoys beauty on both arms. Qin Yujie is simply terrible. He's single-handedly raised the standard for beauty across the entire Tianyuan Sect. The crowd buzzed with envy and admiration. Are you done hugging me? Zhang Qiuling glared coldly at Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie merely chuckled and released her. You lot were speaking nonsense just now. You didn't know, did you? Zhang Qiuling is the most beautiful woman in Moonwater Sect. She's currently my attendant, and she's already reached the first level of the Wheel C realm. If you keep babbling senselessly, she might decide to teach you a lesson. Qin Yujie said calmly. Having lived a previous life, Qin Yujie naturally understood exactly what those male disciples had implied earlier, comments about carriages and numb legs. Only Zhang Qiuling, being pure-hearted, hadn't grasped the meaning immediately. Otherwise, she might have truly gotten angry. Hearing Qin Yuje's words, the surrounding crowd froze in shock. They hadn't expected Zhang Qiuling to be the #1 beauty of Moonwater Sect, and even more astonishing, that she had become Qin Yuje's personal attendant. The information bombshell hit them like thunder. Everyone stood stunned for a long moment before slowly regaining their senses. Qin Yuje's words were like a stone dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect. Holy crap, someone slapped me. Am I dreaming? Qin Yuje actually made the top beauty of Moonwater Sect his attendant? Oh heavens. This is beyond unbelievable. Incredible. Only Qin Yuje would dare snatch a woman from Moonwater Sect. For any of us, it'd take 10 lives to even try. Qin Yuje is truly our role model as men. Now I feel relieved. Qin Yuje's standards must be incredibly high now. He definitely won't look at ordinary female disciples anymore. Brothers, we finally have a chance. No wonder she looked familiar. Zhang Qiuling. I once had the fortune to glimpse her from afar. I was instantly awestruck. Never would I have imagined she'd become Qin Yuje's personal attendant. Absolutely unbelievable. They say Zhang Qiuling has exceptional martial talent. Why would she willingly become Qin Yuje's servant? Could it be that Qin Yuje forced her? How ignorant you are. Didn't you see how Zhang Qiuling let Qin Yuje hold her without resisting just now? Can a forced match ever be this harmonious? In my opinion, Goddess Zhang Qiuling won't hold out much longer. She's bound to fall for him soon. Qin Yuje really knows how to show off. With a goddess like Zhang Qiuling, if any of us managed to win her heart, we'd treat her like something so fragile we'd fear dropping her, afraid even breathing on her might melt her away. But Qin Yuje, such an exquisite woman, and he only uses her as a mere attendant. Has Qin Yuje raised his standards for attendance now? Good heavens. I can't even imagine. Indeed, whenever Qin Yuje appears, the entire Tianyuan Sect bursts into excitement. When he was gone recently, the sect felt dull and lifeless. Zhang Qiuling, so young and already at the first level of Weelsi realm. Her martial talent is monstrously gifted. Yet such a prodigy chooses to serve as Qin Yuje's attendant. Master Qin is my idol. Master Qin, please teach us your secrets for winning over women. The surrounding crowd stood utterly stunned by Qin Yuje's words. They never expected he'd actually brought over the most beautiful woman from Moonwater Sect. All gazed at Qin Yuje with admiration and envy, eyeing Zhang Qiuling's peerless figure, their hearts brimming with bitterness. Chapter 144, Zhuang Nanhua the Fat Man. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Qin Yuje, none other than Zhang Nanhua, who had been in seclusion cultivating for the past few days. Boss, you're finally back. It's been so long since I've seen you. Without your fine wine, life has been truly unbearable. Upon seeing Qin Yuje, the fat man Zhang Nanhua immediately exclaimed excitedly. Since Zhang Nanhua had gone into closed-door cultivation, Qin Yuje hadn't seen him for quite some time. Now, upon closer look, he noticed that Zhang Nanhua had actually broken through to the first level of the Heavenly Realm. Fat man, not bad at all. You've actually reached the first stage of the Heavenly Realm. Looks like you'll definitely qualify for the inner sect this time. Qin Yuje was genuinely happy for Zhang Nanhua. Boss, this is all thanks to you. Without the spiritual wine, spiritual tea, and those top-grade pills you gave me, there's no way I could have advanced to the first level of the Heavenly Realm so quickly. Besides, compared to you, my cultivation speed is nowhere near close. Zhang Nanhua said with a smile. Zhang Nanhua still remembered when Qin Yuje first entered the outer sect. He had only been at the third stage of the returning origin realm. In just a few short months, Qin Yuje had already advanced to the third stage of the Heavenly Realm. Compared to Qin Yuje, Zhang Nanhua felt his own progress was downright pathetic. The surrounding disciples, overhearing the conversation between Qin Yuje and Zhang Nanhua, looked at Zhang Nanhua with envy. Everyone in the Tianyuan Sect's outer sect knew Zhang Nanhua as an average talent who, solely because of his close relationship with Qin Yuje, had rapidly advanced to the first stage of the Heavenly Realm thanks to Qin's help. Currently, in the entire outer sect of Tianyuan Sect, only 3 people had broken through to the Heavenly Realm: Qin Yuje, Lin Qinin, and Zhang Nanhua. As for everyone else, most were stuck at the 9th stage of the returning origin realm. The annual examination for admission into the inner sect would begin in just 3 days. Historically, anyone who reached the Heavenly Realm stood a good chance of entering the inner sect. Of course, each exam only offered 10 spots. Whoever made it into the top 10 would be admitted as an official inner sect disciple. Fat man, has Qinin broken through her seclusion yet? Qin Yuje hadn't seen Lin Qinin in a long time, and as he thought of her breathtaking beauty, a slight longing stirred within his heart. Boss, with 2 such gorgeous ladies by your side, aren't you afraid Lin Qinin will get jealous? Zhang Nanhua glanced at Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe beside Qin Yuje, saying with admiration written all over his face. Qin Yuje chuckled. Don't read too much into it, fat man. One is my personal maid, the other is my newly accepted apprentice. As for Li Kun and Meng Xiao, you know them, they're now my followers. Zhang Nanhua looked at Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe, utterly awestruck. He quickly introduced himself. Young ladies, I'm Zhang Nanhua. Qin Yuje here is my boss. A pleasure to meet you both. Zhang Qiuling smiled politely. I'm Zhang Qiuling from Shuiwa Sect. Huang Youhe, ever the quick talker, said cheerfully, Big brother fat man, since you've sworn allegiance to my master as your boss, as his apprentice, don't you have a welcome gift for me on our first meeting? Zhang Nanhua instantly felt overwhelmed. He rummaged through his storage pouch and realized all he had were some pills and spiritual tea gifted by Qin Yuje. He was otherwise completely empty-handed. Huang Youhe laughed. Just kidding, Zheng Nanhua added. Your master has far too many good things. You just follow him, and you'll get everything. Most of what I have came from your master anyway. You probably already have it all. Qin Yujie called over Li Kun and Meng Xiao. Take Huang Youhe and Zhang chilling around for a stroll. I'll go find Lin Qinin and catch up with her. Both Li Kun and Meng Xiao readily agreed. Zheng Nanhua grinned. Boss, I'll skip it this time. If I come along, I'll just interrupt your reunion with your future wife. You two can come find me later. Qin Yujie thought for a moment and didn't insist. This wine is called Chunfeng Zue. Consider it yours. With a smile, Qin Yujie took out a bottle of Chunfeng Zue and handed it to Zheng Nanhua. Thank you, boss. Zheng Nanhua was instantly thrilled. Using half-step chasing cicada, Qin Yujie flickered and vanished from everyone's sight. In no time, Qin Yujie arrived at Lin Qinin's residence. Truth be told, this was Qin Yujie's first time coming to her place. Their previous gatherings had always taken place at Qin Yujie's estate, which had beautiful surroundings. Lin Qinin was a goddess above all, a peerless beauty, the #1 maiden of the Tianyuan Sect. She maintained a close bond only with Qin Yujie and rarely interacted with other men on ordinary days. Right now, Lin Qinin was cultivating when suddenly she sensed a powerful aura appear right before her room. Frowning slightly, she flashed instantly outside, only to relax her brow and feel a subtle joy rise in her heart the moment she saw it was Qin Yujie. Lin Qinin was different from other women. She stood there quietly, like a lotus flower rising from the mud, untainted and unadorned, pure and elegant. This unique aura was incomparable to that of ordinary women. When did you return? Lin Qinin asked softly, a faint smile on her lips. Just today, Qin Yujie replied with slight surprise. I came to see you right away. Qinin, you've broken through to the second level of the heavenly realm. I just advanced a few days ago, she nodded. But I see you've already reached the third level. You've surpassed me so quickly. In the future, the gap between us will only grow wider. A subtle sense of loss flickered in her heart. She knew Qin Yujie's talent was monstrous. She didn't want the distance between them to become too great. In just a few short months, Qin Yujie had already reached the third stage of the heavenly realm. At this rate, the difference in their cultivation levels and strength would keep expanding. Though Lin Qinin possessed decent martial talent, roughly on par with Zhang Qiuling, it paled in comparison to Qin Yujie. Where Lin Qinin truly excelled was in her musical talent. Yet, she lacked any special constitution for Qin cultivation. Therefore, despite her exceptional skill, without a unique physique or complementary cultivation technique, she couldn't unleash power as terrifying as Qin Yujie's. So even though she had reached the second level of the heavenly realm, her combat strength was naturally worlds apart from his. Lin Qinin understood her own limitations well, which was why she had been working hard these past days. Though neither had spoken openly, both vaguely sensed the delicate nature of their relationship. Qin Yujie smiled and said, Don't worry. With me around, even a pig could be turned into an unparalleled genius. Trust me. Lin Qinin wrinkled her nose slightly, her heart easing. She shot him a playful glare and murmured lightly, You're the pig. Chapter 145, Lin Qinin, the Zither Enthusiast. I remember the 5 Zither scores I gave you last time. Aside from a single laugh over the vast sea and high mountains, flowing water, you never had a chance to play the other 3. How about today we exchange some Zither techniques? Qin Yujie said calmly. Sure. Lin Qinin, true to her reputation as a Zither fanatic, immediately lit up with enthusiasm. Qin Yujie had already passed on all 9 movements of the demon Zither techniques to Lin Qinin previously. Now, by exchanging skills with him, her proficiency in the Zither could improve significantly. In truth, Qin Yujie himself didn't particularly care for playing the Zither. He was doing this solely to help Lin Qinin strengthen her abilities. Just like sword cultivation, Zither cultivation required constant enlightenment. Only then could one unleash its terrifying power. Thus, the two spent their time discussing techniques while playing through various scores, their beautiful, lingering melodies echoing continuously throughout the mountain forests. From afar, Qin Yujie and Lin Qinin sitting opposite each other appeared just like an immortal couple in harmony. After 1 full hour, their musical exchange came to an end. Qin Yujie, thank you so much. I feel my skill has improved greatly. I won't be long now before mastering all 9 movements of the demon Zither techniques. Lin Qinin said excitedly. Do we really need to be so formal with each other? Qin Yujie smiled. Ever since they exchanged ancient Zither, although nothing had been explicitly stated between them, their relationship had grown noticeably closer. Qin Yujie took out some leaves from the 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, several top-grade pills suitable for cultivators at the Heavenly Realm stage, and a few sound transmission talismans, all of which he gifted to Lin Qinin. These sound transmission talismans were ordinary talismans, sorted out from Zhuang Ziyuan's storage pouch. With these talismans, communication would be far more convenient when needed. Though, being ordinary ones, they had limitations, effective only within a range of about 10 to 20 li. Qin Yujie had once heard of 1,000-mile sound transmission talismans, which were truly remarkable treasures. Unfortunately, he knew absolutely nothing about talisman crafting. Otherwise, he could have made his own. Qin Yujie, you've given me too much, Lin Qinin said in astonishment. Just take what I've given you without hesitation. It's getting late. I'll leave now. Qin Yujie smiled, then vanished in a flash. Lin Qinin gazed at his retreating figure, a faint, delicate smile appearing on her exquisitely beautiful face. Soon afterward, Qin Yujie found Zheng Nanhua and the others waiting nearby. Let's go. Find a place to stay, Qin Yujie said to the group. He led them to a relatively quiet mountain ridge, then flicked his sleeve. Before everyone's eyes appeared an exquisite and luxurious personal mansion. Come, let's all go inside and enjoy some wine and tea. Qin Yujie led them into the courtyard. Master, your mansion is incredible. Huang Youhe exclaimed in shock. She was instantly captivated by the elegant surroundings, especially the 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, the pond and spring beneath it, and the charming pavilions. Everything felt exactly like a utopian paradise. Zhang Qiuling was equally stunned. Though she was an inner disciple of Shuiwei sect, she had never seen such a portable residence before. Qin Yujie's estate was no ordinary dwelling. Small on the outside, it expanded dramatically upon entering, a clear indication of spatial laws embedded within its structure. Moreover, having a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree of such size within the courtyard was unimaginable. There wasn't even a single such ancient tree known across the entire Lingtian kingdom, yet here stood one in Qin Yujie's private garden. Come, everyone sit down. Let me brew some tea for you. Qin Yujie invited them to be seated, then brought out spirit fruits, divine wine, and began steeping a pot of spirit tea. An hour later, after lively conversation, Zheng Nanhua, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao eventually left, leaving only Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe behind. There are many rooms in the mansion. You can choose whichever you like. Or you could simply lie down beneath this 1,000-year-old peach tree. That wouldn't be bad either. Qin Yujie told the two. Huang Youhe was his disciple, and for now had nowhere else to go, so she had no choice but to follow him. Once Qin Yujie taught her martial techniques, he would send her off to train and undergo trials on her own. After all, the path of martial cultivation must be forged individually. As for Zhang Qiuling, she wasn't a disciple of Tianyuan Sect. The reason she could enter today was solely as Qin Yujie's attendant. She wasn't under Tianyuan Sect's jurisdiction, and therefore both her cultivation resources and accommodation depended entirely on Qin Yujie. For now, he could only let her stay temporarily within the estate. Qin Yujie laid back on a rattan recliner and took out his spirit-gathering pearl. Instantly, surrounding spiritual energies surged toward him in a frenzy. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe couldn't wait. They hurried to sit beside the recliner, crossed their legs on the ground, and began cultivating with intense focus. For these 3 days, Qin Yujie had been cultivating constantly, occasionally guiding Zhang Qiuling in her sword techniques, and helping Huang Youhe resolve doubts about her cultivation art. During this time, Lin Qining had also come to exchange zither skills with Qin Yujie, and the two had enjoyed a delightful and harmonious discussion. 3 days later, the true Yuan within Qin Yujie's body had become even more terrifying. Though he hadn't broken through to Heavenly Realm 3rd level, his strength had increased substantially, probably not long now before he smoothly advanced to Heavenly Realm 4th level. In the early morning, bathed in warm sunlight, Qin Yujie removed his clothes, revealing perfectly toned, solid muscles, then used his water-gathering technique to comfortably take a shower. At this moment, Qin Yujie radiated an awe-inspiring aura. His muscles resembled those of a fit tiger, exuding a powerful aesthetic strength. His broad back made it hard to believe this was merely an 18-year-old youth. After finishing his bath, Qin Yujie put on the clothes he had drawn from the system. Now, he appeared extraordinary in bearing, like a fallen immortal descending from heaven. Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe blushed as they stole glances at Qin Yujie, then quickly pretended to continue their cultivation. Today is the annual Inner Sect assessment. It's time for me to enter the Inner Sect. Qin Yujie said to Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe. All right, we'll accompany you. Zhang Qiuling, though already at the Wheel C realm, wasn't particularly interested in assessments meant for Heavenly Realm cultivators, but she mainly wanted to see Qin Yujie's combat and observe his power. Every time she watched Qin Yujie apply sword techniques, Zhang Qiuling gained new insights. Yes, master, take me along too. Watching your Inner Sect assessment will be very helpful for my martial Dao path. Huang Youhe immediately became excited and exclaimed. Fine. Qin Yujie retracted his mansion and took the two toward the assessment square, dashing forward like a hare leaping or a falcon swooping, swift as the wind. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Chapter 146 Provocation from Shi Yun. Not only Qin Yujie, but all the Outer Sect disciples were rushing toward the square. Some came to participate in the evaluation, others simply to watch the spectacle. Every year at this time came the Tianyuan Sect's Inner Sect entrance examination, a day that marked a turning point for every Outer Sect disciple. For them, qualifying for the Inner Sect was like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. It would open an entirely new world. Once inside the Inner Sect of the Tianyuan Sect, apart from abundant resources, the inherited cultivation techniques and martial skills alone were worth fighting tooth and nail for. After all, a sect's heritage in cultivation arts and martial methods was extremely important, accumulated over hundreds of years, and outside the Tianyuan Sect, one rarely had access to high-quality techniques. Without proper cultivation methods, the path of martial cultivation was simply impossible. Of course, Qin Yujie was an exception. Qin Yujie already possessed the Earth-rank superior-grade technique Changqing Gong, along with numerous high-tier martial skills and cultivation resources. His desire to enter the Inner Sect was merely for the sake of clocking in. He looked down upon the sect's inherited cultivation methods and vast cultivation resources, considering their quality utterly trash. If other Outer Sect disciples knew Qin Yujie's thoughts, they would surely be shocked beyond words. This annual Inner Sect examination was incredibly rare for most Outer Sect disciples, an opportunity to ascend instantly in their eyes. But to Qin Yujie, it was utterly meaningless. Originally, among the Outer Sect disciples, only 3 had reached the Heaven-Human realm. Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin, and Zheng Nanhua. However, just yesterday, many disciples who had been training outside rushed back overnight in order to make it in time for the exam. Some of them had trained abroad for years, encountered countless opportunities, and even broken through to the first level of the heaven-human realm. Thus, this year's competition truly featured many powerful contenders. Yet these individuals meant nothing to Qin Yujie. To him, they were no more significant than a group of ants beneath an elephant. He didn't care about any of them at all. Today was destined to be extraordinary. When Qin Yujie and his companions arrived at the examination square, it was already packed, crowds everywhere. It was by far the liveliest the square had been all year. I heard the sect is taking this exam very seriously this year, and the rewards are exceptionally generous. Yeah, I heard that too. And apparently, the rules this time are different from before. It's not guaranteed that higher cultivation level means guaranteed entry into the inner sect. If that's true, then even those of us with lower cultivation levels might actually have a chance. There's definitely a possibility. Then again, I've heard there are quite a few strong candidates this year. One in particular, named Shi Yun, has been training outside. Apparently, he fell into a valley 3 years ago and got trapped at the bottom, unable to escape. He gained a miraculous encounter down there, and is now said to be at the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. Moreover, I heard that when Shi Yun left the sect for cultivation 3 years ago, he was only at the 3rd level of the origin return realm. What? No way. The current top outer sect cultivator, Qin Yujie, is only at the 3rd level of the heaven-human realm, yet Shi Yun has already reached the 5th level. In just 3 years, rising from the 3rd level of the origin return realm to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm, that cultivation speed is practically flying. And I heard that back then, Shi Yun had extremely poor talent, nothing like how outstanding he seems now. This is unbelievable. Looks like the top spot in this year's inner sect examination belongs to Shi Yun without question. I wouldn't say so. Even though Qin Yujie is only at the 3rd level of the heaven-human realm, his actual strength must surpass Shi Yun's. The guy's talent in sword cultivation is downright monstrous. That's hard to say. They say Shi Yun is immensely powerful and a genius in saber techniques. Elder Gao Yueta is extremely pleased with him. Yesterday, Elder Gao publicly announced that if Shi Yun passes the inner sect examination, he will take him as a direct disciple. Good heavens, Shi Yun is unbelievably lucky. Most people who fall into a valley end up smashed to pulp. He not only survived, but gained a fortuitous encounter. The heavens are truly unfair. Becoming Elder Gao's personal disciple? That's like ascending straight to heaven. Why can't something like this ever happen to me? Qin Yujie stood silently among the crowd, surrounded by endless chatter echoing in his ears. He didn't regard Shi Yun as a threat. To most people, advancing from the 3rd level of the origin return realm to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm within 3 years was astonishingly fast cultivation speed. But in Qin Yujie's eyes, Shi Yun's progress was painfully slow, about as fast as a turtle crawling. Just as these thoughts crossed Qin Yujie's mind, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes staring at him from not far away. One person was openly sizing him up without any concealment. In the vast crowd filling the square, an ordinary person would hardly notice someone secretly staring or sizing them up. There were simply too many people. But Qin Yujie was no ordinary person. His senses were extremely sharp, and even amidst this chaotic sea of gazes, he distinctly felt a pair of eyes filled with disdain and arrogance fixed upon him. Qin Yujie glanced up indifferently and saw not far away a powerful outer sect disciple, brimming with strength and radiating supreme pride, openly staring straight at him. While I was gone these 3 years, you, a mere heaven-human realm 3rd level ant, dared to become the top outer sect disciple. Truly, when the tiger's away, even monkeys crown themselves king. The arrogant youth sneered at Qin Yujie. This person was none other than Shi Yun, the very name that had been on everyone's lips moments ago. Qin Yujie felt utterly speechless. As far as he knew, he had no grudge or connection with Shi Yun. He'd never sought trouble with him. So why did this guy harbor such hostility? Did he really think that reaching the 5th level of the heaven-human realm entitled him to belittle and trample over Qin Yujie to show off his power and talent? Qin Yujie lived by one principle. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if others dare provoke me, I will strike back without mercy. Who's this clown jumping around? Did you eat shit today? Why's your mouth so foul? Qin Yujie said calmly. His words instantly silenced the murmuring crowd. Everyone present immediately realized one thing was certain. Before today's inner sect evaluation even began, a spectacular clash between Qin Yujie and Shi Yun was inevitable. Since Shi Yun obtained his fortune at the bottom of that valley, all traces of his former weakness and humility had vanished. Now, his bones were infused with overwhelming confidence and arrogance. What he enjoyed most now was stepping on so-called geniuses, because in the past, he had often been looked down upon and even bullied by people like Qin Yujie. So whenever he saw a so-called prodigy weaker than himself, he couldn't help but crush them underfoot, and if given the chance, he wouldn't mind killing such a genius. Chapter 147, The Grandfather in the Ring. Stepping on a genius like this gave Shi Yun an indescribable sense of satisfaction and pleasure, one most people probably couldn't understand, but that was simply who Shi Yun was. Shi Yun believed that once he entered the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect and became a direct disciple under Elder Gao Yueta, he would definitely crush Qin Yujie completely. The truth was, if Shi Yun had known how powerful Qin Yujie really was yesterday when he first arrived at the sect, he wouldn't have dared to mock him so openly. Excellent, Qin Yujie. You've truly enraged me. You insignificant and are actually laughing? I'm already at the 5th level of Heavenly Realm, while you're only at the 3rd. Beating you will be as easy as eating or drinking. Shi Yun sneered disdainfully at Qin Yujie. Indeed, Shi Yun had every reason to be confident, because he had obtained an enormous opportunity deep within that valley, which was now embodied in the spatial ring on his finger. His spatial ring wasn't ordinary. It housed the soul of a cultivator who had reached the 9th level of Cave Heaven Realm. What did being 9th level of Cave Heaven Realm mean? In Lingtian Kingdom, such a person would be nearly invincible. There wasn't a single Cave Heaven Realm expert in the entire kingdom. Although the soul inside the ring was weakened and unable to assist Shi Yun directly in combat, it could still teach him cultivation techniques and martial skills. Having a 9th level Cave Heaven Realm expert guiding his martial cultivation naturally accelerated Shi Yun's progress tremendously. Originally, Shi Yun's cultivation speed could have been even faster, but he deliberately suppressed it to strengthen his foundation. Otherwise, he wouldn't merely be at the 5th level of Heavenly Realm by now. Therefore, Shi Yun was filled with immense confidence. The gap between himself and Qin Yujie would only widen further over time. If Qin Yujie was already no match for him now, he would be even less of a threat in the future. Just then, a faint voice quietly echoed from the spatial ring on Shi Yun's finger. This person isn't someone to underestimate. I advise you not to oppose him for now. Shi Yun frowned slightly, gently touching the ring as he reassured. Don't worry, Senior Zhou. With the techniques and martial arts you've taught me, what do I have to fear? Lingtian Kingdom is just a tiny speck in the grand scheme. Its so-called geniuses aren't worth mentioning. The voice from within the ring responded again. My soul is nearing collapse. From now on, I can only guide you. I cannot fight on your behalf. Doing so would cause my spirit to disintegrate completely. I hope you can quickly find medicinal herbs capable of stabilizing my soul. Shi Yun confidently replied, don't worry. Once I enter the inner sect, I'll immediately search for them. The two exchanged these messages telepathically, unnoticed by anyone else present, except Qin Yujie. Seeing Shi Yun touch the ring on his finger, Qin Yujie suddenly remembered the trope from novels in his previous life, the kind with a golden finger, where there was a grandfather-like figure residing inside a ring. Qin Yujie thought to himself, it's quite possible that Shi Yun has such a ring. That must be his source of fortune, perhaps filled with cultivation resources, or maybe it really does house the soul of a powerful expert. After some consideration, however, Qin Yujie didn't think much of it. Souls trapped inside rings were generally extremely weak and rarely able to intervene directly. As for himself, he possessed the check-in system, a golden finger far superior to any ring grandfather. We'll see then. Qin Yujie mused silently. Let's see who ultimately becomes number one. He saw no point in wasting more words on Shi Yun. Exactly what I was thinking. Shi Yun shot back coldly, locking eyes with Qin Yujie. Let's make a bet. Whoever doesn't come first will publicly admit they're a cowardly bastard. Fine. Qin Yujie replied, amused. He never expected someone to willingly offer their face for him to trample. For such a request, Qin Yujie would gladly oblige. The surrounding crowd watched the exchange excitedly. Many outer sect disciples had come merely for the spectacle, since their limited talents made passing the trial nearly impossible. At that moment, the Kaura Square buzzed with excitement. Even among the stands encircling the plaza, numerous powerful inner sect disciples had gathered to observe. Besides these elite inner sect members, the most admired and revered figures were undoubtedly the 4 inner sect elders seated prominently in the center of the viewing platform. These 4 elders were Gao Yueta, Jiang Fanxian, Gu Baocheng, and Si Yueza. Among them, the most popular was naturally Jiang Fanxian. Known as the ice-cold beauty of Tianyuan Sect, Jiang Fanxian surpassed all others in grace and beauty. Disciples usually found it difficult just to catch a glimpse of her, let alone expect her to attend an event like this inner sect evaluation. But today, Jiang Fanxian had come specifically because Qin Yujie was taking part in the assessment. As his master, she felt obligated to attend, and also wanted to ensure Gao Yueta didn't try anything underhanded. This year, the evaluation was presided over by inner sect elder Gao Yueta. Not long ago, Qin Yujie had killed Zhu Lianggong, Gao Yueta's newly accepted disciple, and publicly mocked both Gao Yueta and Zhu Lianggong as useless trash. Such a humiliating insult. How could Gao Yueta, an inner sect elder, possibly tolerate it? If not for Jiang Fanxuan's presence, Gao Yueta might have attacked Qin Yujie on the spot. From within the crowd, Qin Yujie spotted Lin Qinin at a distance. She was surrounded by members of Qinyu Gang, who naturally supported her as their leader. With so many people crowding the evaluation square, Qin Yujie didn't bother approaching Lin Qinin and instead found a quiet spot to wait patiently for the assessment to begin. As for Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youha, they were merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Neither of them were disciples of Tianyuan Sect, so they couldn't participate in the evaluation anyway. Just then, Zhong Nanhua the fat man arrived at the evaluation square. Spotting Qin Yujie immediately, he rushed over excitedly. Boss, you're here, greeted Zhong Nanhua. Confident about this evaluation? Qin Yujie asked. Of course. I've reached the 1st level of Heavenly Realm. Shouldn't I be able to secure a spot among the top 10? Zhong Nanhua replied confidently. Don't let your guard down. Watch out for Shi Yun. If you run into him during the evaluation, stay away. Qin Yujie warned. Though Qin Yujie himself wasn't afraid of Shi Yun, Zhong Nanhua had only reached the 1st level of Heavenly Realm. He would certainly lose against Shi Yun, who was at the 3rd level. And since Zhong Nanhua was closely associated with him, he might easily become a target of Shi Yun's retaliation. Got it, don't worry, Zhong Nanhua nodded. Zhong Nanhua wasn't foolish. If he faced Shi Yun in combat, he'd surrender immediately. He just didn't know yet what form the evaluation would take this year. While the two were talking, more and more people kept arriving at the evaluation square. Half an hour later, nearly all the Outer Sect disciples had gathered. Chapter 148. The Inner Sect Assessment begins. At that moment, Elder Gao Yueta on the high platform cleared his throat. As he released a surge of aura, the entire assessment plaza instantly fell silent. Welcome all. I am Elder Gao Yueta of the Inner Sect, and I will be overseeing today's assessment. I now declare the assessment officially begun. The first trial is the strength test. Those not participating must leave the plaza immediately. There were 30 strength testing stations in total, all set up within the plaza. Once the assessment began, everyone instinctively dispersed into separate lines. The vast square suddenly appeared spacious and open. In truth, only about 500 people were actually taking part in the assessment. With 30 testing points available, that meant roughly a dozen participants per station. 30 force measuring steels stood across the area, each engraved with intricate runes. These steels were extremely durable, easily capable of withstanding the force exerted by cultivators at the Tianyuan realm. Elder Gao Yueta continued. This intersect assessment consists of 3 parts. Only those who pass all 3 trials will qualify. Rankings will be determined based on your scores across the 3 rounds, as well as your age and talent. The top 10 disciples will become official intersect members and receive rewards for this assessment. The first place disciple will gain the privilege of freely selecting a cultivation technique from the scripture pavilion without cost, along with 1 high-grade breakthrough pill. The breakthrough pill was no ordinary medicine. It could be said that without such a pill, most 9-stage Tianyuan realm cultivators would never break through into the Wheel Sea realm. Such pills were tightly controlled by the 4 great sects and the imperial family, utterly unobtainable to ordinary people. Of course, Qin Yujie was an exception. When Elder Gao announced the reward of a single high-grade breakthrough pill, shock rippled across the entire plaza. People quietly gasped in astonishment. Some weaker Outer Sect disciples suddenly looked pained and regretful. They knew this top prize had nothing to do with them. With Qin Yujie and Shi Yun present, there was no way they could claim first place. It was universally acknowledged that the first position would inevitably go to either Qin Yujie or Shi Yun. As for the others, their only hope lay in competing for the remaining 8 intersect spots. 500 candidates vying for just 10 positions. And this was even with many Outer Sect disciples choosing not to participate. The competition was fiercely intense. Gao Yu glanced at the murmuring crowd below and continued. The second place finisher will receive 3 mid-grade Heavenly Heart pills. From 3rd to 10th place, each will receive 10 mid-grade Gathering Cloud pills. The Heavenly Heart pill was a medicinal concoction used by Tianyuan realm martial cultivators for cultivation advancement. Though Qin Yujie himself looked down upon even high-grade versions, because he was an Shin-tier alchemist who carried numerous supreme-grade Heavenly Heart pills within his spatial ring. Most others weren't so fortunate. To them, 3 mid-grade Heavenly Heart pills represented a treasure beyond imagination, something incredibly rare and valuable. As for the 10 mid-grade Gathering Cloud pills awarded to ranks 3 through 10, these were medicines used by practitioners of the Yuan Return realm. Though lower in grade than Heavenly Heart pills, they were still highly prized. As the saying went, it's not ignorance that hurts, it's comparison. While Gathering Cloud pills couldn't match Heavenly Heart pills, 10 such pills still represented significant wealth to ordinary civilian cultivators. The abundance of rewards sent waves of excitement through the Outer Sect disciples. Watching their jubilant expressions, one Inner Sect disciple standing on a nearby platform sneered contemptuously, saying, "These Outer Sect disciples truly have no idea what real rewards look like. A few measly prizes and they're already beside themselves with joy." This person was none other than Xie Xiangshan, ranked 3rd among the Inner Sect disciples and cultivating at the 9th stage of the Tianyuan realm. Xie Xiangshan, a 9th-stage Tianyuan realm expert, served as the second-in-command under Tang Jubei. He had only recently returned from an external cultivation journey when he heard the stories about Qin Yujie, how he crippled Tang Jinan and killed Zhu Lianggong. He had originally intended to confront Qin Yujie. In his eyes, though Zhu Lianggong was also at the 9th stage of the Tianyuan realm, Xie Xiangshan believed he could defeat him in a single move. Even among peers of the same cultivation level, there were vast differences in strength. Xie considered himself not invincible perhaps, but certainly among the elite. Moreover, after his recent journey outside the sect, Xie Xiangshan had grown significantly stronger. Although his cultivation stage remained unchanged at 9th stage Tianyuan realm, the true energy within his body had doubled in power, an accidental benefit from consuming an unknown spiritual herb, which led to unexpected gains. However, since Qin Yujie was currently undergoing the Inner Sect assessment, Xie Xiangshan could not attack him now. Doing so would constitute interference with the assessment process, leading to severe punishment. Additionally, Qin Yujie's master, Jiang Fanqian, was present. Xie would have to wait until Jiang left before making his move. Of course, chimed in another Inner Sect disciple besides Xie Xiangshan, quickly flattering him. They can't possibly compare to Master Xie. Gao Yueta glanced at the crowd and continued. Now we begin the first trial, strength testing. You must understand, a martial artist's strength is extremely important. If your strength is lacking, even 10 punches won't phase your opponent. But if someone stronger lands a single punch, you'll be knocked down. Gao Yueta spoke with great enthusiasm. After a brief pause, he went on. Give it your all. Let me see what you're truly capable of. Just strike the steel with full force, and a number will appear to show your result. Each person has 3 attempts. However, one thing you must remember. No martial techniques are allowed during the attack. You must rely purely on physical strength. Now, let Shi Yun step forward first. I'm sure he'll deliver an outstanding performance. After Gao Yueta finished speaking, Shi Yun casually walked up to one of the steels. He relished this feeling of being the center of attention. He knew that Elder Gao had chosen him to go first precisely, so he could shock everyone with an earth-shattering score, surpassing them all, including Qin Yujie. In Shi Yun's eyes, the Elder's decision not to let Qin Yujie go first clearly meant that his own talent and strength were considered superior. Shi Yun cast a provocative glance at Qin Yujie, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and completely relaxed his body. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. His gaze sharpened, and the true energy within his body whirled violently like a tornado. His body coiled tightly like a drawn bow, storing immense power. Then, in an explosive motion, he thrust a single punch straight into the steel. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed across the plaza as the steel violently shook, then displayed a string of digits. 109,000 Jin. The crowd burst into shock and awe. No one had expected Shi Yun to unleash such terrifying power. Seeing the result, Shi Yun nodded in satisfaction, then casually glanced over at Qin Yujie, as if flaunting his achievement. Shi Yun is incredible. He actually delivered a punch with 109,000 Jin of force. Good heavens, that's terrifying. This is nothing short of innate divine strength. How astonishingly powerful Shi Yun is. Yes, he's only at the 5th stage of Tianren realm, yet this punch likely matches the power of a 9th stage Tianren realm cultivator. Who would have thought Shi Yun was this fearsome? Judging by sheer strength alone, he might already be unrivaled among all Tianren realm cultivators. Chapter 149, Strength Assessment Test. Yeah, at the same cultivation level, who among the younger generation could possibly rival him? I wonder if Qin Yujie can defeat him. The surrounding crowd whispered and murmured about Shi Yin, some with envy, others with admiration. However, those few who knew Qin Yujie's true strength simply shook their heads disdainfully at Shi Yin. Though Qin Yujie was a swordsman, his physical power and essence energy were far beyond ordinary standards. Shi Yin was merely showing off in front of an expert. Alright, everyone else may begin the assessment, Gao Yueta announced. Remember, no martial techniques are allowed. If I catch anyone secretly using them, you'll be disqualified immediately. After the initial shock wore off, the people in the square grew restless and eager to try. But once they actually began testing, they quickly realized just how difficult it was to punch with a force exceeding 100,000 Jin. Some couldn't even break 50,000. 10,000 Jin. 12,000 Jin. 9,900 Jin. Best result, 12,000 Jin. Next, 9,000 Jin. 11,000 Jin. 13,000 Jin. Best result, 13,000 Jin. Next, 25,000 Jin. 29,000 Jin. 28,000 Jin. Best result, 29,000 Jin. Many Outer Sect disciples present had scores below 20,000 Jin, since strength was closely tied to body refinement, cultivation level, and internal essence energy. Shi Yin had reached the 5th stage of the Tianren realm. His cultivation advantage alone was something others couldn't match. The highest cultivator here aside from him was Qin Yujie, who stood at the 3rd stage of the Tianren realm. Once the results began pouring in, many participants looked dejected. Only now did they realize how terrifying a score of 100,000 Jin truly was. Just then, a commotion broke out at one of the stone tablet testing stations. Qin Yujie looked over. It was Lin Qinin's turn. Lin Qinin held a prominent position and reputation within the Outer Sect, not only because of her breathtaking beauty, but also due to her exceptional skill in playing the zither. Now at the 2nd stage of the Tianren realm, her combat prowess was naturally nothing to scoff at. Under the anticipatory gazes of the crowd, Lin Qinin stepped forward and delivered a punch straight onto the stone tablet. The tablet shuddered violently before displaying a number. 53,000 Jin. After that single punch, Lin Qinin stopped, just as Shi Yin had done. She understood the principle. The first effort is strong, the second weaker, the third exhausted. Though each person had 3 attempts, the most critical was always the first. If someone truly gave their all on the first strike, it would be nearly impossible to surpass that result with the second. Except for Shi Yin, Lin Qinin was now the first person to achieve over 50,000 Jin in strength. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. After all, Lin Qinin was only at the 2nd stage of the Tianren realm, 3 minor stages behind Shi Yin. Moreover, she was a woman, and raw strength wasn't considered her forte. For her to achieve such a result was extraordinary. Lin Qinin is incredible. She might not surpass Shi Yin, but she's still impressive. Exactly. Her real talent lies in zither arts, not brute strength. And she's only at the 2nd stage of the Tianren realm. Not only is Lin Qinin peerlessly beautiful, but she also possesses remarkable martial talent. She's every man's dream. Sister Lin truly lives up to her title as Yuanzhong's divine goddess. Just catching a glimpse of her each day is enough to make me content. The crowd buzzed with chatter about Lin Qinin. Zhang Xiuling stared at Lin Qinin in quiet surprise. It was the first time she had ever seen someone whose appearance and aura surpassed her own. Zhang Xiuling admitted inwardly that Lin Qinin's ethereal elegance, like a celestial descending from heaven, made others instinctively feel unworthy, too reverent to even dare disrespect. Huang Youhe also gazed at Lin Qinin. She had heard from Li Kun that this Lin Qinin was supposedly one of Master's old flames. Master, your taste really is impeccable, Huang Youhe whispered beside Qin Yujie with a mischievous smile. Elder Madam must have been absolutely peerless in her prime. You, just watch more and talk less. Qin Yujie replied with a light rebuke. By now, half of the assessments had been completed. With 30 testing stations operating simultaneously, the process moved swiftly. At that moment, it was Zheng Nanhua's turn. Fatso, go get him. Qin Yujie patted Zheng Nanhua on the shoulder encouragingly. Don't worry, boss. My strength has improved a lot recently. Zheng Nanhua grinned. Zheng Nanhua approached the stone tablet, took a deep breath, and threw a powerful punch. 41,000 Jin. While this result didn't reach Shi Yin or Lin Qinin's level, it was still impressive. Zheng Nanhua now ranked 3rd overall, an outstanding performance. Returning to Qin Yujie's side, he said proudly, Boss, not bad, huh? Not bad. Acceptable, I suppose. Qin Yujie replied with a faint smile. After Zheng Nanhua, it was Qin Yujie's turn to take the test, since he stood right behind Zheng Nanhua in line. Boss, go get him. Zheng Nanhua shouted. When everyone saw Qin Yujie stepping forward, the entire assessment plaza instantly buzzed with excitement. Qin Yujie had suddenly become the center of attention. After all, Qin Yujie's reputation within Tianyuan Sect was enormous, not just among the outer disciples, but even within the inner sect, his name carried great weight. Wonder how many Jin Qin Yujie will register. I think Qin Yujie should be slightly stronger than Shi Yan. I'm really looking forward to this. Did you notice? Zheng Nanhua, who always hangs around Qin Yujie, has improved so rapidly. He actually achieved such an impressive result today. Lin Qining too. Her progress has been remarkable. I heard she's also a friend of Qin Yujie. Both of Qin Yujie's companions performed well. As the strongest among the three, Qin Yujie must be even more powerful. Today's assessment is all about Qin Yujie and Shi Yan. I wonder who will come out on top in this strength test. Whispers swirled around Qin Yujie, but he paid no mind. He walked straight to the stone tablet used for measuring strength. Exactly how strong Qin Yujie had become, even he wasn't sure, perhaps somewhere near the average power of a Wheel-C realm cultivator. Gathering all his essence energy, Qin Yujie suddenly threw a fierce punch directly at the testing stone tablet. Instantly, the entire tablet shook violently. Runes flashed across its surface erratically, flickering like a short-circuiting circuit. Then, asterisk bang, asterisk, the stone tablet shattered into pieces. The entire plaza fell completely silent. Everyone stared in disbelief. Qin Yujie had actually broken the tablet with a single punch. How immense must that force have been? Everyone knew the tablet's maximum limit was 150,000 Jin. Could it be that Qin Yujie's punch had exceeded even that? Chapter 150. The stone tablet was shattered. Qin Yujie glanced at the measuring stone tablet, now shattered into pieces by his punch, and disdainfully shook his head. This tablet is of such poor quality. It can't even withstand a single punch from me. The surrounding crowd stood frozen in shock, staring at Qin Yujie. His terrifying performance had stunned everyone. After all, Shi Yun, at Heavenly Realm Level 5, had only managed to produce a force of 100,000 Jin. Yet Qin Yujie, merely at Heavenly Realm Level 3, had unleashed at least 150,000 Jin of power. Moreover, no one knew the true limit of Qin Yujie's strength, because this low-tier measuring stone tablet could only register up to 150,000 Jin. It took a while before the entire crowd in the square finally reacted. Qin Yujie is too strong. He actually generated such terrifying power with just one punch. Yeah, the upper limit of this basic tablet is 150,000 Jin. It seems his punch was at least that powerful. Shi Yun's strike earlier was already impressive, but compared to Qin Yujie, it's nowhere close. Exactly. Shi Yun has definitely lost this strength test. Qin Yujie is simply incredible. Being monstrous in sword and Qin cultivation was enough. But now even his physical body is this powerful? Could he have practiced some body refining technique? If that punch landed on me, I'd be blown apart instantly. Qin Yujie is terrifyingly brutal. You might have forgotten, one reason we only see 150,000 Jin is not because that's his max, but because that's the tablet's limit. Right? His actual strength could be 200,000 Jin, or even 250,000. Heavens, that's unimaginable. Look at Shi Yun. His face has turned green. He looks furious. Haha, how could Shi Yun possibly stand against Qin Yujie? He's seriously overestimating himself. The crowd buzzed around Qin Yujie, the entire plaza rippling like an agitated lake. On the high platform, Gao Yueta looked slightly astonished. He hadn't expected Qin Yujie to be this strong in raw power. After all, Gao Yueta had intentionally altered certain aspects of today's inner sect assessment. Last year's inner sect trial had involved random draw battles, the winners advancing directly, until the final top 10 secured their place in the inner sect. But Gao Yueta knew that Qin Yujie was extremely formidable in combat. After all, he had effortlessly slain Zhu Lianggong, who was at Heavenly Realm Level 9. If last year's rules were still in place, Qin Yujie would easily enter the inner sect. There was no way Gao Yueta would let Qin Yujie enter so easily. So this year, he changed the evaluation format. As the main supervisor of this trial, Gao Yueta had the authority to reasonably adjust and modify the rules. Shi Yun's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Qin Yujie to achieve 150,000 Jin. He'd thought he'd easily win first place in the strength test, only for Qin Yujie to surpass his score at the last moment. Perhaps the tablet just happened to break. Qin Yujie, go use another tablet and test again. If you shatter it once more, I'll acknowledge your result as 150,000 Jin, Gao Yueta said calmly, looking at Qin Yujie. This request sounded fair, and the other few inner sect elders raised no objections or doubts. Gao Yueta's words immediately stirred murmurs among the crowd. I bet the measuring tablet just broke coincidentally. Otherwise, how could a mere Heavenly Realm level 3 cultivator shatter it? Qin Yuji's luck is too good. Right when it was his turn, the tablet broke. Thank goodness Elder Gao is wise. Otherwise, he'd have been tricked. I'm sure in the second test, Qin Yuji won't be able to produce such terrifying power. Not necessarily. Young Master Qin's talent is beyond our right to question. Better watch your words unless you want to get humiliated. Yes, I believe in young Master Qin. Shi Yun glanced silently at Qin Yuji. He didn't say anything yet. He wanted to wait until after Qin Yuji finished his second attempt. Only then would he mock him. Otherwise, if Qin Yuji really did outperform him again, wouldn't he just be embarrassing himself? Qin Yuji casually walked to the second stone tablet. As if recalling something, he gave a faint smile, then threw a punch. The tablet vibrated violently, then displayed a number. 81,000 Jin. Seeing this result, the surrounding crowd fell into stunned disbelief. Could it be the measuring tablet had broken during the first test? Gao Yueta saw the result and immediately burst into hearty laughter. He said he'd fully. Looks like I was right. This measuring stone tablet has been used for many years. When Qin Yuji tested earlier, he just happened to hit it when the tablet was already faulty. Otherwise, how could he only manage 81,000 Jin on his second try? You need at least 150,000 Jin of force to shatter the tablet. How could Qin Yuji possibly achieve that? Jiang Fanxian glanced at Qin Yuji and couldn't help but smile faintly. She knew very well that Qin Yuji was up to something again. As his master, she understood both his strength and his mischievous nature. Shi Yun, seeing that Qin Yuji had only produced 81,000 Jin and hearing Elder Gao confirm the previous tablet was indeed defective, felt an immense weight lift from his chest. He sneered at Qin Yuji and mocked. Qin Yuji, although 81,000 Jin isn't bad and shows decent strength, compared to me, the gap between us is huge. Our power differs by more than 20,000 Jin. Now do you understand? There's always someone stronger out there, another sky beyond yours. Even if you're a dragon, in front of Shi Yun, you must crawl. At that moment, Shi Yun was brimming with confidence, his entire aura exuding arrogance. All eyes in the plaza were now fixed upon him. This was the first shining moment of Shi Yun's life. Before his recent fortune, he had been nothing more than a destitute martial artist bullied by others. But now, backed by newfound luck and power, his confidence had soared. His sudden rise had also made him eager to trample others beneath his feet to prove his superiority. Hearing Elder Gao and Shi Yun speak, the surrounding crowd quickly grasped what had happened. They now believed the tablet had simply broken during Qin Yuji's first attempt. 81,000 Jin isn't as high as Shi Yun's, but it's still impressive. Yeah, Qin Yuji excels in sword and Qin cultivation. Physical strength was bound to be slightly weaker. Shi Yun's strength is truly terrifying. He actually generated over 100,000 Jin with a single punch. It seems he'll definitely take first place in this strength test. Shi Yun is about to soar. Heaven knows we should start building connections with him early. Chapter 151, From the Clouds to the Abyss. Qin Yuji looked at Xie Yun, who was beside himself with arrogance, then at Gao Yueta standing on the high platform with a broad smile, shook his head in disdain, and casually asked, Senior Brother Gao, doesn't everyone get 3 chances to strike? I should still have 1 attempt left, right? These words instantly silenced the entire crowd. Yes, everyone indeed has 3 attempts. But I suggest you save your energy. Even if you throw another punch, it'll probably only reach around 80,000 Jin. There's absolutely no way you could surpass Xie Yun's result. Gao Yueta declared confidently, as if he already held the winning hand, his expression brimming with certainty. Senior Brother Gao, since you're so sure I can't surpass Xie Yun's score, how about we make a wager? Qin Yuji replied with a faint smile. His words immediately sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone present could hardly believe their ears. Where did Qin Yuji get the audacity to challenge Senior Brother Gao to a bet? Had he lost his mind? Gao Yueta's face darkened. He actually felt a twinge of fear toward Qin Yuji. The younger man was too calm, too confident. Now he wondered whether Qin Yuji had hidden his true strength earlier. With this thought in mind, Gao Yueta sneered coldly. You're just an outer sect disciple. What qualifications do you have to bet with me? I won't accept such a challenge. The surrounding disciples were stunned. None of them expected Gao Yueta to refuse the bet. They stared at him in disbelief. To them, Gao Yueta should have taken the bet without hesitation. After all, Qin Yuji was destined to lose. Qin Yuji, what status does Senior Brother Gao have that he'd gamble with a mere outer sect disciple like you? How about I take your bet instead? Xie Yun stepped forward, pride swelling in his voice. Xie Yun was certain he would claim first place in the strength test. Yet now, all attention was focused on Qin Yuji instead of him. This infuriated him deeply. Oh, what are you willing to bet? Qin Yuji asked, slightly surprised. He never expected Gao Yueta to back down, but for Xie Yun to rush forward and offer a bet himself, it was like a money-bringing child appearing out of nowhere. If your score exceeds mine, you win. If not, you lose, declared Xie Yun. Fine. What's the stake? Qin Yuji continued. The stake? This bottle of Tianqin pills, Xie Yun said, pulling out a small vial of pills. Tianqin pills. Honestly, Qin Yuji didn't even consider them worth his attention. In his eyes, apart from the spatial ring on Xie Yun's finger, the young man probably owned nothing of real value. Your stuff is too inferior. A single premium-grade Tianqin pill of mine is worth more than your entire bottle of ordinary ones. Still, I don't mind. If you win, I'll give you this premium pill. Qin Yuji said indifferently. Deal, Xie Yun agreed. Qin Yuji carefully controlled his force and struck the stone tablet once more. Instantly, The runes inscribed on the stone trembled violently before displaying a shocking number. 15,000 Jin. Qin Yujie had precisely regulated his power to exactly 15,000 Jin. Any stronger, and the stone tablet would have shattered completely. Such exquisite control over his strength and muscles was far beyond ordinary capabilities, revealing the extreme level of mastery Qin Yujie possessed over his own body. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. Even the simplest among them now realized the truth. Qin Yujie's first punch had truly exceeded 15,000 Jin. The tablet hadn't broken due to malfunction, but because Qin Yujie had shattered it himself. As for why his second punch only registered 80,000 Jin, that was easy to explain. He had deliberately concealed his strength. And the third punch? Even simpler. Knowing it was his final chance, he feared breaking the tablet again, so he carefully restrained his power, delivering exactly 15,000 Jin. Gao Yueta stared in utter shock as the number confirmed. Exactly 15,000 Jin of force. He couldn't believe how quickly he'd been slapped in the face. Just moments ago, he had sworn with absolute confidence that the tablet was faulty, that Qin Yujie could never achieve 15,000 Jin. And now, Qin Yujie had done exactly that. This was a blatant humiliation, and Gao Yueta's dignity and reputation suffered a severe blow. Xie Yun also gaped at Qin Yujie, unable to fathom how the latter had actually produced 15,000 Jin of force. Just a moment ago, Xie Yun had been overflowing with confidence, radiating arrogance, towering above all others. Now, in an instant, he had plummeted from the heavens straight into the abyss. The drastic reversal was too much for him to bear. What just happened? Qin Yujie actually achieved 15,000 Jin, and this time, the tablet remained intact, gasped an outer sect disciple in shock. I can't believe my own eyes. Qin Yujie's strength is actually this powerful. Didn't you notice? Qin Yujie threw his punch so effortlessly, while Xie Yun went all out. Yet Qin Yujie still completely surpassed him. The gap between them is clearly enormous. Yes, and I'm certain Qin Yujie's strength isn't limited to just 150,000 Jin. After all, his first punch shattered the stone tablet outright. His power back then must have already exceeded 150,000 Jin. Heavens, this is unbelievable. How on earth did Qin Yujie do it? Incredible. Qin Yujie is actually this strong. In this round of strength testing, he truly deserves the first place without a doubt. The surrounding crowd stared at Qin Yujie in shock and admiration. At this moment, Qin Yujie was undoubtedly the center of attention. Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youhe, and the others had long become accustomed to such scenes. Compared to the astonishment Qin Yujie had caused among them back at Tianyuan Sect, today's display seemed quite restrained. If the disciples of Tianyuan Sect knew that Qin Yujie had once easily killed Zhuang Zhiwan, a fifth-rank Will-See realm expert, they would understand just how terrifying his strength really was. And if they also discovered that Qin Yujie was a Xian-grade alchemist, no one could predict how utterly shocked they'd be. Xie Yun glared at Qin Yujie with an ugly expression and muttered, "Impossible. You're only at the third level of heavenly realm. How could you possess such immense strength?" Qin Yujie replied calmly, "I didn't even use my full strength just now. My true power is beyond anything you could imagine." At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from within Xie Yun's ring. This Qin Yujie is indeed formidable. For now, avoid making enemies with him. With my guidance, the gap between you two will only widen over time. Once you've perfected the cultivation techniques and martial skills I've imparted, killing Qin Yujie will be as easy as breathing. Right now, your priority is securing resources for cultivation. Entering the inner sect is most important. Don't provoke unnecessary trouble. Xie Yun thought for a moment, then transmitted his reply mentally. Yes, Senior Zhou. Chapter 152, the comprehension test begins. Sui Yun glanced at Qin Yujie with a complicated expression and said, I admit I underestimated you. But great strength is merely brute force. In the path of martial cultivation, realm is what truly matters. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and did not explain. Among the 3,000 great Dao, mastering any single path to its extreme could make one an unparalleled expert. For example, in ancient times, there were martial cultivators who achieved enlightenment through their physical bodies. These warriors possessed terrifying physiques, immortal and indestructible, capable of shattering entire swaths of Shihong with a single punch. The Dao of Strength was also one of the 3,000 Dao. As the saying went, all martial arts in the world can overcome anything through sheer power. When the Dao of Strength reached its pinnacle, there was no need for intricate techniques. Pure force alone could break through 10,000 methods. At that moment, the first round of strength testing finally came to an end. All 500 disciples had completed their trials. All right, Gao Yueta announced loudly. I declare that the top 300 pass to the next stage of evaluation. The remaining 200 are eliminated. Immediately, the entire assessment plaza erupted in commotion. Those who ranked within the top 300 wore excited expressions, spirits soaring, while the eliminated outer sect disciples stood dejected, their hearts filled with sorrow. Gao Yueta ignored the crowd and continued. Everyone quiet down. Those eliminated should leave the plaza now. The next trial will be the comprehension test. Remember, in the martial path, comprehension is extremely important. Even if someone gives you supreme techniques and profound skills, they're useless without adequate insight. Our Tianyuan Sect's inner sect does not accept disciples with poor comprehension. This single statement sent shockwaves throughout the plaza. No one expected Elder Gao to be so ruthless as to test comprehension. In previous inner sect entrance evaluations, comprehension had never been tested. Only practical combat ability mattered. This new method placed high realm disciples at a severe disadvantage. Their higher cultivation levels and fighting prowess offered them no advantage here. Everyone was essentially starting from the same point, a golden opportunity for lower realm disciples. Upon hearing about the comprehension test, the plaza echoed with mixed emotions. Some rejoiced, others despaired. Those confident in their insight stood proud and calm, brimming with self-assurance. Those uncertain wore long faces, visibly disheartened. But none of this concerned Qin Yujie. Possessing the undying sword body, his comprehension had long surpassed ordinary limits, especially when it came to sword techniques and sword Dao. His level of understanding was simply monstrous, bordering on absurd. When Sui Yun heard the second trial would test comprehension, confidence surged within him. Inside his ring resided a senior expert who had passed down a cultivation technique specifically designed to enhance comprehension, and Sui Yun had already perfected it completely. Now recognized as a prodigy of the Blade Dao, he considered his understanding of blade techniques exceptional. Among the outer sect disciples of Tianyuan Sect, if he claimed second place, nobody would dare claim first. Moreover, the elder within his ring could secretly guide him in cultivating any skill or art, making his progress astonishingly fast. After all, that elder Zhou inside the ring had once been a cultivator at the 9th level of Cavity Heaven Realm. Guiding a mere heavenly human realm disciple like him was effortless. For the first time, Sui Yun felt unprecedented confidence. Thus, he decided to challenge Qin Yujie to another bet, one he believed was absolutely unwinnable by anyone else. At this moment, Sui Yun felt exactly like a gambler certain of victory. As everyone knows, when a gambler believes he cannot lose, he will wager everything he owns in one final desperate gamble, completely ignoring any warnings or reason. He had already forgotten the elder Zhou's words inside his ring, so overwhelmed was he by arrogance. How could anyone in this tiny Lingtian kingdom, especially just another outer sect disciple, possibly surpass him in comprehension? Currently, Sui Yun was in dire need of cultivation resources. And just moments ago, during casual conversation, one of his followers mentioned that Qin Yujie possessed many rare treasures, including a millennium peach tree and numerous bottles of top-grade spirit wine. This instantly ignited Sui Yun's greed. At such a critical cultivation stage, obtaining such premium resources would rocket his progress forward, allowing him to rise swiftly and completely dominate the path ahead. Eventually, the small Lingtian kingdom would no longer be able to contain him. With this thought in mind, Sui Yun turned to Qin Yujie and said, "Qin Yujie, dare you make a bet with me on this comprehension test?" "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Qin Yujie couldn't believe it. Was Sui Yun really daring to challenge him again? Clearly, the wound had healed but the memory faded. "I heard you have a 1,000-year-old peach tree. How about it? Dare you put it up as the stake?" Sui Yun asked greedily. His words froze everyone present. Sui Yun's audacity and appetite were staggering. That 1,000-year-old peach tree was priceless. How could Qin Yujie ever risk it as a wager? "Oh, so you've set your eyes on my spirit tree. But bets must be of equal value. What do you have that's worth the same?" Qin Yujie said contemptuously. "How about this spatial ring I'm holding?" Sui Yun replied. "Not enough. Your spatial ring isn't nearly valuable enough." Qin Yujie shook his head. Although spatial rings were rare, they couldn't compare in value to an entire 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree. 20 spirit peach leaves for your spatial ring, then? Even if Qin Yujie was confident, he would never wager the entire tree. Was he a fool? The tree bore many leaves, and their collective value was immeasurable. 30, Sui Yun countered. He knew it was impossible to get Qin Yujie to bet the whole tree, so he settled for a lesser price. "Deal." Qin Yujie agreed. 20 spirit peach leaves meant little to him, and besides, he didn't believe he would lose. Truthfully, Qin Yujie was only slightly curious about Sui Yun's spatial ring. He wanted to confirm his suspicion. Was there really a ring elder inside? Fine. Then our next challenge will be based on comprehension. The one who ranks higher in the second trial wins, Sui Yun declared. Agreed. But for fairness, we should hand our stakes over to the 4 inner sect elders to hold. They'll oversee the bet, so neither of us can back out if we lose. Qin Yujie nodded. Upon hearing this, Sui Yun's brow twitched in alarm. His spatial ring contained Senior Zhou. If he handed it over, he'd lose access to guidance during the comprehension test, putting him at a severe disadvantage. He hadn't expected Qin Yujie to be so cautious, and now Sui Yun found himself trapped in a difficult position. Just then, a voice echoed from within the ring. Senior Zhou sighed and said, "Yun, though I believe in your talent and insight, and agree that Qin Yujie is no match for you in comprehension, you've still acted recklessly. Very well, since you've already accepted the wager, I'll help you one more time. The distance won't hinder my ability to transmit my voice to you. After you win this bet, I hope you'll settle down and focus properly on your cultivation." Chapter 153, Comprehending the Stone Statue. Shi Yun's heart leapt with joy as he quickly transmitted his voice. "Many thanks, Senior Zhou." He transferred everything from his spatial ring into a storage pouch, then handed the spatial ring over to Elder Gao. Shi Yun wasn't foolish. The bet was only about the spatial ring itself, not the cultivation resources inside. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yujie also handed 20 leaves of 1,000-year spirit peach to Gao Yueta. Although Gao Yueta was in charge of this evaluation, with 3 other inner sect elders present, there was little chance he would dare to steal Qin Yujie's items. Moreover, Jiang Fanxian, Qin Yujie's master, stood right beside them, so Gao Yueta wouldn't likely try anything suspicious. After receiving meticulous treatment from Qin Yujie, Jiang Fanxian's complexion had improved significantly, and his strength had partially recovered. With Jiang Fanchuan's terrifying combat prowess, it was unlikely he'd have many equals within Lingtian Kingdom. Very well, said Gao Yueta. I'll act as the witness. Now we begin the second trial, comprehension ability. Let me briefly explain. After speaking, he waved his hand, and suddenly dozens of stone statues appeared across the entire plaza. The crowd stared at these uniquely shaped statues, their faces instantly filled with shock and disbelief. Gao Yueta paused briefly before continuing. You see these stone statues scattered across the square? They are carved from jade. Hidden within each statue is a martial technique. You have 2 hours now. Whichever disciple comprehends the most powerful technique and achieves the highest proficiency will earn the best score. Elder Gao, may I ask what grade these martial techniques are? One participating disciple asked. Most are yellow tier upper grade. A few are mysterious tier lower grade or mysterious tier middle grade, Gao Yueta replied. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Qin Yujie turned to examine the surrounding statues. Each held a different weapon, swords, blades, spears, zither, fists, every sword imaginable. He looked carefully and noticed flowing runes on the surface of the statues, emanating a profound, mystical aura. For an instant, Qin Yujie felt as if the statues were coming alive, yet when he focused again, they remained perfectly still. These statues were large enough for multiple people to study simultaneously, though one could also choose to meditate on a single statue alone. Each statue varied in difficulty, with the tier of its concealed martial technique clearly engraved for reference by all. Seeing the group awestruck by the statues, Gao Yueta proudly declared, Our Tianyuan Sect possesses countless martial techniques, as numerous as the stars in the sky. These statues were specially crafted by our sect to test disciples' aptitude. Each holds a unique martial skill. As you've observed, the forms vary widely, as do the weapons they wield. Choose wisely. The trial begins now, with a limit of 2 hours. As soon as these words left Gao Yueta's mouth, astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. All began selecting statues suited to their style, sitting cross-legged on the ground as they started delving into the techniques. Martial skills were extremely important to these outer sect disciples. To learn superior techniques within the sect, one needed to enter the scripture pavilion and spend sect contribution points, and high-quality techniques were never cheap. Yet earning contribution points within the sect was no easy task. Now, these statues amounted almost to free gifts of martial techniques. If someone managed to grasp even a single mysterious tier middle grade technique, it would be a tremendous windfall for an outer sect disciple. Of course, whether one could comprehend them ultimately depended on individual destiny and insight. Qin Yujie, however, paid the statues little mind. He realized that among them, the highest grade technique available was merely mysterious tier middle grade. To him, such a technique was nothing more than trash. He already possessed numerous earth tier and heaven tier martial arts. The mysterious tier techniques simply weren't worth his time. Still, for the sake of the evaluation, Qin Yujie walked over to a statue holding a sword. There were 3 sword-wielding statues, one ranked yellow tier upper grade, another mysterious tier lower grade, and the third, possessing the highest rank, which Qin Yujie selected, mysterious tier middle grade. Among these 3 sword art statues, the yellow tier upper grade one was relatively easier to comprehend, the mysterious tier lower grade one more difficult, while the mysterious tier middle grade stood as the most challenging of all. Qin Yujie did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. He noticed Lin Qinin had chosen a statue depicting a figure with both hands resting on a zither, clearly a musical art martial skill. Zheng Nanhua, meanwhile, followed others toward a statue representing a fist-based martial art, indicating his preference for hand-to-hand combat. With only 1 hour remaining for comprehension, even reaching perfect mastery of a yellow tier upper grade technique would be nearly impossible for an average disciple, let alone grasping a mysterious tier middle grade skill. As for why there were no mysterious tier upper grade martial techniques among these statues, it was probably because the sect considered such techniques too precious to be casually used for evaluating outer sect disciples. All the participants had mostly chosen the yellow tier upper grade martial technique statues, while a few who were more confident in themselves had selected the mysterious tier lower grade statues. As for those who chose the mysterious tier middle grade martial technique statues, throughout the entire group taking the trial, only Qin Yujie and Shi Yun did so. Qin Yujie had chosen the statue wielding a sword, while Shi Yun selected the one holding a blade. To dare choose a mysterious tier middle grade technique with only 2 hours allotted for comprehension. This showed just how confident both Qin Yujie and Shi Yun were in their insight. The entire plaza fell silent all at once. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the statues as they began comprehending the hidden techniques within. Qin Yujie sat before the sword-wielding statue. As his mind immersed itself into the statue, it suddenly stirred, as if coming alive. Fire Sparrow's sword art. The name of the technique surfaced in Qin Yujie's mind. It seemed the martial skill contained within this statue was indeed the mysterious tier middle grade Fire Sparrow sword art. In Qin Yujie's eyes, the Fire Sparrow sword art held no secrets at all. After merely observing the statue demonstrate the technique once, Qin Yujie closed his eyes and ceased watching. For Qin Yujie, observing it just once was more than enough. Having the undying sword body granted him an abnormally profound comprehension of any sword technique. Whenever he practiced a sword art, he could instantly grasp its core essence, truly making progress double that of others. If insight could be graded, then Qin Yujie's affinity towards sword-oriented cultivation methods and martial skills would be considered max level. This was one of the terrifying aspects of the undying sword body. Within his mind, Qin Yujie was now cultivating the Fire Sparrow sword art. This sword art consisted of only 3 moves, each emphasizing lightning-fast strikes designed to kill an opponent in the blink of an eye. Chapter 154, Shi Yun's Confidence. Although the Fire Crow sword technique was classified as a mid-grade profound-level sword art, it ranked among the more powerful techniques within its tier. If one could master this technique to the point of perfection, their sword strikes would be as swift as lightning and carry extraordinary force. The Fire Crow sword technique emphasized speed, much like the draw sword art. It focused on clean, decisive movements, striking first to gain the upper hand. This was the essence and key principle of the Fire Crow sword technique. Qin Yujie stood with his eyes closed, rapidly practicing the moves in his mind. Layer upon layer of insights into the technique flowed naturally into his consciousness, as if guided by an innate current. Meanwhile, the people around wore bitter expressions. Some frowned, their faces filled with frustration. Many stared at the stone carvings, then suddenly stood up, picking up their weapons to mimic the forms they had seen. However, these individuals merely grasped the superficial movements, completely missing the true spirit and core principles of the martial art. Among everyone present, only Shi Yun and Lin Qinin truly comprehended the essence of their respective stone carvings. Lin Qinin, known as the Qin Madman, had practiced the zither since childhood. Her profound understanding of zither-based martial arts set her far apart from ordinary cultivators. Moreover, having already mastered the high-grade earth-level skill Demon Zither 9 forms, learning this low-grade profound-level zither technique came easily to her. Shi Yun, too, was extraordinary. The stone carving he studied depicted Leiyun blade art, a mid-grade profound-level saber technique. Thanks to a rare fortuitous encounter, Shi Yun's comprehension ability far surpassed that of average disciples. Assisted by the old man inside his ring who guided him in blade techniques, he had advanced to the minor mastery level of Leiyun blade art in just 2 hours. Such talent was exceedingly rare. Even within Lingtian Kingdom, few could compare. For most people, merely reaching the rumen understanding of a mid-grade profound-level martial art within 2 hours would mark them as genius-level cultivators. Achieving minor mastery? Nearly unthinkable. Moreover, profound-level techniques were inherently far more difficult to grasp than yellow-level ones. Very well, 2 hours have passed. Now each of you will demonstrate the technique you've learned. Those who haven't even reached the Rumen level need not waste our time. They are eliminated. Gao Yueta glanced around at the crowd and announced coldly. His seemingly casual remark immediately cut half the participants from the competition. After all, mastering even a high-grade yellow-level martial art to the Rumen level within 2 hours was beyond the reach of most. Upon hearing Gao Yueta's words, chaos erupted across the examination square. Many Outer Sect disciples looked grim, their faces twisted with bitterness and resentment. Some with weaker mental fortitude sank dejectedly to the ground, utterly disheartened. But such was the path of martial cultivation, cruel and unforgiving, where only the strong survived. Shi Yun, you go first. Let everyone see the brilliance of your insight. Gao Yueta said with a smile, clearly favoring him. Very well. With complete confidence, Shi Yun stepped forward before the group. As he passed by Qin Yujie, he shot him a provocative glance, one that clearly said, I've already won. Hands clasped behind his back, radiating charisma and pride, Shi Yun declared loudly. From the stone carving, I comprehended the mid-grade profound-level saber technique known as the Leiyun blade art. This art consists of 3 distinct forms, each possessing tremendous power. More importantly, I have already grasped this technique to the level of minor mastery. His words exploded like thunder across the silent square, instantly stunning everyone present. In merely 2 hours, Shi Yun had achieved minor mastery over the Leiyun blade art? What terrifying comprehension! After all, the Leiyun blade art was a mid-grade profound-level martial art. Half of the Outer Sect disciples here hadn't even mastered high-grade yellow-level techniques to the human level. Failing to achieve entry-level meant they hadn't even scratched the surface. If high-grade yellow-level techniques were already so difficult, how much greater was the gap to a mid-grade profound-level technique? They were worlds apart, entirely different realms. Furthermore, while entering Rumen was relatively easy for any martial art, advancing to minor mastery was vastly more difficult. To reach that stage within 2 hours was almost unimaginable. Even many Inner Sect disciples watching from the stands quietly admitted they couldn't accomplish such a feat. Shi Yun gazed proudly at the shocked crowd, sneering slightly. Indeed, he had every reason to be arrogant. His natural talent was exceptional, and with constant guidance from the old man within his ring, his cultivation journey avoided countless detours. Shi Yun is simply too powerful. He actually achieved minor mastery over the Leiyun blade art. It's unbelievable how sharp his comprehension must be, one Outer Sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Yes, it seems the top spot in this aptitude test belongs to Shi Yun without question. Qin Yujie should have lost this wager. Although Qin Yujie's martial talent is monstrous, when it comes to comprehension ability, Shi Yun might be superior. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yujie's sword Dao talent is also monstrously high. His insight must naturally be exceptional too. Martial cultivation talent and comprehension are 2 different things. Being strong in one doesn't guarantee strength in the other. Shi Yun's comprehension really is too strong. In 2 hours, I barely managed to reach the entry level of a high-grade yellow-level martial skill. Yeah, you're actually doing pretty well. I didn't even reach entry level. I was eliminated outright. With Shi Yun's level of insight, his future progress in learning techniques and cultivation arts will definitely be rapid. And now that he's won this bet, he'll get 20 leaves of Jingle. The the speed of his cultivation is absolutely going to skyrocket. This time, Qin Yujie has truly lost both his reputation and his prize. Not only has Shi Yun outshone him, but he's also lost the Qiao leaves. You're all so short-sighted. A few thousand-year spirit peach leaves mean nothing to Qin Yujie. Besides, I believe Qin Yujie won't lose this match. Exactly. Every time we thought Qin Yujie would lose before, he always ended up creating miracles. I believe today will be no different for Qin Yujie. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion about Shi Yun, filled with awe and envy. Zhang Xiuling, Huang Youhe, and others looked at Shi Yun's smug expression and shook their heads disdainfully. Only they knew the truth, that Qin Yujie had already comprehended both wind and fire sword intents to the perfect stage. To comprehend two sword intents and cultivate them to perfection while still in the heavenly human realm, Qin Yujie's insight was simply monstrous. Even Zhang Xiuling herself had only grasped half-step sword intent. She believed her own comprehension surpassed Shi Yun's, yet compared to Qin Yujie's sword Dao insight, she was far inferior. Qin Yujie had never used his sword intent in front of the Tianyuan Sect members, so none of them realized he had already attained sword intent. Otherwise, Qin Yujie would have long since entered the inner sect without needing to participate in such an evaluation. Chapter 155, Thundercloud Saber Technique. There had long been a rule within Tianyuan Sect that any outer disciple who managed to comprehend sword intent or saber intent would be directly promoted to inner disciple status. However, Qin Yujie was unaware of this regulation, because since the founding of Tianyuan Sect, no outer disciple had ever comprehended either sword or saber intent. As time passed, this rule had simply faded into obscurity. It was simply too difficult. Only an absolute genius in sword cultivation could possibly grasp such intent before reaching the heavenly realm. Otherwise, it was exceedingly rare. Shi Yun felt extremely pleased with himself at this moment. He thoroughly enjoyed being the center of attention, seeing shock and admiration in the eyes of others. This sensation filled him with deep satisfaction. Yun, since you claim to have reached minor perfection in the Thundercloud Saber technique, why don't you demonstrate it for all of us to see? Gao Yueta said excitedly. Of course, Shi Yun replied confidently. Stepping into the open space, Shi Yun began channeling his true energy wildly throughout his body. Then, suddenly, he slashed downward with his saber. First move of the Thundercloud Saber technique, Thundercloud Gathering. A terrifying saber aura surged forth, accompanied by rolling thunder and dark clouds, streaking toward the distance like lightning. The surrounding outer disciples stared in awe, their hearts trembling at the sight of such a fearsome blade force. In the blink of an eye, the saber strike slammed into the ground with a thunderous explosion. A massive gash was left carved deeply into the earth, shocking to behold. That slash from Shi Yun was incredibly powerful. I couldn't even block something like that, one outer disciple exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, aside from Qin Yujie, Shi Yun's strength now ranks second among all outer disciples. True, but although Shi Yun's attack is strong, it still pales in comparison to Qin Yujie. I once witnessed Qin Yujie fighting Zhu Lianggong. The sheer terror of his sword strike is still fresh in my memory. Even though Shi Yun has exceptional talent, his actual strength can't match Qin Yujie's. Exactly. Zhu Lianggong was already at the 9th level of the heavenly realm, yet he was instantly killed by a single sword from Qin Yujie. And now, Qin Yujie has broken through to the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. His current strength must be far greater than before. It's practically unfathomable. Shi Yun had expected his terrifying display to elicit gasps of astonishment and adoration. But to his dismay, the crowd showed only a brief flicker of surprise before quickly returning to calm. Compared to Qin Yujie's earlier displays of sword technique, Shi Yun's saber strike was utterly insignificant. From the fragments of conversation around him, Shi Yun learned of Qin Yujie's terrifying power. His expression turned grim and tense. Glancing at Qin Yujie, he thought inwardly. Qin Yujie's sword cultivation is actually this formidable? He actually killed Zhu Lianggong of the 9th level of the heavenly realm with a single stroke? It seems best not to provoke him until I grow stronger. Looking at Qin Yujie's composed demeanor, Shi Yun suddenly felt uneasy. How can he remain so calm? Could it be he has also comprehended his martial skill to the minor perfection stage? No, that's impossible. That's just me scaring myself. He steadied his mind, and then unleashed another slash. Second move of the Thundercloud Saber technique, sabers like rolling thunder. An even more terrifying blade aura appeared in the sky. Yet, apart from a slight initial surprise, the crowd remained indifferent. This reaction did not surprise Qin Yujie in the least. After all, Shi Yun's technique was merely a mid-grade earth-rank saber art at minor perfection. In contrast, during Qin Yujie's battle with Zhu Lianggong, he had used a top-grade earth-rank sword technique at full mastery. The difference in power between the two was incomparable. Shi Yun's strike might dominate among outer disciples, but against powerful inner disciples, it would be completely inadequate. Qin Yujie, on the other hand, possessed such terrifying strength that even the majority of inner disciples feared him deeply. With a slightly sour expression, Shi Yun struck the ground once more. Third move of the Thundercloud Saber technique, sabers suppressing thunderclouds. A horrifying saber aura crashed down onto the earth with a deafening boom. As the crowd looked upon the 3 enormous scars torn into the ground, they couldn't help but admit that despite falling short of Qin Yujie, Shi Yun, as a 5th-level heavenly realm cultivator, was still immensely powerful. Gao Yueta smiled broadly at Shi Yun and said, Yun, you've done exceptionally well. In just 2 hours, you've achieved minor perfection in the Thundercloud Saber technique. Such talent is truly rare, even among the inner disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Yun, would you be willing to take me as your master? At Gao Yueta's words, everyone present was stunned. Good heavens. Senior Elder Gao wants to take Shi Yun as his disciple? Why didn't I get such an incredible opportunity? Yeah, Shi Yun's luck is just too good. First he survives a fall off a cliff, then his cultivation skyrockets, and now he gets to become a direct disciple of Elder Gao? This is the path straight to glory. Comparing people really drives you mad. Shi Yun's future achievements will be limitless. Elder Gao is immensely powerful and has access to vast cultivation resources. Becoming his disciple means having a strong backer within the inner sect. Shi Yun must have had the dumbest luck in the world. Elder Gao actually wants to take him as a disciple? I'm so jealous it hurts. The surrounding crowd looked at Shi Yun with a mixture of admiration and envy. Smiling, Shi Yun quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Although Shi Yun had an old ring spirit guiding him in martial cultivation, he lacked sufficient resources, and currently being only at the 5th level of the heavenly realm, his strength was still far too weak. He needed a powerful patron. Now, if he could become Gao Yueta's disciple, both of his problems would be solved. From here on, he could focus entirely on cultivation. Shi Yun firmly believed that in the future, he would undoubtedly become an unrivaled powerhouse, and then leave Lingtian Kingdom for even broader horizons. Good. My fine disciple, I also have a daughter. I'm sure the two of you would make a perfect match, Gao Yueta said excitedly. When the others heard Gao Yueta's words, they shivered involuntarily. They exchanged meaningful glances toward Shi Yun, and suddenly, their envy began to fade. Shi Yun had never met Gao Yueta's daughter, Gao Bingdai, nor did he notice the odd looks from those around him. In his mind, a master's daughter must surely be a heavenly beauty of extraordinary grace. Just then, a voice rang out. Father, is this your newly accepted disciple? Hearing that voice, Shi Yun felt as if spring had arrived. It was soft and melodious. He simply couldn't imagine anyone with such a lovely voice being anything less than breathtakingly beautiful. Shi Yun remembered a saying, girls with beautiful voices are almost never ugly. Chapter 156, Terrifying Comprehension. Since the voice came from behind him, Shi Yun didn't see Gao Bingdai's figure. Gao Bingdai walked forward from a distance, accompanied by a maid. As the daughter of an inner sect elder, Gao Bingdai naturally lacked neither cultivation resources nor maids to serve her tea and water. The surrounding disciples glanced at Shi Yun with sympathy. Right now, none of them wanted to be Gao Yueta's disciple anymore. Shi Yun turned around and saw a slender, fairly attractive woman, not particularly beautiful, but well-proportioned in physique. Still, Shi Yun had his own thoughts. Once he grew strong enough, he could always find better, more beautiful women. Now, with such a young girl available, even if she wasn't stunning, what difference did looks make in the dark night? As long as the body was good, that was all that mattered. Shi Yun activated his movement technique and instantly appeared beside the girl, saying gracefully, Senior sister, you must be Master's daughter. Truly extraordinary aura. You'll have to take care of me in the future. When the crowd saw Shi Yun approach Gao Bingdai's side and heard him say this to the maid standing next to her, they couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter. They knew. It was clear that Shi Yun had mistaken the maid beside Gao Bingdai for Gao Bingdai herself. In Shi Yun's mind, female martial cultivators generally had decent figures, and as the daughter of Elder Gao, she definitely wouldn't be unattractive. So when he first looked, his attention immediately went to the maid beside Gao Bingdai, completely overlooking Gao Bingdai herself. How poor your eyesight is. I'm the one who's Elder Gao's daughter, Gao Bingdai. She's just my maid. Gao Bingdai's words struck like a thunderclap, hitting Shi Yun like a physical blow. Shi Yun looked at Gao Bingdai, standing beside the maid. She was tall and bulky, built even sturdier than a man. The sight alone sent Shi Yun's mood plummeting into despair. You are Gao Bingdai? Shi Yun could hardly believe his eyes. Looking at the laughing faces around him, he suddenly realized the truth. But who was Shi Yun? In his view, securing a powerful patron and improving his strength was far more important than anything else. Everything else simply didn't matter. That's right, it's me, Gao Bingdai said, clearly irritated. No wonder, I thought so. The daughter of Elder Gao should indeed look exactly like you. Clearly noble and graceful, like a fairy descending from heaven. Senior sister, I'll need your guidance in the future, Shi Yun said calmly and elegantly. Hearing Shi Yun speak these insincere words, the entire scene fell into sudden silence. No one expected he could say something so blatantly false, and with such a straight face. Everyone felt a grudging respect for Shi Yun. Yet upon reflection, they understood, compared to the pursuit of martial cultivation, what was a little humiliation. Just endure it. Really? You're the first person who's ever complimented me like this. You truly have good taste. From now on, you're mine. Gao Bingdai smiled. Ever since Qin Yujie became Jiang Fanxuan's disciple, Gao Bingdai hadn't dared to bother him again. After all, Jiang Fanxian was too powerful. Even Gao Yueta was somewhat wary. Shi Yun felt bitterness rising inside him. He cast a glance at Lin Qinin and Zhang Qiuling among the crowd, then back at Gao Bingdai. He muttered silently in his heart. All are women. Why such a huge difference? Once I become powerful, I will claim both of them. As for Qin Yujie, although I can't match you now, with Senior Zhou's guidance, I'll surpass you eventually. Gu Baoqing beside Gao Yueta looked at him and congratulated with a smile. Elder Gao, you've acquired another fine disciple. Shi Yun has remarkable talent. He's sure to achieve great things in the future. Gao Yueta chuckled and replied. It's nothing special. Still, I must say, this child Ian's comprehension ability is truly impressive. With my training, he'll surely rise even higher. Elder Jiang, your disciple has lost this time in the comprehension test, hasn't he? You're rejoicing too early. Just wait and see. Jiang Fanxian said impassively. Fine, I'll crush your hopes sooner rather than later. Gao Yueta said coldly. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, Gao Yueta spoke up once again. Alright, everyone quiet down. Now, Qin Yujie, come and demonstrate the martial skill you've comprehended. At these words, all eyes turned back to Qin Yujie. Seeing Qin Yujie walk forward with calm composure, the numerous outer sect disciples were all shaken in spirit. Shi Yin's display of comprehension had been too formidable, so much so that they had long abandoned any thought of competing with him. If there was only one person among all the outer sect disciples who could still stand against Shi Yin, it would be Qin Yujie alone. Do you think Qin Yujie can surpass Shi Yin in terms of comprehension? Asked an outer sect disciple. It's really hard to say. Qin Yujie's comprehension must certainly be strong, but Shi Yin's performance was also incredibly impressive. I think the difference between them might come down to the finest margin. I believe Qin Yujie will definitely win, because his talent in sword cultivation is simply monstrous. His performance with the Four Seasons sword technique last time was astonishing. Shi Yin's aptitude in saber cultivation is also exceptional, but talent and comprehension are two different things. Perhaps the reason Qin Yujie's Four Seasons sword technique was so powerful is because he spent years refining it. The raw level of his comprehension may not actually be that high. Inner Sect Elder Gu Baocheng remained silent. In truth, he didn't have high hopes for Qin Yujie either. After all, Shi Yin had received fortuitous encounters. His level of comprehension was already extremely rare among the Tianyuan Sect's outer disciples, and even within the inner sect of the Tianyuan Sect, his name ranked highly. For Qin Yujie to surpass Shi Yin would still be a difficult task. Amidst the murmuring crowd, Qin Yujie had already arrived at an open area. Qin Yujie drew the Azure Lotus Sword. As for why he didn't take out the Falling Snow Sword, well, in his opinion, merely demonstrating a martial skill didn't require using the Falling Snow Sword. The Azure Lotus Sword was more than sufficient. Besides, the worst weapon on Qin Yujie's person was still the Azure Lotus Sword, which was top-tier Earth rank. He didn't possess any weapon below the rank of the Azure Lotus Sword. Qin Yujie controlled his true yuan, channeling thin streams of energy into the Azure Lotus Sword. As more and more true yuan poured in, the sword in his hand radiated an increasingly extraordinary aura. Flame Crow Sword Art, First Form. With a casual thrust forward, Qin Yujie unleashed a terrifying sword beam into the sky. This blade aura was immensely powerful and swift as lightning. In an instant, it crashed onto the open ground. Immediately, the entire assessment plaza shook violently. Then, a massive sword scar appeared across the surface, splitting the entire square in two. Shi Yin's three terrifying saber marks seemed like those of a child standing before an adult. They were instantly shattered and erased by Qin Yujie's single strike. Chapter 157, Everyone's Shock. When Qin Yujie thrust his sword, all the inner sect elders on the stands, except for Jiang Fanxian, suddenly shot to their feet. They stared at Qin Yujie in utter shock, their hearts churning wildly. With just this single move, Gao Yu immediately realized that Qin Yujie had already mastered the Fire Crow sword art to the level of perfection. To comprehend a mid-tier profound class sword technique to the point of perfection within merely 2 hours, throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect, no, across the whole Lingtian Kingdom, there simply wasn't another person as monstrously gifted as Qin Yujie. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Qin Yujie's breathtaking swordplay. They gaped at him, mouths agape, looking like complete fools. This is actually the perfected level of the Fire Crow sword art. Good heavens, Qin Yujie's talent is absolutely monstrous. The Fire Crow sword art truly lives up to its reputation. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura has already struck the ground. If that sword were aimed at me, I wouldn't even have time to react before my head was severed from my body. Qin Yujie's comprehension ability is terrifying. This is unbelievable. He only learned it 2 hours ago. In 2 hours, I managed to grasp a high-tier yellow class sword art at a basic level, and I actually felt proud, thinking I had decent talent. But now, compared to Qin Yujie, I feel unworthy even to practice sword techniques. Qin Yujie remains as exceptional as ever. His strength, his sword talent, his insight, everything is astonishing. In the entire Lingtian Kingdom, I dare say Qin Yujie ranks first in sword comprehension talent. In this bet match, Shi Yun has lost, utterly and completely. Qin Yujie has achieved a total victory. Yes, the gap between Shi Yun and Qin Yujie is simply too vast. Remember, between the minor completion and perfection levels of martial skills lies the major completion stage, and the higher the stage, the harder it becomes to advance. Ignoring the crowd, Qin Yujie continued, executing the second movement of the Fire Crow sword art. His movements flowed like clouds and water, seamless and natural, with not a single flaw, and the power of this second move surpassed the first, its speed even greater. Now, everyone stood in shock, watching this dazzling display of swordsmanship. They could hardly believe what they were seeing was real. Fire Crow sword art, third movement. Qin Yujie thrust forward, and instantly, a sword aura even more powerful than before surged into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, the immensely powerful sword aura crashed violently into the ground. The entire assessment square shattered apart. If Jiang Fanxian hadn't quickly blocked the aftershock with his true energy, countless outer sect disciples would have been injured by the blast. Although Qin Yujie had already controlled most of the true energy within his body, he still underestimated his own power. After the residual waves dissipated, the entire area fell deathly silent. Everyone froze, the plaza utterly quiet, so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. No one present could believe what they had just witnessed. Had Qin Yujie really executed that complete set of Fire Crow sword art? Could it be true that he'd mastered it in only 2 hours, not after years of cultivation? Even if others spent years practicing, would they necessarily achieve mastery of the Fire Crow sword art? The one who felt the greatest shock and denial, however, was undoubtedly Shi Yun. At this moment, his heart trembled violently. He never imagined that Qin Yujie's comprehension talent could be so overwhelming, so strong it suffocated, so strong it led to despair. In this instant, every shred of confidence and pride Shi Yun possessed was ruthlessly crushed by Qin Yujie. He had believed himself exceptionally gifted, with guidance from Elder Zhou in his ring, surely enough to defeat Qin Yujie. Yet in the end, he realized that beside Qin Yujie, his talent amounted to nothing. Even the old man inside Shi Yun's ring stared in disbelief at Qin Yujie. Having seen countless geniuses in his long life, he naturally recognized talent when he saw it. Such monstrous prodigies might exist in great sects or holy lands. But for someone like Qin Yujie to appear in Lingtian Kingdom, a backwater, insignificant place, was utterly staggering. Of course, the old man in the ring had no idea about Qin Yujie's true limits and comprehension. If he knew that Qin Yujie had already grasped 2 types of perfect level sword intent, he would be even more shocked. Qin Yujie sheathed his azure lotus sword, then spoke calmly. Elder Gao, I've already cultivated the Fire Crow sword art to the level of perfection. Whether I've won or lost this wager, I don't think I need to say any more. Qin Yujie's unhurried voice instantly snapped everyone back to reality. For a moment, the entire crowd on the assessment plaza became restless, buzzing with excited chatter. If earlier Shi Yun's performance had shocked them, then Qin Yujie's display now left them utterly awestruck, so much so that they felt as if bowing to the ground and gazing up at the stars in reverence. A monster? No, not even monster is enough to describe Qin Yujie's comprehension ability. His sword Dao talent is simply incredible. Naiman Elder Gu Baoqing spared no praise. What luck for our Tianyuan Sect to have such a genius emerge among us, another inner sect elder, Si Yueza, said in astonishment. Jiang Fanxian smiled faintly, looking at the stunned crowd, silently musing. Qin Yujie's sword Dao talent is far too monstrous. And his undying sword body, that's a top-tier divine-level physique. His power will grow stronger and stronger, his talent ever more profound. If you all knew he's already comprehended 2 types of sword intent, who knows how shocked you'd be. Master is so powerful. I always knew it. Master excels at everything he does. Huang Yoha exclaimed excitedly. Qin Yujie, you're truly amazing. But don't worry, I'll work hard too, Lin Xining said, staring at Qin Yujie with firm determination. Like jade adorning the pathway, a peerless gentleman under heaven, young Master Qin is a prodigy unmatched through ages. To serve as his handmaiden is an enormous fortune for me. Zhang Qiuling looked at Qin Yujie, her heart fluttering. No woman could resist admiring and falling for a powerful man, and Zhang Qiuling was no exception. Qin Yujie's comprehension is too absurd. I can hardly believe my own eyes, one outer sect disciple exclaimed. Yes, if only Qin Yujie could guide us just once, our martial skills might advance by leaps and bounds. I thought Shi Yun's talent was strong enough, but compared to Qin Yujie, the gap is just too vast. Exactly. Between Shi Yun and Qin Yujie, it's like comparing stars to the sun. Shi Yun was already impressive, yet he was crushed without question by Qin Yujie. Truly, there are always higher peaks, greater skies. Remember this. Never compare yourself to Qin Yujie at anything, or else you'll realize that whatever you excel at becomes utterly insignificant before him. Chapter 158, Shi Yun's accusation. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a hysterical voice suddenly rang out. No way. How could he possibly master the Fire Crow sword technique to perfection in just 2 hours? I'm certain Qin Yujie must have cheated. He definitely knew this sword technique before. Can Tianyuan Sect really guarantee that the Fire Crow sword technique hasn't leaked into the outside world? Shi Yun shouted wildly, his face twisted as if suffering a seizure. Shi Yun absolutely refused to believe that Qin Yujie, an outer disciple from a minor kingdom like Lingtian Kingdom, could achieve mastery of the Fire Crow sword technique within merely 2 hours of comprehension. It was simply impossible. Shi Yun knew he couldn't afford to lose this battle of insight. Only now did he realize that because of his rashness and impulsiveness, he might actually lose his spatial ring. In desperation, he quickly thought of this tactic, hoping for a possible turnaround. The spatial ring was crucial. It was the foundation of Shi Yun's future martial cultivation path. Without it, he would lose access to guidance from Senior Zhou inside the ring. Although Senior Zhou existed only as a soul, he undoubtedly possessed many valuable techniques and martial arts knowledge. Moreover, having a martial expert at the Dongtinjing 9th stage guide him could save countless detours on his path. Earlier, Shi Yun had boldly wagered the spatial ring precisely because he never imagined he'd lose. Plus, if he won, he'd gain 20 leaves of Jingyan Peach of Immortality from Qin Yujie, a risk-free, incredibly profitable deal. But not everyone could succeed in such a gamble. Under normal circumstances, against ordinary opponents, Shi Yun would have gotten away with it. Today, however, his luck ran out. He had run into Qin Yujie. Realizing he was about to lose the spatial ring, panic gripped Shi Yun. He was now like an ant on a hot pan, frantic and desperate. Fortunately, Shi Yun was clever, so he immediately began challenging Qin Yujie's achievement. Hearing Shi Yun's angry outcry, Qin Yujie gave him a disdainful glance and calmly said, "Are you trying to back out on your bet just because you lost? Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. Remember, there's always someone stronger, and skies beyond skies." Shi Yun regained some composure and coldly retorted, "Back out? Why would I back out? I'm simply questioning your actions. Ask everyone here. Does anyone truly believe someone can master a mid-grade profound-level sword technique to perfection in just 2 hours?" His argument sounded reasonable, and truthfully, such a possibility couldn't be entirely ruled out. After all, the Fire Crow sword technique wasn't exclusive to Tianyuan Sect. Even if it were, there was still a chance it had leaked into the outside market. No one could be 100% certain that Qin Yujie hadn't practiced this technique before. Aside from those who personally knew Qin Yujie, most of the crowd grew uncertain. Indeed, during the past 2 hours, half of them hadn't even managed to reach the human level of an upper-grade yellow-tier skill. Yet Qin Yujie had already perfected a mid-grade profound-tier sword art. Such monstrous talent was indeed beyond ordinary imagination. Could it be true that Qin Yujie already learned this sword technique beforehand? One external disciple said in disbelief. There's actually a real possibility. After all, the Fire Crow sword technique isn't unique to Tianyuan Sect. I knew it. The reason Qin Yujie seemed unbelievably gifted is because he'd already studied this technique. Now everything makes sense. Exactly. Qin Yujie really is crafty. He almost fooled us all. Yes, judging by this, Qin Yujie's comprehension isn't as terrifying as we thought. No way. Qin Yujie has prodigious talent in Sword Dao. I don't think he'd ever stoop to such tricks. I believe Shi Yun is just refusing to accept defeat and spreading slander. Right? Qin Yujie is a genius. He has no reason to resort to cheating. Upon hearing Shi Yun's accusations, the crowd erupted into debate. Some believed Qin Yujie, while others doubted him. This was natural. After all, Qin Yujie's performance had been too extraordinary for ordinary people to readily accept. I trust Qin Yujie. My disciple's talent is far beyond what ordinary people can comprehend, Zhang Fanxian said lightly. Yes, I also believe Qin Yujie. Lin Qinin added immediately. I trust my master too. My master's strength surpasses your imagination. Huang Youhe originally wanted to say that Qin Yujie could even comprehend sword intent, so mastering a mere mid-grade profound martial art shouldn't be difficult. But she remembered this might reveal one of Qin Yujie's trump cards, so she held her tongue. I know Qin Yujie didn't cheat. He simply has no need to, Zhang Qiling declared. Yeah, how could my big brother ever cheat? Shi Yun, you're clearly just refusing to accept your loss. Zheng Nenhua said. Seeing Jiang Fanxian, Gao Yueta's heart lifted with hope. He quickly said, Elder Jiang, since someone has raised doubts and many people are now suspicious, as the overseer of the inner sect assessment, for the sake of fairness, I have the right to question and reevaluate. After speaking, Gao Yueta turned to Qin Yujie and sternly demanded, Qin Yujie, have you learned this Fire Crow sword technique before? Qin Yujie glanced at Shi Yun and scoffed, such trash sword art. I wouldn't even take it if it were handed to me. Why would I waste time learning it? Qin Yujie's words made perfect sense. Everyone knew he already possessed the powerful four-season sword art. It was truly unnecessary for him to learn the Fire Crow sword technique, which, to Qin Yujie, was utterly useless, like a leftover bone with no meat. Hearing this, Gao Yueta coldly retorted, Qin Yujie, well done. You still refuse to admit it. Though your sword talent is monstrous, if you cheated, I have the authority to disqualify your assessment results. Jiang Fanxian frowned, and a powerful aura instantly pressed down upon Gao Yueta. He immediately felt his chest constrict, suffocating under the pressure. He was certain that Jiang Fanxian wouldn't hesitate to strike harshly. Elder Gao, are you trying to forcibly brand my disciple as a cheater? How dare you show me such disrespect? Jiang Fanxian radiated overwhelming qi, her eyes flashing with icy light. Under Jiang Fanxuan's glare, Gao Yueta shivered in fear. He naturally knew her strength. He wouldn't last a single move against her. Elder Jiang, please calm down. I apologize. I admit my words were inappropriate. Withdraw your aura now. I can't hold on much longer. Gao Yueta pleaded urgently. Jiang Fanxian snorted coldly and released a surge of true energy that struck Gao Yueta, sending him staggering backward several steps before he barely managed to steady himself. That was close. If I'd collapsed under that woman's pressure, my dignity as an inner sect elder would have been utterly ruined, Gao Yueta thought, a chill of fear running through him. Chapter 159, Gaining Insight into Swordsmanship Once More. At this moment, Gu Baoqing spoke up. Senior Elder Gao, you can't just cover the sky with one hand. You have no evidence proving that Qin Yujie has ever learned the Fire Crow sword technique. How can you jump to conclusions so easily? Although you're in charge of this evaluation, we other inner sect elders still have the right to supervise. That's right, Senior Elder Gao. You've gone too far this time. Don't let your favoritism for Shi Ying, your newly accepted disciple, cloud your judgment. Another inner sect elder, Si Yueza, chimed in supportively. Everyone, I admit my mistake just now. I misspoke. Gao Yueta quickly explained. Gu Baoqing continued calmly. Actually, it's simple to prove the truth. Let's bring out another mid-grade profound-level sword technique, and give Qin Yujie 2 hours to comprehend it. Fortunately, I happen to have a mid-grade profound sword technique called the Gentle Water Sword Technique, something I acquired years ago but never used. I'll lend it to Qin Yujie for practice and re-evaluation. What do you three elders think? Gu Baoqing's suggestion was reasonable and well-grounded. Even Jiang Fanxian nodded in agreement. After all, She knew full well about Qin Yujie's talent. No matter how many times they tested him, the outcome would remain unchanged. With no better alternatives, Gao Yueta also agreed, seeing Jiang Fanquan's approval. Qin Yujie, Gu Baoqing said, turning to him, I possess a mid-grade profound sword art, the gentle water sword technique, acquired long ago. This is a personal martial skill of mine. I'll grant you 2 hours. Are you willing to undergo another test? If you can once again master it to perfection, your evaluation will pass, and no one will dare question you again. Qin Yujie glanced at Jiang Fanquan. Seeing her slight nod, he realized this must have been the consensus reached by the 4 inner sect elders. He nodded and said, very well. Qin Yujie took the gentle water sword technique manual and opened it. Inside, there was only a single move recorded. Though consisting of merely one move, the gentle water sword technique was far from simple. It was even more difficult than the fire crow sword technique. Water is the softest substance, nourishing all things without contention. Yet water can also become a raging beast capable of overturning mountains and rivers in an instant. The gentle water sword technique had only one form. The move itself appeared simple, but precisely because of its simplicity, most people who first saw the technique found themselves utterly confused, unable to make sense of where to begin. Yet for Qin Yujie, this posed no real challenge. 2 hours later, Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward. Instantly, countless droplets filled the air around him, then coalesced into a mighty sword aura. This sword Qi transformed into a colossal water dragon, streaking toward an open area at the far end of the evaluation plaza. When it struck the ground, the impact shattered the earth violently, splitting it apart in every direction. Gu Baoqing stared in shock at Qin Yujie, muttering under his breath. Qin Yujie, your comprehension ability is truly monstrous. The gentle water sword technique is even harder than the fire crow one. To master it completely within 2 hours. I'm utterly impressed. Qin Yujie, your result stands. You've won the bet against Shi Yiying. This spatial ring now belongs to you. Gao Yueta said reluctantly, his voice tinged with bitterness. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gao Yueta could not go back on his word. Since Qin Yujie had proven himself once more, he had nothing left to say. The surrounding disciples stared at Qin Yujie in astonishment, their faces filled with awe and admiration. I told you Qin Yujie couldn't have cheated. Shi Yiying was just slandering him. Exactly. Qin Yujie's talent is beyond anything we mere mortals can fathom. How dare we even question him? Who are we to judge him? That's right. Accept defeat gracefully when you lose. Shi Yiying's behavior is truly despicable. It's all Shi Yiying's fault we doubted Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie's future achievements will surely be limitless. Never thought the joke was on us. We were just frogs at the bottom of a well, blindly doubting someone like Qin Yujie. Shi Yiying's been publicly humiliated now. He kept claiming Qin Yujie cheated, but what does he have to say now? Shi Yiying really lost big. He didn't even get to steal anything and ended up losing his spatial ring. You know, spatial rings aren't common at all. Did you see how Senior Elder Gao's eyes lit up when he saw that ring? Wait, isn't there already a spatial ring on Qin Yujie's finger? Otherwise, where would he store his personal residence? Yeah, so Qin Yujie now owns 2 spatial rings? Now that's rich. Qin Yujie accepted the wagered prize, examining the spatial ring briefly. Finding nothing unusual, he stored it away, deciding to study it more thoroughly after the evaluation concluded. Shi Yiying stared at Qin Yujie like a madman, saying, Qin Yujie, can you please give my ring back? Qin Yujie disdainfully shook his head. You lost the bet fair and square. This ring belongs to me now. Shi Yiying plopped helplessly onto the ground, his heart sinking into despair. Without the ring, his future cultivation prospects would surely be severely limited. After Qin Yujie passed the comprehension test, it was Lin Qinin's turn. I have comprehended a low-grade profound-level Qin technique, the true scripture of Qin Dao. I've already cultivated this martial skill to the minor completion stage. Lin Qinin's words immediately drew everyone's attention back to her. Lin Qinin brought out her purple jade Qin, and the crowd quickly realized that this instrument was the very same ancient Qin once used by Qin Yujie. During his time in the Outer Sect, Qin Yujie had mostly fought using the 9 forms of the demon Qin Slayer. So many people had seen his purple jade Qin before. There must be something unusual between Lin Qinin and Qin Yujie, one Outer Sect disciple said jealously. Qin Yujie really knows how to spend money, just casually giving away such a precious ancient Qin to Lin Qinin. Qin Yujie is clearly heaven's favorite. Not only does he have a beauty like Lin Qinin, but also an astonishingly talented maid like Zhang Qiuling. Even more infuriating, he has a cold and beautiful master who protects him everywhere he goes. You missed one. Qin Yujie also has a female disciple who worships him with her eyes full of admiration. I've realized that compared to Qin Yujie, we're nothing at all. Our talent can't match his, our comprehension ability falls short, our wealth pales in comparison, our looks are inferior, and even the women around us can't compare. A real man should be just like Qin Yujie. I swear, from now on, Qin Yujie will be my idol. The surrounding disciples buzzed with discussion about Qin Yujie and Lin Qinin. The fact that Lin Qinin had cultivated a low-grade profound martial skill to the minor completion stage within 2 hours proved her comprehension ability was quite impressive. Though not quite on par with Qin Yujie or Shi Yiying, with such talent, she ranked 3rd among all Outer Sect disciples. Soon, the comprehension evaluation concluded. On the plaza, some rejoiced while others were filled with sorrow. Chapter 160, the heart test begins. Gao Yueta glanced at the crowd gathered in the evaluation square. He cleared his throat and said, Next, we will proceed to the 3rd trial. the test of martial heart. Martial cultivation may rely on talent and comprehension, but in my opinion, a warrior's martial heart is even more important. On the path of martial cultivation, one will inevitably face failure and adversity. If someone gives up at the first sign of hardship, what's the point of pursuing the martial way at all? Warriors without a firm martial heart retreat when faced with difficulties, indulge themselves when tempted by wealth and glory, and in the worst cases, may even succumb to madness. With a wave of his hand, Gao Yueta produced a formation disc. With another flick, the formation flags on the disc automatically positioned themselves around the perimeter of the square. After completing the setup, Gao Yueta continued. Did you all see the formation disc I just used? This is merely an ordinary illusion formation. Once activated, the martial heart trial will begin. Those who pass will cause the illusion to cease. However, anyone who fails or attempts to forcefully break through the formation using sheer strength will be disqualified. The martial heart represents one's determination and belief in cultivation, what people commonly refer to as character. Character can be righteous or evil, which perfectly explains why even supremely powerful cultivators can turn out to be either good or wicked. The martial path is like rowing upstream, full of setbacks and obstacles. A weak character easily undermines one's martial heart, causing one's entire cultivation journey to collapse completely. Take Shi Yan, for example. After losing his spatial ring to Qin Yujie in a wager duel, he now feels utterly broken, having lost his inner conviction. If he cannot recover soon, it will have a devastating impact on his future cultivation. Everyone embarks on the martial path for different reasons, some for wealth and status, some for freedom and ease, others for fame and influence. If a cultivator strays from their true nature, they risk going down the wrong path, forever failing to break through their cultivation barrier and eventually ending as nothing but a pile of dry bones. This illusion test does not judge by cultivation level, it judges by character alone. In this sense, everyone here starts from the same starting line. Qin Yujie's immense strength and talent are completely useless in this trial. Of course, Qin Yujie could destroy the formation with his powerful sword techniques, but doing so would immediately disqualify him and count as a failure. Gao Yueta would probably be delighted if that happened. But Qin Yujie wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. He had absolute confidence in his martial heart. So they're testing martial character now? Has entering the inner sect become this difficult this year? Zheng Nanhua asked in disbelief. What's there to fear? Deal with whatever comes your way. Just stay true to your original heart. Qin Yujie replied calmly. Qin Yujie already understood. Gao Yueta was going all out this year. First testing physical strength, then perception, now character. All of it was clearly aimed at blocking Qin Yujie from joining the inner sect. But as long as he himself remained strong, such tricks meant nothing to him. Now, all disciples taking the exam sit cross-legged on the ground. The test is about to begin. Gao Yueta's voice rang out once more. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sat down. Though none could predict how the trial would unfold, having come this far, no one was willing to give up easily. To quit now would mean losing their chance entirely, and waiting until next year to try again. On the martial path, how many tomorrows can one afford to wait for? Qin Yujie sat cross-legged on the ground. Lin Xinin was seated beside him this time. They exchanged a faint smile before closing their eyes, preparing for the trial. The test begins, illusion activated. As Gao Yueta's command echoed, Qin Yujie suddenly found himself in a shabby woodshed. He even felt a strange sense of familiarity. After surveying his surroundings, Qin Yujie realized he was back in the servant quarters woodshed where he had first awoken after being transported into this world. Just as he was examining the room, the door exploded inward from a sudden punch. Qin Yujie focused and saw, with shock, that it was Qian Fuguei, a man long dead. Qin Yujie died. Qian Fuguei glared at him and lunged forward with a punch. A terrifying giant palm descended from the sky, covered in icy spikes, a technique unmistakably powerful. It was clearly Qian Fuguei's signature move, the cold ice palm. Facing this sudden attack, Qin Yujie sneered contemptuously and threw his own punch. Instantly, Qian Fuguei's figure shattered into pieces. Qin Yujie knew that Qian Fuguei was merely an illusion, but everything moments ago had felt so real. Had he not known beforehand that this was part of the trial, it would have been easy to lose oneself within the illusion. Qin Yujie easily defeated Qian Fuguei. Of course, if he had dodged out of fear, he would have failed the trial. As Qin Yujie effortlessly passed this stage, many martial artists on the evaluation square turned deathly pale, their faces filled with horror. Though their eyes remained closed, they flailed wildly with their limbs, as if undergoing terrifying experiences. Once a martial artist showed such signs, it meant they had failed the test and would be automatically expelled from the illusion. After leaving the illusion, these disciples woke up dazed and confused. Only after a moment did they realize they had failed the trial, eliminated even before passing the first stage. In the brief moments of the illusionary trial, each had encountered different trials. Some faced powerful enemies, others lethal attacks, still others terrifying monstrous beasts. Yet no matter what they encountered, as long as they dared to strike back and resist, they could pass the first stage. If they acted cowardly and refused to fight, they failed. The first stage of this illusionary test examined nothing more than the courage to act and resist. Without even that courage, what business did one have cultivating the martial path? They might as well go home and farm. Several inner sect elders in the viewing stands shook their heads regretfully at the sight of those who had failed. Those who realized their failure now wore expressions of deep shame. They never expected to be eliminated in the very first stage. Qin Yujie is impressive, passing the first stage instantly. Clearly, he's fearless, Gu Baoqing said with a smile. Ian isn't bad either. He passed almost simultaneously. Seems he truly listened to what I said earlier. The martial path depends most crucially on one's heart and character. If one falls into despair and gives up after losing a duel, his future potential will undoubtedly be limited. Gao Yueta said approvingly. Lin Qinin did well too. Her martial heart appears solid as well. This year's generation of geniuses is quite something. Yueza added. Chapter 161, The Gentle Land of Women. As the group discussed, Qin Yujie, Shi Yan, and Lin Qinin arrived almost simultaneously at the second trial. Among all the outer sect disciples taking the test, these three had broken through the first trial the fastest, reaching this stage at virtually the same moment, with no clear order of precedence. Once again, the scene changed. The small wooden hut before Qin Yujie instantly vanished, and in a flash he found himself standing in Zuxian City. The sky over the entire city was dark and gloomy. Around him lay countless corpses from the Qin family, slain in battle, rivers of blood, bodies strewn everywhere. The only person still alive beside him now was his young maid, Qin Xiaoji. Yet although Qin Xiaoji still lived, she was gravely wounded, barely clinging to life. Master, Xiaoji won't be able to accompany you any longer. I must go ahead first. She reached out, trying to stroke Qin Yujie's cheek, but halfway through the motion her hand lost all strength and dropped lifelessly down. Though Qin Yujie knew this was an illusion, it felt terrifyingly real. Qin Xiaoji had grown up with him. Even within a hallucination, he couldn't bear to see her killed. Moreover, at this moment, every member of the Qin family had fallen. Their patriarch, grandfather Qin Songyan, had died in battle as well. Then, suddenly, thunderous war cries came from the distance. A massive army advanced. It was unmistakably the imperial forces of Lingtian Kingdom. Qin Yujie, daring to oppose my royal house. This is what awaits your Qin family. A stern voice rang out. It was Emperor Li Jitong of Lingtian Kingdom himself. What does the imperial family matter? You dare destroy my Qin clan? Then I shall ensure Lingtian undergoes dynastic change. Qin Yujie let out a long, roaring cry toward the heavens, then thrust his sword forward with full force. Horizontal and vertical sword technique. Tyrannical domination. Scarlet azure flame. Sword intent of wind. Sword intent of fire. He knew it was an illusion, yet still he unleashed this earth-shattering strike without hesitation. A colossal blade aura split the sky, instantly tearing through the opposing army. Then, just like that, the illusion shattered once more. Broken again? Such speed, such intense killing intent. What kind of scene did Qin Yujie experience inside the illusion? Gu Baoqing asked in astonishment. I have no idea. The visions differ for each individual. Every candidate sees a different scenario, Gao Yu replied, equally shocked. Seeing Qin Yujie break through the second trial in an instant, Gao Yu's expression darkened slightly. He realized that Shi Yin was still trapped deep within the second trial, unable to escape. Lin Qinin is impressive. She's the second one to pass the second trial, Gu Baoqing said in surprise. That Qin Yujie had passed so quickly didn't shock Gu Baoqing. He'd already seen enough surprises from Qin Yujie, but he never expected Lin Qinin to surpass Shi Yin and break through first. Unaware of the inner elders' discussions, Qin Yujie's surroundings shifted once more as he entered the third trial. Upon seeing the scene before him, Qin Yujie immediately felt awkward and stunned. He had appeared inside a woman's private chamber. The room was antique and elegant, exuding luxury and nobility. On the table stood an incense burner, wisps of smoke curling upward, creating an atmosphere of indulgence and sensual pleasure. Behind the incense burner sat an opulent large bed, and most unexpectedly, lying upon it were two breathtakingly beautiful women, Lin Qinin and Jiang Fanxian. Although Qin Yujie knew this was another illusion, he was still a novice when it came to such matters. He had never encountered anything like this before. His face flushed red, and his heart throbbed wildly. This scandalously romantic scene made his heartbeat race and his breath grow rapid. For a brief moment, he nearly succumbed entirely. Wasn't having such peerless beauties by one side exactly what every man dreamed of? But as soon as this thought arose, Qin Yujie was seized by sudden dread. He bit hard into his tongue, and instantly his mind cleared, returning to clarity. The surrounding illusion faded away once more. Lin Qinin and Jiang Fanxian vanished in an instant. Reflecting on the vision, Qin Yujie shook his head with a bitter smile. He never imagined the illusion would include Lin Qinin and Jiang Fanxian. Did you make it through the illusion, Qin Yujie? Lin Qinin asked with a light laugh. I passed, Qin Yujie replied, glancing at her somewhat sheepishly. He hadn't expected the illusion to be this dangerous. He also hadn't anticipated that Lin Qinin would be the very first to clear the trial. Clearly, her talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Well then, since we've both passed, let's go. With our abilities, surely we'll succeed in joining the inner sect. Let's celebrate, shall we? Lin Qinin smiled gently, a smile so enchanting it could captivate an entire city. All right, Qin Yujie smiled, then activated half-step cicada, vanishing in a flash from the assessment plaza. Unintentionally, Qin Yujie had used the perfected level of half-step cicada. By the time he noticed, a moment had already passed. But what slightly shocked him was that Lin Qinin had actually kept up with his movement technique. Since when had Lin Qinin's agility become this strong? Qin Yujie didn't dwell on it though. After all, everyone had their own opportunities. Perhaps Lin Qinin had encountered some rare fortune. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded valley of lush mountains and clear waters, brimming with spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yujie drew his personal mansion. Come on, let's go inside and have a drink. Qin Yujie said with a smile. All right, Lin Qining nodded. Qin Yujie brought out the spring breeze drunk, pouring a cup for each of them. As they drank and played music together, they seemed just like immortal lovers floating above the mortal world. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Qining appeared slightly intoxicated. After all, spring breeze drunk was a spirit wine. How could an ordinary person resist such overwhelming spiritual energy and alcohol potency? Her eyes grew slightly dazed. She slowly rose, walking toward Qin Yujie, then gently leaned forward, pressing her lips softly against his. Qin Yujie's mind went completely blank. Instinctively, his arms wrapped around Lin Qining. The softness of her body and her intoxicating fragrance sent waves of excitement through his heart. He deepened the kiss hungrily, using his tongue to part her tightly closed lips. As someone who had lived before, kissing was second nature to Qin Yujie. In contrast, Lin Qining was much more inexperienced. After all, she had never done anything like this before. They kissed passionately, lost in each other. Qin Yujie held her tightly, wishing desperately that this moment could last forever. Qin Yujie, I've already told my father, and he has agreed to our marriage. Can we cultivate together from now on? I don't want to leave you. Lin Qining suddenly whispered. Qin Yujie abruptly stiffened, his expression snapping back to awareness. Then, in one swift motion, he pushed Lin Qining away. Chapter 162. An illusion so real it's hard to tell truth from falsehood. Lin Qining looked utterly shocked, and a trace of loneliness flickered in her eyes. With a faint voice, Lin Qining said, So I was just being presumptuous all along. Qin Yujie, you don't actually like me. Lin Qining had always been breathtakingly beautiful, and such an expression of sorrow would have been unbearable for most men to witness. Yet the current Qin Yujie was gradually regaining clarity, and a terrifying thought had begun to form in his mind. Qin Yujie gazed at Lin Qining calmly, and said, You're not the real Lin Qining. In truth, I should have realized it earlier. First, the real Lin Qining couldn't possibly keep up with my half-step cicada chase movement technique. Second, the real Lin Qining is a true devotee of music. She pursues the Tao of the zither. Even if she did develop some feelings for me now, there's no way she'd jump straight to marriage. Qin Yujie, if you don't like me, just say so outright. Why make up so many excuses? Lin Qining sobbed, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. But Qin Yujie remained completely unmoved. He closed his eyes and murmured softly. All conditioned things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows. Like dew and lightning. Thus should they be regarded. Lin Qining, I'm sorry. You're nothing but a phantom. I must leave now. The illusion before Qin Yujie shattered instantly, and he found himself back within the formation. Around him, everyone else had already finished their trials. He was the last one to break through. At that moment, Jiang Fanxian appeared before Qin Yujie and said coolly, Qin Yujie, you spent such a long time on the third trial, the test of desire. If you hadn't broken through soon, I would have intervened personally to wake you forcibly. Qin Yujie sighed deeply. He never expected to nearly lose himself in Lin Qining's gentle embrace. This illusion was truly terrifying. Although you took quite long on the third trial, you still passed. And considering your outstanding performance in the first two stages, your overall score remains first place. Come, since you've entered the inner sect, you'll train directly under me from now on. Jiang Fanxian said indifferently. Understood. Qin Yujie readily agreed. It went without saying that he was more than happy to spend time with Jiang Fanxian. Following behind Jiang Fanxian, the two flew swiftly through the air until they arrived at the territory of the Heavenly Origin Sect's inner sect. They landed upon a mountain peak, where the scenery was breathtaking and spiritual energy abundant, an ideal place for cultivation. No wonder this is where inner sect elders cultivate. The spiritual energy here is far richer than in the outer sect area. Cultivating here would surely double my progress. Qin Yujie exclaimed in admiration. Disciple, it's been a while since you gave me acupuncture and massage therapy. Treat me today, Jiang Fanxian said lazily. Of course. Qin Yujie nodded in agreement. Jiang Fanxian removed her thick ceremonial robe, revealing a close-fitting green silk undergarment beneath. The thin fabric clung tightly to her body, outlining her exquisite, otherworldly figure. Qin Yujie felt a slight stirring in his heart as he silently thought. Truly a beauty unmatched in this world. His hands pressed gently against Jiang Fanxuan's body, sensing the warmth and softness beneath his palms. This subtle physical contact made Qin Yujie feel an unexpected sense of pleasure. So good. Disciple, press harder, Jiang Fanxian murmured, her eyes slightly glazed over. Hearing these words, Qin Yujie immediately sensed something was off. A sudden realization struck him, jolting his spirit awake. What's wrong, disciple? Jiang Fanxian asked, turning her head with feigned innocence. Qin Yujie replied calmly. Every time I treated my master before, she always felt shy and embarrassed. How could she now openly say things like so good, or press harder? Qin Yujie knew then. He was still trapped within an illusion. He began to suspect Gaoyueda might be behind this. How could a normal intersect trial involve so many layered illusions? And he was right. The third stage of the character evaluation was indeed the trial of desire. Most disciples faced only one layer of illusion. But Gaoyueda secretly amplified the formation's power, adding 3 layers of illusions specifically for Qin Yujie. These illusions were intricately linked, one following another seamlessly. Just when you thought you'd return to reality, you were still deep within the dream. Except for Qin Yujie, no one else present could have possibly survived 3 consecutive layers of illusion. Because the second and third illusions were too vivid, so realistic that anyone else would have become hopelessly entranced. Only Qin Yujie detected the flaw. Otherwise, most people would have long since drowned in the blissful fantasy, unable to escape. Clenching his resolve, Qin Yujie broke through the third illusion in an instant. Qin Yujie sped through the first 2 trials so quickly. I didn't expect him to take so long on the desire trial. What a pity, Gu Baoqing remarked coldly. Hee, my disciple Shi Yun has caught up and overtaken others. He's already advancing into the 4th trial. Gao Yueta chuckled. Shi Yun was the first to pass the trial of desire, but Lin Qinin also took quite some time. Although she broke through slightly earlier than Qin Yujie, she's still far behind Shi Yun, Siyueza said. Jiang Fanxian was also somewhat curious. Who could have appeared before Qin Yujie in the trial of desire that made him waste so much time? By the time Qin Yujie broke through the 3rd trial, both Shi Yun and Lin Qinin had already entered the 4th trial. Meanwhile, because of this 3rd trial, more than half of the Outer Sect disciples had been eliminated. At this point, only about 50 Outer Sect disciples remained in the entire evaluation. Qin Yujie didn't know that Lin Qinin had barely managed to break through the 3rd trial herself. Within her own trial of desire, it was Qin Yujie who had appeared. She had nearly succumbed to the illusion, but fortunately, her heart for the Tao of Zither remained firm. Otherwise, she would surely have failed the test. In the 4th trial, Qin Yujie arrived in a strange, unfamiliar land, an ocean, where countless souls drifted, their faces twisted with terror and rage. On either shore stood massive grinding wheels, tearing apart those souls. And among them, Qin Yujie was just one more soul adrift in the sea. Besides the grinding wheels, the shores were covered with a certain flower, one that Qin Yujie had seen in his past life. These were red spider lilies. Heavens, these are red spider lilies. This place is hell. Qin Yujie felt a chill run down his spine. He steadied his mind and murmured, all conditioned things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dew and lightning. Thus should they be regarded. Instantly, Qin Yujie broke through the 4th trial. The speed of his breakthrough shocked Gao Yueta, watching from above. He had specifically increased the difficulty for Qin Yujie. The 4th trial he faced was far more intense than that of others. Yet, even under such conditions, Qin Yujie had shattered the illusion instantly. Stunned, Gao Yueta muttered, how is this possible? Qin Yujie's speed, it's too fast. Qin Yujie is truly extraordinary. He emerged before your disciple Shi Yun did. Gu Baoqing exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 163 Becoming an Inner Sect Disciple. The illusion trial consisted of only 4 stages. Everyone had assumed that Shi Yun would be the first to pass, especially since Qin Yujie had wasted considerable time in the desire stage. But no one expected that Qin Yujie would breeze through the 4th stage effortlessly. At this moment, within the formation, Shi Yun and Lin Qinin were still struggling in the 4th trial. After a while, Lin Qinin finally broke through the 4th stage. Her face turned pale, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. Lin Qinin is impressive. I didn't expect her to be the second one to complete it, Gu Baoqing said, somewhat surprised. Shortly after Lin Qinin emerged, Shi Yun also passed the 4th stage. Shi Yun originally thought he would be the first to succeed. But upon exiting, seeing Qin Yujie and Lin Qinin already outside the formation, he instantly realized he was third. A wave of discouragement washed over him. All 3 trials were now over, and Qin Yujie had ranked first in strength, comprehension, and mental fortitude. There was no doubt whatsoever about his overall top score. Shi Yun recalled the bet he made with Qin Yujie before the test. Whoever lost must publicly call himself a son of a turtle. His expression darkened instantly. Half an hour later, the mental fortitude trial concluded. Those still trapped in the illusions were simply eliminated. The 3rd round of mental evaluation is complete. Overall rankings. 1st place, Qin Yujie. 2nd place, Shi Yun. 3rd place, Lin Qinin. Gao Yueta announced the names of 10 disciples. Qin Yujie ranked 1st, Lin Qinin 3rd, and Zheng Nanhua came 8th. All 3 successfully entered the Tianyuan Sect's inner sect and officially became inner disciples. Congratulations to these 10 on becoming inner disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. As soon as Gao Yueta spoke, Zheng Nanhua felt overwhelming excitement. For him, entering the inner sect wasn't easy at all. This year's inner sect selection had been extremely unusual. Not a single practical combat test was included. All the preparation Zheng Nanhua had done recently had gone to waste. Qin Yujie is incredibly strong. First in strength, comprehension, and mentality, every category. Yeah, from now on, being in the inner sect, his cultivation speed will surely accelerate even faster. But competition in the inner sect is far fiercer than in the outer sect. Besides, I heard Tang Jinan will return soon. I wonder if Qin Yujie can stand against him. After returning from the secret realm, Tang Jinan's cultivation will definitely have leapt forward. When he returns, he'll definitely seek revenge for his younger brother. There'll be quite a show in the inner sect soon. The surrounding disciples murmured excitedly about Qin Yujie. Those who passed the trials naturally celebrated, while groups whose candidates failed wore gloomy expressions. The difference between the inner and outer sect's treatment was like heaven and earth. To ordinary disciples, joining the inner sect was truly a chance to leap from carp to dragon. Qin Yujie glanced around at the crowd. Without the system, he might well have ended up among the defeated. Now that he possessed the system, he should march toward the peak of martial cultivation, to experience what it feels like to stand atop the summit, looking down upon the rest. Since the results are out, Shi Yun, Don't you think it's time to fulfill your promise? Qin Yujie said coolly. Shi Yun secretly hoped Qin Yujie had forgotten the bet. But Qin Yujie wasn't someone who'd let others bully him easily. If Qin Yujie had lost to Shi Yun, he doubted Shi Yun would have shown any mercy. Qin Yujie, know when to back off. Let it go for my sake. Shi Yun is my newly accepted disciple. How about we just drop this matter? Gao Yueta said calmly. Senior Gao, the terms were clear. Loser accepts defeat. I believe you understand that principle. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. His words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. After all, Gao Yueta was an inner sect elder, yet Qin Yujie showed him absolutely no respect. Senior Gao, Qin Yujie is my disciple. If you insist on bullying the young, I won't mind demonstrating a few moves with you, Zhang Fanxian said coldly. Gao Yueta's face turned grim. He felt as though he'd hit the worst possible luck. Not long ago, he had finally taken Zhu Lianggong as a disciple, only for Qin Yujie to cut him down in a single sword stroke. And now, having just taken another disciple, all 3 trials had seen Qin Yujie utterly overshadow his new apprentice. Even more humiliating was the fact that his newly accepted disciple, Shi Yun, now had to admit in front of everyone that he was a despicable coward. This wasn't merely an insult to Shi Yun, it was an insult to Gao Yueta as well. After all, as Shi Yun's master, if his own disciple admitted to being a disgrace, then clearly his teacher bore the shame too. Yun, honor your bet and accept the consequences. Gao Yueta sighed deeply, saying at last. Shi Yun's face twisted in embarrassment, but he knew he had no choice. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and said, I am a despicable coward. At this moment, Shi Yun felt utterly humiliated. He swore to himself that the shame he suffered today would be repaid 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, in the future. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. Since you've admitted you're a son of a turtle, I'll let you off the hook. Alright, now we'll distribute the rewards and identity badges to the top 10. Keep them safe. Now, follow us into the Tianyuan Sect's inner sect, Gao Yueta said to the group. Since each inner sect disciple was allowed to bring 2 maids or attendants, and neither Lin Qinin nor Zheng Nanhua had anyone they wished to bring, Qin Yujie could take Zhang Qiuling and Huang You'a, as well as Li Kun and Meng Xiao. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie and the others finally arrived at the inner sect of the Tianyuan Sect. Indeed, the inner sect of the Tianyuan Sect was incomparable to its outer sect. The spiritual energy here alone was far denser than in the outer sect, not to mention the numerous benefits distributed by the sect, significantly more generous than those given to outer sect disciples. Moreover, the cultivation facilities available to inner sect disciples were much more abundant. The Scripture Pavilion, Enlightenment Cliff, Tianlong Tower, Mission Hall, Enforcement Hall, each could rapidly enhance one's strength, provided, of course, one had enough merit points. After entering the inner sect, Gao Yueta took Shi Yun away. The other elders also departed, leaving only Zhang Fanxian behind. Here is my token and a voice transmission talisman. If anything comes up, you can come find me, Zhang Fanxian said, then left. At this moment, the newly entered inner sect disciples scattered in different directions, leaving only Qin Yujie and his companions. The inner sect of the Tianyuan Sect is truly an excellent place. But I've heard competition here is extremely fierce, and without merit points, you can't even take a single step forward. Zheng Nanhua said. I have plenty of merit points. They're practically useless to me, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Qin Yujie had once cleared the Foda Tower, earning a reward of 100,000 merit points. On top of that, he had collected the storage bags of many inner sect disciples, people like Tang Zhibei and Zhu Lianggong, each overflowing with points. Chapter 164, the challenge begins. Moreover, Qin Yujie didn't really need contribution points. He cultivated using his own top-tier resources and had no need for points at all. You freak, of course you don't need them, Zheng Nanhua said. Qin Yujie took out most of his points and distributed them among Lin Qinin, Zheng Nanhua, Li Kun, Meng Xiao, and others. As for Zhang Qiuling and Huang You'a, they didn't need any points anyway. Let's find a place to stay first, he said quietly. I heard that each of the top 20 disciples in the inner sect owns a mountain peak. The higher your rank, the richer the spiritual energy. If we can defeat just one person within the top 20, we'll claim their mountain peak, Lin Qinin said calmly. That'll have to be up to the boss. With our strength, challenging anyone would just be humiliating ourselves, Zheng Nanhua laughed. Fine then, let's go find a ranking list of inner sect disciples first, Qin Yujie said calmly. No need to look. I've got one right here. Zheng Nan pulled out a jade slip containing the inner sect disciple rankings from his storage bag. The inner sect disciple power rankings were updated once every month. If someone succeeded in a challenge during that period, the jade slip would automatically update the rankings. Qin Yujie examined the jade slip. 20 names were inscribed upon it, with Tang Jinan topping the list. Qin Yujie already knew that Tang Jinan was the strongest inner sect disciple, possessing extraordinary martial talent. Throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect's inner sect, no one could withstand even a single move from him. Moreover, Tang Jinan was ruthless by nature. Anyone who incurred the wrath of him or his brother would either die or be left permanently crippled. There was a saying circulating within the inner sect. You might not know who the elders of Tianyuan Sect are, but you absolutely must know who Tang Jinan is. The grudge between Qin Yujie and the Tang brothers, Tang Zhibei and Tang Jinan, had long been established. Once Tang Jinan returned from the secret realm, their final life or death confrontation would begin. Judging by the date, Tang Jinan should be returning soon. Qin Yujie sneered slightly at Tang Jinan's name on the list. He didn't consider him a threat at all. In second place was Zhu Pingliang. Zhu Pingliang is the leader among Tang Jinan's 4 followers, the strongest of the 4. His cultivation has reached heavenly human realm 9th layer. I heard he's been in seclusion for half a year now, preparing to break through into Will See realm. He specializes in the spear, Zheng Nanhua explained with a smile. Zheng Nanhua used to run various businesses and stalls when he was in the outer sect, so he naturally had access to the most up-to-date information. And who is Xie Xiangshang in 3rd place? Don't tell me he's also one of Tang Jinan's followers, Qin Yujie asked calmly. Boss, you guessed it. Xie Xiangshang is indeed one of Tang Jinan's followers. His cultivation is at heavenly human realm 9th layer, ranking 2nd among the 4 followers. When we participated in the inner sect entry trial earlier, he was seated in the stands observing. Qin Yujie searched his memory and instantly recalled the figure. Zheng Nanhua continued. Tang Jinan's 4 followers are Zhu Pingliang, Xie Xiangshang, Zhu Lianggong, and Chao Zhouziu. Zhu Lianggong and Chao Zhouziu were both already taken care of by the boss, so naturally, they won't appear on this ranking jade slip anymore. I see, Qin Yujie said. Now only Zhu Pingliang and Xie Xiangshang remain as the strongest forces in the inner sect. Once we eliminate these 2, what's left of Tang Jinan's faction will be nothing but a disorganized rabble, not worth worrying about. Alright then, among these 20 warriors, which ones belong to Tang Jinan's faction? We'll challenge 1 per day, Qin Yujie said coolly. Boss is awesome. Let's start today with Long Licheng, rank 15th. He's one of Tang Jinan's men and cultivates at heavenly human realm 6th layer. Fine. Fatso, lead the way. We'll challenge him and seize his mountain peak, Qin Yujie said calmly. Yes, boss. Zheng Nanhua immediately grew excited. Aside from Qin Yujie, probably no other inner sect disciple in the entire Tianyuan Sect dared to provoke Tang Jinan's faction so openly. Soon, Qin Yujie and the others arrived before a mountain peak filled with abundant spiritual energy. A peak ranked 15th has such rich spiritual energy. How intense must the number 1 spot, Tang Jinan's mountain, be? Never mind. We'll settle here for now. You go call Long Licheng out for battle, Qin Yujie said calmly. Zheng Nanhua cleared his throat, then focused his true energy and shouted loudly. Long Licheng, come out and face your challenger. Shortly after, an enraged voice echoed out. Who the hell dares challenge your grandpa Long? Looking to die. Indeed, Tang Jinan ruled the inner sect with an iron fist. His underling's arrogance was evidence enough of that. Why is your mouth so foul? I'm Qin Yujie, here specifically to challenge you. Qin Yujie replied coldly. Qin Yujie? You're the one who injured Tang Jibei and killed Zhu Lianggong. Long Licheng was instantly shocked, blurting out in panic. That's right. If you won't accept my challenge, I'll attack anyway, Qin Yujie said coldly. Long Licheng's heart pounded with terror. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Even Zhu Lianggong, at heavenly human realm 9th layer, had been no match for Qin Yujie. How could he, merely at 6th layer, possibly stand a chance? Moreover, Qin Yujie had already broken through to heavenly human realm 3rd layer. His strength must have grown even greater. Master Qin, spare me. What a foul mouth I have. I didn't know it was you honored guest arriving. I deserve to die. Long Licheng quickly forced a smile and pleaded. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't suffer needless losses. With Tang Jinan still absent, and Long Licheng being the type to switch sides at the first sign of trouble, naturally he hurried to apologize to Qin Yujie. Your mouth is too filthy. Apologies come too late now, Qin Yujie said, shaking his head. Then, with a casual punch, he struck Long Licheng. Seeing that pleading was useless, Long Licheng, trembling yet defiant, shouted. Qin Yujie, do you even know who I am? I'm one of Tang Jinan's men. Before he could finish, a terrifying fist shadow roared down from the sky, slamming into him. Long Licheng violently spat out a mouthful of blood and was flung backward like a torn sack, severely wounded. Qin Yujie had held back. After all, this was merely a formal challenge, not a life-or-death battle, so he couldn't go all out. Get out, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Dragging his battered body, Long Licheng hastily fled. At that very moment, on the jade slips displaying the ranking of all inner sect disciples, Qin Yujie's name flickered and appeared in the 15th position. Every cultivator within Tang Jinan's faction was stunned. They knew now. Qin Yujie had entered the inner sect, and his full-scale retaliation had begun. Across the entire inner sect, storms were gathering. The skies were about to change. Chapter 165, Jade Dragon Bone Whip. Qin Yujie led the group to select a spot on the mountain peak with a relatively open view and beautiful surroundings, where they settled down. Qin Yujie took out his Z mansion and placed it on the ground. Instantly, an elegant courtyard appeared. Lin Qining, Zhang Qiuling, and Huang Yohan naturally could reside inside the mansion, but it would definitely be inconvenient for Zheng Nanhua, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao to live there. Zheng Nanhua and the others were quite considerate as well. They excavated several cave dwellings beside Qin Yujie's mansion. After all, in a few days, they might move to an even better mountain peak. Sitting cross-legged beneath the 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, Qin Yujie was now inspecting the spatial ring he had obtained from Shi Yan. Senior, I know you're hiding inside the ring. Come out and have a talk, Qin Yujie said calmly. The soul within the spatial ring was startled and secretly thought. Could he have discovered my presence? Impossible. I am a Dao Realm 9th level expert. He can't possibly sense me. This kid must be bluffing. Looking at Qin Yujie, the soul inside the ring sneered slightly. Keep performing. I'll just watch. Actually, Qin Yujie hadn't detected the soul inside the ring at all. He was indeed trying to bluff and see if he could gain anything. Seeing that the spatial ring showed no reaction, Qin Yujie felt something was off. Today, when Shi Yin lost the bet, he still tried to cheat. This couldn't simply be an ordinary spatial ring. Could there really be nothing? Qin Yujie felt puzzled. Still uneasy, he decided to try bluffing once more. Qin Yujie released his cyan flaming fire and moved the ring toward the flame, saying steadily, "Senior, this is cyan flaming fire. If you don't speak up now, I'll burn you until your soul scatters into nothingness." Upon hearing this, the soul inside the ring was immediately terrified. He never expected Qin Yujie to possess such a rare heavenly fire as cyan flaming fire. If his soul were burned by this strange flame, he would absolutely vanish completely. "Brat, stop! I'm here!" A hasty voice rushed out from within the ring. The corner of Qin Yujie's mouth curled upward slightly. He hadn't expected there really to be an old man inside the ring after all. "Senior, why did you stay silent inside the ring? Don't tell me you planned something treacherous while I was cultivating." Qin Yujie asked coldly. "You're overthinking it. I only have a sliver of soul left, clinging to this spatial ring merely to survive." The elder inside the ring sighed. "Senior, what was your cultivation level in life? How did you end up here?" Qin Yujie asked indifferently. "I'm not from Lingtian Kingdom. Your talent is monstrous. You'll leave Lingtian soon enough. I'll tell you everything once you've left." "How should I address you, Senior?" "My name is Zhou Jiping. You may call me Senior Zhou." "Senior Zhou, why did you choose Shi Yin as your successor? Your judgment isn't very good." Qin Yujie asked. "I've been stuck at the bottom of that valley for centuries. It's rare for anyone to reach it and find my spatial ring. I naturally wanted to seize the chance to escape. But this Shi Yin turned out to be useless. As soon as he gained some power, he started causing trouble everywhere. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in such a desperate state," Zhou Jiping sighed. "With my cyan flaming fire protecting me, you should understand you're no match for me. But if you serve me, I don't mind helping you restore your true body someday," Qin Yujie said calmly. "Really?" Zhou Jiping exclaimed excitedly. "Of course. My talent should be obvious to you. I'll break through to the Wheel C realm, and even the Dao realm, very soon," Qin Yujie replied. "Good. If you truly help me restore my real form, I'll grant you a tremendous opportunity," Zhou Jiping said eagerly. "What kind of opportunity?" Qin Yujie asked, slightly surprised. "Wait until you're strong enough to leave Lingtian Kingdom. Your tiny Lingtian Kingdom is just a speck of land, with weak spiritual energy. I suggest you leave as early as possible," Zhou Jiping said. After some thought, Qin Yujie placed the spatial ring into his storage pouch. Once inside, the pouch would isolate Zhou Jiping's soul. Thus, Zhou Jiping would no longer sense anything outside, nor would he know of Qin Yujie's privacy or secrets. At last, I've entered the inner sect and become an inner disciple. System, begin check-in. It had been a long time since he'd heard the check-in sound. He really missed this feeling. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the low-grade celestial level weapon Jade Dragonbone Whip, along with its Betal martial technique. 9 forms of the Jade Dragon Whip. Qin Yujie was stunned. He never expected that today he'd receive the low-grade celestial level weapon Jade Dragonbone Whip, plus a complete set of low-grade celestial level martial skills, the 9 forms of the Jade Dragon Whip. This was incredibly lucky, like getting 2 for 1. Finally I can hold my head high as a master. My disciple wanted to learn whip techniques. Now I can finally teach her. Qin Yujie thought with smug satisfaction. Since he had obtained the martial skill through the system check-in, Qin Yujie instantly comprehended the Jade Dragon 9 forms and had already cultivated this low-grade celestial level technique to the level of perfection. "Disciple, come here. How's your cultivation of the evergreen art been lately?" Qin Yujie asked Huang Yoha, who was practicing in the distance. "Master, I've been diligently cultivating the evergreen art these days. My cultivation has reached the Gathering Veins realm, 9th level, and I'll soon break through into the Reversion Origin realm," Huang Yoha replied. "Very good. I've seen your hard work these past days. Well then, starting today, I'll begin teaching you whip techniques," Qin Yujie said calmly. "Master, really? Can I actually learn whip techniques now?" Huang Yoha exclaimed excitedly. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you? The technique I'm going to teach you is immensely powerful. It's a low-grade celestial level martial art called the Jade Dragon 9 forms." "What? A low-grade celestial level martial art? Goodness, it's actually a celestial level technique." "Master, you're too kind to me," Huang Yoha said, overwhelmed with excitement. "All right, watch me demonstrate it once first. Then I'll teach you step by step," Qin Yujie said. "Yes, master, please show me right away," Huang Yoha urged eagerly. Qin Yujie drew out the Jade Dragonbone Whip, leapt into the sky, and with a sharp flick of his wrist, sent the whip lashing forward. Instantly, the Jade Dragonbone Whip seemed to transform into a soaring dragon, hurtling toward the distant mountain range. The heavens and earth trembled. The mountains far off exploded with a thunderous boom, shattered as if struck by the tail sweep of a colossal dragon, reduced to rubble and flattened into dust. Chapter 166, The Astonished Crowd. Huang Yoa's heart was shaken to its core. She never imagined that just the first move of the Jade Dragon 9 forms could possess such overwhelming power. It completely overturned her understanding of whip techniques. Moreover, Qin Yujie had unleashed a martial skill of the lowest heavenly rank right from the start. Skills of this caliber were so rare that not even a single one could be found throughout the entire Lingtian Kingdom. Even in the Cold Moon Kingdom, where Huang Yoha had once lived, there hadn't been any heavenly rank martial techniques. At this moment, Huang Yoha felt an unprecedented excitement. Now that she had both a cultivation technique and a combat skill, if she could master the Jade Dragon 9 forms, her strength would increase dramatically. Combined with Qin Yujie's guidance and support from top-tier pills and spiritual herbs, she believed that the long-cherished goal buried deep within her heart finally had a chance of coming true. Huang Youhe was convinced that it wouldn't be long before she achieved it. The commotion caused by Qin Yujie didn't just leave Huang Youhe stunned. Lin Qining, Zhang Qiuling, and Zheng Nanhua, who had been cultivating nearby, were also utterly shocked by the terrifying power of his whip technique. They couldn't believe that Qin Yujie wasn't only proficient in swordsmanship and Qin mastery, but now also excelled in whip fighting. After all, one's energy and focus were limited. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to master as many skills as Qin Yujie did. Take the way of the sword. Most cultivators would consider themselves exceptional if they could merely master one path. Qin Yujie's performance left everyone momentarily dazed. Staring at the monstrous genius before them, they felt lucky he wasn't their enemy. Otherwise, they might have been too terrified to sleep. The whip strike Qin Yujie had just executed had reached the level of perfection. Coupled with his already terrifying cultivation base, it was no wonder the attack had such devastating power. Realizing his last move had caused quite a stir, Qin Yujie blurred across space and arrived beside Huang Youhe. He spoke calmly. Youhe, here are all the moves of the Jade Dragon 9 forms, along with my personal insights on cultivation. I'm passing them to you now. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. But remember, don't neglect your practice of the evergreen technique. Extending a single finger, he gently touched Huang Youhe's forehead, instantly transmitting the complete Jade Dragon 9 forms technique into her mind. Huang Youhe said excitedly, "Thank you, master. Don't worry. I will diligently cultivate both the evergreen technique and the Jade Dragon 9 forms." Qin Yujie glanced at the Jade Dragon Bone whip in his hand, then smiled and said, "Now that you have your cultivation method and martial art, you're only missing a proper weapon. This whip I hold, the Jade Dragon Bone whip, is a lower-grade heavenly tier weapon. I'll give it to you." When Huang Youhe heard this, she was first startled, then filled with overwhelming joy. She never expected that Qin Yujie would not only bestow upon her the precious Jade Dragon 9 forms, but also gift her the priceless Jade Dragon Bone whip. A master as generous and magnanimous as Qin Yujie, Huang Youhe believed, was truly one of a kind in this world. "Thank you, master." Huang Youhe didn't hesitate or decline. She happily accepted the Jade Dragon Bone whip. "All right, go practice over there," Qin Yujie said to Huang Youhe, then turned to Zhang Qiuling and added, "Qiuling, if you have any questions about swordsmanship or sword intent, now is the time to ask. I'm free right now." "Thank you, young Master Qin," Zhang Qiuling replied, visibly thrilled. An hour later, Zhang Qiuling wore a satisfied smile across her face. During that time, she had asked numerous questions about sword intent and cultivation nuances. Qin Yujie shared with her profound insights and personal experiences regarding sword intent, which proved immensely helpful. Under Qin Yujie's guidance, Zhang Qiuling was certain she would learn a great deal. Though she hadn't yet broken through from the preliminary stage to the foundational level of sword intent, she firmly believed she would soon achieve true entry into sword intent. That night, Qin Yujie sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to cultivate the evergreen technique. The evergreen technique was his primary cultivation method. Though only a high-tier earth-rank technique, it could be cultivated all the way up to the Wheel C realm. Unless he obtained a superior technique from the system before reaching that realm, Qin Yujie had no intention of switching to another method. Although he had inherited heavenly rank cultivation techniques from the Pagoda legacy, when it came to his main path, Qin Yujie still placed greater trust in the system. Meanwhile, as Qin Yujie cultivated, the entire inner sect was far from peaceful that night. After all, on his very first day in the inner sect, Qin Yujie had defeated Long Licheng, one of the top 15 ranked disciples, with a single punch and seized control of his mountain peak. Qin Yujie's overwhelming dominance rapidly expanded his fame within the inner sect. By now, almost no one in the inner sect remained unaware of Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie lay on a wicker chair, holding the spirit-gathering pearl in one hand and sucking on a leaf from a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree. After a night of cultivation, the true energy within his body had become even more terrifying. Although he hadn't yet broken through to the 4th level of Heavenly Realm, it wouldn't be long now. A new day has arrived. Time for another check-in. "System, check-in," Qin Yujie said excitedly, his mood lifting with anticipation. "Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Earth-tier upper-grade formation. 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation." Qin Yujie's heart stirred. He hadn't expected to receive a formation this time. Though he wasn't a formation master, he had certainly heard of the famous 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation. This formation was an Earth-tier upper-grade defensive array. A cultivator at the peak of the Wheel C realm, if unfamiliar with formations, would be completely incapable of forcibly breaking through it. Qin Yujie retrieved an exquisite formation disc from the system, embedded with numerous small formation flags. He infused spiritual energy into the disc, causing the flags within to briefly glow. Then, tossing the disc into the air, countless formation flags automatically shot out and planted themselves around the perimeter of his personal estate. With the 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation protecting my estate, it's now perfectly secure. Anyone below the 9th level of the Wheel C realm won't break through using brute force alone, Qin Yujie murmured to himself. However, activating this formation consumes spirit stones, which are rare and precious treasures that ordinary people can't afford. Fortunately, I have 100 top-grade spirit stones, more than enough for my needs. Qin Yujie took out 2 top-grade spirit stones and placed them at the formation's core node. Suddenly, the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation shuddered violently, and a semi-transparent dome briefly shimmered into view across the sky before vanishing just as quickly. Qin Yujie knew the formation had been successfully set up. He could now control it freely, activating it with nothing more than a single thought. Extremely convenient. Chapter 167, The Heavenly Yin-Yang Needle Cannon. This was the advantage of the formation disc. Without it, attempting to set up the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation by oneself would not only be incredibly complex and time-consuming, but if one wasn't proficient in formations, there was a high chance the formation would fail. The art of formations was vast and profound, endless in its depth, requiring immense time and effort to master. Thus, in the world of martial cultivators, formation masters were as rare as alchemists. After a day of cultivation, Qin Yujie continued his daily check-in. This time, he obtained a book called The Heavenly Yin-Yang Needle Cannon. This book contained numerous medical case studies and ancient acupuncture techniques. After comprehending it, Qin Yujie instantly gained a wealth of knowledge on acupuncture, and his mastery over the art skyrocketed. This Heavenly Yin-Yang Needle Cannon is truly an extraordinary book. It was actually written by an ancient medical emperor, one who used medicine to enter the Tao and eventually became an unparalleled powerhouse, dominating an entire era. Qin Yujie said in shock. For any martial artist who practiced medicine, this book was undoubtedly extremely precious. Written by an ancient medical emperor, it was essentially the emperor's legacy in medical cultivation, something nearly comparable to a divine-level cultivation technique. Qin Yujie's understanding of medical arts had now reached an astonishing level. When thinking about Master Jiang Fanchuan's previous drop in cultivation, Qin Yujie immediately came up with over a dozen solutions. However, his current cultivation realm was still too low to implement many of them. Never mind. My master's injuries have been gradually improving. After several treatments from me, his body has visibly recovered. I don't need to worry excessively. Qin Yujie murmured to himself. Thus, 10 days later, Qin Yujie successfully broke through to the 5th level of the heavenly realm. During these 10 days, Qin Yujie checked in every day, cultivated daily, and in between training, also refined some pills. In his spare time, he guided others in their cultivation. Over these 10 days, Qin Yujie acquired many excellent things. On the first day, he obtained a low-tier celestial-grade cultivation technique called True Spirit Formula. This True Spirit Formula was a method specifically designed to cultivate soul force. As soon as Qin Yujie instantly learned it, he realized just how powerful this technique truly was. Soul force was incredibly mysterious. For example, alchemists generally needed to use soul force when refining pills. The stronger the soul force, the more precise and effortless the pill refinement process became. Moreover, the stronger one's soul force, the more weapons they could control simultaneously, an enormous advantage in battle. The path of martial cultivation could be divided into 3 distinct directions: qi refinement, soul cultivation, and body tempering. Qi refinement involved cultivating true yuan, which was the mainstream direction in martial cultivation. Body tempering meant strengthening the physical body, one of the paths of martial cultivation. However, body tempering was extremely painful and required vast amounts of rare medicinal herbs, making it something ordinary people wouldn't even consider pursuing. Soul cultivation focused exclusively on developing soul force, the spiritual power of a martial artist. Many martial artists who specialized in the soul possessed incredibly strong soul force, and their attacks were often both bizarre and devastating. Most martial artists primarily cultivated true yuan, either supplementing it with body tempering or soul cultivation, or not practicing the latter two at all. After all, on the path of martial cultivation, one's energy and focus were limited. Trying to excel in all 3 aspects simultaneously was impossible. Otherwise, one would ultimately achieve nothing. Of course, if someone could elevate their cultivation in true yuan, physical body, and soul to terrifying levels simultaneously, their strength and talent would be unprecedented and unmatched. Thanks to his system, Qin Yujie didn't need to waste time or effort learning and comprehending techniques, nor did he have to worry about cultivation resources. Therefore, he was perfectly suited for simultaneous advancement in true yuan, physical body, and soul. Moreover, the True Spirit Formula wasn't just simple. It could make one's soul force immensely powerful when cultivated to its peak. It should be known that cultivation methods dedicated solely to soul force were extremely rare. Among all the check-ins Qin Yujie had done so far, this was the first such technique he had encountered. Even more shocking was the fact that this low-tier celestial-grade True Spirit Formula came with a soul attack martial skill called True Spirit Piercing Strike. True Spirit Piercing Strike was also a low-tier celestial-grade martial skill, specifically designed to attack an opponent's soul force. It condensed soul force into a sharp needle-like point. Once driven into someone's soul, it could either cause excruciating pain at the lighter end, or render the victim an idiot, or even cause their soul to completely dissipate. If a person's soul dissipated, they died. Furthermore, during combat, suddenly unleashing True Spirit Piercing Strike might not always kill the enemy, but it would certainly cause their soul to momentarily freeze. You had to understand, in a duel between experts, timing was extremely important. Sometimes, a single instant could decide victory or defeat. Especially for a swordsman like Qin Yujie with such overwhelming offensive power, if he could properly utilize the True Spirit Piercing Strike, it would often lead to a surprising triumph. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yujie cultivated the True Spirit Piercing Strike to the realm of perfection. With this cultivation technique and martial skill, his strength increased dramatically. Now, he practically had no weaknesses at all. On the second day, Qin Yuji's check-in yielded a supreme sword body called the Boundless Sword Body. Qin Yuji could hardly believe his eyes. Although this boundless sword body couldn't compare to his divine-grade physique, the Undying Sword Body, among the 100 sacred physiques, the Boundless Sword Body ranked among the top tier. However, despite its strength, to Qin Yuji, who already possessed the Undying Sword Body, this Boundless Sword Body was utterly useless, like a redundant extra. If Qin Yuji absorbed the Boundless Sword Body, it would be nothing short of a waste. Fortunately, the system was fairly user-friendly. Once the system informed Qin Yuji that the physique obtained from check-in could be given to someone else, Qin Yuji decided to temporarily store the Boundless Sword Body within the system. On the third day, Qin Yuji obtained a hairpin called the 7-Jewel Verdant Jade Hairpin. This hairpin was no ordinary accessory. It was forged from 7 rare treasures. Just one emerald green supreme grade soul nurturing pearl embedded on it was already a heavenly grade superior treasure, not to mention the other precious materials used. Moreover, the 7-Jewel Verdant Jade Hairpin possessed 7 different effects, capable of greatly assisting a martial cultivator's training. Even if someone offered a king-tier weapon in exchange, Qin Yuji would never trade it away. Exquisitely crafted and masterfully designed, the hairpin was adorned with intricate runes and formation patterns. It was undeniably a flawless, one-of-a-kind treasure beyond price. Not only would a Wheel Sea Realm cultivator covet it, even a dwelling Heaven Realm expert would look upon it with envy. Since this hairpin was meant for women, Qin Yuji naturally couldn't use it himself. He could only put it away for now. Chapter 168, The 1,000-Year Soul Nurturing Tree. On the 4th day, Qin Yuji acquired a low-grade heavenly cultivation technique called the 1,000-Face Disguise Art. Though this technique lacked offensive power and couldn't compare to other martial skills or cultivation methods in combat strength, it could prove exceptionally useful when applied in the right situation. In no time, Qin Yuji mastered the 1,000-Face Disguise Art to perfection. He shifted his form with a wave, transforming into Lin Qinin. With another wave, he changed into Zhang Qiuling. After shifting forms several times, he finally reverted back to his original appearance. On the 5th day, Qin Yuji obtained a 1,000-year-old soul nurturing tree. Just like the 1,000-year spirit peach tree, this was an extremely rare and top-tier cultivation resource. While the leaves of the 1,000-year spirit peach tree enhanced true yuan, the leaves of the soul nurturing tree were used to strengthen one's soul force. Although both were supreme cultivation resources, their effects were entirely different. Without hesitation, Qin Yuji planted the soul nurturing tree in the courtyard he carried with him. Now, 2 ancient spirit trees stood within the courtyard, one on each side. Looking at them, Qin Yuji couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction. This sudden action immediately awakened Lin Qinin and the others. Lin Qinin stared in shock as a 1,000-year soul nurturing tree had suddenly appeared in the courtyard, her heart surging with disbelief. To her, Qin Yuji's unfathomable ability was simply incredible. Moreover, this wasn't just any ordinary spirit tree. Once word of such a tree reached the outside world, countless people would covet it fiercely. Lin Qinin gazed complexly at Qin Yuji. Ever since she'd met him, he had continuously stunned her in every possible way, whether it was cultivation techniques, martial skills, talent, sword Dao, music Dao, or alchemy. Each aspect left her awestruck. She truly began to wonder if Qin Yuji was the reincarnation of an emperor. Otherwise, how could he possess so many astonishing abilities? Zhang Qiuling also stared at Qin Yuji in utter shock. She never imagined he would have such a heaven-defying ability to conjure a 1,000-year, soul-nurturing tree out of thin air. Such a skill completely shattered her understanding of the world. Since becoming Qin Yuji's attendant, she had already received countless benefits. Top-tier cultivation resources such as 1,000-year spirit peach leaves and Jifeng pills. He was never stingy with those close to him. Qin Yuji plucked several leaves from the soul-nurturing tree and distributed them among everyone. With the aid of these 1,000-year soul-nurturing leaves, their soul cultivation would undoubtedly be far stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. On the 6th day, Qin Yuji checked in and received a weapon, a heaven-tier mid-grade spiritual bow named the Sunbreaking Bow. This Sunbreaking Bow fired arrows drawn from the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth, delivering unimaginably terrifying power. The greatest advantage of this bow was that it didn't require physical arrows. As long as the user possessed sufficient true yuan, they could unleash its full potential. The greater their cultivation, the more devastating its attacks. Qin Yuji's reservoir of true yuan was monstrously vast. In his hands, this bow would undoubtedly become an instrument of overwhelming destruction. On the 7th day, Qin Yuji checked in and obtained a jar of earth-tier spirit wine known as Worry-Forgetful Wine. Brewed from numerous earth-tier spirit herbs, this wine ranked one level higher than the mystical tier Spring Wind Intoxication Wine. Named for its effect, one drink to forget all worries, this wine was potent enough to instantly intoxicate most people after just a single sip. Its after-effects were extremely powerful, capable of making someone forget 1,000 sorrows through a single drunken stupor. On the 8th day, Qin Yuji checked in and received an inheritance of an earth-tier spirit chef. After integrating it, countless combinations of spirit ingredients and methods of processing flooded into his mind. From that moment, Qin Yuji became a true spirit chef, one who had already reached earth-tier mastery. A spirit chef created delicious and highly effective spirit dishes by carefully combining various spirit materials. Through expert combination, diverse spirit ingredients could produce powerful effects akin to alchemy. Just as alchemists emphasized herb compatibility, so too did spirit chefs require profound knowledge of ingredient properties and synergies, applying them with flexibility. Spirit chefs held high status, especially Earth Tier ones. Their skill in combining ingredients had reached a godlike level. Sometimes, even mundane materials could gain extraordinary effects under their hands. On the 9th day, Qin Yujie checked in and received a complete set of heaven-tier upper-grade spirit chef tools: pots, bowls, ladles, spoons, knives, cutting boards, and more. This entire set covered every single tool a spirit chef could possibly need. A full set of heaven-tier superior kitchenware? Damn, isn't this way too extravagant? This chef's knife is actually heaven-tier upper-grade. It could easily double as a weapon. And this cutting board? Also heaven-tier upper-grade. Could be used as a defensive weapon. Qin Yujie stared wide-eyed at the equipment before him, utterly dumbfounded. So far, Qin Yujie's auxiliary professions had expanded beyond alchemist to now include spirit chef. Both were careers that could significantly accelerate a cultivator's cultivation progress. For ordinary people, becoming even one of these was a rare and precious opportunity, let alone someone like Qin Yujie possessing both. If others found out, they would surely be envious beyond measure. On the 10th day, Qin Yujie checked in and received a spatial ring. Inside were all kinds of ingredients: spirit rice, spirit vegetables, spirit meat, and more. These supplies would last Qin Yujie for a very long time. Most crucially, the grade of these ingredients was not low at all. The lowest quality was still mystery tier upper grade, while the best reached heaven tier upper grade. This system really goes all out. It even prepared ingredients for me. It's clearly determined to push me down the path of the spirit chef. Well then, I can't waste such good things. Looks like from now on, while cultivating, I'll also have to cook for myself, Qin Yujie said with a smile, muttering to himself. In 10 days, Qin Yujie had gained immensely. Compared to others who struggled tirelessly outside to seek cultivation opportunities, Qin Yujie's martial cultivation path was simply too comfortable. Cultivation should be like mine. Why go through all that trouble searching for opportunities when you can just check in and receive them? Qin Yujie said lazily, reclining on a wicker chair. Just then, a plump figure appeared from afar, approaching until he stood before Qin Yujie. This person was Zheng Nanhua. Boss, Xie Xiangshang, the third-ranked inner sect disciple in terms of strength, has issued a life and death challenge to you. Rumor has it he just broke through into the Wheel C realm today, and his power has greatly increased, Zheng Nanhua said. These past few days, apart from checking in and cultivating, Qin Yujie had also been challenging the rankings of inner sect disciples. Currently, Qin Yujie occupied the 4th-ranked peak within the inner sect. Qin Yujie had fought his way up, mercilessly defeating anyone belonging to Tang Jinan's faction. After so many days, Tang Jinan's followers lived in constant fear. Whenever they saw Qin Yujie, they trembled like mice seeing a cat. Chapter 169, The Battle of Life and Death begins. Oh, I didn't go challenge him. Never thought he'd come looking for trouble today. Fine, I'll go meet him, Qin Yujie said indifferently. This time, Qin Yujie did not take his personal mansion with him, as the 5 elements Bagua array outside provided sufficient protection. It was perfectly safe. There was no need to worry about anything inside being stolen. With a flash of movement, swift as a hare leaping or a falcon diving, Qin Yujie disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Let's go see to. After speaking, Lin Qinin led Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youha, and the others as they all shot forward, following behind Qin Yujie. The news of Xie Xiang's challenge to fight Qin Yujie to the death quickly spread throughout the inner sect. Upon hearing it, cultivators stopped their training and rushed toward the arena. By now, crowds had already gathered around the inner sect's dueling grounds. Everyone had heard of Qin Yujie's recent exploits. His reputation within the inner sect was soaring, thunderous and radiant, reaching its peak. Many disciples who had previously been oppressed by Tang Jinan's faction finally stepped forward. Qin Yujie's rise had given them hope of turning their fortunes around. A few days ago, Qin Yujie had also assigned a task to Li Kun and Meng Xiao to establish their own faction called Piamiao Pavilion. Once founded, many inner sect disciples applied to join. However, not just anyone could be accepted. Moral integrity came first. Hypocritical and deceitful individuals would never be admitted into Piamiao Pavilion under Qin Yujie's command. Of course, Li Kun and Meng Xiao handled all operational matters. Qin Yujie remained entirely hands-off. To his surprise, Lin Qinin also joined Piamiao Pavilion. She disbanded Qingyu Association and brought numerous female disciples over to join Piamiao Pavilion. It wasn't just limited to the inner sect. Many outer sect disciples also requested to join. These matters were handled by dedicated personnel. Qin Yujie didn't have to concern himself with such trivial affairs. His greatest role was serving as the sole figure of Piamiao Pavilion. As long as Qin Yujie continued growing stronger, Piamiao Pavilion would only grow more powerful. Still, Qin Yujie did provide some cultivation techniques and resources to Piamiao Pavilion. These required passing specialized evaluations, granted only to those who contributed significantly. Soon, Qin Yujie arrived at the arena. By then, the place was packed with people, buzzing with excitement. Xie Xiang's talent is truly extraordinary. Who would have thought that in just a few short days, he'd break through from Heavenly Realm 9th rank to Wheel C Realm? One inner sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Yes, the power of a Wheel C Realm warrior is beyond our comprehension. If Qin Yujie dares to accept this duel, he may very well be walking into disaster, another disciple added. Previously, the strongest opponent Qin Yujie faced was Zhu Lianggong at Heavenly Realm 9th rank. But even back when Xie Xiang was at the same level, he was slightly stronger than Zhu Lianggong. Now that Xiaoxiang has reached Will C realm, his strength must have grown immensely, right? As the second ranked among Tang Jinan's four guards, Xiaoxiang's might is naturally terrifying. I heard Xiaoxiang wields a heavy sword. He follows the path of heavy sword without edge, achieving skill through simplicity. Many warriors who fought him couldn't even block one strike before suffering serious injuries. Heavy sword without edge, achieving skill through simplicity, truly worthy of being called a sword genius. He abandoned the light and agile style typical of other sword cultivators, choosing instead the weighty path, using clumsiness to overcome cleverness. This is nothing short of another interpretation of the sword way. Don't flatter Xiaoxiang so much. The way of the heavy sword has existed since ancient times. It wasn't invented by him. Talking like this, someone might think he originated the technique. Exactly. Although Xiaoxiang is strong, compared to our Piao Pavilion Master Qin Yujie, there's no comparison between heaven and earth. Piao Pavilion? More like a joke. If Qin Yujie gets killed by Xiaoxiang today, this so-called pavilion will probably dissolve overnight. Can you really doubt Master Qin Yujie's strength? When he was at only Heavenly Realm 1st rank, he instantly defeated Zhu Lianggong. Now that his cultivation has reached Heavenly Realm 9th rank, I think the one walking to his death is Xiaoxiang. Haha, what a joke. Xiaoxiang has already entered Will C Realm 1st rank. Don't forget, there's a fundamental difference between Will C Realm and Heavenly Realm. A Will C cultivator's Dantian has transformed into a wheel-shaped sea. Their monstrous true energy cannot be compared to us Heavenly Realm warriors at all. So what? In front of Qin Yujie's monstrous talent, Xiaoxiang's power is utterly insignificant. That's right. Our pavilion master Qin Yujie will absolutely not lose. Just wait and see. The surrounding crowd split into two factions, one led by Piao Pavilion, supporting Qin Yujie, and the other aligned with Tang Jinan's forces, convinced that Qin Yujie was as good as dead. The two sides were locked in heated opposition, creating quite a lively scene. Soon, Qin Yujie appeared at the dueling arena, followed closely by Lin Qinin and the others. Qin Yujie's arrival instantly silenced the entire arena. At that moment, Xiaoxiang was seated in the center of the battlefield, meditating with eyes closed. The moment Qin Yujie stepped in, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of confidence blazing within them. Qin Yujie, I didn't expect you'd actually dare to show up. Since you're here, I suppose you've accepted my life and death challenge. Xiaoxiang said with full confidence on his face. Of course, your strength is insignificant in my eyes. If you're truly determined to die, I'll naturally oblige you. Qin Yujie replied casually. These bold words ignited the entire arena, especially thrilling the members of Piao Pavilion, whose faces lit up with excitement. Qin Yujie is simply unstoppable. I still remember what he once said. You do your thing, I'm unbeatable. That line has stayed with me ever since. Yes, Master Qin has every right to speak like that. A graceful gentleman like Jade, truly one of a kind in this world. That's exactly who Master Qin is. I'm backing Master Qin. Xiaoxiang is overconfident this time. Does he really think reaching Will C Realm gives him the right to act so arrogantly? The inner sect of Tianyuan Sect is about to witness a change of power. Qin Yujie's rise is now unstoppable. In my opinion, it's Qin Yujie who's ignorant and reckless. Xiaoxiang's power is far beyond our imagination. His heavy sword is utterly terrifying. The crowd continued to debate wildly around Qin Yujie and Xiaoxiang, some supporting one, some the other. Xiaoxiang looked at Qin Yujie and shook his head contemptuously. Do you really think beating Zhu Lianggong gives you the right to be insolent? Zhu Lianggong has always been my defeated underling. My strength, you can't even begin to imagine it. Chapter 170, A Terrifying Sword Strike. Oh really? In my eyes, you're no different from Zhu Lianggong. Both of you are trash, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Only Jiang Fanxian truly understood Qin Yujie's actual strength. And now, Qin Yujie had grown significantly more powerful, with many new trump cards up his sleeve. So much so that even Jiang Fanxian couldn't fully grasp them. Lin Qinin and the others weren't worried about Qin Yujie because they knew part of his capabilities. Forget everything else. Even that casual first move of the Jade Dragon 9 forms he had displayed that day could instantly defeat Xiaoxiang, let alone all his other hidden strengths. The deputy head of the law enforcement hall, Su Laiyong, was presiding over this life and death duel. Su Laiyong had always belonged to Tang Jinan's faction. Back when Qin Yujie was still an outer disciple, Su Laiyong had once attempted to forcibly bring him into the law enforcement hall. Everyone knew it was easy to enter the law enforcement hall, but nearly impossible to leave alive. Once captured, you'd be tortured within an inch of your life. But back then, Jiang Fanxian had intervened, forcing Su Laiyong to slink away in shame. Qin Yujie never expected to encounter Su Laiyong again today. Sharp-tongued as ever. Qin Yujie, words won't help. Just get up on stage and sign the life or death contract. Xiaoxiang sneered coldly. As you wish. I hope you won't regret it. With a flash, Qin Yujie appeared atop the dueling platform. After both signed the life and death agreement, the deadly duel officially began. Qin Yujie, the biggest mistake you've made in your life is stepping onto this stage with me. Xiaoxiang roared, his body surging with terrifying spiritual energy. He laughed arrogantly at Qin Yujie, brimming with confidence. Is that so? I think the one who made the mistake is you. If you hadn't challenged me to a life or death fight, you wouldn't have to die today. Qin Yujie replied, shaking his head. Qin Yujie, perhaps you don't know why I broke through into the Will C realm? It's because someone powerful supported me. You've offended someone you shouldn't have, and today, no one can save you. CS Xiangshang burst into triumphant laughter. I don't care who's behind you. I don't give a damn, Qin Yujie said calmly. Keep pretending to be tough. Haven't you noticed that today's trial is being presided over by Vice Hall Master Su from the Law Enforcement Hall? With him here, no one outside can possibly come to rescue you. CS Xiangshang declared. I don't need anyone to save me. You've wasted enough words. Get on with it. Or when I strike first, you won't even get a chance to raise your sword. Qin Yujie said disdainfully. Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you. CS Xiangshang surged with terrifying spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed violently toward him, swirling chaotically across the arena, stirring fierce winds and darkening skies. CS Xiangshang drew his heavy sword, dragging it forward with one hand. Each step he took intensified his aura exponentially. The heavy blade scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. What overwhelming pressure! When did CS Xiangshang become this terrifying? A martial artist standing nearby exclaimed in shock. Yeah, that heavy sword is absolutely intimidating. Look at the ground. It's been gouged into a deep trench. Heavy swords need no edge. Their mastery lies in raw power. Just standing under his aura, I already feel crushed. A normal sword clashing with that heavy blade would be like eggs striking rock, utterly hopeless. In terms of sheer force, the heavy sword holds absolute dominance. In the crowd, Shi Yun glared hatefully at Qin Yujie, muttering venomously. Qin Yujie, you're too naive. You've offended someone you should never have crossed. Today, you're destined to die. Shi Yun's master, Gao Yueta, belonged to Tang Jinan's faction. And since Qin Yujie had broken Tang Jibei's leg, his enmity with Tang Jinan was irreconcilable. Once Tang Jinan returned, Qin Yujie would surely face brutal retribution. This information had been passed down to Shi Yun by his master after he became Gao Yueta's disciple. Thus, in Shi Yun's eyes, Qin Yujie was already as good as dead. Even more importantly, Qin Yujie's master, Jiang Fanxian, was absent from the sect today. No one would come to save Qin Yujie. In the viewing stands surrounding the arena, Gao Yueta stared at Qin Yujie with a fake smile, knowing full well that Qin Yujie wouldn't survive this day. On the dueling stage, CS Xiangshang dragged his heavy sword forward step by step, his growing aura shocking everyone present. What the audience didn't know was that CS Xiangshang was currently executing a momentum-building technique. If he could complete 8 uninterrupted steps, his aura would continue escalating, allowing him to unleash a single strike of terrifying power. Originally, CS Xiangshang hadn't intended to unleash his full strength immediately, but the man backing him had ordered otherwise, to unleash everything from the start and deliver a thunderous blow to Qin Yujie, leaving him no time to react. CS Xiangshang didn't understand why the powerful figure behind him had instructed him to do this. In his eyes, dealing with Qin Yujie didn't require going all out, but he had no right nor dared to question it. He could only obey. Qin Yujie watched as CS Xiangshang slowly advanced forward. He knew this was a momentum-building technique, for with every step Xie took, his aura grew stronger. Yet Qin Yujie made no move to interrupt Xie's advance, because he simply saw no need. Qin Yujie die, CS Xiangshang declared, completing his 8th stride. At last, his chi had reached its peak. Tianyuan Sword Method, 3rd form. One sword shakes the heavens. The moment CS Xiangshang attacked, he unleashed the most powerful form of the Tianyuan Sword Method. The entire dueling arena trembled violently with spiritual energy, and then a colossal sword beam surged forth like a mountain crashing down from the sky, hurtling straight toward Qin Yujie. This was CS Xiangshang's ultimate strike, one into which he had poured every ounce of his inner energy. He firmly believed that under such overwhelming power, Qin Yujie would surely be reduced to dust. The onlookers, witnessing this terrifying sword force, were instantly shaken to their cores. This sword strike was too mighty. It overwhelmed their minds completely, leaving them blank and speechless, mouths agape in frozen shock. This sword, it's too powerful. Can Qin Yujie even block it? An inner sect disciple exclaimed in disbelief. He's in trouble now. Qin Yujie may be strong, but CS Xiangshang is just too terrifying, another person added. I think Qin Yujie underestimated him. He never expected CS Xiangshang to unleash his full strength right from the start. There's no way he can withstand this. Chapter 171, Don't look down on a chopping board. That's not necessarily true. I believe our Pyamiao Pavilion's master, Qin Yujie, will definitely win. In my opinion, Pyamiao Pavilion is nothing but a joke. After today, it'll probably be erased from history. Heavy swords need no edge, great skill appears clumsy. CS Xiangshang's heavy sword technique is truly formidable. When combined with the Taishan sword method, the synergy creates power far beyond mere addition. CS Xiangshang has only just broken through to the first level of the Wheel C realm, yet his strength is already terrifying. His talent in sword cultivation must be outstanding. The surrounding crowd was shocked by CS Xiangshang's overwhelming sword strike. Apart from those close to Qin Yujie and members of Pyamiao Pavilion, everyone else believed Qin Yujie was doomed. Qin Yujie looked at the domineering slash heading toward him and sneered slightly. Then he reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a chopping board. Seeing Qin Yujie actually produce a chopping board, the entire crowd froze, their minds blank, completely failing to comprehend what they were seeing. Has Qin Yujie gone mad? Did he really just pull out a chopping board? One inner sect disciple exclaimed in disbelief. What? Am I seeing things? That's really a chopping board. What is Qin Yujie doing? Does he know he can't beat CS Xiangshang and has simply given up? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Qin Yujie actually brought out a chopping board. Maybe he grabbed the wrong weapon by mistake. Everyone around stared in astonishment at Qin Yuji's action. Even Lin Qinin and the others looked stunned, unable to fathom why Qin Yuji would bring out a chopping board. But there was no time to ponder. As the crowd erupted into discussion, Qin Yuji channeled his spiritual energy into the chopping board. Instantly, the board before him expanded, transforming into a thick iron slab covered in shimmering runes that glowed with extraordinary brilliance. This was no ordinary chopping board. It was a top-tier heavenly-grade treasure. Even a peer-ranked cleaver couldn't leave a single scratch upon its surface. Qin Yuji had only thought of this idea recently. Not long ago, he had acquired an entire set of upper-tier heavenly-grade kitchenware. In Qin Yuji's eyes, every item in the kitchen was extraordinary, and while meant for cooking, perhaps they could hold unexpected advantages in combat as well. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Xie Xiangshang's devastating sword aura struck the giant chopping board hovering before Qin Yuji, unleashing shockwaves so powerful they seemed to shake heaven and earth. Although the arena was protected by defensive arrays, the spectators still felt a surge of dread and unease at the force of the collision. Heavens! Qin Yuji actually blocked Xie Xiangshang's attack with a chopping board. I think Qin Yuji is just here to make a joke. Heavens, this is the first time I've ever seen someone use a chopping board as a weapon. Could it be? Is Qin Yuji secretly a chef? This is absolutely unbelievable. The grade of that chopping board must be insanely high to withstand such a terrifying sword chi. Such a devastating strike, blocked effortlessly by Qin Yuji. Am I dreaming right now? Qin Yuji is way too extravagant. If I'm not mistaken, the material of that chopping board is a solid piece of Qinglu Spirit Iron. Qinglu Spirit Iron is an extremely precious, upper-tier heavenly-grade material. In sword forging, even a tiny fragment is considered a godsend. Yet Qin Yuji used an entire block of it to make a chopping board. What? A whole solid block of Qinglu Spirit Iron? Heavens, Qin Yuji is squandering treasures like nothing. Poor people like me lack imagination. Just how rich must Qin Yuji's cultivation resources be? Comparing oneself to others is enough to drive one mad. We truly cannot compare ourselves to Qin Yuji. Otherwise, we'll realize we've always been the fools. We're merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Qin Yuji possesses countless treasures. How could he possibly lose? Long live our pavilion master. Under Qin Yuji's leadership, Piaomiao Pavilion will surely become one of Lingtian Kingdom's most dominant forces. Qin Yuji, you are mighty. Our pavilion master is mighty. This can't be. It can't be. How could Qin Yuji block such a powerful sword attack with just a chopping board? Ace Yun, hiding within the crowd, muttered in utter disbelief. In the stands, Gao Yueta wore a similarly shocked expression. He never imagined Qin Yuji would possess a chopping board forged entirely from Qinglu Spirit Iron, further enhanced with complex runes across its surface, clearly no ordinary object. On the dueling platform, Xie Xiangshang stared at Qin Yuji, his face pale with shock. His strongest attack had been effortlessly neutralized. He could hardly believe his eyes. No way. This is impossible. How could you possibly block such a powerful strike? At that moment, regret began to stir in Xie Xiangshang's heart. He should never have challenged Qin Yuji. If even his ultimate move couldn't penetrate the opponent's defense, then this duel was already lost. Nothing is impossible. Don't look down on my chopping board. It's more than enough to deal with you. If you have any other ultimate moves, use them now. Otherwise, once I get serious, you're going to die. Qin Yuji said calmly. Qin Yuji's words instantly left the surrounding crowd stunned. Damn, he isn't even serious yet, and he's already this strong? How terrifying would he be if he actually tried? I think Qin Yuji isn't bluffing. Don't you know? His greatest strength lies in his monstrous sword cultivation talent. He hasn't even drawn his sword yet. Just how powerful do you think he really is? If Xie Xiangshang has no more trump cards, he's definitely going to die today. Yeah, who would have thought the tide would turn so quickly? At first, I was sure Qin Yuji was doomed to lose. The crowd erupted into heated discussion. On the dueling platform, Xie Xiangshang's face flickered with madness. After a moment of inner struggle, he pulled out a pill and hastily swallowed it. Immediately, his spiritual energy surged wildly, and his aura became even more terrifying than before. This pill was called the Rage Pill, given to Xie Xiangshang by a powerful backer. It could temporarily boost his cultivation strength. However, the consequences of taking such a pill were severe. Though it granted a brief surge in power, once the effects wore off, his martial cultivation base would suffer tremendous damage, possibly even causing him to fall from Heavenly Realm 9th stage. Xie Xiangshang had originally intended not to take the pill, but he had no choice. He didn't want to die. Taking it gave him a chance, however slim, to kill Qin Yuji. Without it, death was certain. Qin Yuji, you forced me into this. My strength now surpasses what it was before. You can go to hell. Xie Xiangshang snarled wildly. The onlookers, seeing Xie Xiangshang suddenly grow even stronger, were immediately filled with dread. Chapter 172. One punch defeats Xie Xiangshang. Good heavens. That's the frenzy pill. This kind of pill can temporarily enhance a martial artist's power, but after taking it, the foundation of their martial cultivation will suffer severe damage. Has Xie Xiangshang gone mad? An inner sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Xie Xiangshang has no choice. Remember, this is a life and death battle. If he doesn't take the frenzy pill, he'll definitely die. But if he does, he might still have a chance. Yes, compared to death, what does damaged martial foundation matter? Once you're dead, everything is gone. The surrounding crowd erupted into discussion. At that moment, Xie Xiangshang's aura became overwhelmingly powerful. His true yuan grew terrifyingly intense. Letting out a loud roar toward the sky, He raised his heavy sword with both hands and thrust it straight at Qin Yujie. Tyrant Peak Sword Technique. Third form. A single sword shakes the heavens. The spiritual energy in heaven and earth wildly surged. Then, an even more powerful sword aura, heavier than Mount Tai, majestic and overwhelming, rushed toward Qin Yujie. Just the sheer pressure of this sword aura made everyone present tremble in fear. Facing this immense force, Qin Yujie appeared incredibly small. Even before the sword aura reached him, its terrifying pressure blew his long hair wildly backward. Qin Yujie sneered disdainfully, then suddenly unleashed a terrifying surge of true yuan. In an instant, he thrust a punch violently into the sky. Spiritual energy gathered rapidly in the air, forming a colossal fist, like a god or demon's mighty punch, that carried an overwhelming momentum and charged directly at Xie Xiangshang's sword aura. Great Inyang Tongtian Fist. This was the Earth-tier inferior martial skill Qin Yujie had recently acquired. Over the past half-month, he had already cultivated it to perfection. My goodness, Qin Yujie's fist technique is so terrifying. There's no way Xie Xiangshang can withstand this blow. Not only are Qin Yujie's talents in sword and zither arts monstrous, but who would have thought his proficiency in fist techniques would be equally terrifying? This single punch, vast and grand, open and unrestrained, is truly a fist that breaks through 10,000 methods. In theory, a swordsman's sword aura should be extremely formidable, especially since Xie Xiangshang has the added strength of his heavy sword. His sword aura should have been unstoppable. Moreover, Qin Yujie is fighting barehanded. He should be at a disadvantage without a weapon. Yet, judging from the overwhelming aura of his punch, Xie Xiangshang's sword aura seems like a mere stream confronting an ocean, completely incomparable. Have you noticed? Qin Yujie's strike looks effortless, natural, seamless, absolutely flawless. He must have mastered the great Inyang Tongtian Fist completely. Qin Yujie's talent in martial arts is simply terrifying. Within the inner sect, who could possibly stand against him? The sheer might of Qin Yujie's casual punch is already this frightening. And I remember he also possesses an even stronger finger technique called Sky-Piercing Finger. If he used that right now, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? You're wrong. Qin Yujie's greatest strength lies in swordsmanship. Remember his battle against Zhu Lianggong? That earth-shattering sword aura. I still remember it vividly. Yes, now that Qin Yujie has broken through to Heavenly Realm 5th stage, his sword techniques must be even more horrifying. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. As the onlookers watched in stunned amazement and continued murmuring among themselves. Boom. The two mighty attacks collided violently. Xie Xiangshang's sword aura shattered instantly. Qin Yujie's fist image maintained its momentum, pressing forward like a mountain collapsing from above, hurtling straight towards Xie Xiangshang. Staring at the terrifying fist shadow, Xie Xiangshang felt a deadly threat enveloping him. His face twisted in terror. He knew. He absolutely couldn't block Qin Yujie's monstrous punch. Qin Yujie, I surrender. I beg you, spare me. I can't die. Xie Xiangshang cried frantically. But Qin Yujie ignored him completely, slamming his fist directly into Xie Xiangshang's chest. With another crack, Xie Xiangshang's body flew backward like a torn sandbag, finally crashing into the defensive formation of the life-death arena before coming to a stop. Everyone stared in shock at the scene on the platform. Blood poured from a massive hole in Xie Xiangshang's chest, a sight so gruesome it made them shudder. Xie Xiangshang was dead, killed by a single punch from Qin Yujie. If Qin Yujie hadn't restrained some of his force, Xie Xiangshang would have been reduced to nothing but pulp. The surrounding crowd remained speechless, stunned beyond reaction. They gazed at Qin Yujie with wide eyes, utterly awestruck. Qin Yujie's strength is just too incredible. Haha, I knew it. Our Piamiao Pavilion's central figure, Qin Yujie. How could he possibly lose? Long live Qin Yujie. Long live Piamiao Pavilion. Dude, I really want to join Piamiao Pavilion too. I heard Qin Yujie personally sponsors plenty of resources and cultivation techniques, even Earth-tier manuals. Haha, I joined already. The benefits of Piamiao Pavilion are way better than those of ordinary inner sect disciples. Following Qin Yujie, even if we don't get to feast, at least we can sip some soup. Qin Yujie's influence within the inner sect had now completely risen. Piamiao Pavilion too had surged in status, becoming the largest power within the Heavenly Origin sect's inner sect. Qin Yujie glanced at Xie Xiangshang, now dead and lifeless, then casually took the storage pouch from his body. Though Xie Xiangshang's pouch contained no small amount of resources, Qin Yujie truly didn't care for any of it. He turned his eyes towards Su Liang, who was serving as the referee on the observation stand, and spoke coolly. Vice Hall Master Su, the duel has ended. Why haven't you deactivated the defensive formation yet? Su Liang was still stunned. He couldn't believe how rapidly Qin Yujie had grown in strength. Xie Xiangshang, a first-stage Will See realm cultivator, had been utterly crushed by Qin Yujie. Even Su Liang himself was only at the second stage of the Will See realm, and he realized with dread that it wouldn't be long before Qin Yujie could defeat him effortlessly. Though Qin Yujie's performance today shocked him deeply, Su Liang still didn't consider Qin Yujie a true match for himself. After all, there was a full minor realm difference between the second and first stages of the Will See realm, a gap that translated into an enormous disparity in power. For example, facing Xie Xiangshang, Su Liang could have killed him with a single move. Thus, in Su Liang's eyes, Qin Yujie stood no chance against him. Gazing coldly at Qin Yujie, Su Liang said icily, Qin Yujie, I've heard you recently acquired a 1,000-year soul-nurturing tree. Treasures like this, which enhance soul force, should rightfully be offered to the sect. You must understand how difficult it is for the sect to nurture disciples like you. If you willingly shan the 1,000-year soul-nurturing tree and the 1,000-year spirit peach tree to the sect, the deputy sect master promises that 1/4 of their benefits will be distributed among the inner sect disciples. What do you say? Chapter 173, The Arrival of Tian Feichin. Hearing this, many inner sect disciples felt a stir in their hearts. A 1,000-year Yunhun tree, such a top-tier cultivation resource, naturally made their eyes gleam with desire. Now that Vice Hall Master Su Laiyong had brought it up, everyone suddenly became alert and eager. In their eyes, treasures like these obtained by Qin Yujie should rightfully be contributed to the sect, allowing everyone to cultivate and progress together. Su Lianyong's move was extremely vicious. He bound Qin Yujie under the banner of righteousness, while simultaneously winning over the inner sect disciples, core disciples, and even the elders of Tianyuan Sect. If inner sect disciples could receive a quarter share, then core disciples and elders would naturally get an even larger portion. Of course, Su Laiyong didn't act against Qin Yujie without reason. His backer was none other than Tianyuan Sect's vice sect master, Tian Feichin. Today's provocation against Qin Yujie had clearly been done on the explicit orders of the vice sect master. With vice sect master Tian Feichin supporting him from behind the scenes, Su Laiyong naturally had nothing to fear. After all, Tian Feichin wasn't just the second-in-command of Tianyuan Sect. He had reached the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm. With such a powerful figure backing him, Su Laiyong believed Qin Yujie would have no choice but to obediently hand over the treasure. What mattered most was that Qin Yujie's master, Jiang Fanxian, was currently away on a sect mission and not present at Tianyuan Sect. As for the sect master, Hong Yuchuan, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Recently, he had secluded himself in deep cultivation, hoping to break through to the Dongtinjing within his lifetime. Thus, he entrusted nearly all minor affairs of the sect to Tian Feichin. In effect, Tian Feichin now held absolute authority within Tianyuan Sect. Moreover, if Qin Yujie refused to hand over the 1,000-year Yuhuan tree, Su Laiyong would have legitimate grounds to take action against him. Frankly, Su Laiyong was secretly hoping Qin Yujie would refuse. Only then could he strike directly. Qin Yujie looked at Su Laiyong and sneered disdainfully. Why should I give my belongings to the sect? If every disciple must surrender their own opportunities to the sect, what's the point of cultivating martial Dao at all? You desire my possessions, fine, but use an honest excuse. Don't hide behind lofty morality and try to guilt-trip me. That kind of nonsense won't work on me. That's right. Why should our boss hand anything over to the sect? Su Laiyong, your greed is showing far too badly. Zheng Nanhua added bluntly. Exactly. This demand is outrageous. It defies all reason. In our Shueihua sect, we never had such shameless elders. Zhang Qiuling said coldly, her brows furrowing. My master's possessions are not something you can covet. You old man, your intentions are truly sinister. Huang Yuha also spoke out. Elder Su, demands like this would utterly ruin Qin Yujie's path in martial Dao. If Qin Yujie gives up his resources for the sect, how will he cultivate himself? A person like you doesn't deserve to be an inner sect elder, Lin Qimin said icily. Indeed, Su Lianyong's actions left many feeling disheartened. If every time a cultivator gained a personal opportunity, they were forced to surrender it unconditionally to the sect, it would be no different from outright robbery. Besides, who on the path of martial cultivation didn't have their own unique fortunes? Take Shi Yin, for instance. He had his own serendipitous encounters. If someone demanded he hand them over to the sect, there was no way he'd agree either. Among those present, only Qin Yujie's companions and members of the Piaomiao Pavilion openly opposed Su Lianyong's actions. Everyone else watched with amusement, secretly siding with Su Laiyong simply because they stood to benefit. Vice Hall Master Su, isn't your action here rather inappropriate? Elder Gu Baocheng of the inner sect said, frowning deeply. Gu Baocheng deeply admired Qin Yujie as a genius of sword Dao. Although Qin Yujie had chosen to become a disciple of Jiang Fanxian instead of him, this did not diminish Gu Baocheng's respect and admiration for the young man. This showed that Gu Baocheng possessed at least decent moral character. For this very reason, Qin Yujie had to acknowledge that Gu Baocheng was indeed a respectable elder within the inner sect. Su Laiyong seemed fully prepared for this reaction. He smiled faintly and said calmly, Elder Gu, don't forget, a mere deputy hall master like me wouldn't have the authority to make such a decision. This comes straight from Vice Sect Master Tian Feichin. Are you questioning the Vice Sect Master's judgment? The surrounding disciples were stunned upon hearing this. None had expected that Vice Sect Master Tian Feichin would target Qin Yujie so ruthlessly. It seemed he truly intended to destroy Qin Yujie's martial cultivation path. After all, the treasures on Qin Yujie's person weren't limited to just 1 or 2 items. Things like his spatial ring, the Panlong Cauldron, the Green Lotus Sword, the Four Seasons Sword Technique, and the Sky-Shattering Finger, all were well known throughout Tianyuan Sect. If Qin Yujie gave in today, once would lead to twice, and then endlessly after. What awaited him would be relentless exploitation until he was completely drained of value. Gu Baocheng was instantly stunned upon hearing this. He said in disbelief, how could Vice Sect Master Tian do such a thing? Has Qin Yujie offended the Vice Sect Master? Su Laiyong smiled and said calmly, I don't know the details. Perhaps Vice Sect Master Tian is simply acting for the benefit of our sect, hoping to distribute these resources among everyone so that our overall strength can improve. I think what Vice Sect Master Tian is doing is inappropriate. I must go consult Sect Master Hong. Gu Baocheng said, clearly perplexed. In any normal sect, when encountering a genius like Qin Yujie, they would undoubtedly prioritize him as a key disciple, concentrating cultivation resources on him. But Tianyuan Sect was different. Instead of supporting him, they were trying to seize his hard-earned opportunities. Was this really something a proper sect should do? Just as Gu Baocheng prepared to leave, an immense aura suddenly descended from high above. It came crushing down with overwhelming force, vast and imposing. Gu Baocheng immediately shuddered. He felt an suffocating pressure closing in on him. Involuntarily, he took several steps backward, cold sweat now drenching his back. Senior Elder Gu, Sect Master Hong, is currently in seclusion cultivating. Who do you think holds authority in Tianyuan Sect now? Are you questioning my decision? A powerful figure drifted through the air from afar, and in the blink of an eye landed upon the arena's viewing platform. It was none other than Tianyuan Sect's Vice Sect Master, Tian Feichen, at the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Vice Sect Master Tian has actually come himself. It seems Qin Yujie is in grave danger today, one inner sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Yes, Vice Sect Master Tian's power is far too great. Judging by his momentum, there's no way Qin Yujie can escape easily today. Level 8 of the Wheel Sea realm. He could probably crush Qin Yujie with just a single finger. If Qin Yujie is wise, he should hand over those treasures immediately if he wants to save his life. Chapter 174 Su Laiyong steps in. With Qin Yujie's master Jiang Fanxian away from the sect today, I don't think Qin Yujie will survive. I suspect handing over those resources is just an excuse. The real intention of Vice Sect Master Tian Feichen is to kill Qin Yujie. Brother, keep your voice down. Are you tired of living? If Vice Sect Master Tian hears this, you'll lose your head. When the crowd saw Tian Feichen arrive, they all sensed something big was about to happen within the Tianyuan Sect. It seemed Qin Yujie would not escape this one. Gu Baocheng looked at Tian Feichen and could only remain silent. With a Vice Sect Master present, what could he possibly say? He was no match for Tian Feichen in power or status. Though Gu Baocheng was an inner sect elder, before Tian Feichen, he had no right to question anything. Seeing Tian Feichen's arrival bolstered Su Lieyong's confidence even further. He sneered coldly. Qin Yujie, since you refused to hand over your resources, don't blame me for making a move. Qin Yujie replied icily. If you have the strength, come take them. But I suggest you save your effort. You're simply no match for me. Hearing this, Su Lieyong burst into laughter. Qin Yujie, you really know how to boast. Let me remind you, I've reached the 2nd level of the Wheel Sea realm. Don't think defeating Xie Xiangshang means much. He was only at the 1st level. Killing him would be far easier for me than it was for you. This statement shocked the onlookers. Although Su Lieyong was deputy master of the law enforcement hall, his combat prowess stood out among peers, ranking near the top for cultivators at his level. The deputy hall master himself is going to fight? Qin Yujie is doomed. Yeah, Su Lieyong is incredibly strong. His specialty is staff techniques. I heard he wields a low-grade Earth-tier weapon called the Heaven-Piercing Demon Subduing Staff. The Heaven-Piercing Demon Subduing Staff? That's no ordinary weapon. It's said to weigh over 63,000 jin. Exactly. Just its weight alone puts it leagues beyond regular weapons. Facing Su Lieyong, Qin Yujie is surely at a disadvantage. Worse still, Su Lieyong possesses a high-grade mystic-level martial skill, Frenzied Demon Staff Art. It's said to consist of 3 ultimate moves, each devastating in power. No matter how exceptional Qin Yujie's swordsmanship might be, he'd likely lose in a single exchange against Su Lieyong. Not necessarily. Though Qin Yujie is only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Being realm, he didn't even use full strength against Xie Xiangshang. Maybe Qin Yujie will win after all. I believe he can too. After all, he's the Pavilion Lord of Piamiao Pavilion, the sword prodigy, the genius youth among geniuses. The surrounding crowd debated wildly about Su Lieyong and Qin Yujie. Most believed Su Lieyong would prevail, with only a minority backing Qin Yujie. Standing on the dueling platform, Qin Yujie let the breeze ripple through his hair and robes. At that moment, his tall silhouette evoked the image of a sword unsheathing itself, a sharp, piercing presence. Qin Yujie feared no one in the entire Tianyuan Sect. Even facing Hong Yuchuan at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm wouldn't intimidate him, much less Tian Feichen at mere 8th level. Should Tian Feichen actually attack, Qin Yujie wouldn't hesitate to kill him, then simply leave the sect afterward. There'd be no regrets. Su Lieyong, do you really think you're strong? Qin Yujie said calmly. To me, you're utterly insignificant. If you're going to act, do it now. I'd like to see this frenzied demon staff art of yours. Su Lieyong glared at Qin Yujie and sneered. Qin Yujie, I hate nothing more than your arrogance. Who do you think you are? Daring to play the expert before me? Fine. Today I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. With that, Su Lieyong unleashed his full power as a 2nd-level Wheel Sea realm cultivator. A surge of profound energy erupted from his body, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth rushed wildly into him. Frenzied demon staff art. First move. Mad as a demon. Roaring loudly, Su Lieyong swung his staff toward Qin Yujie. The demon-subduing staff flared with violent flickers of rune patterns, 9 in total. Each enhanced the weapon's crushing weight, and with all 9 activated simultaneously, the force behind this strike was terrifying beyond measure. The heaven-piercing demon-subduing staff truly lives up to its name. If Qin Yujie tries to withstand that blow directly, he'll probably be shattered to pieces. From the elevated platform, Gao Yueta laughed. His cultivation and combat insight surpassed even Su Lieyong's, so naturally, he saw clearly just how fearsome that strike truly was. The Frenzied Demon Staff art is a martial skill that relies purely on brute force overpowering technique. Even if it doesn't land a direct hit, just a glancing blow would leave Qin Yujie badly injured. It's truly injury upon contact, death upon touch. Gu Baoqing stared at Qin Yujie with deep concern, muttering to himself. Tian Feichen watched Qin Yujie, a cold sneer forming on his lips. With Su Liang stepping in, he was certain Qin Yujie would perish today. Even if by some chance Su Liang lost, as long as he himself was here, Qin Yujie would still have no hope of survival. This was a rare opportunity, and Tian Feichen had no intention of letting Qin Yujie slip away. Qin Yujie die. At that moment, Su Liang seemed like a wrathful god or demon descending from the heavens. In the sky above, a colossal golden staff shadow appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura and surging with murderous intent. This massive staff loomed like a mountain peak, crashing down upon Qin Yujie with crushing, suffocating force. In comparison to this titanic shadow, Qin Yujie's figure appeared almost insignificant. What about our strike? Exactly. Not just Qin Yujie. Even any other second-level Will See realm cultivator of the same realm probably couldn't withstand Su Liang's blow. Su Liang, as Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, is indeed formidable. It seems no Will See realm warrior should be underestimated. Zhang Qiuling and the others glanced at Su Liang and smirked in disdain. Only they knew the terrifying extent of Qin Yujie's talent and combat power. Su Liang was nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot, blindly overestimating himself. On the life-and-death dueling platform, Qin Yujie gazed at the glowing runes flickering across Su Liang's demon-subduing staff, and then he smiled coldly. Su Liang's heaven-piercing demon-subduing staff was merely a low-grade Earth-tier weapon. Qin Yujie didn't even need to pull out anything special. Even his kitchenware set consisted entirely of top-grade heaven-tier treasures, each engraved with rune patterns far more intricate and advanced than those on that staff. A trash-tier weapon like the heaven-piercing demon-subduing staff, and you actually treasure it? Even one of my frying pans is superior to your so-called demon-subduing staff, Qin Yujie said indifferently, reaching into his spatial ring and pulling out a simple wok. Chapter 175. The cooking pot shows its power. When Qin Yujie calmly pulled out a simple cooking pot, everyone around, Zhang Qiuling included, was completely taken aback. In Zhang Qiuling's eyes, Qin Yujie should have needed nothing more than a single sword stroke to deal with Su Liang. She never expected that not only was Qin Yujie outrageously powerful, but he also possessed an endless stream of treasures, one after another without end. Anyone who ends up as Qin Yujie's enemy must be truly miserable. When it comes to strength, martial skills, talent, or weapons, he surpasses everyone in every aspect. Su Liang is practically begging to die. His level of ability is nothing but child's play compared to Qin Yujie. Zhang Qiuling stared at Qin Yujie in shock, murmuring softly. Ever since Zhang Qiuling had stayed by Qin Yujie's side, she had lived in constant amazement. During this time, she had learned a great deal about sword techniques. Qin Yujie had even passed on to her the four-season sword art and given her top-grade pills, which she now consumed daily like candy. Unknowingly, Zhang Qiuling's perspective and aura had transformed. Having witnessed such a genius as Qin Yujie, no ordinary man could ever capture her interest again. Moreover, she had grown accustomed to her role as Qin Yujie's attendant. Now she no longer worried about cultivation resources. She could focus entirely on her training. Occasionally, she would seek advice from Qin Yujie on sword principles, or simply serve him tea. Her path of cultivation had become smooth and unobstructed. Sometimes, Zhang Qiuling even thought that remaining Qin Yujie's attendant for life wouldn't be a bad choice. Besides, Qin Yujie treated her well and had never made any unreasonable demands of her. While Zhang Qiuling was lost in these thoughts and emotions, the surrounding crowd erupted into loud murmurs as they saw Qin Yujie pull out a black, unremarkable cooking pot. What the hell? Has Qin Yujie lost his mind? Facing such a powerful attack, he pulls out a cooking pot. Am I seeing things? That looks just like an ordinary kitchen pot. Qin Yujie must be careless. This pot can't possibly withstand Su Liang's terrifying attack. Qin Yujie, hurry up and use your sword technique, otherwise you won't make it in time. Yeah, or use that chopping board over there instead. Hey, do you think this pot and that chopping board are a set? Could it actually be some incredible treasure? Now that you mention it, maybe it is. Although the pot looks plain black, upon closer look, its surface is covered in intricate runes. It clearly isn't an ordinary item. With all the treasures Qin Yujie has, even his cooking utensils are beyond our reach. If I'm not mistaken, this pot must be forged entirely from Tianyuan iron, a top-tier heavenly material. A chunk this large would be priceless. What? For real? I've only ever seen Tianyuan iron described in books. I never imagined Qin Yujie would possess such a massive piece. What's even more infuriating is that Qin Yujie turned such precious material into a mere cooking pot. What a waste of a treasure. People really are incomparable. Now I suspect even the bowls and plates Qin Yujie eats from must be rare treasures. I swear, I'm joining Pyamiao Pavilion. Qin Yujie is destined to become a peerless expert in Lingtian Kingdom. As fast as word spread, while the crowd buzzed with chatter, Qin Yujie eyed the massive incoming attack and casually waved his hand, placing the pot directly in front of him. Pouring his true essence into the pot, the complex runes on its surface instantly flickered like electric circuits, activating rapidly. Then, a gigantic ethereal image of the cooking pot emerged in the sky, forming a solid dome that completely encased and protected Qin Yujie within. Su Lieyong's devastating strike slammed into the phantom cooking pot, releasing a thunderous roar that shook the earth and rattled the mountains. Yet astonishingly, Qin Yuje's cooking pot remained completely unscathed, while Su Lieyong's entire attack dispersed into nothingness. Such overwhelming power, yet it couldn't even breach the defense of Qin Yuje's humble pot. Qin Yuje examined the pot with satisfaction. Like the chopping board, this pot could function as a defensive weapon. Aside from the pot and the chopping board, Qin Yuje had another defensive artifact, the Panlong Cauldron. But the Panlong Cauldron was merely an upper-grade Earth-tier alchemical cauldron. As far as defense went, the pot and chopping board were far superior. It was better to reserve the Panlong Cauldron solely for pill refinement. Su Lieyong gazed in disbelief as his powerful attack was effortlessly blocked by Qin Yuje. His face paled in shock, and he exclaimed incredulously, "You actually used a cooking pot forged from Tian Shermi iron to block my attack? Just how many more treasures do you have?" Qin Yuje said disdainfully, "This cooking pot is nothing special. It's just what I use to cook meals. Su Lieyong, you're truly pathetic. If you can't even break through the defense of a simple kitchen pot, what good are you?" The surrounding crowd was still in shock, and even Gao Yueta and Tian Feichin on the viewing platform were stunned. Tian Feichin's face darkened. The more treasures Qin Yuje revealed, the more he desired to kill him, because once Qin Yuje was dead, everything he owned would belong to him. With these treasures and resources, Tian Feichin firmly believed he could break through to the Dantian realm within his lifetime. A flicker of excitement burned in Tian Feichin's heart. He calmed himself and continued watching the battle unfold. If Su Lieyong could eliminate Qin Yuje, then there would be no need for him to step in personally. And with Gao Yueta right beside him, even if Su Lieyong lost, it would still be more than enough for Gao Yueta to intervene. At this thought, a cold, sinister smile crept across Tian Feichin's face, one like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. Gao Yueta himself was also astonished. He hadn't expected Qin Yuje to possess such an endless array of treasures, none of which seemed to repeat. "That cooking pot of Qin Yuje's is incredible. I wish I had one too," exclaimed an inner disciple enviously. "With a pot like that, it's like having an extra life. I doubt Su Lieyong can even breach Qin Yuje's defense," another inner disciple added. "Exactly, and Qin Yuje also has that chopping board with similar power. If he controls both artifacts at once, just how impenetrable would his defense become? I swear, this is the first time I've ever seen someone fight with a cooking pot and chopping board. Qin Yuje really is beyond imagination. Qin Yuje has too many tricks up his sleeve. Anyone who becomes his enemy must be utterly broken." The crowd continued buzzing with endless discussions about Su Lieyong and Qin Yuje. Chapter 176, The Mad Demon Staff Technique. Su Lieyong looked at Qin Yuje, whose face was filled with disdain, and coldly sneered. "Qin Yuje, how dare you call me trash? Don't think you're anything special just because you blocked one of my moves. That first strike of my Mad Demon Staff technique was the weakest one. The real show is only beginning." The surrounding crowd was shocked upon hearing this. No one had expected that such a powerful attack would be considered the weakest move. They couldn't even begin to imagine how devastating Su Lieyong's subsequent attacks would be. "Is that so?" Qin Yuje said indifferently. "Then I'll be watching closely. I hope your strength isn't too pathetic, otherwise you'd dishonor your position as a deputy hall master. If a senior disciple like me, who's barely entered the inner sect, can defeat a deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, then you'd surely lose all face in Tianyuan Sect." Truthfully, Qin Yuje didn't take Su Lieyong seriously at all, but if Su Lieyong insisted on seeking death, he wouldn't mind granting it. From Su Lieyong's earlier assault, it was clear he hadn't held back, not even slightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes had been very real. Su Lieyong's actions could only mean they were carried out under Tian Feichin's orders. In other words, Tian Feichin was one of the masterminds behind the attempt on Qin Yuje's life. Su Lieyong sneered coldly and said, "You insignificant ant at the fifth heaven realm, daring to challenge me? You truly don't know your place. Fine, I'll let you witness my true power. I only hope you won't regret it later. My second move of the Mad Demon Staff technique is twice as powerful as the first. Though your walk is extraordinary, you've already consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy, haven't you? Let me tell you, no matter how exceptional your weapon is, someone as weak as you can never unleash its true potential. Now, despair and await your doom." Facing the overconfident and arrogant Su Lieyong, Qin Yuje merely sneered. In truth, he hadn't expended much spiritual energy at all. Even if he had, thanks to the constant circulation of the evergreen art within him, his reserves had already fully recovered by now. This was precisely the terrifying advantage of the evergreen art. Moreover, Qin Yuje carried top-tier pills for restoring spiritual energy, spirit wines, medicinal herbs, and even supreme-grade spirit stones. He had absolutely no shortage of resources to replenish himself. The idea that Su Lieyong could deplete his spiritual energy was nothing more than a pipe dream. At that moment, the arena was completely silent. Everyone had heard every word exchanged clearly. Su Lieyong's seemingly logical arguments did cause some concern among the crowd about Qin Yuje's fate. After all, when it came to raw spiritual energy, Su Lieyong, as a second heaven stage will see realm cultivator, naturally possessed far greater reserves than an ordinary fifth heaven stage celestial realm warrior. To many observers, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for Qin Yuje. But none of them knew the terrifying truth about the depth of Qin Yuje's spiritual energy. If it came down to sheer reserves, Qin Yuje had no reason whatsoever to fear Su Lieyong. Without waiting for Qin Yuje to respond, Su Lieyong roared loudly the moment he finished speaking. A surge of aura, even stronger than before, erupted from his body. Mad Demon Staff Technique. Second move. One staff piercing the heavens. Terrifying spiritual energy swirled violently around Su Lieyong's body, causing the ambient spiritual essence in the air to tremble wildly. Just from the overwhelming pressure alone, it was evident that the second move of the Mad Demon Staff Technique was indeed roughly twice as powerful as the first. As the crowd stared at the colossal staff shadow forming in the sky, dread welled up in their hearts. This phantom of the subduing demon staff was even more powerful than the previous one, exuding an invincible and domineering aura. If the earlier strike from Su Lieyong had been like a pond, this current one was undoubtedly comparable to a small river. Su Lieyong is truly incredible. With such a terrifying strike, I wonder if Qin Yujie can withstand it. It'll be difficult. Although Qin Yujie's walk is remarkable, as Su Lieyong pointed out earlier, his cultivation level is too low to truly unlock its full power. Plus, he must have already exhausted much of his spiritual energy and stamina in the prior fight. And now this strike is twice as strong. Qin Yujie might finally be at his wit's end. Who would have thought Su Lieyong possesses such an extraordinary martial technique? Never judge a person by appearance. Indeed, there are always stronger people beyond, higher skies above. Su Lieyong truly lives up to his title as Deputy Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. I heard once during a sect mission, he killed an injured third heaven stage will see realm cultivator. Even though that cultivator was wounded, Su Lieyong managed to overcome and slay him while still at the second heaven stage. That proves his strength must be exceptional. No wonder Su Lieyong has such a track record. Truly remarkable. Still, Qin Yujie looks fresh and ruddy-faced. Doesn't seem like he's drained much energy. I believe he still has the strength to fight. Yes, look at Qin Yujie's expression. He's too calm. When someone has that kind of look, there are only two possibilities. What two possibilities? The first is that he's completely stunned by Su Lieyong's overwhelming attack. The second is that he has absolute confidence in his own strength and simply doesn't take Su Lieyong's attack seriously. So which one do you think Qin Yujie falls into? I think it's the first. Earlier, Qin Yujie only barely managed to block Su Lieyong's strike by sheer luck. This time, there's no way he'll survive. I think it's the second. Don't forget, Qin Yujie's true terrifying strength lies in his sword techniques. As long as he unleashes his monstrous swordsmanship, he can still win. How could my master ever lose? Your vision is far too narrow. From being an outer disciple of Tianyuan Sect, in such a short time, he entered the inner sect. Has Qin Yujie ever lost a single battle? His talent isn't just rare in Lingtian Kingdom. Even in the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, he'd be an extraordinary genius. Zheng Nanhua said disdainfully, glancing at the crowd who were discussing among themselves. Zheng Nanhua, stop bragging like that. Act as if you've actually been to the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. You know, the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty is larger than 100 Lingtian kingdoms combined. There, monstrous geniuses are everywhere. I admit Qin Yujie is a prodigy here in Lingtian, but in the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, I swear, he'd be nothing more than an average cultivator. You don't understand anything. Zheng Nanhua shook his head contemptuously at the martial practitioner. The Tianyu Imperial Dynasty was indeed vast, controlling 100 small kingdoms like Lingtian. But Zheng Nanhua firmly believed that even within that immense empire, Qin Yujie would quickly rise to fame and ascend rapidly. At the mention of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, a flicker of hatred briefly flashed in Zheng Nanhua's eyes, though it vanished instantly, returning to normal. What Zheng Nanhua didn't know at this moment was that Qin Yujie had already grasped two types of sword intent. If he had known, he would have been even more astonished. Chapter 177, The Mighty Qin Yujie. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Qin Yujie gazed at the colossal staff shadow, surging with overwhelming aura before him, and shook his head in disdain. Even if Qin Yujie fought with nothing but a walk, he could still block such an attack. But this time, he decided to take a different approach. From this alone, one could see the vast gap between ordinary martial artists and Qin Yujie. Most would struggle desperately just to withstand such a terrifying strike. Yet for Qin Yujie, there were countless options. He could probably dodge Su Lieyong's entire assault, even using only half-step chasing cicada. Of course, Qin Yujie rarely used half-step chasing cicada during battle because he simply saw no need. Terrifying amounts of true energy surged through Qin Yujie's body as he drew out a long whip, the Jade Dragonbone Whip. He had given this Jade Dragonbone Whip to Huang Youhe not long ago, but knowing today was his day of dueling, Huang Youhe returned it to him. Qin Yujie hadn't particularly wanted it back, but he thought that if he used the 9 forms of the Jade Dragon technique during combat, it might greatly aid Huang Youhe's understanding. After all, personally practicing martial techniques was fundamentally different from observing life and death battles. Disciple, watch closely. This is the true power of the 9 forms of the Jade Dragon. After saying this to Huang Youhe, Qin Yujie channeled his inner true energy rapidly into the Jade Dragonbone Whip. Instantly, intricate and mysterious runes flickered across its surface. 9 forms of the Jade Dragon. First form, Jade Dragon emerges from the mountain. Clutching the whip tightly, Qin Yujie lightly swung it forward. In the sky, a vivid Jade Dragon materialized. Not a real one, but formed entirely from true energy and spiritual essence. Yet even so, this dragon radiated ferocious momentum and immense power. The onlookers, witnessing Qin Yujie unleash such a formidable whip technique, felt their hearts tremble with shock. To them, Qin Yujie already being a master of sword arts, zither arts, and fist techniques was absurd enough. None expected that he would also be skilled in whip techniques. Ordinary martial artists considered mastering even one discipline a sign of extraordinary talent, since both ability and time were limited. Being good at everything meant sacrificing depth in favor of breadth. Yet Qin Yujie completely shattered everyone's perceptions. No one knew where his limits truly lay. This Qin Yujie is too monstrous. He actually knows whip techniques? I practice whip arts myself, and just by watching him move once, I can tell his technique is perfectly natural, seamless. My god, he's already reached the pinnacle, the complete mastery of this art. Pinnacle mastery. Is Qin Yujie some kind of demon? And look at the Jade Dragonbone whip in his hand. Those glowing runes clearly mark it as no common weapon. The Jade Dragonbone whip. Could this whip actually be made from real Jade Dragon bones? My heavens. I've read about Jade Dragon bones in books. They're said to be the most treasured part of a Jade Dragon, condensing its entire essence into a single, elongated bone. Extremely valuable. Jade Dragon bones are low-tier heavenly grade materials. Our Ling Tian Kingdom doesn't possess anything so rare. How is it possible that Qin Yujie owned such a bone, and then wastefully forged it into a whip? So you're saying Qin Yujie's Jade Dragon bone whip is a low-tier heavenly grade weapon? Absolutely. And look at his 9 forms of the Jade Dragon. Just the first form, Jade Dragon emerges from the mountain, is already this powerful. I suspect these 9 forms must be Earth tier or higher martial skills. Maybe even heavenly tier. Oh my god, I've got heart problems. Don't scare me like this. Compared to Qin Yujie, we're all penniless trash. Talent, resources, weapons, techniques. We lose in every category. Brother, you missed something, his women too. We can't even compare there. Look at Lin Qinin and Zhang Qiuling. Aren't they both flawless beauties? F***ck it. I don't want to live anymore. If I get reincarnated next life, please don't make me exist in the same era as Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie is truly the mortal enemy of every man in Ling Tian Kingdom. Look at those inner sect female disciples, their eyes filled with worship and awe. I bet if Qin Yujie asked, half of them would willingly throw themselves at him. Heaven, why are you so unfair to us? On the path, a man shines like jade. None in the world can rival this young master. In Ling Tian Kingdom, only Qin Yujie deserves these words. The surrounding crowd marveled at Qin Yujie in endless astonishment, some filled with admiration, others with shock, envy, or jealousy. At this moment, Qin Yujie was undoubtedly the center of attention. Amidst the chatter, the two attacks collided head-on, erupting in a thunderous boom. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Yujie's attack continued unabated, hurtling straight towards Su Laiyong. Seeing the danger, Su Laiyong immediately pulled out a massive shield. This shield was a defensive weapon known as the Xianbing Shield. Su Laiyong poured his true energy wildly into the Xianbing Shield, causing it to rapidly expand in size. A pale blue shield shadow appeared in the sky. Haha, Qin Yujie, it's not just you who has defensive treasures. I have them too. Su Laiyong laughed loudly at Qin Yujie. Even as he laughed, the Jade Dragon Whip shadow crashed violently into Su Laiyong's Xianbing Shield, producing a thunderous, earth-shaking sound. For a moment, cracks spread rapidly across the shield's surface before it shattered completely. My Xianbing Shield, Su Laiyong cried out in anguish. Yet thanks to the shield's brief resistance, he had already activated his body technique to dodge Qin Yujie's whip strike. Moreover, after being weakened by the Xianbing Shield's defense, the whip's power no longer posed a fatal threat to him. Of course, this was precisely what Qin Yujie intended. He had deliberately held back most of his strength. Had he killed Su Laiyong outright, how could he continue demonstrating the Jade Dragon Whip techniques for Huang Youhe? Su Laiyong stared at Qin Yujie, his heart pounding with dread. If he hadn't quickly used the Xianbing Shield, he would certainly have been injured. After all, getting injured during combat could severely impact subsequent fighting. Minor injuries might be tolerable, but serious wounds without healing pills would place one at a significant disadvantage. In their second clash, Qin Yujie and Su Laiyong were once again evenly matched. Huang Youhe carefully observed Qin Yujie executing the Jade Dragon Whip technique and gained profound insights. Although many aspects still eluded her understanding, she believed that having witnessed this demonstration, her future cultivation of the 9 forms of the Jade Dragon would become far easier. Chapter 178 The Strongest Strike of Su Laiyong. Master truly deserves to be my master. He has already perfected the Jade Dragon 9 forms. I must work even harder, under such direct guidance from him, along with access to top-tier pills and cultivation resources. My progress is bound to be rapid. Huang Youhe said excitedly. Huang Youhe was someone who carried her own hidden burdens. Her eagerness to grow stronger wasn't baseless. It stemmed from a deep personal reason. She gazed at Qin Yujie with pure admiration, secretly wishing that one day she could reach the terrifying level of power he had achieved. Qin Yujie, I never expected your strength to be so formidable. Earlier, I really did underestimate you. But this is where it ends for you. Next, my Mad Demon Staff technique's third move will be twice as powerful as the second. You definitely won't withstand it. Recalling the third form of the Mad Demon Staff, Su Laiyong gained confidence, and his face wore a calm, composed expression. The surrounding crowd once again fell into shock upon hearing this. Heavens! The third form of the Mad Demon Staff is twice as strong as the second? How can anyone possibly fight against that? The Mad Demon Staff, if you don't go mad, you become a demon. Indeed, its reputation is well deserved. I heard that the Mad Demon Staff technique reaches far greater power when executed in a state of madness or demonic frenzy. Is that really true? Although Su Laiyong's Mad Demon Staff is incredibly powerful, I still believe Qin Yujie will ultimately win. The real decisive blow from Su Liyong is about to come. The earlier battle was probably just a warm-up for both of them. The spectators murmured all around. On the viewing platform, Gao Yueta confidently declared, Deputy Hall Master Su's Mad Demon Staff technique is immensely powerful, especially the third form. It will absolutely defeat Qin Yujie. Tian Feichen furrowed his brows slightly. His insight surpassed Gao Yueta's, so he clearly recognized the terrifying nature of Qin Yujie's whip technique. Unlike Gao Yueta, Tian Feichen wasn't optimistic. He sent a private transmission. Senior Gao, if Su Liyong fails, you'll step in. Remember, deliver a killing blow immediately. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Gao Yueta felt slightly confused. He believed Qin Yujie was already on the brink of defeat, so there was no need for him to intervene personally. Still, he quickly transmitted back an affirmative reply. On the arena stage, thousands of eyes were now fixed on the final confrontation between Qin Yujie and Su Liyong. Qin Yujie looked calmly at Su Liyong and said, Su Liyong, unleash all your power now. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. Qin Yujie, don't be too arrogant. I've never used the third form of the Mad Demon Staff before others, but today, I'll make an exception and let you witness my terrifying power. After speaking, Su Liyong's aura grew increasingly intense. The terrifying spiritual energy within Su Liyong surged into his demon-subduing staff. The runes etched onto the staff began flickering violently. Now, every single rune had been activated. With a mighty roar, Su Liyong gripped the staff tightly with both hands and unleashed a thunderous, earth-shaking strike. Mad Demon Staff Technique, third form, Mad Demon Chaos Dance. In the sky, a colossal illusory image of the demon-subduing staff appeared, resembling a massive stone pillar spanning across heaven and earth. The mere width of this staff phantom was as thick as a century-old tree. This phantom emanated overwhelming momentum and boundless power. It wasn't just cultivators at the fifth heaven human realm who would struggle. Even an average second rotation C realm expert might not survive such a devastating assault. The onlookers stared at Su Liyong's monstrous attack, instantly stunned into silence. The Mad Demon Staff is truly unstoppable, especially the third form, Mad Demon Chaos Dance. This strike is shockingly terrifying. This attack is so overwhelming it sends chills down the spine. My heart actually felt like it stopped beating. Who knew Su Liyong was this strong? If I were facing such a terrifying attack, I wouldn't even have the courage to raise my hand. Even the residual pressure from this strike is this intense. Just imagine what Qin Yujie on the stage of life and death must be enduring. The Mad Demon Staff, either you go mad, or you become a demon. Truly extraordinary. That staff phantom carries the weight of thunder and mountains. With a single strike like this, Qin Yujie will likely be crushed to dust. Qin Yujie is in serious danger now. Against such overwhelming force, even his wok and cutting board probably won't save him. Exactly. While Qin Yujie's wok and cutting board are indeed heavenly-grade treasures, he himself is only at the heaven-human realm. His internal spiritual energy simply isn't sufficient to withstand such a horrifying attack. That's not necessarily true. The Jade Dragon 9 forms Qin Yujie used earlier were absurdly powerful, and he has already cultivated the Jade Dragon 9 forms to perfection. Once a martial technique reaches the level of perfection, its power becomes terrifying. Exactly. Besides, Qin Yujie hasn't even unleashed his strongest sword techniques yet. He's clearly not fighting at full strength. It's still unclear who will come out on top. The surrounding crowd, staring at Su Liyong's monstrous attack, immediately burst into discussion. Just as they spoke, time slowed for no one. In the midst of their murmurs, Su Liyong's devastating strike arrived before Qin Yujie in an instant. Jade Dragon 9 forms, second form, Jade Dragon devours the heavens. Qin Yujie raised the Jade Dragon Bone Whip in his hand. Compared to Su Liyong's overwhelming momentum, Qin Yujie's movement appeared effortless and composed. The spiritual energy within Qin Yujie surged rapidly into the Jade Dragon Bone Whip. Instantly, a series of strange and intricate runes flickered across the whip. Ancient markings from primordial times, far superior to any ordinary runes of the present era. Compared to the runes engraved on the demon-subduing staff, those on the Jade Dragon Bone Whip were elevated to an entirely different level, like comparing heaven and earth, with absolutely no room for comparison. With a single flick of his wrist, Qin Yujie caused the spiritual essence throughout the entire world to violently tremble. Then, in the sky, a vast illusory image of a Jade Dragon emerged, the phantom manifestation conjured by the Jade Dragon Bone Whip. The Jade Dragon Bone Whip itself was extraordinary, but when combined with the complementary Jade Dragon 9 forms, it became even more formidable, its synergy far surpassing mere addition. The fusion of artifact and technique was exponentially powerful. Qin Yujie's Jade Dragon 9 forms are so strong. This second form is even more terrifying than the first. Yes, if Su Liyong's earlier attack was like a small stream, Qin Yujie's current strike is like an ocean. I was simply ignorant. I thought Su Liyong's attack was shocking before, but compared to Qin Yujie's, that strike now seems pitifully weak. You don't realize the difference until you see them side by side. I was wrong. Earlier, I described Su Liyong's demon-subduing staff illusion as earth-shattering, but now I can't even find words powerful enough to describe Qin Yujie's attack. Indeed, it turns out we were the clueless fools all along, actually believing Qin Yujie would lose. What needless worry. Chapter 179, Su Liyong is disabled. The surrounding crowd stared in stunned silence at Qin Yujie's terrifying attack. Their minds went blank, unable to find words to describe such a breathtaking strike. As the onlookers murmured among themselves, the Jade Dragon Phantom atop the arena of life and death let out a long, resonant roar toward the sky, then opened its maw wide and lunged at Su Liyong. Boom! The massive shadow of the demon's subduing staff clashed violently with the Jade Dragon Phantom. The collision unleashed an earth-shaking explosion so powerful that if not for the protective arrays surrounding the arena, most spectators would have suffered serious injuries from the shockwaves alone. Just as everyone looked on in shock, Su Liyong's staff projection shattered like a broken watermelon, disintegrating into pieces. Yet Qin Yujie's attack showed no sign of weakening. It surged forward unimpeded and instantly reached Su Liyong. Facing this terrifying blow, Su Liyong's face twisted in fear. Hesitating only briefly, he swiftly pulled out a pill and swallowed it. Su Liyong no longer had his Xianbing shield. Knowing full well he couldn't withstand Qin Yujie's attack, he quickly ingested the medicinal pill, a life-saving elixir called Shui Nye Dan, which he had purchased at great cost. 4 ordinary Oceanic Sea Realm cultivators, unless their heads were severed or their hearts destroyed, most fatal injuries could be healed by this pill. Fearing he might be killed instantly by Qin Yujie before having time to take the medicine, Su Liyong had no choice but to act preemptively, using the desperate method of treating a near-hopeless situation as though there was still hope. The moment Su Liyong swallowed the pill, a horrifying force slammed into his body. His figure flew backward like discarded trash, finally coming to a stop only when he crashed against the protective barrier. Qin Yujie had actually held back. Otherwise, that single strike could have utterly obliterated Su Liyong. Though Su Liyong survived, his Oceanic Sea had been shattered. 4 Oceanic Sea Realm cultivators. Once the Oceanic Sea is destroyed, without some extraordinary chance of revival, they become useless, cut off permanently from the path of martial cultivation. What Qin Yujie did was far more tormenting than simply killing him. While Su Liyong's Shui Nye Dan could heal ordinary wounds, it was powerless to repair severe damage like a ruptured Oceanic Sea. Qin Yujie, how could you be so ruthless to cripple Su Liyong's Oceanic Sea? Gao Yueta sitting in the viewing platform stared in shock, inwardly frightened by Qin Yujie's methods. Qin Yujie replied coldly, "Didn't you see? Vice Hall Master Su just now attacked me with deadly intent. If I weren't strong enough, I'd already be dead. That I spared his life is already an act of mercy." Qin Yujie wasn't naive or kind-hearted. On the path of martial cultivation, compassion toward enemies was the greatest taboo. Mercy shown to an enemy was cruelty to oneself. Were it not for being within the sect's grounds, Su Liyong wouldn't even have been allowed to survive. At this moment, Su Liyong felt utterly desolate. Though alive, with his Oceanic Sea broken, his cultivation was lost, and his martial path severed forever. In a world where martial strength reigned supreme, he was now nothing more than a cripple. Now even the lowliest disciple from Tianyuan Sect's servant district could kill him without effort. The martial path was indeed cruel. Just one misstep, and everything was lost. Qin Yujie felt no pity for Su Liyong. Instead, he took it as a warning. He swore to grow stronger continually. For if one day he faced a powerful enemy while lacking sufficient strength, he too might end up in Su Liyong's pitiful state. Deputy Sect Leader Qin Yujie has dared to defy his superior and crippled the cultivation base of our law enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master. His intentions are malicious. He should be executed immediately as an example to others. I beg Deputy Sect Leader Qin to uphold justice. Su Liyong glared venomously at Qin Yujie, shouting almost crazily. No one present had expected things to escalate this far. Yet in the eyes of the crowd, Qin Yujie had done nothing wrong. After all, it was Su Liyong who first tried to extort resources from Qin Yujie, and upon refusal, used his higher cultivation level to launch a merciless assault. Moreover, Su Liyong had attacked with absolute lethality, launching straight into his strongest mad demon staff technique, without leaving Qin Yujie any chance of survival. Fortunately, Qin Yujie was powerful. Otherwise, another cultivator would likely have been crushed into pulp by that staff. Vice Hall Master Su, your words are rather amusing, Qin Yujie sneered. By your logic, because you asked me for the 1,000-year soul-nourishing tree and the 1,000-year spirit peach tree, I should just hand them over willingly? When I refused, you attacked me forcibly, so am I not allowed to fight back? Should I have just waited for you to kill me? The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Yeah, Su Liyong brought this upon himself. He deserves it. Those who kill shall be killed. Qin Yujie was actually quite merciful. Su Liyong is still alive, after all. Exactly. If it were me, I'd resist too. To be honest, Qin Yujie's strength is truly formidable. Su Liyong actually couldn't stand up to him. Still, Deputy Sect Leader Qin definitely won't let Qin Yujie off today. After all, Su Liyong is one of his men. As the saying goes, even when beating a dog, you must consider its master. Yes, it seems Qin Yujie is in grave danger today. As the surrounding crowd murmured among themselves, Tian Feichen spoke up. With a cold snort, a powerful aura surged from his body, instantly silencing everyone around. Qin Yujie, for defying your superior, your intentions are malicious. I hereby order your immediate execution. Tian Feichen sneered. How could Tian Feichen pass up such a legitimate excuse? He had wanted Qin Yujie dead from the beginning, and now he had the perfect justification. His words shocked everyone present. All knew that Qin Yujie was doomed, with no chance of escape. At that moment, Lin Qining, Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youhe, Zheng Nanhua, Li Kun, and and Meng Xiao each flashed their figures and swiftly positioned themselves beside Qin Yujie, weapons drawn and ready for battle. Tian Feichen frowned. Lin Qinin, do you also wish to betray the sect? The Lin family, to which Lin Qinin belonged, was one of the three great families of Yushuan City. He harbored some apprehension toward them and would never dare lay hands on her directly. Lin Qinin knew full well that Tian Feichen wouldn't dare attack her, so she stood firmly before Qin Yujie, determined to prevent Tian Feichen from harming him at any cost. Zheng Nanhua also stepped forward in front of Qin Yujie. In his storage pouch was an item that, if revealed at the critical moment, could undoubtedly force Tian Feichen to back down. But doing so would expose his true identity, making it impossible for him to continue cultivating within Tianyuan Sect. Even so, should Tian Feichen truly launch an attack, Zheng Nanhua wouldn't mind revealing who he really was. Chapter 180. Gao Yueta makes his entrance. Qin Yujie looked at the people surrounding him, slightly moved. In a flash, he moved in front of them and shielded them with his body. Don't worry, I can handle this, Qin Yujie said, exuding an unprecedented confidence. Even if it meant facing Tian Feichen, Qin Yujie didn't mind revealing some of his hidden cards and strength. Tian Feichen looked down at Qin Yujie and said condescendingly, Qin Yujie, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can defeat Elder Gao, I will let bygones be bygones regarding Su Laiyong. Of course, if Elder Gao kills you, you'll have no one else to blame. Qin Yujie nodded calmly. Fine. Zhang Qiuling and the others naturally knew that not long ago, Qin Yujie had easily killed Zhuang Ziyuan, a 5th-stage We'll See realm cultivator. Now Qin Yujie's strength had become even more terrifying. Defeating Gao Yueta, a 4th-stage We'll See realm expert, was certainly not an issue. Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua had also heard Huang Yohe recount that battle. They too were well aware of Qin Yujie's frightening power. I hope Vice Sect Master Tian keeps his word, Lin Qinin said. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to petition Sect Master Hong. Given the influence of my Lin family, Sect Master Hong will surely grant me an audience. With that, she and the others left the dueling platform. Of course I keep my word, Tian Feichen replied with a nod. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing that Gao Yueta would be fighting Qin Yujie, immediately felt that Tian Feichen was going too far. After all, Gao Yueta had reached the 4th stage of the We'll See realm, while Qin Yujie was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Being realm. The cultivation gap between them was enormous. Although Qin Yujie had effortlessly defeated Su Laiyong, a 2nd stage We'll See realm cultivator, there was a vast difference between 2nd and 4th stages. A cultivator like Su Laiyong was no different than an ant under Gao Yueta's foot, crushed without effort. Tian Feichen's actions angered many inner disciples, yet none dared voice their discontent. After all, as the vice sect leader of Tianyuan Sect, Tian Feichen wielded immense power, and ordinary disciples simply didn't dare oppose him. Qin Yujie is truly doomed this time. Yeah, Elder Gao has already reached the 4th stage of the We'll See realm. How could Qin Yujie possibly stand a chance? Poor Qin Yujie. His talent is monstrous. If he survives and grows stronger, he'd definitely become a peerless powerhouse. But it's pointless to talk now. Qin Yujie's master, Jiang Fanxian, isn't in the sect. Who could save him? One generation's genius about to perish. It's truly regrettable. Most onlookers had little hope for Qin Yujie. Despite his devilish sword talent, the vast gap in cultivation remained insurmountable. None believed Qin Yujie could defeat Gao Yueta. After all, Gao Yueta was a full-fledged inner sect elder who had cultivated for many years at the 4th stage of the We'll See realm. His true yuan was unfathomably profound, far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Even more terrifying was his expertise in saber techniques. His saber arts were exceptionally formidable, making him one of the top experts among peers of the same realm. Qin Yujie, you're dead this time. You actually dared challenge my master, huh? Once you die, I can reclaim my spatial ring. Xie Yiyun stared at Qin Yujie, elated, already envisioning the scene of Qin Yujie being slaughtered by his master. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Gao Yueta suddenly flashed onto the dueling platform. As soon as Gao Yueta stepped onto the arena, an oppressive aura erupted from him, fully releasing the might of a 4th stage We'll See realm cultivator. Gao Yueta sneered at Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, today you die. Let's see if your master Jiang Fanxian will come save you now. Qin Yujie glanced at Gao Yueta and shook his head disdainfully. Elder Gao, I remember telling you before, you and your disciple Zhu Lianggong are both trash. What? Has old age made you forget? The surrounding crowd gasped in shock at Qin Yujie's words. They were stunned by his arrogance and audacity. Within the Tianyuan Sect's inner sect, almost no one besides Qin Yujie would dare speak so disrespectfully to Elder Gao. Gao Yueta's face instantly turned crimson with rage. Qin Yujie, your mouth may be sharp, but just wait. I'll rip it apart. Qin Yujie replied calmly. You? Do you even deserve it? Seems you miss your disciple dearly. How about I do you a favor today and send you to reunite with Zhu Lianggong? Once again, the crowd was shocked into silence. Did Qin Yujie lose his mind? Did he know he wouldn't survive today and was just indulging in verbal recklessness? Qin Yujie is truly fearless. Regardless of the outcome, his courage alone commands respect. Yes, look at Qin Yujie, facing the collapse of a mountain without batting an eye. What extraordinary bearing. I admire someone as free-spirited as Qin Yujie. Even if he dies today, he'll still be my idol. Such a pity that heaven envies talent. What a shame. What a shame. In my opinion, Qin Yujie brought this upon himself. How dare he offend Elder Gao? He's just asking to die. Haha. Qin Yujie, your day has finally come. This is what happens when you cross Tang Jinan. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with a mix of regret, schadenfreude, and every expression in between. Gao Yueta looked at Qin Yujie and sneered coldly. Qin Yujie, you killed my disciple Zhu Lianggong, and I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Since fate has brought us here, today you'll go down and keep him company. As Gao Yueta finished speaking, he drew his weapon, a lower-grade earth-tier weapon known as the Red Peakbone Saber. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts tremble as they saw Gao Yueta brandish the Red Peakbone Saber. Just as Gao Yueta raised his saber, preparing to unleash his martial skill, suddenly a voice rang out from afar. Wait! Hold, Elder Gao, do not strike. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an overbearing and icy tone, as if spoken by a supreme expert addressing mere ants, arrogant, domineering, and brimming with confidence. When Gao Yueta heard this familiar voice, his face lit up with delight. He knew it then, that person had finally returned. Though the voice seemed distant at first, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes, followed closely by many others, mostly inner sect disciples of Tianyuan Sect. All present stared at the leading figure, their minds shaken. It had been only a few months, yet they found his aura vastly more imposing, so overwhelming that none dared meet his gaze directly. Chapter 181. Tang Jinan returns with force. Who would have thought he'd return so quickly? Yeah, looks like the inner sect is about to change hands. There'll be quite a show soon. His cultivation has become terrifyingly powerful. I can't even tell how deep his strength runs now. He must have obtained tremendous fortune in the secret realm. The surrounding disciples murmured in shock, all overwhelmed by the imposing aura radiating from the figure leading them. This man was Tang Jinan, the top disciple of the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, unmatched both in talent and power. Qin Yujie looked at him carefully. The man wore splendid robes, exuding an air of supreme confidence and arrogance, a magnificent saber hanging at his waist, studded with a luminous gemstone. Even just from the intricate carvings on the scabbard, it was clear this weapon was no ordinary one. Tang Jinan stared down at Qin Yujie from afar and said condescendingly, Qin Yujie, I heard you were the one who broke my younger brother's legs? Qin Yujie examined Tang Jinan closely. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of We'll See realm. Before entering the secret realm, he'd only been at the 9th level of heavenly human realm. In just half a year, he had broken through to the 4th level of We'll See realm. It was evident that he had encountered extraordinary luck inside the secret realm. That's right, Qin Yujie replied indifferently. It was me. You insignificant ant. How dare you break my brother's legs? Who gave you such audacity? Tang Jinan's aura surged violently, a crushing pressure rushing toward Qin Yujie. You're the real ant here. To me, We'll See realm's 4th stage is utterly beneath consideration. Qin Yujie sneered. Everyone nearby was stunned by these words. To them, Qin Yujie's statement sounded nothing short of ridiculous. After all, Qin Yujie was merely at the 5th level of heavenly human realm, while Tang Jinan had already advanced to the 4th level of We'll See realm. The disparity in strength was obvious to everyone. Although Qin Yujie possessed monstrous talent and immense power, even defeating Xie Xiangshang with a single punch, most still believed there was no way he could win against Tang Jinan. Haha. Tang Jinan shook his head contemptuously. Qin Yujie, your ignorance is astounding. My strength far exceeds what you could possibly imagine. Killing you would be no different than crushing an ant. Ignorant? No, you're the ignorant one. Don't think being at the 4th level of We'll See realm gives you the right to strut around before me. Be careful, I might cut your head off with one slash. Qin Yujie shot back coldly. The inner sect disciples behind Tang Jinan burst into laughter, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What is Qin Yujie supposed to be? Our brother Tang has become so powerful that even looking up to him feels impossible. How dare this mere heavenly human realm warrior speak to our brother Tang this way? Sneered one of the martial artists standing behind Tang Jinan. Exactly. Brother Tang gained immense fortune in the secret realm. Is Qin Yujie mentally deficient? Why else would he provoke Brother Tang now? Another inner sect disciple chimed in mockingly. He's nothing but a clown jumping about. This kind of person is simply laughable and foolish. Around them, the crowd unleashed a wave of scorn and mockery toward Qin Yujie. Tang Jinan relished this moment of towering superiority, basking in admiration as the center of attention. Looking at Qin Yujie, he laughed mockingly. Hear that? This insignificant worm claims he'll kill me with a sword strike? Truly shameless. Looks like during my half-year absence, every stray cat and dog in the sect has begun acting tough. Qin Yujie, if you kneel now and beg for mercy, I might let you live. When Tang Jinan speaks, I keep my word. Qin Yujie gazed up at the arrogant Tang Jinan, shook his head, and said nonchalantly, I think you've got it backwards. If you kneel before me and kowtow 3 loud times, perhaps I'll spare your wretched life. How dare you? Qin Yujie, are you calling me a dog? Kneel down immediately. Tang Jinan roared in fury, his aura intensifying again as oppressive energy crashed down upon Qin Yujie, trying to force him onto his knees. But Qin Yujie was no weakling. His true energy was monstrously powerful, meeting Tang Jinan's pressure without yielding. I swear, I will kill you with my own hands. I'll beat you until you're groveling before me, begging for mercy. Tang Jinan declared, staring at Qin Yujie as though he were already a corpse. Humph, I feel sorry for you. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Just like your brother Tang Jibei, you're equally foolish and ignorant. Qin Yujie said confidently. Sharp tongue, but weak bones. If you're so bold, then meet me in a life-or-death battle in 3 days. Do you dare? Tang Jinan challenged. Why wouldn't I? Qin Yujie responded coolly. All the surrounding disciples were stunned. They never expected that after barely escaping Gao Yu's clutches, Qin Yujie would immediately draw the attention of Tang Jinan. Tang Jinan's talent was far superior to Gao Yueta's. Since he had reached the 4th level of Wheel Sea realm, there was no doubt that Gao Yueta, despite being at the same cultivation stage, would be utterly no match for Tang Jinan. Tang Jinan's power vastly exceeded Gao Yueta's. They were not even in the same league. In the eyes of everyone present, if Qin Yujie couldn't defeat Gao Yueta, then he stood absolutely no chance against Tang Jinan. Having just returned from the secret realm, Tang Jinan still needed time to fully absorb his newly acquired resources and opportunities. He also intended to check on his younger brother's injuries. Having obtained many spirit medicines from the secret realm, perhaps some could help Tang Jibei. That was precisely why he set the life or death battle with Qin Yujie 3 days later. Tang Jinan and Tang Jibei shared a close bond. Since Qin Yujie had shattered Tang Jibei's legs, Tang Jinan naturally felt compelled to personally kill Qin Yujie to satisfy his fury. Just then, a powerful figure appeared before the crowd. It was Hong Yuchuan, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect. Tang Jinan, congratulations on your triumphant return. You've done our Tianyuan Sect great honor. This journey into the secret realm has brought us an overwhelming victory, Hong Yuchuan said, looking at Tang Jinan with clear approval. Master, it was my duty, Tang Jinan replied calmly. As Hong Yuchuan arrived, his gaze fell upon Su Liang lying unconscious on the ground, as well as Qin Yujie and Gao Yueta standing atop the platform of life and death. His brows furrowed instantly. What happened here? At that moment, the chubby Zheng Nanhua suddenly leapt forward, shouting angrily. Master Hong, Vice Master Tian not only forcibly demanded our leader Qin Yujie's cultivation resources, but when Qin refused, he sent Su Liang to kill him. If not for Qin Yujie's strength, he might already be dead. For Vice Master Tian to act like this, doesn't this betray our trust and loyalty? Upon hearing Zheng Nanhua's words, Hong Yuchuan immediately frowned. He stared sternly at Tian Feichen and asked, Vice Master Tian, is what he says true? Hong Yuchuan had reached the 9th level of Wheel Sea realm. Although Tian Feichen was at the 8th level of Wheel Sea realm, the gap between them was immense. Hong Yuchuan could defeat Tian Feichen with a single move if he wished. Yet Tian Feichen made no attempt to defend himself. With a sigh, he said, Master Hong, I'm acting solely for the future of our sect, and for your sake as well. Yet now, even you misunderstand me. In that case, I ask that you relieve me of my duties. The sudden move caught everyone off guard. Even Qin Yujie looked at Tian Feichen in mild shock. At that moment, one thought flashed through Qin Yujie's mind. Life is like a stage. Acting is everything. As long as I perform well, people will believe me. Watching Tian Feichen deliver his emotional plea, someone unaware of the truth might actually be fooled by his words. Indeed, after hearing him speak, Hong Yuchuan's oppressive aura softened noticeably, and his expression eased. Explain yourself. How exactly is this action for the benefit of the sect? How is it for my sake? Hong Yuchuan asked, his tone now gentler. Tian Feichen sighed deeply, then continued dramatically. Master Hong, the 4 great sects battle occurs once a year. The reason I requested these resources from Qin Yujie was to enhance the strength of our 10 core disciples. If their power increases, they'll stand a chance to participate in the martial talents contest at Tianyu Imperial Court. Should they achieve outstanding results, our sect will receive generous rewards. This would allow you, Master, to break through to the spirit cave realm, while greatly elevating our entire sect's power. Has even a single portion of these resources been for my personal gain? To serve both you and the greater good of Tianyuan Sect, let me become the villain. If such actions can strengthen our sect overall, I am willing. Upon hearing Tian Feichen's selfless-sounding declaration, most of the surrounding disciples were stunned. Many who had previously harbored grievances against him now forgave him entirely, even feeling remorse for having misjudged the vice master. Hong Yuchuan fell into deep thought. If Tian Feichen truly acted out of concern for the sect and himself, then he couldn't really fault him. Vice Master Tian, I understand your intentions. However, even for the sect's sake, such methods are unacceptable. Let this matter end here. Do not let it happen again, Hong Yuchuan said calmly. I understand. Tian Feichen nodded in reply. Honestly speaking, in his previous life, with acting skills like that, Qin Yujie believed Tian Feichen would definitely have won an Oscar. It was the first time Qin Yujie had seen someone so shamelessly audacious, lying straight-faced to the public, turning black into white. And yet, through sheer performance, he had managed to avoid any punishment from Sect Master Hong, even earning sympathy from some disciples who now deemed his actions justifiable. Qin Yujie studied Tian Feichen carefully, inwardly giving him a perfect score for his Gongsa passionate performance. From the emotions, to the atmosphere, to the excuses, every aspect was flawless. His ability to manipulate hearts and distort right from wrong was truly terrifying. Chapter 182, The Life and Death Battle in 3 Days. Not only was Qin Yujie shocked beyond words, even Lin Qinin and Zhang Qiuling were stunned by Tian Feichen's extraordinary ability to sway people. Damn, this guy's way with words is insane. I've never seen anyone like him before. Fat Zheng Nanhua also stared in disbelief, muttering in astonishment. Yeah, same here. It's truly an eye-opener, Qin Yujie replied calmly. At that moment, Hong Yuchuan spoke up. Tang Jinan, you just said you want to have a life and death duel with Qin Yujie in 3 days. Let's forget about it. You're already at the 4th level of the Sea of Wheels realm. You should focus on cultivation and prepare for the upcoming battle among the 4 great sects. Qin Yujie has great talent. No matter who dies in such a fight, it would be a loss for our sect. Tang Jinan said coolly. Master Hong, my mind is made up. There's no need to persuade me. At that moment, Tang Jinan had no idea that in 3 days' time, he would deeply regret not listening to Master Hong. Otherwise, his martial path wouldn't have collapsed right after beginning to flourish. Hong Yuchuan turned to Qin Yujie and said, Qin Yujie, since you accepted the life and death battle, I believe you must have your reasons. But if you now feel regret, I'll pretend you never agreed. Don't wait until 3 days later and then regret it. By then, it will be too late. Qin Yujie shook his head and calmly replied, my word is as good as 1,000 gold. Once promised, I never go back. I appreciate Master Hong's kindness though. Fine then. Since it's settled, I will preside over your life and death battle in 3 days. Hong Yuchuan knew that every genius had their own temperament and pride. He didn't wish to dissuade them further. Besides, due to the conflict with Tang Jibei, the enmity between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan had already reached the point of irreconcilability. With that, today's incident came to an end. Qin Yujie led the group away from the arena of life and death. Yet the news of the life and death battle between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan quickly spread throughout Tianyuan Sect, sparking intense interest among all its members. This clash would surely shake the heavens, for both Tang Jinan and Qin Yujie were monstrous geniuses in the world of martial cultivation. Qin Yujie returned to his courtyard with the others. With a subtle hand seal, he deactivated the 5 elements Bagua formation guarding the entrance of his residence. Whenever Qin Yujie left his manor, he always activated the 5 elements Bagua formation. Otherwise, someone might sneak in when he was away, leading to huge losses. His private manor now contained numerous valuable treasures. How could others not envy them? Disciple, I'll return this jade dragonbone whip to you. Remember to cultivate diligently. One day, you'll also achieve power as great as mine. Qin Yujie said, handing the whip back to Huang Youha. Thank you, Master. Master, you were absolutely incredible today. Huang Youha looked at Qin Yujie with shining eyes full of admiration. She knew perfectly well that whip techniques weren't Qin Yujie's strongest skill. Moreover, given how many treasures he possessed, returning the jade dragonbone whip wouldn't significantly impact his strength. Thus, she gladly accepted it. Furthermore, witnessing today's events had greatly inspired her. She felt confident that her future training in the 9 forms of the jade dragon would progress twice as fast. Yujie, do you really have confidence in winning the life and death battle in 3 days? Lin Qinin asked quietly. Naturally. Don't worry. Since we finally have some free time today, let me cook a few dishes for you. Forgot to mention, I'm actually an Earth-grade spiritual chef, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Little did he know, these words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone around him momentarily frozen. What? You're actually an Earth-grade spiritual chef? Lin Qinin gasped in shock. After all, being a spiritual chef wasn't an ordinary occupation. It held status equal to that of an alchemist, and was equally revered. Dishes prepared by a spiritual chef weren't merely delicious, they greatly aided cultivation. Most cultivators would want either a spiritual chef or an alchemist as a friend. To think that Qin Yujie fulfilled both roles in one person. If other women found out about this kind of man, they'd probably start fighting over him. Zhang Xiuling was also utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined that Qin Yujie wasn't only a mystery-grade alchemist, but also an earth-grade spiritual chef. As for spiritual chefs, Zhang Xiuling had only heard stories. They existed exclusively in places like the Tianyuan Imperial Dynasty. In a minor region like Lingtian Kingdom, spiritual chefs simply didn't appear. Only top-tier powerhouses or noble families in Tianyu Imperial Dynasty could afford to hire one. In Lingtian Kingdom, ordinary people couldn't dream of hiring a spiritual chef. Now, Qin Yujie had actually claimed he was a spiritual chef, and not just any, but an earth-grade spiritual chef. Lin Qinin and Zhang Xiuling exchanged glances, their minds utterly blank. Most astonishing of all, Qin Yujie was so young. In the entire Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, could there possibly be another earth-grade spiritual chef as young as him? Huang Youha had naturally heard legends about spiritual chefs as well, and she too was left in shock. She'd already been stunned countless times by Qin Yujie. She swore that as long as she followed him, she'd be shocked every few days. Any person with a weak heart would probably die from sheer astonishment within a week. Master, you're actually an earth-grade spiritual chef? What incredible karma must I have accumulated in my past life for me to meet such an amazing master in this one? Master, my mouth is watering already. Hurry up and start cooking your delicious dishes. Huang Youha swallowed hard, saying excitedly. Zheng Nanhua the fat boy was also thoroughly shocked by Qin Yujie. He naturally knew that while there were indeed spiritual chefs in the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, they were generally quite old. A young earth-grade spiritual chef like Qin Yujie simply didn't exist anywhere in the Imperial Dynasty. Bro, you're unbelievably awesome. Even if you kicked me out today, I wouldn't leave. I absolutely must taste the exquisite dishes cooked by you, bro. Zheng Nanhua plopped himself down on a stone chair, his face brimming with excitement. As for Li Kun and Meng Xiao, they had likewise been struck motionless by Qin Yujie's words, turned into statues on the spot. They swore that the wisest decision they'd ever made in life was to follow Qin Yujie. Otherwise, where else could they have found such extraordinary opportunities and new? Qin Yujie smiled and said, all right, everyone here will get a share. Please sit down. Today, I'll cook a few dishes for all of you. But chances like this don't come often. Qin Yujie was in a good mood today, and having just become a spiritual chef, he felt a sudden itch to show off his skills. Besides, everyone present was close to him. Qin Yujie was more than happy to treat them to some exquisite delicacies. Chapter 183. I am a spirit chef. Qin Yujie took out some spirit rice from his spatial ring, and immediately the surrounding group once again wore shocked expressions. Damn it, boss. How many treasures have you been hiding? You even have spirit rice. Zheng Nanhua shot up in excitement, exclaiming in utter disbelief. You see, in Lingtian Kingdom, something as precious as spirit rice simply didn't exist. Even among the 4 great sects, the 3 major clans, and the imperial family of Lingtian Kingdom, no one could afford to eat such rare spirit rice. Moreover, the spirit rice Qin Yujie produced was no ordinary kind. Each grain was plump and crystal clear, radiating an aura of spiritual energy so pure that merely inhaling its scent brought instant tranquility and delight. This isn't just ordinary spirit rice, Qin Yujie said calmly. It's top-grade profound-level spirit rice. You're all in for a treat today. Lin Xining and Zhang Qiuling were equally stunned by Qin Yujie's extravagance. Honestly, neither of them had ever tasted profound-level top-grade spirit rice before. Right now, they both felt a surge of anticipation bubbling inside. Qin Yujie retrieved an iron pot from his spatial ring, poured the spirit rice into it, then added some spirit spring water. He placed the pot on a metal stand and shot a flame from his fingertip into the base. Instantly, a rich, mouth-watering fragrance of steaming rice began spreading throughout the courtyard. Next, Qin Yujie pulled out 2 eggs from his spatial ring. Their shells were emerald green with intricate patterns, clearly not common ingredients. These were spirit eggs laid by a 5-colored spirit chicken. Holy crap, are those eggs from a 5-colored spirit chicken? My god, boss, you're really going all out tonight. Zheng Nanhua cried, trembling with excitement. Eggs from a 5-colored spirit chicken? Oh my gosh, I've never even seen a 5-colored spirit chicken in my life. The eggs must be absolutely delicious. Huang Youhe's eyes sparkled, a thin line of drool already forming at the corner of her mouth. Lin Xining and Zhang Qiuling exchanged glances, too shocked to react further. They'd almost become numb to the surprises. Qin Yujie then brought out a round red spirit vegetable called fire essence tomato. After a careful inspection, he realized it was basically the tomato from his previous life. The fire essence tomato, when paired with the 5-colored spirit eggs, not only enhanced flavor, but also perfectly released the medicinal properties of both spirit ingredients. Qin Yujie figured, since so many people were here today, he should prepare at least 5 dishes. So far, 1 dish was already underway. For more to go. He then took out a stock of greenskin jade spirit bamboo shoot, a earth-rank spirit material that could be used in alchemy or as a delicacy. Boss, tell us about this bamboo shoot you've got there. I can't even recognize what it is. Zheng Nanhua asked curiously. This is greenskin jade spirit shoot, an earth-rank spirit ingredient. It has a crisp, fresh taste that most people will never get to experience. Most importantly, it enhances a cultivator's martial aptitude. Eating it regularly brings tremendous benefits to one's cultivation. Qin Yujie explained, as if listing off treasures from memory. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire courtyard fell silent. Qin Yujie turned around and saw everyone standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Even Lin Xining was left speechless by the endless stream of rare spirit ingredients. Next, Qin Yujie pulled out a Bifei purple thundermelon. Its skin was deep purple, translucent and shiny, about the size of a cucumber from his past life. This melon had special effects. It was said to strengthen a warrior's physical power and boost constitution and blood vitality. Such a top-tier ingredient was virtually impossible for ordinary people to obtain. And even if someone did possess it, without a skilled spirit chef to properly pair and cook it, the ingredient's true potential could never be unlocked. Then, Qin Yujie revealed a piece of meat. Not ordinary meat, but the hind leg of a dark iron boar. The meat was firm and elastic, clearly of exceptional quality. Qin Yujie had plenty of dark iron boar meat obtained through his daily check-ins, along with various other demonic beast meats. Anything from the system was far beyond average fare. With this supply, Qin Yujie wouldn't need to worry about food or drink for a very long time. In truth, most martial cultivators relied on breath-holding pills during their training and rarely ate regular meals, since normal food offered no cultivation benefits. But food prepared by a spirit chef was entirely different. It wasn't just delicious, it greatly enhanced cultivation progress. Finally, Qin Yujie brought out a pack of deep ocean purple seaweed and yin-yang silver minnows. Together, they could make a yin-yang silver fish soup. Both ingredients were incredibly rare and hard to come by, certainly non-existent in Lingtian Kingdom. Though merely top-grade, profound-level materials, both came from depths over 10,000 meters beneath the ocean surface. Only cultivators of immense strength could retrieve them. Without such power, obtaining these spirit ingredients was impossible. Half an hour later, the rice was done, and the fragrant aroma of spirit rice immediately set everyone's stomachs rumbling. Lin Xining and Zhang Qiuling's faces instantly flushed red. After all, they were usually aloof goddesses admired from afar. Such an embarrassing situation was completely new to them. Qin Yujie smiled wryly. Truth be told, Lin Xining looked quite charming like this. All right, all the dishes are ready. You can start eating now. Qin Yujie had already finished preparing the 5 dishes. Seeing how eager everyone looked, he chuckled. Good heavens, this rice is so fragrant. It's absolutely delicious. It's the best rice I've ever tasted. What's even more astonishing is that after just 1 bite, my internal spiritual energy surged dramatically, and even my hidden injuries healed. 1 mouthful of this rice equals several months of hard cultivation. Zheng Nanhua exclaimed in excitement. This yin-yang silver fish soup is amazing too. Not only does it taste exquisite, but its effects are extraordinary as well. 1 sip, and I can feel my inner energy growing richer," Huang Yoha said in shock. "And this black iron boar meat is unbelievably delicious. Just one bite, and the bottleneck at the first level of Will C realm actually loosened. Good heavens, we're about to break through to the second level of Will C realm." Zhang Qiuling cried out in amazement. Even Lin Qinin, who usually cared little for food and was deeply devoted only to the art of the zither, couldn't stop praising the exquisite flavors before her. An hour later, everyone was still savoring the meal with lingering delight, though every last morsel on the table had been devoured. All of them felt thoroughly satisfied. It was the fullest they'd ever been in their lives. They had never eaten such divine cuisine before. To have experienced this today was a tremendous stroke of fortune. "So full. I'm stuffed," Lin Qinin blushed and awkwardly murmured to Qin Yujie. Chapter 184. Breakthroughs one after another. Lin Qinin rarely lost her composure like this. She never expected to feel this full today, proof enough that Qin Yujie's cooking was truly exceptional. Besides Lin Qinin, everyone else had eaten until their stomachs were completely stuffed. None of them had ever realized before that food could taste so incredibly delicious. Qin Yujie stared dumbfounded at the empty plates on the table. He never imagined that as a grade D Earth-level spirit chef, his dishes would turn out to be this good. After such a satisfying meal, everyone began cultivating. After all, the ingredients Qin Yujie had provided were of extremely high quality, and after being prepared by him, their medicinal effects and spiritual energy had been fully integrated and enhanced. Every dish and every grain of rice he served was priceless, something simply unobtainable in Lingtian Kingdom. Now, with their bodies brimming with immense spiritual energy and potent medicinal essence, if they didn't cultivate immediately, all that power accumulating inside could actually harm them. Only by refining these energies and medicinal properties quickly into their cultivation bases would it benefit them the most. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qin Yujie began circulating the Chongqing technique and the Jinling formula. Neither of these cultivation methods was ordinary. One refined true yuan, the other cultivated the soul. They complemented each other perfectly without conflict. Beside Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin sat in meditation. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from her body, and spiritual energy from the heavens and earth rushed into her, like with a series of crisp cracking sounds echoing through the air, Lin Qinin smoothly advanced into Heaven Realm 3rd stage. But that wasn't all. An hour later, her aura grew even stronger. She had advanced again, reaching Heaven Realm 4th stage. In just 2 hours, Lin Qinin had broken through 2 consecutive stages. If other cultivators learned of such rapid progress, they would undoubtedly be shocked beyond belief. Others also achieved great gains. Zheng Nanhua, the fat man, broke through 2 levels in succession and reached Heaven Realm 3rd stage. Huang Yoha, whose previous cultivation level had been lower, benefited even more than the others. She leaped directly from Gathering Meridian 9th stage to Reverting Origin 5th stage. This was the power of top-tier cultivation resources. Despite advancing 6 stages consecutively, her foundation remained solid. There was no instability or artificial overgrowth. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also made significant breakthroughs, both ascending 2 levels to reach Heaven Realm 6th stage. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiuling was still deep in cultivation. Over the past period, she had consumed many premium-grade pills, and now today's spirit-infused meal had given her the final boost needed to break through into Will C 2nd stage. However, breaking into the Will C realm was far more difficult than advancing within the Heaven Realm, so naturally, Zhang Qiuling required more time than the others. Half an hour later, Zhang Qiuling's aura intensified rapidly. Suddenly, surrounding spiritual energy violently surged into her body. Then, she opened her eyes, a hint of joy flashing across her face. From her expression alone, it was clear she had successfully broken through to Will C 2nd stage, and she wouldn't be long before advancing to 3rd stage. You've all awakened. You should spend some time stabilizing your new realms. For now, avoid further breakthroughs. Consolidate your foundations first. It's the only way to ensure longevity on the path ahead. Qin Yujie said to the group. Understood. Lin Qinin nodded. Her feelings toward Qin Yujie had unknowingly grown closer. Perhaps it stemmed from the inner sect illusion trial, the desire gate test. That moment revealed to Lin Qinin her own heart. Otherwise, why would Qin Yujie have appeared during her trial? Why had she nearly failed the desire gate? Yeah, boss. Cook for us again next time. I'm heading off now. Don't want to disturb your next activity. Zheng Nanhua winked and chuckled teasingly at Qin Yujie before leaving the courtyard and returning to his nearby cave dwelling. Next activity? What activity? Zhang Qiuling asked innocently. Qin Yujie watched the retreating figure of the fat man, utterly speechless. Honestly, that guy really deserved a punch. Naturally, Qin Yujie knew exactly what next activity Zheng Nanhua was insinuating. In his previous life, Zheng Nanhua would definitely have been a master at driving innuendo. The next activity, Qin Yujie replied calmly to Zhang Qiuling, is naturally guiding and instructing your cultivation. Master, we'll take our leave as well. There are many matters at Piamiao Pavilion awaiting our attention, Li Kun and Meng Xiao added. Very well. If you encounter any issues, send me a voice transmission. Qin Yujie nodded. Now, only 4 people remained in the courtyard. Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin, Zhang Qiuling, and Huang Yoha. Today, everyone was in high spirits. Cultivation breakthroughs had been achieved, and the delicious food prepared by Qin Yujie was truly exquisite. For them, dining today was nothing short of a delightful experience. Qin Yujie, too, had naturally gained significant benefits. He had broken through to Heaven Realm 6th stage. However, compared to the others, half of the spiritual energy he absorbed was taken by his immortal sword body and the crimson-green flame, used to temper his physical body. Thus, the amount of resources Qin Yujie required to break through a single realm was beyond what anyone could imagine. Of course, after each breakthrough, the enhancement to his strength was terrifyingly immense. For example, advancing from Heaven Realm 5th stage to Heaven Realm 6th stage, his overall power at least doubled. After all, Qin Yujie's strength had already been incredibly formidable. Doubling it represented an enormous leap forward. Qiu Ling, as my personal maid, shouldn't you fulfill your duties now? Qin Yujie said calmly. What do you want to do? Zhang Qiuling's heart fluttered nervously, her heartbeat suddenly accelerating, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Qin Yujie smiled and said, I just want you to give me a massage. Don't overthink it. Zhang Qiuling shot him a sidelong glance, thinking inwardly. If you want a massage, just say so. Why act so mysterious? It's not like I haven't massaged you before. Of course, Master Qin. Zhang Qiuling happily agreed. After spending time together recently, Zhang Qiuling had long developed certain feelings toward Qin Yujie, even affection, admiration, and devotion. How could she possibly refuse such a request? Master, I'll dance for you. Huang Youhe also volunteered enthusiastically. And I'll play a piece on the zither. Qin Yujie, you can give me some guidance if needed, Lin Qinin added. Great. I'm sure Qinin's skills have improved even further. I'll listen with eager anticipation. Qin Yujie replied with a smile. Lying back on the wicker chair, Qin Yujie enjoyed the comfortable massage from Zhang Qiuling, admired the graceful dance of Huang Youhe, and listened to the melodious zither music from Lin Qinin. A deep sense of comfort and contentment filled his heart. Chapter 185. The Return of Jiang Fanxian. The next day, Qin Yujie woke up early, startled awake by a transmission talisman inside his spatial ring. He took out the talisman. A stream of glowing runes flashed before him, and a voice echoed forth. It was Jiang Fanxuan's voice. Disciple, your master has returned. Come quickly. It had been some time since Qin Yujie last saw Jiang Fanxian. To be honest, he had truly missed her. In an instant, Qin Yujie shot into the air, flying swiftly toward Jiang Fanxuan's mountain peak. Within the inner sect, only the top 20 ranked disciples were granted their own private mountain peaks, while the 4 elders naturally each possessed one as well. Moreover, the peaks inhabited by these elders teemed with far denser spiritual energy than those of ordinary inner disciples. The peak where Jiang Fanxian resided was called Shihai Peak, named so because from its summit, one could gaze upon the sunset spreading across the horizon like a sea of clouds. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie arrived at Shihai Peak. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Truly, the treatment given to the inner sect elders surpasses what we disciples receive. Qin Yujie murmured softly, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the thick spiritual essence around him. Soon after, he reached the mountaintop, where Jiang Fanxuan's cave abode stood. Master, I'm here, Qin Yujie said. Come in, came Jiang Fanxuan's voice from within the cave. Qin Yujie entered the cave dwelling. Inside was simple to the point of bareness. Besides a stone table, a stone stool, and a stone bed, there was nothing else. At that moment, Jiang Fanxian sat cross-legged on the bed, her face pale and wan, clearly bearing severe injuries. Master, what happened to you? Qin Yujie asked, alarmed. He knew Jiang Fanxuan's strength. Ordinary Sea of Wheels realm experts posed no threat to her. In Lingtian Kingdom, who could possibly have wounded her? An old enemy caught up to me. Though I managed to kill her in the end, I sustained grave injuries myself. I fear I won't live more than a few days. Jiang Fanxian sighed faintly. What? Qin Yujie's heart pounded with shock. He quickly sat beside her and placed his hands on her pulse. After a short while, his expression grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected Jiang Fanxuan's injuries to be this dire. Cracks had already appeared in her Sea of Wheels. True energy was now leaking out from within it. If not repaired immediately, her cultivation base would be completely ruined within days. Still, it had to be said that Jiang Fanxian was incredibly fortunate to have encountered Qin Yujie. His mastery of acupuncture had reached a terrifying level, especially after assimilating the medical emperor's Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Acupuncture Sutra. He now had dozens of methods to treat injuries, such as a ruptured Sea of Wheels. However, given his current cultivation level, he could only perform 2 or 3 of them. But even so, those 2 or 3 techniques were sufficient to save Jiang Fanxian. Master, don't worry. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine. Qin Yujie gently lifted Jiang Fanxian into his arms, then pulled out a deed from his system and carefully laid her down on it. Though Qin Yujie couldn't quite describe the chair's specific functions, he always found that sleeping in it brought exceptional comfort and left him refreshed and clear-minded the next morning. He took several leaves of 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, placed them in his mouth, then drew out his Taijin Liujian needles and began applying acupuncture therapy to Jiang Fanxian. The human body itself conceals the profound principles of heaven and earth. The 12 regular meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels each serve distinct purposes: the sea of blood, the sea of yin vessels, the sea of yang vessels. When properly combined and utilized, theoretically, any ailment in the body can be healed, including a fractured Sea of Wheels. Each meridian contains numerous acupoints, each with its own function. These points resemble ingredients in a medicinal formula. Just as prescriptions rely on proper ingredient combinations, acupuncture depends on correct acupoint pairing. When herbs are properly compounded, they produce extraordinary healing effects. Likewise, skillful use of acupoints can unleash boundless potential within the human body, achieving miraculous results. Thus, an ancient saying had endured through the ages. Medicines have formulas. Acupuncture has point pairings. When combined correctly, even the dead may rise. Acupuncture, in its profundity, stood equal to alchemy. Of course, in the records of the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Acupuncture Sutra, a ruptured sea of wheels was merely a trivial matter. The sutra documented countless rare and difficult conditions along with secret techniques never passed down elsewhere. Should this Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Acupuncture Sutra appear in the world, even ancient emperors would covet it fiercely. Qin Yujie swiftly executed the specialized technique. One after another, the Taijin Liuxian needles plunged rapidly into Jiang Fanquan's body, their needle ends vibrating incessantly. Vortices began forming around the acupuncture needles, and the spiritual energy from heaven and earth swiftly entered Jiang Fanquan's body through the needle ends. Qin Yujie's face instantly turned pale. The execution of these techniques had consumed a tremendous amount of his true energy. He quickly chewed and swallowed the 1,000-year spirit peach leaves in his mouth, then took out 10 top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and scattered them around Jiang Fanxian. With these top-grade spirit stones, the cave dwelling became even more saturated with spiritual energy. At this moment, both Jiang Fanxian and Qin Yujie were immersed in a thick mist of pure spiritual essence. Thus, Qin Yujie continued performing the acupuncture technique. Whenever his reservoir of true energy depleted, he would drink spirit wine, swallow 1,000-year spirit peach leaves, or directly absorb energy from the top-grade spirit stones. After all, Qin Yujie had no shortage of means to restore his energy. Naturally, Jiang Fanxian witnessed all of Qin Yujie's efforts. To say she wasn't moved would be a lie. Though normally cold as ice, she was still human. 3 hours later, Jiang Fanquan's aura grew significantly stronger. Thanks to Qin Yujie's treatment, not only had her Sea of Wheels fully recovered, but her cultivation level had also broken through to the 6th stage of the Sea of Wheels realm. Qin Yujie collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Still, he felt immense joy knowing he had restored Jiang Fanquan's Sea of Wheels. Disciple, you've worked hard, Jiang Fanxian said softly, casting a complex glance at Qin Yujie. Master, saying that makes us strangers, Qin Yujie replied with a smile. Disciple, I find myself unable to fully understand you anymore, Jiang Fanxian mused after a moment. The divine acupuncture technique and extraordinary medical skill Qin Yujie had displayed today left even Jiang Fanxian deeply shocked. Moreover, he actually possessed top-grade spirit stones, something that didn't exist in Lingtian Kingdom. There's no need for you to overthink, Master. No matter what changes occur, you will always be my master. I would never harm you. On the contrary, I have an enormous opportunity I'd like to bestow upon you, Qin Yujie said calmly. Chapter 186, The Infinite Sword Body. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Jiang Fanxian was certain that Qin Yujie was exaggerating. What kind of monumental chance could possibly exist in the Lingtian Kingdom? Moreover, Jiang Fanxian was no ordinary person. Her standards were extremely high. In her eyes, very few things truly qualified as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master, do you know about the Infinite Sword Body? Qin Yujie asked. Jiang Fanxian was slightly surprised by the question, but replied, Of course I know of the Infinite Sword Body. It's a sword body famed even alongside my original Starlight Sword Body. Among the 100 sacred bodies, it ranks within the top 10. Those with the Infinite Sword Body cultivate sword techniques at an astonishing speed. Anyone possessing this constitution is undoubtedly a peerless prodigy in the path of the sword. Though of course, compared to your deathless sword body, the Infinite Sword Body still falls short. Master, Qin Yujie said with a smile, what if I told you I have the means to help you awaken the Infinite Sword Body? Would you believe me? I don't believe it. That's utterly impossible. Jiang Fanxian shook her head. Please sit cross-legged on the ground, Master. Prepare yourself mentally. If you truly awaken the Infinite Sword Body, the accompanying celestial phenomena during the awakening may allow you to instantly restore your cultivation to its peak state. Furthermore, you might even reawaken your Starlight Sword Body. Qin Yujie said. The outcome Qin Yujie described was theoretically plausible. Jiang Fanxian had once possessed the Starlight Sword Body, but after it was stolen from her, her cultivation plummeted to the Sea of Fate realm. If she could now merge with a new sword body, naturally she would regain her former peak strength. And when a martial cultivator awakens a sword body, powerful heavenly phenomena accompany the process. Under such circumstances, there was indeed a chance for her original sword body to be reborn. If everything unfolded as Qin Yujie claimed, Jiang Fanxian could potentially possess both the Infinite Sword Body and the Starlight Sword Body. For a single cultivator to wield two sacred bodies, the amplification of power wouldn't merely be additive. It would multiply geometrically. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Fanxian stared at Qin Yujie, unable to believe what she was hearing, seeing he wasn't joking. Naturally, Qin Yujie answered. Qin Yujie silently commanded the system in his mind. System, fuse the Infinite Sword Body with Jiang Fanxian. Ding, system acknowledged. Immediately, a mighty aura surged around Jiang Fanxian. Then, a terrifying sword essence slowly formed within her body, the Infinite Sword Body itself. At that moment, blessings descended from the heavens over the entire Tianyuan Sect, radiant light bursting forth in all directions. Celestial melodies echoed through the air. 10,000 swords sang in unison. These extraordinary phenomena instantly drew the attention of everyone across the Tianyuan Sect. This is Elder Zhang's mountain peak from the inner sect. Could she be awakening a special sword constitution? Was the previous heavenly phenomenon also related to Elder Jiang? Hong Yuchuan, the Tianyuan Sect's patriarch, said in utter shock. Not only the Tianyuan Sect, but every Sea of Fate realm expert throughout the Lingtian Kingdom sensed the extraordinary changes above the sect. These are the kinds of omens only seen when someone awakens a special sword constitution. Has another person in the Tianyuan Sect awakened a sword body? Heavens! The Tianyuan Sect is truly rising. I wonder if this time and the last involved the same person? It probably isn't the same individual. If it were, that would be too monstrous, awakening two different sword constitutions? That's just absurd. Across the Lingtian Kingdom, experts gazed up at the sky above the Tianyuan Sect, buzzing with speculation. At that moment, however, no one was more shocked than Jiang Fanxian herself. She never imagined Qin Yujie would actually enable her to awaken the infinite sword body. Even a saint couldn't casually grant someone a sacred constitution, much less a sword-based sacred body. This act left even Jiang Fanxian, with her exceedingly high standards, trembling inwardly with disbelief. Yet now was precisely the critical moment of awakening. Suppressing her astonishment, Jiang Fanxian focused entirely on merging with the infinite sword body. Indeed, the infinite sword body was immensely powerful, but the fusion process brought excruciating pain. Jiang Fanxian felt as though 10,000 blades were simultaneously slicing through her meridians. What is mere pain to me? Jiang Fanxian sneered coldly. Compared to the agony of having her starlight sword body forcibly torn away before, this suffering was nothing. Her aura grew stronger and stronger. Her cultivation level skyrocketed like a rocket being launched. Spiritual energy from across the heavens and earth rapidly converged toward her, surging into her body in torrents. Sea of Fate Realm 6th stage. Sea of Fate Realm 7th stage. Sea of Fate Realm 8th stage. Sea of Fate Realm 9th stage. Cave Heaven Realm 1st stage. Jiang Fanxian's power grew stronger and stronger. After 3 hours, Qin Yujie himself could no longer tell just how terrifying a realm Jiang Fanxian had restored to. At this moment, her aura was overwhelming. Mere remnants of her cultivation pressure forced Hong Yuchuan, Tian Feichen, and others onto their knees at the foot of Shihai Peak, unable to rise. The bizarre celestial phenomena occurring on Shihai Peak naturally drew Hong Yuchuan, Tian Feichen, and others to investigate what was happening. Many curious inner sect disciples also rushed over to see the spectacle. However, Jiang Fanxian was at the critical moment of merging with the infinite sword body and would not allow anyone to disturb her. Whoever dares set foot on Shihai Peak shall die. Jiang Fanxian sneered coldly. Instantly, her overwhelming aura crushed everyone to their knees. Senior, spare us. We will remain kneeling. We are here to congratulate you. Tian Feichen quickly begged for mercy. Jiang Fanxian ignored them all. She had now completely fused with the infinite sword body. What shocked her most, however, was that her original starlight sword body, stimulated by both the infinite sword body and the heavenly phenomenon, had begun to recover as well. Heavens! My disciple truly predicted this. This child of mine is truly extraordinary. Jiang Fanxian thought in utter astonishment. Forget the rest, restoring the starlight sword body first. Jiang Fanxian hovered in midair, her beauty enhanced and magnified by the fusion with the infinite sword body, more enchanting and radiant than ever before. Master is truly made of immortal bones and jade-like skin, peerlessly stunning. Qin Yujie smiled and said. At this moment, Jiang Fanxian resembled a celestial goddess descending from the heavens, truly unparalleled. Suddenly, the heavens shifted once again. 10,000 swords rang in unison, celestial melodies filled the air, and above the entire Tianyuan Sect, countless stars blazed like a vast river of galaxies. I don't recognize the previous omen, but this one, I know it well. This is the heavenly phenomenon of awakening the starlight sword body. Hong Yuchuan knelt below, staring up at Jiang Fanxian in the sky, utterly dumbfounded. Yes, the starry heavens ablaze across the sky. This is definitely the sign of the starlight sword body. Tian Feichen whispered in shock. What the hell? Who exactly is Boss's master? The starlight sword body is a saint-grade sword constitution. Zheng Nanhua had also come to gawk, only to be indiscriminately suppressed alongside everyone else at the base of Shihai Peak. All those gathered at the foot of the mountain were awestruck by Jiang Fanxian's terrifying sword talent and power. In her presence, they felt like insignificant ants, utterly powerless. Chapter 187, The Powerful Jiang Fanxian. 2 hours later, Jiang Fanxian had completely restored her starlight sword body. At this moment, not only had her strength returned to its former peak, but it had become even more terrifying. The starlight sword body and the limitless sword body, two supreme physical constitutions, now coexisted within Jiang Fanxian, making her talent in the sword path utterly monstrous. Though it couldn't compare to Qin Yujie's immortal sword body, among the 100 supreme constitutions, possessing two at once placed her at the very apex of the pyramid. Jiang Fanxian reigned in the overwhelming aura around her and gently landed on the ground. At this moment, she was like a celestial goddess descending from the 9 heavens, untouchable, sacred. What level of cultivation is master at now? Qin Yujie asked. I am at the 1st stage of the Emperor Realm. Jiang Fanxian replied calmly. What? The Emperor Realm? Qin Yujie's heart trembled with shock. Below the level of sage, the sovereign reigns as king. When no sovereign emerges, the emperor stands supreme. Reaching the Emperor Realm, she could probably wipe out the Lingtian Kingdom with just a flick of her finger. Regretting making your master so powerful now. Jiang Fanxian glanced at Qin Yujie's stunned expression and smiled faintly. How could I ever regret it? Even if my master reaches the Emperor Realm, she's still my woman. Qin Yujie grinned. You really have quite the imagination, Jiang Fanxian said lightly, flicking his forehead. Although Jiang Fanxian had now reached the Emperor realm, her attitude toward Qin Yujie remained unchanged. She didn't distance herself just because her power had been restored. This warmed Qin Yujie's heart slightly. Qin Yujie had always had a keen eye for people. When he considered letting Jiang Fanxian fuse with the limitless sword body, he had hesitated for a brief moment. But seeing her wounded state afterward, he hadn't hesitated any longer. He activated it without reservation. He didn't regret it. To others, the limitless sword body might be an unimaginable opportunity, but to Qin Yujie, it meant little. He understood that Jiang Fanxian was a woman with a past, and he simply wanted to help her as much as he could. Master, since you've just broken through, let me give you a massage to help you relax, Qin Yujie said with a smile. All right, Jiang Fanxian agreed with a nod. In truth, Jiang Fanxian herself already realized, deep down, that Qin Yujie had subtly taken a place in her heart, only that she refused to acknowledge it. Qin Yujie admired Jiang Fanxian's silhouette. She had already been beautiful before, but now, having fused two supreme sword bodies and undergone transformation, she resembled a heavenly goddess even more, emanating an indescribable, world-shaking charm. Qin Yujie's hands moved gently across Jiang Fanxian's back, using a mysterious ancient technique that brought her great comfort. An hour later, Qin Yujie reluctantly withdrew his hands. He had massaged nearly every part of her back. Only someone like him could get away with such closeness. Any other man would have been shattered into oblivion by now. Being close to Jiang Fanxian required immense self-control. Otherwise, anyone ordinary would certainly lose themselves. Qin Yujie gazed at Jiang Fanxian's long, elegant legs and said, Master, let me massage your legs too. All right, Jiang Fanxian replied. It had to be said, her legs were stunning. Because of her martial cultivation, their shape was flawless, perfect beyond comparison. With these legs alone, she could outshine any other woman. Half an hour later, Jiang Fanxian felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation throughout her body. Indeed, Qin Yujie's ancient massage technique was truly addictive. Master, now that your strength has been restored, are you about to leave? Qin Yujie asked thoughtfully, holding one of Jiang Fanxian's delicate feet. The human body contained countless acupoints, and naturally, many were located on the soles of the feet. You're perceptive. Your master still has a great vendetta to settle, so I must eventually depart. Jiang Fanxian turned around and gently retrieved her foot, speaking softly. Master, can you tell me about your past? Qin Yujie asked. Your cultivation is still too weak. Knowing my story now would be useless. Just remember this. I am the saintess of the North Desert Reincarnation Holy Land. If you grow strong enough in the future, you may come find me, Jiang Fanxian said. Qin Yujie knew he couldn't keep her. He nodded and asked, But master, you won't leave right away, will you? Not until after your life or death duel, Jiang Fanxian replied. She clearly understood Qin Yujie's feelings toward her, but she had no choice. There were more important matters waiting for her in the North Desert. She knew she had already wasted too much time in the Lingtian Kingdom. Had her strength never returned, she would have stayed in Tianyuan Sect until her final days. But now, not only had her power been restored, it was stronger than ever. Naturally, she wished to return to the North Desert as quickly as possible to exact vengeance for her past wrongs. It's been over 10 years. I wonder how the Reincarnation Holy Land is faring now. A wave of concern swept through Jiang Fanxian's heart. Fine, the duel is still 2 days away. Master, just stay with me a little longer, Qin Yujie said without pressing further. After all, he would eventually leave the Lingtian Kingdom anyway. Only now, Jiang Fanxian would be leaving a day earlier. Jiang Fanxian looked down at the people still kneeling at the foot of the mountain and coldly said, Master Hong, all of you may withdraw now. Many thanks to Senior for sparing our lives, Hong Yuchuan muttered, his back drenched in cold sweat. Although Hong Yuchuan had reached the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, before Jiang Fanxian, he was no more than an ant. With but a finger, she could not only wipe out Tianyuan Sect, but the entire Lingtian Kingdom if she wished. Tian Feichen's face was grim. He never expected Jiang Fanxian's strength to be so terrifying. Her mere aura was enough to force everyone onto their knees. The might of a sovereign realm cultivator was naturally beyond the comprehension of those from such insignificant lands as the Lingtian Kingdom. A sovereign stood far above ordinary cultivators. An entire 5 major realms separated them from the likes of Wheel Sea realm experts. After the sect master retreated, he immediately issued an order. From this moment onward, anyone who dares step onto Shihai Peak and disturb the senior shall be executed. Everyone shuddered in fear and quickly dispersed. Before leaving, Zheng Nanhua glanced back at Shihai Peak, his heart swelling with admiration. Man, my big brother's teacher is insane. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her power is off the charts. Why don't I have such luck? Jiang Fanxian took out 3 jade pendants, and with a flick of her finger, sealed 3 sword energies into each one. These 3 sword energies are equivalent to full-powered attacks from a sovereign realm warrior. Keep them for self-defense. Qin Yujie, your talent is monstrous. If I stayed by your side, you'd lose the trials necessary to grow stronger. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never become a peerless expert. I hope you won't rely on these too much, unless your life is truly in danger, Jiang Fanxian instructed solemnly. Chapter 188, The Ultimate Clash. Jiang Fanxian had initially considered bringing Qin Yujie back to Beima. The resources and spiritual energy in Lingtian Kingdom were truly too scarce. Jiang Fanxian believed that with her influence, Qin Yuzhe's martial cultivation path would undoubtedly become much smoother in Beima. However, thinking about the powerful enemy she herself had in Beima, she quickly dismissed the idea. Moreover, Jiang Fanxian knew that the fate of some peerless geniuses could not be altered lightly. Some prodigies, once deprived of hardship and trials, would inevitably become ordinary. She feared that her actions might inadvertently ruin Qin Yuzhe. In the end, Jiang Fanxian decided to leave alone. She believed Qin Yuzhe must walk his own path in martial cultivation. Besides, Qin Yuzhe possessed the undying sword body. Entering vast, powerful realms too early would only make him a target for others. Qin Yuzhe took the 3 jade pendants and smiled. Master, are you showing concern for me? Don't be cheeky. Did you hear what I said? Jiang Fanxian replied sternly. I understand, Master. Don't worry. Qin Yuzhe said, warmth flooding his heart. Master, let me cook you a good meal. You probably won't get to taste your disciples cooking again anytime soon. Qin Yuzhe said with a smile. There's a saying, to win a woman's heart, first satisfy her stomach. Since Jiang Fanxian was leaving and Qin Yuzhe had no idea when they might meet again, he wanted to leave her with some pleasant memories. Qin Yuzhe brought out some high-grade ingredients and prepared a sumptuous dinner. These ingredients were naturally considered top-tier within Lingtian Kingdom, but as a sovereign-level cultivator, Jiang Fanxian had seen countless rare treasures. She wasn't particularly impressed. Qin Yuzhe, are you a spirit chef? Jiang Fanxian asked curiously. Yes, though currently only at the Earth-level spirit chef rank. Hope you don't mind, Master. Qin Yuzhe replied with a grin. Jiang Fanxian was greatly astonished internally. How old was this boy? A spirit chef of his age would surely stand out, even in Beima. Mind? How could I possibly mind? My disciples' cooking is naturally my favorite, Jiang Fanxian said. The dinner was naturally lavish, and both enjoyed their meal immensely. Happy moments always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. The day of Qin Yuzhe's life or death battle with Tang Jinan had arrived. Almost every inner sect disciple of Tianyuan Sect woke early and made their way to the arena. At this moment, Qin Yuzhe was lying leisurely on a wicker chair. After a night of cultivation, he had reached his peak condition. Though Qin Yuzhe wasn't afraid of Tang Jinan, as the saying goes, even a lion hunting a rabbit uses full strength. He had prepared himself thoroughly. During this period, apart from cultivating the Chongqing art, Qin Yuzhe hadn't neglected the true spirit scripture either. Truly worthy of being a low-grade heavenly-level cultivation technique. With the help of Qingyan soul-nourishing leaves, Qin Yuzhe's soul power had grown significantly stronger. During these days, Qin Yuzhe continued to check in daily, receiving 3 rewards: 100 top-grade spirit stones, the low-grade heavenly-level martial skill, ultimate path quick draw technique, and a purple gold wine gourd. Now, Qin Yuzhe had acquired 3 sword techniques through check-ins: the 4-season sword art, Zongheng sword art, and the ultimate path quick draw technique. All 3 sword techniques were immensely powerful, more than sufficient for Qin Yuzhe's current needs. As for the purple gold wine gourd, despite its small size, it could hold nearly an entire river's worth of wine. For someone like Qin Yuzhe who loved alcohol, this item was truly priceless. With this, Qin Yuzhe's check-in rewards in the inner sect had concluded completely. The next time he could check in would only be after becoming a core disciple and entering the central region of Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yuzhe stood up, stretched lazily, then practiced a set of basic boxing forms. Cracking sounds echoed from his body as if fireworks were going off. After a night of cultivation, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached their perfect peak. Meanwhile, the entire Tianyuan Sect had already come alive with excitement. It was still early morning, the sun just rising. The duel between Qin Yuzhe and Tang Jinan wouldn't begin for at least another 3 hours, yet the arena was already packed. Not only were there inner sect disciples and elders present, but even core disciples had come to witness the spectacle. This time, sect leader Hong had lifted restrictions, allowing outer sect disciples to enter and watch as well. As a result, the arena was overflowing with people, truly a sea of humanity. As one of the 4 major sects in Lingtian Kingdom, Tianyuan Sect boasted a vast number of disciples. With outer sect and inner sect members combined, the total easily exceeded 10,000. Fortunately, the inner sect arena was large enough. Otherwise, such a crowd would have been impossible to accommodate. The confrontation between Qin Yuzhe and Tang Jinan was undoubtedly the pinnacle clash within Tianyuan Sect's inner sect, a battle representing the 2 strongest cultivators among the inner disciples. Ordinarily, Tianyuan Sect hosted many life-or-death duels among inner sect disciples, but those were usually between obscure cultivators with little reputation. Their popularity paled in comparison to the upcoming showdown between Qin Yuzhe and Tang Jinan. After all, Qin Yuzhe's fame was immense, his strength and talent truly exceptional. Since entering the inner sect from the outer ranks, every life-or-death battle he had fought was against opponents stronger than himself, and in nearly every case, Qin Yuzhe had emerged victorious with overwhelming dominance. Although most people believed Qin Yuzhe was destined to lose this time, a small minority still held on a hope that he might once again defy the odds and defeat Tang Jinan. Of course, as Qin Yuzhe's opponent, Tang Jinan's reputation was even greater. Regarded as the #1 expert among Tianyuan Sect's inner disciples, Tang Jinan's position at the top was truly well-earned. His talent in the Tao of the Blade was monstrous, and his strength terrifyingly overwhelming. With cultivation at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, he already stood far beyond the reach of countless other inner disciples. Moreover, the crucial point was that during this recent secret realm expedition, Tang Jinan must have obtained an enormous fortuitous opportunity. His current displayed strength surely didn't represent his full power. There was no doubt he possessed powerful trump cards yet to be revealed. One was Qin Yujie, a newly ascended inner disciple who had just entered the inner sect and repeatedly created miracles, remaining undefeated. The other was Tang Jinan, the undisputed top expert among the inner disciples, a veteran cultivator whose might approached the heavens. Their clash would undoubtedly be a fierce battle of dragon versus tiger. Even though many didn't believe Qin Yujie stood a chance against Tang Jinan, it didn't diminish anyone's anticipation for this fight. Even if Qin Yujie couldn't win, this life and death battle was guaranteed to be spectacular. As the time of the duel drew closer, excitement among the onlookers surged, and the atmosphere within the arena grew increasingly intense. Chapter 189, Needlepoint against Wheat Tip. It's time to head to the arena, Qin Yujie said calmly, glancing at the hour. We'll go with you. Lin Qining, Zhang Qiuling, and the others said with concern. Fine. Watching battles will do you good. Qin Yujie agreed with a nod. In an instant, Qin Yujie led the group away, swift as a hare and sudden as a falcon, vanishing without a trace. By now, the area around the dueling arena was packed with people, bustling with excitement. Who do you think will win today? Someone near the life and death platform asked. Who else but Tang Jinan? His cultivation has already reached the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Another person replied Uly. Not necessarily. I'm rooting for Qin Yujie. His talent and swordsmanship is just too monstrous. Maybe he'll create another miracle today. Don't be ridiculous. Qin Yujie is as good as dead today. You can't say that, don't you know? Elder Jiang awakened 2 supreme sword bodies recently. Her power is terrifying. Even Patriarch Hong couldn't stand against her. As her disciple, even if Qin Yujie loses today, with Elder Jiang backing him, he won't die. How unbelievably lucky can one person be? Elder Jiang's power is insane. I personally saw it. With just a hint of her aura, she forced Patriarch Hong and Vice Patriarch Tian onto their knees. With Elder Jiang supporting him, Qin Yujie is definitely going to win. You're speaking too soon. Everyone sees Tang Jinan's strength. Even if Elder Jiang is powerful, she can't break the rules of a life and death duel. The crowd buzzed with endless speculation. On the dueling platform, Tang Jinan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating extraordinary bearing. Tang Jinan was extremely confident about today's life or death battle, which was why he had arrived early. He swore that today he would beat Qin Yujie to death and show everyone what happens when they dare provoke him. In the viewing stands of the arena, Hong Yuchuan, Tian Feichen, and the 3 senior inner sect elders were all present. As for Jiang Fanxian, her cultivation far surpassed theirs. Even from within her own immortal cave, she could observe the match on the life and death platform with her spiritual sense. Moreover, Jiang Fanxian had given Qin Yujie 3 sword chi protections. Surely, there wasn't a single person in the entire Lingtian kingdom capable of killing him. Besides, Qin Yujie's own strength was immense. Jiang Fanxian knew full well the might of his undying sword body. If he couldn't even deal with Tang Jinan, then Qin Yujie would truly disappoint her. Just then, Qin Yujie and his companions arrived at the arena, immediately triggering a wave of uproar throughout the grounds. The clothes Qin Yujie wore today were obtained through system check-in, flowing elegantly on his figure, giving him an exceptionally graceful and refined aura. Combined with his naturally handsome and radiant appearance, his arrival was like a celestial immortal descending to earth. Utterly extraordinary. Fair as jade upon the path, a peerless noble youth. Qin Yujie truly has unmatched charm, one female disciple murmured, entranced. Yes, but such a prodigy of legend would never look twice at ordinary girls like us, another sighed. Sigh? After seeing a man as beautiful as Qin Yujie, I've lost interest in anyone else. One glance at Master Qin ruins a lifetime. Why must heaven make me meet him, yet keep him forever out of reach? Let's not delude ourselves. Just look at Lin Qining and Zhang Qiuling standing beside Qin Yujie. We should back down gracefully. Yes, we can admire from afar. No need to pursue what cannot be ours. Countless women in the crowd gazed at Qin Yujie, utterly captivated by his aura. Qin Yujie looked around at the sea of people surrounding the arena and felt a slight shock. Though he expected many spectators, he hadn't anticipated such overwhelming turnout. Surely over 80% of Tianyuan Sect's cultivators had come. Qin Yujie, I didn't think you'd actually dare show up. Now that you're here, come up and die. Tang Jinan shot a piercing glare downward, towering over Qin Yujie with arrogant disdain. To me, you're nothing more than an ant, insignificant. Why wouldn't I come? The one who'll die today is you. Qin Yujie replied calmly. Hong Yuchuan watched the 2 figures before him and sighed deeply. In his eyes, both youths possessed monstrously rare talent, and the loss of either would be a great blow to the sect. Originally, he had favored Tang Jinan, believing him to hold the upper hand. But after Elder Jiang Fanxian restored her cultivation and fused 2 supreme sword bodies, her power becoming terrifying beyond reason, his thoughts shifted. With such a formidable master, Hong Yuchuan believed Jiang Fanxian must have given Qin Yujie something life-saving. It would surely be more than enough to handle Tang Jinan. It had to be said, Hong Yuchuan's thinking was correct, but Qin Yujie didn't even need to use those 3 sword chi protections against Tang Jinan. With his own strength alone, he could easily kill him. Tian Feichen stared solemnly at Qin Yujie, realizing that in just a few short days, Qin Yujie had broken through once again, reaching the 6th level of the heavenly realm. This Qin Yujie is truly monstrous in talent. It's fortunate he's going to die today. Otherwise, he'd probably break into the We'll See realm very soon. Tian Feichen gazed at Qin Yujie and murmured faintly, "Yes, Vice Patriarch Tian, Qin Yujie will undoubtedly die today, in a life-and-death battle among peers. Even if Qin Yujie loses, Senior Jiang surely won't interfere," Gao Yueta said with a smug look on his face. "As long as we follow the rules, Senior Jiang won't have any excuse to intervene," Tian Feichen replied, a sly smile creeping across his face. "I think you're all mistaken. I'm afraid it'll be Tang Jinan who dies today," Gu Baoqing said lightly, shaking his head. "Old Gu, I think you're just getting old. The light in your eyes must be failing you. Tang Jinan is at the 4th level of the We'll See realm, while Qin Yujie is merely at the 6th level of the heavenly realm. There's an unfathomable gap between them, like clouds compared to mud." Gao Yueta sneered contemptuously. Gu Baoqing did not argue. Anyone with sense would understand. How could someone like Elder Jiang Fanxian take an ordinary person as her disciple? Qin Yujie glanced disdainfully at Tang Jinan, then in a flash of movement, ascended the life and death platform. The two locked eyes, like needlepoint meeting wheat tip, conflict imminent. Hong Yuqian raised the defensive formation over the platform and announced, "By the rules of our Tianyuan Sect, once you step onto the life and death platform, life and death are your own responsibility. No one may interfere. Now, the life and death duel begins." As Hong Yuqian finished speaking, the deadly battle officially commenced. "Tang Jinan will win. I've bet all my contribution points on him. Yes, Tang Jinan is definitely going to win. Qin Yujie, you must win. I've staked my entire fortune on you. If you win, I'll become rich overnight. Qin Yujie, my boss, you're always worth believing in. I've put all 400,000 points I have on our boss winning. What do you lot have? Only a few thousand. Don't even compare," Zheng Nanhua declared confidently from within the crowd. Chapter 190, Tang Jinan's boasting. The crowd around the duel platform watched as Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan faced each other, shouting support for their chosen contestant. There were far too many people today. Zheng Nanhua didn't have the capital to run a private gambling pool. Instead, today's betting was officially organized by the Tianyuan Sect itself. Zheng Nanhua had already placed all of his contribution points on Qin Yujie. Zheng Nanhua naturally knew Qin Yujie's strength, and since this was essentially a risk-free investment, he had brought along several members of the Pyamiao Pavilion. Most of those who bet on Qin Yujie's victory belonged to their faction. "Qin Yujie dared to break my younger brother's legs? I've changed my mind now. I won't kill you in one swift blow. No, I'll make your death slow and painful. First, I'll shatter every bone in your body. Then, I'll chop off both your hands and feet. Finally, I'll destroy your dantian, turning you into a complete cripple." Tang Jinan growled through gritted teeth. The spectators surrounding the arena shivered at Tang Jinan's words. They were all frightened by the sheer brutality of his threats. "Just a moment ago, I was thinking about ending you with a single move," Qin Yujie said coolly. "But since you've already arranged your own path to death so thoroughly, I might as well fulfill your wish." Originally, Qin Yujie hadn't intended to torture Tang Jinan, but since Tang Jinan wanted to treat him this way, Qin Yujie wouldn't hesitate either. Hearing this, Tang Jinan burst into loud laughter. He drew the precious blade hanging from his waist and declared, "Qin Yujie, do you know what I obtained in that secret realm? This moon-splitting blood blade in my hand is just one of the treasures I acquired there, an upper-rank Earth-tier weapon. This blade is incredibly sharp. Every time it strikes, it drinks its enemy's blood. Its power surpasses anything you could imagine, and judging by your appearance, you probably don't even have a decent weapon." Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Tang Jinan enviously. Damn, an upper-rank Earth-tier weapon. How lucky can this guy get? Just walks into a secret realm and comes out with such a treasure. Yeah, and from how he talks, the moon-splitting blood blade isn't even the only thing he got. He must have secured other rare opportunities too. I heard that secret realm is extremely dangerous. So many people entered before and never came back. Yet Tang Jinan not only survived, but gained immense fortune. Could he actually be the prophesied chosen one? You might be onto something. Could today be the day when Tang Jinan, the chosen one, finally rises to glory? I heard chosen ones always have incredible luck. With Tang Jinan being so fortunate, maybe after killing Qin Yujie, the master won't punish him at all. He might even take him as a disciple. Dude, that's going way too far. There's no way. Still, I think Qin Yujie is in real danger. Tang Jinan clearly got major benefits from the secret realm. He must have even stronger trump cards hidden. All eyes in the crowd were filled with envy as they stared at Tang Jinan. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the center of attention. Looking at Tang Jinan's moon-splitting blood blade, Qin Yujie sneered. What's so impressive about an upper-rank Earth-tier weapon? Act like nobody else has one or something. With that, Qin Yujie pulled out his Azure Lotus Sword and added, "My Azure Lotus Sword here is also an upper-rank Earth-tier weapon. Did I pull it out and boast about it like you? Can't you be a little more humble? If you want to compare weapons, you picked the wrong opponent. This Azure Lotus Sword isn't even my best one. It's actually my weakest." Then, Qin Yujie casually produced a kitchen cleaver and said calmly, "See this? Even the knife I use for cooking at home is a top-grade heaven-tier artifact. Compared to that, your moon-splitting blood blade is completely pathetic. You dare show it off here? What a disgrace." The crowd stared in shock at the cleaver in Qin Yujie's hand. Their hearts collectively suffered 10,000 points of damage. Are you kidding me? Qin Yujie uses a top-grade heaven-tier cleaver just for cooking. Damn, suddenly my upper-rank dark-tier weapon feels worthless. This cleaver must be part of the same set as that cutting board and wok he had last time. My god, does Qin Yujie have everything in his kitchen as top-grade heaven-tier items? I don't want to live anymore. Tang Jinan just got completely humiliated. Ha ha ha, this is priceless. Look at how proud he looked when he pulled out his blade earlier. Now he looks like a clown. Check Tang Jinan's face. It's twisted like he's constipated. So damn funny. Qin Yujie, you're my idol. My admiration for you flows like an endless river. Qin Yujie, are you hiring chefs? I'd gladly guard your cleaver for you. The crowd continued to murmur in astonishment, staring at the intricate runes engraved across Qin Yujie's cleaver. Tang Jinan was now filled with shock and rage. He had thought that merely revealing the moon-splitting bloodblade would make Qin Yujie feel inferior and ashamed, but instead, he himself had been humiliated by Qin Yujie. Hearing the surrounding crowd's mockery, Tang Jinan burned with fury. He realized that in Qin Yujie's eyes, he was nothing more than a ridiculous, overreaching clown. Qin Yujie, so what if you have a top-grade heaven-tier cleaver? You're still going to die today, and everything you own will be mine. Tang Jinan snarled. How pitiful you are. To me, this cleaver is only useful for slicing vegetables. It's utterly insignificant. Yet you actually covet even such a trivial thing. Truly, you're like a frog at the bottom of a well. Qin Yujie said calmly. The onlookers once again felt their hearts shattered upon hearing these words. At this moment, Tang Jinan's face turned exceptionally ugly. With a cold snort, his inner true essence surged violently, causing his aura to grow stronger and stronger. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth rushed wildly toward Tang Jinan. Qin Yujie, your mouth may be sharp, but that's all. Now, I'll show you the terrifying extent of my power. Kneel before me and tremble in despair. Tang Jinan's strength was immense, his momentum overwhelming. Even the residual force of his aura made the crowd tremble in fear. Tang Jinan is so powerful. Good heavens, his aura is terrifying. Is this really the true might of someone at the fourth layer of the Wheelsea realm? An inner sect disciple, shaken by Tang Jinan's terrifying presence, began trembling in his legs and plopped down onto the ground. Yes, Tang Jinan's talent is monstrously brilliant. Perhaps even Elder Gao, at the same cultivation level, wouldn't be his match. Another person said, staring in astonishment. This time, Qin Yujie has truly kicked a solid iron plate. I doubt he can even withstand a single move from Tang Jinan. Qin Yujie was really unwise. By humiliating Tang Jinan like this, there's no way Tang Jinan will let him live. Are you stupid? They're fighting a life or death battle. No matter what, only one of them can survive. Chapter 191, Chasing the Sun Blade Technique. The surrounding crowd was shocked to see the terrifying aura of Tang Jinan's Searing Realm 4th level cultivation. At this moment, only Tang Jinan himself knew just how powerful he had become. He recalled all the miraculous encounters within the secret realm, as if everything had been arranged by heaven itself. Tang Jinan knew deep down that sooner or later, he would leave Lingtian Kingdom behind and become an unrivaled expert. As for Qin Yujie, he was nothing more than a stepping stone on his path to greatness. At the thought, a faint smile slowly spread across Tang Jinan's lips. He fixed his cold gaze on Qin Yujie and said sharply, Qin Yujie, the most regrettable decision you've ever made in your life was making an enemy of me. Now dot. With that, Tang Jinan let out a loud shout. Chasing the Sun Blade Technique. First form, Spring Breeze, chasing the sun. He slashed with his blade, and instantly, a massive blade aura erupted into the sky. This blade force was astonishingly powerful, sweeping forward like a spring breeze chasing after the sun. Fierce, overwhelming, and domineering. The onlookers stared at the terrifying blade aura and were immediately filled with shock. What monstrous blade energy! With just this single strike, Qin Yujie probably won't be able to withstand it. The Chasing the Sun Blade technique is truly formidable. Tang Jinan's talent in blade cultivation is beyond ordinary. It's demonic. The Chasing the Sun Blade technique is a renowned Earth-tier lower-grade martial skill. Its power is extraordinary. Before I thought Zhu Lianggong's blade talent was impressive, but compared to Tang Jinan now, Zhu Lianggong is utterly insignificant. Yes, as the #1 inner sect disciple in strength, Tang Jinan's blade talent is naturally exceptional. It had to be admitted, Tang Jinan possessed solid foundations and terrifying true Yuan energy. Among cultivators of the same realm, he was already among the elite. On the arena stage, Qin Yujie looked at the terrifying blade aura approaching and scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head. Tang Jinan, if you think that's enough to kill me, you're far too weak. 4 Seasons Sword Art. Summer heat blazing. Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward, and immediately, the heavens and earth seemed to shift. A sky-shattering sword aura burst forth, blazing like the scorching midday sun, vast and overwhelming. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Qin Yujie's devastating sword strike. Compared to before, Qin Yujie's 4 Seasons Sword Art has grown even stronger. Yes, the power of this sword aura rivals Tang Jinan's blade energy. Is this really an attack unleashed by someone at the Heavenman Realm 6th level? Qin Yujie's strength is terrifying. Of course, no one realized that Qin Yujie hadn't even used his full strength. If he had, Tang Jinan likely wouldn't have lasted even a single strike. Boom! The two colossal forces collided violently, producing an ear-splitting explosion that shook the heavens. Tang Jinan stared in slight shock at Qin Yujie. Only he knew that in that last strike, he had already used 1/3 of his full power. Normally, such an attack would overwhelm any Searing Realm 3rd level cultivator, but unexpectedly, Qin Yujie had blocked it so effortlessly. The audience was stunned by this first clash, awestruck by the terrifying intensity of both attacks. Whether Tang Jinan or Qin Yujie, The power they displayed left everyone speechless. Yet, what surprised them even more was Qin Yujie. Tang Jinan was at the Sea Ring Realm 4th level, the level suited to such strength. But Qin Yujie was only at the Heavenman Realm 6th level, yet capable of matching such overwhelming power. The crowd began to reassess Qin Yujie entirely. The strength Qin Yujie was now displaying had increased significantly since his battle with Su Liang just days ago. It seemed that the stronger his opponent, the more his own power rose in response. Tang Jinan glanced coldly at Qin Yujie and said calmly, Qin Yujie, although you managed to block my attack just now, don't get too excited. I've only used 1/3 of my real strength. Sigh, perhaps I was too merciful, allowing you a moment of glory before death. But from now on, you won't be so lucky. Once I become serious, you won't even have the chance to resist. Hearing Tang Jinan's words, the spectators around the arena suddenly understood. So that's why Qin Yujie could block Tang Jinan's attack. He didn't use his full power after all. Yes, Tang Jinan is simply too strong. Even 1/3 of his strength is this terrifying. I think Qin Yujie must have given his all. How else could someone at the Heavenman Realm 6th level possibly withstand Tang Jinan's attack? Tang Jinan's blade talent is monstrously gifted. No wonder he's the top disciple among the inner sect. Qin Yujie is too arrogant. At the Heavenman Realm 6th level, daring to accept a life-or-death duel with Tang Jinan. This is suicide. A person's greatest flaw is failing to recognize their own limits. Qin Yujie not only overestimates his own strength, but also underestimates Tang Jinan's. He's recklessly ignorant. This is Tang Jinan's first battle since returning from the secret realm. It seems he has truly risen at last. I hope Qin Yujie can last a bit longer, so we can finally see what enormous fortune Tang Jinan gained inside that secret realm. I've bet all my savings on Tang Jinan. Looks like I made the right choice, huh? After today, I'm going to be rich. No way. Qin Yujie is our Piaomiao Pavilion's pavilion master. How could he possibly lose to Tang Jinan? You're celebrating too soon. The surrounding crowd watched Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan on the arena stage, whispering among themselves. Qin Yujie glanced at the arrogant Tang Jinan. He was momentarily stunned, then sneered disdainfully. You've only used 1/3 of your strength? I haven't even used 1/10 of mine yet. What are you bragging about? If I weren't indulging you for a little longer, I'd have killed you with a single sword stroke already. Qin Yujie's outrageous claim shocked the crowd once again. What? He hasn't even used 1/10 of his strength? Is he trying to lie his way out? There's a limit to bluffing. Doesn't Qin Yujie think he's gone too far? Qin Yujie probably can't accept the fact that he's about to die. His mentality must have collapsed. Talents like him lose everything once their confidence shatters. They're no different from ordinary people then. Still, Qin Yujie looks awfully calm. He doesn't seem like he's just boasting. Maybe we've misunderstood him. Exactly. How could anyone stay this composed without absolute confidence in their own strength? Remember, Qin Yujie has never lost before. The onlookers stared at Qin Yujie, feeling that he seemed a bit too arrogant and delusional. Qin Yujie, stop bluffing. Tang Jinan sneered. You say you've only used 1/10 of your power. Tell me, who here actually believes you? A little boasting is forgivable, but when you push it too far, it's nothing but stupidity and ignorance. Chapter 192, Mayfly and Eagle. Qin Yujie shook his head lightly and said indifferently, how can swallows and sparrows understand the aspirations of a swan? How can a mayfly comprehend the power of an eagle? Fine, I know my own strength well enough. I don't need to prove anything to you. In my eyes, you're nothing but a mayfly. After today, you won't live, so what's there to argue about? Yet the more calm and composed Qin Yujie appeared, the angrier Tang Jinan became. Qin Yujie, all you know is empty talk. I'd like to see how your so-called eagle withstands this blade of my mayfly. Tang Jinan had no intention of wasting more words with him. He was eager to slice Qin Yujie into pieces with a single stroke. At that moment, fury burned deep within Tang Jinan. In the Tianyuan Sect, he had always held an exalted status. No one had ever dared speak to him like this before. Yet now, Qin Yujie was shamelessly comparing him to a mayfly. How audacious. A mayfly was nothing more than a tiny insect, insignificant as an ant. To liken Tang Jinan to such a creature was tantamount to calling him vermin. What infuriated Tang Jinan even more was that Qin Yujie had compared himself to a soaring eagle, a mere 6th-level heaven realm cultivator. Where did he get such arrogance? Tang Jinan could hardly wait to defeat Qin Yujie in one strike, then force him onto his knees begging for mercy, pleading, repenting. As soon as Tang Jinan finished speaking, his aura surged dramatically. He channeled true Yuan energy into the moon-cleaving blood blade, causing it to flash with a dazzling, blinding light. This time, Tang Jinan's aura was completely different from before. At first glance, everyone present felt a strange illusion, as if Tang Jinan were no longer a person, but a razor-sharp sword radiating overwhelming dominance. Damn, Tang Jinan is going all out. His aura is incredibly oppressive. This must be Tang Jinan's true power. My god, it's terrifying. The surrounding crowd stared in shock at Tang Jinan's fearsome presence. Sun-chasing blade technique, second form, Kuanping chasing the sun. With a thunderous shout, Tang Jinan slashed forward violently. Instantly, heaven and earth seemed to shift. A blade aura, even larger and more powerful than before, roared toward Qin Yujie. This attack carried immense momentum and devastating power. Witnessing such a terrifying blade force, everyone trembled inwardly. They didn't doubt for a second that if Qin Yujie were struck, survival would be near impossible. Amidst the onlookers' astonishment, Qin Yujie remained perfectly calm. Were it not for his composed expression, People might have thought he was frozen in fear. Huh. Look at Qin Yujie. Don't tell me he's been scared witless. Seeing Qin Yujie's lack of reaction, Tang Jinan burst into mocking laughter, thoroughly pleased with himself. Just as the blade aura was about to strike Qin Yujie, the latter casually raised his hand and thrust forth his sword. Instantly, spiritual energy throughout the heavens and earth went wild, convulsing violently. Snow began to fall from the sky, and amid the swirling flakes emerged a shocking sword beam surging straight toward Tang Jinan. The spectators stared in awe at this sword beam. Words failed them. The only thing they could feel was soul-deep amazement. While Tang Jinan's blade aura was indeed powerful, it gave off only feelings of terror and overwhelming dominance. But watching Qin Yujie wield his sword technique evoked a sense of perfect natural harmony, an air of completeness and perfection. Though both men were exceptionally strong, watching Qin Yujie's swordplay made everyone feel as though they were witnessing a master swordsman walking the Tao. It stirred profound emotions, invoking the saying, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao." Indeed, many sword cultivators gained unexpected insights simply from observing this one move. The reason was simple. Qin Yujie had mastered a sword technique at the ultimate level of perfection. Thus, every casual sword strike flowed naturally, seamlessly unified, and carried tremendous power. This was precisely the difference between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan. Tang Jinan had not cultivated his sun-chasing blade technique to its perfected state. His strength relied solely on superior cultivation level and immense reserves of true Yuan energy. In terms of innate talent and blade techniques, he was clearly inferior to Qin Yujie's prodigious sword aptitude. While thoughts raced through the minds of the spectators, the two colossal forces collided with a thunderous boom. Even the residual shockwaves sent ripples pulsing across the entire defensive formation. Inside, Tang Jinan was stunned. He had unleashed 50% of his full power, yet Qin Yujie had still blocked it. For a 6th-level Heaven Realm warrior to block an attack powered by half the strength of a 4th-level Wheel Sea Realm expert, across the entire Lingtian Empire, besides Qin Yujie, perhaps no one else could have done it. Thinking this, Tang Jinan was forced to admit inwardly that Qin Yujie's talent was monstrous. Thankfully, however, Qin Yujie had acted recklessly arrogant today and accepted the life-or-death duel. Otherwise, if Qin Yujie were allowed to grow stronger in the future, Tang Jinan doubted he would stand a chance. Qin Yujie is truly formidable. Looks like we severely underestimated his strength. Yes, Qin Yujie has truly refined the Four Seasons sword technique to perfection. Its power is terrifying beyond imagination. I wish I could learn that Four Seasons sword technique too. Its Wii is just too incredible. Tang Jinan's blade strike was also monstrously powerful. Yet again, the two have ended up in a stalemate. The surrounding crowd burst into discussion. Qin Yujie, Khalad, I really underestimated you. Tang Jinan said arrogantly as ever. I've already unleashed 50% of my full strength, and yet you managed to block it. But I suppose that must be your limit. From now on, I'll unleash my full power. There's no way you can withstand it. The onlookers were already numb with shock at Tang Jinan's overwhelming might. What? He's only used 50% of his strength so far? Good heavens, if he goes all out, wouldn't he kill Qin Yujie in a single stroke? What kind of colossal fortune did Tang Jinan obtain inside the secret realm? How could his strength become this terrifying? 50% is already this fearsome. What would happen if he used 100%? I can't even imagine it. I think Qin Yujie's last sword strike must have been his absolute limit. There's no way he'll be able to block Tang Jinan's next attack. Qin Yujie is truly going to die this time. His legend ends here. I don't believe he can survive Tang Jinan's assault. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Lin Qinin and the others disdainfully shook their heads. The sheer terror of Qin Yujie's true strength was completely unknown to the crowd. Even Lin Qinin and her companions couldn't claim to know all of Qin Yujie's hidden cards. On the viewing stand of the dueling arena, Han Yuqiuan stared in astonishment at Qin Yujie. He realized that Qin Yujie's power was even greater than he had imagined. Chapter 193 Tang Jinan Unleashed. Gao Yueta stared at Qin Yujie in utter disbelief. That attack from Tang Jinan just now. Even he himself might not have easily blocked it. Yet Qin Yujie had deflected it so effortlessly. This indirectly meant that Qin Yujie's current strength was even greater than Gao Yueta's. Cold sweat ran down Gao Yueta's back. If a few days ago he had dared to attack Qin Yujie, would he now be like Su Laiyong, crippled and stripped of his cultivation forever? He didn't dare think further. He now realized that Qin Yujie was truly terrifying. All he could hope for was that Tang Jinan would actually kill Qin Yujie next. If not, he'd never feel safe again. Hearing Tang Jinan declare he would unleash his full power, Qin Yujie instantly perked up. He said calmly, "You should have done this long ago. You should be grateful. Had I not wanted to see your strongest self, you'd already be dead. You ought to thank me for letting you live this long." Qin Yujie's arrogant words immediately shocked the surrounding crowd. Qin Yujie is insane. Has he gone mad? Even 5 layers of Tang Jinan's power are overwhelmingly strong. If Tang Jinan unleashes everything, there's no way Qin Yujie can withstand it. I admit Qin Yujie is strong, but isn't he being too arrogant? Exactly. Especially that line. You should thank me for letting you live this long. Tang Jinan must be furious after hearing that. I get it now. Qin Yujie must be trying to enrage Tang Jinan on purpose. Once someone gets angry, they lose rationality, especially in battle, where mistakes become inevitable. Qin Yujie is far too calculating. You're judging a noble by the standards of a petty man. Qin Yujie's genius is unparalleled. He doesn't need tricks like that. If Qin Yujie didn't possess real strength but still spoke like this, he'd just be ignorant and foolish. Let's hope his power matches his arrogance. On the arena platform, Tang Jinan burst into loud laughter upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Qin Yujie, you've got it backwards. Had I not held back, I'd have killed you with one slash. Do you know why I'm slowly tormenting you? Because killing you instantly would be too kind. I want you to feel fear step by step. Despair. I want you groveling before me like a dying dog, begging for mercy. Seeing Tang Jinan descend into madness, Qin Yujie sneered coldly. Tang Jinan, you insignificant wretch. How dare you bark at me? You and your brother are both trash in my eyes. The two of you, Tang Jinan and Tang Jibei, are nothing but the northern and southern worthless wretches. Or better yet, call yourselves the twin stars of uselessness. Northern and southern worthless wretches. Twin stars of uselessness. When the crowd heard Qin Yujie insult Tang Jinan like this, everyone thought he must have gone completely insane. If Tang Jinan, ranked number 1 among inner disciples, was considered trash, then what did that make the rest of them? Less than trash? Damn it. I can't stand this. Qin Yujie is outrageously arrogant. If even a genius like Tang Jinan is trash, then what are we? Not even fit to be called trash. Qin Yujie is unbelievably arrogant. Is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's talent? Calling Tang Jibei trash, I'll allow it. But calling Tang Jinan trash? No way. I think Qin Yujie knows death is upon him, so he's just indulging in last-minute verbal bravado. How childish and ignorant. Today marks the end of Qin Yujie. Unless Elder Jiang saves him, he's definitely doomed. I really don't understand where Qin Yujie gets his confidence, insulting Tang Jinan like that. In Lingtian realm, Tang Jinan is practically peerless. If Qin Yujie could truly defeat Tang Jinan easily, then fine, I'd admit Tang Jinan is trash. But even now, he barely managed to block Tang Jinan's attack. What right does he have to be so arrogant? The onlookers erupted into loud murmurs, appalled by Qin Yujie's brazenness. A terrifying aura began to surge from Tang Jinan's body as he hissed, Qin Yujie, you've truly enraged me. You ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. I'll show you my true power now. Tang Jinan let out a long, piercing roar toward the sky. Gripping his blade with both hands, an incomparable and immense force exploded from his body. The spiritual energy throughout heaven and earth trembled violently. Violent winds raged across Tianyuan Sect. Beasts deep within the forest were terrified, scattering wildly in panic, as though struck by some horrifying calamity. Sun-chasing blade art, third form, one slash to obliterate the sun. At that moment, Tang Jinan's full strength as a fourth-layer wheel sea realm cultivator erupted. A massive golden blade aura appeared in the sky, its momentum vast and overwhelming, its power soaring to the heavens. This blade aura was incomparably powerful, far stronger than any Tang Jinan had unleashed before. If his earlier attacks were like a small stream, then this one was an ocean. A stream compared to the ocean, there was absolutely no comparison. Tang Jinan's current blade aura was unprecedented in strength and terror. Damn, Tang Jinan is just too strong. Qin Yujie is definitely dead this time. Is this Tang Jinan's full power? This blade aura is insane. The surrounding crowd was genuinely terrified by Tang Jinan's horrifying strength. Qin Yujie, however, gazed at the terrifying blade aura with a faint smile. He didn't look alarmed at all. Instead, he casually reached into his spatial ring and pulled out the rending sun spirit bow. Intricate runes were carved along the bow's limbs, embedded with numerous top-grade spirit-gathering pearls. One had to understand, the most crucial part of a bow was its limbs, which served as the primary energy storage structure. The rending sun spirit bow used divine thunder bamboo, a mid-tier heavenly material, for its limbs. Divine thunder bamboo possessed extraordinary elasticity and toughness, making it exceptionally suitable for bows. Yet divine thunder bamboo was an extremely rare treasure. Most people would consider finding even a small piece a stroke of immense fortune. For Qin Yujie to use such a large section as the core material was nothing short of ridiculously extravagant. Besides the limbs, the bowstring itself was made from the silk of the evil demon ogre spider, one of the most precious materials possible. Evil demon ogre spider silk was incredibly resilient, perfect for bowstrings. However, these spiders were exceedingly rare and difficult to capture. Moreover, only the silk spun by a living evil demon ogre spider was valuable. Once the spider was killed, its silk lost all worth. Precisely because of this, evil demon ogre spider silk was considered top tier among mid-tier heavenly materials. Most cultivators could never hope to obtain even a single strand, let alone see multiple thick strands woven together like rope on Qin Yujie's rending sun spirit bow, interlaced intricately and emanating an aura of mystical splendor. Chapter 194, The Sun-Breaking Spirit Bow. Qin Yujie casually drew out the extraordinary sun-breaking spirit bow, instantly sending a fresh wave of shock rippling through the surrounding crowd. Damn it! How many treasures does Qin Yujie even have? This bow's grade is clearly extremely high. This must be a celestial tier weapon. This spirit bow isn't ordinary at all. If I'm not mistaken, it's forged from divine thunder bamboo. Is Qin Yujie seriously that extravagant? Divine thunder bamboo? I've only ever seen it in books. Our Lingtian kingdom doesn't even have materials of such a celestial tier. Not only were the disciples around them stunned beyond words, but even Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichen were left utterly shocked. After all, even they didn't possess celestial tier weapons. And this sun-breaking spirit bow was no ordinary one. It was extraordinary, brimming with profound abilities far surpassing typical celestial tier arms. As murmurs filled the air, Qin Yujie pulled the bowstring fully back. Instantly, the runes on the bow flickered intensely, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to surge violently toward him, converging into a transparent arrow formed entirely of condensed qi. This spiritual arrow radiated an overwhelming aura, its power earth-shattering. Then, Qin Yujie released it. With terrifying momentum, the arrow shot straight toward Tang Jinan's blade energy. The two attacks collided head-on. Shockingly, Qin Yujie's spirit arrow broke through like a hot knife through butter. After only a brief resistance, it shattered Tang Jinan's blade energy and continued hurtling toward him. The spectators could hardly believe their eyes. Everyone had assumed Tang Jinan's blade energy was already fearsome beyond measure. Yet Qin Yujie's spiritual arrow turned out to be even more terrifying. What the crowd didn't realize was that Qin Yujie had deliberately held back much of his strength. He had no intention of killing Tang Jinan outright. As he'd said before, he would first destroy Tang Jinan's cultivation, crush his bones, and only then allow him to die. And Qin Yujie always meant exactly what he said. This was retribution in kind. Killing Tang Jinan with a single blow would have been too merciful. Staring at the horrifying arrow speeding toward him, Tang Jinan wore an expression of utter disbelief and horror. He cried out in shock. How is this possible? How can you unleash an attack this terrifying? Tang Jinan had believed that unleashing all his surface-level strength would be enough to defeat Qin Yujie. But instead, the latter grew stronger with every passing moment, his power seemingly boundless. Whenever Tang Jinan grew stronger, Qin Yujie responded in kind. It was simply terrifying. Seeing the devastating arrow closing in, Tang Jinan instantly activated a silvery soft armor covering his body. Frantically pouring his true essence into the armor without restraint, he caused a brilliant white light to flare across its surface. Runes flashed brightly, transforming the armor into something miraculous and divine. The onlookers had expected Tang Jinan to either die or suffer grave injuries, but they never anticipated he possessed such a miraculous protective garment. Haha, this is a low earth-tier defensive soft armor I obtained from a secret realm. Qin Yujie, you probably can't even penetrate my defense. Tang Jinan laughed triumphantly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yujie's terrifying arrow struck the silvery armor with a thunderous boom. But how could a low earth-tier defensive armor withstand the strike of a mid-celestial tier weapon? They belong to entirely different realms of power. Still, thanks to the armor's buffering effect, the impact of Qin Yujie's arrow was greatly diminished. Combined with the fact that Qin Yujie hadn't used his full strength, the result was that while Tang Jinan's armor shattered completely, he himself suffered only minor injuries. Quickly, Tang Jinan pulled out a healing pill and swallowed it. Within moments, his minor wounds were fully healed, and his combat condition returned to its peak. In life-or-death combat, even the smallest wound could influence the final outcome. Tang Jinan couldn't afford to overlook anything. Now, Tang Jinan stared at Qin Yujie with grim seriousness. All traces of his earlier ease had vanished. He never expected Qin Yujie to be this powerful, to push him, a sea of wielding fourth-layer cultivator, into such a desperate situation despite being merely at the sixth layer of the mortal realm. At this moment, the surrounding crowd stood dumbfounded, watching the clash between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan. None had anticipated that even after unleashing his full strength, Tang Jinan still couldn't overcome Qin Yujie. The battle had reached a complete stalemate. At this point, no one could predict who would ultimately emerge victorious. Both men were simply too formidable. If this truly represented their maximum strength, then their powers were evenly matched. Whichever emerged as victor would depend solely on their combat talent and ability to seize critical opportunities. Hong Yuchuan nodded slightly, as if expecting this turn of events. He firmly believed that as Jiang Fanquan's disciple, Qin Yujie must possess hidden trump cards. There was definitely more he hadn't revealed yet. Otherwise, why would Jiang Fanxian have allowed him to come alone to participate in a life-or-death duel? However, Tian Feichen and Gao Yueda didn't wear expressions as calm as Hong Yuchuan's. Their faces were filled with shock and unease. They truly hadn't expected that even after Tang Jinan unleashed his full strength, he still couldn't subdue Qin Yujie, and worse, Qin Yujie seemed to grow stronger with every passing moment, becoming more powerful the longer the battle raged. If Qin Yujie was still holding back under these circumstances, then his combat prowess was simply terrifying. The thought sent chills down their spines. Their anxiety deepened by the second, and for a fleeting moment, they both felt a dreadful certainty that Tang Jinan might actually lose in the end. As soon as this notion arose, Tian Feichen's expression turned grim. He forced himself to stay composed and continued watching the duel unfold. Shihai Peak of the Tianyuan Sect. Jiang Fanxian glanced faintly at the arena with her spiritual sense, taking in every detail of everyone's expressions. She wasn't afraid of any schemes Hong Yuchuan or Tian Feichen might attempt. At her level of cultivation, she could cross the distance in a single step and appear before Qin Yujie instantly. Or she could annihilate both Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichen where they stood with merely a single breath. The terrifying power of a monarch realm cultivator was simply beyond the imagination of Wheel Sea realm experts. Jiang Fanxian looked at Qin Yujie and nodded in satisfaction. She had absolute confidence in Qin Yujie's strength and talent. On the battlefield, Tang Jinan's gaze had now become more cautious than ever before. Frowning, he stared at Qin Yujie and said, "Qin Yujie, I'll admit it now, your talent and strength are truly monstrous. If you're allowed to grow just a little longer, I really won't stand a chance against you." Qin Yujie didn't rush to attack. Instead, he replied bluntly, "You don't need to wait. You're already no match for me." Chapter 195, Tang Jinan's Trump Card. Tang Jinan glanced at Qin Yujie, then seemed to make up his mind, speaking with extraordinary confidence. "Qin Yujie, originally, I didn't want to use my ultimate trump card, but since things have come to this, I have no choice. You forced me into this corner. I suppose you can be proud of yourself. But from this moment on, your martial path ends here." His words immediately shocked everyone present. Could it really be that Tang Jinan still had some powerful ace up his sleeve? "If you truly have a trump card, then bring it out quickly," Qin Yujie said with mild interest. "Otherwise, once I get serious, you won't even have the chance to act." Tang Jinan looked around at the crowd, then declared proudly, "Do you all think my greatest gain in the secret realm was this silver soft armor and the moon-cleaving bloodblade? You're wrong. My true reward was accidentally discovering the resting place of a late great master of the blade, where I received his legacy, the inheritance of his sword Dao, and successfully comprehended blade intent." Upon hearing Tang Jinan's words, the surrounding disciples felt as if struck by lightning, stunned into silence. "What? Blade intent? Did I hear that right?" "You heard correctly. I heard it too. Who would have thought Tang Jinan's hidden strength was actually blade intent? Blade intent is extremely difficult to comprehend. Only peerless geniuses in the way of the blade can achieve it. As far as I know, not a single inner disciple in Tianyuan Sect has managed to grasp blade intent. No wonder Tang Jinan is considered the #1 inner disciple. With blade intent enhancing his solar pursuit blade technique, it will undoubtedly become terrifyingly powerful. Qin Yujie definitely stands no chance against him. Damn, Tang Jinan actually obtained an ancient master's blade Dao inheritance. Is he perhaps the legendary destined prodigy? This is absolutely shocking. Good heavens, what insane luck does Tang Jinan have? With such a legacy, his future path in the blade Dao will surely reach ever greater heights. Only those who comprehend blade intent can truly be called blade cultivators. Likewise, only those who grasp sword intent qualify as true sword cultivators. Judging from this, Qin Yujie has already lost, utterly and completely crushed. Exactly. How can Qin Yujie even compare to Tang Jinan when he hasn't grasped sword intent at all? I wonder what kind of blade intent Tang Jinan comprehended, and to what extent. Blade intent dramatically enhances blade techniques. There's no way Qin Yujie can stand up to Tang Jinan now. The arena had now reached a fever pitch. Nearly every person present was utterly stunned by Tang Jinan's revelation. They realized today marked Tang Jinan's rise, one that might even elevate him to the status of core disciple without question. Seeing the astonished expressions around him, Tang Jinan felt a surge of pride. At this moment, he was the center of attention, standing at the brightest peak of his life. He cast a pitiful glance at the silent Qin Yujie, then sneered arrogantly. "Qin Yujie, do you finally understand the gap between us? Your heart must be filled with despair right now. Huh, but alas, there's no turning back in this world. If you now cripple your own cultivation and kneel before me to beg for mercy, I might let you live." Of course, Tang Jinan had no intention of sparing Qin Yujie. He said this deliberately, to humiliate him, to trample mercilessly upon his dignity. Tang Jinan wanted Qin Yujie to become infamous, so that even after his death, whenever anyone mentioned his name, they'd recall the pathetic image of him begging for mercy on his knees. After speaking, before Qin Yujie could respond, Tang Jinan raised his blade with his right hand, holding it upright with the tip slightly downward, an apparently casual stance, yet one radiating perfect natural harmony and profound mystique. Even without moving, merely assuming this posture sent gasps rippling through the crowd once more. Many inner disciples sensed something profoundly mysterious about Tang Jinan's stance, an aura resembling rippling water. Beyond that, they couldn't discern further. However, Han Yuchuan and Tian Feichen sitting in the observation stands perceived much more clearly. They recognized instantly that Tang Jinan had indeed comprehended water attribute blade intent. At that moment, waves of shock surged within their hearts. They never expected Tang Jinan's talent in the blade Dao to be so extraordinary, actually mastering a form of blade intent. Savoring the awestruck gaze of the crowd, Tang Jinan smiled faintly, then said smugly, "I've comprehended water attribute blade intent, and have already reached the minor completion stage." As soon as his words fell, the entire arena exploded into uproar. Everyone was completely stunned. Tang Jinan is truly a once-in-a-generation genius. He's actually achieved minor completion of water attribute blade intent. I'm utterly speechless. One inner disciple collapsed to the ground in shock, his eyes brimming with pure admiration and reverence. It seems Qin Yujie's talent simply can't compare to Tang Jinan's. Qin Yujie is surely doomed today. The turn of events is unbelievable. I originally favored Qin Yujie, but who would have thought Tang Jinan has actually comprehended water attribute blade intent? Qin Yujie is finished. Blade intent, and at the minor completion stage too. The power must be overwhelming. Even half-step blade intent is formidable. Beyond that, there are still 4 major stages: initial understanding, minor completion, major completion, and perfection. With his current demonstrated strength, there's no way Qin Yujie can withstand minor completion blade intent. The surrounding disciples erupted into fervent discussion. Even Han Yuchuan and Tian Feichen in the observation stands were deeply shaken. Minor completion of water attribute blade intent. Tang Jinan keeps surpassing expectations. No matter what happens today, even if he ultimately loses, he must not die. His talent is far too great. His future achievements will undoubtedly be limitless. Hong Yuchuan couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment. Not only was Hong Yuchuan stunned, Tian Feichen beside him also could not remain calm. Staring intently at Tang Jinan, he murmured, "Minor completion of water attribute blade intent? Tang Jinan's talent is simply too extraordinary." Though perhaps not matching that peerless core disciple, Tang Jinan's genius ranks second in all of Tianyuan Sect. At that moment, both Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichen were filled with excitement. For a sect, nothing was more important than genius cultivators. Only powerful prodigies constituted the very foundation of a sect. If a sect went long without producing talented disciples, its decline, and even eventual destruction, would not be far off. This was precisely why Tianyuan Sect divided its disciples into core, inner, outer, and servant ranks, to sift out the truly exceptional geniuses. And now, Tang Jinan stood as one such prodigy. In the eyes of everyone present, his talent even surpassed that of Qin Yujie, for Qin Yujie had yet to comprehend sword intent at all. Chapter 196, Perfected Sword Intent. On the dueling platform, Tang Jinan looked at the still silent Qin Yujie with smug satisfaction and said, "Qin Yujie, aren't you feeling utterly hopeless right now? I, Tang Jinan, will surely become an unparalleled expert whom the entire Lingtian kingdom will look up to. And today, you shall be nothing but a stepping stone for my rise." Hearing this, Qin Yujie suddenly chuckled as if he had just heard an absurd joke. Calmly, he said, "Tang Jinan, I've already given you plenty of face. That moment you just experienced was probably the peak of your entire life, wasn't it? You've comprehended the minor completion stage of Waterblade intent. Impressive indeed. Surely the whole Tianyuan sect is shocked by your talent." Tang Jinan didn't deny it, proudly boasting with full confidence. "Yes, that truly was the most glorious moment of my life. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But Qin Yujie, don't think flattery will make me spare you. It won't happen. Give up on your ridiculous delusions. Like I said before, I want you to kneel before me and repent." Shaking his head, Qin Yujie replied, "Tang Jinan, you misunderstand. I meant that while your comprehension of minor completion Waterblade intent may indeed be remarkable in the eyes of ordinary people within the Tianyuan sect, to me, you're still insignificant, mere vermin and trash." These words immediately shocked everyone surrounding the arena. Even Hong Yuchuan, the sect master of Tianyuan, frowned deeply, staring at Qin Yujie in disbelief. At this moment, Hong Yuchuan felt profoundly disappointed. He never expected that even now, Qin Yujie remained so arrogant and haughty. The crowd also reacted with disdain toward Qin Yujie's perceived conceit. Is it really that hard for Qin Yujie to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Yeah, how dare he talk like that when he hasn't even comprehended sword intent himself? Qin Yujie must be in denial. That's why he's saying something so stupid. Qin Yujie is too reckless. Without absolute strength, speaking so arrogantly is just ignorance and foolishness. I admit Qin Yujie has extraordinary talent, but he hasn't matured yet. Once he reaches the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, he might have already grasped sword intent. His talent isn't inferior to Tang Jinan's. Yes, Qin Yujie acted impulsively. Now Tang Jinan definitely won't let him off easily. Qin Yujie is in grave danger from here on. The inner sect of Tianyuan will still belong to Tang Jinan. The surrounding crowd buzzed with heated discussion. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Tang Jinan sneered. "You, a bug who hasn't even grasped sword intent, dare call me trash? Who gave you the audacity and confidence?" Shaking his head again, Qin Yujie calmly said, "Who said I haven't comprehended sword intent? I've already grasped wind sword intent and reached its perfected stage. Your minor completion Waterblade intent dares to show itself here in shamelessness? What else would you call yourself if not trash?" This single sentence exploded like thunder in clear skies, shocking the entire audience into stunned silence. At this moment, their astonishment surpassed anything they'd felt before, by hundreds, even thousands of times. What? Qin Yujie actually comprehended perfected wind sword intent. Is this real? There's no reason for Qin Yujie to lie. It must be true, because lying now serves no purpose. Heavens! Qin Yujie's sword Dao talent is monstrous. It seems we underestimated him completely. Yes, Qin Yujie is absolutely right. Compared to him, Tang Jinan really is just a worm and a waste. Against perfected sword intent, minor completion blade intent is utterly pathetic. There's no comparison whatsoever. I admit Qin Yujie has every right to be arrogant. He truly earns the right to call Tang Jinan trash. Tang Jinan's talent was already considered monstrous, but compared to Qin Yujie, suddenly it seems average. You can't recognize quality until you see the real thing. Before such a peerless genius as Qin Yujie, every other prodigy fades into obscurity. The crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with awe and shock, murmuring throughout the arena. The martial path was brutally realistic. The higher Tang Jinan had boasted just moments ago, the more painfully he crashed from his pedestal now. At this moment, Tang Jinan's face was deathly pale. He was so enraged he nearly fainted. The drastic emotional shift between peak triumph and utter humiliation was something he couldn't bear. Just moments ago, Tang Jinan stood above all, admired and envied as a once-in-a-generation genius. Now, his pride and self-respect were ruthlessly trampled under Qin Yujie's feet. Before Qin Yujie, yes, Tang Jinan was indeed trash. His arrogance and confidence shattered like glass. Qin Yujie had comprehended perfected sword intent at the 6th level of the heavenly realm, while Tang Jinan had only grasped minor completion blade intent at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The gap between them was like heaven and earth, vast and incomparable. When Hong Yuchuan, sect master of Tianyuan Sect, heard Qin Yujie's words, his face instantly filled with disbelief. At this moment, he was more shocked than ever before in his life. Perfected wind sword intent. How is that possible? He's only at the 6th level of the heavenly realm. If this is true, then Qin Yujie is truly a once-in-a-generation genius of the sword Dao. Hong Yuchuan stammered, his body trembling with shock. This kid isn't even 20 years old yet. How could his talent and comprehension be so monstrously brilliant? Tian Feichen was utterly astounded by the prodigious talent Qin Yujie had displayed. Gu Baocheng and Gao Yueda, both intersect elders who had seen countless geniuses throughout their lives, had never encountered someone as terrifyingly gifted as Qin Yujie. In their eyes, even the sect's #1 core disciple would likely fall short when compared solely in terms of sword cultivation talent and insight. On the dueling platform, Qin Yujie looked disdainfully at the shattered Tang Jinan and said, Tang Jinan, what you're so proud of means nothing to me. Your petty minor completion blade intent. How dare you flaunt it before me? You're only humiliating yourself. Who gave you the audacity and confidence to act arrogantly in front of me? A mere trash who hasn't even comprehended blade intent to perfection. Is it Liang Jingru? The surrounding crowd was captivated by Qin Yujie's overwhelming arrogance and confidence. At this moment, Qin Yujie seemed like a celestial deity descending from the heavens, majestic and peerless. Meanwhile, Tang Jinan had completely lost all dignity, his earlier arrogance and pride now utterly gone. Like a drowning man clutching at straws, Tang Jinan stared wildly at Qin Yujie and screamed, Qin Yujie, there's no way you've actually comprehended perfected sword intent. Impossible. You must be lying. You're trying to shatter my mental state on purpose, so you can seize the opportunity to defeat me in one stroke. How sinister your intentions are. Chapter 197. A sword defeats Tang Jinan. Looking at Tang Jinan, who appeared almost frenzied, Qin Yujie sneered coldly. How pathetic you are. I don't even need to lie, because I will defeat you in a moment with my complete wind sword intent. Tang Jinan, I'll give you one final chance to attack. Otherwise, once I strike, you won't even have the opportunity to raise your blade. As Qin Yujie finished speaking, a profound and mysterious aura surged from his green lotus sword, an essence so flawless, so deep and terrifying, that it seemed beyond comprehension. Everyone present knew this was the complete wind sword intent Qin Yujie had mentioned. Tang Jinan glanced at Qin Yujie. He knew retreat was no longer an option. Fine. So you have a complete sword intent. What of it? My cultivation level is far beyond yours. How much true power can you possibly unleash from such an intent? Qin Yujie die? Witness my strongest move, my ultimate slash. With those words, terrifying streams of true energy erupted from Tang Jinan's body, drawing the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth into a furious vortex. At that moment, his strength reached its peak. Chasing the Sunblade art. Third form. 1 slash extinguishes the sun. Water blade intent. Fuse. A monstrous blade aura tore across the sky, unprecedented in power and terror. Fused with the water blade intent, it had undergone a fundamental transformation. Though still part of the chasing the Sunblade art, this slash was incomparable to anything seen before. The crowd stared in shock at the overwhelming blade aura. They never imagined that with the enhancement of blade intent, its might could become so domineering and terrifying, that merely the pressure radiating from it sent shivers down their spines. Tang Jinan's power is truly terrifying. But alas, he faced Qin Yujie. Yes, even an incomplete water blade intent is this frightening. How much more so must the complete wind sword intent be? Tang Jinan possesses immense talent and potential. If only he hadn't provoked Qin Yujie, with his gifts and opportunities, he could have advanced even further, perhaps even surpassed Lingtian Kingdom. As they say, there's always someone stronger, and skies beyond skies. Tang Jinan probably never dreamed Qin Yujie had grasped the complete sword intent. Otherwise, he'd never have challenged him to a life or death battle. Indeed, in the path of martial arts, one misstep can lead to total ruin. But who could have predicted this? We all thought Qin Yujie was surely doomed at first. Now, the situation has completely reversed. We still don't know who will ultimately prevail. Tang Jinan has a point. Qin Yujie's cultivation is too low. Even if he wields a complete sword intent, how much of its real power can he actually unleash? Time waited for no man. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, on the arena, Tang Jinan's terrifying blade aura swiftly closed in on Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie gazed at the incoming slash and shook his head in disdain. Tang Jinan, is this really your greatest strength? To be honest, you're too weak. Very well. Today I shall let you experience the true might of a complete sword intent. With that, Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward. Zonghing sword technique. Dominating the world. Wind sword intent. Instantly, a terrifying sword aura split the heavens. Its power was unfathomable. If Tang Jinan's blade aura resembled a mere river, Qin Yujie's sword aura was like an endless ocean. The entire Tianyuan Sect stood stunned by this breathtaking display, by Qin Yujie's mastery of the complete wind sword intent. Sword intent was inherently ethereal and elusive, extremely difficult to comprehend. Only geniuses in sword cultivation could hope to grasp it. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't stand a chance. And yet, Qin Yujie had comprehended it fully, brought the wind sword intent to the state of perfection. Damn, is this what a complete sword intent feels like? It's utterly shocking. So Qin Yujie's true power is this immense? This sword aura, I doubt even a 5th rank will see cultivator could withstand it, let alone Tang Jinan, who's only at the 4th rank. This single sword stroke from Qin Yujie is vast, majestic, and utterly seamless. Truly, a sword intent at the complete level. I'm a swordsman myself, yet just from witnessing this one strike, I've gained a faint insight into something profoundly mysterious. If I could follow Qin Yujie and receive his guidance, would I also be able to comprehend sword intent? Heavens above, Qin Yujie's talent in sword cultivation is truly terrifying. There probably isn't another like him throughout all of Lingtian Kingdom. We were wrong about Qin Yujie all along. How could a sword genius like him ever lose to someone like Tang Jinan? Our horizons were too narrow. We used to think someone like Tang Jinan was a peerless prodigy, but meeting Qin Yujie has shown us that before a true transcendent genius, Tang Jinan is nothing at all. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Qin Yujie's devastating sword aura tore effortlessly through Tang Jinan's blade aura, and in an instant arrived before Tang Jinan himself. Impossible. How can the power of your sword strike be so immense? Tang Jinan stared in despair at Qin Yujie's terrifying sword move, his face filled with horror. Boom. Amidst everyone's shock, Qin Yujie's sword chi slammed directly into Tang Jinan's dantian. It hurts. Immediately, Tang Jinan let out a heart-wrenching scream. His body flew backward like a shattered sack, crashing violently into the defensive formation before rebounding and collapsing at Qin Yujie's feet. Tang Jinan now lay on the ground like a dying dog, the terrifying true energy within him dissipating rapidly, as if all air had been drained from a deflated balloon. At this moment, Tang Jinan's dantian was destroyed, his cultivation utterly lost. He had become a cripple. Even a mere first-rank Gathering Meridian's cultivator could now kill him without effort. The once peerless powerhouse of Tianyuan Sect's inner disciples, the arrogant and domineering Tang Jinan, who had stood high above all, now lay on the ground like a beggar, barely clinging to life. This scene left the entire arena completely silent. Everyone was still stunned by Qin Yujie's breathtaking sword strike, unable to snap out of their trance. After a long while, it was only the agonized cries of Tang Jinan that brought them back to reality. They stared at Qin Yujie in awe, sensing from him an overwhelming aura of pride and confidence. At this moment, Qin Yujie resembled a peerless sword unsheathed, someone to be both admired and feared. Boss, you're amazing. I knew you'd definitely win. Excited, Fat Zheng Nanhua shouted. Master, you're my idol. I'll work hard to become a martial artist as powerful as you. Huang Yoha also cheered, waving her fists joyfully. Lin Qinin let out a sigh of relief. Though she had believed Qin Yujie would win, until the duel ended, she couldn't truly relax. Now that everything was over and Qin Yujie had emerged victorious, the heavy stone in her heart finally settled. Chapter 198, Tang Jinan's Death. At this moment, Zhang Qiuling beside Lin Qinin was immersed in a profound and subtle state of enlightenment. She had gained a sliver of her own insight from Qin Yujie's sword strike. Suddenly, terrifying waves of true energy surged from her body as she thrust her sword into the air. A powerful sword chi erupted forth, instantly startling everyone nearby. This is the initial stage of water attribute sword intent. Good heavens! Isn't Zhang Qiuling just a maid serving Qin Yujie? How has she already comprehended sword intent? Even though she serves Qin Yujie, she's still a sword cultivation prodigy from the Moon Lake Sect. Staying so close to Qin Yujie, he must be personally guiding her. It's not surprising that she's grasped sword intent. Personal guidance? I wish Master Qin would guide me too. I'm so envious of Zhang Qiuling. Qin Yujie really is the ultimate winner in life. His maid possesses such extraordinary bearing and immense talent in sword cultivation. Such a servant is impossible to find even with a lantern. I want a maid like that too, cultivating together during the day and cultivating together at night. Fellow senior, I feel like your words carry some hidden meaning. What exactly do you mean by cultivating at night? The crowd burst into excited murmurs. No one expected that even Qin Yujie's personal attendant had managed to comprehend a form of sword intent. Zhang Qiuling smiled softly. Her water attribute sword intent had finally reached the introductory level, and it was all thanks to Qin Yujie. Had she not followed him and chosen to become his attendant, she never could have advanced so swiftly from the threshold of sword intent to actual mastery. On the arena platform, Tang Jinan stared in disbelief at his destroyed dantian, despair filling his voice. Qin Yujie, you actually destroyed my dantian? How cruel you are. I swear, even if I die, I will never let you go. Qin Yujie replied calmly. Victor becomes king, the loser becomes bandit. You understand this principle well enough. If I had lost, you wouldn't have spared me either. Since you chose a life and death battle, you must accept every consequence. With that, Qin Yujie stepped on Tang Jinan's left leg, instantly crushing the bones beneath. It hurts. Qin Yujie, I beg you, give me a quick death. Tang Jinan screamed in agony. I remember clearly. You said earlier that if I lost, you'd do exactly this to me. Now I'm merely repaying you in kind. Everything you're enduring now is of your own making. Qin Yujie showed no mercy. He struck 3 more times, completely shattering every bone in Tang Jinan's body. Qin Yujie, even as a ghost, I'll never let you go. Tang Jinan wailed, lying motionless on the ground. Qin Yujie sneered coldly. Since you say so, then I'll make sure you can't even become a ghost. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his crimson azure flame. The surrounding crowd immediately gasped in shock. Damn, that's a heavenly fire. How many treasures does Qin Yujie actually possess? Could this be the legendary strange fire? Has anything like this ever appeared in Lingtian Kingdom before? How does Qin Yujie have so many priceless treasures? Even our sect master Hong would be envious of such a flame. Compared to Qin Yujie, we're nothing but destitute beggars. None of us even own a decent weapon, while Qin Yujie carries an endless supply of supreme artifacts. I'm numb from shock. Qin Yujie, I beg you, stop showing off. We already know we're nowhere near your level. Qin Yujie, do you still need maids? I'm willing to serve as yours. Anything you ask, I'll do. Qin Yujie is unbelievably wealthy. Even a tiny leak from between his fingers would provide enough cultivation resources for us to last a lifetime. As the crowd gazed upon the crimson azure flame in Qin Yujie's hand, excitement swept through the area. Everyone was overwhelmed with admiration and jealousy. In the viewing stand, Hong Yuchuan wore a stunned expression at first, but soon he sighed and muttered to himself, this strange fire must have been given to Qin Yujie by Senior Jiang. Truly, Qin Yujie has found an incredible master. Tian Feichen, watching Qin Yujie unveil treasure after treasure, felt a surge of envy. Were it not for his fear of Jiang Fanxian, the old master behind Qin Yujie, he would have already made an excuse to seize everything by force. Tang Jinan trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the eerie flame in Qin Yujie's hand. Qin Yujie looked down at him and smiled. My flame can burn souls alive. This way, you won't just die, you'll vanish entirely. Not even ash will remain. Hearing these words, Tang Jinan's entire body shook violently. He cried out in terror. Qin Yujie, I beg you. I'll never oppose you again. Just grant me a quick death. Without hesitation, Qin Yujie waved his hand. The crimson azure flame shot forward and engulfed Tang Jinan. Instantly, raging flames erupted on Tang Jinan's body. Accompanied by agonized screams, Tang Jinan was burned to ashes. Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichen did not stop Qin Yujie from killing Tang Jinan. First, this was a life and death battle, and they had to abide by the rules. Second, and more importantly, Tang Jinan's Dantian had already been destroyed. Now, even if they saved him, he would be nothing more than a cripple. Cultivation's sects were pragmatic. When it came to a living genius versus a ruined one, the difference in value was obvious. Of course, Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichen were also afraid of Jiang Fanxian, Qin Yujie's master. They believed that if they dared interfere in the duel, Jiang Fanxian would strike without hesitation. Therefore, Hong Yuchuan remained silent. The surrounding crowd stared at Qin Yujie, their hearts filled with dread. They were terrified by Qin Yujie's decisiveness and ruthlessness. From now on, no ordinary person would dare oppose him. Thus, the life and death battle finally came to an end. At that moment, a figure flashed across the sky, graceful as immortal jade, peerlessly beautiful. She walked barefoot, her delicate feet exquisite beyond compare. It was none other than Jiang Fanxian, Qin Yujie's master. Today, Jiang Fanxian wore the clothes gifted to her by Qin Yujie, enhancing her ethereal beauty and celestial grace even further. When Qin Yujie saw Jiang Fanxian, his eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Fanxian, having fused two supreme sword bodies, exuded an even more transcendent aura. Yet, apart from Qin Yujie, no one else dared to openly gaze upon her, for her unfathomable power and presence forbade any casual disrespect. Upon sensing Jiang Fanxuan's arrival, both Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichen felt the terrifying might radiating from her, causing them to freeze in shock, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Disciple, come with me, said Jiang Fanxian. In a flash, she stepped forward, and beneath her foot bloomed a lotus flower formed entirely of spiritual energy, an awe-inspiring sight. With each step, a lotus blossomed beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from everyone's sight. And vanishing along with her was Qin Yujie. Chapter 199. Farewell to Jiang Fanxian. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yujie had followed Jiang Fanxian to the summit of Shihai Peak. At this moment, the mountaintop was shrouded in undulating sea of clouds, vast and majestic like a real ocean, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet neither of them had the heart to admire the view. Jiang Fanxian stood with her back to Qin Yujie, gazing out over the endless clouds, as if pondering how best to speak her next words. Qin Yujie spoke softly. Master, are you leaving? Jiang Fanxian nodded. Yes, I'm leaving today. I believe your strength is now unmatched in Lingtian Kingdom. There's something critically important I must attend to, so I have no choice but to depart. Qin Yujie looked at Jiang Fanxuan's flawless silhouette, walked forward, steeled his courage, and suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Instantly, he felt Jiang Fanxuan's body stiffen slightly, trembling with a gentle resistance. Qin Yujie smiled faintly, tightened his grip around her waist, and pressed his entire body close against her back. A never-before-felt comfort washed over him. This close physical contact stirred his heart, sending ripples through his senses. Master, once you're gone, I may never see you again. Let me hold you like this just a little longer, Qin Yujie said, his mind racing with emotion. Though she had once been a revered saintess admired by countless men, Jiang Fanxian had never before experienced such intimate contact with a man. Suddenly being embraced like this jolted her. Her body and soul trembled faintly, a strange sensation spreading through her, causing a subtle blush to rise across her face. Disciple, don't push your luck, Jiang Fanxian murmured, her cheeks flushed. She could have easily shaken him off, yet she didn't. Perhaps, deep down, she harbored some affection for him. But Qin Yujie wasn't about to let up. As someone reborn from a past life, he knew well, when a woman says no, stopping immediately only makes a man a fool. Sometimes, what women say must be taken in reverse. Although Jiang Fanxian was a lofty emperor stage cultivator, Qin Yujie could sense that she did feel something for him. He He wasn't about to let such an extraordinary woman walk away without a trace. If he didn't leave a mark on her heart now, letting her go would mean that, over time, she'd truly remain only his master. There's a saying, strike while the iron is hot. Still embracing her, Qin Yujie swiftly flashed forward, reappearing right in front of Jiang Fanxian. Gazing into her breathtakingly beautiful face, he suddenly tightened his hold and pressed his lips onto hers. Jiang Fanxuan's mind went blank. She never expected Qin Yujie to be so bold, to actually push further. Slight anger flared within her. She wanted to throw him off, but then memories of their time together, of all the effort he'd poured into healing her wounds, softened her resolve. Fine. This brat can wait until later for punishment, she told herself, as if searching for an excuse. Qin Yujie knew one thing clearly. He truly cared for Jiang Fanxian, and he couldn't bear to let her leave like this. Jiang Fanxian, having never been close to any man before, had no idea how to kiss. She kept her eyes shut, teeth clenched tightly, allowing Qin Yujie to take what he desired. Smiling inwardly, Qin Yujie gently nibbled her lips, then thrust his tongue between her tightly sealed teeth. Passionately, he kissed her, savoring her sweet essence without restraint. Jiang Fanxuan's mind went completely blank, so much so that she grew slightly breathless. Her body felt weak, almost melting. With eyes still closed, she instinctively responded to Qin Yujie's tongue. Clumsy at first, under his lead their tongues intertwined in an exquisite dance, a mysterious, intoxicating sensation that made Qin Yujie never want to stop. Of course, Qin Yujie didn't go too far. He knew he'd already pushed his limits. If he took another step, Jiang Fanxian might really slash him with her sword. And if their master-disciple bond shattered at that point, Qin Yujie would regret it forever. He merely wanted to leave a lasting impression in her heart. With such intimacy now shared, the invisible barrier between them had been broken. Surely, from now on, Jiang Fanxian would never forget him, because her heart was already his. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie reluctantly pulled his lips away, still filled with longing. Master, when I grow strong enough, I will come find you, he said, holding her close, deeply satisfied. All right, I'll wait for you. Remember, Beima, the holy land of reincarnation. Jiang Fanxian replied with a nod. Don't worry, master. Once I reach the emperor stage, I'll come for you. You know my talent. I'll catch up to you soon enough, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Jiang Fanxian glanced at Qin Yujie and said faintly, Qin Yujie, are your feelings for me genuine? Of course, Qin Yujie replied seriously. Good, I believe you. But from now on, you're not allowed to flirt with any other women, Jiang Fanxian said. All right, Qin Yujie agreed. Yet there was one thing Qin Yujie didn't say. Asterisk, if other women come after me first, I can't be blamed, asterisk. Jiang Fanxian looked at Qin Yujie one last time, then stepped upon a lotus blossom and instantly vanished into the heavens. Qin Yujie gazed at the spot where Jiang Fanxian had disappeared. He knew she was truly gone now. Only when he grew strong enough would he have a chance to find her again. Master, I believe we'll meet again soon, Qin Yujie said confidently, inhaling the lingering scent Jiang Fanxian had left in the air. Unbeknownst to Qin Yujie, Beima lay far in the northernmost reaches of the Saint Immortal Continent, an extremely distant land separated by the terrifying Chaos Devil Sea. Without Emperor Stage cultivation, no one could possibly cross it alone. Looking at the now empty Shihai Peak, Qin Yujie took out his gourd and drank a sip of wine alone. Shihai Peak had been Jiang Fanxuan's abode, and Qin Yujie didn't want anyone else coming here to disturb it. Thus, he decided to stay here and cultivate from now on. But currently, his most urgent task was to bring Lin Qinin and the others here. With Shihai Peak's abundant spiritual energy, everyone's cultivation would greatly benefit. With Tang Jinan dead, Qin Yujie naturally became the #1 inner disciple. Tang Jinan's spiritual peak now rightfully belonged to him. Yet having found the superior Shihai Peak, Qin Yujie decided to hand Tang Jinan's former mountain residence over to members of the Miao Miao Pavilion. With Zheng Nanhua, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao managing it, he was confident they would run it well. Moreover, this arrangement would undoubtedly accelerate the cultivation progress of all Miao Miao Pavilion members. With Jiang Fanxuan's departure, Han Yuqian and Tian Feichen from Tianyuan Sect both breathed a sigh of relief. Having such an overwhelming expert lingering nearby had kept them in constant fear and anxiety. Now that Jiang Fanxian was gone, the heavy burden in their hearts finally lifted. Chapter 200, Accepting an Inner Sect Mission. A day later, Qin Yujie moved his personal residence to Shihai Peak. Master, the environment here is so beautiful, and the spiritual energy is so abundant. Let's stay here to cultivate from now on, Huang Yoha said excitedly to Qin Yujie. All right, Qin Yujie nodded in agreement. He had already planned to remain at Shihai Peak for cultivation anyway. Qin Yujie, has your master left? Lin Qinin asked. Yes, my master cultivates at the Emperor Realm. Naturally, she won't stay in Lingtian Kingdom for long, Qin Yujie replied. Emperor Realm? Lin Qinin was shocked as well. The Emperor Realm was a distant, unreachable level of cultivation far beyond the reach of Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin, and others at their current stage. I believe that one day, we will reach the Emperor Realm too, Qin Yujie said with a calm smile. After speaking, Qin Yujie turned to Zhang Qiuling and said, Qiuling, our original agreement was for you to serve as my maid for 1 month. That period has now ended. You are free. Zhang Qiuling's heart suddenly jolted. She hadn't expected time to pass so quickly. The 1-month term had already come to an end. May I still stay by your side and continue cultivating? She asked hesitantly, her heart filled with anxiety. Of course, You're welcome to keep staying at Shihai Peak for cultivation. Qin Yujie smiled. An unexpected wave of joy washed over Zhang Qiuling. Without realizing it, she found herself reluctant to leave Qin Yujie. She didn't understand her own deep feelings yet. She simply believed it was because of the superior cultivation resources around Qin Yujie that she chose to stay, completely unaware that personal emotions were involved. Speaking of maids, Qin Yujie suddenly remembered his former servant, Qin Xiaoji. He wondered how she was doing now and whether life treated her well in Yushuan City. I should visit Yushuan City sometime soon, and while I'm at it, go back to the family estate to see Xiaoji, Qin Yujie mused inwardly. In the central area of Tianyuan Sect, a handsome young man coldly said to Tian Feichen, I never expected even Tang Jinan couldn't defeat Qin Yujie. And not only that, he has also comprehended a form of sword intent. This kid can't be allowed to live. Tian Feichen respectfully replied, Your Highness, do you intend to act personally? The young man shook his head lightly and said, I won't act personally unless absolutely necessary. Although Qin Yujie's master has left Tianyuan Sect, she might still be lingering somewhere within Lingtian Kingdom. Take the opportunity to send someone to test him. Killing him would be best, but if not, just probe his true strength. This young man was none other than Li Junkin, the crown prince of Lingtian Kingdom, the future successor to its throne. As for Tian Feichen, he had long since aligned himself with the royal family of Lingtian after Li Junkin promised him the position of sect master of Tianyuan Sect in the future. Li Junkin possessed extraordinary talent in sword cultivation and was currently the top core disciple of Tianyuan Sect. His goal was to participate in the martial prodigy competition of Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, then join the Tai Sword Sect. The Tai Sword Sect stood as the foremost among the four great sects of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, boasting a history of over 2,000 years. With a long-standing martial legacy, its treasured techniques and cultivation arts were countless. Located in the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, a land renowned for flourishing martial culture, it was the ultimate dream destination for every sword cultivator. The profound foundation of the Tai Sword Sect was something no minor sect like those in Lingtian Kingdom could ever compare to. Compared to the Tai Sword Sect, Tianyuan Sect wasn't even worthy to carry its shoes. Ambitious and far-sighted, Li Junkin naturally had no desire to remain in Tianyuan Sect as merely a sect master, nor did he care much about the throne of Lingtian Kingdom. However, King Li Jitong, his father, had secretly been suppressing the Qin family for over a decade. As the crown prince, Li Junkin naturally felt compelled to suppress Qin Yujie by any means possible. Due to their fear of Qin Yujie's father, Qin Hanjing, the royal family had not directly attacked the Qin family. Still, the Qin clan had gradually declined. Everyone thought it wouldn't take many years before the family collapsed completely, until unexpectedly, Qin Yujie rose. Not only did he possess monstrous martial talent, but his aptitude for alchemy was equally outstanding. He gained the support of the Dan Divine Hall and had now become the disciple of Jiang Fanxian. Suddenly, the royal family of Lingtian found themselves deeply wary. But once Li Junkin became a disciple of the Tai Sword Sect and received their backing, even if the Qin family had the support of the Dan Divine Hall, the royal family would no longer fear them. After a secret discussion between Li Junkin and Tian Feichen vanished, while Li Junkin resumed his sword cultivation. Half a month later, at Shihai Peak, after half a month of cultivation, Qin Yujie successfully broke through to the 7th heaven-level stage of the celestial realm. At that moment, a figure appeared at Shihai Peak. It was the fat man, Zheng Nanhua. Qin Yujie, there's a new rule in the sect. Every disciple who has just entered the inner sect must complete a sect mission within 3 months to officially become a true inner sect disciple. I think we should hurry and finish one as soon as possible. Zheng Nanhua had come today specifically to inform Qin Yujie and then accompany him to complete a sect mission together, so they could watch each other's backs outside. I've heard about it too. Apparently, this rule was only established recently, Lin Qinin said calmly. It must be something orchestrated by Tian Feichen. He's been targeting me all along. Since he doesn't dare confront me openly, he resorts to underhanded schemes like this. Qin Yujie mused thoughtfully, speaking with quiet indifference. Though he suspected Tian Feichen was behind it, Qin Yujie felt no fear. If Tian Feichen truly dared to make a move, Qin Yujie wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Yoha, Qiuling, you two stay at Shihai Peak and cultivate. This residence is protected by a 5 elements 8 trigrams array. Here's the array control disk. Once you have it, you can freely control the formation. Qin Yujie told Huang Yoha and Zhang Qiuling. He handed the array disk to Zhang Qiuling. With her formidable cultivation base now at the 2nd layer of the Wheelsea realm, she was nearly unmatched among inner sect disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Entrusting her with managing the formation gave Qin Yujie far greater peace of mind. Should I go with you? Having an extra person means greater strength, Zhang Qiuling asked. No need. I don't feel comfortable leaving Yoha alone at Shihai Peak. With you here, she'll be safer. Qin Yujie shook his head. Alright then, just be careful. Zhang Qiuling agreed with a nod. Qin Yujie led Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua, flashed through the air like a hare startled by a falcon, and vanished from Shihai Peak in an instant. Chapter 201. Arrival at Jiushuan City. In the Tianyuan Sect, there was a designated place for picking up sect missions, called the Mission Hall. It wasn't long before Qin Yujie and the other two arrived at the Mission Hall. Inside the Mission Hall were numerous sect tasks, each offering different point rewards based on difficulty. In the inner sect, competition was extremely fierce, and points were highly valuable. Many powerful inner disciples specialized in completing missions solely to accumulate points. Qin Yujie approached an attendant at the hall and said, "Esteemed attendant, we're here to take a sect mission." The attendant glanced at Qin Yujie and smiled. "You must be Qin Yujie. I've heard of you. Your name is already well known. The initiation mission for new inner disciples is assigned randomly, but fortunately, there's one here that suits the three of you perfectly." "Oh, what kind of mission is it?" Qin Yujie asked indifferently. The chief attendant pulled out a mission scroll and explained, "Recently in Zuxian City, several women have been found brutally murdered. According to reliable intelligence, this is the work of a womanizer at the third level of the Sea of Wheels realm named Hua Yechuan. He's extremely strong, skilled in lightness techniques and disguise arts, and incredibly cunning. When he faces opponents stronger than himself, he stays hidden. But when he finds weaker ones, he kills them cruelly. Your task is to eliminate him. This mission also offers a high point reward, over 10,000 points." Qin Yujie nodded. "All right, we'll take this mission." The chief attendant handed Qin Yujie a token and added, "Bring Hua Yechuan's head back to the mission hall. You have 1 month. If you fail to complete it within that time, your inner sect evaluation will fail, and failure means you won't qualify as official inner disciples." "Understood," Qin Yujie replied with a nod. Having accepted the mission, Qin Yujie brought out his flying chariot and, together with Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua, departed. 4 days later, the trio arrived at Zuxian City. Fortunately, Qin Yujie had the flying chariot. Otherwise, simply traveling to Zuxian City would have taken around 10 days, another 10 to return, making it impossible for most to complete the mission within the deadline. Zuxian City was vast. Though not as bustling as Yuxuan City, it served as a crucial transportation hub within the Lingtian Kingdom. Throughout history, it had always been a strategic location contested by military forces. As Qin Yujie and his companions reached the city gates, they stowed away the chariot. They were here on a mission, and the flying chariot was too conspicuous. It was better to enter Zuxian City on foot. "Boss, how exactly are we going to find this Hua Chunai?" Plump Zheng Nanhua asked Qin Yujie. "They say Hua Chunai has a taste for beautiful women. Why don't we lure him out?" Qin Yujie said calmly. "You don't mean to use Lin Qinin as bait, do you?" Zheng Nanhua exclaimed in surprise. "Naturally not. I can handle that myself." Qin Yujie shook his head. Lin Qinin was only at the 4th level of the mortal realm. Using her as bait would be far too dangerous. Besides, Hua Chunai was openly at the 3rd level of the Sea of Wheels realm. Who knew what powerful trump cards he might possess? Qin Yujie would never allow Lin Qinin to take such a risk. "Yourself? Where will you find a woman?" Lin Qinin asked, astonished. "Don't worry about that. I have my methods," Qin Yujie said with a smile. Because Lin Qinin's appearance was exceptionally striking, today she wore a white wide-brimmed hat with a white veil hanging all around. Such attire was common in Zuxian City, so she didn't attract attention from passers-by. As the trio walked along the streets of Zuxian City, a sudden sound of rapid hoofbeats came from behind. At the front rode a young man, followed closely by a large group dressed in tight martial robes. Each member radiated an intimidating aura, swords hanging at their waists, exuding aggressive energy. The young man wore lavish silk robes and carried himself with arrogance. He was clearly the leader of this group. Riding swiftly down the city street, they galloped past, causing pedestrians to cry out in alarm. Some who couldn't dodge in time were lashed to the ground by a whip wielded by the young man. The youth laughed heartily, delighted by the chaos, completely indifferent to the safety of others. Spotting Qin Yujie and his companions, the young man showed no concern. With a sharp flick of his wrist, a whip snaked through the air like a venomous serpent, striking straight toward the trio. The force and intent behind the blow suggested he meant to flay them alive. Even if someone miraculously survived, the impact of that strike was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. One hit could shatter bones into dust. As the young man watched this scene unfold, his face twisted with cruelty and excitement. At that moment, Qin Yujie suddenly whirled around. His brows furrowed, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Qin Yujie had come to Zuxian City on a mission and didn't want any trouble, but he never expected that even without provoking others, someone would actually dare to provoke him. And judging by this young man's actions, ruthlessly attacking complete strangers without cause, dealing with such a person carried absolutely no moral burden for Qin Yujie. He wouldn't go looking for trouble, but if anyone dared lay a hand on him, he'd never back down. Seeing Qin Yujie turn, the young man burst into loud laughter. "You brat. Today you ran into your old master. Your luck has run out. Next time, remember, anyone who dares block my path in Zuxian City will end up just like this." As the young man watched his whip closing in mere inches from Qin Yujie's face, he laughed triumphantly, utterly pleased with himself. This young man was none other than Gu Tiancheng, son of Gu Rongshuan, the city lord of Zuxian City. Gu Tiancheng was notoriously known throughout Zuxian City as a spoiled nobleman who spent his days bullying the weak and harassing women. It was said that whenever children cried at night in Zuxian City, they would stop instantly upon hearing the name Gu Tiancheng. Though Gu Rongshuan was merely the lord of Zuxian City, his status was far from ordinary. His eldest daughter, Gu Xuanyue, was the imperial consort favored above all others in the current emperor's harem. The backing behind Gu Rongshuan was therefore extremely powerful, which meant Gu Tiancheng was essentially the emperor's brother-in-law. With such a connection, Gu Tiancheng could have anything he desired in Zuxian City, wind when he wanted wind, rain when he wanted rain. Though Gu Tiancheng had long acted arrogantly and tyrannically across the city, no one ever dared raise a hand against him, not because of his own strength, but solely due to fear of his formidable influence. But today, Gu Tiancheng had run into Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie had just arrived in Zuxian City and naturally knew nothing of Gu Tianqing's powerful connections. Yet even if he had known, he would still have struck without hesitation. Chapter 202, Mere Poultry and Stray Dogs. Qin Yujie looked at the attack before him, snorted coldly, and immediately threw a punch straight at Gu Tianqing. Gu Tianqing was merely at the third level of the heavenly realm. Against Qin Yujie, even a casual punch was more than he could withstand. Gu Tianqing had long been domineering in Zuxian City. How could he ever imagine that someone would dare lay hands on him in broad daylight? Was this man mad? Did he want to die? Staring at the terrifying blow rushing toward him, Gu Tianqing's eyes flickered with fear. Despite his decent cultivation, he was no match for Qin Yujie. With just one punch, Gu Tianqing was sent flying off his horse, severely injured. Master Gu, are you alright? Who dares? Who has the guts to strike Master Gu? Master Gu is injured. Surround this murderer now. Today we actually encountered someone blind enough to hurt our Master Gu like this. Hurry and inform Lord Gu, the city lord. The guards behind Gu Tianqing immediately tightened around Qin Yujie and his companions, their faces grim. Qin Yujie had already held back. If not, Gu Tianqing wouldn't have merely been injured. But Gu Tianqing didn't see it that way. To him, Qin Yujie's act was nothing short of an outrageous provocation. Get away from me. Gu Tianqing shoved off the two guards supporting him and slowly rose to his feet. His face twisted with ferocious rage as he glared at Qin Yujie. You dared hit me? Do you even know who I am? Let me tell you, you're finished today. Daring to attack me in Zuxian City? You're as good as dead. The surrounding crowd watched Qin Yujie and his group with pity, all believing that their lives were now forfeit. You were the one who attacked first, Qin Yujie said calmly. Doesn't that mean I'm allowed to fight back? Yeah. Who saw me make the first move? Who will testify for you? Qin uncle, go teach them a lesson. Cripple all three and throw them into the city lord's dungeon. Gu Tianqing sneered arrogantly at Qin Yujie. The onlookers hastily stepped back, pretending they had seen nothing. Clearly, Gu Tianqing ruled Zuxian City like a petty emperor. No one dared cross him. Upon hearing Gu Tianqing's order, an old man in green robes beside him slowly stepped forward. This elder, dressed in green, cultivated at the 8th level of the heavenly realm, while Qin Yujie stood at only the 7th. In Gu Tianqing's eyes, sending the old man ensured an effortless victory. Moreover, Gu Tianqing had already dispatched men to summon reinforcements from the city lord's manor. They'd arrive any moment now. This, Uncle Qin, accustomed to bullying others alongside Gu Tianqing, naturally didn't take Qin Yujie seriously. Qin Yujie was young and didn't look like he had any powerful backing. Without hesitation, the old man approached Qin Yujie. You blind fool. How dare you harm our young master? Where did you get the nerve? Breaking your legs would be too lenient. I think killing you on the spot would be far more appropriate. The elder in green robes declared haughtily. Uncle Qin, don't kill him, just break his legs. I want him alive so he can experience all 108 tortures of our city lord's mansion. I'll make sure he wishes neither to live nor to die, Gu Tianqing said cruelly. His words sent shivers through the crowd. People quickly distanced themselves from Qin Yujie and his companions, afraid of being implicated. Heavens, these three are doomed. 108 tortures in the city lord's dungeon. Who could survive such horrors? One passerby murmured in sympathy. Indeed. I heard not long ago, a martial artist at the first level of the Wheel Sea realm offended Gu Tianqing and was captured by city lord Gu Rongshuan. After enduring all 108 tortures, the poor man's corpse was utterly unrecognizable, another added. Exactly. In Zuxian City, you can offend anyone, but never Gu Tianqing. The Gu family are virtual emperors here. Offending them means living death. Their eldest daughter is a consort in the imperial palace. How many dare challenge them? A consort? Heavens. That makes them royal relatives. In Lingtian Kingdom, the Gu family can do whatever they please. The crowd buzzed with discussion, some pitying, others fearful. Listening to their whispers, Qin Yujie finally understood why Gu Tianqing acted so outrageously. He had the current emperor as his backing. But Qin Yujie had never been on good terms with the royal family. Over the years, the imperial court had constantly suppressed the Qin clan. One day, he would settle every last debt. Brother, my cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Looks like I'm counting on you now, Zheng Nanhua said with a smile. Don't worry. These mere poultry and stray dogs. Even if a whole swarm comes, there's nothing to fear, Qin Yujie said calmly. Qin Yujie's words immediately shocked everyone around. They never expected that even at the brink of death, Qin Yujie would still be so audaciously arrogant. This guy is really bold. Yeah, probably because he's from out of town and doesn't know Gu Tianqing's background. In Zuxian City, anyone who dares to speak like this to Gu Tianqing is already dead. Truly a young calf unafraid of tigers. This guy is too young, likely has never seen real hardship. Pity, his legs will be broken soon. His life is basically ruined. Yes, but I admire him. Even facing death, at least he's got guts. Not only were the onlookers stunned by Qin Yujie's outrageous words, even Gu Tianqing himself was momentarily dazed by such an insult. In Zuxian City, Gu Tianqing had always lived in arrogance and superiority. No one had ever dared speak to him this way. Now, someone actually dared call him mere poultry and stray dogs? Unforgivable. You dare call me mere poultry and stray dogs? I'm a noble young master. Where do I look like a barnyard chicken? I'm losing my temper now. Qing uncle. Immediately break both his arms and legs. I want to turn him into a human pig. Gu Tianqing raged furiously. Qin Yujie shook his head and said, Sorry, I was wrong. Calling you mere poultry and stray dogs isn't quite accurate. To be honest, You're not even worthy of being compared to them. At least a barnyard chicken can be made into delicious soup, and a stray dog can become tasty meat. What are you good for? You're worse than worthless. This speech left the crowd gasping in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how Qin Yujie could be so brazen. Damn it. How dare you humiliate me like this? Qing uncle, rip his mouth apart right now, and then cut out his tongue and feed it to the dogs. Gu Tianqing shouted, trembling with fury as he pointed at Qin Yujie, utterly enraged. Chapter 203, One Punch to Obliterate the Elder. When the elder in green heard Gu Tianqing's words, his aura suddenly surged. In a flash, he appeared before Qin Yujie and thrust his sword straight at him. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the elder's bizarre movement and powerful sword chi, instantly staggered backward in fright. I bet this young man can't even withstand a single move from the elder in green. Yeah, the elder is incredibly strong, and his sword technique is extremely unpredictable. Ordinary people stand no chance against him. What a pity. This kid was too reckless. There's truth in stepping back leads to a vast horizon. If he had just silently endured Gu Tianqing's whip, he wouldn't have ended up risking his life. Exactly. A wise man knows when to bow. When facing an overwhelming opponent, you must know how to bend your knee. When under someone else's roof, one must lower their head. This youth was too arrogant. Now he's offended the Gu family. Upward no path to heaven, downward no road to earth. No one among the onlookers believed Qin Yujie stood a chance, thinking he was practically courting death. The elder in green looked at Qin Yujie's expressionless face, assuming he was paralyzed with fear, and burst into laughter. Young man, there are always greater people beyond people, higher skies beyond skies. Don't think a little strength entitles you to do as you please. Offending our young master Gu means today you're destined to become a human cripple. Haha, what a delightful scene to imagine. As for Qin Yujie, looking at that incoming sword chi, frankly speaking, it was simply too weak. He couldn't even be slightly intrigued. Against a martial cultivator of this level, Qin Yujie couldn't be bothered to use any martial technique. He threw a single punch toward the elder in green. Instantly, the elder's sword chi dissolved like rotten tofu, vanishing into nothingness. One moment, the elder stood proud and laughing. The next, his face twisted into sudden horror, as if he had witnessed something impossible. Amidst his shock, Qin Yujie landed a punch squarely on the elder's body. The elder exploded like a shattered watermelon, torn apart into countless pieces. Blood and fragments rained down from the sky, splattering across Gu Tianqing's face. Gu Tianqing choked as though someone had gripped his throat, utterly stunned into silence. A flicker of true energy enveloped Qin Yujie. He remained as elegant as ever, not a single drop of blood staining his clothes. Truly pathetic. Qin Yujie shook his head disdainfully. Gu Tianqing's face turned ashen. He stammered. You killed Uncle Qin? You're dead. You're finished. Qin Yujie waved his hand. True energy gathered instantly, yanking Gu Tianqing forward. You said earlier you'd cut me into a human cripple? Or tear my mouth apart, cut out my tongue. Qin Yujie's voice now sounded like a demon's whisper, sending chills down everyone's spines. Huh, so I said it, what of it? In Zuxian City, if you dare touch even a hair on my head, your entire family will pay with their lives. Gu Tianqing still didn't believe Qin Yujie would actually dare lay a hand on him. After all, in Zuxian City, of all families not to mess with, the Gu family topped the list. But this time, Gu Tianqing had truly kicked a solid iron block. An ordinary person might indeed hesitate to act against him, but Qin Yujie was different. You really are ignorant. To me, it's not just your Gu family. I don't even give a damn about the imperial household. Qin Yujie looked at Gu Tianqing with pity and mocked. You're beneath my notice. At this moment, Gu Tianqing finally realized Qin Yujie was unlike anyone else. The arrogance and confidence radiating from him were clearly not feigned. Qin Yujie drew the azure lotus sword. Under Gu Tianqing's horrified gaze, he slashed once, the sword chi instantly splitting into 4 streams, severing Gu Tianqing's limbs. It hurts. Gu Tianqing screamed in excruciating pain. His arms and legs now lay separated from his body. Now lying on the ground writhing, Gu Tianqing rolled uncontrollably like a legless, plump maggot. A sight so grotesque it chilled everyone who saw it. The surrounding crowd stood stunned by Qin Yujie's decisive stroke. They had assumed Qin Yujie wouldn't dare harm Gu Tianqing, yet here he was, displaying terrifying resolve. This went far beyond anyone's expectations. This is entirely your own doing. Had I lost, I would have suffered far worse than you now. Qin Yujie said coldly, without a trace of sympathy. It hurts. Attack him. I swear. I'll grind you to dust and scatter your ashes. On the ground, Gu Tianqing twisted and shrieked in agony. Everyone present was terrified by Qin Yujie's ruthless methods. Even the guards hesitated to step forward and intervene. Let's go. Qin Yujie led Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua. In 3 swift movements, like rabbits leaping or falcons diving, they vanished from sight. Quick, take the young master back to the city lord's mansion. His limbs were just severed. Perhaps they can still be reattached. The guards quickly scrambled to carry Gu Tianqing away. City lord's mansion. At this moment, Gu Rongxuan's face was extremely grim. He had already administered a top-grade healing elixir to Gu Tianqing. Although the severed limbs had been reattached, recovery would not be easy. The main issue was that Qin Yujie's sword chi was too overbearing. Gu Tianqing's meridians in all 4 limbs had been severely damaged by the sword energy. To fully recover, he would need a rare and precious heavenly medicinal ingredient. The Gu family was undoubtedly wealthy and powerful in Zuxian City, possessing vast fortunes. Yet when it came to heavenly treasures, they only had one Xian-grade spiritual herb, Shudihuang, bestowed by the current emperor. This Shudihuang was exceedingly rare and precious, but for Gu Tiancheng's sake, Gu Rongxuan painfully decided to let him consume it. With this Shudihuang, after a period of rest and recuperation, Gu Tiancheng's limbs would surely recover. Still, even if his body healed, it would undoubtedly affect his future path in martial cultivation, unless he happened upon some extraordinary stroke of fortune. This is utter rebellion. Find him. Distribute his portrait everywhere. Tighten inspections at every city gate. I want this man unable to escape even with wings. Gu Rongxuan waved his arm furiously, hurling his teacup to the ground. His aura surged violently, causing everyone nearby to immediately kneel in terror. Yes, my lord. I'll start the investigation right away. A commanding officer, sweating coldly from fear, hastily replied. Soon after, at each of Jiushuan City's 4 gates, heavy troops were deployed, and inspections became abnormally strict. Qin Yujie and his 2 companions arrived at a secluded, deserted corner. There, with a subtle movement of his body, he instantly transformed into a youthful maiden. Qin Yujie possessed the 1000-face transformation technique, allowing him to freely alter his appearance at will. Chapter 204, Miss and Maid. Damn it, boss. What secret technique is this? Teach me. Zheng Nanhua exclaimed with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Even Lin Qinin beside him was stunned by Qin Yujie's almost supernatural skill. She naturally understood how powerful such a technique was. This kind of ability to freely alter one's appearance was undoubtedly a life-saving trump card, sometimes capable of saving lives. This secret art isn't something you can learn now. If I'm not mistaken, our wanted posters are already hung all across Jiushuan City. But haven't you forgotten? I still have those top-grade disguise pills. Just swallow one, and your figure will change. Qin Yujie took out several top-grade disguise pills and handed them to Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua. Qin Yujie wasn't actually afraid of the Gu family, but in order to first complete the inner sect task, he decided to hide his identity for now. Once he captured Hua Chunai, then he'd go settle accounts with the Gu family. Thinking of Hua Chunai, Qin Yujie already had a plan forming in his mind. The man even named himself so flamboyantly, Hua Chunai, suggesting endless spring nights. Clearly, when faced with an extraordinary beauty, especially one weaker in cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist temptation. After swallowing a top-grade disguise pill, Lin Qinin turned her body slightly, instantly transforming into an ordinary-looking young girl. Zheng Nanhua secretly marveled and quickly swallowed his pill too, transforming into a plump woman. Qin Yujie smiled and said, "All right, from now on, you two are my maids, and I'm your young miss. Let's first boost our visibility. Hua Chunai won't be able to resist biting." The top-grade disguise pills could only alter one's appearance, not the voice, and their effect lasted merely 1 hour. However, the 1000-face disguise technique was different. It could change not only looks and posture, but also voice, with no time limit whatsoever. "Fatty, you'll just have to play mute," Qin Yujie joked to Zheng Nanhua. "Fine," Zheng Nanhua nodded. To increase fame, they needed to create some commotion. Qin Yujie figured their best bet was to start at the most famous restaurant in Jiushuan City. Restaurants typically drew massive crowds and attracted people from all walks of life, making them perfect spots for gathering information. Walking down the street, Qin Yujie was flanked by Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua, an image of a noble lady strolling out with her 2 servants. Qin Yujie's current appearance bore 7/10 resemblance to Zhang Qiuling. Her sudden presence immediately caught everyone's attention. "She's so beautiful. Could she be a young mistress from some noble family?" A passerby gasped, stunned. "No way. How could Jiushuan City have such an astonishing, young noblewoman? Maybe she's here touring the mountains and rivers." After all, Jiushuan City does have its scenic charms. The crowd around them began whispering excitedly. Soon, the trio arrived at Mingxian Tower, the largest restaurant in Jiushuan City. Mingxian Tower served meals and offered lodging. In Jiushuan City, these 3 words were known to every single person. Qin Yujie's arrival immediately drew numerous eyes. Lin Qinin smiled faintly. If these people knew this dazzling young lady was actually a man in disguise, what would they think? Amidst widespread astonishment, the 3 settled into Mingxian Tower. Qin Yujie booked 3 rooms. Every day, he took Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua on tours around Jiushuan City before returning to their rooms. Sometimes, Qin Yujie would venture out alone. 3 days later, nearly everyone in Jiushuan City knew that a breathtakingly beautiful young noblewoman had arrived at Mingxian Tower. Her beauty unmatched, her demeanor exceptional. The number of people dining at the restaurant surged daily, and hotel rooms became completely full. "Boss, do you really think Hua Chunai will take the bait?" After 3 consecutive days without a sighting of Hua Chunai, Zheng Nanhua asked doubtfully. "He definitely will. Look at Qin Yujie now. Who wouldn't fall for this?" Lin Qinin teased unusually. Qin Yujie chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Most likely, Hua Chunai has already been scouting for the past 3 days. Tonight, I plan to walk out alone. I'm currently at the 7th level of Heavenly Realm. Once he confirms there's no powerful expert nearby, he'll definitely make his move." Lust was much like a passion for wine. When a fine vintage is placed before a drunkard, he simply cannot resist. Lust worked the same way. Qin Yujie's transformed appearance was meticulously tailored to match every man's ideal aesthetic. Hua Chunai had no reason not to act. "Should we come with you then?" Lin Qinin suggested. "No, it's better if you don't come. You definitely can't defeat Hua Chunai, and what if he takes you as hostages? I alone am more than enough to deal with him," Qin Yujie said with a smile. "All right," Lin Qinin replied. That night, Qin Yujie once again walked out of Mingxian Tower alone, heading to the night market. At this moment, Qin Yujie resembled nothing more than a noble young miss who loved sightseeing. As he strolled along the road, men lining the street couldn't help but be captivated by his beauty. Suddenly, Qin Yujie sensed a spiritual awareness constantly focusing on him from behind. He knew Hua Chunai had taken the bait. Having cultivated the true spirit scripture, Qin Yujie's soul force was incredibly powerful. Though Hua Chunai believed his spiritual detection was well concealed, Qin Yujie effortlessly perceived it. Qin Yujie arrived at the lakeside, where few people wandered, much less crowded than the night market. This place was undoubtedly the perfect spot for Hua Chunai to make his move. Sure enough, in an instant, a figure abruptly appeared before Qin Yujie, leering obscenely. Never thought my luck would be so good tonight. Such a breathtaking beauty just walking in. Those women I played with recently were boring. Little lady, you won't escape my grasp tonight. Qin Yujie pretended to panic and stammered. Who are you? What do you want? Hua Chunai saw Qin Yujie trembling with fear and felt a surge of arrogance. He burst into laughter. I'm Hua Chunai. You're only at the 7th level of Heavenly Realm, while I've reached the 3rd level of Will See Realm. You're no match for me. Don't resist. Even if you scream until your voice breaks, no one will come to save you. A cultivator without the barest morality of a human being. I think the one who's going to die today is you. With a cold sneer, Qin Yujie shifted his form, instantly reverting back to his true appearance. In one swift motion, he thrust his sword forward. The surrounding spiritual energy exploded into chaos, forming a lightning-like sword beam that struck straight toward Hua Chunyai's chest. Ultimate Way Sword Draw. Chapter 205, Hua Chunai Dies. The Ultimate Way Sword Drawing art was a terrifying sword technique. Its core principle was speed, unparalleled and incomparable speed. Among all martial arts in the world, only speed could never be defeated. This art aimed to eliminate the opponent instantly the moment the sword was drawn, leaving no time for the enemy to react or even raise their hands in defense. Hua Chunai hadn't even realized what was happening before Qin Yujie's blade slashed across his throat. In an instant, his head had already flown into the air. Even in death, Hua Chunyai's eyes remained wide open, as if he had witnessed something utterly unimaginable. With cultivation at the 3rd level of Will See Realm, Hua Chunai hadn't even gotten a chance to fight back before being cut down by Qin Yujie in one strike. Qin Yujie could have easily killed Hua Chunai without using the Ultimate Way Sword Drawing art, but he simply wanted to test just how terrifying this technique truly was. This Ultimate Way Sword Drawing art is indeed extraordinary. It's far beyond any ordinary sword drawing technique. Qin Yujie said quietly to himself as he sheathed his sword. Today, Qin Yujie had come to kill. He had no intention of wasting words on scum like Hua Chunai. Besides, after spending 3 days disguised as a woman, he'd felt extremely awkward. Now that he had reverted back to his true form, Qin Yujie naturally felt a wave of relief throughout his body. He took Hua Chunyai's storage pouch and inspected it, finding within a significant amount of cultivation resources. Apparently, Hua Chunai hadn't only stolen women but also looted plenty of wealth. Otherwise, how could he possess so many resources? Inside the pouch, Qin Yujie found a cultivation manual. After taking it out and glancing through it, he discovered it was a forbidden text titled, Art of Domineering Women and Extracting Essence. Now Qin Yujie finally understood why Hua Chunai was so obsessed with women. It was directly tied to this sinister practice. A trashy manual like this only brings harm if left intact. With a flick of his fingers, Qin Yujie summoned a wisp of crimson azure flame, reducing the entire book to ashes in seconds. My sect mission is complete. It's time to face the Gu family now. Qin Yujie picked up Hua Chunyai's severed head and then walked boldly along the streets of Zuxian City. It wouldn't take long before news of his appearance reached Gu Rongshuan's ears. If Gu Rongshuan chose to back down now, Qin Yujie didn't intend to wipe them out completely. But he knew well enough, the Gu family, with their power and influence, would never let him go after he had killed Gu Tianqing. I never wish to spill blood, but if you insist on walking this path of delusion, then from tonight onward, there shall be no more Gu family in Lingtian Kingdom, Qin Yujie murmured softly. Tonight was destined to be anything but ordinary. Soon enough, Qin Yujie returned to Mingxian Tower. Boss, how did it go? Did you kill Hua Chunai? Zheng Nanhua asked. Of course, but shortly, I expect the Gu family will surround Mingxian Tower, Qin Yujie replied calmly. Looks like the Gu family's going to have a terrible night, Zheng Nanhua said with a smile. Now that the mission was over, Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua no longer needed to hide. The three of them leapt into the air and landed swiftly outside Mingxian Tower. With a casual flick of his hand, Qin Yujie summoned the flying carriage, which immediately appeared high in the night sky, shimmering brilliantly with dazzling colors. In a flash, Qin Yujie shot onto the roof of the flying carriage, standing tall under the moonlight, an ethereal figure descending from heaven, exuding an extraordinary aura. Not long after, a large group of guards approached from afar and quickly surrounded Mingxian Tower entirely, sealing off every exit. The surrounding crowd was instantly stunned by the scene. No one knew what was going on, but all gathered around eagerly, anticipating a spectacle. Isn't that the youth who killed Gu Tianqing a few days ago? A passerby gazed up at Qin Yujie standing atop the flying carriage and exclaimed in shock. Yes, who'd have thought he'd dare show himself again? Well, looks like he won't escape this time. He's as good as trapped. Another person chimed in. This young man is too reckless. All 4 city gates are heavily guarded now. There's no way he can escape. In Zuxian City, crossing the Gu family means certain death. Gu Rongshuan has reached the 3rd stage of the Will See realm, and behind him stands none other than Consort Shu. Consort Shu is deeply favored by the emperor. To offend her is to make enemies with the royal family of Lingtian. Who in Lingtian dares do such a thing? Sometimes stepping back opens up endless possibilities. Enduring momentarily brings peace. This boy is too arrogant. I heard he's only at the 7th level of heavenly being realm, truly asking for death. Still, I find this youth rather exceptional. Look at his carriage. It's clearly not an ordinary object. Perhaps he has some powerful backing. Even if he does have some background, how could it possibly rival the Gu family? That's true enough. The onlookers continued gossiping and speculating among themselves. At that moment, a powerful figure emerged from the distance, rapidly approaching until stopping just before Qin Yujie. The figure radiated an overwhelming aura, with terrifying true yuan swirling wildly around his body. His brows bore a striking resemblance to Gu Tianqing. There was no need to guess. This man was none other than Gu Rongshuan, father of Gu Tianqing. You've got some nerve, cutting off my son's limbs. You insect, why don't you run and hide now? Have you finally realized there's nowhere to escape, so you've come to surrender yourself? Gu Rongshuan stared at Qin Yujie, his entire being trembling with seething rage. Gu Tianqing was the only heir of the Gu family, destined to inherit everything they had. He held an irreplaceable status within the family and had been spoiled since childhood, never having suffered even the slightest injustice. Now, to see him have his limbs severed, how could Gu Rongshuan not be furious? Qin Yujie frowned slightly as he glanced at Gu Rongshuan, then coldly said, "Your son provoked me first. I spared his life. That was already an act of mercy. If you kneel down now and kowtow to apologize, I might let you live." At Qin Yujie's words, the surrounding crowd inhaled sharply in shock. Has this guy lost his mind? How can he demand the city lord to kneel and apologize? In the martial world, a powerful expert must never be humiliated. This youth just called the city lord a dog. He's signing his own death warrant. Exactly. Gu Rongshuan is at the 3rd level of Will C realm, and his spear technique is peerless and divine. He's renowned throughout Jiushuan City. This youth must be mad. Otherwise, how could he utter such arrogance? True, the Gu family has always been domineering, but they have the strength to back it up. But this boy is only at the 7th level of heavenly being realm. Where does he get such confidence and courage? The ignorant know no fear. Perhaps he's just a young cultivator fresh out on his journey, completely unaware of how powerful a 3rd level Will C realm expert truly is. This kid is too arrogant. Arrogance without power is nothing but stupidity. The Gu family has royal connections. Daring to challenge them? He clearly doesn't know how the word death is written. The onlookers chattered loudly, watching Qin Yujie, who stood calm and composed, and all reached the same conclusion. Qin Yujie wouldn't survive till dawn. Chapter 206. Gu Rongshuan makes his move. As for the crowd's chatter, Qin Yujie didn't give it a second thought. They had no idea how powerful he truly was, and he saw no reason to explain himself. Once he made his move, everyone around would clearly understand. After hearing Qin Yujie's words, Gu Rongshuan sneered mockingly. A mere ant at heaven rank 7th realm dares speak to me like this? Looks like I haven't taken action in so long that many have already forgotten my title, the Blood Tyrant Spear King. When the surrounding crowd heard the name Blood Tyrant Spear King, their hearts instantly trembled, their bodies involuntarily quivering. The Blood Tyrant Spear King. Isn't that title bestowed upon Lord Gu by the Emperor himself? Exactly. Just this single title alone is known throughout the entire Lingtian kingdom. There's hardly anyone who hasn't heard of it. They say Lord Gu's spear techniques are godlike. He once easily killed a martial cultivator at the same realm. Yeah, within the same realm, Gu Rongshuan is already invincible. And now facing a youth at only heaven rank 7th realm? Killing him would be no different than slaughtering a chicken or dog. The Blood Tyrant Spear King. It's been so long since I last heard that name. If Lord Gu hadn't mentioned it just now, I might have nearly forgotten. The onlookers immediately burst into excited whispers. Upon hearing Gu Rongshuan's title, Qin Yujie merely smiled disdainfully. A worm like you calling yourself the Spear King? What a farce. You're not even worthy of that name. Gu Rongshuan stared coldly at Qin Yujie and laughed coldly. You dare call me a waste? You're only at heaven rank 7th realm. I can kill you with a single strike. What gives you the right to talk like this? Qin Yujie replied calmly. One move? You overestimate yourself. Not only have I defeated countless opponents stronger than you, even those above your realm, but they were more talented too. Honestly speaking, you're too weak. So pathetically weak that I can't even be bothered. These words fell like a boulder into still water, instantly sending shockwaves rippling through the crowd. Damn, this guy is unbelievably arrogant. He's really pulling this bluff off without any script. I've seen arrogance before, but never anything close to this. Why is it so dark all of a sudden? Oh, must be because an ox is flying overhead. And why is the ox flying? Because someone here is full of hot air. Dude, you're a genius. Now I finally know where the saying, blowing hot air comes from. Incredible. A heaven rank 7th realm warrior daring to insult a searing 3rd realm master like this. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Anyone can lie, sure, but this kid actually having the guts to boast in front of a searing 3rd realm expert? I actually admire his courage. Yeah, his nerve is incredible. He doesn't look scared at all. Could it be he has some kind of backing? This kid is either insane or possesses overwhelming power. Otherwise, saying such things is basically begging for death. Still, judging by appearances, I don't think he has real strength. So I'm betting he's just plain stupid. The crowd erupted into a flurry of once again. Gu Rongshuan looked at Qin Yujie as if staring at a madman. He couldn't even imagine what kind of ignorant arrogance could lead someone to utter such nonsense. You insignificant maggot, not only are you weak, but you're also mentally deficient. I can't be bothered wasting more words on you. With that, Gu Rongxuan unleashed an increasingly terrifying aura. Then, with a casual punch aimed at Qin Yujie, he attacked. In Gu Rongxuan's eyes, Qin Yujie wouldn't even withstand his most relaxed punch. It wasn't worth using any spear technique. Though seemingly casual, this punch came from a Searing Third Realm cultivator. Even a Searing Second Realm expert would struggle to block it, let alone someone like Qin Yujie, at mere heaven rank 7th Realm. As the crowd gazed up at the fearsome silhouette of that punch tearing through the air, terror gripped their hearts. None expected even Gu Rongxuan's idle strike to be this horrifying. Lord Gu is so powerful, even a casual punch carries such momentum and devastating force. Right? That's just a basic fist technique. If he uses his actual spear skills, how terrifying would that be? I doubt this kid can even survive that one punch. While the spectators stood stunned, Qin Yujie merely curled his lip in disdain upon seeing the incoming punch. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he pulled out a pot lid. What the hell is this kid doing? Why is he pulling out a pot lid? Could he possibly intend to block Lord Gu's attack with that? Good heavens. This is the first time I've ever seen someone bring out a cooking lid during a battle. That lid is blackened and filthy. How could it possibly withstand Lord Gu's strike? This kid must have panicked and grabbed the nearest object. Clearly lacks combat experience. He just made the dumbest mistake possible. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Yujie continuously poured true yuan into the pot lid. Suddenly, dazzling runes flashed across its surface, and in the sky, a massive black phantom of the pot lid appeared, enveloping Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin, and Zheng Nanhua within it. When Gu Rongxuan saw that Qin Yujie had actually taken out a wok lid, he burst into laughter. Fool, do you really think a mere pot lid can block my attack? My strength is far beyond your comprehension. Amid Gu Rongxuan's mocking laughter, his terrifying fist slammed into the pot lid with a deafening boom. To everyone's shock, Qin Yujie's black pot lid phantom didn't budge at all, even slightly, while Gu Rongxuan's devastating strike simply dispersed into nothingness. No one could process what had just happened. The outcome was completely unexpected. None of them had imagined that Qin Yujie could actually withstand Gu Rongxuan's monstrous fist strike. Damn, is this pot lid actually this powerful? Gods above, am I dreaming? Could this pot lid possibly be a Earth-tier magical artifact? Who exactly is this young man? How can even his wok lid be so incredibly strong? Look at all those runes covering it. It's definitely no ordinary item. Heavens, if I'm not mistaken, the material used for this pot lid should be Tianyuan iron. That's a heaven-grade material. How extravagant. Using such a valuable chunk to forge a simple cooking lid. Tianyuan iron. Good heavens, what kind of person is this kid? Tianyuan iron is priceless. Even a tiny piece the size of a thumb is something people would kill to obtain. If this young master would give me just a small piece of Tianyuan iron, I'd willingly serve him for life. Serving him is nothing. I'd let him ride me. The onlookers were utterly stunned by the pot lid in Qin Yujie's hands. Their faces overflowed with envy and jealousy. Chapter 207, Coiling Snake Spear Technique. Don't think blocking my casual punch means anything. I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength earlier. From now on, you won't be so lucky. Gu Rongxuan sneered at Qin Yujie. As soon as the words left his mouth, a weapon suddenly appeared in Gu Rongxuan's hand, his long-used Ice Soul Silver Spear. City Lord Gu is finally getting serious. That kid is done for. Yeah, if his casual punch was already this strong, imagine how powerful he'll be now that he's using his signature martial technique. That kid probably already exhausted a lot of his true energy just blocking City Lord Gu's first punch. Even if he has that pot lid, he won't be able to perform at full strength anymore. The surrounding crowd had little hope for Qin Yujie, believing he still stood no chance against Gu Rongxuan. Gu Rongxuan's body surged with terrifying true energy as it poured continuously into the Ice Soul Silver Spear, causing dazzling runes to flash across its surface. Because the spear naturally possessed icy attributes, Gu Rongxuan's energy activated these runes, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Coiling Snake Spear Technique. First move, Coiling Snake Soaring to Heaven. With a single thrust of the spear, spiritual energy from the heavens and earth instantly transformed into a massive spirit serpent. This serpent radiated bone-chilling cold, jaws bared, claws flailing, as it lunged toward Qin Yujie. The Coiling Snake Spear Technique was a high-grade, profound-level martial skill, incredibly powerful. Gu Rongxuan had cultivated it for many years and had reached the stage of great mastery. Indeed, to the average person, Gu Rongxuan's spear skills were extraordinary. His application of the art was seasoned and flawless. Yet Qin Yujie stared at the terrifying spear projection with complete calmness, as if the attack didn't even exist. Seeing Qin Yujie seemingly frozen in fear, Gu Rongxuan burst into laughter. You insignificant ant, finally realize my power? Let me tell you, I've only used half my strength. Huh. In your next life, open your eyes wider and remember, some people are beyond your ability to provoke. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock at the terrifying assault. This Coiling Snake Spear technique is truly incredible. Such a monstrous strike. There's no way the boy can block it. Look, the kid is so terrified he can't even fight back. City Lord Gu's cultivation is truly astounding. He's brought the Coiling Snake Spear technique to such a terrifying level. Gods above, just the residual force of this strike makes my legs tremble. This brat was too arrogant. He's going to die right here. Just as everyone thought Qin Yujie would be obliterated by Gu Rongxuan's spear, Qin Yujie finally moved. He casually threw a single punch. Great Inyang Celestial Fist. Instantly, a colossal fist projection appeared in the sky, towering with unstoppable momentum and immense power. It seemed unshakable. The two attacks collided, triggering a thunderous explosion that shook the earth and split the mountains. When the shockwaves dissipated, the entire area lay in ruins. But no one cared. The crowd remained utterly stunned. This kid actually blocked that terrifying attack. A bystander stammered, eyes wide, as if witnessing something impossible. I must be dreaming. How could this boy possibly withstand such a monstrous spear strike? Another gaped in disbelief. That punch of his was too powerful. They're evenly matched. Remember, this kid is only at Heavenly Realm 7th level. Exactly. City Lord Gu is already at Sea of Wheels 3rd level and unleashed half his power. Yet he still can't defeat this kid. This boy's martial talent is monstrous. If he doesn't die today, he will surely rise to fame throughout Lingtian Kingdom. He's definitely strong, but has he revealed all his abilities? Still, City Lord Gu is stronger. If he unleashes a full power attack, the boy is finished. Pity. Though his talent is prodigious, his cultivation realm is simply too low. The gap between him and City Lord Gu is insurmountable, right? A Sea of Wheels cultivator's Dantian has transformed into an ocean of energy. Even in a battle of attrition, Gu Rongxuan could exhaust this kid to death. City Lord Gu hasn't even gone all out yet, and is already this strong. His next strike will definitely be with full power. Even though this kid will ultimately die, surviving 2 moves from City Lord Gu is already an achievement worth pride. The crowd chattered on, watching the standoff between Qin Yujie and Gu Rongxuan. At this moment, Gu Rongxuan was utterly shocked. After all, even at 50% of his strength, most cultivators at the same realm would not be able to block it easily. Yet Qin Yujie, who was only at Heavenly Realm 7th level, had actually withstood it. Gu Rongxuan was terrified by Qin Yujie's frightening power and talent, and this only strengthened his resolve to kill him. He could never allow such a powerful enemy to grow stronger. Otherwise, in the future, the entire Gu family might be destroyed by this one person. With that thought, Gu Rongxuan decided he would no longer hold back. From now on, he would fight with everything he had. Your strength is indeed formidable, beyond my expectations. But perhaps you've never heard this saying. When a tree stands taller than the forest, the wind will surely break it. You're far too conspicuous, too arrogant. You don't know how to conceal your abilities. If a few more years pass, I truly won't be your match. Fortunately for me, you're reckless and impulsive. Now, I will unleash my full power, tremble in despair. Gu Rongxuan roared, his aura surging violently as he stared madly at Qin Yujie. The surrounding crowd was stunned by Gu Rongxuan's overwhelming pressure. They knew that facing such terrifying power, Qin Yujie was as good as dead. Hearing Gu Rongxuan's words, Qin Yujie sneered coldly. You overestimate yourself, and at the same time, you severely underestimate me. Why wait years to kill you? Today is enough. If I can't even slay a useless insect like you, what purpose does my martial cultivation serve? Qin Yujie said calmly, his expression unchanged. With that single sentence, Qin Yujie once again captured everyone's attention. At this moment, he became the center of focus for all present, each person stunned by his boundless confidence and arrogance. Chapter 208, The Terrifying Sword Strike. This young man is truly arrogant. If he really can kill Gu Rongxuan, a Sea of Wheels 3rd ring expert, with only Heaven's Will 7th ring cultivation, then he must be an extraordinary genius. I'm still rooting for Lord Gu. This kid is certainly talented, but a dead genius isn't a genius at all. In the martial path, only those who laugh last are the true victors. The surrounding crowd held differing opinions about Qin Yujie. Some thought he was merely seeking attention, while others believed he might actually possess formidable strength. Gu Rongxuan chose not to waste more words on Qin Yujie. He suspected the youth was deliberately stalling, so he decided to end this swiftly. Coiling Snake Spear Art. Second move, Coiling Snake Devours. As Gu Rongxuan thrust his spear forward, the heavens and earth seemed to shift dramatically. A massive green serpent appeared in the sky, vividly lifelike, radiating overwhelming might. Its body as thick as a full-grown man. The onlookers gazed in shock at this terrifying technique. Good heavens, is Lord Gu's attack really this powerful? This must be his true strength. The moment Lord Gu gets serious, there's no way this boy can stand against him. This kid's finished now. Who told him to show off so recklessly? While this youth has immense talent, talent alone doesn't equal real power. That spear strike was truly breathtaking, worthy of the title Bloodlord Spear King. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, this devastating attack reached Qin Yujie in an instant. Qin Yujie glanced at the monstrous serpent's spectral form and sneered coldly. He had effortlessly defeated Tang Jinan, a 4th ring Sea of Wheels expert. How much more so Gu Rongxuan, whose strength and talent were far inferior. Unrestrained sword art. Rampant tyranny. Qin Yujie slashed forward with his sword, unleashing a heaven-shaking sword aura across the sky. This sword energy surged with unimaginable might, vast and unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, it cleaved the colossal serpent's image clean in two. The entire audience stood frozen in awe at Qin Yujie's terrifying sword strike. He had executed the unrestrained sword art, a low-grade heavenly-level sword technique, and at full perfection, too. Such a move was naturally astonishing. This youth is terrifying. Is this truly his real strength? It seems we've been living in ignorance. With sword mastery like this, he must be one of the legendary prodigies from among the 4 great sects. Yes, that sword strike was simply magnificent. I've never seen such a flawless, domineering sword technique. We're truly frogs at the bottom of a well. This young man remained calm from the very beginning because he had absolute confidence. His strength far surpasses Gu Rongxuan's. There isn't even the slightest comparison. Gu Rongxuan is done for. His strongest move was just effortlessly shattered by this youth. This is unbelievable. He's only at Heaven's Will 7th ring. How could he unleash such a terrifying sword force? Even as the crowd reeled in shock, the sword energy continued onward after dispelling Gu Rongxuan's attack, cutting through space itself and reaching Gu Rongxuan in a flash. Staring at the horrifying blade of energy before him, Gu Rongxuan's face twisted in terror. Desperately, he screamed, "You can't kill me. My daughter is an imperial consort of the royal court." Qin Yujie remained expressionless, showing not the slightest mercy. The sword energy pierced through Gu Rongxuan's body, splitting him into mangled flesh. The spectators, witnessing Qin Yujie's terrifying power, instinctively stumbled backward several steps. Silence fell over the scene, so quiet that even breaths could be heard. No one had expected Qin Yujie's strength to reach such a horrifying level. Lord Gu is actually dead? Am I dreaming? Great heavens! Ninth Suspension City is going to change hands. The Gu family is doomed. This youth is too terrifying. When did our Lingtian Empire produce such a sword genius? This boy must be a reincarnated sword god. I know this young man. His name is Qin Yujie. He's a peerless sword genius from Tianyuan Sect. I'm a core disciple of Shueihua Sect, and happen to be handling business here in Ninth Suspension City today. Never thought I'd run into Qin Yujie again. His name is Qin Yujie? Brother, quickly tell us more about him. Back then, at Shueihua Sect, he single-handedly defeated every core disciple of our sect. And he even beat Zhuang Yuan, the unparalleled genius of Tianyuan Sect, in just one move. I know Zhuang Yuan. They say his sword talent was monstrous. How is it possible that he couldn't even withstand Qin Yujie? Qin Yujie's sword talent is utterly beyond our imagination. But what's even more shocking is, Qin Yujie is also a genius in alchemy. What? A genius in alchemy? You don't even know that? You're truly out of the loop. Qin Yujie, from the Qin family of Yushuan City, refined a top-grade explosive pill on the spot during the Dan Divine Hall's evaluation, and became a Xian-level alchemist right then and there. Master Feng, the Hall's lord, even wanted to become his disciple on the spot. What? No way. A Xian-level alchemist? Isn't Qin Yujie not even 20 yet? Heavens. Compared to him, we really are trash. No wonder he has the power and reason to be so arrogant. So that famous Xian-level alchemist from Yushuan City is actually him? No wonder he looked familiar. I once saw this young man from afar in Yushuan City before. I just didn't recall it immediately. With such terrifying talent in swordsmanship and alchemy, ordinary people probably wouldn't dare provoke Qin Yujie anyway. And now with the backing of the Dan Divine Hall, even more so. Still, Qin Yujie's relationship with the royal family is likely going to worsen further. The imperial court has long been suppressing the Qin family. Now Qin Yujie has killed both the consort's father and younger brother. That's pouring oil on fire. I feel Lingtian Empire is about to turn upside down. A peerless genius like Qin Yujie definitely won't submit quietly, even if faced by the imperial family. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's identity, several city lord guards dropped their weapons in fear and began kowtowing, begging for mercy. If Gu Rongxuan was no match for Qin Yujie, then these guards, many of whom were only at the heavenly realm cultivation level, stood absolutely no chance against him. Moreover, Qin Yujie was a renowned Xian-level alchemist. Offending him would be unthinkable. Disband and leave the city lord's manor. I'll spare your lives, Qin Yujie said indifferently. He didn't intend to slaughter these guards to the last man. Most were ordinary martial artists who had joined the manor merely to survive. Since they had surrendered, sparing them was acceptable. Thank you, young Master Qin, for sparing our lives. The guards quickly threw down their weapons, stripped off their uniforms, and scattered in all directions. Now that Gu Rongxuan is dead, there's no need to leave the Gu family either. Let's go. The city lord's manor. Qin Yujie boarded the flying chariot with Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua, speeding toward the city lord's residence. Onlookers gazed enviously and admiringly at Qin Yujie's miraculous flying carriage. After tonight, the Gu family will probably cease to exist in Ninth Suspension City. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves. Chapter 209, The Annihilation of the Gu Family. Soon, Qin Yujie and the other two arrived at the city lord's mansion. Qin Yujie stepped down from the flying chariot and saw that the entire mansion was magnificent and opulent, clearly a family of considerable wealth. With a casual punch, the main gate of the mansion shattered instantly into pieces. Who dares to break into our city lord's mansion? Have you lost your mind? A disciple from the Gu family standing guard shouted arrogantly upon seeing Qin Yujie and his companions. Qin Yujie didn't even glance at him. With a mere surge of aura, he pressed down, forcing the man onto his knees immediately. Fatso, it's all yours. Kill every member of the Gu family, both direct and collateral branches, men, women, adults, and children. Anyone unrelated can leave, Qin Yujie said to Zheng Nanhua. Qin Yujie would never show mercy. In his previous life, he had read too many novel plots where the protagonist, spared as a child, later gained incredible fortune and returned for vengeance against his enemies. He wouldn't allow such a future enemy to exist, even if it was just a child, who might one day obtain unimaginable luck. Since this was already a feud to the death, complete extermination was necessary. Uproot the grass so no seed remains. Boss, Fengxian, leave it to me. Zheng Nanhua nodded. The numerous Gu family disciples in the mansion turned pale upon hearing Qin Yujie's cold words. How dare you? Do you know who backs our Gu family? I'll tell you, the current emperor himself. If you harm even a single hair on us, you'll die without a whole corpse. One Gu disciple threatened, bold in voice, but weak at heart. That's right. If you kneel down now, beg forgiveness, and cripple your own cultivation, we might let you live, another chimed in. You must not know. Our city lord will return soon. He's at the 3rd level of the Wheel Sea realm. Killing you 3 would be no harder than slaughtering dogs or chickens. I advise you to apologize immediately. You 3 are outrageously audacious. Only because our city lord isn't here do you have the nerve to cause trouble. Encouraged by their numbers, the crowd gradually regained courage, hurling taunts and ridicule at Qin Yujie and his companions. Qin Yujie sneered and said, Haven't you realized yet? I am precisely the person your city lord was hunting. Since I'm here now, that means your Lord Gu is already dead. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Instinctively, they took several steps back, distancing themselves from Qin Yujie. Some even fled in panic. It's useless. You won't escape. Most of them were at the reversion realm cultivation level. Qin Yujie didn't even deem them worthy of his hand. Zheng Nanhua alone was more than enough. As for Lin Qinyin, in Qin Yujie's eyes, she was like a fairy who had descended into the mortal world. He naturally wouldn't involve her in such bloody affairs. Fatso, we'll wait for you outside, Qin Yujie said, taking Lin Qinyin's hand. With a flicker, they vanished from the mansion and reappeared outside. Half an hour later, the entire city lord's mansion was awash with blood. Every direct and collateral member of the Gu family had been slaughtered. Only the ordinary maids and servants who worked there for livelihood were spared. Qin Yujie, you'll meet a terrible end. Even as a ghost, I'll never let you go. Zheng Nanhua dragged Gu Tianqing forward and forced him to his knees before Qin Yujie. Weren't you the one who wanted me to suffer all 108 tortures of your mansion? Weren't you arrogant just a moment ago? Now why are you groveling before me like a dying dog? Qin Yujie mocked. It had to be said. Despite everything, the Gu family's resources were impressive. In just a few days, Gu Tianqing's severed limbs had been reattached. Though not fully restored, he could at least manage basic movement again. Just moments earlier, when Gu Rongxuan learned of Qin Yujie's whereabouts, he still fantasized about making Qin Yujie suffer a fate worse than death once his father captured him. But Gu Tianqing never imagined that not only had his father failed to capture Qin Yujie, he had been killed by him instead. At that moment, Gu Tianqing's fantasies collapsed entirely. Gu Tianqing had lost. He finally regretted provoking Qin Yujie. Because of him, the entire Gu family had perished. But regret pills didn't exist in this world, and it was already too late. Qin Yujie, what good does killing me do? You've offended my sister and the emperor himself. Sooner or later, you'll descend to join me in death. I'll be waiting for you. Knowing Qin Yujie wouldn't spare him, Gu Tianqing gave up restraint and screamed defiantly. You're wrong, Qin Yujie said lightly, smirking. I'll send your sister down to keep you company. At that moment, an old man appeared in the sky, hurtling rapidly toward Qin Yujie. The elder radiated an overwhelming aura, his terrifying cultivation level sending chills down the spines of those around him. Who are you? How dare you lay a hand on young Master Gu? Stop immediately, or I'll smash your head. The old man glared from afar at Gu Tianqing, who was still kneeling on the ground, his face instantly flooding with raging fury. Qin Yujie signaled Zheng Nanhua to spare Gu Tianqing for now. He wanted to see exactly who this newcomer was. In the blink of an eye, the elder arrived before Qin Yujie. When he saw the entire city lord's mansion drenched in blood, his expression turned extremely grim. You exterminated the entire Gu family, the elder said coldly. That's not accurate, Qin Yujie replied calmly. Gu Tianqing and his sister are still alive, aren't they? So you can't say the whole family has been wiped out. Yin uncle, did my sister send you? Hurry and kill him. Avenge my father and the Gu family. Gu Tianqing, upon seeing the elder, instantly lit up with joy and shouted excitedly. Gu Tianqing had already given up hope, certain he would die. But unexpectedly, just as death loomed near, he saw salvation appear. This sudden surge of overwhelming joy drove Gu Tianqing nearly mad with excitement. Young Master Gu, rest assured, no one dares touch even a single hair on your head while I'm here. As the elder spoke, an incomparably terrifying surge of true energy erupted from his seemingly frail body. The surrounding crowd, who had all believed Gu Tianqing was surely finished, now realized plans never survive reality. This terrifying elder had unexpectedly appeared. Could it be? Gu Tianqing is actually a destined prodigy? Even when on the verge of death, a powerful cultivator comes to save him. Gu Tianqing really has incredible luck, surviving until the very end. Now Qin Yujie's in trouble. With such a terrifying opponent, there's no way Qin Yujie can win. Chapter 210. The old man makes his move. The Gu family is backed by Consort Shu and the emperor himself. Even though Qin Yujie is monstrously talented, he probably still can't stand up to them. Yeah, Qin Yujie is only at the 7th Heaven's Might realm. If he managed to kill Lord Gu Cheng at the 3rd Wheel Sea realm, that was likely already the limit of his strength. The surrounding crowd watched Qin Yujie and the old man, immediately bursting into whispers. The old man looked down at Qin Yujie from above, sneering coldly. You're nothing but an ant in the 7th Heaven's Might realm. Who gave you the audacity to exterminate the entire Gu family? Qin Yujie stared calmly back at the elder and said, I think the real ant here is you. At your age, you've barely reached the 5th Wheel Sea realm? Truly a waste. His words sent chills down the spines of everyone around. A warrior at the 7th Heaven's Might realm actually had the nerve to call a 5th Wheel Sea realm cultivator a waste. Everyone thought Qin Yujie had grown far too arrogant. Qin Yujie defeated Gu Rongxuan at the 3rd Wheel Sea realm, which shows how strong he is. But this old man, he's already reached the 5th Wheel Sea realm. And yet Qin Yujie dares speak so arrogantly. With the old man's power at the 5th Wheel Sea realm, one move should be enough to finish Qin Yujie. I think Qin Yujie is doomed today. Yes, his sword talent is truly monstrous. It would be such a shame if he died like this. Precisely because Qin Yujie is so extraordinarily talented, this old man will never let him go. I admit Qin Yujie is very strong, but facing a 5th Wheel Sea realm expert, he shouldn't stand a chance. The crowd chattered endlessly, none of them giving Qin Yujie any hope. Hearing Qin Yujie's bold tone, Gu Tianqing standing nearby, sneered mockingly. Qin Yujie, you're simply ignorant. The power of the 5th Wheel Sea realm is beyond what a mere Heaven's Might realm warrior like you could even imagine. Master Yi needs just one move to deal with you. Master Gu, please step aside, the old man said to Gu Tianqing. Watch how I teach this loud-mouthed insect a lesson. Then turning back to Qin Yujie, he added, Qin Yujie, I'll admit you have impressive talent, but talent isn't strength. Before me, your power is utterly insignificant. Qin Yujie replied lightly. Then show me everything you've got. Let me see just how strong you really are. The old man shook his head coldly. Why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? One casual move is more than enough for you. With those words, he casually thrust out a palm straight toward Qin Yujie's head. Though it was merely a casual strike, the force behind a 5th Wheel Sea realm attack was terrifying. This blow would likely overwhelm even an ordinary warrior at the 4th Wheel Sea realm, let alone Qin Yujie, who was only at the 7th Heaven's Might realm. Starfall Palm. Starfall Palm was a top-grade mystic-level martial technique, a secret manual of the imperial family. Only the emperor's most trusted retainers were allowed to learn it. Though the old man considered the technique relatively mediocre, he deemed it more than sufficient to handle Qin Yujie. As the onlookers saw the terrifying force of the old man's palm strike, they instinctively staggered backward. Some of the weaker-willed dropped to their backsides in fear. This old man is too powerful. Even a casual strike is this terrifying. Yeah, Qin Yujie definitely won't be able to block this. In the midst of their chatter, Qin Yujie quietly raised a single finger, lightly pointing upward as if lifting something weightless. Instantly, an immense surge of true energy erupted from his body, and in the sky above, a giant golden finger materialized, a formation of overwhelming might. Heaven-breaking finger. Heaven-breaking finger was a lower-tier divine-level technique, and Qin Yujie had refined it to perfection. Thus, this strike carried extraordinary power. Boom! The two mighty attacks collided. In an instant, Qin Yujie's golden finger shattered the old man's starfall palm. The elder couldn't believe his eyes. How had Qin Yujie broken through so easily? True, he'd used only a casual strike, but even so, no 7th Heaven's Might realm warrior should have been capable of resisting it. At that moment, the surrounding crowd fell completely silent in shock. None of them expected Qin Yujie to withstand such a terrifying assault. Qin Yujie's power is truly monstrous. That heaven-breaking finger is incredibly potent, right? Not only is his sword skill exceptional, but his finger technique is just as terrifying. While Qin Yujie blocked the old man's palm strike, the elder clearly didn't use his full strength. Once serious, there's no way Qin Yujie can win. Exactly. Qin Yujie's cultivation level is simply too low. In the path of martial arts, cultivation realm is paramount. Among the onlookers were no shortage of experts, all of whom instantly recognized the sheer power behind Qin Yujie's finger technique. Perfect and seamless, without the slightest flaw. This was the aura one could only achieve after refining a martial skill to its ultimate perfection. Qin Yujie naturally hadn't unleashed the full power of heaven-breaking finger. Otherwise, the old man would have been either killed or gravely wounded. He still wanted to see just how strong the elder truly was, so he wasn't in a hurry to finish him. At that moment, Gu Tianqing standing beside them was utterly dumbfounded. With an expression of disbelief, he stammered. How could you possibly be this strong? This is impossible. Qin Yujie looked at Gu Tianqing and sneered. You think this is strong? Your Jid is truly pitiful. Just a frog at the bottom of a well. With those words, Gu Tianqing's face twisted with embarrassment. Yet he couldn't deny it. Qin Yujie's talent was undeniably extraordinary, leaving him completely speechless. The old man glanced at Qin Yujie with mild surprise, then coldly laughed. Qin Yujie, it seems I underestimated you. You've inherited your father Qin Hanjing's martial talent. Indeed remarkable. But today, your journey ends here. From now on, even if I slightly get serious, you'll die in pieces. Having long resided in Yushuan City and staying within the imperial palace, the elder naturally knew that Qin Yujie was the son of Qin Hanjing. That someone inside the palace had been suppressing the Qin family was no secret at all. Qin Yujie replied calmly. You want me to die in pieces? I doubt you have the ability. Perhaps, the one who will die today, is you. Qin Yujie's arrogant attitude enraged the elder once again. The old man reached into his storage pouch and drew out his weapon, a magnificent 8-foot-long treasure blade. This blade of mine is called the Great Sun Flame Blade. It's a lower-grade Earth-tier weapon imbued with innate fire swishing, possessing peerless might. Qin Yujie, right now, cripple your cultivation base, kneel before me and kowtow in apology. I'll make your death swift and painless. Otherwise, once I truly strike, you won't have another chance. Chapter 211, Xuanhua Saber Technique. For me to cripple my own cultivation and then kneel before you to admit fault? Where do you get such audacity? To be honest, if I didn't want to see the full extent of your abilities, you wouldn't even have had the chance to strike. Qin Yujie glanced at the elder, his brow furrowing as he coldly spoke. Qin Yujie, one must know their limits. Arrogance will only lead to ruin. Since you're determined to die, I'll oblige you. As the elder spoke, a terrifying aura surged from his body. Holding the Dai flame saber in one hand, he poured an immense amount of true energy into the weapon. Instantly, dazzling runes flickered across the blade, which suddenly burst into roaring flames. No wonder it's called the Dai flame saber. This weapon is truly terrifying. This saber has a fire attribute. When combined with fire-based martial techniques, its power becomes even more devastating. Indeed, this elder's strength is overwhelming. Qin Yujie simply can't match him. You can't always walk beside the river without getting your shoes wet. Qin Yujie has finally met his downfall. That's not necessarily true. Haven't you noticed how calm and composed Qin Yujie has remained from beginning to end? If he weren't confident, how could he stay so composed? Right? Perhaps Qin Yujie still has some powerful trump cards up his sleeve. The surrounding crowd murmured among themselves. Xuanhua Saber Technique. First move, shaking the 8 directions. The moment the elder attacked, a massive saber slash erupted into the sky, wreathed entirely in blazing fire, an attack clearly of extraordinary might. Onlookers gazed at the fearsome strike, drawing sharp breaths in shock. Qin Yujie, aren't you feeling utterly hopeless right now? This strike only used 1/3 of my power. Now do you understand the gap between us? Facing the terrifying assault, Qin Yujie shook his head disdainfully and said calmly, to be honest, your attack is too weak. With those words, he thrust his sword forward. Instantly, snow began to fall from the sky. The icy blizzard quickly suppressed the elder's raging flames. 4 Seasons Sword Method, a world blanketed in snow. A colossal sword beam flashed through the heavens, colliding violently with the fiery saber slash. An earth-shattering boom echoed outward. The mere residual force of the impact sent everyone nearby toppling to the ground. At that moment, the crowd stood frozen in astonishment. They couldn't believe Qin Yujie had countered with such a terrifying sword technique. Qin Yujie is incredible. Who would have thought he could block such a monstrous attack? Yes, this elder is at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Good heavens, this is absolutely shocking. Is Qin Yujie really only at the 7th level of the Heavenly Being realm? It feels like even ordinary cultivators from the Wheel Sea realm aren't as strong as him. Qin Yujie truly lives up to being a peerless genius of the Qin family. Don't celebrate too soon. Although Qin Yujie blocked that attack, the elder only used 30% of his strength. Once the elder gets serious, Qin Yujie will almost certainly face death. True, Qin Yujie may be strong, but I still favor the elder. The spectators continued chattering noisily about the battle between Qin Yujie and the elder. Inside, the elder himself was also shocked. He hadn't expected to once again underestimate Qin Yujie's strength. At this rate, unless he unleashed 70% of his power, there was no way he could kill Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, your talent is indeed exceptional. In Lingtian Kingdom, aside from you, I doubt there's another heavenly being realm expert who could withstand 30% of my attack. But don't rejoice too early. That last move was merely a warm-up. From now on, you won't be so lucky, the elder said confidently, staring at Qin Yujie. Yeah, Qin Yujie, prepare to die. I'll watch with my own eyes as Uncle Yin kills you. Gu Tianqing stood off to the side, gritting his teeth as he snarled. Gu Tianqing, the only reason I haven't killed you yet is so you can experience the feeling of falling from hell into paradise, only to plummet back into hell again. When you finally realize that the Uncle Yin you rely on is dead, I wonder if you'll still have the heart to speak so arrogantly. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Ha, impossible. How could Uncle Yin ever die? It's definitely you who will die today. You dared to offend the Gu family. You won't survive past this day. Gu Tianqing laughed wildly, completely lost in triumph. Xuanhua Saber Technique, second move, burning the entire world. The Xuanhua Saber Technique was a low-grade, earth-level martial art, exclusive to the imperial family of Lingtian Kingdom. Compared to the first move, the second move was significantly more powerful, over twice as strong. The elder slashed downward, causing the spiritual energy throughout heaven and earth to tremble violently. A shocking saber slash, resembling a colossal blade wielded by ancient deities or demons, surged directly toward Qin Yujie's face. If that strike landed on his head, Qin Yujie would surely explode into pieces. It had to be said, the elder's strength was indeed terrifying. If the opponent were an ordinary person, avoiding his blade aura would be next to impossible. After all, the sheer pressure of the blade aura alone could pin down any average heavenly being realm cultivator, rendering them immobile. However, the elder's luck was bad today. He had run into Qin Yujie. Zongheng Sword Method, roaming across the world. A surge of terrifying true energy erupted from Qin Yujie's body, pouring into the Luo Shui sword. Instantly, a series of intricate runes flashed across the blade, radiating an extraordinary, almost divine aura. Qin Yujie raised his sword and slashed forward. A vast, mighty sword beam erupted forth, carrying the overwhelming momentum of traversing heaven and earth, hurtling directly toward the elder. This sword beam was so stunning that its brilliance verged on simplicity, leaving many of the onlookers momentarily dazed. This sword beam, it's simply breathtaking. I don't even know how to describe it. Yes, no amount of ornate words could do justice to such a magnificent strike. Could Qin Yujie possibly be the reincarnation of a sword king? A flawless strike. Watching Qin Yujie wield the sword is truly a delight. Strangely, I've even gained some insights into my own sword techniques. Indeed, Qin Yuje's talent in sword cultivation is monstrous. Probably not another like him exists throughout Ling Tian Kingdom. Sword energy sweeping across 30,000 miles. A single flash chills 19 realms. Truly worthy of the name Zuxian Sword Method. The Elder's blade aura is powerful too, but it lacks the perfection and awe-inspiring quality of that sword beam. The Elder relies on his cultivation level to forcefully amplify his true energy in his saber technique, whereas Qin Yuje wields his sword through profound sword Dao insight. There's a fundamental difference between the two. In short, although the Elder is strong, his saber talent is merely average. He hasn't cultivated the Xuanhua saber technique to completion. Qin Yuje, despite being at a lower cultivation stage, has already reached the pinnacle of mastery in the Zuxian Sword Method. Their talents are like clouds in the sky and dirt beneath the earth, utterly incomparable. Chapter 212. 9-9's Return to 1. It happened in the blink of an eye. Amid everyone's shock, the two attacks collided with a thunderous boom. The mere aftershock of the impact reduced the entire city lord's manor and many surrounding buildings to dust and ashes. Once again, the onlookers were terrified by the sheer power displayed. The scene fell into utter silence, so still that one could hear the faint sound of people gasping in disbelief. Yet no one was more stunned than the old man, known as Master Yin. Inside him, waves of shock crashed violently. Qin Yuje's talent in sword cultivation filled him with deep dread. A profound shiver ran through his very soul. Unless he unleashed his full strength now, he might not survive this encounter. His expression grew solemn. At this moment, he regarded Qin Yuje not as a junior opponent, but as an equal. Truly unimaginable. A martial artist at the 7th level of the celestial realm had made someone at the 5th stage of the wheel sea realm tremble in fear. It was beyond absurd. And yet, it was happening right before their eyes, right to Qin Yuje. At this moment, Qin Yuje stood like a peerless young emperor, his terrifying aura overwhelming everyone present. Even Gu Tianqing, standing nearby, gaped in astonishment. He suddenly felt afraid, not just worried, but truly fearful, that his uncle Yin might actually die at Qin Yuje's hands. Zheng Nanhua and Lin Qinin looked at Qin Yuje with pure admiration. Though their cultivation levels weren't vastly different, the gap in combat prowess and talent between them seemed like heaven and earth. Qin Yuje's terrifying strength simply couldn't be measured by his cultivation realm alone. Anyone who underestimated him based on that would surely suffer dearly. This Qin Yuje is too powerful. I don't even think he's shown his full strength yet. Just how strong can he really be? He grows stronger when facing strong opponents. Qin Yuje's power is bottomless. Every time you think he's reached his limit, he suddenly unleashes even greater force. His strength changes according to his opponent. The stronger the foe, the stronger he becomes. I practice swordsmanship too, but standing before Qin Yuje, I feel unworthy even to hold a blade. It's not just you. With such incredible sword talent, has he already comprehended sword intent? Sword intent? That can't be real. Only geniuses among geniuses ever reach sword intent. Has his talent truly become this terrifying? Hearing these murmurs, Zheng Nanhua stepped forward and said with a light laugh, "Heh, even the maidservant beside my senior brother has comprehended sword intent. So what do you think? Has he himself grasped it or not?" His words struck like a boulder dropped into calm waters, instantly causing a massive uproar. What? Seriously? His maidservant has mastered sword intent? I want to learn swordsmanship under Qin Yuje too. This is so unfair. Even his servant understands sword intent? Then I want to be his servant. Qin Yuje, I'll bear your children. Can you teach me swordplay? Day and night both work for me. You shameless. Wanting to practice at night. Do you mean you want to practice that kind of swordplay? In a world of jade-like people, young Master Qin stands unmatched. From today onward, you are my idol, Qin Yuje. Idol. Please show us your sword intent. We wish to witness greatness. Yes, please. We're just ordinary talents. If no one guides us, we may never comprehend sword intent. Let us see it just once. Qin Yuje, I wish to take you as my master. I will serve tea, pour water, warm your bed, give massages. You can command me in anything. Qin Yuje, accept me as your personal maid. From now on, I shall serve only you. Qin Yuje, unleash your sword intent. Let us marvel and look up to you. The crowd swarmed around Qin Yuje, chattering wildly, turning the atmosphere lively and chaotic. Meanwhile, the old man's face turned extremely grim. He stared coldly at Qin Yuje and challenged, sword intent? Impossible. How could you have comprehended sword intent? Only 1 in 10,000 prodigies ever achieve it. You, a mere celestial realm cultivator. How could you possibly grasp it? Most likely, that fat friend of yours is spouting nonsense. You're lying deliberately to disrupt my mind, to make me lose focus. How sinister of you, Qin Yuje. Qin Yuje. Qin Yuje was speechless. He almost admired the elder's imagination. Did he really need to resort to psychological warfare against someone this weak? Didn't he think too highly of himself? Zheng Nanhua and Lin Qinin both looked at the elder with open disdain, as if he had turned into nothing more than a ridiculous jester. Qin Yuje smiled and said to the elder, I originally didn't want to use sword intent, but since you insist, I'll show it to you. Let me make you see what it truly means. You've lived so long and haven't even comprehended blade intent yet? How pathetic. Hearing Qin Yuje admitted himself, the surrounding crowd erupted once more in excitement. In a moment, they would witness the legendary sword intent with their own eyes, an opportunity too precious to miss, a chance to learn and observe for free. The elder, upon hearing Qin Yuje's words, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. But quickly recalling that he had only used 70% of his strength earlier, he regained confidence. Even if Qin Yujie had grasped sword intent, unleashing his full power might still turn the tide in his favor. Sword intent was indeed terrifying, but not invincible. Cultivation level remained supreme. A surge of confidence welled up within the elder. His battle experience was vast, and he knew well that losing faith at this moment, allowing fear to take root, could turn certain victory into defeat, all because of a faltering mind. Qin Yujie, don't think mastering sword intent makes you invincible. On the path of martial arts, cultivation realm is paramount. You're merely at the celestial realm. Your sword intent must be superficial at best. Haha, something so shallow isn't worth displaying publicly. Without waiting for Qin Yujie to respond, the elder suddenly swallowed a pill. A torrent of terrifying true energy surged through his body as he swiftly slashed forward, aiming a devastating blow directly at Qin Yujie. All those words before were merely a ploy to catch Qin Yujie off guard and land a fatal strike when he lowered his guard. This slash represented the peak of the elder's power, further amplified by the energy-replenishing pill he had taken, making it even stronger than usual. Xuanhua Blade Technique. Third form. 9-9's Return to 1. 9-9's Return to 1 was the ultimate move of the Xuanhua Blade Technique. Compared to the previous two forms, its power was at least doubled. As the onlookers stared at the horrifying blade aura slicing across the sky, they had to admit, they had severely underestimated this old man. Chapter 213. Burning the City, Lord's Manor. An elder who had cultivated to the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm was certainly not simple, and this final slash from him was so terrifying that it sent chills of fear and dread through everyone present. And since the attack came suddenly, everyone assumed Qin Yujie wouldn't have time to react. He might be killed instantly by the elder. Seeing Qin Yujie standing there as if frozen, the elder broke into a wild, triumphant laugh. Qin Yujie, so what if you're a monstrous genius? So what if your sword talent is extraordinary? In the end, you will still die by my hand. Don't worry, once you're dead, your entire Qin family will follow you into hell. Go ahead, wait for your family down there. Haha, you dare oppose the Gu household and the imperial family? This is your fate. Gazing at the crazed elder, Qin Yujie felt a mysterious essence rise along his blade. Any martial artist with keen insight would instantly recognize it. This was sword intent. Vertical and horizontal sword method. Tyrannical domination. Wind sword intent. With a single thrust, the heavens and earth transformed dramatically. Winds howled violently, and in the sky appeared a sword beam even more powerful than before. The crowd stared at the beam in awe and astonishment. My heavens! This is actually wine sword intent. Look, this sword intent is complete, flawless, return to simplicity. This is consummate level wind sword intent. Haha, I finally witnessed true sword intent. Qin Yujie is truly incredible. That's what real sword chi should be. Only when sword intent is fused can the full sharpness of sword chi be revealed. Swords traverse 10,000 miles. One strike freezes 14 provinces in frost. Though Qin Yujie's sword beam wasn't as exaggerated as that verse, given his talent, he would surely reach such a realm someday. So this is Qin Yujie's ultimate trump card? No wonder he's been so confident all along. We actually thought he was doomed at first. He's got real strength. Anyone without genuine power who dares to act arrogantly before a 5th level Wheel Sea realm expert is just begging to die. Sword intent. The very thing every swordsman dreams of. Not only has Qin Yujie comprehended it, but he's refined it to perfection. His aptitude for the sword path is too monstrous. If Qin Yujie doesn't perish on his journey, he's destined to become an unrivaled powerhouse in the future. The Qin family is about to rise. The entire Lingtian kingdom is going to turn upside down. This old man is finished. If his blade energy was like a small river, then Qin Yujie's sword beam is like an ocean. The difference is too vast. Exactly. Consummate level wind sword intent fused with the already formidable vertical and horizontal sword method. The resulting power isn't just additive, it's multiplied. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the two attacks collided head-on. The elder's blade energy shattered effortlessly, like soft tofu pierced by Qin Yujie's sword beam. Unhindered, Qin Yujie's sword beam surged forward, arriving before the elder in an instant. The elder stared in horror at the approaching beam, despair flashing across his heart. He never imagined that Qin Yujie's sword talent could reach such a terrifying level, not only comprehending wind sword intent, but mastering it to perfection. They had underestimated Qin Yujie's sword aptitude. The entire Lingtian imperial family had underestimated his strength. Once Qin Yujie rose to prominence, who in Lingtian would stand against him? And the imperial family, which had oppressed the Qin clan, would undoubtedly face retribution. How could Qin Yujie ever spare them? When the nest collapses, how can the eggs remain unbroken? No, I cannot die. Memories of his lifelong martial path flashed through his mind, learning knife techniques as a child, joining the Gu family, later following the consort Shu into the imperial court. Step by step, he had climbed to his current status, becoming a revered 5th level Wheel Sea realm cultivator. His position, wealth, beauties, all vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yujie's terrifying sword beam pierced through his body, splitting him into pieces. Blood sprayed across the sky, and his corpse crumbled into gore, scattering grotesquely upon the ground. The surrounding crowd stood utterly dumbfounded by the sheer terror of Qin Yujie's sword beam. Only at this final moment did they fully grasp the horrifying extent of Qin Yujie's power. Is he really just a 7th level celestial realm cultivator? One bystander whispered in disbelief. Qin Yujie has completely shattered my understanding. To think he's this strong. Yes, compared to Qin Yujie, we're nothing but food-wasting failures. To live in the same era as Qin Yujie is both a blessing. We get to witness the rise of an unrivaled powerhouse, and also tragic, because every other genius fades into insignificance beside him. Qin Yujie, wielding a single sword, can stand against an army of thousands. Qin Yujie is my idol. From this day forward, I will learn the sword too. I will become strong. I wonder if Qin Yujie takes disciples. I want to become his apprentice. The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie as if their hearts were overturned by a flood of emotions. Admiration, envy, and fear all mixed together. Gu Tianqing, how do you feel now? Who can save you now? From hope to utter despair. This feeling must be quite something, right? Qin Yujie said with a smile, looking at the petrified Gu Tianqing. Qin Yujie, you're a devil. No, you're even more terrifying than a devil. Why didn't you just kill me outright? Why make me taste hope, only to crush it yourself? Gu Tianqing screamed wildly at Qin Yujie like a rabid dog. This extreme emotional whiplash, this cruel reversal between hope and despair, drove Gu Tianqing into madness. He had completely lost his mind. You enjoyed using your 108 tortures, didn't you? How many innocent martial artists died under your hands? If you knew it would end like this, why did you start in the first place? Qin Yujie said coldly. Qin Yujie, my sister won't let you off. The entire Lingtian imperial family will hunt you down. I'll wait for you in hell. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianqing laughed madly. I'm afraid you won't live long enough to see me. With a swift thrust of his sword, Qin Yujie cut Gu Tianqing clean in half. I heard the city lord's manor holds quite a few resources. Go find them. Fatso, you can divide them up among yourselves, Qin Yujie said indifferently. The Gu family was already destroyed. Even if Qin Yujie didn't take these resources, someone else eventually would. Better that Zheng Nanhua took them. As for himself, he had no interest in such things. Got it, boss. Zheng Nanhua flickered and disappeared. Moments later, he returned, loaded with loot. Qin Yujie unleashed his crimson blue flame fire, setting the entire city lord's manor ablaze until nothing but ashes remained. Then the three of them vanished in a flash, leaving behind the stunned onlookers. Chapter 214, Ambushed on the Way. Since Qin Yujie and the other two had completed their sect mission, they didn't linger along the journey. Instead, the three of them rode in a flying horse carriage, swiftly making their way back toward Tianyuan Sect. After all, Tianyuan Sect was located atop Spirit Mountain, where the inner sect's spiritual energy was far richer than in ordinary cities. With abundant cultivation resources and facilities, although Qin Yujie wasn't particularly concerned, Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua naturally wished to return to the sect as soon as possible to resume their focused cultivation. 2 days later, as Qin Yujie's carriage flew over a dense forest, he suddenly sensed 3 powerful auras bursting upward from the woods below. In an instant, the 3 figures intercepted and blocked his flying carriage midair. Gazing at the 3 figures surrounding him, Qin Yujie frowned slightly. They were dressed in black robes, each wearing a strange mask, one with a tiger's head, one with a pig's head, and another with a leopard's head. Qin Yujie paused briefly, then recalled that he himself owned such a mask. Back when he had killed Zhuangzi Yuan, he obtained the man's storage pouch. After sorting through it, he found a bull-headed mask and a black token. Their appearance resembled members of an assassin organization. Could it be that Zhuangzi Yuan had also belonged to this same group? Their attire piqued Qin Yujie's curiosity. He gestured for Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua to stay inside the flying carriage, then leapt out, landing lightly on top of the vehicle. The 3 assassins didn't waste words. Without hesitation, they launched a fierce combined assault against Qin Yujie. Clearly well-trained, these men were unlike typical martial artists who would boast and taunt their opponent before fighting seriously. This alone suggested they likely came from a true assassin organization. Assassin organizations never attacked cultivators without cause, unless someone had placed a bounty. It seemed someone could no longer sit idle and had decided to make a move. Or perhaps, they considered Qin Yujie too monstrous in talent. But fearing his master Jiang Fanxian, they chose instead to secretly hire assassins. Each of the 3 stood at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Together, even a 6th level warrior would struggle to match them. They were none other than Gue Tu Sen Xie, the infamous 3 demonic apprentices, renowned killers within Lingtian Kingdom's Blood God Gate, a notorious assassin sect. Gue Tu Sen Xie had earned their dreadful reputation through flawless coordination. Every mission they undertook succeeded completely. Their greatest achievement? The assassination of a prominent figure at the 6th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Boss, I can't believe the organization actually sent all 3 of us for this job, sneered the one wearing the leopard mask, glancing dismissively at Qin Yujie, who still hadn't reacted. Isn't this using a cleaver to slaughter a chicken? I alone would have been more than enough. This man wielded a large saber. As he swung it down, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. In a flash, a blade aura raced straight toward Qin Yujie's head. In his eyes, Qin Yujie was utterly defenseless. The other 2 joined without delay, attacking just as fiercely. One used a sword, the other a pair of hammers. The tiger-masked swordsman, calm and composed, said, "Second brother, don't underestimate him." Qin Yujie easily killed Tang Jinan, a 4th level Will See realm expert. His strength isn't simple. Let's give it everything. We can't afford to fail at the final hurdle. A skilled swordsman himself, the tiger-masked killer believed he could kill Qin Yujie effortlessly. Still, he remained cautious, launching his strongest technique from the outset. With a single thrust, a shocking sword beam shot forth, aimed directly at Qin Yujie. He followed the path of swift swordsmanship. The beam moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it reached Qin Yujie's chest. If Qin Yujie reacted even a fraction slower, his heart would have been torn apart. The third man, wearing the pig mask, surged with terrifying spiritual energy. Gripping twin hammers, intricate runes flickered across their surfaces. In the sky above, two massive hammer shadows materialized, each as huge as a mountain, crashing down ferociously upon Qin Yujie's head. In that moment, Qin Yujie appeared to face three overwhelming attacks simultaneously, on the verge of being pulverized into dust. Boom! The three attacks struck Qin Yujie directly, and in an instant, he vanished into smoke and mist. Huh, see boss? I told you, I alone was enough. No need for all three of us to get involved, laughed the leopard-masked man. Yeah, Qin Yujie was so weak. I don't get why anyone would pay our Gue 2 Sincia to eliminate him. We never waste our hands on insignificant rats. This Qin Yujie is nothing but a fraud feeding off false fame. Yeah, looks like Qin Yujie has been crushed to nothing. Just as the three of them were reveling in their triumph, a voice suddenly echoed down from just above them. You three seem far too pleased with yourselves. They snapped their heads upward, hearts jolting in shock. There stood Qin Yujie himself. Qin Yujie had obviously not died. Using his perfected tier bamboo Jue Chan, he had simply moved away in an instant. What remained behind was merely an illusory shadow. Such terrifying movement technique. It seems we'll have to take this seriously, said the swordsman cautiously. Their figures flashed once more, instantly reappearing around Qin Yujie, forming a triangular formation that completely surrounded him. Second brother, third brother, attack with full power, the swordsman shouted to the other two. In an instant, three simultaneous attacks erupted, sealing off every possible escape route for Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie watched the three ferocious strikes approach and merely smiled. He could easily use bamboo Jue Chan to evade again, but in his eyes, there was no need. While these attacks would indeed be overwhelming and terrifying to ordinary cultivators, they were still far from sufficient in Qin Yujie's estimation. Your attacks are too weak, and your speed is too slow. Qin Yujie pulled out the frying pan and flung it forward. Infused with true yuan, the pan instantly expanded, transforming into a massive black phantom of a wok that positioned itself squarely before him. Though it looked unimpressive, this wok was actually a top-grade heavenly tier treasure, reinforced by Qin Yujie's immense reservoir of true yuan. The three assassins' attacks failed utterly to breach its defense. Boom! The three strikes slammed into the wok, unleashing a deafening explosion. The main reason Qin Yujie deployed the wok was to protect the flying horse carriage, and Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua inside. Although the carriage possessed formidable defensive properties of its own, compared to the top-grade heavenly tier wok, it was clearly inferior. For safety's sake, Qin Yujie had wisely taken extra precautions. Chapter 215, The Giant Spirit Chaos Hammer Technique. The three demonic disciples were stunned as they watched Qin Yujie effortlessly block their strongest attack. At that moment, Qin Yujie activated half-step chasing cicada, instantly appearing before the warrior wielding dual hammers, and threw a punch straight at him. This hammer-wielding warrior was clearly a body cultivator, immensely strong. Qin Yujie wanted to test just how powerful his strength truly was. Great Yin-Yang threw Heaven Fist. As Qin Yujie threw his punch, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth violently trembled. A colossal fist silhouette surged toward the hammer warrior. Seeing the terrifying fist silhouette, the hammer warrior's expression turned grave. He could feel an overwhelming force radiating from it. He knew that unless he gave it everything, he would surely die. With that thought, he unleashed his ultimate technique once more. Giant Spirit Chaos Hammer Technique, 9th form. One force subdues 10 skills. The hammer warrior began rapidly spinning his body, churning the surrounding spiritual energy into a maelstrom. Go! An awe-inspiring aura erupted from him as he fiercely hurled both hammers forward. Two terrifying hammer silhouettes appeared in the sky, spinning wildly before merging into one colossal hammer shadow of unimaginable power. This massive hammer shadow resembled a heaven-piercing pillar, crashing down upon Qin Yujie with devastating force. The two attacks collided, producing a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Qin Yujie's physical body had long become incredibly formidable. Although he didn't specialize in body cultivation techniques, his daily consumption of various spirit medicines and pills meant half of his cultivated spiritual energy was used to temper his body. Added to that was the constant refinement from the red-green flame. His physical form had changed beyond recognition. The red-green flame was extraordinary. Ever since Qin Yujie had absorbed it, the flame resided within his heart, refining his meridians and body ceaselessly, day and night. That was the mystery of the red-green flame. It made up for the lack of specialized body cultivation methods, even surpassing ordinary body refinement techniques. As long as Qin Yujie could afford the immense resources required for continuous physical tempering, with the red-green flame aiding him, his body could grow stronger without end, practically limitless. If someday he could obtain a true body cultivation technique through check-in, Qin Yujie's physique would become overwhelmingly powerful, utterly terrifying. For a long time, Qin Yujie's unrivaled talent in Sword Dao had overshadowed his physical strength. But just because it was overlooked didn't mean his body wasn't powerful. In everyone's shock, the two titanic attacks clashed head-on. Boom! From this single impact, the hammer warrior flew backward as if struck by a speeding vehicle. His chest caved inward dramatically, the entire heart crushed to pieces by Qin Yujie's punch. With just one strike, the hammer warrior died. Though he had been the weakest among the 3 demonic disciples, as a 5th stage will see realm martial artist, just how weak could he really be? Third brother. Qin Yujie, I'll make your life worse than death. The 2 remaining members of the demonic trio moved swiftly, flanking Qin Yujie from left and right, encircling him completely. They stared at Qin Yujie with icy glares, their faces boiling with rage. Though the 3 demonic disciples were infamous, cruel, and responsible for countless murders, they shared a deep bond, having fought side by side on numerous missions. They were comrades who had risked death together. They had assumed this mission would be simple, but unexpectedly, within a single exchange, one of them had fallen, while Qin Yujie remained completely unscathed. Qin Yujie, you attacked treacherously and killed our 3rd brother. I'll ensure you die in agony, the sword-wielding cultivator said bitterly, his face dark with fury. That's right, Qin Yujie. Now that you've lost your pathetic pan defense, let's see what you'll use to fight us. The blade wielder sneered cruelly at Qin Yujie. From their perspective, Qin Yujie had used his movement technique to suddenly appear before their comrade, catching him off guard and killing him before he could properly respond. As bystanders, they couldn't truly comprehend the fear and despair the hammer warrior had felt in his final moments. Are you assassins from the Blood God Sect? Qin Yujie asked calmly, gazing at the 2 fierce figures closing in. Haha, so what if we are? Let me tell you, originally if you had just died quietly, that would have been the end of it. But now that you've killed 3rd brother, our Blood God Sect and you are sworn enemies, today not only will you die, but your 2 companions will also perish. The sword cultivator openly admitted their identity, confident as he was that Qin Yujie would definitely die today. To them, there was nothing to hide from a dead man. Moreover, the Blood God Sect, the largest assassin organization in Lingtian Kingdom, was notorious enough that ordinary people would tremble in fear at the mere mention of its name. In their eyes, telling Qin Yujie their identity might even scare him into begging for mercy on his knees. However, clearly, they were wrong. After hearing their words, Qin Yujie remained completely calm, his expression unchanged. Blood God Sect, infamous trash. If you hadn't come after me, we might have avoided this. But since you dared provoke me, I won't mind wiping your sect off the face of the earth, Qin Yujie said casually. Upon hearing this, the 2 demonic disciples burst into laughter, sneering contemptuously. Qin Yujie, truly ignorant people know no fear. Do you have any idea how many assassins our Blood God Sect has? Our sect master has reached the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, just 1 step away from the Cavity Heaven realm. You, a mere heavenly human realm martialist, actually dare dream of destroying us? What utter nonsense. Qin Yujie replied coolly, no more talking. Today, I'll start by killing you too. Consider it collecting some interest. The 2 demons frowned, speaking coldly. It's probably you who's going to die today. As they finished speaking, terrifying auras surged from their bodies. The 2 launched their most powerful attacks simultaneously. Instantly, the heavens and earth seemed to shift. A blade aura and a sword aura rushed toward Qin Yujie with deadly force. Ultimate way drawing sword technique. In a flash of sword light, a terrifying sword beam instantly split into 2, appearing right before each of the demonic disciples. The blade cultivator didn't even have time to react. He was cleaved cleanly in half. Qin Yujie's sword beam was too fast, unbelievably fast. Even in death, the blade warrior's body continued moving forward due to inertia. On his face, in his eyes, upon closer inspection, lingered unmistakable terror from his final moments. Chapter 216. The Great Chaos Between Righteous and Evil. Second brother. The sword cultivator never expected Qin Yujie's sword to be so fast. As a fellow sword cultivator, he believed his own speed was exceptional, but compared to Qin Yujie, he now realized how slow his movements truly were. However, the sword cultivator had lightning-fast reflexes and far greater combat experience than the blade cultivator. In mid-motion, the sword cultivator abruptly shifted his trajectory. Without allowing his technique to fully extend, he stabilized his stance and then erupted with all his spiritual energy, instantly shooting sideways. Though he managed to avoid a fatal strike, his left arm still suffered injury. Fortunately, he wore a defensive soft armor that absorbed part of the blow. Otherwise, his arm would have been severed outright. Of course, Qin Yujie hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, the sword cultivator wouldn't have been able to dodge or block at all. After evading, the sword cultivator didn't even glance at the blade cultivator. He immediately activated his body technique and fled toward the distance. Qin Yujie was slightly surprised that the sword cultivator chose to escape. But against him, the man didn't even have the right to run. In an instant, Qin Yujie drew out the Porii spirit bow, pulled it taut, and loosed a terrifying arrow of spiritual energy directly at the fleeing sword cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the devastating arrow reached the back of the sword cultivator. Impossible. Your cultivation is this strong. The Porii spirit bow was a heavenly grade mid-tier weapon, immensely powerful. In contrast, the soft armor worn by the sword cultivator was merely a high-tier mysterious grade defense item, utterly incapable of resisting such a fearsome attack. The mighty arrow pierced straight through the armor and deep into his back. Immediately, the sword cultivator plummeted from the air to the ground, unconscious and near death. Using half-step chasing cicada, Qin Yujie instantly closed the distance and stood beside the fallen cultivator. His chest bore a massive gaping wound. He was unquestionably dead. Qin Yujie collected the storage bags of all three. Inside, he found a wealth of cultivation resources. No fortune without unexpected gains. No fat horse without night grass. The Ghost Path 3 fiends were infamous assassins in the underworld, having completed numerous missions and killed countless people. Naturally, their storage bags brimmed with cultivation treasures. Now, all these resources belonged to Qin Yujie. 2 days later, Qin Yujie and his companions finally returned to their sect. Having successfully completed the mission, Vice Sect leader Tian Feichin could no longer find an excuse to oppose them. Thus, the trio officially became inner disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Although Blood God Sect failed to eliminate Qin Yujie this time, after testing him, Tian Feichin was now certain that Qin Yujie's master, Jiang Fanxian, had already left Lingtian Kingdom. The assassination attempt by Blood God Sect had been commissioned and heavily paid for by Tian Feichin himself. Half a month later, on Shihai Peak of Tianyuan Sect, Qin Yujie sat cross-legged on the ground. His aura grew stronger by the moment as monstrous amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed wildly into his body. After half an hour, a series of loud cracking sounds echoed from within him. Qin Yujie's eyes snapped open as he abruptly rose to his feet. He casually performed a set of fist techniques, each movement exuding overwhelming power, majestic and imposing. At last, I've broken through to 8th level of Heavenly Realm. Qin Yujie nodded in satisfaction. He had become vastly more powerful. Not only was the spiritual energy within his body terrifyingly immense, but his soul and physical body had also grown equally formidable. Cultivating essence, energy, and spirit in perfect balance, Qin Yujie had improved comprehensively in every aspect. During these past half months, supported by Qin Yujie's abundant top-tier resources, the cultivation speed of Lin Qinin and the others had also skyrocketed. Lin Qinin had broken through to 7th level of Heavenly Realm, Zheng Nanhua to 6th level of Heavenly Realm, Huang Yoha to 7th level of Regathering Realm, and Zhang Qiuling to 3rd level of Will See Realm. Just as Qin Yujie and his companions achieved breakthroughs, a major event erupted across Lingtian Kingdom. Its 4 great sects plunged into open warfare. The cause? Guiying Sect and Inma Sect had grown increasingly brazen, openly using the blood and corpses of innocent civilians to cultivate demonic arts throughout the kingdom. Worse still, in recent days, numerous outer and inner disciples of both Tianyuan Sect and Shuiwei Sect had fallen victim to attacks by Guiying and Inma sects. Guiying and Inma sects had long since allied, and in response, Tianyuan Sect and Shuiwei Sect naturally joined forces to confront these two evil, demonic sects. However, the 4 great sects also recognized that a full-scale war would be unbearable for all sides. Thus, the 4 sect masters jointly decreed that core combatants at the 5th level of Will See Realm and above were forbidden from participating. As for inner disciples below the 4th level of Will See Realm, they were all permitted to take part in this conflict. Of course, each sect had offered enormous rewards in exchange for contributions. In Tianyuan Sect, for instance, killing a 4th level Will See Realm disciple from Inma Sect earned a staggering 5,000 merit points. To earn these points, many inner disciples eagerly joined the battle. Qin Yujie, however, had no need to fight for such points. Yet he deeply despised sects like Inma Sect and Guiying Sect for cultivating demonic techniques using the blood and corpses of innocent civilians. Once, he had encountered Fu Kunyang, the son of Inma Sect's master, who had actually slaughtered an entire city to advance his demonic cultivation. Although back then Qin Yujie had slain Fu Kunyang's 2 henchmen, the fat and thin twin killers, with a single sword stroke, Fu Kunyang himself had managed to escape. Fu Kunyang, it's time we settled our score. You once wanted to refine my blood. How could I ever let that grudge go unavenged? Standing atop Shihai Peak, Qin Yujie murmured to himself, Big brother, I want to join the fight too. Without experiencing life and death battles, I'll remain like a flower in a greenhouse, never growing into a towering tree. Zheng Nanhua was already itching to participate. Though Zheng Nanhua possessed top-tier cultivation resources gifted by Qin Yujie, he had taken part in very few real battles. Within Tianyuan Sect, there had been no such opportunities. Now, faced with this rare chance to train through combat, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Yes, I'd like to undergo trials as well. The path of martial cultivation cannot transform one without experiencing true life or death combat, Lin Qinin added. Born the young lady of Lin family in Yuxian City, Lin Qinin had lived a life of comfort and ease, her cultivation path smooth and unobstructed. With Qin Yujie providing her abundant resources, what she now lacked most was battle experience. Chapter 217, The Great Battlefield of Demon Territory. The path of martial cultivation inevitably involves trials like these. Lin Qinin, as the eldest daughter of the Lin family, had always enjoyed smooth sailing at Tianyuan Sect. She had never fought anyone to the death, and even ordinary sparring matches were extremely rare for her. Lin Qinin was a true music devotee, devoted heart and soul to the zither. She disliked killing, but in order to advance further along the martial path and not fall too far behind Qin Yujie, she decided she must fight. After all, the higher one climbs on the martial path, the greater the dangers become. Since this couldn't be avoided, it was better to adapt sooner rather than later. Master, I want to go too, Huang Yoha said excitedly. Huang Yoha now possessed cultivation at the 7th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm, putting her strength on par with an average outer disciple of one of the 4 great sections. Engaging in life or death trials against opponents of similar cultivation would suit her well. After all, Huang Yoha had 0 combat experience. Although Qin Yujie was her master, he couldn't protect her forever. One day, she would have to venture out into the world alone. Fine, Qin Yujie nodded and agreed. He gave everyone some top-grade resources. However, Sending them off alone made him uneasy, so he decided to lead the group himself. Still, Qin Yujie wouldn't easily intervene during fights. Otherwise, the training would lose its meaning. He would only step in if someone's life was truly in danger. For this battle, the four great sects had specially designated a battlefield known as the Great Battlefield of Demon Territory. This vast arena spanned hundreds of miles, with four main directions: east, south, west, and north. At each direction stood a banner guarded by one of the four sections. It was jointly decided that only disciples below the fourth level of the Wheel C realm could participate. If one side's banner was seized by the enemy, their faction would be deemed defeated. Currently, the four sects were paired into two alliances, and no one dared leave their main base lightly. If their camp became undefended, they risked being ambushed and quickly defeated. This grand chaotic clash between the righteous and demonic factions would determine the future status and power structure of the four great sects within Lingtian Kingdom. If the righteous factions, Tianyuan Sect and Shui Sect, were defeated, the supremacy among the four great sects would henceforth belong to Ghost Shadow Sect and Immortal Sect. The reason Patriarch Hong Yuchuan of Tianyuan Sect agreed to such rules was because he had a trump card, Qin Yujie. Though only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Realm, in Hong Yuchuan's eyes, Qin Yujie's strength was monstrously exceptional. With just this one person joining the fray, he could turn the tide of battle and slaughter every last member of Ghost Shadow Sect and Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect proposed these rules because they too possessed powerful cultivators at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. In their view, victory was already assured. Just as Qin Yujie was preparing to lead his group toward the great battlefield of Demon Territory, a figure appeared at Shihai Peak. Patriarch Hong, I didn't expect you to come all the way here. What brings you? Qin Yujie was surprised to see Hong Yuchuan personally arriving at Shihai Peak. Qin Yujie, you've surely heard about the great battlefield of Demon Territory. Right now, both our Tianyuan Sect and Shui Sect are being thoroughly suppressed by Ghost Shadow Sect and Immortal Sect. While our elite combatants aren't inferior to theirs, our disciples below the 4th level of the Wheel C realm lack sufficient strength. In this battle, only your participation can reverse our fate. Hong Yuchuan spoke with urgency. The enemy has formidable opponents. Qin Yujie asked calmly. Ghost Shadow Sect has a man named Xiao Tai at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. His power is immense, and his talent in saber techniques is terrifyingly outstanding. Many of our disciples have been slaughtered by him. Xiao Tai has become the central figure in Ghost Shadow Sect's campaign. He commands high prestige and possesses profound military strategy. Every time our people face him, they retreat again and again. Currently, we at Tianyuan Sect are merely defending our main base desperately. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Moreover, Immortal Sect also has a powerful disciple named Zhou Moheo. His strength surpasses even Xiao Tai's. Rumor says he's like a divine dragon whose presence appears without warning. No one can withstand his shadow sword technique. In the battlefield, everyone who's seen him has died. Besides these two, the overall combat capability of Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect below the 4th level of the Wheel C realm exceeds that of our Tianyuan Sect and Shui Sect. This time, we greatly underestimated them. Qin Yujie, only with your involvement can we revive from the brink of destruction. The great battlefield of Demon Territory was a rare place for training, filled with enemies everywhere. Qin Yujie naturally didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Moreover, he was part of Tianyuan Sect, and Patriarch Hong Yuchuan had treated him fairly well. Thus, he was willing to contribute something for the sect. Patriarch Hong, rest assured, I will definitely go to the great battlefield of Demon Territory. There's no time to waste. I'll set off immediately. Having said this, Qin Yujie led the group away from Shihai Peak. After Qin Yujie left, he immediately sent a transmission talisman to Li Kun and Meng Xiao, instructing them to lead the members of Piaomiao Pavilion toward the great battlefield of Demon Territory. After all, what Qin Yujie's Piaomiao Pavilion needed were not flowers grown in a greenhouse, but true experts forged through real combat experience. Without trials and tribulations, how could one ever grow? The main base of Tianyuan Sect was located to the south of the great battlefield of Demon Territory. Qin Yujie arrived there within about a day. When Qin Yujie arrived, the disciples of Tianyuan Sect were instantly filled with excitement and exhilaration. The previous expressions of despair, depression, and hopelessness completely vanished. Qin Yujie's strength was naturally well known to every single disciple of Tianyuan Sect. His legendary battle against Tang Jinan had elevated him even further, making him the most outstanding among the younger generation of the sect. Back when he was at the 6th level of the Heavenly Realm, Qin Yujie had already defeated Tang Jinan, a 4th level Will See realm expert. Now, having reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Realm, he was virtually invincible across the entire great battlefield of Demon Territory. Even if he encountered Xiao Tai from Ghost Shadow Sect or Zhou Moheo from Immortal Sect, Qin Yujie could effortlessly cut them down. Senior brother Qin is here. Now we're definitely going to win. One Tianyuan Sect disciple burst into tears of joy. In the martial world, battle was merciless. This disciple had personally witnessed his friend being killed by a Ghost Shadow Sect disciple, whose body was later used for cultivation refining. He hated himself, and he deeply hated Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect. But his cultivation was weak. Before this moment, he had seen no hope of revenge at all. Now that Qin Yujie had arrived, hope rekindled in his heart. At this instant, Qin Yujie appeared to him like a savior, powerful, awe-inspiring, and sacred. Yes, senior brother Qin once killed Tang Jinan with a single sword stroke. Even if Xiao Tai and Zhou Moheo team up, they still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Another Tianyuan Sect disciple exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 218, The 5 Elements Bagua Formation. Senior Brother Qin is truly formidable. With him around, what do we have to fear from those damn Immortal Sect or Ghost Shadow Sect? The Tianyuan Sect has finally turned the corner. Our fortunes are changing. Yeah, Senior Brother Qin is clearly a once-in-a-generation prodigy. I bet even Xiao Tai and Zhou Moheo would kneel and beg for mercy if they faced Qin Yujie. Sword chi sweeping across 30,000 miles. One blade's radiance freezes 14 continents. Even now, I still clearly remember that earth-shattering sword strike during Senior Brother Qin's battle with Tang Jinan. His talent in sword cultivation is beyond monstrous. He must be the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Tonight, I can finally sleep peacefully. With Senior Brother Qin here, we don't need to live in constant fear anymore. I suggest all of us follow Senior Brother Qin's orders. Right now, the Tianyuan Sect is completely fragmented. Only Senior Brother Qin possesses the prestige and unifying power we need. Yes, I agree. I'm willing to follow Senior Brother Qin's command. So am I. Count me in too. When Qin Yujie arrived at the main base of the Tianyuan Sect, every single disciple stared at him with admiration and excitement. All of them were eager to follow his leadership and accept his arrangements. Qin Yujie understood perfectly well that now was the time for someone to step forward and take charge of coordinating everyone. If each person acted independently, they'd never achieve true combat effectiveness. Very well, then I won't decline. From this moment onward, within the demon battlefield, all orders come from me. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Qin Yujie said calmly. Starting now, you have half an hour to elect 10 team leaders, then report back to me. Qin Yujie scanned the main camp. The Tianyuan Sect currently had about 5,000 people. Dividing them into 10 teams meant roughly 500 per team. This allocation was intended to facilitate flexible troop deployment later on. Although Qin Yujie had never been a general in his previous life, he'd certainly seen enough battles. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd watched pigs run. He'd read Romance of the Three Kingdoms countless times, and could recite the 36 stratagems backward. In truth, given his strength, Qin Yujie alone could easily slaughter every member of the Ghost Shadow Sect and the Immortal Sect. But this was a rare opportunity. He couldn't resist the urge to test out real battlefield tactics and formations. After observing the geographical layout of the Tianyuan Sect's main base, he realized it was a classic basin, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, naturally defensible and hard to attack. Building a wall at the narrow exit would be sufficient to hold off ordinary humans. However, members of the Ghost Shadow and Immortal Sects were no ordinary foes. Even typical Meijing martial cultivators usually mastered some form of body movement technique. A regular wall wouldn't stop them. After pondering briefly, Qin Yujie took out the 5 elements Bagua formation array. He tossed the formation plate into the air. Instantly, the formation flags shot downward, embedding themselves automatically into the ground. Then, he placed 2 top-grade spirit stones at the formation's core. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy trembled violently. A golden light surged from the sky, forming a radiant defensive barrier that enveloped the entire Tianyuan Sect base. This act left every member of the Tianyuan Sect utterly stunned, their bodies freezing as if struck by lightning. Heavens, is that a formation? Could Senior Brother Qin actually be a formation master? Not only is his sword talent monstrously gifted, but he's also incredibly skilled in formation arts. No way, he probably doesn't actually understand formations. What he used is a formation disc, crafted by formation masters for quick deployment. I know quite a bit about formations. In Senior Brother Qin's setup, the flags are arranged according to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the Earth Rank Supreme Grade formation. The 5 elements Bagua formation. What? An Earth Rank Supreme Grade formation? This level surpasses even our sect's protective Grand Formation. Senior Brother Qin's hidden strengths are truly terrifying. Last time, we saw his miraculous magic walk. Now he's brought out an ultimate defense formation like this. My eyes are blinded by greatness. Senior Brother Qin is just too awesome. With this 5 elements Bagua formation, the Tianyuan Sect is now invincible. Yes, the Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect probably won't even be able to breach our defenses. Didn't you notice? Senior Brother Qin placed top-grade spirit stones at the formation's core, and 2 of them. Heavens, 1 top-grade spirit stone is already priceless. Our sect leader probably doesn't even own a single one. Only cultivators at the Wheel C realm and above require spirit stones for cultivation. Most practitioners use low-grade ones. Mid-grade stones are rare enough, let alone top-grade ones. Once cultivators reach the Wheel C realm and beyond, spirit stones become universal currency. Who'd have thought Qin Yujie actually possesses top-grade spirit stones? 1 top-grade spirit stone equals 100 mid-grade ones, and 1 mid-grade spirit stone equals 100 low-grade ones. Senior Brother Qin's 2 top-grade stones are actually equivalent to 20,000 low-grade stones. Heavens above, this completely shatters my understanding. Senior Brother Qin is truly rolling in wealth. Unbelievably extravagant. Qin Yujie had no idea that his casual action would provoke such a massive reaction. Seeing the stunned looks on everyone's faces, he felt a silent disdain. 2 top-grade spirit stones, and you're already this shocked? How narrow-minded you all are. I still have several hundred more in my spatial ring. If you lot found out about that, you'd probably drop dead from shock on the spot. Xiaoling, I'll leave this formation plate in your care. You're at the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm. With you guarding the Tianyuan Sect's main base and the 5 elements Bagua formation for defense, This place will be as secure as a fortress, Qin Yujie said calmly. Master, are you not staying here at the main base? Zhang Qiuling asked, slightly surprised. One person here is enough. The others can be spared. I'll assign you an additional team for support. Tomorrow, I'll lead the rest of the disciples out to attack the Immortal Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Understood. Qiuling will certainly not gaifu your trust. Zhang Qiuling nodded firmly. Half an hour later, the Tianyuan Sect members had elected 10 team leaders. These 10 were all quite powerful, ranking around the 2nd or 3rd level of the We'll See realm. Not a single one had reached the 4th level. Even if there once were any, they had all been killed by Xiao Tai and Zhou Moheo. Xiao Tai and Zhou Moheo could be considered unbeatable among their peers. At least, that was true before they ever met Qin Yujie. If they did meet him, Qin Yujie wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson or two about humility. You 10 captains, line up in a row. Number yourselves from 1 to 10, left to right. Each of you will command roughly 500 people. Teams 1 through 9, rest well tonight. Tomorrow you march with me into battle. Team 10, you'll take turns standing guard tonight and assist Zhang Qiuling in securing the main base. When I'm gone, you are all to follow Zhang Qiuling's orders without question. Chapter 219, Taiyuan Wuji Pill. After giving his instructions, Qin Yujie walked to an open area and casually waved his hand. Instantly, the mansion he carried with him appeared on the ground. Seeing the luxurious and exquisite residence, the surrounding crowd once again fell into envious admiration. Suddenly, their own cave abodes felt dull and unappealing. I've acquired quite a few resources recently. Keeping them is pointless. Tonight, I'll refine some pills. Qin Yujie led Lin Qinin and the others into the mansion, then sat cross-legged on the floor and took out the Panlong cauldron. The people around were instantly shocked when they saw that Qin Yujie had actually brought out a pill cauldron. Although Lin Qinin and a few others knew Qin Yujie was a pill cultivator, many disciples of Tianyuan Sect were unaware of this fact. Good heavens, could senior brother Qin possibly be a pill cultivator? It must be true. We should have realized earlier. How else could Qin Yujie possess so many top-grade pills if he weren't a cultivator himself? Senior brother Qin is simply monstrous. Compared to him, I suddenly feel like nothing more than garbage wasting food. Qin Yujie excels in swordsmanship and music, and now he's also mastered alchemy? This is terrifying. I just remembered, senior brother must be from the Qin family of Yushuan City. During the Dan Divine Hall's evaluation, there was a mystery tier pill cultivator. Could it have been senior brother Qin? It has to be. All these descriptions match perfectly with senior brother Qin. Good heavens, I'm literally stunned to the point of doubting reality. Senior brother is truly a once-in-a-generation genius. No wonder those around him cultivate using nothing but supreme pills. He's a mystery tier pill cultivator. When I return, I must report this to our sect. As the #1 inner disciple, senior brother not only possesses monstrous talent in sword cultivation, but he's also a pill cultivator. He deserves the entire Tianyuan Sect's recognition. He qualifies as a core disciple. Yes, having someone like senior brother is the greatest fortune for our Tianyuan Sect. What's utterly outrageous, though, is how Vice Sect Master Tian constantly schemes to suppress and eliminate him. It's unforgivable. Senior brother, quickly demonstrate your pill refinement skills so we can witness such a rare spectacle. Senior brother, do you still need a maidservant to warm your bed? I'd gladly volunteer. Warming the bed? That's trivial. Senior brother, I'd do anything for you. I belong to you completely. Staring at Qin Yujie, the crowd wore expressions of shock and reverence. Many female disciples gazed at him with utter infatuation. Ignoring the commotion, Qin Yujie sorted out several spirit herbs and began preparing for pill refinement. Now at 8th heaven level of the celestial realm, Qin Yujie's true energy was immensely powerful. Moreover, after cultivating the true spirit art, his soul force had grown significantly stronger. Thus, he was now capable of refining earth-tier pills. He could already be considered an earth-tier pill cultivator. However, today Qin Yujie didn't plan to refine earth-tier pills. Instead, he intended to make pills commonly used by Will See realm cultivators. As he was about to break through into that realm himself, Qin Yujie released a flame, igniting a roaring fire beneath the Panlong cauldron. That's red green flame. I saw senior brother use it when fighting Tang Jinan. That flame is a legendary a strange flame. Tang Jinan was ultimately burned to soul scattering by it. Senior brother has too many treasures. Every single one is something we can only dream of obtaining. Indeed, anyone who dares oppose senior brother will end up just like Tang Jinan. As the crowd chattered in awe, Qin Yujie casually tapped his palm. The Panlong cauldron lifted into the air, its lid flying off automatically, ejecting all the leftover residue from previous refinements. Today, Qin Yujie intended to refine the Taiyuan Wuji pill. There were various types of pills used by Will See realm cultivators during regular cultivation, including Tianqin pills and the Taiyuan Wuji pill. The Taiyuan Wuji pill ranked slightly higher than the Tianqin pill, and its effects were naturally superior. In fact, it was considered the best cultivation pill available for Will See realm cultivators. From his spatial ring, Qin Yujie retrieved over 20 kinds of spirit herbs and dumped them all into the Panlong cauldron at once. Now confident and skilled, Qin Yujie acted boldly. In the past, he would have carefully separated and refined each herb individually. But now, his soul force was monstrous. His control over true energy and flame temperature had reached an extremely subtle level, and his understanding of herbal principles had advanced to an astonishing degree. Thus, he no longer needed to follow conventional methods. Dividing his true energy into dozens of streams, he simultaneously refined all the herbs. This act immediately shocked the onlookers. Among the crowd were several who understood alchemy, and none could believe Qin Yujie dared take such a risk. Didn't he fear a cauldron explosion? Senior brother is truly amazing. He actually threw over 20 different herbs into the cauldron all at once. I think Senior Brother Qin's pill refinement skills are even more formidable than those of Master Feng from Dandivine Hall. How envious I am of Lin Qinin, Zhang Qiuling, and the others. Following Senior Brother Qin, they never lack cultivation resources at all. Yeah, we're the ones suffering. For a mere bit of cultivation resources, we risk our lives every day. It wouldn't be surprising if one day we lost our heads. Sigh. If only Senior Brother would pass down even a fraction of his pill refinement techniques, I'd probably have enough to last me a lifetime. Pill refinement requires talent. Even if Senior Brother Qin taught you everything, you still wouldn't be able to learn it if you don't have the aptitude. That's right. And do you know how many resources and spirit herbs are needed to train a single pill cultivator? Ordinary people simply can't afford such an endeavor. Only powerful clans or major sects with deep foundations can sustain the cost. Being a pill cultivator is essentially a money-burning profession. Although training a pill cultivator consumes vast resources, once successful, the profits come quickly too. Look at Master Feng of Dandivine Hall. Every year, the 4 great sects purchase massive quantities of pills from Dandivine Hall, and many of those pills aren't available no matter how much money you offer. Senior Brother Qin's current pill refinement skill already surpasses Master Feng's, and he's still so young. His future achievements in alchemy will undoubtedly be limitless. Senior Brother Qin, please accept my kneeling admiration. My respect for you flows like an endless river. The surrounding crowd was completely stunned by Qin Yujie's naturally masterful pill refinement technique. Something that seemed incredibly difficult to others appeared as effortless as an everyday meal to Qin Yujie. Lin Qinin and the others, however, had grown used to it. Qin Yujie's talent was simply too monstrous. No matter what amazing thing he did, they could now accept it without surprise. After all, in their eyes, Qin Yujie was a reincarnated immortal emperor. If that were true, then nothing about him would be impossible to understand. To Lin Qinin and her companions, it was already settled. Qin Yujie must be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Otherwise, how else could they explain such heaven-defying abilities? If the people present knew that Qin Yujie wasn't just a pill cultivator, but also a spirit chef, they would likely be shocked beyond the point of functioning normally. Chapter 220. The Birth of Supreme Grade Pills. Half an hour later, to everyone's shock, Qin Yujie completed his pill refinement. Above the Panlong cauldron, streaks of lightning descended like tribulation bolts, truly a divine and awe-inspiring sight. Pill tribulation. Everyone's expressions changed in alarm. Pill tribulations were typically triggered only when pills reached the supreme grade. Could it be that the pills Qin Yujie casually refined just now were legendary supreme grade pills? No one was foolish. Everyone knew that producing a supreme grade pill was extremely rare, a matter of pure luck. Even crafting mid-grade pills was considered exceptional. Yet Qin Yujie had seemingly forged supreme grade pills with ease. His talent in alchemy was nothing short of monstrous. With his left hand, Qin Yujie pulled out a jade vial. With a slap of his right palm against the Panlong cauldron, 9 radiant pills shot forth into the air. Each pill was plump and glossy, covered in intricate pillwind, emanating an aura of mystique. Heavens! Pill patterns. These are definitely supreme grade pills. Supreme grade pills contain absolutely no pill toxins. Taking them won't hinder one's martial cultivation path at all. Brother Qin is simply incredible. I wonder exactly what kind of pill Brother Qin has refined. I heard that Mirage Pavilion actually possesses supreme grade pills. If you join the pavilion and contribute enough, you might earn a chance to obtain one. I'm joining the Mirage Pavilion too. With Brother Qin around, it will surely become the #1 power in Lingtian Kingdom. Still reeling from shock, they watched as Qin Yujie calmly refined several more batches of Tianyuan Wuji pills. 3 hours later, Qin Yujie stretched lazily, then took out a bottle of worry-forgetful wine and sipped it leisurely amid the envious gazes of others. The next day, Qin Yujie set off with Lin Qinin and the others, followed by 9 full squads trailing behind. First squad, scout ahead 10 miles, gather intelligence. The rest remain here to rest. After traveling for about 3 hours, Qin Yujie's group arrived at a canyon, now deep within the heart of the demon territory. According to Han Yuchuan, Xiao Tai was skilled in military tactics. In such advantageous terrain, if ambush troops lay in wait atop the cliffs, they could wipe out an entire enemy force in one strike. Qin Yujie himself wasn't afraid, but behind him were 9 squads totaling over 4,000 people, including Lin Qinin and her companions. If they fell into an ambush, it wouldn't be a major issue for Sea of Vitality Realm cultivators, but anyone below Celestial Being Realm would likely suffer grave injuries, if not death. High above the canyon, hidden within the thick jungle, a force of roughly 1,000 figures lay concealed. Leading them was none other than Xiao Tai, the infamous figure from Ghost Shadow Sect. Senior Brother Xiao, a troop from Tianyuan Sect has arrived. Order our archers to attack immediately. This way, their forces will suffer heavy losses, perhaps even total annihilation. A junior disciple from Ghost Shadow Sect whispered beside Xiao Tai. Wait, let this unit pass. Do not act yet. They're merely a scouting vanguard. Maintain concealment. Xiao Tai, renowned for his mastery of warfare, saw through the situation instantly. Xiao Tai harbored great ambitions. He had already noticed this advanced team numbered only around 500. The Real Prize was the main force of 4,000 Tianyuan Sect members following behind. His plan was to let the main army enter the canyon first, then cut off their retreat route entirely, annihilating every last one in a single decisive blow. Warfare was all about deception. To ignore such perfect terrain would be a waste. A cold smirk crept across Xiao Tai's face. Today, every member of Tianyuan Sect would become stepping stones to his rise to fame. However, he was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Tianyuan Sect to be this cautious, sending scouts ahead. Could it be that Tianyuan Sect now had a master of military strategy? At this thought, excitement stirred in his heart. Tianyuan Sect, I'll make sure none of you leave here alive today. A master of war? Before me, Xiao Tai, such a title is nothing but a joke. Half an hour later, the leader of the first squad returned. His name was Sun Wenming, cultivating at the second level of the Sea of Vitality realm. Brother Qin, I've scouted ahead. The canyon is completely safe. Our squad of 500 passed straight through without encountering any danger whatsoever. Brother Qin, aren't you being overly cautious? This canyon is such a barren wasteland. How could there possibly be any threat? Sun Wenming asked, puzzled, feeling Qin Yujie's caution might have gone too far. Qin Yujie looked at Sun Wenming without anger, offering a calm, faint smile. Brother Sun, war is deception. Sometimes what you see may not be reality. It could very well be a trap staged deliberately by the enemy. His words stunned everyone nearby. None had expected Qin Yujie to possess such profound insight into military strategy, let alone utter a fundamental truth of warfare. Brother Qin, please enlighten me. Sun Wenming humbly requested. Did you notice the dense forests on both sides of the canyon? In theory, such thick woods should be home to many birds. Yet as you passed by earlier, not a single bird was startled into flight. Don't you find it unnaturally quiet? After Qin Yujie spoke, those around suddenly realized they indeed hadn't seen a single bird during their journey. What does that prove? At most, it just means there are no birds here. Sun Wenming said. Qin Yujie shook his head. Good birds choose good trees to roost in. How could such an ideal environment have no birds at all? There's only one explanation. The birds were frightened away before we arrived. And why would they flee? Because enemy troops are lying in ambush within the forests on both sides. They're waiting for us to march through so they can launch a deadly assault. They hold the terrain advantage. Just imagine, if we charge in carelessly and are suddenly attacked from above, could we avoid total annihilation? Even if we somehow survive the initial strike, this canyon is surrounded by mountains on two sides. Once our retreat is cut off, where can we possibly escape? We'd be forced to press forward, straight into what is likely an even larger trap ahead. As Qin Yujie unraveled the situation with flawless logic, cold sweat broke out across everyone's backs. If Qin Yujie hadn't been leading them, and someone else had rashly advanced, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Senior Brother Qin, your analysis is truly profound. I've learned my lesson. I was reckless just now, and nearly caused a grave disaster. Sun Wenming wiped sweat from his brow. Without Qin Yujie, every member of Tianyuan Sect might have perished today. Senior Brother Qin is absolutely amazing. He's like a reincarnation of the god of war. Indeed, one word from Master Qin is worth more than 10 years of study. Who would have thought we'd unknowingly walked right through the gates of hell moments ago? Chapter 221, Seeing Through the Scheme. But if what Qin Gongzi said is true, why didn't the ambush troops on both sides of the canyon attack us just now? You're really slow. Back then we were only a small group. If they had attacked early, it would have been picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. They hadn't lured our main force into the canyon yet. Right? How could I not have thought of that? Qin Gongzi is truly amazing. With just one glance, he saw through everything. They say Xiao Tai commands troops like a god, but honestly, he's overrated. Our senior brother Qin saw right through his plan at a single look. What a pity that Xiao still doesn't realize it. The surrounding disciples gazed at Qin Yujie with shock and admiration. To them, even if Qin Yujie didn't cultivate martial arts, serving as a general in the mortal world would surely make him famous throughout the land. Qin Yujie led everyone quietly retreating, then detoured around the canyon and entered another stretch of forested mountains. Half an hour later, after Qin Yujie's group had completely vanished, Xiao Tai's face turned extremely grim. He hadn't expected the Tianyuan Sect team to retreat entirely. He'd been dreaming just moments ago of achieving instant fame across the realm. I wonder who's leading the Tianyuan Sect this time, managing to see through my scheme. Where did I expose myself? Xiao Tai glanced back at the quiet woods and suddenly slapped his forehead. How careless. When something unusual happens, there must be trickery involved, and I failed to notice that all the birds here had already been scared away by us earlier. Who is this person? Could he really have deduced my entire plan just from that detail? How meticulous can someone possibly be? Beside him, a Ghost Shadow Sect disciple also said in astonishment, Senior Brother Xiao, perhaps no one actually figured it out. Maybe the Tianyuan Sect simply happened to turn back. Their escape was just coincidence. No, impossible. The Tianyuan Sect has today a master of military strategy among them. Let's go. Since they've left, staying hidden here is meaningless. With that, Xiao Tai led his people away. Let us turn to the other side. Qin Yujie brought his group to another mountain forest. After ordering everyone to halt and rest, he took from Sun Wenhua a map of the demon realm and began studying it carefully. Studying every detail intently, Qin Yujie soon formed a plan in his mind. There's a place called Xingyun Mountain here. 2 paths lead from Xingyun Mountain. It's the inevitable route back to the Ghost Shadow Sect's main base. We'll go there and ambush them. Qin Yujie pointed at a location on the map, speaking to Sun Wenhua. The Ghost Shadow Sect are still at the canyon now. This is exactly the best opportunity for us to set up at Xingyun Mountain. Having spoken, Qin Yujie rose and led everyone toward Xingyun Mountain. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie and his group arrived at Xingyun Mountain. Xingyun Mountain was vast, with dense forests where over 4,000 people could easily hide. Boss, there are two paths through Xingyun Mountain. How can we know which one Xiao Tai will take? Fat Zheng Nanhua asked. Qin Yujie smiled and said, we'll take the left path. We'll hide within the forest, then order everyone to light fires and cook meals, producing visible smoke. Xiao Tai will come to us shortly. Master, Huang Yoha asked doubtfully. If we're hiding here, why make so much smoke? Doesn't that just tell Xiao Tai exactly where we're concealed? Xiao Tai is arrogant. Despite having cultivation at the 4th level of Will See realm, enough strength to win outright, he still relies on military tactics. That shows he has extreme confidence in his strategic thinking. This kind of person tends to be suspicious. He won't judge situations merely by surface appearances. As the saying goes, feign weakness when strong, strength when weak. Blending truth and deception is the essence of military art. Ordinary people, seeing smoke rising from the left side of Xingyun Mountain, would naturally choose the right path. But I'm certain Xiao Tai will choose the left. Because he'll assume I deliberately created smoke on the left to lure him onto the right path. He'll think the left is a decoy, and that we're actually lying in wait on the right. Therefore, he'll do precisely the opposite, and walk straight down the left path. After hearing Qin Yujie's analysis, everyone agreed it made sense, though many still harbored doubts. Lin Qinin and others, upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, were stunned by his detailed reasoning and profound insight. Qin Yujie had factored human psychology itself into his calculations. Warfare is the art of deception. Indeed, if my brain were put in command of an army, I'd probably suffer total defeat in the first round, Zheng Nanhua said in awe and admiration, feeling that Qin Yujie's talent for military strategy must be as terrifying as his talent in swordsmanship. Master's explanation dissected the situation thread by thread, presented clearly and understandably. I believe Xiao Tai will indeed follow the left path exactly as Master predicted, Huang Yoha said with deep reverence. I also have the Qi book, 36 Stratagems. These 36 stratagems aren't just useful in military tactics. Even in the path of martial cultivation, mastering them will surely allow one to go much further, Qin Yujie said with a smile. The 36 stratagems? Lin Qinin asked in surprise. Yes, I'll tell you more about it some other time. For now, everyone conceal your aura and hide. Qin Yujie's figure flickered and vanished into hiding. On the left side of Xingyun Mountain, smoke continued to rise steadily, while the right side remained completely quiet and still. Not long after, Xiao Tai arrived at Xingyun Mountain leading a group of disciples. When he saw the cooking smoke rising from the left side, his brows instantly furrowed. Senior Brother Xiao, it seems the Tianyuan Sect isn't simple after all. They actually realized Xingyun Mountain is the inevitable route back to our base, and even set up an ambush along the left path. But they didn't expect that the very smoke from their cooking would expose their position. A Ghost Shadow Sect disciple beside Xiao Tai said confidently. Exactly, Senior Brother Xiao. There are two paths across Xingyun Mountain. The right path is perfectly quiet. Surely there's no ambush there. Taking the right path must be safe. Another Ghost Shadow Sect disciple quickly added in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Tai suddenly wore a confident smile. With full assurance, he said, you're both thinking too simply. Tell me, if even a child can tell the left side is dangerous and the right side safe, why would the opposing strategist deliberately do this? Remember, lighting a fire for cooking produces smoke. A simple truth anyone knows. How could they possibly be unaware of that? Since they know it, why would they intentionally create smoke for us to discover? Xiao Tai's two piercing questions immediately left those around him confused. They stared at him, utterly unable to grasp the answers to these questions. Chapter 222, Divine Strategy. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Xiao Tai now radiated immense confidence and pride. Calmly, he said, war is deception. I've already seen through their true intentions. Their main forces are almost entirely hidden on the right side of Xingyun Mountain, while the path to the left is practically undefended. Those cooking fires? All fake, deliberately set up to mislead us into thinking they're hiding on the left so that we'll take the road on the right. If we had actually taken the right path, we would have fallen straight into their trap, feigning weakness where there is strength, and strength where there is weakness. This time, Tianyuan Sect brought a master of military strategy. Anyone else might have been deceived. Fortunately for us, they ran into me, Xiao Tai. Upon hearing Xiao Tai's analysis, the Ghost Shadow Sect disciples finally understood, cold sweat breaking out across their backs. Had it not been for Xiao Tai, they would indeed have walked headfirst into Tianyuan Sect's treacherous plan. At that moment, everyone gazed at Xiao Tai with awe and reverence. In their eyes, he was like a god of war incarnate. Senior Brother Xiao, you're simply incredible. With just one glance, you saw right through their scheme. How laughable of Tianyuan Sect to try showing off in front of you. They're only making fools of themselves, exclaimed one disciple, staring at Xiao Tai with pure admiration. Yes, with Senior Brother Xiao leading us, every last member of Tianyuan Sect is doomed this time. We've already won the battle for the demon realm. Exactly. From now on, among the four great sects, Ghost Shadow Sect shall stand supreme. Not only does Senior Brother Xiao possess monstrous talent in blade cultivation, but his genius in military tactics is unmatched. Across the entire Lingtian kingdom, could there be anyone more extraordinary than him? After we slaughter all of Tianyuan Sect, we can use their blood for cultivation once again. our power will surely reach new heights. The surrounding disciples stared at Xiao Tai in shock and worship, stunned by his terrifying aptitude in military strategy. Let's go. Take the left path. Kill a few as an advance payment. As for the rest of Tianyuan Sect, we'll ambush them another time, Xiao Tai declared, then swiftly led the group into the trail on the left side of Xingyun Mountain. Boss, do you think Xiao Tai might avoid this route? Zheng Nanhua asked doubtfully when no one appeared. Just as Qin Yujie was about to respond, they finally spotted the approaching Ghost Shadow Sect formation. Attack! Qin Yujie struck first, drawing the Break Sun Spirit Bow and instantly unleashing a barrage of terrifying arrows toward the enemy ranks. The other members of Tianyuan Sect also launched their most powerful techniques at once, raining down devastating attacks on the Ghost Shadow disciples. In an instant, the sky filled with dazzling, overwhelming assaults, grand in scale and tremendous in destructive force. Caught completely off guard, the Ghost Shadow Sect suffered heavy casualties in moments. Qin Yujie's assault was especially fearsome. One arrow pierced clean through the chest of a third-level wheel-sieging cultivator from Ghost Shadow Sect, killing him instantly. Lin Qinin drew her Violet Jade Zither. Locking onto an opponent of similar cultivation level, she immediately engaged in battle. This was a chance for Lin Qinin to gain experience, so she fought without holding back. Her opponent was a 7th-level Heavenly Being Realm Sword Cultivator, an even match in cultivation, truly a clash between equals. Ice Cold Sword Art, first form, Biting Winter Wind. With a fierce cry, the Ghost Shadow disciple launched a full-powered slash. A sharp blade aura shot forward, tearing through the air toward Lin Qinin. Lin Qinin remained calm, unfazed. Her hands glided over the zither strings, producing a ripple of sound. Instantly, a colossal fist manifested in midair. Demon Zither 9 forms. First form, Demon Zither True Fist. Through constant practice and guidance from Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin had perfected the Demon Zither 9 forms. Originally a top-tier Earth-rank cultivation technique with immense power, combined with Lin Qinin's own top-tier Earth-rank weapon, the Violet Jade Zither. Their synergy created far more than mere additive strength. Boom! The two massive attacks collided, shaking the ground and drawing attention from fighters all around. What a ferocious Zither technique. That girl is formidable. That's Lin Qinin, the Zither prodigy of Tianyuan Sect and only daughter of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of Lingtian Kingdom. Wow, Lin Qinin is stunning. Remember, capture her alive. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Lin Qinin's attack shattered the blade aura effortlessly, continuing its relentless charge toward the Ghost Shadow Sect disciple. The Ghost Shadow Sect disciple stared in despair at Lin Qinin's terrifying attack. He never expected her strength to be so overwhelming. Both at the 7th level of Heavenly Being Realm, yet he was completely outmatched in a single move. No, senior brother Xiao, save me. I don't want to die. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Qinin's strike struck him full force, turning him into a lifeless corpse. Such battles were unfolding across the battlefield, not just at Lin Qinin's front. Every member of Tianyuan Sect had found their appropriate opponent, fighting 1-on-1 or 2 against 1. The clash raged fiercely, but Tianyuan Sect held an overwhelming advantage. First, they had launched a surprise ambush, gaining the upper hand from the outset. Second, Qin Yujie alone had already slain several 3rd-level Wheel Sea Realm cultivators in a brief span. Having just defeated a 7th-level Heavenly Being Realm Ghost Shadow disciple, Lin Qinin now faced another from the sect at the 8th level. Lin Qinin possessed not only exceptional talent in Zither cultivation, but also remarkable martial aptitude. With top-tier resources provided by Qin Yujie, combined with her Earth-rank Violet Jade Zither and mastery of Demon Zither 9 forms, she could stand firm, even against a 9th-level Heavenly Being Realm opponent. With confidence, she wouldn't be defeated. Of course, this applied to ordinary cultivators. If she faced a monstrous prodigy, her chances would be far less certain. Demon Zither 9 forms. Second form, Demon Zither True Mirror. With a fierce strum, Lin Qinin sent wild fluctuations of spiritual energy rippling through the forest. 3 resounding notes burst from the Violet Jade Zither, materializing in midair as 3 shimmering mirrors that deflected the incoming attack from the 8th-level Ghost Shadow disciple. Lin Qinin had fine combat instincts. Her understanding and application of the Demon Zither 9 forms were unique and insightful, and her timing in battle was exceptionally sharp. Qin Yujie glanced at Lin Qinin, confirmed she was in no danger, and turned his attention elsewhere. How dare you kill under my very eyes, Lin Qinin? You truly overestimate yourself. Xiao Tai snarled. In a flash, he dashed forward, launching a grappling strike straight toward Lin Qinin. Chapter 223, Battle against Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai, your opponent is me. Qin Yujie activated half-step chasing cicada, instantly blocking Xiao Tai's path. Xiao Tai looked at Qin Yujie standing before him and sneered disdainfully. A mere ant at the 8th level of the Heavenly Realm dares to stand in my way? You truly don't know when you're dead. Qin Yujie calmly replied. I'd say the ant here is you. Bring out your full strength, otherwise, you won't even be a match for me. Hearing this, Xiao Tai's expression darkened. He had seen arrogance before, but never someone as brazen as Qin Yujie, a cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly Realm challenging him, a C-rotation 4th-level warrior. You really have no idea how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. Fine then, before I kill you, tell me who led your forces this time? Who saw through my strategy and successfully ambushed us? Xiao Tai asked coldly. Who else but me? Qin Yujie said casually. You? I clearly saw through your trap and took the left path around Xingyun Mountain. Why were you still waiting on the left? Xiaotai asked, puzzled. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. Because I anticipated your anticipation. Pretend weakness where there is strength. Show strength amid weakness. Illusion within reality. Reality within illusion. That is the true essence of military strategy. For ordinary people, my plan might not have worked, but you, Xiaotai, are overly confident in your own tactical genius, always thinking deeper than others. How could such a simple trick deceive you? After hearing Qin Yujie's words, Xiaotai suddenly felt enlightenment wash over him. He realized that with just those few sentences, his understanding of warfare had deepened significantly. I've always prided myself on mastering military arts, yet today I fell right into your scheme. Still, strategy is nothing more than a minor art. A martial artist's true power matters most. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. Even if you manage to ambush us successfully, against my overwhelming power, you're utterly helpless. In the end, it's still your entire force that will be annihilated. Indeed, Xiaotai was right. Against absolute strength, tactics become irrelevant. The cultivation world differs from the mortal realm. True experts fear neither numbers nor surround attacks. A supreme martial expert can shake the heavens with a single punch, shatter space itself. At C-Rotation 4th level, Xiaotai possessed the highest cultivation among everyone present. Without Qin Yujie here, he could easily slaughter every disciple of Tianyuan Sect on the spot. Yet today, encountering Qin Yujie sealed Xiaotai's tragic fate. Xiaotai, have you ever heard a certain saying? Qin Yujie said calmly. What saying? Xiaotai asked, curious. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles without peril. Though I'm only at the 8th level of the heavenly realm, anyone who underestimates me will pay dearly. Qin Yujie declared arrogantly. Know yourself and know your enemy. Such words are profound truths of warfare. This single sentence has advanced my comprehension of military strategy once again. You truly are a peerless genius in the art of war. I actually feel pity for your talent. It's unfortunate. You belong to the Tianyuan Sect. Otherwise, I might spare your life, Xiaotai thought inwardly, deeply shaken. He couldn't believe that such a casual remark from Qin Yujie could deepen his insight so greatly. His heart trembled with awe. Xiaotai, if you weren't from the Ghost Shadow Sect, I might have taken you under my command. Your talent in military strategy is impressive. But alas, today only one of us will walk away alive. You've murdered countless disciples of our sect and used innocent human blood to cultivate demonic techniques. There are no limits to your depravity, Qin Yujie stated firmly. Everyone serves themselves. If they don't, heaven and earth shall destroy them. Since you've taught me so much about the truths of warfare, I'll make your death quick and painless. With a laugh, Xiaotai unleashed an immense aura. Terrifying streams of true energy surged forth, overwhelming in their intensity. This saber of mine is called the bloodthirsty demon saber, and whenever it draws, it must taste blood. Today you die. Fierce streams of true energy poured into the bloodthirsty demon saber, causing glowing runes to flicker across its surface. Complex inscriptions shimmered like dazzling stars, blinding to behold. Heaven Devil 3 forms. The first form, Thousand Blade Demon Slash. The Heaven Devil 3 forms was a low-grade earth-tier saber technique, accidentally acquired by Xiaotai, which he had since cultivated to the peak of mastery. In the Ghost Shadow Sect, among those of the same cultivation level, almost no one could match Xiaotai, let alone Qin Yujie, who was merely at the 8th level of the heavenly realm. In Xiaotai's eyes, one move would be enough to end this fight. Indeed, Xiaotai had the strength to be arrogant. His last attack hadn't been serious at all. He hadn't even infused it with saber intent. Qin Yujie gazed at the terrifying slash rushing toward him, shook his head slightly, and said calmly, that slash may be fearsome to others, but to me, it's far too weak. After speaking, Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward. Instantly, the heavens and earth seemed to shift as a terrifying sword aura surged toward Xiaotai. Zhonghing Sword Technique. Tyrannical Domination. The two attacks collided with tremendous force. Xiaotai's monstrous saber energy was instantly split in two by Qin Yujie's single slash. Not only that, but the sword energy continued relentlessly, rapidly speeding toward Xiaotai. Seeing this incoming sword chi, Xiaotai felt a surge of shock within. Earlier, although Qin Yujie had used the Peri Divine Bow to kill several third-level C-Rotation disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect, Xiaotai hadn't considered him truly strong. He believed Qin Yujie's power came solely from the weapon itself. In Xiaotai's eyes, Qin Yujie's own cultivation, merely at the 8th level of the heavenly realm, was far from formidable. But now, this single sword strike completely shattered Xiaotai's assumptions. Although he had only used 1/3 of his strength just now, that saber technique was still something an ordinary third-level C-Rotation warrior couldn't withstand. Yet Qin Yujie had not only blocked it, he had shattered it. You're not bad, Xiaotai said. But don't get too cocky. That last strike was merely a casual move on my part. Though slightly surprised by Qin Yujie's performance, Xiaotai quickly regained his composure and confidence. As Xiaotai and Qin Yujie clashed, the battle between the Tianyuan Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect raged on. Zheng Nanhua had found his opponent, a 6th-level Heavenly Realm disciple from the Ghost Shadow Sect. Zheng Nanhua himself was no weakling. The martial skill he wielded was no ordinary technique. It was actually the Heaven-tier upper-rank fist art, Nine Dragons Subduing Tiger Fist. From the very fact that Zheng Nanhua possessed such a high-grade martial technique, it was clear he came from a distinguished background. Otherwise, how could he have acquired a skill of such caliber? Huang Yoha had also found her opponent, a 7th-level reverted primordial realm disciple from the Ghost Shadow Sect. Chapter 224, Huang Youha's Progress. Among the people by Qin Yujie's side, Huang Youha was clearly the weakest in terms of combat experience. Although she was at the same cultivation level as her opponent, she was almost completely dominated throughout the fight. After all, Huang Youha had cultivated the high-grade Earth-level cultivation technique Changqing Gong, possessed the powerful heavenly tier martial skill Jade Dragon 9 forms, and wielded the heaven tier weapon, the Jade Dragon Bone Whip. Yet she failed to demonstrate her full strength. Her lack of combat experience left her helpless. Despite possessing formidable abilities, she lost control over timing and rhythm, letting her opponent dictate the entire battle. However, slowly but surely, after continuous exchanges with her opponent, Huang Youha began adapting. Her combat experience grew steadily through the clash of battle. Huang Youha was no slouch in talent. Gradually, she fought with increasing courage and confidence, until finally, she turned the tide and began pressuring her opponent relentlessly. Jade Dragon 9 forms. First form. Jade Dragon emerges from the mountain. Seizing the perfect moment, Huang Youha unleashed the technique, breaking through her opponent's defense and striking him directly in the chest. How is this possible? Even in death, the Ghost Shadow Sect disciple could not comprehend how someone who had been thoroughly dominated by him moments ago ended up killing him. Lin Xinin, Zheng Nanhua, and Huang Youha each fought more fiercely as time passed. All three were naturally gifted, and thanks to Qin Yujie's regular provision of top-grade spirit wine and pills, their foundations were exceptionally solid. Their only shortcoming had been a lack of battle experience. Now that they were gaining it, overcoming opponents one or even two minor realms above them was no longer an issue. As the others fought, Qin Yujie and Xiao Tai stood facing each other. Their first exchange had ended in a draw. Qin Yujie kept a slight portion of his attention focused on Lin Xinin and the others. If any of the three were in danger, with his speed and movement techniques, he could rescue them effortlessly. Qin Yujie, your strength genuinely surprises me, Xiao Tai declared arrogantly. But now, I won't hold back. Today, you'll witness my blade intent. Dying beneath it will be your greatest honor. A terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Tai. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth trembled violently. He slashed forward with his blade, releasing a devastating blade aura straight toward Qin Yujie. Heaven Devil Blade Technique. Third form. Heaven Devil subdues the world. Metal Blade Intent. The surrounding fighters paused their battles, stunned by the overwhelming power of Xiao Tai's strike. Indeed, Xiao Tai was immensely strong. His power surpassed even Tang Jinan, who had once been at the same fourth rotation C realm, by a significant margin. Moreover, Xiao Tai had cultivated the Metal Blade Intent to the great completion stage. His talent in the blade path was undeniably terrifying. The five elements blade intents, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each had distinct traits. Among them, metal governed offense, making its destructive power superior to the other four. This single slash might be too much for an ordinary fifth rotation C warrior to withstand. No wonder the Ghost Shadow Sect had dared propose the Grand Demon Territory battle with a prodigy like Xiao Tai, an invincible figure among fourth rotation C cultivators. If Tianyuan Sect hadn't had Qin Yujie participating this time, they would likely have suffered total annihilation. Yet, despite Xiao Tai's overwhelming power, he was still far from being a threat to Qin Yujie. Just how strong Qin Yujie had become, even he himself wasn't entirely sure. If he unleashed his full power, including the undying sword body, he could probably fight across two major realms. An ordinary Void Heaven Realm expert would fall with a single sword stroke. At this moment, the Ghost Shadow Sect disciples gazed at Xiao Tai with admiration. They knew that once Xiao Tai killed Qin Yujie, the rest of Tianyuan Sect's disciples would be like ants before him, utterly insignificant. Now, the outcome between the two sects no longer depended on the surrounding disciples of either side. Whichever of Qin Yujie or Xiao Tai emerged victorious would deliver a fatal blow of despair to the opposing side. For when one's strength reaches such an extreme, numbers no longer matter. Both Xiao Tai and Qin Yujie individually possessed the power to slaughter everyone present. Xiao Tai stared arrogantly at Qin Yujie and laughed loudly. That is my ultimate power. Surely you're feeling utter despair now? Too bad. The path of martial arts allows no misstep. One mistake ruins everything. You may possess great strategy and tactics, but what good are they? In the world of martial cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Can a mere ant kill an elephant, no matter how clever it is? Facing the terrifying blade aura, Qin Yujie shook his head in disdain and said calmly, I am no ant, and you are no elephant. This is merely great completion stage metal blade intent, far from perfection. What is there to boast about? Fine, then allow me to show you my perfect stage sword intent. As soon as Qin Yujie spoke, he casually thrust his sword forward. Instantly, a profound and mysterious aura surged from the blade, a strike so natural, so perfectly simple, as if aligned with the fundamental Tao itself. Crossbow sword art, sweeping across the world. Fire sword intent. As everyone watched Qin Yujie's sword strike, they were stunned. The disciples of Tianyuan Sect were somewhat prepared. They had seen Qin Yujie's sword techniques before and knew how terrifying he was. But the disciples of Ghost Shadow Sect had never heard of Qin Yujie's name, nor had they ever witnessed his sword art. When they saw such a horrifying sword aura, their bodies froze as if struck by lightning, completely paralyzed by shock. This person's sword skill is terrifying. Heavens, this is perfect stage fire sword intent. Who would have thought Tianyuan Sect has produced such an extraordinary sword genius? This single slash is seamless, natural, flawless. It's the very state all sword cultivators spend their lives chasing. Only through the perfect fusion of perfect stage sword intent and a supreme martial technique can one reach this level. Heavens, this man is truly monstrous. I think Senior Brother Xiao is in real danger now. Not just Senior Brother Xiao, we're all in danger. If he falls, none of us stand a chance against this man. I thought Senior Brother Xiao's talent was enough to shake Lingtian Kingdom, but this man's talent surpasses even his. Yes, Senior Brother Xiao is already at the 4th rotation Sea Realm, while this man is merely at the 8th Heaven Realm stage of cultivation. Yet he's already grasped perfect stage sword intent. His comprehension of the sword path is monstrously abnormal. If he grows stronger, who in Lingtian Kingdom could possibly oppose him? And not only that, his sword technique is no ordinary one. Judging by its overwhelming momentum, vast and unstoppable, this must be none other than the legendary Heaven Tier Sword Art. Heaven Tier Sword Art? That's simply too terrifying. Senior Brother Xiao only holds an advantage in cultivation realm. In every other aspect, he's utterly outclassed. I heard recently that an inner disciple of Tianyuan Sect named Qin Yujie killed Tang Jinan of the 4th rotation Sea Realm with a single sword stroke. Could this man be that very Qin Yujie? It must be him. Aside from him, who else in Tianyuan Sect could possess such fearsome combat power? The surrounding crowd gazed at Qin Yujie's terrifying sword aura, whispering among themselves in astonishment. Chapter 225, Minor Teleportation Talisman. It happened in the blink of an eye. While everyone was still murmuring in discussion, the two attacks collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening sound that shook the very earth. The shockwave sent many bystanders flying backward. Those with weaker cultivation levels were severely injured by nothing more than the residual energy of this clash. Just as the crowd believed the battle was over, Qin Yujie's sword qi continued forward like an unstoppable torrent. After breaking through Xiao Tai's blade aura, it hurtled relentlessly toward him. Xiao Tai stared at the terrifying sword qi rushing toward him, his face twisted in horror. He never expected that his full-powered attack, his pride, his ultimate blade intent, had been effortlessly shattered by Qin Yujie. Now he remembered who this person was. If his guess was correct, this must be Qin Yujie, the rising star renowned within the Tianyuan Sect. I can't possibly block this sword qi. Frantically, Xiao Tai pulled out a talisman from his storage ring. Not caring about anything else, he activated it instantly. In the next moment, Xiao Tai's figure vanished completely. The instant Xiao Tai disappeared, Qin Yujie's terrifying sword qi struck the empty ground where he had just stood, carving a horrifying gash into the earth. This deep slash split the entire ground in two, an awe-inspiring and chilling sight. A minor teleportation talisman. Qin Yujie looked slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Xiao Tai to possess such a powerful escape artifact. The minor teleportation talisman was a type of charm that enabled instantaneous movement. Upon activation, the user could teleport dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. Qin Yujie's soul force was immensely powerful now, his eyes fixed on a certain direction invisible to others. Though he could have pursued and killed Xiao Tai, he was confident his speed would catch up soon enough. He decided against it, thinking of the large group of Ghost Shadow Sect members still unaccounted for. In Qin Yujie's view, as long as they remained within the battlefield of the Demon region, he would inevitably cross paths with Xiao Tai again sooner or later. All disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, hear my order, leave not a single member of the Ghost Shadow Sect alive. Qin Yujie gazed coldly at the remaining Ghost Shadow Sect cultivators and issued his command. Seeing their revered senior brother Xiao abandon them and flee alone, the Ghost Shadow disciples fell into despair, their morale plummeting. Senior brother Xiao actually ran away? Oh no, what are we supposed to do now? Let's run too. Scatter in different directions. Maybe some of us will survive. With no will to fight, the disciples began fleeing chaotically in all directions. Qin Yujie took out the solar-piercing divine bow. Every fleeing disciple was easily slain. After witnessing the fate of those who tried to escape, the remaining Ghost Shadow members froze in fear. None dared to run anymore. If we can't escape, then I'll take at least one of you down with me. That's right. Kill one, we break even. Kill two, we profit. True, not everyone in the Tianyuan Sect is strong. Except for Qin Yujie, the rest may not be beyond our reach. Senior brother, Xiao must be going to find the Demon Sect. Remember, we only brought 1,000 people this time. Our Ghost Shadow Sect still has 5,000 disciples who have already joined forces with the Demon Sect to assault the Moonwater Sect. Listen well, disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Even if we die here today, your doom is inevitable. Yes, by now, the Moonwater Sect must have already been annihilated. Next, the combined might of the Ghost Shadow Sect and Demon Sect will crush you utterly. Realizing escape was hopeless, the disciples abandoned restraint. Desperation gave rise to recklessness, and a defiant, last-stand spirit surged through their ranks. Qin Yujie had deliberately killed those who attempted to flee. He could have wiped them all out with a single sword stroke, but he chose not to. The disciples of the Tianyuan Sect needed training, especially those standing beside him, Lin Qinin, Zheng Nanhua, Huang Youhe, and others. They needed real combat experience to deepen their martial comprehension and sharpen their skills. Facing life-and-death battles against so many Ghost Shadow Sect disciples presented both a trial and an opportunity for Lin Qinin and the rest. Moreover, each kill earned them sect contribution points, and the storage bags of the slain Ghost Shadow disciples belonged to whoever defeated them. Qin Yujie himself didn't need these points, nor did he care for the paltry possessions of ordinary Ghost Shadow disciples. But for the average disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, this was a rare chance to gain wealth and advancement. Thus, Qin Yujie simply stood aside quietly, watching, choosing not to participate in the battle, unless someone faced mortal danger, in which case he would intervene immediately. What Qin Yujie didn't realize was that this very act filled his fellow disciples with profound gratitude. His reputation within the Tianyuan Sect soared higher than ever before, reaching its peak. Half an hour later, every last disciple of the Ghost Shadow Sect lay dead. Today, Lin Qinin and the others had fought numerous opponents. Their practical combat experience had grown at an astonishing rate. In this battle, the Tianyuan Sect had lost only around 50 people, while over 1,000 disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect were completely wiped out, an overwhelming victory. As blood flowed like a river across the hillside, everyone began cutting off the heads of the fallen Ghost Shadow disciples and collecting their spoils. Qin Yujie released his scarlet azure flame, setting fire to the corpses until every last one of them was reduced to ashes. Boss, according to what the Ghost Shadow members said, the Moonwater Sect is already on the brink of collapse. Can we still make it in time if we head there now? Zheng Nanhua asked. It's definitely too late. Let's destroy the Ghost Shadow Sect's main base first, then deal with the Demon Sect. If the Moonwater Sect's headquarters has already been destroyed, rushing there now would be pointless. As for any surviving Moonwater Sect disciples who manage to escape, they'll certainly head toward our Tianyuan Sect's main base for help. Zhang Qiuling used to be a Moonwater disciple herself. She won't turn them away. As long as they remain within the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, they'll be safe. Qin Yujie glanced at the group. At that moment, everyone looked at him with admiration and reverence. In their eyes, Qin Yujie was now their beacon of hope. Move out. Full advance, toward the Ghost Shadow Sect's main base. With a loud shout, Qin Yujie led the entire force charging forward in a mighty surge toward the Ghost Shadow capital. The Ghost Shadow Sect's main base was now nearly empty. Apart from a small issue force, most of its members had joined the Demon Sect. Had Qin Yujie not appeared, Xiao Tai's plan would have succeeded perfectly. The Ghost Shadow Sect and Demon Sect would have joined forces, swiftly annihilated the Moonwater Sect before anyone could react, and then combined their armies to besiege the Tianyuan Sect. Facing 2 powerful orthodox sects simultaneously, the Tianyuan Sect would have stood no chance, utterly crushed without resistance. Yet no one had anticipated that Qin Yujie would lead the main force of the Tianyuan Sect not only away from their own base, but also successfully wipe out 1,000 Ghost Shadow cultivators. Of course, Qin Yujie wouldn't have left the main base undefended if not for the protection of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation and the presence of Zhang Qiuling. The banner at the main base was the decisive factor for victory. He would never have risked leaving otherwise. Chapter 226, Slapping Master Luo. Along the way, Qin Yujie led Lin Qinin and Huang Youhe in a flying carriage. He controlled the speed carefully, swiftly guiding everyone toward Ghost Shadow Sect's main base. The disciples left behind at Ghost Shadow Sect trembled with fear at the sight of the Tianyuan Sect's massive procession. Kill. Spare no one. Qin Yujie ordered. An hour later, Ghost Shadow Sect's main base was utterly destroyed, and its flag seized by Qin Yujie. What Qin Yujie didn't know was that the scenes within the Demon Realm battlefield could be seen from outside. Above the battlefield floated a mirror, a treasure of Immortal Sect's master known as the Jingle mirror, which reflected the combat inside the Demon Realm in real time. 3 hours earlier. At this moment, on a mountain peak just outside the Demon Realm battlefield, the leaders of the 4 sects each sat in a separate corner, eyes fixed upon the images in the Jingle mirror. Shallow Cold, the leader of Moonwater Sect, wore an expression of utter dismay. She never imagined that her sect's main base, under joint assault from Ghost Shadow and Immortal sects, had already been breached, its flag taken by Immortal forces. Moreover, countless Moonwater disciples had been killed or wounded. Only a small fraction escaped, fleeing disgracefully toward Tianyuan Sect's base. Shallow Cold had already given up hope for victory. Her Moonwater Sect was significantly stronger than Tianyuan overall, yet even they had fallen. There was no way Tianyuan could win now. Once Ghost Shadow and Immortal rested the night through, recovered their strength, and joined forces with Xiao Tai's other team, every single member of Tianyuan and Moonwater would be slaughtered without mercy. Looking at Hong Yuchuan, the calm and composed leader of Tianyuan Sect, Shallow Cold scowled bitterly. She couldn't understand why Hong Yuchuan had convinced her to accept this battle. Now the 2 righteous sects were utterly humiliated. Was she supposed to let these demonic sects continue running rampant? Master Qian, I regret to say that both your Moonwater Sect and Tianyuan Sect have lost. Per our agreement, from now on, Lingtian Kingdom shall recognize Ghost Shadow and Immortal sects as supreme. Fu Herong, the master of Immortal Sect, said with a smile. That's right. From today, Ghost Shadow and Immortal are the upper sects, while you Tianyuan and Moonwater are lower sections. You must both remember your place henceforth. Luo Shuahao, leader of Ghost Shadow Sect, added smugly, his face brimming with triumph. Shallow Cold's expression twisted with fury. Her face darkened, and if not for their prior agreement restraining them, she would have attacked on the spot. Master Fu, your son Fu Kunyang has indeed improved greatly lately. I never expected him to reach 7th heaven rank already. Truly, heroes rise young. Under Zhou Moheo's guidance, he might even break into the We'll See realm this time. Luo Shuahao flattered. It's all thanks to Moonwater and Tianyuan sects. Without the sea of blood you provided, how could my son's demonic cultivation advance so rapidly? And what about your own Xiao Tai? Reaching 4th level of the We'll See realm and mastering the grand completion of Golden Sword Intent. That future of his is truly boundless. The Immortal Sect master laughed. Master Yin, Master Fu, do you think we don't exist? If you keep spewing such arrogance, we won't mind breaking our pact and starting a war. Even mutual annihilation wouldn't scare us. Shallow Cold snapped coldly. Indeed, Tianyuan Sect won't hesitate to shed all pretense either, Hong Yuchuan chimed in firmly. If a full-scale clash broke out among the four sects, it would bring disaster to all. Naturally, none wanted open war, but even a mud figurine has its limits. If Enma and Ghost Shadow pressed too hard, the two righteous sects wouldn't back down. Master Qian, Master Hong, our apologies, we spoke out of turn. But even now, no matter how angry you are, the outcome cannot be changed. You'd better accept defeat gracefully. It'll save lives, Luo Shuahao said, still smiling. Just then, Hong Yuchuan suddenly smiled confidently. Master Luo, isn't it too early for you to say that? I suspect very soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Both Luo Shuahao and Fu Herong frowned in confusion, unable to grasp where Hong Yuchuan's confidence came from. Fu Herong sent a wisp of true energy into the Tianyuan mirror. Instantly, the scene shifted, now showing Qin Yujie leading the Tianyuan Sword Sect group arriving at the Great Canyon. So what? A mere 8th heaven rank warrior? What can he possibly do? Don't tell me you're pinning your hopes on him? That's absolutely hilarious. Fu Herong burst into laughter. Yes, it seems Master Hong is desperate and grasping at straws. No matter, let Xiao Tai destroy everything. Once your people enter this Great Canyon, there will be no retreat for Tianyuan Sword Sect. They'll be completely annihilated. Xiao Tai isn't only a monstrous genius in martial cultivation, but also a master of military strategy. Today, it truly seems Tianyuan Sword Sect will be wiped out to the last man. Luo Shuehao said ly. Qian Mihan watched the scene within the Tianyuan mirror, her heart tightening with tension. Just then, she heard a voice from inside the mirror, the squad leader reporting to Qin Yujie that there was no danger ahead. There's clearly danger up ahead. Surely he won't really lead his entire force into a trap. Qian Mihan's face filled with worry. Her Moonwater Sect was nearly wiped out already. If Tianyuan Sword Sect suffered the same fate, then in this Demon Realm battlefield, both righteous sects would truly have lost. In my opinion, this man is an utter fool. Don't blink now, everyone. Let us witness together the grand spectacle of Tianyuan Sword Sect's total annihilation. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Xiao Tai has done exceptionally well this time. When we return to the sect, I'll reward him handsomely. Luo Shuahao gloated. At that moment, Hong Yuchuan was also sweating nervously. Though he knew Qin Yujie himself could easily kill anyone even if ambushed, given his strength, the massive number of Tianyuan Sword's disciples would suffer catastrophic losses if they fell into an ambush. Just as everyone held their breath in suspense, Qin Yujie suddenly analyzed the situation. Simply by noticing the absence of startled birds flying from the forest, he led his group safely around the canyon. Qin Yujie's meticulous observation and cautious reasoning left everyone utterly stunned. Master Luo, the grand spectacle you promised really was something to see, though I didn't expect you'd be slapped in the face so quickly. Qian Mihan laughed. What's there to brag about? This brat merely got lucky. Military tactics are useless against overwhelming power. Xiao Tai was just playing with them. The moment he truly strikes, not a single person from Tianyuan Sword Sect can stand against him. Luo Shuahao snapped, his face darkening. Chapter 227. The Wager Between Two Sect Masters. It had to be said, Luo Shuahao was right. Xiao Tai's strength and talent were plain for all to see. With his 4th level Wheel C realm cultivation, wiping out everyone from Tianyuan Sect would indeed be effortless. Huh? This brat actually dares to set an ambush for Xiao Tai and his group at Qingyun Mountain? Has he lost his mind? Doesn't he know his own limits? Fu Herong, the ancestor of Demon Sect, sneered mockingly. Indeed, one should know their place. How dare a mere ant at the 8th level of the mortal realm even think of ambushing our Ghost Shadow Sect disciples? He's practically begging for death, added Luo Shuahao, the ancestor of Ghost Shadow Sect, with a scornful laugh. Moreover, look how ridiculous this kid is, actually lighting a fire and creating smoke while trying to lie in wait. Isn't that just openly announcing, I'm here to ambush you? Unbelievably stupid beyond salvation, continued Fu Herong, laughing derisively. Exactly. The moment Xiao Tai sees this setup, he'll immediately see through the plan. How could someone like this ever hope to challenge Xiao Tai in the art of war? Utterly foolish. Fu Herong and Luo Shuahao exchanged jabs, relentlessly mocking Qin Yujie shown on the heaven and earth mirror. What's going on? Why has Xiao Tai taken the left path? Even a blind man could tell there's an ambush waiting there. Luo Shuahao exclaimed, confused. Yes, won't your disciple now walk straight into the trap? Added Fu Herong. Haha, it seems Xiao Tai has been too clever by half. But Qin Yujie anticipated his anticipation. He's already accounted for Xiao Tai's every thought. Xiao Tai is so arrogant. I'd say it's not Qin Yujie who's stupid, but Xiao Tai himself. Hong Yuchuan laughed. As they debated, the battle between the two groups erupted, and Qin Yujie found himself facing off directly against Xiao Tai. Ha ha ha, excellent. This kid really doesn't know his place. Daring to fight Xiao Tai head-on? He must be suicidal, declared Fu Herong without hesitation. Indeed. So what if Xiao Tai fell for the trick? In the face of absolute power, all schemes and stratagems are meaningless. Hong Sect Master, open your eyes wide. Your entire Tianyuan Sect is about to be wiped out. Luo Shuahao boasted proudly. Apart from Hong Yuchuan, none of the other 3 sect masters held any hope for Qin Yujie. Even Qian Mian believed Qin Yujie stood no chance against Xiao Tai. After all, Xiao Tai had mastered the ultimate blade intent and reached the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, whereas Qin Yujie was still only at the 8th level of the mortal realm, a massive disparity in cultivation. Luo Sect Master, don't jump to conclusions yet. The real show hasn't even begun. Qin Yujie's true strength is beyond your imagination. It might very well be your ghost shadow sect that gets completely wiped out. Hong Yuchuan replied calmly. Of course, Hong Yuchuan didn't reveal to them that Qin Yujie had once instantly slain Tang Jinan, a sword cultivation genius at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, back when he was merely at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Nor did he mention that Qin Yujie had long since comprehended perfect sword intent. More importantly, they didn't know that Qin Yujie was the disciple of Jiang Fanshuan, a monarch-ranked cultivator. Could such a person truly lack powerful trump cards? Oh, and where does Sect Master Hong derive such confidence? Have you gone mad? Luo Shuahao scoffed disdainfully. Everyone knew Xiao Tai was a monstrously gifted blade prodigy. Ordinary cultivators at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm couldn't match him. For Hong Yuchuan to claim a mere 8th level mortal realm warrior could defeat Xiao Tai, no one in their right mind would believe such a thing. Sect Master Luo, if you doubt me, how about we make a wager? Do you have the courage? Hong Yuchuan asked serenely, like a monk in deep meditation. Humph, what kind of bet? Luo Shuahao replied carelessly. I happen to possess a piece of demon bloodshaw stone, one you've coveted for quite some time, I believe. I'll use it as my stake. In return, I want the heaven and earth mirror you carry. Do you dare accept? Hong Yuchuan stated. The demon bloodshaw stone contained pure, refined Sha energy, the finest resource for cultivating demonic techniques. With such a treasure, Luo Shuahao would undoubtedly break through from the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm to the mortal realm. Incredible. You're actually putting forth something as rare as the demon bloodshaw stone. What makes you so confident this boy can defeat Xiao Tai? Luo Shuahao didn't agree immediately, probing cautiously. What? Not daring? Then forget it. But miss this chance, and you'll never lay hands on this stone again, Hong Yuchuan said indifferently. Precisely, Sect Master Luo. Your courage is truly lacking. All this talk about how mighty your ghost shadow sect Xiao Tai is, yet you fear a mere 8th level mortal realm warrior? Clearly, Xiao Tai is nothing but fame without substance. Invincible within his realm? More like utterly useless. Qian Mian chimed in, fanning the flames. Shallow Sect Master, forget it. Since Luo Sect Master doesn't dare, then we'll drop the matter. Ha! Hong Yuchuan said with a laugh. Hee, Sect Master Hong. I think you're just putting on an act. If you truly use the demon bloodshaw stone as stakes, then I'll accept without hesitation. But do you dare swear by the heavenly Tao? Who knows if you'll renege afterward? Luo Shuahao pondered for a moment, but ultimately felt that Xiao Tai was destined to win from every angle, so he agreed to the bet. Moreover, if he backed down today, word would spread and damage Luo Shuahao's reputation. With such a vast gap between Qin Yujie and Xiao Tai in cultivation, refusing the wager would make Luo Shuahao appear weak and cowardly. His dignity and authority would be utterly ruined. Fine. Then let us both swear by the heavenly Tao. Once the oath is taken, no one can go back on their word, Hong Yuchuan replied. Both Luo Shuahao and Hong Yuchuan swore oaths under the heavenly Tao, finalizing the wager. Neither could break it now, or they would suffer dire consequences from the heavens themselves. Sect Master Hong, I really don't know what madness has possessed you, actually handing over the demon bloodshaw stone to me. Could it be that you already know your Tianyuan Sect is doomed to lose in this upcoming chaos war of the demon domain? So you're offering this as a preemptive gesture of goodwill? Pretending it's a bet, yet openly giving it to me, thus pleasing me while preserving your own prestige as a righteous sect master. What an ingenious two birds with one stone strategy, Luo Shuahao said smugly. Honestly speaking, Luo Shuahao's reasoning wasn't bad. It sounded almost convincing, nearly tricking even Qian Mian into believing it. After all, who would believe a mortal realm 8th level warrior could possibly win? Wasn't this gamble clearly a lost cause for Hong Yuchuan? Sect Master Luo, you're overthinking it. I simply want your heaven and earth mirror. That's all. Hong Yuchuan couldn't help but admire Luo Shuahao's wild imagination. At that very moment, Qin Yujie and Xiao Tai clashed. Their first exchange ended in a complete draw. Chapter 228, Everyone's Shock. Hong Sect Master, don't get too cocky. Xiao Tai only used a third of his strength earlier. Your disciple may be strong, but he definitely won't withstand what comes next. After all, Xiao Tai hasn't even unleashed his blade intent yet. That's right, Hong Sect Master, just hand over the demon bloodslaw stone now. You'll have to give it to me sooner or later anyway. Luo Shuahao was ecstatic inside. He couldn't believe his luck today. He was about to obtain a demon bloodslaw stone for free. Truly, heaven favored him. Could it be that he, Luo Shuahao, was the chosen one destined by fate? Was this the beginning of his long-anticipated rise, with opportunities coming knocking on their own? Indeed, wasn't this demon bloodslaw stone practically handing itself to him? Lost in reverie, Luo Shuahao felt as though his martial cultivation path was finally about to ascend gloriously. Luo Sect Master, don't celebrate too soon. Beware of joy turning into sorrow, Hong Yuchuan said calmly. Hong Sect Master, you won't believe it until you see the coffin. Fine, I'll wait a little longer. It won't take much time anyway. Hardly had Luo Shuahao finished speaking when Qin Yujie and Xiao Tai clashed once more. This time, Xiao Tai unleashed his perfected gold blade intent. Ha ha ha. This is Xiao Tai's ultimate slash, a fusion of perfected gold blade intent. At their same cultivation realm, no one can stand against him. As Luo Shuahao gloated, Hong Yuchuan smiled and said, that kid Qin Yujie has finally decided to use his complete wind sword intent. There's a fundamental difference between perfected blade intent and full-stage sword intent. The power gap is astronomical. What? Complete wind sword intent? That's impossible. He's only at the 8th heaven human realm. Fu Herong exclaimed in shock. While everyone stood stunned, Qin Yujie launched a single sword strike, so terrifying that Xiao Tai panicked and activated a minor teleportation talisman, fleeing in disarray. At this point, the outcome was clear. Xiao Tai had lost, utterly and completely. Had he not swiftly used the teleportation talisman, he would have been slain by Qin Yujie's blade. Luo Sect Master, hand over your Qiankuan mirror, Hong Yuchuan said with a smile. Hong Sect Master, you're truly crafty, digging a pit and waiting for me to jump right in. I admit defeat, you win. Bound by an oath sworn upon the heavenly Tao, Luo Shuahao had no choice but to surrender the Qiankuan mirror to Hong Yuchuan. After half an hour of refinement, the Qiankuan mirror belonged entirely to Hong Yuchuan. Hong Sect Master, you've hidden your cards too well. For Qin Yujie to possess such monstrous sword talent, could he possibly be from the Qin family of Yushuan City? Qian Mian asked, puzzled. You guessed correctly, Sect Master Qian. He indeed belongs to the Qin family, and he's that man's son. Hong Yuchuan replied. He's the son of Qin Hanjing. Qian Mian trembled inwardly. Qin Hanjing's name was known throughout Ling Tian Kingdom, legendary, unmatched. At his peak, as a sovereign-level cultivator, he could obliterate the 4 great sects with a single finger. Though his cultivation had eventually been destroyed and his whereabouts became unknown, the glory of the Qin family still remained vivid in everyone's memory. This young man's talent surpasses even his father's. It's truly a case of the blue outshining the indigo. Sect Master Luo, would you consider allowing Qin Yujie to join our Shuewa sect? After all, Qin Hanjing was once my senior brother in the sect, Qian Mian proposed. In his youth, Qin Hanjing had joined the Shuewa sect and was personally taken as the foremost disciple by the then sect master. Qian Mian was the daughter of that sect master. When her father tragically perished during cultivation years later, she inherited leadership of the sect. The reason Qian Mian had reached the 9th rotation C realm at such a young age was largely due to help she'd received from Qin Hanjing in the past. Even the imperial family of Yushuan City refrained from openly attacking the Qin family, partly because they feared retaliation from the Shuewa sect. Qian Mian had spent recent years secluded in closed-door cultivation. She wouldn't have emerged now if not for the great battle in the demon region. She never expected Qin Yujie's sword talent to be so terrifyingly prodigious. Hong Yuchuan stroked his beard, glared wide-eyed, and snapped. Sect Master Qian, are you trying to poach my disciple right under my nose? Is this how people behave? I was just making idle talk, Qian Mian replied with a faint smile. Luo Shuahao and Fu Herong exchanged glances, both trembling inwardly. We must eliminate Qin Yujie early, Luo Shuahao thought grimly. If we let him grow stronger, there will be no place left for Ghost Shadow Sect or Inma Sect in Lingtian Kingdom. He hadn't forgotten. Qin Yujie had already slaughtered nearly 1,000 disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect. Given his ruthless hatred toward both Ghost Shadow Sect and Inma Sect, once Qin Yujie matured, he would become a nightmare for both sects. On the battlefield of the Demon Region, Qin Yujie led numerous disciples of Tianyuan Sect in successfully capturing the main base of the Ghost Shadow Sect. Now, all that remained was to break through Inma Sect's stronghold. The victory of this entire war was within reach. Senior Brother Xiao, I just received news that Shuewa Sect's main base was broken into by Inma Sect people yesterday. Now only our Tianyuan Sect remains. A Tianyuan Sect disciple said to Qin Yujie. Rest for half an hour, then we'll head to Inma Sect and end this battle. Qin Yujie ordered the group. On the other side, Xiao Tai had already fled back to Inma Sect's main base. After the battle with Shuewa Sect, of the more than 4,000 Ghost Shadow Sect disciples, only 3,000 remained, while Inma Sect still had over 3,000, making a total force of more than 6,000. Meanwhile, Qin Yujie's Tianyuan Sect numbered only around 4,000. In terms of sheer numbers, Inma Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect still held the upper hand. Yet the outcome of this battle would be decided solely by 3 men, Qin Yujie, Xiao Tai, and Zhou Moheo. Numbers would not change the result. Xiao Tai, is this Qin Yujie really that strong? He defeated you with just one sword strike. Zhou Moheo asked gravely inside Inma Sect's main base. Of course, one-on-one, neither of us would stand a chance against him. Only if we join forces can we kill him. Xiao Tai recalled his near-death escape, still shuddering in fear. Good. Then we'll attack together. If Qin Yujie dares come here, today will be the day of his death. Zhou Moheo said coldly. Senior Brother Zhou, after we kill Qin Yujie, make sure you save some of his blood for me. Fu Kunyang laughed. Fu Kunyang had barely escaped with his life from Qin Yujie before. This time, he was determined to take revenge. Qin Yujie is a genius of the sword path. His blood might be extraordinary. Let's split it among the 3 of us. As for his corpse, give it to me. I can refine it into a demonic puppet. We'll discuss how to divide his cultivation resources later. Zhou Moheo mused for a moment, then said. Chapter 229, The Final Battle. As for Zhou Moheo's decision, the other 2 naturally had no objections. After all, Zhou Moheo was the strongest among them. Though his cultivation realm was at the 4th level of Will Sijing, his actual power surpassed even Xiao Tai by a noticeable margin. Fu Kunyang, though he was the son of the Yin Demon Sect's master, possessed only average talent. If it weren't for saving face from Master Fu, Zhou Moheo wouldn't have wanted to share any blood with him at all. The fact that Fu Kunyang could now receive 1/3 of the blood already represented a major concession from Zhou Moheo. Qin Yujie had no idea that the three of them were already scheming how to divide his blood and resources. 2 hours later, Qin Yujie arrived near the main base of the Demon Sect, accompanied by disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. By the time Qin Yujie appeared, Zhou Moheo and Xiao Tai had already led everyone from both the Demon Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect outside the main base, waiting. Qin Yujie, I didn't expect you to actually dare come. Zhou Moheo said coolly, staring at him. Qin Yujie, today is your day of death. With me and brother Zhou joining forces, not even wings could save you now. Xiao Tai said coldly, eyes fixed on Qin Yujie. Xiao Tai hadn't forgotten how close he'd once come to dying at Qin Yujie's hands, not to mention wasting one of his precious small teleportation talismans on him. He harbored deep hatred toward Qin Yujie. Looking at the massive crowd from the Demon and Ghost Shadow sects, Qin Yujie sneered contemptuously. Although the combined numbers of the Ghost Shadow and Demon sects were twice that of the Tianyuan Sect, at Qin Yujie's level of power, mere quantity no longer determined victory or defeat. Even if Zhou Moheo and Xiao Tai joined forces, killing both of them would be effortless. Are you certain the two of you together can even match me? Qin Yujie said indifferently. Don't get arrogant just because you've beaten me before, Xiao Tai sneered. With brother Zhou and me teaming up, you probably won't even survive a single move. Xiao Tai, stop wasting words. Let's attack together. Zhou Moheo, tired of further pointless talk, moved swiftly with Xiao Tai. In an instant, they flanked Qin Yujie from left and right, surrounding him. Outside the battlefield of the demon domain, Luo Xuehao and Fu Herong saw Zhou Moheo and Xiao Tai successfully encircle Qin Yujie and immediately wore triumphant smiles. Master Hong, Qin Yujie is definitely going to die this time. You know, Zhou Moheo's strength far surpasses Xiao Tai's. Now that they're working together, there's no way Qin Yujie can stand against them. Fu Herong said with a grin. Fu Herong knew better than anyone just how powerful Zhou Moheo truly was. Up until now, Zhou Moheo had never revealed his full strength. On the surface, he was slightly stronger than Xiao Tai, but in reality, Zhou Moheo could kill Xiao Tai in less than 3 moves. Fu Herong hadn't shared this secret with anyone else, but he quietly transmitted it to Luo Xuehao. Luo Xuehao's expression shifted instantly. It seemed he had just discovered a golden opportunity, not only to win back the Jingle mirror, but also to deal a severe blow to Hong Yuqian and Qin Mihan. Master Hong, since you're so confident in Qin Yujie, are you willing to make another bet? If Qin Yujie wins, you win. If Qin Yujie loses, we win. Luo Xuehao said calmly. Oh, what do you want to bet? Hong Yuqian couldn't be completely sure of Qin Yujie's victory this time either, but recalling that Qin Yujie's master, Jiang Fanqian, was at the Emperor realm, his confidence returned. Still, he deliberately showed a panicked expression on his face. If Hong Yuqian appeared too calm, Luo Xuehao might grow suspicious again, and possibly back out of the wager. Seeing Hong Yuqian's frightened look, Luo Xuehao and Fu Herong immediately understood. He clearly had no confidence in Qin Yujie's survival. Their hearts surged with excitement, though they struggled hard to suppress their joy outwardly. I happen to have a piece of Azure Jade Thunder Bamboo here, infused with a trace of Thunder attribute. It's priceless. I'll wager it against your earlier Jingle Mirror and Demon Blood Evil Stone. That should be fair enough. Luo Xuehao pulled out the Azure Jade Thunder Bamboo from his storage pouch and said calmly, Azure Jade Thunder Bamboo. I didn't expect Master Luo to possess such a rare treasure. But still, I think I'll pass. This time, Qin Yujie faces overwhelming odds. There's no need for me to take such a risk. Hong Yuqian replied hesitantly. Master Hong, you're really too timid. Fu Herong chimed in, pouring oil on the fire. In the path of martial cultivation, no one knows who will prevail until the very end. Perhaps Qin Yujie will create a miracle? Some geniuses grow stronger the fiercer the battle. Given how monstrously talented he is in sword arts, you should believe in him. That's right, Master Hong. Your courage is pitifully small. Don't make me look down on you. Luo Xuehao added mockingly. Hong Yuqian was secretly ecstatic, but he still hesitated for a moment before finally appearing to make up his mind, saying unwillingly, Fine, I'll take your bet. You're right. I believe Qin Yujie can create a miracle. Fu Herong was also inwardly overjoyed, yet he kept his expression under tight control as he turned to Qin Mihan and said, Master Qian, I wonder if you'd like to join the wager too? I happen to have an unhatched Ice Soul Silkworm cocoon here. Rumor has it this would be extremely beneficial for you. If you're interested, why not bet your ghost-faced spider cocoon against it? I didn't expect the Ice Soul Silkworm cocoon to be in your possession. Very well, I'm in. The reason Qin Mihan dared to take such a risk was naturally because Hong Yuqian had secretly transmitted to her. Otherwise, she would never have gambled away her precious ghost-faced spider cocoon. The 4 of them swore oaths upon the heavenly Tao, and thus the bet was sealed. Once the wager was officially established, Fu Herong and Luo Xuehao couldn't hide their smugness any longer. Fu Herong, full of confidence, said, Master Luo, Master Qian, this time you've both miscalculated. Fu Kunyang's strength is far from what it seems on the surface. He possesses terrifying fortuitous opportunities and near-invincible power. There's no way Qin Yujie can possibly stand against him. Hong Yuqian was stunned internally, bewildered by where Fu Herong had gained such certainty to make such a definitive claim. It's still too early to say that, Hong Yuqian retorted Bufuchita. Didn't you just say Qin Yujie might still create a miracle? Huh, if I hadn't said that, would you have even joined this bet? I can't believe you actually took it seriously, Master Hong. You really are naive. Luo Xuehao mocked triumphantly. How despicable of you, Hong Yuqian said angrily. Yes, Master Luo, I've been dragged into this unfairly. All because of you? I'm ruined. Qian Mihan added with apparent fury. Even at this point, Han Yuchuan and Qian Mihan were still pretending. If Qin Yujie saw them, he'd surely award both of them an Oscar. Chapter 230, 1 against 2. Hong Zhongzhu, Qian Zhongzhu, we didn't force you into this wagered battle. This was your own choice, bound by the heavenly Tao oath. There's no backing out now. With this ghost-face spider cocoon, my strength will rise another level. Looks like today truly is a fortunate day, Fu Herong said with a laugh. Yes, and with the demon Bloodshaw stone, my demonic cultivation technique will advance even further. Hong Zhongzhu, thank you for so generously handing over such a precious treasure. I must say, you're truly a kind-hearted man. Luo Shuahao added sarcastically. You are despicable, Hong Yuchuan said, furious beyond control. Humph. Qian Mian snorted coldly, then remained silent. As everyone exchanged words, inside the Demon Realm Grand Battlefield, the confrontation between Qin Yujie, Xiao Tai, and Zhou Moheo reached its boiling point. Qin Yujie, your life ends here. Xiao Tai surged with terrifying true energy. At this moment, his aura was overwhelming, as if he had become a god or demon incarnate. Heavenly Demon Sword Technique, third form. Heavenly Demon pacifies the world. Metal Blade Intent. Merge. Without hesitation, Xiao Tai unleashed his strongest move. Grasping his blade with both hands, he slashed downward fiercely. Instantly, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth went into violent upheaval, and a terrifying golden blade beam erupted outward, rushing toward Qin Yujie at blinding speed. The onlookers stared in awe at Xiao Tai's devastating blade beam. Though many had seen him fight before, they were once again stunned by the brilliance of this strike. That blade beam from Brother Xiao is terrifying. Yes, Brother Xiao is a sword cultivation genius, born with heavenly gifts. Such talent is beyond our dreams. Matured Metal Blade Intent. His comprehension ability is monstrous. Indeed, only at Sea of Rotation 4th rank, yet already reached the pinnacle stage of Blade Intent. This kind of talent puts us all to shame. People say all beings are equal, but where is equality among humans? Someone like Brother Xiao, a dragon among men, is nothing like us common folk. He's destined to rise. Absolutely. Brother Xiao is like the great Peng bird. Once the wind rises, he'll soar on the wind, ascending 90,000 li into the sky. The surrounding crowd stood stunned, their voices rising in discussion over Xiao Tai's astonishing power. Qin Yujie watched the incoming blade beam expressionlessly. Just as he prepared to counter with a thrust of his sword, suddenly a terrifying sword beam came piercing from behind. It was Zhou Moheo who seized the perfect moment and struck. The crowd gasped. Compared to the raw might of Xiao Tai's blade beam, Zhou Moheo's sword beam felt eerie and unnatural. It appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet its destructive power surpassed even Xiao Tai's. This was because Zhou Moheo was using the Shadow Sword technique. The Shadow Sword technique was famous throughout Lingtian country, an uncanny sword art renowned not only for its power, but also for its invisibility when fully mastered. At high levels, when one strikes, no visible sword beam can be seen. Only a faint shadow remains. When combined with an elusive body technique, the Shadow Sword technique made its user unpredictable and ghost-like. Often, opponents would fall, beheaded, before they could even react. Moreover, Zhou Moheo's sword favored lightness and speed. His blade was as thin as paper, crafted entirely from a transparent material, nearly invisible unless closely observed. Watching Zhou Moheo's eerie movements and sword beam, the surrounding cultivators shuddered inwardly. Any ordinary warrior facing someone like Zhou Moheo wouldn't even have time to raise their weapon before dying. Using half-step chasing cicada, Qin Yujie instantly disappeared from his original position. The spot where he had stood was immediately struck by two attacks simultaneously, one slicing through his afterimage. If Qin Yujie had reacted even slightly slower, he would have been pierced by Zhou Moheo's sinister sword beam. And while Xiao Tai's blade attack wasn't weak either, engaging him directly would leave Qin Yujie vulnerable to Zhou Moheo's deadly assault from behind. Neither Xiao Tai nor Zhou Moheo were ordinary warriors. Both were top-tier geniuses in martial cultivation within Lingtian country, with combat instincts far beyond normal standards. Together, their combined strength was more than the mere sum of two individuals. Yet regardless of how powerful they were, meeting Qin Yujie today marked their doom. As the saying goes, among all martial arts, nothing conquers speed. Qin Yujie had already perfected the half-step chasing cicada technique. Though both Xiao Tai and Zhou Moheo possessed respectable movement skills, compared to Qin Yujie, they were vastly inferior. Your speed is too slow. No matter how powerful your attacks are, if you can't hit me, it's all useless effort. Using half-step chasing cicada, Qin Yujie instantly reappeared behind Xiao Tai and flicked a finger toward him. Break heaven first finger. Instantly, a terrifying golden finger shadow shot straight at Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai's heart surged with fear. He hadn't expected Qin Yujie's movement technique to be so eerie. During their previous clash, he'd only realized how terrifying Qin Yujie's swordsmanship was, and this time, he'd instinctively overlooked Qin Yujie's agility. Great golden body shield. Xiao Tai circulated his true energy, instantly summoning a terrifying protective barrier around him. The shield glowed golden, radiating divine and mystical power. The surrounding cultivators were now completely mesmerized by the intense battle. Qin Yujie's movement is so fast. I can't even see his figure clearly. Yes, and that single finger strike of his carries immense power, overwhelming in momentum. An ordinary person could never withstand such an attack. I still think Zhou Moheo is more terrifying. His sword technique is too strange. You see, he's already appeared behind Qin Yujie again. Zhou Moheo's speed is horrifying. I feel his movement technique rivals Qin Yujie's in swiftness. Yes, Zhou Moheo still seems relaxed and unhurried. I don't think he's even shown his full strength yet. Do you really think our senior brother Xiao has unleashed everything? You have no idea just how powerful he truly is. What are you boasting about? Before our senior brother Qin, your Zhou Moheo and Xiao Tai are nothing but insignificant vermin, utterly incapable of standing against him. That's right. Our senior brother Qin is merely toying with them. Once he gets serious, no one could possibly stop him. Who can't brag? I'm too lazy to argue with you. If the battle between brother Zhou and brother Xiao weren't so amazing, I'd have killed you already. Exactly. Once Qin Yujie dies, none of you from Tianyuan Sect will pose any threat. Just one of our senior brothers Xiao or Zhou would be enough to slaughter every last one of you. Disciples from the Tianyuan Sect, Immortal Sect, and Guiying Sect broke into heated discussions. Right now, they had no intention of fighting. They knew their lives hung on the outcome of this confrontation between Qin Yujie and the other two. Chapter 231, The Fall of Xiao Tai. Amidst the murmurs and shock of the onlookers, Qin Yujie's attack instantly struck Xiao Tai's protective barrier, producing a thunderous, earth-shaking noise. Boom! Xiao Tai's shield shattered like a balloon under Qin Yujie's assault. How is this possible? Xiao Tai cried out in disbelief. He knew Qin Yujie's swordsmanship was formidable, but he never expected that even a casual finger strike from him could be so devastating. Break Heaven First Finger was inherently a low-grade heavenly-level martial skill, naturally terrifying in power, and Qin Yujie had cultivated it to the realm of perfection, making its destructive force even more fearsome. Moreover, Qin Yujie possessed an exceptionally robust physical body. Techniques like finger strikes and fist arts heavily relied on physical strength. The stronger the body, the more powerful such techniques became. Although Qin Yujie's most terrifying attacks were his sword arts, his other offensive skills were also extremely potent and sharp. Just as this devastating finger strike was about to land on Xiao Tai, Qin Yujie suddenly sensed a sharp sword intent lancing toward his back. Without needing to think, he knew it was Zhou Moheo who had struck. Shadow Sword Art, First Form, Phantom Sword Light. Speed Sword Intent. Seizing the moment, Zhou Moheo thrust forward with his sword, releasing a blade of energy moving at incomprehensible speed directly at Qin Yujie. The surrounding crowd watched this terrifying sword energy in utter dread. Zhou Moheo's sword move is actually this fast. What? That's Speed Sword Intent. Heavens! This is a fully achieved level of Speed Sword Intent. Of all martial arts under heaven, nothing prevails without speed. This slash is too fast. Who could possibly block it? The Shadow Sword Art is already a light and agile style. Now combined with Speed Sword Intent, it's practically invincible. Look, in the blink of an eye, Brother Zhou has already reached behind Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie pulled out a chopping board and instantly placed it behind his back. Under his control of true energy, the chopping board immediately became mystical and extraordinary. He ignored the incoming sword energy entirely, continuing to guide his golden finger streaking toward Xiao Tai. Bang! Under the force of Qin Yujie's horrifying attack, Xiao Tai's body exploded into pieces, utterly obliterated. No trace of him remained. Meanwhile, Zhou Moheo's sword energy, though terrifying, clashed violently against the supernatural chopping board. The collision triggered another round of tremors, shaking the heavens and earth. When the dust settled and calm returned, the crowd stared wide-eyed at Qin Yujie and Zhou Moheo, each now standing apart from the other. Everyone involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. They couldn't believe Qin Yujie chose to endure Zhou Moheo's attack, just to decisively eliminate Xiao Tai first. This proved not only that Qin Yujie possessed immense power, but also incredibly rich combat experience. After all, fighting two opponents simultaneously placed one under constant pressure, but now, with only one foe left, Qin Yujie's situation had improved dramatically. Of course, no one yet realized Qin Yujie's true strength. If he were serious, he could have defeated both Zhou Moheo and Xiao Tai in a single move. There would have been no need for evasive footwork at all. Outside the Demon Realm battlefield, Luo Xuehao's face darkened deeply. He hadn't expected that Xiao Tai would be brutally slain by Qin Yujie so soon after the battle began. He never imagined that not only was Qin Yujie powerful, but he also carried so many rare treasures. That chopping board, clearly no ordinary item, was undoubtedly a top-grade heavenly tier treasure. With such an artifact in hand, Qin Yujie's defense was now virtually impenetrable. Besides Luo Xuehao, Qian Mian and Fu Herong were also shocked beyond words. They realized they had seriously underestimated Qin Yujie's capabilities. Among the four present, only Hong Yuchuan sat there with a knowing smile, as if he had foreseen everything all along. Master Hong, you sly old fox, you must have known Qin Yujie's strength from the start. You deliberately put on an act before us. Luo Xuehao thought uneasily. Master Luo, don't worry. Zhou Moheo's abilities aren't limited to what you've seen. Rest assured, he will definitely win. Fu Herong said with a smile. Master Fu, I naturally trust your judgment. Hearing these words, Luo Xuehao felt a great weight lift from his heart. Back inside the Demon Realm battlefield, all eyes were now fixed solely on Qin Yujie and Zhou Moheo. Qin Yujie, I admit your strength is truly impressive, Zhou Moheo declared confidently. But today, you will still die? Because my power far exceeds anything you can imagine. Oh, Then show me your strongest technique. Qin Yujie replied indifferently, a hint of interest flickering in his voice. It had to be said, Xiao Tai's talent in the sword path was indeed remarkable. He had comprehended the speed sword intent and cultivated it to full mastery. Qin Yujie possessed the immortal sword body, and naturally, his talent in the sword path was monstrously outstanding. However, Qin Yujie didn't even need to personally comprehend sword intent, because what the system rewarded him with was already perfect sword intent. You claimed earlier that you've comprehended the perfect wind sword intent, Zhou Moheo said, staring at Qin Yujie with overwhelming arrogance. Today, let's see who is truly the superior swordsman. Fine, you go first. If I strike first, you won't even have a chance to attack, Qin Yujie replied calmly. Qin Yujie, you're far too arrogant. My strength isn't nearly as superficial as it seems. Very well, I'll show you my ultimate power today. I'll use only one sword technique. This single strike will determine both victory and death. Do you dare to face it? Zhou Moheo declared, brimming with immense confidence and absolute certainty. Good. Since you're so confident, let's end this with one move. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Qin Yujie, your sword talent is indeed impressive. But alas, a martial artist's true strength lies most importantly in cultivation level. Today, you are destined to die. As Zhou Moheo finished speaking, an overwhelming aura surged from his body, causing the spiritual energies throughout heaven and earth to tremble violently. At that moment, a sword chi erupted from within Zhou Moheo's body, instantly giving rise to a miraculous and divine phenomenon across the skies. The surrounding spectators, witnessing such a supernatural spectacle, were immediately stunned. Heavens! Zhou Moheo actually has innate sword bones, an innate sword constitution. That's a sword Dao spirit body. A sword Dao spirit body? Anyone possessing one is a peerless genius. While the sword Dao spirit body may not match the sword Dao saint body, in Lingtian Kingdom, his sword talent is undoubtedly among the very best. With a sword Dao spirit body, the ALE of any sword technique increases by at least double. Double? His sword energy was already terrifying before. If it becomes even stronger now, how devastating would that be? Qin Yujie is doomed. With Zhou Moheo's terrifying strength, just one sword strike will be more than enough to finish him. Chapter 232, Innate Sword Bone. Indeed, the innate sword bone. This is a rare constitution that every sword cultivator dreams of, but few can ever attain. Zhou Moheo is truly someone to envy. Heaven really does play favorites. With the innate sword bone, Zhou Moheo's path in sword cultivation will undoubtedly reach far greater heights. Yes, Brother Zhou is destined to become an unparalleled expert in the future. The surrounding crowd stared in astonishment at the extraordinary phenomenon appearing behind Zhou Moheo. At this moment, Qin Yujie observed the spectacle behind Zhou Moheo and murmured thoughtfully, "So it's the innate sword bone after all. Zhou Moheo, is this your trump card? The innate sword bone marks you as a sword spirit body. It possesses immense power and is indeed exceptional." Seeing Qin Yujie acknowledge his strength, Zhou Moheo was instantly filled with overwhelming arrogance. "Qin Yujie, you're nothing but an ordinary mortal body. How dare you compare yourself to my sword spirit body? Today, I'll show you the terrifying power of my innate sword bone. With the innate sword bone, my sword techniques receive about a one-fold increase in power. When combined with my sword intent and techniques, I can kill you effortlessly with just a single strike." Hearing Zhou Moheo's boastful words, the crowd couldn't help but believe him. He clearly had every reason to be confident. For a martial cultivator, possessing a spirit body was like standing in heaven compared to an ordinary body. The difference was as vast as earth and sky. Each spirit body possessed its own unique and formidable abilities. Any cultivator who obtained a spirit body was undoubtedly heaven's chosen favorite. Among all spirit bodies, the innate sword bone ranked mid-tier, yet its power was extraordinary. In a place like Lingtian Kingdom, a martial cultivator possessing any kind of spirit body would be regarded as the most outstanding prodigy under heaven. Outside the demon battlefield at this very moment, Hong Yuqian and Xian Mihan finally lost their composure. They stood up abruptly from their seats in shock. Could it be that Zhou Moheo actually has the innate sword bone? Hong Yuqian said in disbelief. Although Qin Yujie's talent in sword cultivation was monstrous, in Hong Yuqian's eyes, he was merely an ordinary-bodied cultivator since he hadn't displayed any special sword constitution during his time at Tianyuan Sect. However, considering how Jiang Fanxian, a sovereign-level expert, had willingly taken Qin Yujie as his disciple, Hong Yuqian immediately realized that Qin Yujie must be no ordinary genius. To someone like Jiang Fanxian who possessed the dual supreme body, ordinary spirit bodies were like trash. So why did Jiang Fanxian treat Qin Yujie so differently? Clearly, Qin Yujie must possess some incredibly powerful martial talent that Hong Yuqian knew nothing about. Alternatively, perhaps their own vision had been too limited to recognize the true extent of Qin Yujie's monstrous talent. Suddenly, Hong Yuqian remembered that before Jiang Fanxuan's arrival, there had once appeared an unprecedented heavenly anomaly above Tianyuan Sect, an event that shook the entire realm. A sudden realization struck Hong Yuqian like lightning. Could it be that the person who triggered that sword-related heavenly anomaly back then was actually Qin Yujie? If we calculate the timing, that period exactly coincided with when Qin Yujie began his meteoric rise from being an outer disciple servant. Hong Yuqian's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt as though he'd uncovered a colossal secret. Even now, he could still vaguely recall the terrifying scale of that heavenly phenomenon. The sound of 10,000 swords ringing in unison, celestial maidens playing divine music, phoenixes and dragons soaring together, ethereal melodies filling the air. That heavenly anomaly had been several times more terrifying and magnificent than when Jiang Fanxian awakened his sword supreme body. Hong Yuchuan organized his thoughts. Now everything seemed to make sense. Back then, Qin Yujie must have awakened some terrifying sword constitution, triggering that heavenly phenomenon, which led to his rapid rise from the lowest rank of servant disciples within Tianyuan Sect, continuously breaking through levels until becoming an inner disciple within mere months. It was likely Jiang Fanxian took him as a disciple precisely because of his astonishing sword constitution. That level of terrifying heavenly phenomenon might actually be the legendary Sword Supreme body, one even rarer and more supreme than the boundless sword body. Hong Yuchuan's face flushed with excitement. His expression shifted rapidly from worry to exhilaration. Of course, given Hong Yuchuan's perspective, he could only imagine Qin Yujie possessing the Sword Supreme body. The idea of a sword divine body was simply beyond his wildest imagination. After all, in a remote region like Lingtian Kingdom, where spiritual energy was thin and resources scarce, how could anyone possibly awaken a sword divine body? Such divine constitutions weren't even seen in places like Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. There was no way Hong Yuchuan would consider such a possibility. Still, if Hong Yuchuan knew that Qin Yujie truly possessed a sword divine body, one of the 4 supreme divine bodies, specifically the undying sword body, what on earth would he think then? Beside him, Fu Hairong noticed Hong Yuchuan's unusual behavior and couldn't help but feel smug. Director Hong, it seems you've lost this bet. Not only have you lost the match, but you're also about to lose a sword cultivation genius. How utterly tragic for you. Haha, Director Hong. The innate sword bone is a rare and priceless sword cultivation constitution. From now on, Zhou Moheo will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse. What a pity. Qin Yujie is destined to become nothing more than Zhou Moheo's stepping stone today. Luo Xuehao said with smug satisfaction. Director Qian, I must thank you for your ghost face spider cocoon. Never would I have imagined obtaining something so precious today. It's practically like finding treasure for free. Fu Hairong replied with a venomous smile directed at Qian Mian. Don't get too cocky just yet. So what if he has the innate sword bone? Special constitutions aren't invincible. There are many factors that decide the outcome of battle. Cultivation techniques, martial skills, magic treasures, combat experience. Every single one is indispensable. Though surprised by Zhou Moheo, Qian Mian still believed Qin Yujie wasn't without a chance. Fu Hairong and Luo Xuehao mocked Hong Yuchuan and Qian Mian in turn, exchanging barbed remarks with cold sneers. I agree with Director Qian. Don't celebrate too soon. You never know, perhaps in the end, it'll be Zhou Moheo who dies. Hong Yuchuan calmly regained his composure, sitting cross-legged on the ground like an old monk in meditation, speaking with quiet steadiness. Director Hong, you truly won't believe it until you see the coffin, will you? Fine then. Let us all watch together as Qin Yujie meets his end at the hands of Zhou Moheo. Fu Hairong declared confidently. The demon battlefield. At this moment, behind Zhou Moheo hovered a shimmering golden phantom of sword chi, the manifestation of the innate sword bone. Bolstered by this spectral aura, Zhou Moheo's power became even more terrifying. True energy coiled wildly around his body, his presence soaring to heaven-defying heights, as if he were a sword immortal descended from the heavens. Qin Yujie, beyond every person there's someone stronger, beyond every sky there's a higher sky. Daring to oppose me is the stupidest decision you've ever made in your life. Today, your fate is sealed. Before you die, allow me to show you my ultimate sword strike. Zhou Moheo looked down upon Qin Yujie with supreme arrogance. His words rang out like a death sentence, overbearing and authoritative. The surrounding crowd stood stunned by Zhou Moheo's overwhelming aura. None had expected that, after activating the innate sword bone, his power could become so terrifying. Chapter 233, The Formidable Zhou Moheo. What exactly are you so proud of? Attention Jingle may seem extraordinary to others, but in my eyes, it's no better than trash, utterly worthless. Qin Yujie said, staring at the overwhelmingly powerful Zhou Moheo with words that were nothing short of shocking. These words struck like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, sending waves rippling through the crowd. Everyone present was stunned by Qin Yujie's boldness. Has Qin Yujie lost his mind? I admit he has exceptional talent in swordsmanship, but compared to senior brother Zuxian Jingle, he still falls far short. Yeah, I think Qin Yujie just can't accept it and is saying this out of frustration. How dare Qin Yujie, who possesses nothing more than an ordinary physique, speak so arrogantly about senior brother Zhou? He's always been a prodigy, but now that he sees someone even more monstrous than himself, his pride is wounded. So he belittles senior brother Zhou to inflate his own ego. Qin Yujie, is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Just let him boast for a little longer. Soon enough, he'll be dead. Haha, exactly. This battle in the demonic realm should end right here. Among the ranks of Immortal Sect, Fu Kunyang watched as Zhou Moheo activated his Tinsheng Jingle. At once, he knew Qin Yujie would not survive today. As the son of the sect master of Immortal Sect, Fu Kunyang naturally understood Zhou Moheo's true strength and trump cards. That was why he always maintained an unusually humble attitude toward Zhou Moheo. Qin Yujie, today marks your death. You killed my 2 servants, the fat and thin devil twins, last time, and I hadn't gotten the chance to settle the score. Today, senior brother Zhou will take revenge for me. Just thinking about it makes me delighted. Fu Kunyang mocked loudly at Qin Yujie. Don't celebrate too soon, Fu Kunying. It might very well be your senior brother, Zhou, who dies first, Qin Yujie replied calmly. What a ridiculous joke. You're nothing but a clown. How could senior brother Zhou possibly lose? You blind frog in a well have no idea how terrifying Jingle truly is. Senior brother needs only one strike to kill you. Fu Kunying's sarcasm dripped with venom. He couldn't forget how narrowly he had escaped death at Qin Yujie's hands. Nor could he forget the blood flowing within Qin Yujie, an intoxicating presence that excited him beyond reason. Once Qin Yujie died, he could absorb his blood. With it, his demonic cultivation would undoubtedly leap forward, and his cultivation level would rise accordingly. At the thought, Fu Kunying's face flushed with excitement. He stared at Qin Yujie, licked his lips slowly, and grinned wickedly. Qin Yujie, how dare you, a mere mortal physique cultivator, call my Jingle garbage? Where do you get such audacity and confidence? As Zhou Moheo finished speaking, a light snap came from his right hand. His spiritual sword shot out from its sheath, like lightning. Holding the blade, he thrust into the air. Instantly, a horrifying sword chi tore through space at speeds impossible for the naked eye to follow, hurtling straight toward a distant mountain. Boom! With the sound of a collapsing peak, the once majestic mountain was reduced to flat ground. The surrounding crowd sucked in cold breaths, their eyes wide open in disbelief. After all, they were all roughly the same age, yet Zhou Moheo's power and talent towered over them all. Even members of Tianyuan Sect, who initially believed firmly that Qin Yujie would win, now felt their faith wavering. Could Qin Yujie possibly withstand such a terrifying blow? Can someone at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm really possess such power? Good heavens, senior brother Zhou is even stronger than before. That sword chi was utterly terrifying. There's no way Qin Yujie can survive this. Whispers spread among the onlookers. Zhou Moheo hadn't unleashed that strike out of mercy or hesitation toward Qin Yujie. On the contrary, he wanted Qin Yujie to feel fear and tremble before him. He didn't intend to kill Qin Yujie in one blow. He wanted him to experience helplessness and despair in the face of overwhelming strength. Like a cat playing with a mouse, some cats don't kill immediately after catching their prey. They toy with it first, savoring the fear, and only finish it when they've had their fun. That was exactly Zhou Moheo's mentality at this moment. Qin Yujie, do you finally understand the gap between us now? Are you feeling despair yet? The deeper your despair, the more thrilled I become. I love crushing so-called geniuses like you. Zhou Moheo declared haughtily. Qin Yujie shook his head and said lightly, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. That attack of yours is insignificant to me. Just now, senior brother Zhou's sword strike was so powerful that even a cultivator at the 6th level of the Wheel C realm would struggle to block it. How could Qin Yujie, who's only at the 8th level of the heavenly human realm, possibly withstand it? Yeah, our senior brother Zhou is truly amazing. The disciples from Inma Sect and Guiying Sect burst into excited murmurs. The members of Tianyuan Sect exchanged uneasy glances. At this moment, they were clearly worried about Qin Yujie, for the strength Zhou Moheo had displayed was simply too overwhelming. Qin Yujie was indeed regarded as extremely powerful among the Tianyuan Sect disciples, but the revelation that Zhou Moheo possessed the rare sword bone innate body, a legendary sword cultivation physique, had instantly shaken their confidence, leaving them filled with doubt and anxiety. Of course, Lin Qinin and a few others were exceptions. They knew full well just how formidable Qin Yujie truly was. In their eyes, he was nothing less than an emperor reincarnated, almighty and invincible. Amid the growing chatter among the crowd, Zhou Moheo suddenly let out a thunderous roar. His aura exploded outward in an instant, and terrifying streams of true energy surged into his spiritual sword. The once transparent blade now turned an eerie, deep red, as if coated with a thin layer of bloodlight, appearing grotesque and menacing. Shadow Sword Technique. 3rd form, True Ghost Shadow Sword. Sword intent of swiftness. To the astonishment of all present, Zhou Moheo thrust forward with his blade. A blood-red sword chi erupted from the tip of his sword, spreading through the air like blazing crimson clouds, horrifying and awe-inspiring. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth went wild, rushing toward Zhou Moheo and pouring ceaselessly into his body. The entire sky darkened and churned. Then, an even more terrifying sword chi, brighter and faster than before, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slashing directly toward Qin Yujie. Every single person present widened their eyes. All were utterly stunned by this heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sword strike. For cultivators, observing a battle between such masters offered immense benefits. Everyone watched intently, afraid of missing even the smallest detail. After all, both Zhou Moheo and Qin Yujie were peerless sword experts. And earlier, they had both declared it clearly. This fight would be decided by a single strike. Chapter 234, The Duel of Swordsmanship. What a terrifying sword strike. With the enhancement of his Jingle, Zhou Moheo's sword aura has more than doubled in power. This sword aura is too horrifying. I can't even find words to describe such an astonishing display. It seems there's no need to watch the rest. Qin Yujie is undoubtedly going to die. Yeah, looking at that sword aura, I was so scared I involuntarily shat myself. I lost control. No wonder it stinks so much. You crapped your pants. Brother Zhou will rise completely after today's battle. Yes, I really wish I could follow a martial cultivation genius like Brother Zhou. Then I could also go further in my path. Qin Yujie ignored all the surrounding murmurs. Facing that astonishing sword aura, he slowly raised his sword with one hand. At that moment, the Luoxue's sword, infused with Qin Yujie's true energy, became extraordinarily radiant. Qin Yujie's true energy was different from ordinary cultivators. His practice of the evergreen art was exceptional to begin with. Combined with dense reserves of true energy and a body of terrifying strength, the might of his single sword strike became utterly devastating. With one thrust, Qin Yujie unleashed a force capable of shattering heaven and earth. A 7-foot-long green blade charged forward, capable of breaking through everything. A simple straight lunge, but Qin Yujie's momentum suddenly exploded. A domineering and fearsome tide of natural power gathered from the heavens and earth, merging into his sword. For ordinary people, mastering the Hungzong sword technique to perfection required not only extraordinary comprehension, but also tens of thousands of repetitions. Yet Qin Yujie, thanks to his system, had skipped all that effort and directly attained perfection in the technique. Hungzong sword technique. Domineering and invincible. Wind sword intent. Fire sword intent. The superimposition and fusion of two perfected sword intents transformed the power of Qin Yujie's strike at a fundamental level. Qin Yujie let out a cold snort. His Luoxue sword surged with boundless spiritual energy. The surrounding air violently trembled from the whirling power. The terrifying sword aura descended upon Zhou Moheo like a mountain collapsing upon him. Several disciples of lower cultivation levels immediately collapsed from being unable to withstand the residual pressure, some even suffering severe internal injuries. Too powerful. The onlookers, witnessing this terrifying sword strike by Qin Yujie, instantly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If they were standing in the middle, they believed even the residual ripple of this sword would be enough to kill them outright. But what shocked them wasn't just the power. It was that Qin Yujie had layered two sword intents together, and both were perfected intents. For a swordsman, reaching perfection in even one sword intent was extremely difficult, let alone two. In truth, Qin Yujie's talent for sword comprehension was monstrous beyond belief, far exceeding anyone's imagination. Heavens! Qin Yujie actually wielded two perfected sword intents. Am I dreaming? Two sword intents. Qin Yujie's comprehension is demonic. Even without the Tensheng Jingle, his insight far surpasses Zhou Moheo's. Qin Yujie's sword strike is terrifying. It's far stronger than Zhou Moheo's. There's simply no comparison between them. As the crowd spoke in awe, the two sword auras collided head-on. Zhou Moheo's sword aura looked terrifying at first glance, but compared to Qin Yujie's, it was like a small river meeting the ocean. No matter how powerful the river, how could it ever compare to the sea? With a thunderous boom, Zhou Moheo's crimson sword aura shattered like rotten tofu hitting iron, splintering apart instantly. Meanwhile, Qin Yujie's sword aura, carrying its overwhelming momentum, continued rushing towards Zhou Moheo. The Hungzong sword technique was inherently vast and unrestrained, emphasizing overwhelming dominance and the ruthless ability to slay in a single stroke. Combined with the fusion of two perfected sword intents, trying to block it with Zhou Moheo's attack was like a praying mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly futile and arrogant. This is impossible. Zhou Moheo stared in despair at the incoming sword aura. Only now did he realize how weak and fragile he appeared before the strike. Boom! Zhou Moheo was struck by Qin Yujie's sword aura. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward violently, and crashed onto the ground. On his chest was a massive gaping hole, the size of a bowl, grotesque and horrifying. Zhou Moheo was dead, killed in a single sword stroke by Qin Yujie, and killed so cleanly and decisively. He didn't even get a chance to launch a second attack. Qin Yujie sheathed his sword. At that moment, he stood like the blade in his hand, peerless, sharp, and radiating unmatched brilliance. This, Brother Zhou is dead. Too terrifying. Qin Yujie actually won. Qin Yujie's talent and swordsmanship is absolutely monstrous. Combining two perfected sword intents isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. I wish I could learn sword techniques from Qin Yujie. You think anyone can just learn if they want to? That takes innate talent. On the path of the sword, without talent and enlightenment, you'll never go far. If perseverance alone could lead to understanding sword intent, then what use would talent have? Exactly. I've been practicing the autumn wind sword technique every day, yet I've only reached the minor mastery level. As for major mastery or perfection, that's simply unattainable for me. Don't forget, someone suddenly said, Qin Yujie is only at the 8th level of Tianyuan realm, while Zhou Moheo is already at the 4th level of Luanhai realm. Zhou Moheo was already a genius capable of fighting far above his cultivation level, but he was still cut down by Qin Yujie in a single strike. Only after this remark did everyone gradually realize it. The fight had been so breathtaking that they'd subconsciously overlooked Qin Yujie's mere 8th level Tianyuan realm cultivation. All around, whether disciples of Tianyuan Sect, Immortal Sect, or Guiying Sect, were utterly stunned. They were truly terrified by Qin Yujie's monstrous combat power and heaven-defying sword talent. Fu Kunyang stared blankly at Qin Yujie, eyes wide open, throat convulsively gulping. Right now, he was afraid, completely, utterly afraid. He was left speechless by Qin Yujie's terrifying strength, his legs trembling slightly. At this moment, outside the grand battlefield of the demon region, where the 4 sect masters had gathered, the 4 sect masters were all shaken by Qin Yujie's terrifying might. Whether Hong Yuchuan, Qin Mian, Luo Xuehao, or Fu Herong, they stood agape, their hearts churning like stormy seas. Qin Yujie actually won, and from beginning to end, he used only a single move. He didn't even leave his original stance. Clearly, how great his confidence in his own power. A flash of killing intent flickered in Luo Xuehao's eyes. If Qin Yujie was already this powerful now, what would happen once he grew stronger? Unthinkable. The Guiying sect might soon vanish from Lingtian Kingdom. Chapter 235. Fame spreads across the 4 great sects. Zhou Moheo is actually dead. He had the Dinsheng Jingle, and he was a 4th-level cultivator of the Sea of Meridian's realm. Qin Yujie is only at the 8th level of the heavenly body realm. Fu Hairong's face turned ugly. He realized he had still underestimated Qin Yujie's strength. With such monstrous talent, it wouldn't be long before even he himself would no longer be Qin Yujie's match. Fu Haijing and Luo Xuehao exchanged glances. Within each other's eyes, they saw a cold, killing intent. This kid absolutely cannot be left alive. Ha! I knew Qin Yujie would win. I never expected him to have comprehended 2 types of sword intent. His sword Dao talent must be unparalleled in Lingtian Kingdom. Hong Yuchuan laughed heartily, delighted beyond measure. Qian Mihan also wore a shocked expression. Even Qin Yujie's father, Qin Hanjing, had been far inferior at the 8th level of the heavenly body realm. In the devil battlefield, Fu Kunyang, you can die now. Qin Yujie sneered as he stared at Fu Kunyang, then instantly thrust his sword forward. Seeing this incoming sword strike, Fu Kunyang immediately crushed a jade slip in his hand. Fu Kunyang had long prepared for this moment. Knowing Qin Yujie would certainly not let him go, he'd secretly held onto a jade slip from the beginning. Inside this sealed slip was an attack imbued by Fu Hairong. With Fu Hairong being at the 9th level of the Sea of Meridian's realm, Fu Kunyang believed this hidden trap would surely kill Qin Yujie. The 2 attacks collided violently, creating a tremor as if shaking the earth itself. Qin Yujie frowned slightly. As Fu Hairong's son, Fu Kunyang naturally carried many life-saving treasures. The enchanted jade slip with its sealed attack was just one example. Watching Fu Kunyang fleeing into the distance, Qin Yujie instantly unleashed True Soul Shocking Thrust. True Soul Shocking Thrust was a low-grade heavenly tier technique, a soul-attacking martial art. Its form was invisible and colorless. Unless one possessed special soul defensive treasures or had exceptionally powerful soul energy, such a sudden assault would almost certainly result in severe injury or instant death. Fu Kunyang's cultivation base was lower than Qin Yujie's, his foundation far less solid, and his soul power mediocre at best. In the path of martial cultivation, cultivators typically didn't seek soul-related techniques until reaching the Sea of Meridian's realm, and soul cultivation methods were extremely rare. Most Sea of Meridian's cultivators focused solely on their martial Dao, finding it nearly impossible to excel in both. If even Sea of Meridian's cultivators struggled to cultivate soul power, how much more so someone like Fu Kunyang in the heavenly body realm? With True Soul Shocking Thrust, Qin Yujie shattered Fu Kunyang's soul completely in an instant. Without a soul, death was inevitable. Onlookers around were utterly bewildered. Just as Fu Kunyang tried to flee, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unconscious. True Soul Shocking Thrust was one of Qin Yujie's trump cards. If Fu Kunyang's corpse were later examined by someone sharp-minded, anomalies might be discovered. Therefore, Qin Yujie swiftly took Fu Kunyang's storage bag and burned his body to ashes with a flame spell. At that moment, Fu Hairong's face darkened beyond measure. He never imagined Qin Yujie actually dared to kill his own son, Fu Kunyang. Qin Yujie, you're truly seeking death for daring to kill my Fu Kunyang. Fu Hairong roared furiously. Master Fu, the 4-sect battle was a rule we all agreed upon together. When our Shui sect lost over 4,000 disciples, only a small fraction managed to escape and survive under Tianyuan Sect's main camp. Yet I said nothing. How dare you now renege on our agreement? Qian Mian's expression turned icy cold as he rebuked sharply. Indeed, Master Fu. Before Qin Yujie arrived, our Tianyuan sect lost countless disciples too, yet you seemed quite pleased back then. Now that your own son has died, do you intend to break the rules and restart the war? Hong Yuchuan added icily. Fu Hairong faltered under the sharp words of Qian Mian and Hong Yuchuan. Gritting his teeth, he finally growled. We, the Immortal sect, admit defeat in this battle. But once defeated, if Qin Yujie dares to continue slaughtering our disciples, don't blame me for showing no mercy. We, the Guiying sect, also admit defeat. Luo Xuehao knew that with Qin Yujie present, if the battle continued, every last disciple of the Guiying sect would be annihilated. Very well. Since you've accepted defeat, let us proceed together to the devil battlefield and lead our respective disciples out. Hong Yuchuan nodded in agreement. Within the devil battlefield, while the disciples of the 3 sects were locked in chaos, a voice resounded from the sky. The 4-sect battle ends here. All sects cease fighting immediately. Hearing this voice, everyone stopped their combat. Yet even in that brief span, the Inma and Guiying sects had already suffered massive casualties. Lin Qinin, Zheng Nanhua, and Huang Yoha had killed numerous enemies during this melee, their combat experience skyrocketing rapidly. This training would surely provide great benefits to the future martial paths of these 3. Qin Yujie had also gained considerably. Just from the storage bags of Fu Kunyang, Xiao Tai, and Zhou Moheo, he had acquired a tremendous fortune. None of the 3 were ordinary figures. The resources within their storage bags far surpassed those of common cultivators. Each of their bags was overflowing with wealth. Half an hour later, 4 powerful figures appeared in the sky above everyone. The 4 sect masters from the 4 great sects. Qin Yujie, you've done well. I'll remember you. Fu Hairong glared at Qin Yujie with icy hatred. Were it not for Qian Mian and Hong Yuchuan's presence, he would have attacked and killed Qin Yujie on the spot. After this battle, Qin Yujie's name had resounded across all 4 sections. Within each of the 4 great sects, nearly no one remained unaware of the name Qin Yujie. Throughout Lingtian Kingdom, the 4 great sects stood as the paramount powers. With his fame now established among the 4 sects, it wouldn't be long before Qin Yujie's name spread throughout the entire kingdom. Before long, even children across Lingtian Kingdom would know of Qin Yujie's monstrous talent. Master Fu, I remember you too, Qin Yujie replied calmly. At this moment, his aura surged like a tide. He feared Fu Hairong not in the slightest. If Fu Hairong dared to attack today, Qin Yujie would have no hesitation in leaving him utterly obliterated. The world believes me to be a mere mortal body. Let Fu Hairong make his move, and I'll show him the power of my undying sword body. Qin Yujie thought silently. The undying sword body was indestructible, immortal, and eternal, granting a 10-fold combat enhancement. Against Fu Hairong, even a single-fold increase would suffice. If Qin Yujie unleashed the full 10-fold enhancement, he could kill across 2 major cultivation realms. Even an 8th-level cultivator of the Sea of Meridian's realm would stand no chance against him in battle. Moreover, as Qin Yujie grew stronger, the power amplification from his body would only continue increasing. If he reached the sovereign realm and activated the full 10-fold enhancement, the resulting force would be beyond imagination. And as time passed with daily check-ins, Qin Yujie's strength and experience against enemies would accumulate rapidly. Perhaps after some time, he wouldn't even need the undying sword body to easily slay Fu Hairong, a 9th-level expert of the Sea of Meridian's realm. For instance, if he acquired another perfected sword intent, killing Fu Hairong would be no harder than slaughtering a chicken or dog. Alternatively, should his cultivation break through to the 1st level of the Sea of Meridian's realm, even without invoking the undying sword body, he could effortlessly eliminate ordinary experts of the Sea of Meridian's realm. Every minor realm breakthrough significantly elevated Qin Yujie's strength, let alone achieving a breakthrough across an entire major realm. Chapter 236, The Ancient Tomb Emerges. Foolish Zhongzhu, Qin Yujie is a disciple of Tianyuan Sect. How dare you threaten him? Don't blame me for being ruthless, Hong Yuchuan said coldly. Indeed, this Qin Yujie has certain ties with me, Zhongzhu Fu. You should think carefully about this. Qian Mian also stepped forward. Qian Mian was not only the leader of Shui Sect, but also one of the most renowned beauties in Lingtian Kingdom. Qin Yujie had certainly heard of her before, yet he didn't understand what connection she might have with him. If there was any link at all, it likely involved his father, Qin Hanjing, who had once been a disciple of Shui Sect during an earlier period. Just as tensions rose among the group, a sudden earth-shaking rumble erupted throughout the demon battlefield. The ground and mountains split apart violently. Many junior disciples with weak cultivation were caught off guard and plunged helplessly into the endless abyss below. Watch out! Qin Yujie flashed forward, pulling Lin Qinin, Huang Yoha, and Zheng Nanhua along. Using half-step cicada pursuit, he instantly deployed a flying chariot midair, allowing them all to land safely atop the vehicle. Other than Qin Yujie's group, everyone else scrambled in their own ways, employing various masterful techniques to avoid disaster. Of course, not everyone was so lucky. Many who failed to dodge in time fell to their deaths in the chasm. At that moment, extraordinary phenomena filled the sky. Luminous auras shimmered with radiant colors as an ancient tomb slowly ascended from beneath the earth, suddenly appearing right before their eyes. Originally, this tomb wasn't meant to emerge yet. However, due to the intense fluctuations of power generated by the battle between Qin Yujie and Zhou Moheo, something mysterious had inadvertently activated the seal, causing the tomb to surface prematurely. Everyone present stared at the tomb in shock, stunned that such divine fortune could exist within the demon battlefield. The 4 sect leaders' eyes burned with excitement. In the path of martial cultivation, opportunities were essential, and even they were no exception. All 4 had reached the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. If they could find an exceptional opportunity inside, breakthroughs into the Cavity Heaven realm, or even the Spirit Transformation realm, might become possible. My heavens! Whose ancient tomb is this? Our luck has arrived. This tomb clearly exudes extraordinary aura. Countless treasures must lie within. As long as we enter, we're bound to gain something. Huh, who would have thought the demon battlefield hides such unimaginable fortune? When luck comes knocking, you can't stop it. To be honest, although I'm a disciple of Immortal Sect, I actually owe Qin Yujie thanks. Without his heaven-shaking battle against senior brother Zhou, this tomb might never have appeared. Yes, I should thank Qin Yujie too. He eliminated so many outstanding genius disciples, removing fierce competitors for us. Exactly. If Xiao Tai and Zhou Moheo were still around, how could we possibly compete? Haha, I'm going first. This time, I, Lu Yangyu, will take the lead. A disciple from Guiying Sect rushed straight into the tomb, while everyone else remained stunned. Damn it, Lu Yangyu is so cunning. Now he's stolen the advantage. Another disciple from Guiying Sect growled angrily. Right, let's move quickly too, someone else added. Exactly. This tomb resembles a secret realm, untouched and pristine. Countless treasures must be inside. We absolutely cannot fall behind. With one person leading the charge, others nearby prepared to rush in as well, unwilling to miss out. But just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the tomb. The very same Guiying Sect disciple who had entered first lay dead. A chill ran down everyone's spines. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. They immediately halted, staring warily and fearfully at the tomb entrance. Opportunity was desirable, something everyone wanted, but only if they survived. What good was fortune without life? The elders of the four great sects exchanged uneasy glances. At this moment, no one dared make a reckless move. As shock gripped the crowd, a calm yet imposing voice emerged from the tomb. This ancient tomb shall open one day from now. Only 1,000 participants allowed. Eligible cultivators must be under 25 years of age and below the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Any violators entering without qualification will be killed without mercy. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood why the previous disciple had died. 2 reasons. First, the official opening time hadn't arrived. Second, the man was already 30 years old, beyond the age limit, and thus ruthlessly eliminated. Quick! Use transmission talismans to summon our 10 core disciples. Realizing he himself couldn't enter, Hong Yuchuan immediately changed strategy. With a flick of his hand, he ignited a sound transmission talisman and sent it soaring away. The other 3 sect leaders were no slower, each immediately sending sound transmission messages to summon their own core disciples. It was only natural that the 4 sect leaders harbored secret thoughts of their own. This ancient tomb undoubtedly contained countless rare opportunities. If their core disciples entered and later handed over half of their gains to the sect, wouldn't that be equivalent to the elders themselves indirectly reaping the rewards? As for the core disciples of the sects, such a once-in-a-lifetime chance was impossible to pass up, especially with the 4 sects battle happening in just 6 months. If one could represent Lingtian Kingdom in the Martial Heaven Talents contest, or even enter one of the 4 great sects of Tianyuan Imperial Dynasty, it would truly be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Now, nearly every cultivator in Lingtian Kingdom had received the news and was flying toward the ancient tomb. Qin Yujie sensed the mounting tension, as if a storm was gathering on the horizon. Yet at this moment, the 4 great sects surprisingly reached a unified decision. They would jointly guard the ancient tomb. Of the 1,000, 250 would be allocated to each sect. Ordinary cultivators stood no chance of entering. Having reached this agreement, the 4 sects made it clear, any other force wishing to partake must first weigh their strength carefully. Even the imperial family of Lingtian Kingdom would likely hesitate to act recklessly before these 4 powers. Tianyuan Sect, Core Disciple Area. Ha, truly heaven aids me. My cultivation has been stuck at a bottleneck recently, and now such an incredible opportunity appears. With my 9th level Wheel Sea realm cultivation, I will surely be invincible inside the tomb, and my age fits perfectly. This fortune was clearly prepared for me by fate itself. Hong Yuchuan immediately transmitted the news of the tomb to Deputy Sect Leader Tian Feichen, ordering him to bring the 10 core disciples along with about 250 inner disciples ranked near the top to the demon battlefield. Across the entire Tianyuan Sect, every core disciple and high-ranking inner disciple received the message. When Li Junkin received the news from Tian Feichen, excitement instantly flooded his face. He knew his moment of destiny had arrived. Qin Yujie, once I exit the ancient tomb, your death awaits. Li Junkin murmured coldly, a sinister glint flashing across his face. Chapter 237, Everyone's Envy. It wasn't just Tianyuan Sect. Upon hearing news of the mysterious ancient tomb's emergence, the Shui Sect, Immortal Sect, and Guiying Sect were all eager and ready to take action. Magical battlefield. Boss, should we enter this tomb? Zheng Nanhua asked excitedly. Your cultivation level is fairly decent among your peers, but if you run into core disciples from Immortal or Guiying sects, it'd be practically suicidal. Remember, the tomb allows cultivators up to Sea of Wheels realm, 9th layer. You're simply too weak. Qin Yujie replied calmly, shaking his head. What kind of opportunity could possibly compare to his daily check-in system? Hearing Qin Yujie's words, Zheng Nanhua instantly came to his senses. Indeed, with his current strength, entering that tomb would be no different than seeking death. Ling Qinin, Fatso, take Huang Yoha back to the sect. This tomb will be filled mostly with Sea of Wheels realm experts. It's far too dangerous for you to go inside. I'll scout it out myself. If I find any opportunities, I'll share them with you later. Qin Yujie mused for a moment before speaking indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone felt secretly relieved. To them, being by Qin Yujie's side was already the greatest fortune. As for the so-called opportunities in the tomb, they often came hand in hand with extreme danger, better off avoiding it altogether. Alright, just be careful. I don't care about any treasures. Your safety is what matters most, Ling Qinin said softly, gazing at Qin Yujie with concern. After passing through the trial of desire together and spending so much time close to one another lately, though neither had made their feelings explicit, an unspoken affection had quietly formed between them. Don't worry. While everyone's focused on the tomb, hurry back to the sect, Qin Yujie said gently, nodding. Master, please take care. Boss, we're leaving then. Watch yourself. At this moment, everyone's attention was fixed upon the tomb, hardly anyone even noticing the departure of Ling Qinin and the others. The 4 great sects occupied the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest corners, surrounding the ancient tomb from all directions. Qin Yujie found a secluded spot within Tianyuan Sect's designated area, sat down at a corner, and took out a sound transmission talisman to send word of the tomb's appearance to Zhang Qiuling. Zhang Qiuling had already reached the 3rd layer of the Sea of Wheels realm and was an inner disciple of Shui Sect. Knowing her temperament, once she learned of such an extraordinary chance, she would definitely want to venture in. And since Zhang Qiuling possessed solid strength, Qin Yujie wouldn't stop her if she chose to go. 3 hours later, Zhang Qiuling arrived at the outer perimeter of the tomb. Master, I wish to enter the tomb as well. Zhang Qiuling declared. Fine, I'll temporarily lend you the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. If we get separated inside, at least you'll have some means of self-defense. Qin Yujie nodded approvingly. Thank you, master. Zhang Qiuling replied joyfully. She then sat cross-legged behind Qin Yujie and began gently massaging his shoulders. She had grown accustomed to giving Qin Yujie shoulder rubs, completely unconcerned about the many eyes watching them. Surrounding cultivators saw Qin Yujie enjoying himself so leisurely and instantly felt a pang of bitterness rise within them. We're all martial artists, yet look at him. I'm literally dying of envy. Zhang Qiuling is the top beauty of Shuai Sect, and Qin Yujie has already claimed her. Yeah, it said Ling Qinin is already his soulmate in Qin arts, yet he isn't satisfied. He's treading 2 boats now. You jealous? Don't you know? Zhang Qiuling is now his personal servant. Servant, got it? I'd kill to live like Qin Yujie. But given how monstrously gifted he is in sword cultivation, having a few beauties beside him is only natural. We're just sour grapes. If Qin Yujie doesn't mind my plain looks, I'd willingly become his servant too. On the path stands a man like Jade. None in this world rivals such a gentleman. Qin Yujie is my ideal martial partner. Cultivators around, male and female alike, seeing Qin Yujie leisurely sipping fine wine while receiving a massage from Zhang Qiuling, couldn't help but feel waves of envy and jealousy wash over them. Qian Mian's expression darkened slightly. She hadn't expected that her sect's heavenly prodigy had already become Qin Yujie's personal attendant. Yet upon reflection, she understood. Given Qin Yujie's monstrous talent in martial cultivation and his exceptionally refined demeanor, it was hardly surprising that few women could remain indifferent. Fine. For Qiuling to follow Qin Yujie, that itself is her greatest fortune. His talent surpasses even that of his father, Qin Hanjing, by far. Qian Mian murmured to herself. With that thought, her figure flickered, and she appeared directly in front of Qin Yujie. Sect Master. Zhang Qiuling immediately stood up flustered upon seeing Qian Mian. Shallow Sect Master, what an honor. And thank you again earlier for your help, Qin Yujie said, eyeing Qian Mian. He had to admit, Shuai Sect truly was a place teeming with beauties. Qian Mian's looks were in no way inferior to Zhang Qiuling's. Each possessed their own unique charm, like plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Qin Yujie, no need for formalities. Your father, Qin Hanjing, used to be my senior brother. But after he went missing, I haven't seen him since. Qian Mian sighed wistfully. I see. Then it seems, Sect Master, that you're more foe than friend. Still, to repay your earlier assistance, I'll do you a small favor, one to match your kindness, Qin Yujie said with a faint smile. A small favor? Qian Mian was completely baffled, unable to grasp what Qin Yujie meant. Sect Master, there are too many people here. Might we speak somewhere quieter? Qin Yujie suggested. Very well. In a flash, Qian Mian vanished with Qin Yujie, leaving the rest staring at one another in bewilderment. Moments later, the two appeared atop a mountain peak, shrouded in mist, serene and ethereal. Indeed, the location Qian Mian had chosen was breathtakingly beautiful. You may speak now. What small favor did you have in mind for me? Qian Mian asked, curiosity piqued. Sect Master, I noticed chaotic energies swirling in your chest. Have you recently suffered damage to your heart meridian during cultivation? Every fortnight, precisely at midnight, your heart feels as if being torn apart, agonizing beyond words, Qin Yujie observed coolly, glancing at her. Qian Mian hadn't taken Qin Yujie seriously at first. After all, he was merely at the 8th layer of Heavenly Realm, while she stood at the 9th layer of Sea of Wheels Realm. What could someone so much weaker possibly do for her? Yet when she heard him accurately describe her hidden illness, shockwaves erupted within her heart. Her injury was a secret known only to herself throughout the entire Lingtian Empire. How on earth did Qin Yujie know? Chapter 238, Treating Qian Mian's Injuries. Recently, Qian Mian had attempted to break through into the Dongtinjing, but failed, resulting in severe damage to her heart meridians. Naturally, Qian Mian wouldn't go around publicizing her injury. The Inmo Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect were both watching closely like hungry tigers. If Luo Xuehao and Fu Herong found out she was injured, they certainly wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. Thinking of this, Qian Mian's expression turned cold. She couldn't understand why Qin Yujie would reveal her injury. Could it be that he wasn't trying to threaten her? Qin Yujie, how did you know I was injured? Qian Mian furrowed her brows and asked seriously. Master Qian, don't be tense. I mean you no harm. As for how I knew about your injury, it's simple. I'm proficient in medical arts. I could see your condition just from your face. Qin Yujie said calmly. You're actually skilled in medicine? As far as I know, you're already the youngest class Xian alchemist in Lingtian Kingdom. Medicine and healing have always gone hand in hand. Alchemy and medicine share many similarities. Pills can heal illnesses, and so can medical techniques. Alchemy can enhance cultivation, and so can medicine. Qin Yujie replied confidently. All right, I believe you. Can you really heal my injury? Qian Mian asked with anticipation. Naturally. An injury like yours is nothing serious to me. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Qian Mian was stunned by his arrogant tone. Nothing serious? She had tried countless pills before with no results whatsoever, yet in Qin Yujie's eyes, her injury was merely nothing. She didn't know the later era term Fannersai, otherwise she'd definitely call him out for it. I hope what you say proves true. But what do I need to do to cooperate? Qian Mian asked calmly. Just follow my instructions and circulate your true energy accordingly. After speaking, Qin Yujie took out the Taijin Liujian needles from his spatial ring. Before Qian Mian could react, he directed the needles with his true energy, employing an exquisite acupuncture technique, and plunged one straight into her chest. Tianyuan's face immediately flushed red. She felt an odd, tingling sensation spread across her chest, as heavenly chi from all around wildly rushed into her body, repairing her damaged meridians. With a light tap of his fingertip on her chest, Qin Yujie calmed the violent surge of energy. Tianyuan shivered slightly. Though she was the master of the Moonlight Sect, deeply devoted to martial cultivation, she had never been this physically close to another man before. Now, under Qin Yujie's gentle touch on her chest, that peculiar sensation made her blush even more. Tianyuan, steady your mind. Focus on controlling this flow of true energy. This isn't the time to get distracted. Qin Yujie said lightly, frowning slightly. I understand. Suppressing her strange feelings, Tianyuan concentrated on guiding her true energy to heal her heart meridians. Qin Yujie inserted several more needles, some in her abdomen, others on her back, executing a total of 7 precise insertions. These 7 Taijin Liuxian needles formed a continuous network of spiritual energy, intricately linked in layers. It was clear at a glance that this acupuncture skill far surpassed ordinary techniques. 3 hours later, Qin Yujie retrieved his Taijin Liuxian needles. His treatment was complete, yet Tianyuan remained seated cross-legged on the ground. Her aura grew stronger and stronger. Although she still hadn't broken through to the Dongtenjing, she realized not only had her heart meridian injury fully healed, but even old hidden injuries from past cultivation had vanished. Even more importantly, her strength had increased, her true energy deeper and denser than before. Though her cultivation level hadn't advanced, her actual combat power had improved significantly. Qin Yujie, you really are something. You've left me utterly shocked, Tianyuan said in astonishment. Don't thank me, Master Qian. After all, you are my father's junior apprentice sister. Now, tell me about my father. I'm sure you know more than most, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Fine. Your father was a genius beyond comparison. He once had the chance to become the Moonlight Sect's master, but given his extraordinary martial talent, such a position naturally meant little to him. Unfortunately, he offended a powerful force. As for the rest, I don't know. Perhaps your grandfather knows more than I do, Tianyuan said calmly. I see, Qin Yujie replied. Qin Yujie, thank you for healing me. Name your request. If it's within my power, I'll grant you one favor, Tianyuan said with a smile. No need. I've already said. I clearly distinguish between gratitude and grievances. You stood up for me before, now I helped you. We're even, Qin Yujie replied. All right, but you should be careful of the Ling Tian imperial family, as well as people from Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect. They won't let this go easily, Tianyuan warned. I know. When there are too many lice, you stop feeling the bites. Sooner or later, I'll make them pay, the Blood God Gate included. Qin Yujie said casually. Blood God Gate. Have you been targeted by assassins from the Blood God Gate? Tianyuan asked, frowning. Oh, Lady Sect Leader Qian, you know about the Blood God Gate's origins. Tianyuan nodded and said, the Blood God Gate is a terrifying assassin organization, one that even the 4 great sects of Ling Tian Kingdom find extremely troublesome. Their influence spreads not only throughout Ling Tian, but even reaches into the Tianyuan imperial dynasty. As long as someone pays enough, they have no qualms about killing anyone, even the leaders of our 4 great sects. The leaders of the 4 great sects are at least at the 9th level of Will See realm. They dare to assassinate such powerful figures. Qin Yujie thought with slight astonishment. The Blood God Gate truly was like a rat running rampant in broad daylight, universally despised. Even Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect must view them with great caution. Tianyuan continued. Their assassins are ranked in tiers: wooden badge, iron badge, bronze badge, silver badge, and gold badge assassins. Each tier is stronger than the previous. But don't worry too much. Within Ling Tian Kingdom, their strongest assassins only reach the 9th level of Will See realm. Then have you ever considered eliminating the Blood God Gate entirely? Qin Yujie asked indifferently. Tianyuan shook her head. We haven't even thought about retaliation. We don't even know where the Blood God Gate's headquarters is located. Moreover, the Blood God Gate in Ling Tian is merely a branch of the main organization under the Tianyuan imperial dynasty. Their backing is extremely powerful. A small country like ours cannot possibly stand against them. Chapter 239, Gathering of the Strong. So that's how it is. You, Qin Yujie, are no one to accept injustice quietly. Blood God Sect. I remember you. Qin Yujie, be careful now. There are many people who want you dead. The Blood God Sect must have been hired. Since their first strike failed, the next assassin they send will definitely be even stronger. I understand, Qin Yujie replied with a nod. He wasn't afraid of any assassin from the Blood God Sect. His strength and rate of growth were far beyond anything they could possibly imagine. Let's go back, Tianyuan said, taking Qin Yujie with him. In an instant, both figures vanished from the mountaintop. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie returned to the ancient tomb site. When Qin Yujie arrived back at the Tianyuan Sect's area, cultivators from the 4 great sects had already gathered in large numbers, including numerous top geniuses from each faction. So this is Qin Yujie? I heard he killed Zhou Moheo during the Demon Region battle. Sun Jiping, the elite core disciple of the Immortal Sect, glanced coldly at Qin Yujie and asked his attendant beside him indifferently. Yes, senior brother Sun, that's Qin Yujie. Rumor has it he's mastered 2 forms of perfect sword intent. His strength is truly unfathomable, the attendant respectfully replied. To master 2 types of perfect sword intent, he certainly possesses exceptional talent. But talent and strength are 2 different things. If I were facing Zhou Moheo, I could crush him beneath a single finger. No effort needed. That's the difference in real power. Sun Jiping declared arrogantly. Naturally, Qin Yujie is only at the 8th level of the Heaven Person realm. No matter how monstrous his sword cultivation talent, his actual strength can't compare to yours, senior brother's son, the attendant flattered. But still, even dogs belong to masters. Doesn't Qin Yujie know Zhou Moheo was one of my 10 guardians? This is a direct slap to my face. Sun Jiping's tone suddenly turned icy, and the ruthless look on his face made the attendant involuntarily shiver. The attendant knew that whenever Sun Jiping wore that expression, he was furious. Sun Jiping leaped forward and landed in front of the Tianyuan Sect's territory. He looked at Qin Yujie, who was casually drinking wine while receiving a massage, and said coolly, Qin Yujie, you killed Zhou Moheo. I'll give you 2 choices. First, take his place and become my servant. Given your talent, I might even make you leader of my 10 guardians. Cultivators from the Immortal Sect stared in shock. They never expected Sun Jiping, known throughout the sect for his tyranny and cruelty, would show such interest in recruiting someone. Clearly, Qin Yujie's sword talent had sparked Sun Jiping's desire. He intended to bring Qin Yujie under his wing before the youth grew too powerful. In the Immortal Sect, it was common knowledge that Sun Jiping had 10 elite guardians known as the 10 Guardians, all of tremendous strength. Although Zhou Moheo had monstrous talent in sword cultivation, he ranked last among them, and even the weakest of the other 9 had reached the 6th level of the Weelsea realm. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine, eyeing the imposing figure of Sun Jiping, then asked casually, I'm not interested in the first option. What about the second? The second path is simple. Cultivate self-destruction of your cultivation base right now, then kneel before me and apologize. Only then might I consider sparing your life. Qin Yujie, you're a smart man. Wise men adapt to circumstances. Don't choose the wrong path, Sun Jiping said calmly. Hearing this, Qin Yujie laughed as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He burst into hearty laughter. Neither of these paths suits me. I think I prefer a third option. A third option? Let's hear it, Sun Jiping said with amused curiosity. If Qin Yujie's third condition wasn't too outrageous, Sun Jiping was willing to consider it. After all, Qin Yujie's demonic sword talent could prove invaluable as an ally in the future, someone worth cultivating early. My third option, Qin Yujie said, taking another sip of wine, is that I kill you. Everyone around was stunned speechless by Qin Yujie's words. Even Li Junkin, the chief core disciple of Tianyuan Sect who had long arrived on site, stood shocked by Qin Yujie's audacity. Li Junkin knew full well that even he couldn't guarantee victory against Sun Jiping. Yet here was Qin Yujie boldly claiming he'd kill him. Pure fantasy. Qin Yujie, get back here. Stop disgracing yourself in public. As an inner disciple of Tianyuan Sect, don't spout such arrogance. Li Junkin glared at Qin Yujie and rebuked coldly. This sent shockwaves through the crowd. To everyone present, Li Junkin, as the top disciple of Tianyuan Sect, should have supported his own sect's member at this moment. Even if he didn't offer help, undermining him like this, throwing such harsh words, was utterly disgraceful. Hong Yuchuan furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected Li Junkin to be so narrow-minded and petty. A person like this, even if given the chance to enter the Tai Sword Sect, probably wouldn't get far. At this moment, Tian Feichin approached Hong Yuchuan and said with a smile, Master Hong, although Qin Yujie has just contributed in the battle against the demon region, that was merely his duty as an inner disciple. Unfortunately, Qin Yujie now thinks he's accomplished something great and has become arrogant. This kind of attitude must not be tolerated. As the saying goes, bitter medicine cures sickness, and honest advice helps one improve. If Li Junkin hadn't spoken so bluntly, perhaps Qin Yujie would never have been awakened. It couldn't be denied, Tian Feichin was a master at manipulating words. After hearing this, Qin Yujie had to admit inwardly that he was truly impressed. With just a few light remarks, Tian Feichin had erased all recognition of his achievements and even elevated Li Junkin's image. Haha, Deputy Sect Leader Tian, you're truly like a bamboo shoot. Qin Yujie said on Ly. A bamboo shoot? Are you praising me for being noble and upright like bamboo? Qin Yujie, thank you for your generous compliment. However, don't think that flattering me a bit later will excuse your mistakes. You still need to apologize to Sun Jiping immediately. After all, you killed Zhou Moheo. Tian Feichin declared self-righteously. Not only could Qin Yujie not tolerate these words, but even the other members of the Tianyuan Sect found them unbearable. Qin Yujie smiled and said, Deputy Sect Leader Tian, you've misunderstood. When I said you're like a bamboo shoot, I meant your mouth is sharp, your skin thick, and your belly hollow. Your sharp tongue and shameless face are truly rare in this world. A genius of your caliber, one like you doesn't appear once in several hundred years. Qin Yujie's sarcasm left everyone momentarily stunned, then they couldn't help bursting into loud laughter. Sharp mouth, thick skin, hollow belly. Master, your description is perfect. I've long despised this fellow. He always twists right and wrong, distorts black and white, yet I never found the right words to describe him. Zhang Xiuling added with a delighted smile. Chapter 240, The Ancient Tomb Inheritance. Yeah, this Tian Feichin is truly bizarre. As the deputy sect master of Tianyuan Sect, he actually helps outsiders bully a genius disciple from his own sect. Such a rare sight in this world. And Li Junkin, I thought he was a man of honor, but now I see he's nothing but a beast in human clothing. To think that the chief core disciple I once admired so deeply could have such a hideous soul beneath his elegant appearance. I wish I could gouge out my own eyes. Exactly. From now on, Brother Qin is our true role model in Tianyuan Sect. Li Junkin isn't even worthy of being mentioned. Are you crazy? Lower your voice. Don't you fear Li Junkin hearing you? The law doesn't punish the masses. If he dares, let him kill us all. Besides, didn't you notice? Even Sect Master Hong looked displeased with Deputy Sect Master Tian and Li Junkin just now. Now that you mention it, Sect Master Hong did look rather grim. The surrounding crowd continued to mock and ridicule Tian Feichin and Li Junkin. Enough. Hong Yuchuan glanced coldly at the two men. Your behavior has truly disappointed me. The ancient tomb will open in a few hours, Hong Yuchuan said sharply to Luo Shuahao and Fu Herong. Please control your disciples. Surely neither of you wants unnecessary trouble at such a crucial moment. Fu Herong had been silently watching the spectacle. He had implicitly allowed Sun Jiping's actions earlier. If Hong Yuchuan hadn't intervened, Fu Herong would have gladly seen Sun Jiping kill Qin Yujie. Sun Jiping, return, Fu Herong said calmly. Qin Yujie, I'll let you off for today. But once we enter the ancient tomb, your death awaits. Sun Jiping glared at Qin Yujie and spoke without restraint. Maybe it'll be you who dies instead, Qin Yujie replied coolly. He took a sip of wine and continued enjoying the soothing massage from Zhang Qiuling. He paid no heed to Sun Jiping's threat, merely an insignificant ant. Why waste words on such a creature? Wasn't it far better to enjoy Zhang Qiuling's skilled hands? Time passed quickly, and by the next day, the time of the tomb's opening had arrived. Qin Yujie carefully examined the ancient tomb. A golden barrier surrounded its exterior, covered in countless intricate runes. These symbols continuously flowed and radiated terrifying energy. Qin Yujie understood immediately. It was a powerful formation. Because of these runes, anyone above the age of 30 would be ruthlessly slaughtered upon entry. Whose tomb is this? How could such an ancient tomb appear in Lingtian Kingdom? Could it be that Lingtian Kingdom isn't an ordinary place? Qin Yujie murmured to himself. Master, legend says this demonic land was once the resting place of an ancient demon lord. Could that rumor actually be true? Zhang Qiuling picked up his words, speaking softly. Impossible. Those are just ancient myths. Judging by this tomb, it can't be more than 1,000 years old. And these runes aren't from the primordial era, Qin Yujie said dismissively. Just then, spiritual light flickered across the tomb's surface, followed by a voice emanating from within. The ancient tomb opens now. Those who meet the conditions may enter. There were 1,000 entry spots in total, 250 per faction. As the top inner sect expert, Qin Yujie naturally received a spot. Zhang Qiuling, though not an official disciple of Tianyuan Sect, was a third-level wheel-seeing warrior and served as Qin Yujie's personal attendant, an acknowledged young prodigy. Therefore, Sect Master Hong granted her a spot as well. However, most heaven-peopling disciples wouldn't dare enter. Inside the tomb, things were far from peaceful. A heaven-peopling warrior would instantly become prey to others. In the martial world, strength ruled supreme. When cultivators of the wheel-sieging level entered, there was no chance for ordinary people to obtain opportunities. Qin Yujie was the exception. Most wheel-sieging experts, if they encountered Qin Yujie, would obediently step aside. Zhang Qiuling, let's go in together. Qin Yujie stood up, took Zhang Qiuling's hand, and dashed into the tomb along with the rushing crowd. As they passed through the golden runic barrier, Qin Yujie suddenly felt pitch darkness engulf him, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Soon after, consciousness returned. His vision brightened. He found himself standing in the midst of a vast forest. The space inside is far more expansive than it appeared outside. This is practically an unexplored minor secret realm, Qin Yujie exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing no one nearby, Qin Yujie realized the tomb must have randomly teleported each person upon entry, a design meant to prevent large groups from forming at the outset and immediately hunting down weaker cultivators. The forest was vast, stretching so far that its end was nowhere in sight. Qin Yujie found himself at the outer edge of the ancient tomb. It seemed the greatest opportunities within the tomb must lie at its very center. Having made up his mind, Qin Yujie activated his half-step cicada speed technique and flashed into the depths of the forest. This is a 100-year-old Wu Hua Qinghua. He had barely entered when he discovered a Xian-grade spirit herb. The Wu Hua Qinghua was a rare medicinal ingredient used to refine certain special pills, quite scarce in Lingtian Kingdom. Qin Yujie carefully dug it up, roots and soil intact, then stored it inside his spatial ring. Not long after entering the tomb, he'd already gained a decent reward. Though this Wu Hua Qinghua couldn't compare to the Qin Yunhan tree or the Qin spirit peach tree he'd obtained through his system's daily sign-in rewards, every spirit herb possessed unique medicinal properties. When refining specific elixirs, even an ordinary herb might prove indispensable. Just as Qin Yujie finished collecting the herb, he suddenly sensed an attack coming from behind. With one swift sword thrust, he sliced a black and striped green snake cleanly in two. Though not particularly strong in combat, the black flower green snake carried extremely potent venom. Any ordinary cultivator bitten without a specialized antidote would certainly die. They say each spirit herb is guarded by a beast. Seems it's true. If someone didn't react in time, they could easily fall victim. Despite how rich in treasures this tomb appears, dangers lurk everywhere. Caution is essential. Qin Yujie stepped forward once more and continued deeper into the forest. Along the way, he encountered numerous spirit herbs, each of which he carefully collected. Before long, Qin Yujie arrived at the shore of a lake. There, growing beside the water, bloomed a lotus flower, rising from the mud yet unstained, washed by clear ripples yet devoid of pretense, radiating an aura of divine mystery. Chapter 241, The Moon Rises Over the Sea. Qin Yujie did not rush forward to pick the lotus. He examined it carefully, his heart filled with disbelief as he murmured, "This is actually a five-color lotus." The five-color lotus was a rather special kind of spiritual herb, suitable for cultivation used by warriors below the Wheelsea realm. Although Qin Yujie was currently at the 8th stage of the heavenly being realm, he could still benefit from it. A single petal of the five-color lotus would allow any warrior at the 9th stage of the heavenly being realm to break through into the 1st stage of the Wheelsea realm, completely, without side effects. The five-color lotus had 5 petals: red, orange, cyan, blue, and black, and each petal could enable a warrior at the 9th stage of the heavenly being realm to advance into the 1st stage of the Wheelsea realm with no adverse consequences whatsoever. Besides being consumed directly, the lotus could also be refined into 5-color lotus pills. If successfully refined, its medicinal potency would become even stronger. As Qin Yujie pondered this, a massive dark shadow suddenly erupted from the lake, surging toward him with overwhelming momentum. The creature was enormous, roughly dozens of meters long, covered in terrifying scales, radiating an oppressive aura. It opened its gigantic maw wide, and in an instant reached Qin Yujie, snapping at him ferociously. Using half-step pursuit cicada, Qin Yujie instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared dozens of meters away from the beast. This is a black nether crocodile. Its strength likely surpasses that of an average warrior at the 9th stage of the heavenly being realm. If someone else had encountered this beast today, they might have stood no chance. But unfortunately for you, you met me. With a cold snort, Qin Yujie flickered his sword. A flash of sword light sliced through the air. The crocodile never even got a chance to resist before being cleaved cleanly in two. Killing a warrior at the 9th stage of the Wheelsea realm would be as easy as slaughtering dogs or chickens for Qin Yujie, let alone a mere heavenly being realm expert like this black nether crocodile. Just one simple slash was more than enough to deal with it. The corpse of this black nether crocodile is also a rare treasure. Its hide can be used to craft special garments, and I've heard its flesh is delicious, a delicacy hard to come by. I'll take it along for now. Qin Yujie stored the crocodile's body inside his spatial ring, then cautiously harvested the cyan 5-color lotus before departing swiftly into the distance, disappearing in a blink. He arrived at a hidden forested mountain area, dug out a cave, set up an array formation, and prepared to consume the 5-color lotus. With so many treasures already in his possession, combined with the power of the 5-color lotus, breaking through to the 1st stage of the Wheelsea realm was guaranteed. As for why he didn't refine the lotus in a 5-color lotus pills, he simply didn't want to waste time. Moreover, he lacked one crucial spiritual herb required for the alchemical process. Without it, refinement was impossible anyway. Qin Yujie placed the 5-color lotus into his mouth. It dissolved instantly upon contact, releasing a torrent of intense medicinal energy that surged through every limb and bone in his body. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began circulating his cultivation technique. At once, immense spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth rushed toward him. In that moment, a terrifying vortex formed centered around Qin Yujie, drawing endless streams of spiritual energy into his body. 2 days later, cracking sounds echoed from within Qin Yujie's body. Simultaneously, a magnificent omen appeared in the sky, the legendary phenomenon known as the moon rises over the sea. When a warrior broke through to the Wheelsea realm, some geniuses might trigger heavenly omens. However, most such omens were relatively minor. The moon rising over the sea omen was something many warriors had heard of but never witnessed. It was described only in ancient texts, said to appear exclusively for top-tier prodigies with perfect foundations cultivating supreme-level techniques. It ranked first among all omens associated with breakthroughs into the Wheelsea realm. Heavens, that's the mythical moon rises over the sea. Someone has broken through to the Wheelsea realm. An erudite man within the ancient tomb stared up at the awe-inspiring spectacle in the sky, shocked beyond words. It must be young Master Qin. Within the entire ancient tomb, there's no one else with such astonishing talent. Zhang Qiuling gazed at the celestial phenomenon, her beautiful eyes shining with amazement. At this moment, she felt both stunned and utterly captivated. She had always known Qin Yujie was talented, but she never imagined he could awaken such an unprecedented omen as the moon rises over the sea. Even among the countless prodigies gathered at the sacred lands of Zhongshan province, none had ever awakened such a terrifying sign during their Wheelsea breakthrough. Such omens were mentioned only in legends, recorded as belonging to peerless geniuses of ancient times. The moon rises over the sea. This signifies a boundless sea of vitality, an infinite reservoir of spiritual energy. Though just having broken through to the Wheelsea realm, this person is already invincible within it. Yes, Qin Yujie is truly terrifying. I'm certain it's him. Only someone as bold as him would dare enter this ancient tomb at merely the 8th stage of the heavenly being realm. You're right. Only he could possess such terrifying talent. Even at the 8th stage of the heavenly being realm, he was already invincible in the Wheelsea realm. Now that he's suddenly reached the 1st stage of the Wheelsea realm, who knows just how powerful he's become. Senior brother Qin is incredible. With Qin Yujie by our side, we can walk tall in this ancient tomb without fear. Let's rush toward the location of that omen and have senior brother help us deal with Li Junkin. Numerous disciples of Tianyuan Sect exclaimed in excitement as they stared at the heavenly phenomenon spreading across the sky. At that moment, Qin Yujie felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. In just 2 days, he had advanced from the 8th stage to the 9th stage of the heavenly being realm, and now stood firmly at the threshold of the first stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Within his Dantian, the sea of Qi cracked apart inch by inch, transforming into an endless, boundless Wheel Sea. The hallmark of breaking through to the Wheel Sea realm was the transformation of the Dantian into a Wheel Sea. For ordinary cultivators, upon first entering the Wheel Sea realm, their internal Wheel Sea might span only several meters. Those with monstrous talent might possess a Wheel Sea stretching tens or even hundreds of meters wide. But within Qin Yuje's body now raged an infinite, limitless Wheel Sea, an expanse so vast it seemed to have no end. It was as awe-inspiring as the ocean itself. Qin Yuje abruptly rose to his feet and slashed his sword forward. Instantly, the entire heavens and earth appeared to split in two. A horrifying sword aura erupted forth, stunning every single person within the ancient tomb. Sword light spanning 30,000 li, chilling the frost over 14 provinces. No one within the entire ancient tomb could fail to notice that terrifying sword aura. It was simply too dazzling. At that moment, the entire tomb was captivated by both the celestial omen of the moon rises over the sea and Qin Yuje's shocking sword intent. Suddenly, the entire ancient tomb trembled violently. A terrifying force erupted, instantly ejecting everyone from within, except for Qin Yuje. Now, all of them were furious. They had fought desperately to earn the chance to enter the ancient tomb, only to be cast out in an instant. When they tried to re-enter, they discovered they could no longer pass through the barrier, no matter what they did. Chapter 242, The Sect War Erupts. Good heavens, what's going on? Outside the ancient tomb, people were exclaiming in anger. Damn it, are we all kicked out? I was just about to collect some spirit herbs. Seriously? I finally spotted a piece of black Xinjin stone, and right when I was about to gather it, I got teleported out. Have you noticed? Qin Yuje didn't come out. No way. Could it be that the inheritance has actively chosen him, and we've all been eliminated? That makes sense. There was the moon rising from the sea phenomenon. That's a natural wonder. The inheritance must have selected Qin Yuje. Exactly. His talent is unprecedented and unrivaled. He's even younger than us, and his sword cultivation talent is monstrous. There's no reason he wouldn't be chosen as the successor. Everyone outside the tomb buzzed with discussion. Qin Yuje, you've gone too far. When you come out, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Li Junkin had also been expelled from the tomb. Staring at the entrance, he growled in fury. Qin Yuje, your talent is too terrifying. You absolutely must die today. Luo Xuehao, the patriarch of Ghost Shadow Sect, was frightened by Qin Yuje's astonishing potential. He would never allow Qin Yuje a chance to grow stronger. Yes, Qin Yuje must die. Otherwise, it'll be our turn later. Fu Herong, the patriarch of Inma Sect, said gravely to Luo Xuehao. The two sect leaders had already issued orders. Core elders, vice patriarchs, and other top fighters from both sects were already on their way. They were determined not to let Qin Yuje leave alive, even if it meant declaring war against Tianyuan Sect and Shuewa Sect. They were prepared for anything. They knew that if they didn't kill Qin Yuje today, given his monstrous talent, peerless sword aptitude, and the powerful inheritance from the ancient tomb, it wouldn't take long before Inma Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect faced certain annihilation. Since extinction was inevitable, why not bet everything today and strangle Qin Yuje in the cradle? Han Yuchuan and Qian Mian were also stunned by Qin Yuje's terrifying talent. They understood full well that Inma Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect would never let Qin Yuje walk away unscathed. The moment Qin Yuje emerged, a battle among the four great sects would inevitably erupt. Han Yuchuan and Qian Mian wore grim expressions. No matter what, they had to protect Qin Yuje's life. Even if it cost them their own, they would do it. Unaware of everything happening outside, Qin Yuje only realized he had appeared in a mysterious space. Unexpected. In such a remote place, there actually exists someone like you with such horrifying talent. Most don't know that awakening moon rising from the sea requires not only a perfect foundation, but also one of the four divine bodies. Judging from the terrifying sword energy you released earlier, you possess the undying sword body. An elderly man's ethereal figure appeared before Qin Yuje, speaking in astonishment and excitement. Who are you? Qin Yuje asked, slightly surprised. This ancient tomb was built by me. You are the inheritor I've been seeking. Heaven is kind. I actually encountered the legendary undying sword body. Listen carefully. I'm about to dissipate. Here is a jade slip containing the names of my enemies. Everything within this tomb now belongs to you. I hope one day you can avenge me. After speaking, the old man vanished into thin air, leaving behind a spatial ring and a jade slip. Qin Yuje picked up the jade slip and instantly memorized the old man's name and his enemies. My current strength isn't enough. I'll avenge you when I'm strong enough, Qin Yuje muttered. If it weren't for the vast resources inside the spatial ring, he wouldn't have agreed so easily. From the old man's spatial ring, Qin Yuje retrieved a token. The tomb was actually a special space. As long as he possessed this token, Qin Yuje could freely enter and exit. From this moment on, everything inside the tomb belonged to Qin Yuje. With a mere thought, precious spirit herbs and treasures scattered throughout the tomb flew toward him automatically, being stored into his spatial ring. The resources in this old man's spatial ring are incredibly abundant. Spirit herbs, pills, cultivation techniques, weapons, everything imaginable. This trip to the ancient tomb paid off big time. Now that I've broken through to the first level of Wheel Sea realm, I'll go challenge the core disciples immediately. Then I can keep checking in. From now on, I'll hide until I become invincible. No more need to fight others for resources. With a broad smile, Qin Yujie flashed and disappeared from the tomb. Outside the tomb, a massive crowd had gathered. Word had spread fast. Everyone knew Qin Yujie had awakened the terrifying phenomenon of moon rising from the sea, and that he'd obtained the tomb's inheritance. The patriarchs and top cultivators from all 4 major sects surrounded the tomb. Qin Yujie's enemies were all shocked by his terrifying talent. They were determined to kill him today. Otherwise, in a few years, Qin Yujie would become a nightmare for everyone, especially Li Junkin and Sun Jiping. They were frightened by Qin Yujie's monstrous aptitude, and they had made up their minds. No matter what, Qin Yujie must die today. When Qin Yujie's figure appeared outside the ancient tomb, the entire atmosphere instantly grew tense. The great battle seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Qin Yujie run! Qian Mian shouted toward Qin Yujie, then decisively launched the first strike, attacking Fu Hairong, the patriarch of Immortal Sect. You wretched woman, daring to attack me? You're asking for death. All members of Immortal Sect, listen, kill Qin Yujie with full strength. Whoever kills him shall receive an immense reward. Fu Hairong blocked Qian Mian's assault while roaring orders. Fu Hairong hadn't expected Qian Mian to act so quickly. Just as he was about to strike Qin Yujie himself, Qian Mian intercepted him. Clearly, Qian Mian and Hong Yuchuan had already made their plans in advance. As Qian Mian clashed with Fu Hairong, Hong Yuchuan also engaged Luo Shuahao. The 4 sect leaders were evenly matched. Decisively defeating one another in a short time was simply impossible. Now, Qin Yujie could only rely on himself, as numerous cultivators had already surrounded him with predatory gazes. Tian Feichen, go save Qin Yujie. Hong Yuchuan shouted to Tianyuan Sect's vice patriarch, Tian Feichen. Understood. Tian Feichen replied aloud, but in the blink of an eye, he darted over to Hong Yuchuan's side and drove a blade straight into his back. Instantly, blood gushed violently from Hong Yuchuan's body. In that split second, Luo Shuahao landed a powerful punch to Hong Yuchuan's chest, sending his body flying like a sack of sand. This sudden betrayal stunned everyone, including Qian Mian and Hong Yuchuan. Most shocking to Hong Yuchuan was that Tian Feichen, his own vice patriarch, had actually attacked him. Hong Yuchuan and Luo Shuahao were originally evenly matched. With his guard completely down against Tian Feichen, and never expecting the vice patriarch of Tianyuan Sect to betray his own sect leader, there was no way Hong Yuchuan could withstand the dual assault. Once struck by Tian Feichen, how could he still stand a chance against Luo Shuahao? In an instant, Luo Shuahao seized the opening and delivered a devastating blow. Chapter 243, Becoming a God in a Day. Tian Feichen, why? Hong Yuchuan asked, dragging his injured body forward, his face filled with fury. Ha! Why? I've wanted to kill you and take your place for a long time. I've already discussed it with Master Luo and Master Fu. As soon as you die, they'll support me as the new leader of Tianyuan Sect. With Masters Luo and Fu joining forces, and you already wounded, there's no way you or Qian Mian can survive. Once both of you are dead, Qin Yujie will be nothing but an ant. Easy to crush. Tian Feichen declared triumphantly. Everyone fell silent. Though Tian Feichen was truly despicable, what he said held truth. Hong Yuchuan had suffered severe injuries, and no one here could stand against the combined might of Luo Shuahao and Fu Hairong. Qian Mian definitely stood no chance against them. Today, not only would Qin Yujie die, but Hong Yuchuan too, and possibly even Qian Mian. Qin Yujie, aren't you feeling utterly hopeless now? What good did it do finding a powerful master? Jiang Fanxian has already left. She doesn't have time to save you. Just wait and die. Li Junkin laughed maniacally. Qin Yujie, though your talent is extraordinary, today will still be your end. There are so many of us, you can't possibly escape. Sun Jiping sneered proudly. You two talk too much, Qin Yujie coldly snorted. In an instant, he activated half-step chasing cicada and appeared beside Li Junkin. Grabbing Li Junkin's hair, Qin Yujie slammed him brutally into the ground, then lifted him up and smashed him down 3 more times. Crash, crash, crash. Before stomping on his face, Qin Yujie asked indifferently. You piece of trash, do you even have the right to speak here? Someone as worthless as you. I could kill you with just 1 finger. Li Junkin was dazed, completely overwhelmed without being able to fight back at all. Qin Yujie, you're truly desperate now. If you let me go, I can convince my master Tian Feichen to let you leave. Li Junkin raged, nearly exploding with anger. He never expected that before his death, Qin Yujie would humiliate him like this. At the same time, Li Junkin feared Qin Yujie might snap and kill him regardless. He still had his youth ahead of him. His martial cultivation path absolutely must not end at the hands of Qin Yujie, a dying man. So Li Junkin tried reasoning with Qin Yujie, hoping to get himself freed first. Qin Yujie smiled, slapped Li Junkin across the face, and said, What? Wanting to beg for mercy? Since you wanted to kill me, today I'll kill you. No one can save you now. Not only will you die, but every single enemy of mine here today will die. These words exploded like a bomb, instantly silencing the entire scene. Even the battle between Qian Mian and Luo Shuahao came to a halt. Master Qian, Master Hong, thank you for your efforts. Step back, don't worry about me. I have my own way of dealing with them, Qin Yujie said, raising his head toward Qian Mian and Hong Yuchuan. Qian Mian flashed over and stood beside Hong Yuchuan. The two quickly retreated far away. Though shocked by Qin Yujie's words, they absolutely believed in him. They assumed Qin Yujie must possess some secret treasures given by Jiang Fanxian, making defeating Fu Hairong and Luo Shuahao entirely possible. Actually, Hong Yuchuan and Qian Mian were exactly right. Qin Yujie indeed carried 3 sword energies bestowed by Jiang Fanxian, each one equivalent to a full-powered strike from a King Realm expert. Against Luo Xuehao and Fu Herong, both at late stage will see Realm 9th level, such power would more than suffice. However, Qin Yujie had no intention of using those 3 sword energies. He had already broken through to will see Realm 1st level. Killing Luo Xuehao and Fu Herong now was no different than slaughtering chickens. The surrounding crowd was stunned by Qin Yujie's words, immediately breaking out into murmurs. Qin Yujie has really hit a dead end this time. Fu Herong and Luo Xuehao are already at 9th level of the Wheel C realm. Hehe, I think Fu Herong and Luo Xuehao are doomed. Who is Qin Yujie? He's already broken through to the Wheel C realm. He's invincible within this realm. Yeah, looks like Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect are going to be wiped out. Opinions among the crowd varied greatly. Some supported Qin Yujie, others backed Fu Herong and Luo Xuehao. Qin Yujie glanced at Li Junkin, then sneered disdainfully. Such a mere ant. With that, he stomped Li Junkin dead underfoot, kicked the body aside, which instantly shattered into pieces, leaving nothing intact. After killing Li Junkin, Qin Yujie blurred and reappeared beside Sun Jiping. Sword drawing art. A flash of sword light tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, Sun Jiping was split cleanly in half. Even in death, his face remained frozen in shock. Qin Yujie, you're outrageously bold. Today shall be your day of reckoning. Let's attack together. As Luo Xuehao spoke, he slashed his blade toward Qin Yujie. A terrifying blade aura surged toward Qin Yujie, surging with overwhelming momentum. Besides Luo Xuehao, more than a dozen people surrounded Qin Yujie, some at the 9th level of Will C realm, others at the 8th. All of them unleashed terrifying attacks aimed directly at him. A bunch of ants. Today, I'll show you my true power. Dealing with them was actually simple. Qin Yujie only needed 1/10 of his strength. But today he decided to go all out. He wanted to test exactly how powerful he had become. Horizontal sword technique. Dominate supreme. Wind sword intent. Fire sword intent. Water sword intent. Undying sword body. Tenfold amplification. Activate. Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward. Instantly, an unimaginably terrifying sword chi split the sky. No one could describe that sword energy. It was simply too strong. So this is your real strength. The group of more than a dozen attackers froze in shock. Under the stunned and terrified gazes of everyone present, the monstrous sword chi pierced through their bodies in an instant. All of them, including Luo Xuehao and Fu Herong, were unable to withstand even a single move from Qin Yujie, perishing instantly. The entire scene fell into deathly silence. From this day forth, Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect ceased to exist in this world. Qin Yujie slashed his sword once again. In that instant, every disciple of Immortal and Guiying Sects vanished into smoke and dust. With just one strike, nearly every member of Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect present was dead. Qin Yujie took out a supreme healing pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Hong Yuchuan. Although Hong Yuchuan was severely injured, the old man's ring contained countless medicinal pills. This single pill was enough not only to rapidly heal Hong Yuchuan's injuries, but even help him advance further in cultivation. 3 days later, Qin Yujie returned to Tianyuan Sect. He was now the top core disciple. Hong Yuchuan even offered to pass the sect leadership to Qin Yujie, but Qin Yujie refused. Qin Yujie easily slaughtered everyone from Li Junkin's faction, including several core disciples. At this moment, Qin Yujie was so powerful that he inspired fear. Even the former top core disciple was defeated by Qin Yujie with a single sword strike. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qin Yujie eagerly began his daily sign-in. Asterisk ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. Your luck has exploded. You've obtained 1,000 years of cultivation base. Asterisk. When Qin Yujie heard this voice, he froze. 1,000 years of cultivation? What did that even mean? With Qin Yujie's undying sword body and monstrous martial talent, 1,000 years of cultivation would have already brought him to the pinnacle of martial Dao. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qin Yujie's power began rising terrifyingly fast. Cave Realm, Yin-Yang Realm, King Realm, Overlord Realm, Saint Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm, Human God Realm, God King Realm. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and terrifying foundational Dao marks began appearing across his body. 1 month later, Qin Yujie's aura soared to heaven-shaking levels. At this point, he had broken through to the ultimate limit of this world, reaching the peak martial Dao stage, the God King Realm. System, you're unfair. I wanted to cultivate properly, and now you suddenly force me to reach the peak? Damn it. Qin Yujie was truly speechless. Suddenly, he had lost all sense of purpose. One who hears the Dao in the morning may die in peace by evening. Ancient people spoke of becoming immortal in a single day. It wasn't just legend. Becoming an immortal in 1 day is simple. With the system, the path of martial Dao can be easy. What's the big deal about becoming an immortal in a day? Today, I'll make you become a god in a single day, the system said calmly. Now at God King Realm, Qin Yujie was invincible. He could effortlessly tear open space and come and go as he pleased. Over the following period, Qin Yujie continued signing in, obtaining many valuable items, among them, a token known as the Void Token. The Void Token allowed Qin Yujie to return to Earth. Fine. Since I'm already unrivaled in this world, I'll prepare to return to Earth soon. Now, it's time for revenge. Qin Yujie stepped forward, instantly disappearing and reappearing at the Imperial Palace. With a gentle flick of his finger, everyone inside the palace turned to ashes, except Li Shiming, whom he had briefly met before. I killed your king and wiped out your royal family. If you want revenge, you can come find me anytime. Qin Yujie said coldly to Li Shiming. My father was guilty to begin with, and he caused my mother's death. I don't blame you. In fact, I should thank you for killing him, Li Shiming said, shaking her head as she looked at Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie glanced at Li Shiming, left her some resources, then instantly disappeared. Chapter 244, Rescuing the Mother, Reunion of a Family. Having broken through to the Divine King realm, there was no one in this world who could rival Qin Yujie. He now stood at the pinnacle of martial cultivation, having attained true immortality. But Qin Yujie had something far more important to do. First, he must find his father, then rescue his mother. With a single step, he crossed the southern domain and arrived thousands of miles away at the Western Sea. Qin Yujie remembered that letter written by his father. It said that if one day he reached the Emperor realm, he should come to the Western Sea and seek out a man named Sun Lihai, who knew everything. Soaring above the Western Sea with overwhelming aura radiating from him, Qin Yujie spoke softly, yet clearly. Who is Sun Lihai? Come forth and meet me now. His voice thundered across the entire Western Sea, carrying divine laws within it. Whether engaged in battle or deep in closed-door cultivation, every being froze in shock. That voice contained the power of cosmic principles. Had Qin Yujie wished to kill, a single breath could have erased the continent and vaporized the entire sea. I am Qin Yujie. Father, are you in the Western Sea? Qin Yujie called again. This time, the mere sound sent tremors coursing through everyone's body. They shivered involuntarily. Who dares to cause trouble in our Western Sea? Suddenly, a saint appeared before Qin Yujie, slashing down with a blade imbued with terrifying saintly laws that blanketed the sky and pressed down upon Qin Yujie. A saint? To me, you're nothing but an ant. The gap between the saint realm and the divine king realm spanned multiple major levels. There was simply no comparison. It was like dust versus clouds, earth versus sky. Qin Yujie raised one palm and struck. The heavens and earth quaked instantly. The saint shattered like broken glass, reduced to nothingness in an instant, completely eradicated. Qin Yujie, are you Yujie, my son? At that moment, a pale figure shot into the sky. Though his face was ashen, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th emperor level. He never expected his son to find him so soon. In his mind, even if Qin Yujie possessed great talent, reaching the emperor realm would take decades, if not longer. And what's more, he had just witnessed Qin Yujie destroy a saint with a single move. Father, I finally found you. No words now. I'll heal your injuries first. Qin Yujie had thought this moment wouldn't arrive until the final climax. But unexpectedly, the system suddenly pushed him straight into the divine king realm, placing him at the summit of martial cultivators in this world and allowing him to reunite with his father far earlier than imagined. Son, what level are you now? A saint couldn't withstand even one of your moves. Looks like your mother can be saved after all, Qin Hanjing said, both relieved and overjoyed. Father, I've reached the divine king realm, the highest peak in this world. Let me heal you first, help you break through, and then we'll go save mother. Good. Qin Hanjing was utterly astounded by his son's monstrous cultivation. The divine king realm was already the pinnacle of martial arts. Even in the upper realms, such a level marked invincibility. Here in the sacred immortal continent, the strongest didn't even surpass the 9th saint level. To break past that and reach the earth immortal realm required ascending to the higher realm. And even there, the mightiest rulers were only at the divine king realm. Without hesitation or modesty, after all, this was his own son, Qin Hanjing accepted. Father, what great Tao do you cultivate? I follow the Tao of Thunder. Then allow me to help you master the Tao of Thunder and push you to the peak of the 9th saint level. Qin Yujie flicked a finger, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy. From among the 3,000 great Taos of the universe, he extracted the Tao of Thunder and infused it directly into Qin Hanjing's body. 3 days later, Qin Hanjing's wounds had fully healed, and his cultivation surged 2 major realms ahead. He broke through into the saint realm. Yujie, let's go. Hurry to Central Divine Land. Your mother, Lu Mingyao, was once the holy maiden of Taichu Sacred Land, one of the 4 sacred sects. Now she's imprisoned within the 9 Hells Demon Tower. We storm Taichu Sacred Land now. Let's go. I alone will crush them. You just stay by my side, father, and watch how I avenge both of you. Qin Yujie tore open space itself, and in the blink of an eye, he brought Qin Hanjing to the skies above the Central Divine Land, right over Taichu Sacred Land. In the Central Divine Land, martial arts flourished and experts abounded. The 4 sacred sects stood supreme, each with profound strength and vast legacies. As the foremost among them, Taichu Sacred Land held undisputed dominance. When Qin Yujie and Qin Hanjing appeared above Taichu Sacred Land, the entire sect went into high alert, treating them as dire enemies. With a single glance, Qin Yujie locked onto the 9 Hells Demon Tower, standing at the Sacred Land's main gate. Mother, you've suffered so much. Qin Yujie, standing at the Divine King realm with unfathomable strength, casually waved his hand. The peerless Supreme Saint artifact, the 9 Nether Devil Tower, unbreakable to others, shattered effortlessly under his power. Qin Yujie helped Lu Mingyao walk toward Qin Hanjing. At this moment, Lu Mingyao was covered in wounds, her life force weakened, her dantian destroyed. The sight sent shockwaves through Qin Yujie's heart. Every single person of Taichu Sacred Land shall die. Qin Yujie roared, his fury shaking the heavens. Are you, sure? I never thought you'd grow so big. Lu Mingyao looked at Qin Yujie. Though he had grown into a man, there was still a faint familiarity in his brow. Mother, I'm late. Let me heal your injuries first. With those words, Qin Yujie Chu, a 9-noted immortal lotus. This divine herb, obtained recently through system check-ins, possessed the power to restore damaged dantians and transform one's body foundation. A terrifying aura radiated from Qin Yujie. Merely the pressure of the divine king realm forced every expert of Taichu's sacred land to kneel on the ground, including the sacred lord of Taichu, who stood at the peak of the 9th saint level. 3 hours later, a terrifying aura surged from Lu Mingyao. Not only had her injuries completely healed, but she had also broken through to the peak of the 9th saint level in the saint realm. Mingyao, I finally see you again. Our family is finally reunited, Qin Hanjing said, his voice trembling with emotion. Hanjing, I never imagined I'd live to see you again. I thought my death was inevitable. Lu Mingyao replied, overcome with emotion. Father, mother, today I will take revenge for both of you. Just tell me who our enemies are. I'll handle everything. You don't need to lift a finger, Qin Yujie said calmly. In this divine land, there are 4 great sacred sects. It was Taichu's sacred land and Guiyu's sacred land, the 2 of them, that destroyed our peaceful family life. Qin Yujie paused slightly and added coldly. Since that's the case, Taichu's sacred land and Guiyu's sacred land have no right to exist in this world. With a casual strike of his palm, the heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying golden palm shadow, like Mount Tai pressing down from above, instantly enveloped the entire Taichu sacred land. You dare insult us and wreak havoc in our sacred land? Our heaven and earth yin-yang formation isn't something easily broken, the sect master of Taichu shouted arrogantly. A mere trick. Looking at the pitiful array before him, Qin Yujie simply waved his hand, and the formation vanished into nothingness. How can you be this strong? Impossible. I refuse to accept this, the sacred lord of Taichu cried in disbelief. Boom. In the eyes of utter despair, the entire Taichu sacred land collapsed into flat ground, every soul crushed to dust. All that remained was a massive palm imprint, a vast basin-like depression, like the mark of a god or demon. Horrifying. Breath-stopping. Chapter 245, the grand finale. Since the Guisu Holy Land is also involved, then perish together with the rest. Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward, instantly releasing a sky-shattering sword beam that shot straight into the skies above the Guisu Holy Land before piercing down. Every single person within the entire Guisu Holy Land died in an instant, without even understanding what had happened. Father, mother, let's go. Qin Yujie tore open a spatial rift, and in a flash, the 3 of them crossed the boundless chaos demon sea and arrived at the northern edge of the Saint Immortal Continent, the Northern Desert. The Northern Desert, Reincarnation Holy Land. After returning to the Reincarnation Holy Land, Jiang Fanxian, with her terrifying sword talent and dual sacred bodies, immediately became the Holy Land Su, a position guaranteeing she would one day become its sect master. Disciple, I wonder how you've been faring in Lingtian Kingdom. Only after their separation did Jiang Fanxian realize that thoughts of Qin Yujie filled her heart at every moment. Master, your disciple has come to see you. At that moment, a terrifying figure suddenly appeared high above the Reincarnation Holy Land. Hearing that familiar presence, Jiang Fanxian felt as if she were dreaming. In a flash, Jiang Fanxian appeared in the skies above the Holy Land. Qin Yujie, is it really you? It's me. Will you come with me? Leave this world behind. Qin Yujie nodded slightly, speaking calmly. Qin Yujie was preparing to leave this world, to return to Earth. To the ends of the earth, wherever you go, I will follow. Jiang Fanxian replied softly, nodding. At that very moment, the hearts of every man across the entire northern desert shattered. This peerless seer was finally taken. Master, who are your enemies? Qin Yujie asked indifferently. It was the divine sword manner that forcibly extracted my sacred sword body. Jiang Fanxian said. Good. Anyone daring to harm my master doesn't deserve to exist. Divine sword manner shall be erased. With a casual flick of his sword aura, Qin Yujie unleashed terrifying heavenly laws, obliterating the entire divine sword manner. Every single person inside perished without resistance. Not even cultivators at the peak of Saint Realm 9th stage could withstand a single move, crushed like ants beneath his might. Let's go. Qin Yujie took the 3 of them and instantly returned to Lingtian Kingdom. With a subtle hand seal, Qin Yujie summoned, like puppet strings pulling threads, everyone connected to him. Lin Qining, Fat Zheng Nanhua, Zhang Qiuling, Grandfather Qin Songyuan, Mu Linglong, Huang Yoha, and others, bringing them instantly before him. He left them with an overwhelming amount of cultivation resources. With these, they could all advance safely to the Saint Realm. At the same time, he fabricated an explanation, telling them he was originally a divine king from a higher realm, now restored to his past power, soon to depart from this world. 1 month later, Qin Yujie prepared to leave the Saint Immortal Continent with Jiang Fanxian, Lin Qining, Zhang Qiuling, and Mu Linglong. These 4 women loved him wholeheartedly, and naturally, Qin Yujie couldn't bear to leave them behind in this foreign world. As for the others, he chose not to interfere with their lives. Fat Zheng Nanhua still had an imperial throne awaiting him. His disciple Huang Yoha wished to personally take revenge upon her family's enemies. His parents longed for a quiet life together. Besides, all his loved ones understood, if they followed Qin Yujie, they'd just be third wheels. Finally, Qin Yujie condensed a fraction of himself into a clone. Though possessing less than 1/10 of his true strength, given how monstrously gifted Qin Yujie was, even 1/10 made him invincible. With such a clone remaining behind, Qin Yujie could now depart with peace of mind. Any unfinished matters were entrusted to the clone, exterminating the Blood God Sect, avenging the old man from the ancient tomb. For someone of the clone's power, these tasks were effortless. My family, my friends, farewell. If fate allows, I'll return someday to see you again. Having spoken these words, Qin Yujie vanished from the Saint Immortal continent, taking the 4 women with him. Though Qin Yujie disappeared, his legend endured throughout the land, passed down forever across the ages.